Li Jun traversed through time to the ancient era, becoming the fourth prince. Due to the lack of favor from the emperor, he was separated early on. Li Jun began to accept tasks from his system and decided to cultivate a small garden behind his estate, embarking on an agricultural journey. To his surprise, he inadvertently achieved immortality through his endeavors. Chapter 1. The Worthless Prince. Has the fourth prince gone to the back mountain to raise chickens again? Indeed. I've heard he even took farming tools and has been planting vegetables. What a disgrace to the royal family. It's no wonder he doesn't earn his majesty's favor. The eunuch in charge displayed a hint of disdain in his eyes as he listened to the whispers of his subordinates, choosing not to intervene. The steward of the fourth prince's estate approached with tea, respectfully stating, "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. The prince resides in a remote area, and the maidservant has gone to announce your arrival." Oomph. The eunuch chuckled, but remained silent. Being late for the emperor's summons was a crime that the fourth prince alone would bear. Meanwhile, Li Jun, the subject of their discussion, was laboring with a hoe, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the garden behind the prince's estate, there was a pond, a chicken coop, and now a newly cultivated vegetable patch. The seeds had already been sown. "System, I've planted the vegetables. Can you issue today's task reward now?" He stretched his muscles and inquired. Indeed, this fourth prince was a time traveler. He shared the name Li Jun. Having crossed over from the 21st century, he found himself as a prince, accompanied by a system. Initially, he believed he could leverage the system to ascend to greatness, ultimately marrying a wealthy beauty. However, he soon discovered that this system was solely an agricultural one, with daily tasks revolving around planting vegetables and raising chickens. Li Jun had contemplated pursuing power and dominance. However, the original owner's mother was merely an ordinary palace maid who lacked the emperor's affection, making the path to the throne exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the system promised that completing daily tasks would yield rewards for longevity. If he could not reach the pinnacle, he could at least live a long life. Being a leisurely prince was also appealing. Thus, for the 3 years since his arrival, he had diligently engaged in the system's tasks, to the point of monotony. Vegetable planting reward issued. All attributes increased by 1. The system announced. Before Li Jun could assess his attributes, the door to his little garden swung open. The maidservant Guin, with an anxious expression, declared, "Your Excellency, His Majesty summons you." "The Emperor is looking for me?" Li Jun set down his hoe, wiping the dirt from his hands, puzzled. The old emperor had always been indifferent to him. Why would he summon him today? "I am unsure, but the steward mentioned that someone from the immortal sect has arrived." Guyen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "They say they're celestial beings who can traverse the skies." Celestial beings? Li Jun's interest was piqued. Could it be that the immortal sect had come to the mortal realm to select disciples? Becoming a leisurely prince paled in comparison to the allure of becoming an immortal. "Quick, to the palace." Without hesitation, Li Jun followed Guin down the mountain. As he stepped out from the back mountain, the once unremarkable hillside was suddenly suffused with an ethereal aura, and the sound of the Tao resonated above the little garden. The pond's waters sparkled. Fish transformed into dragons, spraying water towards the vegetable patch. The seeds that had just been sown began to sprout in an instant. Before long, they had all grown to a height of 1 inch. At that moment, a resounding cry emerged from the chicken coop. "Fools of the Dragon Clan, do not pour too much water. If the master discovers this, your demise will be imminent." A phantom of a phoenix materialized, its regal eyes casting a disdainful glance towards the pond. In an instant, the mist cleared, revealing a silver dragon soaring from the water, its 5 claws glinting as it snorted coldly. "I am merely alleviating the burdens for our master, unlike you, who only knows how to consume." The carriage proceeded towards the imperial palace. Upon their arrival, the grand hall was deserted. Noticing the mud still clinging to Li Jun, the imperial herald cast a cursory glance and remarked, "Your Highness, please wait here. I shall check, as it seems the celestial sex assessment has already commenced." Li Jun paused, amusement flickering within him. Was this a case of a eunuch looking down upon him? After a while, the imperial herald returned, disdain dripping from his voice. "Fourth prince, you have arrived too late. The celestial sex assessment has concluded. His Majesty has decreed that you need not participate." "Oh, then shall I take my leave?" Li Jun had initially intended to dismiss the matter. However, the eunuch's cold snort interrupted him. "Your Highness, the Emperor has not permitted your departure." "Huh. In that case, dear eunuch Li, why have you not poured me a cup of water?" Li Jun tapped the table, gazing at the eunuch. "Hurry along now. The tone caused the eunuch to falter. This servant is not responsible for serving tea. Knowing you are a servant, should you not do as your master commands? Li Zhun leaned forward, fixing him with a frosty glare. Or do you wish for me to inform Father Emperor that I cannot even command a servant? A prince is a prince, even if the emperor disapproves. He is certainly not to be compared to a mere servant. The eunuch hastily knelt. This servant recognizes his error. I shall fetch tea at once. Go then, he uttered coolly. Such is the nature of palace dwellers, they believe that proximity to the sovereign grants them the power to act tyrannically. Yet in truth, they are but pitiable souls. Alas, the pitiable often possess their own faults. When it comes to transcendence, it is the cultivators who truly rise above. But at that moment, as Li Zhun was lost in contemplation, the emperor emerged, followed by a group of distinguished individuals, each adorned in exquisite attire, their features strikingly handsome. Among them stood a veiled woman, her demeanor cool and composed amidst the throng. The emperor, with a radiant visage, smiled and proclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed immortals. Henceforth, I entrust my third son to your care. There is no need for such formality, your majesty. The third prince is inherently gifted, and it is indeed a joyous occasion for the celestial sect to receive such a talented disciple," replied the elder of the celestial sect with a smile. "Moreover, we have another matter to attend to. Thus we shall remain in Chang'an for an extended period," the elder added, turning his gaze towards the emperor. "For about a month. That is splendid news. Immortals, please feel free to make yourselves at home," the emperor rejoiced, only to turn and find his seemingly incompetent fourth son savoring tea. Old 4. The emperor's brow furrowed, vexed by this troublesome offspring. At his call, the celestial sect members finally noticed Li Zhun, and the veiled maiden gasped inwardly, startled by his presence. The youth, when did he arrive here? How does he exude? Not a single trace of presence. Were it not for the emperor's voice, she would have remained oblivious to anyone's presence. Who might this be? The maiden spoke for the first time, her voice clear and ethereal. The emperor hastily replied, "Fourth prince, do approach and pay your respects to the esteemed guests." Li Zhun set down his teacup, rose, and walked towards them. The entire scene was nothing short of astonishing to the young lady. With each step, an aura of celestial energy enveloped him, as if he were one with the very essence of this realm. Had she not been watching him, relying solely on her spiritual awareness, she would have been entirely unaware of his existence. Even the maiden was taken aback, let alone the others. Several elders from a celestial sect struggled to maintain their composure, hastily communicating through thought. Could it possibly be an esteemed elder in disguise? Hard to say, perhaps we should probe further? Li Zhun's ears perked up, casting a curious glance at the two elders who had just communicated, whispering so loudly. That glance sent a shiver down their spines. Chapter 2. The Celestial Hermit. They exchanged glances, and the elder on the left quickly smiled and said, "No need for such formality, you are the fourth prince, correct?" "Indeed," Li Zhun nodded. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" The emperor shot him a knowing glance. The celestial beings were still present. Was this not the perfect opportunity to assess his talents? Though he harbored little affection for this son, as a member of the royal bloodline, it would be advantageous for Li Zhun to join the celestial sect. "I was tending to the gardens. The imperial messenger was reluctant to summon me to the mountain, causing a delay." Li Zhun nonchalantly placed the blame on the messenger. He casually brushed off the mud that had clung to the hem of his robe. The gazes of the sect elders followed his hand, landing on the dirt. The elder who had just communicated suddenly tightened his grip on the arm of the elder beside him. The latter's expression grew tense. That was primordial clay. Just a gram would elevate the quality of medicinal herbs in the fields. Common grade 1 herbs could potentially ascend to grade 2. Surely, the mud that had fallen off him weighed several grams. Celestial beings? The emperor noticed their rapt attention on Li Zhun's mud and felt a wave of unease wash over him. Did they look down upon Li Zhun? This child truly seemed beyond redemption. Alas, being a leisurely prince could suffice for a peaceful old age. "We intend to reside in the capital for some time, and it is often inconvenient within the palace. Might we stay at the fourth prince's estate?" The maiden's gaze sparkled, fixed intently on Li Zhun. Li Zhun typically resided on the mountain, and his estate was quite empty. Naturally, he had no objections, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Then let us depart at once." The maiden lifted her long skirt, trailing closely behind Li Zhun, seemingly anxious that he might change his mind. Li Zhun paused, chuckling. "All right, let's go." The elders lagged a few steps behind, and as soon as the three exited the hall, they dashed toward the spot where he had brushed off the mud. We found it. Share some with me. You have no field. What use is primordial clay to you? I'll cultivate a field upon my return. Let those who see it share in the bounty. Just a bit for each. The residence of the fourth prince, although not expansive, is replete with all necessary features. Pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and serene waters. It is visually appealing, yet devoid of any ethereal ambience. Wen Shui followed behind Li Zhun and gently inquired, Your Highness, do you reside here regularly? Not quite. I reside in the back mountains, Li Zhun replied, gesturing toward that direction. Mountains? Wen Shui gazed in that direction, but could only discern a thick veil of white mist, obscuring all visibility. A subtle tension gripped her heart indeed. This senior was a remarkable figure. In his abode, even the mountains remained indistinct. The guest rooms in the residence are all vacant. You may choose any that you wish, Li Zhun said, offering Wen Shui a warm smile. By the way, have you already selected a disciple for the immortal sect? Who is it? It is the third prince, Wen Shui replied, her eyes fixed anxiously on Li Zhun. Should this senior disapprove, she would have to retract her choice upon returning. The third prince, is it? Li Zhun murmured, his expression neutral, revealing no traces of discontent. Since his arrival, he had seldom encountered his siblings, who regarded him with disdain, and he had little desire to engage with them. Thus, he held no particular memories of the third prince. Are you selecting only one individual? Li Zhun inquired further. Indeed, is there someone you wish to recommend, Your Highness? Wen Shui's anticipation grew surely. If this senior found someone worthy, they would be a prodigy. Unexpectedly, Li Zhun pointed himself. What do you think of me? Wen Shui was taken aback. Assuming she had misheard, Li Zhun extended his hand. Let's assess my talent, see how I measure up. Your Highness, could it be that this senior was jesting with her? After all, he was already in a state of harmony with the cosmos. It is not quite convenient at the moment. I shall discuss this with the elders when they arrive. If that is acceptable? Her tone grew increasingly subdued, the final words barely audible. Very well, Li Zhun replied, noting her lack of outright refusal. Elated, he felt a glimmer of hope, albeit a faint one. Time-limited task, cut trees. Within 10 minutes, fell 100 trees. Countdown begins now. 1 minute. A voice echoed in Li Zhun's mind. He hurriedly took his leave, saying, If the immortal has any matters, please inform the steward. I shall return for now. With that, he swiftly ascended the mountain. Wen Shui watched as a fleeting shadow vanished in an instant, leaving no trace of spiritual fluctuation. She widened her eyes, unable to capture even a hint of his presence with her consciousness. This was excessively formidable. Shui, the elders had returned. Wen Shui's master gleefully clutched a storage bag, exclaiming, I acquired 3 grams of primordial earth. Master, I have something to tell you. That night, everyone from the immortal sect gathered together. It appears this senior has taken over the fourth prince's body. I inquired with the emperor today. The fourth prince fell ill 3 years ago, after which his demeanor changed drastically, becoming particularly eccentric and developing a fondness for agriculture. Thus, this senior must have arrived 3 years ago. Yet he wishes for us to assess his talent. Wen Shui furrowed her brow. Elders, what does this mean? It is undoubtedly a means to gauge our immortal sect's strength. Indeed, Shui has consistently referred to him as the fourth prince. This esteemed elder likely remains oblivious to his own disguise. What shall we do then? Since the elder enjoys this charade, let us indulge him and perform accordingly. Acquiring this primordial soil is a tremendous gain for us. We must not provoke the elder. Once the group reached a consensus, they each retired to rest. At dawn the next day, Wen Shui made her way towards the mountain range where Li Zhun resided. As she entered the thick fog, she immediately sensed an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy surging through her limbs and bones. This is not fog at all. It is the spiritual essence condensed into droplets, having reached a certain level of density. Wen Shui's heart trembled. Simply meditating here for a moment would equate to a month of cultivation within her sect. Yet now is not the time to indulge in this spiritual power. Your Highness the fourth prince, Wen Shui called out towards the mountain. Due to the dense spiritual energy, her consciousness could scarcely move. It was more expedient to call out to him from below. Sure enough, before long, a figure emerged from the mist. Li Zhun descended the mountain, axe in hand, step by step. Fairy Wen Shui, what brings you here? Could it be that she has come to inform him of a talent assessment? You need not have come in person. I could have come down, Li Zhun replied with a gentle smile. Wen Shui felt a sense of helplessness within. This elder has truly become enamored with playing the role of an ordinary person. Thus, she resolved to follow suit. My master and the others are venturing to a perilous location today in search of spiritual treasures. My cultivation is insufficient, so I remain behind. I have come to present you with some spiritual fruits, all specialties of her sect. Chapter 3. Seeking help as she spoke, she withdrew a brocade box from her storage bag. Inside lay a crimson fruit, the vermilion bird fruit. For ordinary folk, consuming it could grant longevity, while cultivators would find their cultivation enhanced. An immortal fruit? Li Zhuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then I shall accept it. Since we are already heading up the mountain, would the fairy care to visit my humble abode? Indeed. She was immensely curious about this elder's residence. Li Zhuan carefully accepted the vermilion bird fruit, contemplating that he had no intention of consuming it. After all, once eaten, it would be gone. Yet, if he were to plant it, with the system in place, it should thrive. He casually placed the fruit into the system's backpack. When Shui, standing behind him, gasped in awe at his adept spatial manipulation. She hadn't even sensed the spatial fluctuations. The fruit simply vanished. As they reached the mountainside, a grove of fiery red trees came into view, with several already felled upon the ground. I was chopping wood here earlier. The chicken coop is a bit small and needs expansion, Li Zhuan remarked, striking the axe against a tree stump. When Shui felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Before her stood the phoenix tree, a species rich in fiery spiritual energy. Indeed, even a small sapling could fetch millions of high-grade spirit stones. The towering trees before her were magnificent. Some of the stumps oozed thick resin. The phoenix tree, unique to the phoenix clan, was exceedingly rare and possessed an exceptionally hard wood. Without divine realm cultivation, one could not hope to damage it even slightly. What manner of person was this elder? She followed closely behind Li Zhuan, her heart racing as she watched him hoist 2 felled trees and descend the mountain. The scattered leaves along their path caused her pain to behold. At last, they arrived at a modest courtyard that appeared unremarkable. Yet, to Wen Shui, it was nothing short of breathtaking. Surrounding the courtyard were intricate Dao patterns. Come in, Li Zhuan called as he pushed open the door, dragging the timber beside the chicken coop. Fairy, please enter. He turned to see Wen Shui still standing outside, prompting her to regain her senses. Her hands trembled. She hesitated to cross the threshold. Dao patterns. These were indeed Dao patterns. Only cultivators who had reached the realm of the great Dao might comprehend a sliver of such patterns. Yet now, the courtyard was suffused with abundant Dao patterns. To comprehend a single Dao pattern would grant mastery over a heavenly principle. Upon reaching that level, one would share longevity with the heavens. This revelation must be conveyed to her master. The identity of this elder was likely far beyond their initial conjectures. With a heart full of trepidation, she stepped inside. The spiritual energy dissipated, replaced by an ethereal essence that filled the air. When Shui shivered, having never absorbed such celestial energy, she felt momentarily intoxicated. Fairy, please have a seat. Li Zhuan's voice jolted her back to reality. When Shui sat gracefully on the stone bench, and the courtyard appeared quite tidy. To the west lay the chicken coop, with the phoenix tree nearby. The vegetable patch was situated to the north, shrouded in a delicate mist, rendering it indistinct. Beyond that, a pond stretched out, seemingly home to gliding fish. It was a rare occasion for a celestial being to visit. Thus, I decided to present some fruits I had cultivated for her enjoyment. Though they lacked the enchanting qualities of celestial fruits, their flavor remained delightful. Li Zhuan rose and went into the house to fetch some apples and bananas, which had been recommended by the system for cultivation. Currently, neither the apples nor the bananas had matured. Hence, he believed that Wen Shui would appreciate these fruits. Here, this one is called an apple. You can eat it directly. This is a banana. You must peel it first, he explained, pushing the plate toward her while he himself took a banana, peeling it before indulging. Wen Shui took a banana and mimicked his actions, tearing open the peel. A rich aroma wafted towards her, and the essence-infused banana was incomparable to ordinary varieties. Li Zhuan, who relished this fruit, watched as Wen Shui took a bite, her cheeks flushing and her eyes sparkling, and he understood that she was enamored. Delicious, isn't it? He inquired with a cheerful smile. Wen Shui, disregarding her demeanor, savored the fruit with fervor. It was extraordinarily delicious, to the point of bringing tears to her eyes. This fruit was not merely tasty. It had catalyzed a significant breakthrough in her cultivation. Her internal spiritual energy surged, and a gentle sound resonated within her meridians. Another breakthrough occurred, layer after layer, until she ascended from the foundation stage to the brink of forming her golden core, at which point the influx of spiritual energy gradually subsided. There remained 2/3 of the celestial energy within the banana, yet when Shui restrained her impulse to continue cultivating and ceased the circulation of her spiritual energy. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you, fourth prince. She rose and knelt before Li Zhun. Celestial being, this is unnecessary, he replied, somewhat bewildered, as he helped her to her feet. I am simply overwhelmed with gratitude, fourth prince. Truly, I am exceedingly thankful. Once she was on her feet, she recalled that this venerable individual desired to portray himself as an ordinary person, and her actions might displease him. She quickly wiped away her tears and expressed, I have never tasted such exquisite fruit, hence my excitement. Li Zhun chuckled awkwardly. When Shui was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, yet to kneel for the sake of a banana was rather excessive. At that moment, the jade pendant at her waist trembled violently. Her complexion paled as she removed the pendant, which immediately echoed with her master's cries. Shui'er, hurry, please, venerable one, save me. Ah, master, master, when Shui exclaimed, calling to the pendant. However, silence soon enveloped the other end. Before Li Zhun could comprehend the situation, when Shui had already knelt before him again. Your Highness, fourth prince, I implore you to save my master. But, celestial being, your master is an immortal. If he is in trouble, how could I possibly assist? Li Zhun was taken aback. However, when Shui mistakenly interpreted his bewilderment as a refusal, suddenly, his face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground. A temporary quest was triggered, save the elder of the immortal sect. The system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Li Zhun's eyes brightened. The tasks assigned by the system were typically not arduous, as they were bound to him and could not demand the impossible. If he were to rescue the elder of the immortal sect, perhaps the elder would be willing to take him to the sect for cultivation. You know where your master is, right? Li Zhun helped when Shui to her feet. I'll accompany you to rescue them. Really? When Shui exclaimed, springing up instantly. Grasping Li Zhun's hand, she soared down the mountain. Within a valley of yellow sands, the elders of the immortal sect lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Not far away, countless fiery red sandworms shimmered ominously. This barrier could only hold for half an hour. Chapter 4. Poor constitution in the canyon, the yellow sands billowed, and the air shimmered under the oppressive heat. As they reached the entrance of the gorge, beads of sweat began to form on Wen Shui's forehead. Were it not for the spiritual energy within her sustaining her, she might have already succumbed to the harsh conditions. Your Highness, the path ahead awaits. When Shui indicated towards the horizon, where the sands had transformed into a fiery crimson. The waves of heat that rolled forth were not a realm that a low-tier cultivator like herself could traverse. Li Zhun, seemingly unaffected, appeared to inhabit an entirely different dimension. Observing her parched lips and pale visage, he remarked, Fairy, you must take better care of your health. One cannot solely focus on cultivation. When Shui, taken aback by his words, found herself momentarily speechless. To this experienced individual, the desolation surrounding them seemed a mere playground. As the scorching wind swirled around her, she distinctly perceived that the heat avoided him by mere inches. Come, stay close to me. Otherwise, I may lose sight of your master. Li Zhun extended his hand, steadying the almost fainting Wen Shui. The instant his palm made contact with her arm, a refreshing sensation coursed through her entire being. Thank you, your Highness. Ah, thank you, fourth prince, she stammered, her gratitude apparent. Li Zhun, misinterpreting her words as simple appreciation for his assistance, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. This temperature is hardly anything to fret about. When I was smelting iron in that little courtyard, now that was true heat. The breeze from the canyon felt merely warm to him. As they stepped into the gorge, sensing their presence, countless sandworms surged from the ground toward them. When Shui's complexion drained of color, she had not anticipated such peril in this place. While a solitary sandworm might not be particularly fearsome, a swarm of low-tier ones could obliterate even a nascent soul expert in an instant. Such plump specimens. At that moment, just as when Shui contemplated retreating, Li Zhun beside her expressed his delight. With a swift motion, he scooped a chubby sandworm from the ground, holding it triumphantly in his palm. The once ferocious creature fell silent, frozen in place at the touch of Li Zhun. These should suffice to feed the chickens at home. Saving me the trouble of preparing their feed, he mused, increasingly pleased, a smile spreading across his face. Fairy, do you have a large bag? Ideally, one that can filter out the sand. When Shui hesitated for a moment before eagerly nodding and retrieving a sizable burlap sack from her storage pouch, Li Zhun accepted the bag with satisfaction, recognizing Wen Shui's aptitude for practical matters. Without further ado, he began to deposit the sandworms into the sack. Wherever he touched, the sandworms appeared dazed, remaining still as he collected them. Were these truly the bloodthirsty sandworms of legend? Wen Shui, well versed in the ways of the world, was nonetheless astounded by the scene before her. One must remember that sandworms possessed little in the way of intelligence. Often, actions are driven by instinct. The ordinary cultivators who arrive here may find themselves reduced to mere sustenance for the sandworms. When Shui quietly crouched down beside Li Zhun, mimicking his actions as she extracted the sandworms from the grains of sand and placed them into her bag, she dismissed the smaller ones, deeming them insufficiently meaty, deciding they should remain to grow larger for future consumption. As Li Zhun observed when Shui tossed a modest-sized worm into her bag, he quickly interjected, cautioning against such a choice. These creatures appeared to be rare. Eradicating them could render future encounters exceedingly difficult. When Shui's hand trembled slightly, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the sandworms, realizing they had caught the attention of a senior cultivator. Despite her compassion, her hands continued their task, selecting only the larger specimens to stow away. At that moment, her jade pendant began to glow once more. When Shui quickly rose, addressing the pendant, "Master, we have entered. The esteemed senior, the fourth prince, is right beside me. Indeed, it was you who had arrived. All the sandworms in our vicinity have retreated. Yet several elders have sustained severe injuries and are unable to move. Please wait a moment," when Shui said softly, casting a discreet glance at Li Zhun. "The esteemed senior is currently collecting sandworms, claiming they are for feeding the chickens." After a prolonged silence, her master finally replied, "Feeding chickens? No worries. These worms will not wander off. Go save your master first." Li Zhun had not intended to eavesdrop, but his keen senses made it unavoidable. Upon hearing Wen Shui's words, he recalled that they had come here to rescue someone. Wen Shui felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing she had forgotten that the senior was perceptive. "Then let us proceed." Following her master's guidance, Wen Shui led Li Zhun to a massive boulder. The 8 elders of the celestial sect were no longer the dignified figures they once were. They were now covered in sand and blood, their pristine robes stained and tattered. They appeared both tragic and destitute, with several elders lying on the ground, eyes closed tightly. With Li Zhun's presence, their exit from the canyon became considerably easier. As Li Zhun moved forward, the sandworms parted, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, anxiously seeking to escape his vicinity. Those following him were left in awe. Soon, Li Zhun produced the burlap bag once more, gathering the sandworms that crossed his path into it. "Your Highness, can these creatures really be used to feed chickens?" one elder inquired, a note of concern in his voice. "These are ferocious beasts. If they are fed to the chickens, they could perish." "Not at all," Li Zhun replied with a smile. "In my courtyard, I have not only chickens, but also fish. These worms appear plump and robust. They can serve as both chicken feed and fish food." He had not anticipated that the act of saving lives could be so straightforward, and even yield a harvest of chicken feed in the process. Upon finally exiting the canyon and returning to the fourth prince's estate, the system finally notified him that the task was complete. The esteemed elders are at ease within the residence. With the system notification, the joy on Li Zhun's face deepened. His demeanor was graceful, neither servile nor arrogant. Had it not been for the large sack of sandworms at his side, he could indeed be mistaken for a prince. "Were it not for your highness, the fourth prince, who intervened to save us, we would undoubtedly have met our demise. Thus, we beseech your highness to accept our humble bow." The elders of the immortal sect rose one by one. As they prepared to kneel, Li Zhun felt a bit bewildered and wished to assist them. However, unexpectedly, Wen Shui interjected, "Your highness, this act of bowing is a gesture of gratitude for the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon us. Please, you must accept it." Chapter 5. Kneeling for advancement. Once the request was made, Li Zhun found it difficult to decline. He wished to express that he had not exerted much effort this time. Yet witnessing their earnestness, he seized the opportunity to inquire about the possibility of joining the immortal sect. Thus, he resolved to assist them in rising as soon as they knelt. However, what unfolded was beyond anyone's expectations. The moment the first elder knelt before Li Zhun, a gentle radiance emanated from his being. I have broken through." The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. His cultivation had stagnated for over 50 years, and he had resigned himself to the notion that he would only reach the early stages of the nascent soul realm in this lifetime. Who would have imagined that this simple act of kneeling would catalyze his breakthrough? "Senior, truly, this. Haraha, I have broken through, and my lifespan has increased." An elderly man knelt on the ground, laughing and weeping simultaneously. Cultivators, too, succumb to the inevitability of aging. Each realm is accompanied by a fixed lifespan. Upon reaching the early stages of the nascent soul, one is granted 650 years. Yet this elder was already 600 years old. To extend his life, he relied solely on longevity elixirs, which offered a mere 10 additional years at a time, with diminishing effects thereafter. Having given up hope, he intended to await death, yet this single act of kneeling had propelled him to the mid-nascent soul stage, granting him an astonishing 150 years of additional life. How could he contain his exhilaration? Seeing this, the other elders felt no hesitation and promptly knelt before Li Jun. In an instant, the courtyard was aglow with a vibrant light. I have also broken through. I have ascended 2 levels. Me too. I have gained 200 years of lifespan. I can live for another 200 years. How splendid. Li Jun stood in bewilderment, glancing helplessly at Wen Shui. He was taken aback to find that Wen Shui, too, felt an impulse to kneel before him. Do not kneel. It would be pointless. Did you not kneel before when you implored me to summon your master? Without a second thought, Li Jun gently lifted Wen Shui, causing her to flush with embarrassment. His words silenced the courtyard immediately. The elders exchanged glances, feeling somewhat ashamed. Your Highness, we have perhaps gotten carried away with our joy, they stammered. Li Jun offered an awkward smile. If you have no further matters, please return to rest. I must tend to my chickens, he replied, feeling a sense of unease. The way these elders looked at him felt as if he were some rare treasure. To think that merely kneeling before him could enhance their cultivation. Surely, these cultivators were jesting. Li Jun hurried away, swiftly returning to his small courtyard. Did we frighten the elders? One elder mused, gazing blankly at Li Jun's departing figure. We must not anger this esteemed senior. Just moments ago, I appeared quite mad. If I have truly offended the esteemed elder, what shall we do? Perhaps we should go and offer our apologies. Very well, let us proceed together, bringing with us substantial gifts. For mere trinkets would surely not befit such a venerable figure. I happen to possess an ancient scroll retrieved from the depths of the secret realm. As Li Jun scattered the sandworms into the chicken coop, he heard a familiar voice echoing from the mountainside. It seemed that Wen Shui had once again become ensnared within the mists. This mountain had been meticulously crafted by the system as a novice village for him, with its scenery shifting ceaselessly. Reluctantly, Li Jun had to descend yet again to rescue her. However, this time, several elders accompanied Wen Shui, their expressions marked by regret. Your Highness, the masters wished to come and apologize, Wen Shui gently elucidated. Given such an earnest plea, Li Jun could not dismiss them. He stepped aside and graciously invited, then, esteemed elders, please do come and rest in my courtyard for a while. As they journeyed, the seasons transformed around them, and this modest mountain left the guests from the immortal sect utterly astounded. Even when Shui appeared somewhat bewildered. This elder, is he not intending to conceal his presence? Your Highness, the mountain you reside upon is indeed extraordinary, one elder cautiously ventured to comment. However, to his astonishment, Li Jun responded with a smile. What is so remarkable? It merely has a bit more vegetation. Varying altitudes yield different climates. Furthermore, for cultivators like yourselves, is this not rather commonplace? Commonplace? Nonsense, exclaimed another elder. What kind of cave dwelling possesses such dense spiritual energy? It is so thick that it nearly condenses into droplets. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, when the gate to the small courtyard came into view, the group was nonetheless taken aback. One elder gazed at the ethereal patterns overhead, clutching his heart, nearly overwhelmed. Esteemed elder, are we truly allowed to enter? The elders stood there, both dazed and clutching their chests, leaving Li Jun somewhat perplexed. Of course, you may enter. He turned his gaze towards Wen Shui, who immediately understood and smiled, saying, Your Highness, I shall attend to my masters. Very well, I shall fetch some fruit, Li Jun said as he retreated into the inner courtyard. Wen Shui's master, filled with excitement, grasped her shoulders and shook her fervently. Shui, we have encountered great fortune, an extraordinary opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Indeed, indeed. Who would have thought that today we would witness the ethereal patterns? Another elder lamented, tears of joy streaming down his face. Had we known, we need not have ventured into perilous secret realms. Had we arrived a day earlier, we could have absorbed even more celestial energy. Indeed, it is truly astonishing that this elder is a celestial being. This is a genuine immortal. It had long been said that when immortals enter a mountain, their spiritual aura envelopes the area. Even a desolate place could be revitalized by their presence. Hence this place must surely thrive due to the residence of an immortal. The esteemed elder has arrived. The voices of all present fell silent. Li Jun ascended, bearing 2 platters of fruit. There are pears, apples, and bananas. These 3 simple fruits are sufficient to entertain guests. Esteemed guests, please take a seat. Li Jun gestured for them to sit down. These fruits appear exceptionally remarkable. I wonder what they are called. Master Ling Xue inquired curiously while holding an apple. Its vibrant red hue somewhat resembles that of spirit fruits. This is an apple. This is a banana, and that one is a pear, They are all quite ordinary fruits, so esteemed guests, please do not stand on ceremony. When Shui, having tasted them once before, knew how delightful they were. Unable to resist, she took one and indulged. The other elders, witnessing this, also felt encouraged to partake, exclaiming, "Oh, such a refreshing sweetness, this aura, this." Chapter 6. Do not make a fuss. When Shui was not new to this experience. Even with the elevation of 2 tiers, her reaction was rather subdued. However, the 3 elders were utterly astonished, their eyes sparkling with awe and vitality. Even their once white hair transformed into lustrous black locks in an instant. This miraculous change signified an extension of their lifespans by 50 years. As the 3 elders reveled in their delight, they reached out towards the empty plate, exchanging bittersweet glances filled with understanding. Indeed, the precious celestial fruit was a rare boon. To consume even one was a remarkable fortune. How could one be greedy? "Master, you old coot." When Shui called out, her master did not respond to the first address. But upon hearing the latter, he immediately replied, "My dear disciple, what is it?" The elder turned around instinctively, casting a glance ahead. What was that? In the distance, there appeared a hazy fire mist. The mist and fire must disperse. If they coexist, it could only be the fire mist of nirvana. The fire of nirvana. The fire mist of nirvana could assist cultivators in their rebirth, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Zhun was somewhat taken aback. He could not comprehend why the elder was hastening towards the chicken coop. "Elder, the orchard is behind the chicken coop." When Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment. Who on earth would immediately think of catching chickens to eat? Her master was truly disgraceful. Yet, she could not have anticipated that when her master reached the front of the chicken coop, he suddenly knelt before the solitary chicken within. "Master, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me." When Shui hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, suddenly, 2 piercing gazes emanated from the chicken coop, locking onto her. As she approached to help, she too found herself kneeling before the chicken. Could it be that they had fallen into an illusionary formation? The other 2 elders, sensing the strangeness of the situation, began to fervently circulate their celestial energy, preparing to rescue the master-disciple duo. By the time Zhun reached the orchard and turned around, he was astonished to see all 3 elders, and when Shui kneeling before a chicken, no less. Was it possible that these individuals held a sacred reverence for chickens? Had it not been for the system's intervention, Zhun might have already boiled the chicken for soup. The solitary chicken in the coop, sensing this terrifying thought, flapped about in panic, scattering feathers everywhere. "You cannot frighten us, dear chicken. What if you scare someone?" Zhun pointed to these individuals. Intending to introduce himself for cultivation in the celestial sect, he certainly could not afford to offend them. As the 3 elders regained their senses, they were drenched in cold sweat. What was this? This was no ordinary chicken. The feathers strewn across the ground were nothing less than those of a phoenix. A bold idea emerged simultaneously in the minds of the 3 elders. This elder of the celestial realm was not masquerading as a commoner. He had clearly traversed the heights of grandeur. How could he have raised such a supremely exalted celestial pet, the phoenix? As if it were a mere chicken meant for the table? The crucial question remained. How had he tamed such a proud creature? How had he transformed the defiant phoenix into a docile hen within the coop? As the 3 elders witnessed Zhun approaching, they mustered the audacity to pose a question. Yet, just as the words were on the tip of their tongues, an explosive voice echoed in their ears. "You dare to reveal my true identity? Kill without mercy." Zhun had just helped the 3 elders to their feet when, unexpectedly, they turned and knelt before the solitary rooster once more. At that moment, Zhun comprehended that, within the eyes of the elders of the immortal sect, the solitary rooster in the coop was regarded as a sacred and esteemed being. They trembled with fear, not daring to lift their heads or rise. Perhaps. His gaze shifted gradually from the 3 elders to the solitary rooster in the coop. The once arrogant phoenix, a celestial pet, instantly fell prostrate at the mere sight of its master's attention. The elders, witnessing this scene, could not suppress the twitching of their lips. The phoenix, which had instilled such terror in them, could not withstand even a single glance from a venerable figure of the immortal realm. At that moment, Zhun, with a smile, assisted them to their feet again. Yet, when they faced him once more, they trembled uncontrollably, their legs rendered weak with fear. Such an unfathomable and terrifying presence. Surely the 4th prince was merely a nominal title, and his presence in the immortal sect must be a mere pretext. He must be a being of profound cultivation, specially descended to navigate the tribulations of the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to Zhun, in the blink of an eye, the 3 elders had pondered all these thoughts. "Elders, please." Zhun gestured for them to enter the orchard. Even before they set foot in the orchard, The fragrant aroma of celestial fruits wafted warmly through the air, evidencing the extraordinary nature of the trees within. They drooled in anticipation. The prospect of extending their lifespans took precedence over any semblance of dignity. The trees before them were astonishingly rooted in the primordial soil of the Yuan dynasty. No wonder a single bite could extend one's life by 50 years. When Shui, does your master and the two elders from the immortal sect have a penchant for collecting soil specimens? Li Zhun observed the three elders, who, overwhelmed by their surroundings, were frantically digging in the soil. He found it quite amusing, yet felt a sense of restraint, struggling to suppress his laughter. When Shui awkwardly cleared her throat as she glanced at the elders, digging in the soil was one matter, but the fact that they were struggling to make any progress after so long was truly embarrassing. We sincerely apologize for our indiscretion. They had first knelt before the solitary rooster, then dug in the soil, and now were nearly too ashamed to face anyone. Do not worry. You are merely three elders of the immortal sect. If you wish to collect soil samples, you need only inform me. There is no need to plead, Li Zhun expressed. Perplexed by their behavior, did they not understand that a man's knees are not meant to touch the ground? Perhaps in this world of cultivation, gold was not considered a universal currency, hence the absence of such notions. His words only served to deepen the elders' embarrassment. However, how could they extract the incredibly hard primordial soil? Digging with bare hands would not suffice. They required a spade. With a flick of his right hand, without so much as a ripple in the air, a sturdy spade materialized before them. The three elders were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the extraordinary prowess displayed before them. Had this technique truly reached the pinnacle, returning to its most primal essence? Wen Shui quickly whispered a reminder, urging them to maintain their composure. As they observed Li Zhun wielding the iron spade, its weighty and dense appearance was striking. When he plunged it into the ground, he exerted an astonishing pressure of 1,000,000 pounds. Indeed, it was evident that nothing ordinary resided in the hands of this celestial being. The elders felt a growing reverence for the fourth prince before them. The Howran soil was exceptionally precious. Even a mere 10 grams per person would suffice for over a century. Yet, with a single stroke of his spade, Li Zhun unearthed a full gram. Expressing concern that it might not be enough, is this soil sufficient for sampling? If not, I shall excavate more. The three elders were overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming that it was ample, yet they snatched the spade from him and continued to dig fervently. When Shui, witnessing this spectacle, could only stand in speechless disbelief. Chapter 7. Exposure. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. One becomes soft when indulging in another's hospitality. Now, the three elders were both accepting and indulging, suggesting that the moment had come. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhun stepped forward and spoke. I wish to obtain a qualification to practice in the immortal sect. May I inquire about the elders' thoughts on this matter? What expressions adorned their faces? Embarrassment? Astonishment? Confusion? Was my dream of entering the immortal sect destined to shatter? When Shui, her mind clear, quickly shook her master awake. Old man, they are speaking to you. Why are you dazed? At last, her master snapped back to reality. The doors of the immortal sect are always open for you. You are welcome to come. Not to mention, I can assure you access to invaluable resources. In his excitement, her master nearly revealed Li Zhun's identity as an immortal master. Indeed, your presence is something we desire. One elder's face radiated eagerness that he could not conceal. Another elder, more direct and brusque, unveiled the celestial bird, the bee. Enough of this chatter, what is the use? If you wish to practice in the immortal sect, it can be arranged in the blink of an eye. Li Zhun had heard tales of a celestial bird capable of flying through the skies and traversing the earth, a rare mode of transport for passengers. He had always yearned to witness its splendor firsthand, and now, at last, he beheld the bee, nearly wide-eyed with wonder. The bee, adorned in a cloak of white feathers, with wings spread like those of a roc, exuded an air of regal elegance that was unparalleled. Li Zhun wished to approach it, but was met with disdain. It is merely shy, do not take offense. This elder was known as Elder Bee, and it was evident that the bee was his most prized possession. The bird, however, exhibited a demeanor of rejection towards everyone but him, suggesting a unique bond between them. As dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of a rooster, Li Zhun was startled. Are you all right, little rooster? He hurriedly turned away from the three elders and rushed to the chicken coop, flinging open the gate and cradling the creature in his arms, attempting to soothe it. However, the actions of Li Zhun left the three elders perplexed, and when Shui was equally bewildered, utterly unaware of his intentions. Master, should we not intervene? When Shui expressed concern, feeling that Li Zhun had been frightened. Intervene how? Should you embrace that rooster on his behalf? When Shui's master, known as Jin, was known for his obstinacy and had a reputation for extinguishing conversations with his rigid demeanor. Xiao Shui, do not mind us, we are at a loss. Perhaps the immortal predecessors simply have a penchant for such things? As the elder spoke, his gaze unintentionally shifted toward Elder Bihi. Old man, why are you looking at me? Are you trying to stir trouble? Elder Bihi succinctly pointed out the instigator tendencies of his companion. While Zhun was preoccupied with comforting the rooster, he could still hear the humorous exchanges unfolding around him. I must say, the names of the three individuals are indeed unique, each one a delightful pun. Dudge Chicken, do not be afraid. Quickly tell me what is the matter? Zhun gently inquired while stroking Dudge Chicken's feathers. Before him stood Dudge Chicken, a rooster that had never crowed. For 3 years, Zhun had grown accustomed to this. But today, when Dudge Chicken suddenly let out a crow, it startled him considerably. Do not be alarmed, master. I have practiced for 3 whole years, merely intending to surprise you. But it seems my surprise has turned into a fright. Dudge Chicken felt a pang of anxiety, momentarily forgetting his inability to speak. Do not be startled, he thought, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Including Wen Shui, everyone else assumed they had just experienced a figment of their imagination. Only Zhun was overjoyed. Dudge Chicken, my meticulous care over the past 3 years has finally borne fruit. You have awakened your intellect. For 3 years, Dudge Chicken had not exhibited any signs of enlightenment, and Zhun had begun to doubt the authenticity of the ancient texts on awakening intelligence. Now that Dudge Chicken had finally come to consciousness, Zhun was naturally elated. Had I known how eagerly you awaited my awakening, I would not have feigned muteness for 3 years, Dudge Chicken whispered. Not far away, in the fish pond, ethereal mist swirled and roiled, and suddenly, a fish leaped into the air. The dragon gate appears. Zhun's heart tightened as he recalled the adage about fish leaping over the dragon gate, fraught with peril, and he could not help but worry. Unbeknownst to him, this fish was, in fact, a transformed dragon, and crossing the dragon gate was as effortless as returning home, devoid of any actual risk. Master, grant me strength, I can barely hold on. The fish, in a bid to create a spectacle, staged a crisis at the dragon gate in front of the onlookers. This left Dudge Chicken in the coop astounded, thinking to himself, this true dragon is indeed a master of theatrics, even devising a scene before me. I cannot allow myself to be outdone. Enveloped in flames, he resolved to be reborn anew. While everyone was channeling their celestial energy to protect the fish, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. With a whoosh, Zhun and his companions were hurled away by a wave of heat. Alas, that old phoenix has no sense of timing whatsoever. Now I must prematurely conclude my performance, missing out on the full experience, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. The fish, in a bid to protect its master, broke free from the thunderous restraints and, drenched in divine nectar, transformed into a resplendent 9-clawed golden dragon. As the 9-clawed golden dragon emerged, all beasts bowed in reverence, and even the void shimmered with unique golden dragon symbols. With a crash, others, overwhelmed by the heat wave, fell to the ground, bruised and battered. Only Zhun remained unscathed. He found himself atop the golden dragon, soaring with the wind, basking in the splendor of the moment. O golden dragon, we humbly bow before you. The 3 elders, witnessing the 9-clawed golden dragon in their lifetime, felt an authentic sense of submission. Yet, when Shui stood unmoved, seemingly unaffected by the golden dragon's overwhelming presence, everyone's attention was riveted on the 9-clawed golden dragon, yet only majorly directed his gaze towards the resplendent phoenix, reborn from the ashes. Wait, master, the phoenix's resurrection cannot be aided without enduring the trials of death. The 9-clawed golden dragon cautioned in a tone audible only to them. Li gradually turned his head, a smile of skepticism gracing his features. It seemed that the 9-clawed golden dragon was already aware of the situation. The enigmatic smile of Li startled the dragon, leaving it trembling with trepidation. Master, please do not be angry. It was not our intention to conceal the truth. It is merely that the system insisted on covertly providing superior protection. The 9-clawed golden dragon confessed, hoping for the master's forgiveness. Dragon and phoenix pretending to be a fish and a chicken. What shall I say to you both? Chapter 8. Parting advice. Zhun departed, choosing to leave Longfeng in the mountains and naming it Longfeng Mountain. My master, you are going to cultivate at the immortal sect. Without our protection, won't that be perilous? The 9-clawed golden dragon expressed its reluctance and, in a moment of fervor, shed tears. Zhun gently caressed the dragon's head, wiping away its tears, and then spoke. To enter the immortal sect and temper my will has long been my aspiration. If you both accompany me, my path to immortality would be unchallenging, thus losing the essence of self-forging. The nine-clawed golden dragon ceased its pleas but, with a heavy heart, plucked a single whisker, allowing 2 drops of its blood to transform into a whisker band, which it tied around Li Zhuan's waist. The colorful phoenix, though silent, presented a protective talisman that rivaled the gift of the golden dragon. Little phoenix, is this parting gift not a touch too precious? Li Zhuan gazed at the phoenix feather robe in his hands, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. It was not fear nor surprise, but a profound emotion that brought him to tears. After all, the 7-colored phoenix had painstakingly crafted this from its own feathers, enduring great discomfort to do so. If you do not cherish it, cast it aside. The 7-colored phoenix remained as domineering as ever. Before Li Zhuan could respond, Wen Shui approached with enthusiasm. Wow! What a stunning phoenix feather robe! Wen Shui, being one among many women, instantly adored the robe. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. The initial contact was fiery, followed by a gentle warmth that coursed through her, deepening her affection. How could this mere mortal be unafraid of the phoenix's fiery breath? A flicker of confusion appeared in the eyes of the 7-colored phoenix. Li Zhuan intended to decline, but seeing Wen Shui's delight compelled him to smile and ask, "Do you like it?" Without hesitation, Wen Shui replied, "Of course, I love it. Do you wish to have it?" Li Zhuan inquired promptly. Such a beautiful garment, naturally. Wen Shui desired it. After speaking, she quickly withdrew her hand, flustered. When her disciple faltered, the master stepped forward to apologize on her behalf. "My young disciple is naive and meant no offense. I hope the 4th prince will not take it to heart." Li Zhuan laughed heartily, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. After his laughter subsided, he added, "The phoenix feather robe is inherently feminine. I cannot wear it myself. Thus, it is better to bestow it upon Wen Shui, allowing me to admire its beauty." Upon hearing this, Wen Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" she asked eagerly, draping the robe over herself. As she donned the phoenix feather robe, Wen Shui transcended from a mere fragile girl to a figure of regal grace, reminiscent of an empress. This transformation made Li Zhuan swallow hard. Was this enchanting empress truly the same little Wen Shui? The 3 elders who often accompanied Wen Shui were equally astonished. How could the once obedient and playful little Wen Shui suddenly embody the majestic presence of a sovereign? "I am the Phoenix Empress, and today I descend upon Dragon and Phoenix Mountain solely to caution you all that what you see and hear within its confines is not meant for outsiders." Wen Shui's words, each imbued with a chilling tone, served as a stark warning. Isn't that Xiao Shui? How has she suddenly transformed into the Phoenix Empress? Could it be that Xiao Shui has been possessed? A group of onlookers was eager to delve deeper into this mystery when Wen Shui's eyes darkened, and she twirled in her resplendent phoenix feathers, gracefully fainting to the ground. Moments later, Wen Shui regained consciousness and immediately inquired, "Master, did you just see a being claiming to be the Phoenix Empress?" She suspected she might have been dreaming. After all, how could such a wondrous entity exist in the mortal realm? "You yourself." "Ah, I almost revealed the truth," Yi Jin nearly blurted out, but was fortuitously interrupted by a swift kick from Yu Tiaoshi. "Elder Yu, why did you not allow him to finish his sentence?" Wen Shui felt an unsettling aura. The gazes of those around her avoided meeting her own, and their reluctance to let others speak suggested that they were concealing something significant. "Oh, pay it no mind. I am merely old, and my limbs have become uncooperative, so occasional spasms are quite normal." The absurdity of his words elicited laughter, even from himself. When Wen Shui pressed further, he pretended to be profound, saying, "Heavenly secrets must not be divulged." Knowing that these old fellows were notoriously tight-lipped, she decided to turn to Li Zhuan for answers. "Brother, if they refuse to speak the truth, why not enlighten Xiao Shui yourself?" In her quest for information, she even offered a kiss, albeit a mere peck on the forehead, which instantly flushed the face of the long single Li Zhuan. He yearned to reveal the truth, but feared Wen Shui's loose tongue would betray their secrets. Thus, he awkwardly shifted the topic. "Elder Yu, did you not mention imparting some cultivation techniques to me? Your acting is quite embarrassing, and I feel secondhand shame." Yu Tiaoshi thought to himself. Yet he understood the necessity of playing along. After all, should the celestial elder become displeased, their sect would face dire consequences. Indeed, there is some truth to that. But we must prioritize our journey. Let us converse as we walk, and accomplish both. As they traversed the path, Yu Tiaoshi began to explain the fundamental cultivation techniques, expecting Li Zhuan, as a celestial elder, to dismiss his teachings. However, to his astonishment, Li Zhuan meticulously pondered each statement, repeatedly analyzing them 4 or 5 times, even asking seemingly naive questions typical of a novice, such as, how does celestial power operate autonomously within the body without control? And what methods can prevent the waste of celestial energy during its release? These were indeed inquiries only a beginner would pose. For a fleeting moment, Yu Tiaoshi questioned whether Li Zhun might genuinely be a novice. Yet, in the next instant, he realized that Li Zhun had gleaned numerous ultimate insights solely from basic cultivation methods. It appeared he had overthought the situation, if he were merely a novice. How could he comprehend such profound truths through elementary techniques? Elder Yu, look at this technique of mine to reverse the cosmos. Is it not magnificent? Li Zhun gazed eagerly at Elder Yu, yearning for his affirmation, reminiscent of a diligent student seeking the praise of a teacher for remarkable progress. At times, Li Zhun appeared as an enigmatic celestial elder, while at others, he resembled a novice seeker of wisdom. His incessant oscillation between these personas nearly overwhelmed Elder Yu's composure. Bihi. Elder Yu, fearing his own limits, summoned Elder Bihi. Upon arrival, Elder Bihi cast a disdainful glance at Elder Yu, seemingly conveying, "If you cannot even perform your role adequately, what use are you?" Elder Yu shot back a glare, as if to say, "If you are capable, then take the lead. If not, spare me your complaints." The paths of cultivation may diverge, yet they ultimately converge. Chapter 9. Enlightenment through a single word, though it was but a solitary phrase. Li Zhun found himself ensnared in contemplation upon hearing it. Initially, he presumed that the system's directives to chop wood, fetch water, cook meals, cultivate crops, and tend to livestock were merely mundane tasks of daily existence. However, upon reflection, he realized the duality of this notion. It is indeed true, for the trivialities of life are as they appear. Yet, it is equally untrue, as engaging in these activities has led to a gradual fortification of his inner celestial energy. Previously, Li Zhun had been oblivious to the reasons behind this transformation, but he now comprehended that the paths of cultivation, though varied, ultimately converge. Life itself is a form of cultivation. Hence, it is not surprising that his celestial energy would flourish alongside the enhancement of his practical skills. The ultimate aim of cultivation is to augment one's celestial power, transcend the boundaries of spiritual realms, and thereby attain a longer lifespan. Master, what is amiss with him in this half-asleep, ethereal state? When Shui inquired, moving to rouse Li Zhun from his reverie. Such foolishness. Yet, her master, Yi Jianjin, swiftly grasped her hand to prevent her. When Shui retracted her right hand, hastily clarifying, "Master, I merely feared for his safety. My intentions were not malicious." Yi Jianjin's expression softened somewhat, though he remained irate. "What do you understand? A celestial state of wandering through the void signifies enlightenment. Do not approach, elder," he added. "Though your master may be stubborn, he speaks the truth. A cultivator must not be interrupted during moments of enlightenment, for a sudden shock could render them incapable of entering that transcendent state for an extended period." When Shui let out a soft "oh" and walked away, feeling wounded. She harbored a tinge of envy and jealousy, often perceiving herself as no different from Li Zhun. Yet, upon closer comparison, she felt she fell short in every regard. Li Zhun could attain enlightenment from a mere utterance, whereas she had yet to experience such a moment after years of cultivation. At that instant, she felt utterly inadequate. Observing her self-deprecation, Yi Jianjin hurried to console her. "Little Shui, some individuals are gifted beyond measure, destined to rise to heights unattainable by others. What you must do is keep pace with him, ensuring you are not left too far behind." When Shui looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, as a voice within urged her, "If you are willing to exert effort, you are no less than anyone else." Li Zhun's moment of enlightenment extended over 7 consecutive days and nights, during which when Shui diligently watched over him, resolutely preventing any serpents, insects, or vermin from encroaching upon his vicinity. To shield him from the elements, she even constructed a sunshade. After 7 days and nights of guardianship, the man before her gradually etched himself into her heart. She could not articulate the sensation, but she knew that being near him brought comfort, while distance left her feeling hollow. Meanwhile, the 3 elders busied themselves, scouring the surrounding mountains for elusive spirits and creatures, claiming their efforts were offerings to the celestial beings. Initially, no one paid them any mind, yet the disparity in strength was so pronounced that the mountain spirits and wild creatures soon submitted obediently. In time, they came to believe that the celestial elder had attained enlightenment for the first time, a realization that had taken 7 days and nights. When Li Zhun awoke, he found himself surrounded by countless mountain spirits and wild creatures in various forms. What was going on? Li Zhun had been in a state of contemplation and, somewhat perplexed, turned to Wen Shui for answers. "By paying homage to you, they believe they can elevate their cultivation level," she explained partially, withholding some information. If she did not speak, no matter how astute Li Zhun was, he could not fathom that he was, in fact, the celestial elder they revered. This is all quite surreal. I find myself considering the notion of worshipping myself, Li Jun chuckled. His indifference allowed him to maintain a light-hearted demeanor, while the creatures prostrating before him were acutely aware that aligning themselves with a celestial elder could spare them a century of toil. To kneel without rising, what does that signify? Are they preparing to send me away prematurely? Li Jun felt a tinge of displeasure, though he did not succumb to anger. Nevertheless, his thoughts echoed like thunder in the ears of the mountain spirits, causing a silent uproar. The celestial elder's aversion to displays of fealty compelled them to seek alternative means of gaining his favor. Yet, none knew what truly pleased Li Jun. With uncertainty brewing in his mind, when Shui, having walked for some time, was drenched in sweat, Li Jun casually remarked, "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation." As when Shui drew nearer, he sensed a familiar aroma, akin to that of a close confidant. "Why not fly, given the distance we must traverse?" she suggested, wiping her brow, leaving her white dress in disarray. The three elders leaned forward, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They had long desired to inquire but were restrained by decorum. Walking is a form of cultivation, categorized under footwork, and different terrains offer unique insights into various techniques. What joy is there not to pursue this? Upon closer inspection, every step Li Jun took resonated with an effortless grace, as if he were lightly treading upon the very fabric of the earth. Previously, he understood bodily movement, but was oblivious to the intricacies of footwork, and he now found himself greatly enlightened. Elder He, choosing to dismount from the celestial crane, opted for a pedestrian path of cultivation. Footwork and bodily movement, are they not one and the same? What distinguishes them? When Shui pondered aloud while attempting to climb onto the back of the celestial crane, which evaded her efforts with remarkable agility. "How is it that you lack even this fundamental knowledge?" Li Jun teased before continuing along the mountain's contours, elucidating. Footwork is merely a means to conserve time and energy, crafted to suit the present terrain. Suddenly, when Shui's dull eyes sparkled with understanding. "Ah, so that is how it is." Li Jun originally stood in front of Wen Shui, but suddenly executed a peculiar footwork technique, leaning at an angle to mysteriously maneuver behind her. Wow, such a technique is truly remarkable, if applied in combat. Wouldn't it be utterly delightful? Wen Shui immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "Indeed, you possess a keen insight. When one's footwork must satisfy the demands of proximity, distance, withdrawal, suppression, mobility, stability, obstruction, and assistance, it becomes intrinsically connected to the body, thus transforming into a form of body movement." After Li Jun concluded his discourse, he realized that everyone before him had actually made breakthroughs. Why do I feel that they are the ones truly pursuing knowledge? A hint of skepticism appeared on Li Jun's face. Chapter 10. The Mountain Gate. After 3 days of arduous travel, as the sun reached its zenith, the group found themselves at their destination, utterly exhausted. The mountain loomed above them, resembling a sword thrust into the earth, exuding an aura of foreboding. Its chill seeping into their very souls, rendering the ordinary man hesitant to gaze upon it. Yet, Li Jun lifted his gaze, seemingly unaffected, for not a wisp of cloud obscured his view, and the summit remained elusive. How could it be so? After a prolonged scrutiny, he remained perplexed, furrowing his brow and pondering aloud. Is there a restriction within the mountain? Yu Tiaoshi approached, shaking his head slightly, and replied, "There are no restrictions within the mountain." Li Jun withdrew his gaze, feigning nonchalance, and jested, "If there are no restrictions, why delay entering the mountain gate? Are there truly none?" He mused with a chuckle. The three elders, undeterred, led the way through the mountain gate. Behind Li Jun, a throng of mountain spirits and wild creatures pressed forward, refusing to halt. Upon reaching the mountain gate, one must not lead the masses in pursuit of enlightenment. Li Jun paused momentarily, turning his back to them, and coughed lightly. They understood his unspoken command, halting their advance, their gazes following Li Jun's ascent. Only when he vanished from sight did they bow reverently in his direction. This act of homage, shrouded in uncertainty of when they might meet again, stirred deep gratitude in the hearts of the mindful, tears streaming down their faces. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped Li Jun, yet an astonishment gripped him. If the mountain spirits were so devoted, perhaps the inhabitants within the mountain would prove even more amiable. "You must cultivate your practice without harboring ill thoughts. Await my return, and I shall guide you to greater heights." As Li Jun ventured forth, the mountain spirits receded, his parting words becoming their ancestral tenet, a testament to his extraordinary significance. Ascending the steps of the mountain path, the pressure around them intensified. When Shui's complexion flushed, and before the questioning road, she had already distinguished herself as an exceptional disciple. In contrast, Her fellow disciples stumbled under the mounting pressure, each one faltering. Yu Tiaoshi, sensing their distress, hastily approached, dispelling an invisible restraint with a wave of his hand. Thank you, Elder Yu, for your assistance. We shall strive 100-fold in return, never to disappoint your earnest efforts. After several disciples expressed their gratitude and prepared to depart, they suddenly noticed an individual calmly ascending from the lower steps. Such a sight was unprecedented. Su Shixiang, why does it seem to me that this person walks the questioning road as if traversing level ground? Inquired a fellow disciple, his face tinged with curiosity. Perhaps we shall meet him in due time. This is not the place for conversation. Let us move on. Su Shixiang, possessing a handsome visage, spoke while keeping his voice low to avoid the elder's scrutiny. Li Zhun, at a distance, was oblivious to their discourse, yet when Shui heard every word clearly. I advise you both to refrain from making fools of yourselves, when Shui cautioned kindly. Merely a newcomer, and you show such concern. Are you worried that I might lose control and inadvertently harm him? Su Shixiang retorted, his tone laced with jealousy, clearly invested in the matter. Do not misinterpret my intentions. He and I are simply acquaintances. Moreover, with your limited abilities, it would be impossible for you to harm Li Zhun. When Shui's words successfully incited a wave of animosity towards Li Junha, a mere ordinary friend. Must that be emphasized? Very well, indeed. I am quite eager to see how this so-called ordinary friend of yours surpasses me. Su Shixiang may concede defeat. Yet he cannot bow before another man in the presence of the one he cherishes. He simply cannot. He would never allow it. Seeing that he was not heeding her advice, when Shui turned her back on him, choosing to ignore his presence entirely. As Su Shixiang departed, he happened to overhear a voice behind him, affectionate and familiar. Brother Zhun, as you embark on the path of inquiry for the first time, do not overexert yourself. If you find it overwhelming, just let. Brother Zhun, what a splendid, ordinary friend indeed. Su Xing took note of this with a lingering sense of irritation. He did not linger, fearing he might lose composure and confront that young man in front of the three elders. Li Zhun, unfazed, maintained his composure. Responding naturally, the path of inquiry is indeed quite special, but what are you worried about? Do I seem like someone on the verge of collapse? When Shui puffed up her chest, displaying her pride. Humph, dream on. Who's worried about you? What am I even arguing about? Li Zhun dismissed her further, gracefully walking past her, meandering towards the higher and more distant steps. In contrast, when Shui, panting heavily, found it increasingly arduous, the distance between her and Li Zhun widening. Li Zhun soon arrived beside Yi Zhenjin, who felt a jolt within yet maintained a calm facade. Do you not feel any pressure? Li Zhun shrugged his shoulders, waving his hand nonchalantly. This little pressure is nothing compared to carrying a mountain of wood. Carrying a mountain of wood, the mountain wood, is the phoenix tree. Yi Zhenjin chuckled. The phoenix tree is one of the 10 ancient divine trees, its weight certainly surpassing that of the path of inquiry. This entrance to the mountain gate posed no challenge for him. But wait, one person was missing. Yi Zhenjin's smile vanished, replaced by a look of concern. Why did you not bring Xiao Shui with you? Typically, he was responsible for guiding when Shui, but with Li Zhun, a celestial senior present, he dared not overstep his bounds. Yet, Li Zhun had not brought Wen Shui. She would not have expressed concern if she were truly fine. As Li Zhun spoke, he instinctively glanced back. There he saw Wen Shui, already drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the steps below, unsteadily supporting herself. That appearance hardly suggested she was well. Yi Zhenjin scoffed softly, flicking his sleeve, prepared to descend and assist Wen Shui. Unexpectedly, a figure, swift as lightning, surged forth, creating a gust of wind, and reached her before he could. Who was that? How could they move so swiftly? Yi Zhenjin glanced beside him, noting that Li Zhun still stood in place. I misjudged you. Such a cool and indifferent character. Just as he formed this opinion, he witnessed Li Zhun now cradling a woman in his arms. Was it Xiao Shui? No, Li Zhun had not moved a moment ago. Could it be that his speed was so great that her afterimage lingered? Ugh, let me down. I can walk on my own. When Shui, displaying a side of her that had never been revealed, now stood before Li Zhun in a manner characteristic of a young girl. Egon revealed a playful smile before quietly slipping away. Do not overexert yourself. You cannot withstand the steps below, and ascending further may cost you your life. Li Zhun expressed his concern with tenderness, leaving Wen Shui feeling a warm and delightful sensation. However, in the next moment, his words ignited her fury with such poor aptitude. You still managed to enter the mountain gates. It seems the threshold of the immortal sect is not particularly high. Infuriated, Wen Shui struggled, yearning to break free from Li Zhun's embrace. Alas, the man's arms were as strong as forged iron, rendering her attempts futile. I understand you are in pain. There are still 120 steps to go. Endure a little longer. We shall arrive soon. Li Zhuan's words once again offered her solace. Chapter 11. Women are a source of trouble. The group of senior brothers at the mountain gate held a certain admiration for the exquisite beauty of Wen Shui. However, Wen Shui, with her proud and aloof demeanor, had never entertained anyone's affections. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, she now nestled like a delicate bird in the embrace of a newcomer, her bashful expression unmistakably reveling in the warmth of a man's arms. Li Jun, concerned that Wen Shui might be overwhelmed, hurried along without paying heed. Otherwise, he would have noticed the multitude of predatory gazes fixated upon them. How swiftly do rumors and gossip spread. In mere moments, news traveled from outside the mountain gate to within its confines. Have you heard? What transpired? The Snow Maiden has been captured. This jest was anything but humorous. Why would I deceive you? She has already surrendered herself. Is it true? With so many witnesses, how could it be false? Come, let us protect the Snow Maiden. The whispers quickly reached Su Sheng's ears. Ordinary friends, Brother Zhun, surrendering to affection. Su Sheng's heart surged with tumult, yet his expression remained as calm as a gentle breeze. However, the glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. When Li Jun first arrived at the mountain gate, he was unfamiliar with his surroundings and, upon inquiring with a fellow disciple, was met with rejection and disdain. Whom have I offended? Wen Shui, breaking free from the embrace, bounded to the ground like a little rabbit, playfully making a face at Li Jun. He chuckled, momentarily forgetting his earlier displeasure. The two frolicked and chased one another, resembling a couple in love, inciting jealousy and resentment among numerous fellow disciples. These individuals posed no threat to Li Jun, who remained indifferent until he encountered a man wielding a sword with an unusual grip, which sparked his concern. In the realm of Earth, such a stance signified danger. Here, it was no different. Do you harbor a grudge against me? Li Jun approached the sword-wielding man and met his gaze directly, speaking candidly. The man, however, remained unresponsive. Upon recognizing Su Sheng, Wen Shui hurriedly intervened. Su Sheng, please calm down. Li Jun and I are truly just ordinary friends. Her explanation, rather than soothing the situation, ignited Su Sheng's fury. I merely wish to spar with Li Jun. You would do well to step aside, junior sister. As he spoke, the murderous intent in his eyes morphed into gruesome streaks of rage. The atmosphere turned tense. No, I will not step aside. Li Jun is a person personally brought here by the three elders. How could I allow you to harm him before he even enters the welcoming hall? Wen Shui spread her arms, using her petite frame to block Su Sheng's path. We have no enmity, yet you seek to do me harm? Li Jun spoke while pulling Wen Shui to safety. She attempted to return, but a mere smile from him rooted her in place. That smile was reassuring. To Su Sheng, this scene felt akin to being publicly betrayed while being forced to witness the affection shared by the very one he cherished. You dare to lay claim to my beloved and casually assert there is no enmity. Huh. Su Sheng smiled, a chill radiating from his entire being. His fury contained deep within as a lethal aura morphed into a pure sword chi, descending upon Li Jun with lethal intent. Could this be the welcoming ceremony of the celestial sect? Li Jun chuckled strangely, remaining motionless in his place. Wen Shui shouted anxiously, Brother Zhun, you must dodge. Su Sheng's pure sword could cleave through a 1,000-pound boulder. Utilizing a deceptive technique, Su Sheng, wary of Li Jun's evasion, employed a pursuit technique. As a result, no matter how swift Li Jun's reflexes, he would be unable to escape the impending sword strike. Oh, is it merely capable of splitting through a 1,000-pound boulder? Li Jun scoffed, his expression one of disdain, deeming it unnecessary to evade such trivial force. Li Jun's words and his contemptuous demeanor insulted Su Sheng deeply. No longer holding back, Su Sheng unleashed his celestial power into the blade, which erupted with a sharp sound. You are giving it your all, thus, I shall utilize but a fraction of my celestial power. Li Jun declared, unwavering in his audacity. Perish. Su Sheng, without a moment's hesitation, swung his sword, slicing through the air and striking Li Jun's right shoulder. Inevitably, this arrogant newcomer's right shoulder would soon fade into historical obscurity. Li Jun, are you foolish? Why do you not evade? Wen Shui shouted, rushing forward to warn Su Sheng, who was in the act of aggression. Su Sheng, I tell you, if you harm Brother Zhun today, I will not spare you. Li Jun rolled his eyes. Woman, you are not saving him. You are merely provoking Su Sheng to strike me down. Fear not, he cannot harm me. Initially anxious, upon hearing these words, Wen Shui seemed bewitched and obediently retreated to the side. Su Sheng, sword in hand, descended once more, yet his inner fury remained unquenched, prompting him to utilize a hidden star dart from his left hand. The dart flew directly towards Li Juan's chest, who, still unmoving, sensed a flicker of danger and slowly extended his left hand. How laughable! Your attack is so sluggish, yet you dare attempt to catch my swift star dart. Su Sheng's pride intensified. With a clang, the dart struck Li Juan's palm, spinning and grinding against it, sparking a dazzling display of light. Impossible! How could you possibly catch a star dart with your bare hands? Su Sheng exclaimed, withdrawing his sword for another spinning slash, this time aimed directly at Li Juan's heart. He doubted that Li Juan's heart could defend as robustly as a shoulder blade. Li Juan laughed. You strike again and again. Do you truly believe I am a mere wooden dummy for your slaughter? Su Sheng pretended not to hear, focusing solely on his thrust. As it appeared he would land the blow. Slice, slice, slice. Li Juan's right hand formed a blade with his fingers, and in full view of all, he sliced towards the Xiantai sword. A pile of scrap metal clattered to the ground, leaving Su Sheng utterly astonished. Seeing he was outmatched, Su Sheng turned to flee, only to be confronted by Elder Yu blocking his path. Elder Yu, I. Su Sheng trembled in fear, his teeth chattering. With a resounding slap, Elder Yu knocked Su Sheng to the ground and inquired, Did Xiao Shui inform you that Li Juan is someone I brought? Su Sheng lowered his head and murmured in response. With a resounding slap, Su Sheng was unceremoniously cast out from the mountain gate. Knowing full well the consequences of his actions, he had only compounded his guilt. As the elder sent Su Sheng flying, the lurking onlookers scattered in disarray. Under the elder's authority, such trivial matters hardly warranted his direct intervention. Li Juan flicked away the remnants of dark iron powder from his hands and turned away with an air of indifference. What do you intend to do? Su Sheng, still nursing his bruised face, found himself facing Li Juan's mocking smile. My principle is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should one provoke me, retribution shall be swift. As Li Juan spoke, he channeled his celestial energy, causing the scattered iron powder to rise against the current, swiftly transforming back into a dark iron sword. Please, spare me. Junior sister, elder, quickly, stop Li Juan. Chapter 12. The heaviest task amidst layers of challenges. Li Juan, with a cold smile, gazed upon Su Sheng, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, feeling no inclination to take his life. Just then, when Shui approached, interceding on his behalf, Brother Zhun, Su Sheng is already on his knees pleading for mercy. Why not grant him a reprieve? Descending the steps, Li Juan replied, I shall spare you. But, Su Sheng, having just exhaled in relief, felt his heart sink at the utterance of the word but. To prevent Li Juan from making unreasonable demands, Su Sheng hastily interjected, State your conditions. I shall fulfill whatever you require. Li Juan cast him a sidelong glance and spoke softly, Do not attempt to play clever with me. If you can meet my condition, you shall live. If not. With a thud, Su Sheng fell to his knees, pleading, Speak, speak. I assure you, I will comply. He was still young and did not wish to meet his end. Acquire a plot of land for me, and it must be untainted in its origins. If you encroach upon another's land, humph, Li Juan declared with righteous fervor, leaving Su Sheng momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, Su Sheng cautiously confirmed, Just a plot of land? Li Juan remained silent, and when Shui pulled Su Sheng aside, advising, Brother Zhun holds a deep regard for farming. If you dismiss this lightly, you may provoke his wrath. Caring for farming? A cultivator concerned with agriculture? Su Sheng felt as though the world had gone mad. How could it be that he could not even secure a single plot of land? Li Juan's gaze turned icy once more. Su Sheng quickly sought to remedy the situation. No, no, no. Do not misunderstand. As long as you cease your pursuit, I shall provide not just one plot, but even 10 if necessary. Li Juan rolled his eyes, contemplating that 10 plots would allow for the cultivation of even more crops. Very well, 10 it shall be. Su Sheng realized, as when Shui had indicated, that this individual before him truly regarded land with utmost importance. In the welcoming hall, the senior brothers prepared to impart a lesson to the newcomer, hoping to temper his youthful arrogance. Yet upon witnessing Su Sheng's fate, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at their own foolish thoughts. As Li Juan stepped through the door, a beaming figure approached him. Junior brother, come this way. We've prepared a welcoming feast for you. One does not strike at a smiling face. And the senior brother before him exuded a grandeur that was incomparable to Su Sheng. I appreciate your kindness, senior brother, Li Juan replied with a smile. It would only be fitting for him to offer a token of gratitude for the welcoming feast prepared. However, what would suffice? Well done, little six. I never expected you to handle matters so effectively today. When Shui remarked, had anyone else said this, little six would have retaliated with a swift and decisive strike. Junior sister, you jest, little six replied, harboring great affection for his younger sister, despite often being the target of her playful jabs. As Li Zhun walked along the red carpet of the welcoming hall, he felt an overwhelming sense of being in the spotlight, as if he were making a grand debut. After wandering for quite some time, we have yet to arrive. How much farther must we go? Li Zhun felt a discomfort in his abdomen, an unbearable cramp. Xiao Yozi, slapping his forehead in embarrassment, exclaimed, "Ah, how could I forget to give you the antidote?" Upon closer inspection, Li Zhun noticed a faint brownish gas mingling in the air. This was the antidote, which could be swallowed directly. Fearing that Li Zhun might falter, Xiao Yozi quickened his pace. Li Zhun swallowed the antidote, and the cramping in his abdomen gradually subsided. The efficacy of the antidote was fleeting, prompting him to hasten his steps. Alas, it seems I cannot continue. The long quiet system task had resurfaced. Moments later, Xiao Yozi arrived at the guest room before the welcoming hall. Observing his fellow disciples filling the room, preparing to host a feast for Li Zhun, he turned around only to discover that Li Zhun, who had been following closely behind, had vanished. Xiao Yozi, where is the newcomer you were to welcome? Surely, he hasn't decided to entertain himself with some of our company? Silence, all of you. Xiao Yozi is favored by the elders. Anger him, and you may find yourselves facing dire consequences. The assembled disciples expressed their discontent, each voicing their concerns. A perfectly fine person simply disappeared without a word, and Xiao Yozi felt a surge of frustration. This junior disciple truly lacked any sense of decorum. Fuming, Xiao Yozi retraced his steps, and, upon reaching the toxic zone, finally spotted Li Zhun. What was he doing? Extracting silk from cocoons? In the toxic air? Xiao Yozi had initially intended to summon him for the feast, but now he found himself intrigued, curious to see what Li Zhun could accomplish. Xiao Yozi had once attempted to extract the toxic gas from this area, but his efforts had been disappointing. Li Zhun, with hollow eyes, had already entered a trance, completely oblivious to Xiao Yozi's presence. His movements were fluid, as if he were taking flight. Streams of brownish gas were delicately drawn from the air, coalescing in the palm of Li Zhun's left hand. Halfway through, recalling his own previous capabilities, Xiao Yozi feared that Li Zhun might not endure and prepared to intervene. However, Li Zhun's movements were as intricate as a gentle rain, leaving no opportunity for interruption. Xiao Yozi merely hoped for a safe outcome, wishing no harm would come. After half an hour, the toxic gas in the entire area was completely eradicated, and Li Zhun emerged from his trance. "Sixth brother, what are you doing here?" His gaze fell upon the astonished Xiao Yozi. Seeing the brownish gas coiling around Li Zhun's right arm, Xiao Yozi could not help but swallow hard. "Junior brother, this act of extracting toxic gas must remain a secret, otherwise, you risk becoming a target." Li Zhun acknowledged with a simple "oh," and then sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine the brownish elixir. The disciples awaiting the feast could no longer contain their impatience and began to approach the toxic zone. While Xiao Yozi could manage to deter 1 or 2 individuals, when over 20 arrived at once, he could hardly withstand their advance for even a quarter of an hour before they barged in. Is this the toxic zone? Of course. What else would lie between the welcoming hall and the guest room? No, haven't you noticed? What has been discovered? Goodness, where has the noxious, brownish-yellow gas of the poison zone vanished to? Perhaps, I have an inkling of what transpired. One individual pointed towards Li Zhun, who was seated on the ground. Instantly, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. Sensing a hint of hostility, Li Zhun promptly opened his eyes and glared back. The person who met his gaze, caught off guard, was rendered momentarily dazed by the intensity of his stare. Dazed by merely a look? Quite formidable. The others hastily retreated, yet the man clad in brocade, bearing a mischievous grin, advanced rather than withdrew. In just 3 more steps, the presence of the brocade-clad man would disrupt the essence of the elixir's refinement. "Do not disturb my alchemical process." Li Zhun's eyes glinted with cold light as he swept his gaze. Chapter 13. The bully does not consider who he is for several consecutive days. The system finally issued a task order. At this moment, as the focus turned to the essence consolidation phase, if disturbed by the man clad in brocade, Li Zhun's mental state would surely shatter. To refine the brownish-yellow elixir, there existed but a single task order within the entire novice area. If this was achieved, would it not deny all of us, the brothers, any chance? The brocade-clad man's words echoed, startling all around, and without hesitation, every novice in the area took a stand against Li Zhun. With his left hand focused on the elixir, Li Zhun clutched a communication talisman in his right. Still hoping to summon assistance? Bring it on. With a swift move, the brocade-clad man snatched away Li Zhun's communication talisman. "You must not take advantage of me too far." Xiao Yozi could no longer bear it and shouted in anger. As the brocade-clad man twirled the talisman in his right hand, he brandished a 9-section whip in his left, swinging it fiercely to the ground. Crack. With this sole task order in the novice area, should he complete it, we would have to wait another 3 years to attempt again. The malevolence in the brocade-clad man's eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, he was unattractive yet sought beauty. Who among us would wish to wait 3 more years? Let us not dwell on that. Let us unite and ensure he does not complete his elixir. Seeing the situation was untenable, Xiao Liuzi swiftly retreated to contact Elder Yu. Elder Yu, a grave situation has arisen. At that moment, a spirited young man stood before Elder Yu. The youth exuded an unmistakable royal aura, with every gesture perfectly poised. He was none other than the third prince, who had entered the immortal sect ahead of the fourth prince. Upon his arrival, the third prince immediately showcased unparalleled aptitude for cultivation and extraordinary comprehension. In just a few short days, he had shattered all records in the novice assessments. Had he not encountered the fourth prince afterward, Elder Yu would have undoubtedly taken him under his wing. The third prince had offered tea, performed the necessary rituals, and spoken kind words, yet he still failed to gain Elder Yu's acceptance. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. Elder Yu, could you perhaps recommend the best candidate in your esteem? Elder Yu's brow furrowed as he replied, we are of the same root. Why the haste to undermine one another? The same root? Both are princes. The third prince, quick-witted, swiftly associated this with the fourth prince. The fourth prince, being low-key, had never faltered in his cultivation. Every covert probe by the third prince had been effortlessly deflected by him. Yet, who could have predicted that the fourth prince would suddenly become a stumbling block? I have advised you countless times. In times of trouble, do not panic. Speak slowly and clearly. Elder Yu, upon receiving the urgent communication, remained as tranquil as ever, seated in his wooden chair, savoring the fragrant tea. The response to the communication talisman arrived swiftly. Can we not be anxious? The new junior brother is currently being besieged by the entire novice area. A mere novice? How could Elder Yu possibly regard him with concern? The third prince remained indifferent. Crash! The teacup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor, spilling tea everywhere. Elder Yu rose abruptly, even toppling the wooden chair, neglecting to set it upright. Could it be that Elder Yu holds such concern for that newcomer, perhaps due to the fourth prince? The third prince soon found himself in the toxic zone. At this moment, the area was utterly unapproachable, littered with the fallen and wailing novices sprawled across the ground. Standing in a corner, the third prince surveyed the chaos. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. He felt an unshakable conviction that the fourth prince's rapid growth would ultimately become the greatest obstacle to his own claim to the throne. As the fourth prince's gaze swept towards him, the third prince hastily withdrew his aura, turning away to swiftly conceal himself in the shadows. Zhun Duan, clad in luxurious brocade, immediately crawled over to Elder Yu, crying out and casting blame. Elder Yu, we specially arranged a welcoming banquet for our junior brother, yet instead of expressing gratitude, he brutally attacked us. Elder Yu, you must stand up for us. Seeing the poor fellow's body marred with scars and his eyes brimming with tears of grievance, Elder Yu nearly believed his tale. Alas, he was already well aware of the true circumstances. Zhun, his left hand feigning a grasp on a brownish-yellow pill while the right remained behind his back, strode directly to Elder Yu, his smile gradually fading. He ultimately bypassed Elder Yu without a word and headed toward the reception hall. A tremor coursed through Elder Yu's heart. Just as he opened his mouth to utter an apology, he was left watching Zhun pass by in silence. Humph, truly arrogant to dare disregard Elder Yu. Zhun Duan continued to incite, and indeed, Elder Yu's anger flared uncontrollably. I suggest you halt and properly apologize to Elder Yu, or else his wrath will not be something you can. Before Zhun Duan could finish his threat, a powerful kick sent him sprawling. Silence. Speak another word, and you shall be expelled from the mountain. Why did all of Elder Yu's fury land upon me? Zhun Duan winced in pain, yet remained mute. It was not until Elder Yu had chased after Zhun that the little sixth brother approached Zhun Duan and remarked, Zhun Duan, before you bully someone, do consider who brought that person here. Zhun Duan's mind went blank as he finally recalled that it was Elder Yu who had brought Zhun. With everyone dispersing, Zhun Duan remained slumped on the ground, still in shock. You deserve that beating. Zhun Duan quickly turned his head towards the source of the voice. A man adorned with a dragon-headed mask was slowly emerging from the shadows. Who are you? Zhun Duan gripped his communication token, ready to call for reinforcements. The masked man chuckled. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is whether you wish to regain your lost dignity. Zhun Duan scrutinized the voice, yet could not identify the person behind the dragon mask. Why should I trust you? Without a visible figure to reassure him, Uncertainty gnawed at Jean Duan. I possess the means to make you sufficiently powerful. As the masked man spoke, he waved his right hand, releasing a surge of dark energy. This energy. Jean Duan's face filled with terror as he turned to flee, but his attempt was in vain. At that very moment, within the welcome hall, Li Jun sat firmly at the foremost seat for newcomers, pushing aside the teacup presented by the elder, his expression one of displeasure. He addressed the elder, saying, "Elder Yu, even the mountain spirits and wild creatures treat me with courtesy. Upon arriving at the immortal sect, I first encountered Su Sheng's lethal intentions, only to be subsequently besieged by the entire novice area. Were it not for my modicum of brute strength, I fear I would not have lived to see you." Elder Yu, drenched in cold sweat and too frightened to wipe it away, hastily apologized. "It is my oversight. If you have any grievances, feel free to vent them upon me." Li Jun, however, was unwilling to grant him forgiveness. "System, are you truly set against me?" With a swift motion of his right hand, he overturned the teacup on the table and declared, "The tea is unbearable. I shall not pardon you without fine spring tea." Elder Yu, elated, responded, "Very well. As long as you do not leave, all can be negotiated." Chapter 14. The unfading haunting of Wu Zhongyan outside the temple gate. Have you heard? Are you referring to the elders personally crafting mountain spring tea for their disciples? No, please don't keep me in suspense. It's about Wu Zhongyan's sudden. Why is it suddenly quiet? Li Zhuan sat on the cold bench in the novice lounge, engrossed in the conversation, yet it abruptly ceased. Just then, when Shui arrived, she remained as astute as ever. Before I could utter a word, she discerned my thoughts. Wu Zhongyan had unexpectedly ascended to a significant realm, leaping from the novice area directly into the ranks of the disciples. After speaking, when Shui smiled at me as if seeking recognition for her insight, I returned her smile and affectionately ruffled her tousled hair, smoothing out her long locks. "Wow, Brother Zhun, your hand is more effective than a wooden comb." When Shui curiously took hold of Li Zhuan's right hand, inspecting it intently for quite some time. Having been single for so long, the mere act of holding hands caused Li Zhuan's cheeks to flush. Unbeknownst to her, when Shui remained oblivious to his peculiar reactions. As she gazed, she couldn't help but plant a kiss on him. Li Zhuan's heart raced uncontrollably, thoughts swirling chaotically, and he dared not meet the enchanting gaze of the girl before him. "I am sorry. I have matters to attend to. I must go." Li Zhuan hastily withdrew his hand and dashed outside, accidentally tripping and crawling out of the lounge. Why did he run away again? When Shui pondered, pointing to her own nose, asking herself if she appeared frightening or if she had erred in some way. This was the third time Li Zhuan had fled from her presence. He did not desire this. Rather, he was perplexed about what he truly sought. Was he here in pursuit of enlightenment or affection? This was a topic worthy of deep contemplation. Mortals, driven by desire, have a lifespan of no more than 100 years. If I were to indulge, joy might lead to sorrow, and I would ultimately be distanced from the path of transcendence. Li Zhuan raised his head, his gaze darting across the novice area, directly locking onto the inner door registration office. "You are but an insignificant novice. What are you staring at?" "That is the inner door registration office. Even if you gaze for a year, it will avail you nothing." Instinctively, Li Zhuan looked in the direction of the voice. If it were anyone else, it might not matter, but it was none other than Wu Zhongyan, who had been persistently targeting him. Just because he had ascended to a new realm, he believed himself to be invincible, utterly foolish. What arrogance does a defeated opponent have? Li Zhuan retorted sharply, leaving Wu Zhongyan momentarily speechless. The former Wu Zhongyan might have erupted in rage, but the current Wu Zhongyan merely displayed a sinister, enigmatic smile. That chilling smile haunted Li Zhuan even after he departed, leaving him unable to savor his meals, mentally disoriented and sleepless, his spirit flagging. In the days that followed, Li Zhuan continued to evade Wen Shui's affections. Unfortunately, no matter when she appeared, she could always effortlessly locate him. "Having secluded myself in the hall of reflection, how is it that you have found me?" Li Zhuan yearned to escape, yet no matter how he tried, he could not elude his pursuer. It was as though someone had affixed a tracking talisman upon him. "A tracking talisman? Wen Shui, have you placed a tracking talisman on me?" Li Zhuan glared at the petite woman before him, hoping for her to confess. In response, Wen Shui's nose tinged with red, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her expression one of innocent bewilderment as she exclaimed, "Brother Zhun, do I strike you as the kind of woman with ill intentions? Why are you crying?" Li Zhuan scrutinized her, furrowing his brow, and conceded, "You do not appear to be." To spare Wen Shui further anguish, he crushed the recently discovered tracking talisman in his grasp. "Little woman, I shall forgive you this once." Unbeknownst to him, in the training hall of the novice area, Wu Chong'an was engaged in a sparring match when suddenly, The right pocket of his attire burst open. The spectators below buzzed with speculation, yet Wu Chong'an clenched his fists in frustration. He leapt down from the sparring platform, weaving through the crowd of inquisitive onlookers, and retreated to a secluded corner behind a screen. Even if I cannot ascertain your whereabouts, I shall still ensure that you are utterly humiliated in the internal competition for advancement. Upon turning back, Wu Chong'an noticed the figure on the screen, and in a fit of rage, he struck it with a mighty blow, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. As evening fell, when Shui sought out Li Jun in the novice lounge. Brother Jun, strange occurrences have been transpiring lately. You must exercise caution. The tracking talisman is gone. How is it that when Shui can still find me? Could it be? Li Jun's mind raced with possibilities, his attention drifting until he heard her warning about Wu Chong'an, which jolted him back to reality. Indeed, it must be him who installed the tracking talisman. Unable to conceal his thoughts any longer, Li Jun resolved to confront Wu Chong'an. Brother Jun, please do not go, when Shui implored, stepping in his path. Shui, step aside, Li Jun said, extending his right hand to gently push her aside. Expecting to easily move her aside, he was taken aback as he nearly received a shock himself. Li Jun, fuming and coughing, smoothed down his disheveled hair. Your laugh is quite amusing. When Shui intended to comfort Li Jun, but upon seeing his ashen, charred visage, she could not suppress her laughter. Li Jun found no humor in the situation. He was perplexed by the enchantment that when Shui had cast upon herself, which seemed to electrify anyone who made contact with her. If you wish to avoid alarming the snake, why confront it? When Shui obstructed him once more. This time, Li Jun resolved not to confront Wu Chong'an. When did you become electrified? Li Jun recalled their earlier contact, still tingling from the shock. The after effects of the shock were undeniable. Is it my fault? When Shui unabashedly removed a beautiful garment. It was an exquisite piece fashioned entirely from phoenix feathers. Li Jun's lips twitched as he remarked, phoenix feather attire? The very garment I bestowed upon you has now left me in such a state? Indeed. When Shui replied, draping the phoenix feather garment over her delicate form once more. Out of fear, Li Jun instinctively took a step back and said, please, do not speak of this. The phoenix feather garment was a gift from me. When Shui flashed a cunning smile, what is it? Are you afraid that revealing it would bring you shame? When Shui's words dulled the conversation, leaving Li Jun disinclined to respond. 3 days swiftly passed. The internal promotion qualification competition had arrived. The training hall's sparring platform expanded from its usual 100 square meters to an impressive 1,000. A tenfold increase. The audience below was rather sparse. A once boisterous group of brothers now turned silent, each focused on the impending competition. In the internal promotion qualification competition, there were 10 platforms, and 10 champions would be selected to enter the finals. The victors would qualify for the ranks of prospective inner disciples, with the top 3 in the finals gaining direct promotion to inner disciples. An elder stood upon the sparring platform, striking a heavy hammer against a bronze gong. Chapter 15. The enmity of Wu Chong'an. As the gong reverberated, the elder raised his arm and proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of the inner gate qualification competition. Li Jun surveyed the crowd, yet failed to spot when Shui, though he did catch sight of Wu Chong'an. You are incapable, Wu Chong'an declared, his right fist clenched, thumb turned downward in a clear display of disdain directed at Li Jun. With a light chuckle, Li Jun chose to disregard him and confidently navigated through the throng, swiftly making his way to the front row of the first combat platform. The front row consisted of odd-numbered platforms, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. The rear featured even-numbered platforms, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. The boundary of the combat platform was demarcated by a spatial barrier formed from a rune array. Li Jun attempted several attacks, but the spatial barrier merely trembled, showing no signs of yielding. It seemed there was no need for concern regarding collateral damage. Li Jun's thoughts, however, were clearly audible to Elder Yu, who chuckled softly. If it weren't for the need to guard against you, why would I labor through the night to establish this spatial barrier? What was intended as a practice platform now resembled a chaotic melee, with at least 20 participants engaged in combat. With my celestial power, dealing with these individuals should pose no challenge. Li Jun positioned himself, preparing to unleash a fierce assault akin to a tiger descending the mountain, ready to sweep away the flock. System, are you jesting with me? So many opponents. Just as Li Jun spoke, he was met with a solid iron fist, almost distorting his features. He could not afford to be careless. With a hook, a downward sweep, lateral dodges, and swift rotations, he blocked attacks from all angles, remaining vigilant at every moment. Li Jun executed a nimble sidestep to evade a frontal strike, then leaned back to avoid a blow from the right. But before he could regain his stance, a powerful kick from the left surged toward him. With no time to defend, he could only brace himself, crossing his arms to absorb the impact. Boom. The force of the kick left Li Zhuan's arms numb, a buzzing ringing in his ears. Constantly defending meant enduring relentless strikes. He could not allow himself to be worn down. Just as he regained his focus, a swarm of assailants charged at him with fierce intent. 36 variations of deceptive steps. Elder Yu, watching from below, was astonished to see Li Zhuan refraining from using his celestial power, now too disheartened to resist, and choosing silence instead. Old Yu, do you think Li Zhuan can emerge victorious? The only one daring to address Elder Yu as Old Yu within the entire sect was Yi Zhenjin. Old Yu, is it feasible for you to combat over 20 opponents of the same level without your celestial power? Elder Yu felt a pang of imbalance within. He would much prefer Li Zhuan to unleash his celestial abilities and sweep the field rather than endure the injuries from a collective assault without them. Ha ha ha, Old Yu. Let me speak fairly. Li Zhuan can indeed triumph solely with his physical prowess. Yi Zhenjin laughed with an air of arrogance, as if Li Zhuan were his own disciple. You stubborn fool, step aside. My disciple is not to be trifled with. Elder Yu, akin to a hen protecting her chicks, resolutely refused to allow Yi Zhenjin to harbor any intentions against Li Zhuan. Yi Zhenjin cast a glance over, and as Elder Yu met his gaze, the atmosphere instantly shifted. Oh dear, this is tiresome. Can you both refrain from such antics? As soon as Wen Shui arrived, she immediately separated the two individuals, positioning herself on either side of them. These two old fools. Zhun belongs to me, and no one is allowed to take him away. It turns out that she was also there to assert her claim, being a talent of significant cultivation. While Li Zhun was being closely observed by a multitude of elders, she had only a single masked figure as her support. Wu Zhongyan felt increasingly uncomfortable, his agitation rising, ultimately culminating in a furious outburst that unsettled his mind. With a resounding roar, he swiftly captured everyone's attention, followed by a dazzling series of flashes that dispatched all opponents in the training arena. Wu Zhongyan, filled with pride, raised his head, expecting the elders to lavish him with praise. To his dismay, the only ones paying attention were the ordinary disciples. What were they looking at? Following the gaze of the elders, Wu Zhongyan turned towards the first training platform. There, he witnessed a scarred divine general enduring 10 simultaneous attacks, wielding his fists with brute strength, sweeping away 10 individuals in front of him. This was not particularly challenging. Wu Zhongyan could do it too. The key was that this divine general had not utilized a shred of celestial power throughout. Who is he? Wu Zhongyan felt a sense of threat. He needed to remain vigilant against this divine general. At that moment, the divine general on the first training platform had already defeated the last opponent, concluding the entire battle. He slowly raised his head, a casual smile on his face, prompting approving glances from many elders. Yet, this scene was utterly detestable and loathsome in Wu Zhongyan's eyes. The person he detested most was enjoying all that he desired but could not attain, while that individual remained indifferent after acquiring it. Such pain could only be understood by those who had endured it. Li Zhun, to think that you are that divine general. Wu Zhongyan clenched a turquoise tightly, causing it to shatter in his grasp. Focus. Li Zhun on the first training platform sensed Wu Zhongyan's hostility, merely smiled, and descended from the platform. His demeanor once again provoked Wu Zhongyan's ire. How infuriating. Li Zhun, just wait and see. Li Zhun steeled himself, vowing that when he encountered Wu Zhongyan in the finals, he would not let him off lightly. Li Zhun, you truly are impressive, physically confronting 20 opponents, a feat unparalleled throughout history. Elder Yu served tea, offered water, and handed over towels, presenting himself not as a dignified elder, but more akin to a servant beside Li Zhun, grateful for Elder Yu's regard. Li Zhun felt a deep sense of unexpressed appreciation. Reflecting on it, could it be that he owed this attention from Elder Yu to the system? Yi Zhenjin, holding a fruit basket, joined the excitement, to which Li Zhun responded with a smile, accepting it gladly. However, Li Zhun's gaze constantly scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. Who are you looking for? Elder Yu asked innocently. If it weren't for the throngs of people, Yi Zhenjin would have scolded him for being oblivious. Where has she disappeared to? Before Li Zhun took the stage to practice, he recalled that Wen Shui was watching from below, but as soon as it concluded, she vanished from sight. Elder Yu, have you seen where Wen Shui went? Li Zhun asked anxiously while searching for her. Well, I haven't seen her. Elder Yu replied awkwardly, then turned with a stern expression. Yi Zhenjin, why didn't you keep an eye on your precious disciple? Yi Zhenjin shot them both a disdainful glance, then calmly retrieved a communication talisman. Xiao Shui, this is your master, Yi Zhenjin. Please respond, please respond. The talisman remained silent for an extended period. Yi Zhenjin began to panic. Could it be that she had been abducted? Chapter 16. Before the finals, people were nowhere to be found. Messages could not reach anyone, and inquiries among those nearby yielded no results. Absurd. This was nothing short of a case of missing persons. As the final round approached, one should have been meditating in tranquility to adjust one's state of mind. Yet Zhun was unable to find peace, preoccupied with thoughts of the little woman who had persistently entangled him. How foolish of me, Zhun pondered. If only he had accepted Wen Shui's affections sooner, wouldn't it have been simpler? Now, with her absence, he realized the futility of his worries, lamenting too late. What good does it do? What purpose does it serve? Feeling disheartened, Zhun took a bite of the celestial fruit from the basket, hoping to soothe his nerves. However, the flavor was so overpowering that he involuntarily spat it out. Ugh, how can it be so unpalatable? From the system space, he retrieved a celestial apple and, upon comparing it to the ordinary celestial fruit, he was astonished. What is happening? The celestial fruit from the sect lacks the vitality of my homegrown variety? A crooked smile formed on his lips as he seemed to uncover a significant opportunity. Though he did not require a reserve of celestial delicacies for himself. Considering the prospects of the dynasty's development, he thought, why not seize the chance to profit? At that moment, a pair of warm, slender hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. Brother Zhun, can you guess who I am? The one who referred to him as Brother Zhun was unmistakable even by the touch of his heel. Wen Shui, is it you? Zhun, feeling the lingering warmth, was reluctant to let the hands slip away. He feared that turning around would reveal nothing but a phantom born from his yearning. Brother Zhun, how did you guess so quickly? Wen Shui spoke with the innocence of a 3-year-old, devoid of any sophistication. Shall I take another guess? Summoning his courage, Zhun turned to look and was astonished to find that it was not a dream. The real Wen Shui stood before him, graceful and refined. Yet he could not articulate what made her so irreplaceable. His cheeks flushed, for he realized that he was indeed falling in love. Brother Zhun, your face is so hot. Would you like me to cool it for you? Wen Shui asked with genuine concern. No. No need, it's all right. Zhun, gazing at the pitiful Wen Shui, found himself contradicting his initial refusal, now inviting her closer instead. Yet who could have anticipated that her cooling remedy would involve? Moments later, Zhun stumbled out of the lounge, escaping like the wind. Yes, it was an escape. Just look at him as he hurriedly adjusted his dragon whisker belt. Wen Shui could not help but smirk, licking her lips as a seemingly innocent smile graced her face. Well done, Xiao Shui. You truly excel. Go, Xiao Shui. We take pride in you. However, Wen Shui's earlier good spirits were abruptly shattered by the group that suddenly appeared before her. Did you all see us inside? As she spoke, her phoenix feather attire shifted to a deep purple, and her beautiful eyes ignited with flames. The 3 elders, who had previously held positions of authority, knelt before Wen Shui, disregarding their dignity. We saw nothing, not a thing at all, merely heard some sounds. Before the elder, Wen Shui maintained a demeanor of calmness. Yet upon encountering the celestial being before him, he succumbed to a palpable sense of panic. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever Wen Shui became enraged or faced peril, she would instantly transform into the Phoenix Empress. In that regal state, any notion of resistance was rendered futile. Even the act of breathing became an arduous task. The question remained, had he truly erased the relevant memories? Or was it the original self that had come forth? The Phoenix Empress, devoid of any earthly warmth in her inquiries, instilled an overwhelming sense of suffocation. In the blink of an eye, the 3 elders had obliterated their recent recollections. The vibrant hues of the Phoenix's attire faded, and Wen Shui returned to her former state. Master, Elder Yu, Elder B, what brings you here instead of presiding over the training arena? Wen Shui inquired, her expression a blend of confusion and curiosity, as she pondered how she had ended up in this place herself. Oddly enough, she found herself questioning her own presence there. At this moment, aside from Zhun himself, no one else was privy to the events that had transpired. Elder Yu, who often delighted in pinching faces, now beheld Wen Shui's delicate and fair visage. As he extended his hand, a sudden spark of realization jolted through him, causing him to retract in alarm. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his trepidation, the mere thought of approaching Wen Shui filled him with dread. Such a simpleton, your little disciple Elder Yu began, but was abruptly silenced as a searing sensation gripped his throat. Jin shook his head, murmuring, the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. Without uttering a single word, Elder B simply took flight, soaring into the heavens. As he watched the ethereal creature, Elder B, ascend into the sky, Zhun felt an overwhelming urge to summon the phoenix. In that fleeting moment, as he lowered his gaze, a resplendent chicken adorned with phoenix feathers appeared before him. Master, have you encountered some form of danger? The vibrant chicken flapped its wings, positioning itself protectively in front of Li Zhun, its comb raised defiantly, reminiscent of a hen guarding her chicks. Li Zhun felt tears welling up. The onlookers erupted in laughter upon witnessing his arrival with the chicken at the training arena, their amusement nearly causing them to lose their teeth in mirth. Isn't that Li Zhun's celestial pet, the colorful chicken? They chuckled, igniting a chorus of laughter that echoed through the crowd. This utterance revealed the speaker's heart, which was indeed deserving of scorn. Li Zhun's gaze sharpened, his eyes flashing with intensity as he surveyed the crowd. No, none of you, regardless of who you are, dare to insult my celestial pet, and you shall face the consequences. He was certain that the person responsible would not make it into the top 10. With a resounding bang that reverberated like thunder, Elder Yu raised his right hand, elevating it to a commanding height before slowly lowering it. The crowd fell into an immediate hush. Silence, Elder Yu proclaimed. I shall now announce the rules for the finals. As he deftly inscribed the regulations upon the public notice board, he recited aloud. First, the finals will employ a pairwise combat system, allowing each participant to choose once but not repeat. The assembled disciples nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such a dual format was undoubtedly the fairest method of competition. The victor of 9 consecutive victories shall be honored as the foremost disciple of the inner sect, receiving a generous allocation of 10 acres of fertile land, along with a monthly gift of a soul-nurturing jade to cultivate their spirit. The champion of 8 victories will be designated as the second-ranked disciple, awarded 7 acres of arable land, and a monthly supply of a radiant jade to enhance their vitality. The one who triumphs in 7 contests will be recognized as the third-ranked disciple, granted 3 acres of fruitful land, and a monthly treasure known as the body-nurturing jade, essential for the maintenance of their internal organs. All others will receive the title of provisional inner sect disciple, along with a single body-nurturing jade. Li Zhun's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. The prospect of 10 acres of fertile land for the first place ignited his determination to strive for victory. You better not step onto the field, he warned, or I fear your defeat may be too embarrassing. Wu Zhong'anin chuckled as he made his way to the training platform. Is it permissible to bring a celestial companion into battle? Chapter 17. The final showdown. The registration clerk at the practice arena was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a chicken adorned in resplendent, multicolored feathers. While it was permissible, he believed that in the finals, a mere colorful chicken could not secure victory. To him, whether it was a 7-colored chicken or even a 9 or 10-colored one, they were merely eye-catching but utterly useless ornaments. Li Zhun gently stroked the vibrant plumage of the colorful chicken, smoothing it out. Registration. It's imperative that only you see it. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon mentioning the name of the colorful chicken, Li Zhun immediately erected a barrier. Beside him, Wu Chong'an craned his neck, listening intently but failing to grasp the significance. As soon as Li Zhun stepped onto the stage, Wu Chong'an impatiently approached the registration desk to check the registration details. I apologize, but the registration book has been taken by the elder. If you seek to register a celestial pet, please wait a moment. The clerk bowed apologetically, only to receive a resounding slap in return. The sound echoed loudly, as if it struck not just the clerk's face, but Li Zhun's as well. Wu Chong'an, capable of competing on stage. Bullying a mere registration clerk was hardly a display of true masculinity. I was incensed. Wu Chong'an's squinty eyes suddenly widened, glaring in the direction of the clerk. The clerk waved his hands with a smile, saying, "It's nothing, merely a misunderstanding." Once Wu Chong'an departed, the clerk dared to break into a cold sweat. The aura of dominance emanating from that man was both uncanny and lethal. The elder exchanged a few words with the clerk before gesturing to Yi Zhenjin, signaling him to preside over the final ranking battle. Yi Zhenjin, disinterested in attending, announced from his seat, "I hereby declare the final ranking battle to commence immediately." Having spoken, he promptly laid his head back to sleep, utterly unconcerned about the ramifications. This infuriated Wen Shui, who contemplated delivering a couple of slaps to him. "Master, must you always act so recklessly? You disregard all decorum and simply fall asleep." The final ranking battle employed a general system across 10 platforms, with only 2 groups of contestants allowed to compete at a time. The remaining participants could register their celestial pets with me or take a moment to recuperate. As Wen Shui spoke, she fiercely tugged at Yi Genjin's whiskers. "Ouch, young lady, are you intentionally trying to make your master miserable?" Yi Zhenjin wiped away the blood from his lips, gazing at the serious Wen Shui, and felt utterly helpless. "Master, next time you dare to act so irreverently, beware that I might strip you of your whiskers." Wen Shui mimicked the action of plucking his whiskers, startling Yi Jinjin into alertness. He was instantly wide awake. Yet, he remained lethargic, asking, "What are you all staring at? The battle continues, do not halt." Upon hearing this, the contestants began deliberating on who would take the stage first. However, the first to ascend would inevitably reveal their strength, and no one was eager to do so. "Sister, I shall go first." Wen Shui waved her hand, saying, "Little junior brother, it's a team-based system. Do you grasp my meaning?" The individual retreated, dejected, and after inquiring around, found no one willing to team up with him. "Now it's only you left. If you refuse to battle with me, I shall be left with no options." Before him stood a younger disciple, clearly an oddity with a low level of intelligence, eager to take the stage and showcase his abilities. It would have been tolerable, but he also wished to drag me into his madness. Li Zhun felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, the innocence of the young disciple made it impossible for him to be without an opponent. "Very well, I shall engage you in combat." With his left hand behind his back, Li Zhun strode confidently to the practice platform. Upon the arrival of the young disciple, he was startled to find that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the registrar from earlier. Introducing himself as Li Zhun Wanglong, he wasted no time with embellishments and launched an immediate attack. A powerful palm strike, accompanied by a descending current of air, came crashing down. The airflow sliced through the practice platform like a blade, carving deep, noticeable grooves along its path. Indeed, every contender reaching the finals was far from inept. With 10 platforms in use, Li Zhun had ample room to evade, yet he chose not to retreat. "If you excel in palm techniques, then I shall meet you palm for palm, allowing you to witness what true air compression palms entail." Li Zhun not only intended to counter the palm with his own, but aimed to defeat his opponent using the very same technique. This determination instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. Had Li Zhun truly mastered the air compression palm in just a few days? Wang Long, who had studied the technique for 3 years, had only grasped the slightest essence of it. How could he possibly lose to a newcomer who had barely arrived? My companions and I expressed our disbelief, and the sisters joined in agreement. In the entire viewing area, only 4 individuals believed that Li Zhun's air compression palm could surpass Wang Long's. Among those 4, 3 were elders, and the 4th was Wen Shui. It appeared that few supported him. Did he still think there was a need for a contest? Wang Long paused momentarily as he posed his question. "If you are afraid, simply concede. Must you drag this out?" Li Zhun seized the moment, flipping his right hand to replicate Wang Long's air compression palm. This strike concealed its power within the void, releasing no energy onto the practice platform, with ethereal energy swirling around it. Wang Long needed only a glance to utter 3 praises, yet quickly found himself smiling wryly, his eyes devoid of spirit. As their palms collided, it resonated like the tolling of a bell, sealing the outcome. Wang Long, frightened, shut his eyes, while Li Zhun, refraining from delivering a fatal blow, swiftly retracted his right palm. "Did you understand?" Li Zhun inquired. Wang Long managed a bitter smile and replied, "You demonstrated it so clearly, so thoroughly, that if I failed to comprehend, I would be a fool indeed. The application of ethereal energy does not entail projecting palm strength outward, causing unnecessary damage. Rather, it is about concealing that power to unleash the air compression palm's full potential." Wang Long, somewhat reluctant to concede, tentatively asked, "To what extent can your air compression palm strike? His own technique could at most shatter a corner of a mountain. Does that mountain harbor any inhabitants?" Li Zhun refrained from answering directly and instead posed a peculiar question to Elder Yu. Instinctively, Elder Yu responded, "That mountain is uninhabited." Upon finishing his words, he immediately rose, preparing to intervene, but alas, it was too late. On the summit of a 100-meter-high mountain, a single palm effortlessly leveled it to the ground. "I wish to convey that this mountain is the trial mountain. Yet, it matters not. If it is lost, it can be sought again." The elder had seated himself, yet his heart was stirred. Never before had anyone managed to flatten the trial mountain with a mere hand. Wang Long had previously worn a bitter smile, but now he found no joy in it. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. In comparison to you, I am nothing. Do you still require a little brother?" Wang Long's thoughts raced, and in the blink of an eye, he sought to ingratiate himself with Li Zhun. Just as Li Zhun was about to respond, a warning echoed from the elder below the stage. "Defeated challengers who do not wish to continue, please retire to the resting area. Failure to comply will result in immediate expulsion from the mountain." Wang Long hastily retreated to the resting area, murmuring softly, "This big brother I have chosen." Chapter 18. Bowing to the claw of the rooster, Li Zhun had no desire to take on a disciple. Yet he could not withstand Wang Long's persistent persuasion and ultimately acquiesced. At the Celestial Pet Registration Office, a myriad of fantastical creatures flowed in and out. The favored contender for the championship remained the Fire Sparrow of Wulingian. Although uncertainty lingered, perhaps it was not. A figure clad in pudding attire, known as Lai Bai, gazed intently at a resplendent, multicolored rooster. "What are you staring at?" retorted another individual adorned with a grand necklace of celestial shells. Unmistakably born into affluence. Though his name was unknown, he was commonly referred to as the Little God of Wealth. Little God of Wealth. "I have a premonition," Lai Bai remarked dramatically. Just as he uttered his sentiment, the Little God of Wealth produced paper and pen. With a round-faced smile that only accentuated his features, he exclaimed, I too possess a premonition. If we heed your words, we shall surely amass great fortune." Instinctively nodding, Lai Bai continued, "That multicolored rooster gives me the impression of something beyond mere poultry. It resembles the Little God of Wealth." Intrigued, eagerly awaited the conclusion. However, at that moment, the vibrant rooster emitted a commanding call, drawing Lai Bai closer. The sound was extraordinarily powerful and serene, a resonance not typical of an ordinary rooster. As he spoke, the Little God of Wealth maneuvered through the crowd to the front row. A singular rooster had effortlessly dispatched a celestial strength bull with a strike of its claw. The Little God of Wealth rubbed his eyes, finally accepting the astonishing reality. "I had warned you not to provoke my celestial pets, but you chose to ignore my counsel." Li Zhun, while soothing the multicolored rooster, addressed the owner of the celestial strength bull, known as Lu Fuyu, who had yet to speak but glanced toward Wuzhong, and Li Zhun's thoughts crystallized. It was no wonder Lu had sought trouble. He was merely a pawn of Wuzhong'an. A prominent symbol of anger appeared on Wuzhong'an's forehead. "What are you staring at?" "I do not know you." Desiring to conceal the obvious, Li Zhun chuckled. Such petty tricks were child's play to him, having outgrown them by the age of 3. "Li Zhun, will you dare to face the practice arena in 3 days?" Li Zhun was taken aback. He had assumed Lu Yuba, after suffering a dual setback, would be disheartened. To his surprise, Lu Yuba appeared more invigorated. "I shall await you in 3 days, Lu Yuba declared. Li Zhun lifted the multicolored rooster and made his way to the practice arena. Turning to face the crowd below, he proclaimed, "I do not target anyone specifically. Rather, I assert that every celestial pet present here is trash." The multicolored rooster trembled with emotion, shedding tears of gratitude. "Master, I am truly moved." The crowd gasped in disbelief. The multicolored rooster had spoken. The finalists suddenly held a newfound respect for Lu Yuba, for although he had conceded without a fight, he at least possessed the courage to return in 3 days. As for themselves, their celestial pets had been so frightened by the multicolored rooster that they had lost control. How could they possibly compete? "By the elders, I forfeit. I too forfeit. We all forfeit." Elder Yu was bewildered. It was the first time in a millennium he had encountered such a situation. "No." Li Zhun stopped those around him and said, "Having reached the finals, losing is not the end. What is truly daunting is the absence of courage to challenge oneself." Elder Yu felt a pang of bitterness. "While you speak freely, why must you cast glances in my direction?" Ahem. Li Zhun is right. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current, replete with opportunities and challenges. If you lack the courage to confront fear, your mindset will inevitably languish within the realm of mortals, and you may never witness a day of triumph. Li Zhun silently resolved, "Incredible. I shall not concede. I refuse to live as a mere mortal. I shall not concede. I was mistaken. Fear indeed is a lifelong adversary, and I should not choose to evade it." As he gazed upon them, tears of relief streamed down his cheeks. He had preserved the reward for 10 consecutive victories. The corners of Elder Yu's mouth twitched. He had anticipated that the celestial elder was merely staging this performance for the sake of the substantial reward. During Li Zhun's moment of glory, no one dared challenge him, save for one, an exception. Yet, what could a colorful rooster boast of? "Come, let us engage in battle. I shall teach you why the flowers bloom so vibrantly." What a spectacle! The 3-part declaration of war instantly elevated the atmosphere to its zenith, diverting all eyes from Li Zhun to himself. Who was he? A figure clad in a black robe. The masked specter. The powerful aura emanating from him was so intense that merely gazing upon him caused one's eyes to sting. Lai Bai, feeling the strain, opted to shut his eyes completely. "Lai Bai, have you lost your senses? Is he someone we can even discuss?" The little god of fortune, squatting down, did not forget to pull Lai Bai down with him. The black-robed specter seemed to sense something and immediately fixed his gaze upon them. The 2 innocents caught in his stare promptly foamed at the mouth and fell into convulsions. The others, startled, quickly averted their eyes, no longer daring to scrutinize the figure on stage. The black-robed specter, after his triadic declaration of war, stood motionless. Elder Yu. May participants wear masks? Li Zhun conversed with Elder Yu while his gaze remained fixed upon the masked specter. His figure closely resembled his own, and the royal dragon head ring adorned his right hand. Could he be? Li Zhun, undeterred by the mental pressure, realized that the eye technique had no effect on him. The black-robed specter mused. Nearly everyone speculated about the identity of the individual on stage. Just then, a voice rang out. Is one Li Zhun not enough? Must you come to stir up trouble? My dear third prince. Elder Yu wished to feign ignorance, but regrettably, even with his eyes closed, he could sense the royal aura emanating from the third prince. Li Zhun gasped. Is it my brother? Oh, how dull. I shall no longer play. Remember to visit the Heavenly Dragon Palace someday. It has been ages since we last met. The third prince removed his mask, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, perfectly proportioned. Wow. Li Zhun chose to disregard the shrill cries of the fervent fans. He would address matters once he crossed the threshold. He did not wish to overcommit. His brother understood that with your capabilities, securing a position among the top 3 in the finals would be a mere formality. The third prince waved farewell to the throng of zealous admirers and stepped out of Li Zhun's line of sight. Known for his pragmatic nature, his visit was certainly not a mere social invitation. As Li Zhun spoke, he lifted a stone tablet and, after concluding his words, forcefully drove it into the training platform. With a resounding crash, the heavy stone embedded itself over a foot deep into the ground. Such raw strength was truly impressive. Liu Yubao, witnessing Li Zhun's might, could not help but display an excited grin. The tablet bore an inscription of formidable and commanding words, unrivaled among peers in single combat. Should you dispute, come forth. All challengers welcome. Chapter 19. The premeditated fivefold, and is he truly unmatched among his peers? If you disagree, come forth to challenge. All are welcome. Such arrogance, excessively so. Not only the competitors, but even those watching from below the stage can hardly contain their impatience, yearning to rush up and deliver a sound thrashing. Lie by. Watching anxiously from the sidelines, genuinely fears that Li Zhun's brazen demeanor may incite public outrage. Yet, the little god of fortune reclines with an air of calm. Lie by. Why are you so agitated? If he did not possess the ability to handle everything, how could he dare to speak so boldly? Lie by's expression softened into a knowing smile. The elder's eyes darted about incessantly, pondering what scheme the esteemed immortal was truly concocting. Fivefold and two had erected a stone tablet, inscribed with but 4 words. Only seek a defeat. He is a formidable character. Those who previously shared the stage with him were either left with broken arms or maimed legs. His temper is particularly volatile, often tormenting participants at will. It is not merely his overwhelming combat prowess that is fearsome. Even his accompanying celestial pet is truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Li Zhun cast a glance in Fivefold's direction. There, on the ground, lay a seemingly adorable young dragon. Terrifying? Where's the terror? Following the young dragon's gaze, Li Zhun realized it was the colorful chicken, which had been intently observing the dragon. No wonder it appeared so docile. Alas, the young dragon was subjected to a bloodline suppression. Fivefold and fervently channeled his celestial power, striving to counteract the bloodline oppression. But there was no use. Such suppression inherently derives from the bloodline itself. Unless the young dragon upgraded its bloodline, it would remain shackled by the soul's trepidation, Li Zhun cautioned. Fivefold's eyes became vacant, his mind adrift. 3 days prior, at the outskirts of the poison zone. In this world, the colorful chicken does not exist, only the phoenix. A celestial pet stands against the young dragon, which possesses no chance of victory. The man in the dragon mask spoke while retrieving a vial emitting a bizarre black and white gas. What is this? Fivefold and swiftly cradled the young dragon, fearing that the masked man might treat it with the same cruelty he showed towards himself. Fivefold, do not forget. Those destined for greatness do not sweat the small details. A minor sacrifice of the celestial pet can be compensated in the future. If the plan is lacking, what will you use to make amends? The masked man tossed down a plan and left behind the enigmatic gas, hurrying away. Fivefold picked up the plan, initially indifferent. But as he read on, his fervor ignited, culminating in a spirited resolve. Yet, to harm his own celestial pet, he found himself unwilling to commit such an act. Your celestial pet is so adorable. It must be a rare gem of a companion, full of charm. Li Zhun's words dripped with a hint of mockery. Adorable? A rare gem? Upon hearing this, Fivefold's fury erupted within. I shall show you what a true shadow dragon is. Shadow dragon? Li Zhun's memory failed to recall that name. It was neither particularly poor nor exceptionally remarkable. Yet, the young dragon cub appeared too naive and innocent to possess any semblance of greatness. Master, Proceed with caution. The shadow demon dragon hails from the ancient demonic realm. Its power is formidable, adept at wielding ice, fire, and poison. It is not a mere minor character that can be easily compared. The seven-colored phoenix exhibited heightened vigilance, promptly enveloping itself in protective flames. This was the first time Zhun witnessed the seven-colored phoenix display such concern for a pet. It had never happened before. If the shadow demon dragon originated from the demonic realm, did that not classify it as a demonic pet? Demonic pets and celestial pets have always been evenly matched. No wonder the seven-colored phoenix urged me to tread carefully. Turning to the elder, Zhun noticed that the elder's figure had vanished from the stage. Not only had the elder disappeared, but so had the other elders. Wu Zhong'an's expression turned cold, yet somewhat smug as he remarked, as soon as trouble arises, you seek to cling to the elders. Yet, they are all in the reception hall now. Let us see whose leg you can cling to next. Dismissed? Who could possibly dismiss all the elders at once? Zhun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, utterly perplexed. Master, the shadow demon dragon has revealed its true form. You are no match for it. Allow me to confront it. Keep your distance and be wary of Wu Zhong'an's treachery, as he may attempt deceit or ambush. The last statement bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain well-known phrase from Earth. I chuckled, yet dared not underestimate the situation. Both Wu Zhong'an and the shadow demon dragon exuded an ever-present, unsettling aura of black and white energy. Merely gazing upon it instilled discomfort. While Zhun felt uneasy, those below had already fainted. Was this mere sparring worth such elaborate machinations? First, all the elders were sent away, followed by the fainting of everyone in the audience. The very act was a grand conspiracy. Wu Zhong'an laughed uproariously, causing the winds to swirl and the heavens to rumble. His laughter seemed to wither all vegetation, send birds fleeing, and scatter creeping creatures. This single laugh startled the 6 realms and instilled fear across the 8 wildernesses, throwing everything into disarray. Was he truly Wu Zhong'an? He bore no resemblance to the Wu Zhong'an I had once trampled underfoot. Zhun felt a pang of panic. He had never faltered even when facing the simultaneous assault of over 20 adversaries. Yet now, before Wu Zhong'an, he was unnerved. At that moment, the seven-colored chick finally transformed into the majestic, unparalleled, and unfathomably powerful seven-colored phoenix. With a blast of its primordial flame, it repelled the approaching shadow demon dragon. Simultaneously, it reminded, Master, do you recall what the elder mentioned? What did the elder say? Zhun fell into contemplation. Yet his instincts urged him to seek fortune and evade misfortune. How was he able to think and battle simultaneously? This was extraordinary. Wu Zhong'an was startled but remained undeterred in his intent to crush Zhun's secret technique, black and white stream, demonic shadow slash. As Zhun pondered deeply, he suddenly sensed an imminent and lethal threat. In an instant, he executed a backward lean and sprinted with remarkable speed, successfully entering the core attack range of the dual-phase secret technique. The seven-colored phoenix, momentarily bewildered, struggled to articulate the words "there's something wrong," but ultimately failed to voice them. Zhun, equally perplexed, found himself at a loss. How was it that despite evading in the opposite direction, he not only failed to escape, but actually moved closer to danger? Unable to mount an effective defense, he became a target of the very essence of the fivefold. With the shadow dragon constraining the seven-colored phoenix, it was clear that Zhun was at the mercy of any tactic the opponent wished to employ against him. You have never witnessed the lethal prowess of the dual-phase secret technique, have you? Today, I shall unveil its formidable might. With a swift motion resembling a sword strike, the right arm of fivefold and unleashed a sweeping black and white dual-flow slash that enveloped half the arena. Instinctively, Zhun sought refuge in a safe zone. Do you truly believe you can escape? Chapter 20. Hidden Chaos. Can you escape? Just a single utterance caused Zhun to leap into the air, his feet barely touching the ground. Unexpectedly, the air was also within the lethal range of a secret technique. Swish! A dual flow of black and white sliced mercilessly through Zhun's protective garments, advancing towards his internal organs. Uft! For the first time, Zhun was gravely injured. Spitting blood, he recognized the severity of the situation and immediately entered a state of emptiness and clarity. The invading dual flow of black and white, before it could wreak havoc, was forcibly divided into countless specks by Zhun's overwhelming instinct for self-preservation. The specks, seemingly possessing a soul, turned and fled from Zhun's body. Ceiling, can you escape? This phrase, so familiar, was once spoken by Wu Zhong'an to Zhun, and now it was being used against him. Miles away, within the demon dragon cave, a bolt of distraction lightning ignored the barriers of time and space. striking a demon dragon in the midst of executing a secret technique. Caught off guard, the demon dragon exhibited an expression of profound agony. Cough, cough. Useless. You can't even handle a newcomer, and you've endangered my true self. As the demon dragon spoke, its entire body split into 2, then 3, and then multiplied infinitely. Countless demon dragon avatars frantically absorbed the dual flow of black and white. In an instant, the distraction lightning, pushed to its limits, was completely consumed. Humph. If it were not for my precautions, this avatar would have surely perished. Suddenly, the demon dragon glanced back. From thousands of miles away, the man with the dragon head mask stiffened, his mind repeatedly shaken. In an instant, his entire body was drenched, the sweat born from sheer terror. Wu Chong'an, you truly have not disappointed me. With your first test, you've mastered Li Zhuan's counter technique. How will you conceal your trump card now? The dragon head masked man grinned ominously, stepping into the shadows and vanishing around a corner. At this moment, the disorienting effect of the dual flow of black and white had faded. Below the training platform, the spectators slowly began to rise from the ground. What on earth was that celestial pet cloaked in black mist? Little Kaishin, known for his restraint, was utterly astonished. That dual flow of black and white, infused with malevolent energy, was no celestial pet. Lai Bai quickly consulted his notes, soon finding a matching entry in the record of extraordinary beasts, identifying it as the shadow demon serpent. Little Kaishin's expression shifted from surprise to revulsion. How dare he summon a demon pet within the sect? Has Wu Chong'an never faced death? Lai Bai was unaware of the origins of his revulsion. He only knew that his parents and children had perished at the claws of a demon dragon. However, the immensely powerful shadow demon serpent was beyond his capability to confront. You stay here. I will summon an elder to take charge. With that, Lai Bai turned and left. Not far into his departure, an awestruck scream echoed behind him. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Did I just see a celestial pet phoenix? Lai Bai paused for a moment, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Once again, the phoenix and the shadow demon serpent. Can Elder Yu truly manage this? Lai Bai placed his right hand upon the exterior of the Qianquan seal on his chest. Should Elder Yu find himself unable to resolve this matter alone, Lai Bai would not allow the situation to deteriorate further. In the past, the fierce struggle between celestial and demonic companions nearly plunged the celestial sect into an abyss of despair. He was determined to prevent such a tragedy from recurring. As Lai Bai lifted his gaze, he momentarily found himself in a daze. Elder Yu, how is it that you arrived so suddenly? Elder Yu extended his left hand, gently removing Lai Bai's right hand from the Qianquan seal. Child, you have worried yourself unnecessarily. These matters should not rest solely upon your shoulders. Elder Yu's demeanor was as steadfast as a mountain, suggesting that the situation was not as dire as anticipated. With a slight easing of his spirit, Lai Bai succumbed to unconsciousness, rolling his eyes back. Elder Yu gently laid Lai Bai upon a recliner, covering him with a blanket before departing. No more of this. No more. He exclaimed, this truly is a celestial battle. With a resounding crash, a streak of light erupted once more. Alas, the mortals suffer. A few individuals, their faces pallid with fear, had no time to flee and hastily combined their efforts to erect what appeared to be a sturdy protective barrier. Crack. Yet, it shattered into countless fragments after merely a breath's duration. I warned you not to look, but you would not heed my words. You insisted that witnessing this battle was an unparalleled opportunity, and now, behold the consequences. Help! Save me! Someone please! The others cried out for assistance. Yet he alone continued to prattle on. Was he terrified or unafraid? His calm demeanor was perplexing. The little god of wealth observed from a distance, showing no inclination to intervene. In his eyes, endeavors lacking personal gain were not worth pursuing. What is your name? Elder Yu inquired as he effortlessly flung aside those who were paralyzed with terror. It is quite normal for someone of your stature to be unfamiliar with me. His words were mere drivel, yet no response was offered. Elder Yu glanced at the luminous thread approaching overhead and chuckled. He was incredulous that the towering figure before him was unafraid even of a fatal strike. Bang! Clang! Inside, Elder Yu's heart raced as the towering figure bravely withstood the lethal technique without a hint of fear. Elder Yu, do not intervene. Allow me to meet my end once more. What was he laughing about? Was he genuinely excited? Wait, meet my end again. Is his cultivation method the legendary immortal technique? Boom. Suddenly, a blinding burst of electric fire in the shape of a swastika erupted upon the practice platform, instantly drawing Elder Yu's attention back. Li Zhuan, with that strike from the demonic path, your demise is inevitable. Ha! Fivefolden laughed maniacally, yet nothing transpired. Fivefolden, how dare you conspire with the demon realm? You possess audacity beyond measure. Who do you think you are too? Elder Yu, how did you arrive here? Without a second thought, upon catching sight of Elder Yu, Fivefold and activated his celestial energy and fled in a panic. Enduring a strike from the demonic realm, Li Zhun smiled and said, Elder Yu, this trivial matter need not trouble you. Elder Yu's face twitched. Even a senior from the celestial realm deemed him overly meddlesome. Truly, as a venerable figure of the celestial realm, he bore the full brunt of the demonic energy without a hint of distress. A true disciple of the Buddhist path, yet one who dallies with the dark arts. It seems he cannot be allowed to remain. As Li Zhun spoke, a radiant light of Buddha enveloped him, illuminating the land for miles, instantly neutralizing the demonic assault. Simultaneously, this aura ushered forth a vibrant scene of flourishing flowers and thriving landscapes. Just as Li Zhun was poised to vanquish Wu Chong'an, a system task was unexpectedly triggered. The task notice arrived neither too early nor too late. But precisely at this moment, could it be that Wu Chong'an was not to be slain? Chapter 21. The key figure Wu Zhong'an succumbed to darkness. Li Zhun was poised to uphold justice when the system issued an encrypted mission, ominously labeled as unknown. Li Zhun harbored a desire to eliminate him, ridding the world of a scourge. However, it was highly probable that Wu Zhong'an was pivotal to this clandestine task. A throng of onlookers surged forth, their gazes fixated, silent, yet brimming with unspoken disdain and murderous intent. It was as though their expressions conveyed a singular message: perish. With a swift stroke, Li Zhun's blade descended, and before the horror could dissipate from Wu Zhong'an's countenance, he vanished into oblivion. Those who succumb to darkness deserve retribution. Well struck, well struck, well struck. Li Zhun hovered midair, solemnly gesturing for calm. Esteemed brethren, though the fiend has been vanquished, threats linger. I implore your cooperation with Elder Yu to conduct a thorough investigation. Elder Yu, contemplating how to initiate the discourse, found Li Zhun had preempted his words. Truly, a venerable immortal, ever mindful of every detail. One at a time, please. Do not rush or jostle. While Elder Yu was overwhelmed with the bustling crowd, Li Zhun seized the opportunity to make his discreet exit. En route, a change in the system's task unfolded. Encrypted mission has been unlocked. Follow the trail. A surge of joy welled within Li Zhun as he realized. Had he eliminated Wu Zhong'an, the opportunity for the encrypted task would have been irrevocably lost. Navigating through the depths of a dense forest, he stumbled upon a natural cave. Although the atmosphere was damp, it offered absolute safety, a hidden sanctuary discovered by mere chance, inaccessible to the average seeker. Haha. Fear was etched across Wu Zhong'an's face, sweat beading on his brow, gasping for breath. Never had he imagined he would brush so closely with death. Yet, this did not deter his instinct for survival. Regrettably, as Li Zhun released him, he uttered but two words: seal. Despair engulfed Wu Zhong'an as he collapsed to the ground, contemplating his family still in the clutches of the masked dragon-headed man. Without hesitation, he bit into the poison pouch concealed beneath his tongue. As he spewed forth black blood, struggling against the brink of death, Li Zhun chuckled. Had he heard of the blood of the true dragon, capable of dispelling all toxins? Wu Zhong'an, writhing and gasping, fiercely shook his head, desperately attempting to expel the poison, all while rolling his eyes in defiance. He would rather perish than divulge a single word. I cannot bear to consume it myself. How fortunate for you. Li Zhun laughed again. Wu Zhong'an, in his agony, wept at the cruel turn of fate. Even in death, there were those who obstructed him. The blood of the true dragon flowed slowly down his throat, with tendrils of black poison seeping from his body, tainting the flora nearby, which withered and died in an instant, a testament to its lethal potency. Failing to succumb to poison, Wu Zhong'an resorted to biting his tongue in a final act of desperation. The pain tightened his brow, yet his resolve to die remained unwavering. This phoenix essence, capable of resurrecting the dead, I too hesitate to employ, yet it seems you will benefit from it. Li Zhun forcibly pried open Wu Zhong'an's tightly shut mouth. With a soft tick, the essence of the phoenix surged into the wound, halting the flow of blood and restoring the severed tongue to its original state. Wu Zhong'an wept. Brother, you possess both the blood of the true dragon and the essence of the phoenix. What a waste. He pondered why death seemed so elusive. Let me clarify this for you. I will not kill you. I have saved your life twice, granting you a second chance, Li Zhun stated with a smile. But suddenly his demeanor shifted, sending a chill down Wu Chong'an's spine. What? What do you intend to do? Wu Chong'an felt an inexplicable fear, unsure of what he was evading. Li Zhun advanced with relentless determination until Wu Chong'an found himself cornered against the cave wall, with no escape. He raised his hands defensively, his expression a mix of confusion and dread. I must inform you, a gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. Am I that kind of person? Li Jun chuckled. From this point forward, you would do well to cooperate. Otherwise, I shall release you. Panic surged within Wu Chong'an, and he immediately knelt, his forehead striking the ground with loud thuds. Please, I implore you, do not release me. If I am set free, my entire family will be doomed. Wu Chong'an understood the gravity of his situation. As long as he remained alive and in the public eye, regardless of any explanations to Li Jun, the masked man with the dragon head would not let him escape. He was not afraid of death, but rather terrified of the repercussions for his family. Li Jun, maintaining his calm demeanor, inquired, Who is the person behind you? With whom have you signed the contract of demonic possession? What are your next steps? Wu Chong'an responded swiftly. I signed the contract of demonic possession with the demon dragon of the demon realm. The individual who sent me has not revealed his true identity, but he wears a dragon mask. He compelled me to sign the contract. The masked man with the dragon head? Li Jun pondered, unable to unravel this mystery, and decided to set it aside for the moment. For now, you cannot leave, nor can you die. Perhaps I can save your family, but you must heed my commands moving forward. Li Jun stood before Wu Chong'an, not coercing him, yet Wu Chong'an felt compelled to comply for the sake of his family. From now on, you shall be my master. Through trials and tribulations, I shall not retreat. A hidden task? Li Jun's heart soared with excitement as he dismissed Wu Chong'an and turned towards the system space. It had been over 10 days since he last visited, and he marveled at the significant changes within. The originally modest space of 10,000 cubic units had expanded to an impressive 1 million cubic units. Rewards had accumulated in abundance, though there were no heavenly treasures, only rare seeds, yayansi, guiyuan grass, nourishing flowers, vitality fruits. This was a windfall indeed, making it nearly impossible not to prosper. A total of 108 varieties of exquisite seeds, all excellent for enhancing vitality, regulating the internal organs, and unblocking the 6 bowels. Su Sheng had allocated 10 acres for himself, plus another 10 acres for the top scholar. With a total of 20 acres, once fully planted, it would easily satisfy the needs of the entire celestial sect. Li Jun intended to take the seeds with him, but was suddenly interrupted by an alarming series of beeps. System, what is happening? Why can't I take the precious seeds outside? Li Jun had meticulously planned, unwilling to falter at the starting line. The seeds, of exceptional rarity, are a burden to possess without the means to utilize them. The system uttered a single phrase before falling silent. Despite Li Jun's persistent calls and efforts to summon the aloof system, it remained unresponsive. The seeds cannot be taken out. As Li Jun surveyed his surroundings, he realized that this realm of the system had transformed into fertile fields. How foolish of me to have overlooked this until now. Li Jun resolved to cultivate seedlings within the system's domain before transplanting them into the celestial sect for further development. Master, you must come quickly. Something terrible has happened. Wei Zhong'an cried out in alarm. Chapter 22, A False Alarm, a matter of great importance. Li Jun emerged from the confines of the system space, only to be met by the frantic visage of Wu Chong'an, who immediately lunged towards his thigh. Master, please save my family. Wu Chong'an clung to Li Jun's leg, refusing to let go. Li Jun sighed with a wry smile and kicked him away. Trust me, do not panic. First, tell me what has transpired. Initially agitated, Wu Chong'an found an inexplicable calm upon hearing these words. In less than 15 minutes, 33 of the soul tokens belonging to our household servants shattered. As he looked up, tears streamed down his face, horror etched across his features. How many servants do we have? Li Jun surmised that the masked man would not relent easily. However, he had not anticipated the swift execution of his sinister plans. All 33 are dead. If more perish, my entire family will be in jeopardy. As Wu Chong'an spoke, a fresh wave of panic washed over him, and he attempted once more to cling to Li Jun's leg. Li Jun leapt to avoid his grasp and, upon landing, remarked, Do you not find this situation suspicious? Wu Chong'an, upon reflecting on this, broke into a cold sweat. Master, thank you for your timely reminder. Otherwise, had we exposed ourselves, we would not only be unable to save anyone, but would also place my family in grave danger. Indeed, if he feared for his own life, why would he eliminate the servants? It was likely that he had already annihilated his own family and was now in pursuit of him. Soul tokens, soul tokens. Li Jun muttered several times, a sudden realization dawning upon him, and he erupted into laughter. Wu Chong'an instinctively distanced himself from his master, who was laughing maniacally. Yet, Li Jun's laughter ceased abruptly as he adopted a serious demeanor. I have devised a plan. Wu Chong'an, perplexed, inquired, What plan? Li Zhun extended his hand towards Wu Chong'an, requesting the soul token. Master, you are not contemplating betrayal and seeking to kill me, are you? Wu Chong'an reluctantly offered the token. Li Zhun accepted it, gazing at Wu Chong'an with a silent smile. Indeed, once a person surpasses their deepest desire for death, they become even more fearful of it. Master, your gaze is quite overwhelming. Wu Chong'an averted his eyes, feeling as though he had committed a transgression and was unable to maintain eye contact with Li Zhun. Up close and unguarded, a prime opportunity. Li Zhun swiftly struck, delivering a palm to Wu Chong'an's chest. Startled, Wu Chong'an coughed up a mouthful of blood and fled. However, upon reaching the cave's entrance, he halted, glancing back to see no one in pursuit. Master, you do not kill me, but severely wound me. What is your intention? Wu Chong'an returned to confront him. Li Zhun paid him no heed, engrossed in sketching on the soul token. Using my own heart's blood, inscribing on my soul token, what is the master truly doing? Wu Chong'an pondered for a long while, ultimately deciding to abandon his inquiry. Indeed, the wisdom of his master was beyond his comprehension. As Li Zhun continued to draw, ethereal wisps of life energy began to emanate from Wu Chong'an. Fate, destiny. Fate can be altered in the near future, yet destiny is predetermined. As long as you transcend your own fate, the masked figure of the dragon cannot hold sway over you. Li Zhun deftly guided strands of vital energy, utilizing the blood of Wu Chong'an as a conduit, successfully rendering his life soul card ineffective. Wu Chong'an felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his being. The shackles of his limitations shattered one after another, breaking through incessantly. Master, please allow me to cease. Otherwise, my foundation will be precarious, and my life shall be forfeit. Wu Chong'an's mind reacted with unparalleled clarity. Li Zhun, unhurried, merely smiled and said, once fate is broken, it surges forth like a raging tide. Rest assured, should anything arise, I shall bear the burden for you. These words brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Wu Chong'an's progress was meteoric, from initial trepidation to passive acceptance, and now to sheer enjoyment. The entire process, though it seemed lengthy, had not exceeded a mere quarter of an hour. As Wu Chong'an's realm stabilized, an overwhelming sense of impending crisis swept over him. He smiled, having initially thought that advancing 3 major realms was sufficient to overshadow his master. Yet now, facing his master's formidable sweep, he found himself still lacking in strength. Bang! The two clashed in a single strike, and one shadow was forcefully sent flying. Upon landing, a bitter expression emerged. Master, could you tell me how much strength you used during our previous battle? The vanquished, naturally, was Wu Chong'an. Do not be disheartened, little Anzi. During our previous encounter, I employed the Tai Chi push cloud technique, combined with the secret Buddhist scripture, the I Ching Jing. Tai Chi harnesses strength, while the Buddhist and demonic arts find balance. It is only natural that you could not best me, Li Zhun explained, demonstrating the decomposed movements once more. Wu Chong'an felt a flush of embarrassment, yet his eyes remained fixated on the demonstration. The day passed swiftly until dawn. A resplendent phoenix transformed back into its humble form of a colorful chicken, crowing as it arrived leisurely at the secret cave, clutching a long worm with horns atop its head. Master, may I beseech you to spare the young dragon? Wu Chong'an, once disdainful of the moniker Little Anzi, now set aside his grievances for the sake of saving the dragon hatchling. With a soft plop, the hatchling was moved to tears, albeit just a single drop. Master, how does he qualify to be your servant? The colorful chicken shot a glare over its shoulder, causing Wu Chong'an to quickly hide behind Li Zhun. Master, please protect Little Anzi. Upon hearing this, Li Zhun felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he had not anticipated a rivalry over servant status. You two just look. That unspoken command triggered a system task. Alas, he had to placate both of them. Wu Chong'an was easy to negotiate with, but the colorful chicken held its head high with unyielding pride. I am a phoenix. Dragons dwell in the mountains. Only dragons and phoenixes are worthy of being your master's servants. How can a mere mortal claim such a title? Enraged, the colorful chicken transformed back into a magnificent phoenix. Wu Chong'an dared not utter a sound any longer. Not only him, but even the young dragon beside him trembled in fear, rendered immobile. Li Zhun, having extended ample patience with a smile, now wore a serious expression. Little phoenix, have I granted you too much leniency? Upon finishing his words, he produced a large pot forged from mysterious iron, setting down firewood to boil water and prepare a meal. The once imposing 7-colored phoenix, upon realizing that her master might be contemplating a chicken soup, instantly wilted. Master, I was mistaken. Please do not be angry. If you would be so kind. Wu Chong'an, catching the subtle plea in the phoenix's eyes, hurried over with the young dragon in his arms to intercede. Master, please quell your anger. Sister Phoenix is merely unaccustomed and does not refuse to follow your lead. Li Jun acknowledged with a grunt, and thus this matter was considered resolved. Chapter 23. Surrendering in Heart and Mouth. Harmonizing Internal Affairs. What began as an inconspicuous task took an unexpected turn when Li Jun received a remarkable reward from the system, a drop of celestial nectar. The joy that surged within him was beyond expression. This legendary elixir, known for its transformative powers, held the potential to completely rejuvenate him. Li Jun contemplated consuming and refining it, when suddenly, the young dragon, with its head bowed, crawled over to him. Master, may I be granted this? The young dragon's inner conflict had finally led to such a plea. Li Jun mused that if his servant's magical pet grew stronger, it would be akin to his own empowerment. After all, it was a win-win situation. Very well, Li Jun flicked his fingers, sending the celestial nectar into the young dragon's mouth. What would it feel like? Though he could not taste it himself, he was curious. However, the young dragon struggled to swallow. The nectar lodged firmly in its throat, bubbling ominously. As the young dragon's face turned crimson, the anxious Wu Zhong rushed around in a flurry, ultimately coming back to plead with Li Jun. Master, please think of a solution. This little one is my only beloved pet. Tears streamed down Wu Zhong's face. Do not panic. I recall reading about such a predicament in an ancient tome. Li Jun reassured, as he summoned all the ancient books from the system space. Wu Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a vast fortress of at least 70 to 80,000 tomes. Master, how long will it take to find what we need? Wu Zhong lamented while sifting through the books. Li Jun, undeterred, waved his right hand, causing the text from one ancient book to detach and swiftly manifest images before his eyes. Wu Zhong gasped, once again awestruck by his master's extraordinary abilities. While others could skim through 10 lines at a glance, Li Jun could absorb an entire book in a single glance. Truly, he was remarkable. Little one, why do you dawdle? Quickly categorize the books you have perused. Otherwise, it will become overwhelming. As he spoke, Li Jun continued to read at an astonishing pace. Thus, Wu Zhong diligently followed behind, tirelessly organizing the tomes. Master, you could hasten your pace a bit more? I genuinely fear for my beloved pet's well-being. Employing a secret technique, Wu Zhong kept pace with Li Jun's rapid reading. Remember, you said it yourself. A sly smile crept across Li Jun's lips, sending a shiver of foreboding through Wu Zhong. In the next moment, over 60,000 tomes soared into the air, their text detaching and instantly flooding into Li Jun's mind. No. Oh! Wu Zhong cried out as he was buried beneath a deluge of books. Meanwhile, the young dragon, which had been unable to swallow the nectar, immediately gulped it down upon witnessing its master in distress, and promptly began to refine it. Subsequently, a fierce gust of wind swept through, devouring a staggering 70,000 ancient tomes in its wake. Applauding, Li Jun approached, exclaiming, "Remarkable! After refining the celestial nectar, you have completely mastered your magical prowess." The young dragon, filled with despair, wished fervently that it had never consumed the celestial nectar, preferring its own demise over the thought of its master perishing for its sake. The body of Wu Chongyin had been reduced to a mere pulp, had it not previously ingested the blood of the phoenix, which was derived from the flesh of the undead. It would have long since met its end. Your master shall not perish. The phoenix blood within him, previously unrefined, is now aiding in the reconstruction of his form. Li Jun understood all too well. Once Wu Chongyin's body was fully reformed, a brilliant future awaited him. The young dragon, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped this and bowed thrice before Li Jun. How curious! Why has my magic core suddenly expanded? This was not the first occurrence of such an anomaly, and Li Jun was accustomed to it. At that moment, the colorful phoenix approached, wearing a look of discontent. Master, my blood was already scarce. Why did you allow it to be given away? Complaining, it immediately struck its chest, forcing forth a drop of its precious blood. Observing the fiery phoenix blood before him, Li Jun felt tears welling in his eyes as he gently caressed the phoenix's feathers, murmuring, "I apologize. In the future, I shall compensate you." The colorful phoenix relished the affection, obediently nestling in his embrace. That sensation was truly delightful. Amu. Li Jun consumed the phoenix blood in one gulp, instantly feeling a fiery explosion in his throat. He finally understood why substances like phoenix blood and celestial nectar often lodged in one's throat. Their molecular density was too great, and their viscosity far too high to descend smoothly. Master, quickly close your eyes, feel with your heart, resonate with your celestial energy, integrate with the Tao, and accept it with your body. In essence, do not fear. The colorful phoenix instructed. Following its guidance, Li Zhun meticulously refined the phoenix blood. Meanwhile, Wu Chong'an, having just reconstructed his body, witnessed this scene and could not help but sigh heavily. He thought to himself, when I ingested the phoenix blood, it was a torturous ordeal. Yet my master can refine it with such ease. Truly, comparison between individuals can be infuriating. After reconstructing his form, ordinary weapons forged from mysterious iron could no longer inflict any substantial harm upon Wu Chong'an. Even the finest divine weapons crafted from superior iron could merely graze his skin. Moreover, any superficial wounds would heal instantaneously. Could it be that I now possess absolute defense? Wu Chong'an reveled in his newfound strength, but was suddenly startled to see his master emerge unscathed from the scorching flames of the phoenix. Xiaoanzi, how do you feel after refining the phoenix blood? Li Zhun inched closer to Wu Chong'an. Master, please do not belittle me. You are unafraid even of the true fire of the phoenix. Wu Chong'an stood at a distance, his body glistening with perspiration as if he were being scorched by flames. Should he venture into the blaze, he feared he might enter with his life but emerge without it. Li Zhun chuckled softly. His indifference to the searing flames was not merely the result of the phoenix's blood. He was well aware that Wu Chong'an had misunderstood. Master, why is that? Wu Chong'an questioned, having witnessed with his own eyes his master emerge unscathed from the true fire of the phoenix. This could not be a mere illusion. This divine skill, the art of fire control, take it and cultivate it. Once you have mastered it entirely, you shall no longer fear the true fire of the phoenix. Li Zhun regarded Wu Chong'an as one of his own. Master, Xiaoanzi shall never serve another master in this lifetime. Wu Chong'an's face brimmed with admiration. Chapter 24. Concerning love, little phoenix, you need not follow. Remain here to guard the secret cave, Li Zhun instructed. The seven-colored phoenix nodded in response and nestled nearby, blissfully drifting into a deep slumber. Wu Chong'an scampered over, a foolish grin plastered on his face, brimming with anticipation. Master, if I disguise myself, might I venture out? He yearned to step outside and gather news of his family. Though the dragon had swiftly absorbed the divine nectar, its progress remained unstable until its form was solidified. It required vigilant oversight. Li Zhun paused at this juncture, aware of Wu Chong'an's thoughts, yet understanding that the time was not ripe. Master, you have no usable companions by your side. Should danger arise, what will you do? Wu Chong'an attempted to subtly persuade Li Zhun to take him along. Li Zhun shot him an icy glare. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. In recent days, Li Zhun had shown exceptional kindness to him, causing Wu Chong'an to forget the fearsome aspects of his master. However, a single glance brought back the chilling sensation of being ensnared in an icy abyss, teetering on the edge of a precipice. Indeed, master, I shall dutifully obey your commands. Wu Chong'an realized then that no matter how close the bond, Li Zhun remained the master, and he must not entertain even a hint of insubordination. He watched as his master departed, until he vanished from sight. With a sigh of relief, Wu Chong'an plopped down onto the ground, wiping cold sweat from his brow, while murmuring, Master's thoughts are truly inscrutable. The seven-colored phoenix opened its eyes, cast a glance at him, smiled faintly, and then closed its eyes once more. Wu Chong'an, even it looks down upon me, he lamented. Do not be disheartened, master. The world is fraught with peril, and human hearts are unfathomable. It is only natural that you cannot decipher them. The dragon had grown somewhat larger and sought to nuzzle Wu Chong'an with its horned head. No, not like that, Wu Chong'an exclaimed, feeling trepidation at the thought of those sharp horns potentially causing him harm. Master, now that you have a master, do you not love me anymore? Woe is me. The dragon's tears flowed profusely, unreasonable and flooding the ground. Wu Chong'an felt exhausted. The happenings within the secret cave remained a mystery to all, yet the affairs of the immortal sect were already renowned far and wide. As Li Zhun traversed the path, he gazed at the mountainous wilderness, hearing the whispers of mountain spirits lurking in the shadows. Little Li, a significant event has transpired at the immortal sect. A fox spirit exclaimed with a sycophantic expression. What event? What does it concern us? The fox spirit, as if taking liberties, boldly touched the other, revealing its male nature. Enough. We speak of serious matters. If you continue this way, I shall ignore you, humph. Li Zhun chuckled inwardly, realizing that not only women but even female fox spirits could throw tantrums in a similar manner. All right, do tell, my dear, the male fox spirit replied, unperturbed, continuing its advances unabated. In a moment of perplexity, I found myself inexplicably drawn to a creature of such dubious nature. The matronly fox turned her gaze sharply towards him, urging him to behave. Before continuing, I suspect that the prodigious genius causing such a stir in the celestial sect is none other than our benefactor. Li Zhun, who was on the verge of departing, halted upon hearing the mention of the celestial sect. Could it be that fortuitous? He mused, though the male fox feigned disbelief. A sense of unease stirred within him. What if it truly was? Would the absence of a statue commemorating our benefactor in our abode not render him guilty of a grievous disrespect? Is it possible? The matronly fox inquired. Li Zhun. The male fox felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. It seemed their benefactor shared the same name. The matronly fox shot him another glare, extending her claw to give him a sharp tap on the head. Look at your memory. Should I call you foolish or clever? The male fox remained silent, intimidated. Li Zhun pondered this quandary. It appeared that any response could be construed as self-deprecation. How amusing it is to critique oneself, he thought, just as he resolved to leave. An infuriating system prompt interrupted him. No matter the task, he found himself unable to depart. Resigned, Li Zhun sat upon a withered log, awaiting the system's directives. He contemplated the day when he could orchestrate his own fate. Then, his life would be nothing short of perfection. A star-level task? The establishment of an animal kingdom? System. You wretched entity, do you intend to prevent my return to the celestial sect? His exclamations elicited no response from the aloof system. Building an animal kingdom could take at least 10 days or more. With a heavy heart, he turned back, intending to confront the two foxes. However, upon his return, he discovered that the pair had vanished without a trace. Utilizing the tracking technique he had diligently studied from ancient texts, Li Zhun quickly discerned the path the two foxes had taken. Whoosh! The two foxes raced ahead, pursued by an unseen threat. Fear propelled them to run faster, though the distance between them and their pursuers steadily diminished. My dear, flee swiftly. I shall confront the human behind us. The male fox, seeing no other option, resolved to sacrifice himself for the sake of love. Li Zhun imagined the matronly fox would be deeply moved by such valor. Yet, she merely echoed, "No, my beloved. If we must perish, let us do so together. We shall flee as one." In truth, the matronly fox offered no reply at all, vanishing from sight. Li Zhun felt as though his understanding of the world was being upended. Truly, the cunning of foxes was unparalleled. The male fox, witnessing his partner's silent departure, felt not anger but rather an overwhelming sense of pride. Without a burden, no one shall capture me. Allow me to dazzle you with my elusive charm. Alas, Li Zhun ought not to have awaited his adversary's move. Now, the situation has unfolded rather poorly. The vixen, with a foul emission, has tarnished his visage. Cough, cough, cough. Li Zhun, standing nearby, retched violently, and soon enough, bile emerged, nearly leading him to the brink of asphyxiation. Humanity, I beseech you, do not covet our essence. Day by day, you are either yearning for our pelts or seeking our inner treasures. The male fox harbored no fondness for humankind. Li Zhun lifted his gaze, revealing his true countenance, and bestowed a faint smile upon the male fox. Thud! The male fox immediately knelt, stammering, "Ah, benevolent one." Cold sweat beaded upon his brow, terrified at the thought of having so brazenly offended his benefactor. Chapter 25. The prototype of the animal kingdom. Li Zhun was overwhelmed by the foul odor emitted by the vixen. Initially, he had intended to confront her decisively. However, upon witnessing the fear evident in the male fox's reaction, his resolve softened instantly. Do not fret. I have returned specifically to assist in the establishment of the animal kingdom. He reassured them. Indeed, the system has mandated it. I have no choice in the matter. Despite Li Zhun's lack of reproach, the male fox still inflicted several slaps upon his own face in despair. The grace you have bestowed upon me is as profound as a mountain, and you are the savior of this wild expanse. Yet the male fox's voice trailed off as he bowed his head, tears streaming down in remorse. Li Zhun extended his hand, gently patting the fox's shoulder, preparing to offer words of comfort. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by a loud warning. Damn humans, do not dare skin my mate. Upon turning, Li Zhun discovered he had been surrounded. Initially, he had assumed that the female fox fled to save herself, abandoning her partner. To his astonishment, she had sprinted to fetch reinforcements rather than escape. At that moment, the mountains were teeming with wild spirits and creatures. Any ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear, yet Li Zhun felt a surge of joy that illuminated his face. After searching high and low, I have stumbled upon a treasure without effort. The establishment of the animal kingdom is within our grasp. Ha ha, foolishness. The leader of the antelope spirit scolded the female fox before striding towards Li Zhun. We kneel. We bow our heads and beseech your forgiveness, honorable one. We were misled by the female fox, which is why we have come here. We did not intend any harm. We implore you to show mercy and not hold our actions against us." As the antelope's spirit knelt, the other wild spirits, witnessing this, followed suit, collapsing to the ground in a wave of submission. Zhun contemplated that this antelope spirit might indeed be fit to become the king of the animal kingdom. Suddenly, he was drawn back to the present by the voice of the female fox. "Honorable one, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize you earlier and assumed you were here to strip us of our fur and take our essence." The female fox prostrated herself, knocking her head repeatedly against the ground in earnest apology. It was perplexing to ponder how those who only sought to strip flesh and extract essence perceived the world. Could it be that humans and wild spirits could not coexist peacefully? Enough of this. Rise, Zhun urged. Your actions were driven by the desire to save your mate. What fault lies therein? His words not only moved the female fox, but also resonated deeply with the assembled wild spirits. It became evident that the essence of his character, like water, embodies the highest virtue, truly beyond the reach of ordinary beings. "My beloved, why do you not come forth to express your gratitude?" the female fox urged. Noticing the male fox's silence, she took his paw and, with determination, guided him to kneel before Zhun. "Do not think that just because the benefactor is present, I shall refrain from striking you. Go ahead, give it a try." The vixen extended her neck, inviting the challenge. The male fox, hesitating, brandished his claws for quite some time, but could not bring himself to strike. Zhun observed this amusingly, pondering how this pair of fox spirits was indeed entertaining. Their affectionate dynamic made them quite suitable for overseeing the matrimonial affairs of the animal kingdom. The one in charge always manages to place matters before others. Indeed, as soon as the antelope spirit appeared, it got straight to business. Unaware of the benefactor's presence, "What brings you here?" Zhun shared his aspirations of establishing an animal kingdom with the antelope spirit. The creature's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it exclaimed, "Benefactor, please allow us to pay our respects." Zhun chuckled, bemused by how this assembly of mountain spirits and wild creatures had become so enamored with honoring him. Establishing an animal kingdom is no trivial pursuit. Do you have any ideas of your own? He held a deep respect for others' opinions, especially when the matter at hand involved them. "Benefactor, if permitted, I would propose to create a natural barrier surrounded by mountains." The antelope spirit was the first to consider the necessity of defending against human intrusions and hunting. Zhun readily consented. "Very well. Is there one among you who knows the art of moving mountains?" A brown bear, hearing this, thundered towards Zhun, stomping the ground with great force. "Benefactor, I possess great strength and can undertake arduous labor. Oh, would you care to demonstrate your might?" The bear, relying solely on its immense strength, effortlessly displaced a small hill before Zhun, nodding in silent approval. Zhun bestowed upon him the title of General of Mountain Movers, colloquially known as the Mountain King Bear. "What other ideas do you have?" Zhun inquired again. The antelope spirit was eager to reply. "A mere barrier will not suffice to deter greedy humans. Fear not, benefactor, you are not among them." The antelope spirit added, as Zhun chuckled and gestured for him to continue. "The most effective strategy to prevent humans from infiltrating the animal kingdom would be to employ their own defensive tactics." The antelope spirit concluded, casting a hopeful glance at Zhun. "Apologies, but I have little time. I am here to focus on construction," Zhun replied candidly. "Not to worry, benefactor. You can impart the defensive techniques to the Nest family, who are adept at construction," the antelope spirit revealed, having evidently prepared in advance. The Nest family? Zhun followed the antelope spirit's gaze, discovering that the so-called Nest family comprised Little Crafty, Little Dove, and Little Swallow. "Can you construct fortifications?" Zhun inquired. The Nest family collectively shook their heads. "Then what can you do?" Zhun asked, feeling a bit exasperated at the prospect of starting from scratch. Would that not exhaust him? "I can build sturdy houses," Little Swallow proclaimed. "Very well, you shall be tasked with constructing the defensive outpost," Zhun assigned immediately. "I understand mechanisms and can create traps," Little Crafty declared, though a tone of sorrow laced their words. "I can perceive that these are their kin, whose experiences were purchased with their very lives." "Very well, then, you shall assume full responsibility for the construction of the defensive towers." As Zhun spoke, his gaze shifted towards the small dove nearby. "I am uncertain of my own capabilities. All I know is that I can fly swiftly. Allow me to deliver messages." The small dove's eyes were clouded with doubt, feeling quite useless. The task of communication serves as the most effective link between the frontline defenses and the rear stronghold. "Do not underestimate its significance," Zhun emphasized. Upon hearing this, the small dove's spirits were lifted. "So, I hold such importance? As for the construction of the rear stronghold, due to time constraints, I shall not be involved, Li Jun declared, thereby entrusting the rear stronghold to the antelope creature. Chapter 26. The Treacherous Feast. However, Li Jun contemplated that the only ones who could partake in such sustenance were those residing at the foot of the mountain, relying on it for their livelihood. Little pigeon, this serves as a temporary shield for you. Once the communication system is established, this barrier shall vanish of its own accord. Of course, its quantity is limited. I can assist you, but I cannot disrupt the natural order of the food chain. Some regrets are inherently unremediable, Li Jun articulated, gesturing with his hands to conjure a barrier that radiated a soft blue luminescence. To ordinary individuals, such a barrier was entirely imperceptible, and even those of moderate cultivation would find it difficult to detect. Upon entering this shield, everything would dissipate from their view. He was indeed capable of constructing a realm for the animals here, yet the protection he could offer was constrained by their capabilities. Li Jun could not, for the sake of this animal kingdom, choose to transgress the principles of the food chain. Doing so would surely invoke divine retribution. Upon hearing these words, Little Pigeon felt a sense of bewilderment, but nonetheless committed his words to memory. Shortly after returning to Longfeng Mountain, Wu Zhong accompanied him to where a newly evolved companion awaited. The little dragon had sprouted horns, an odd yet somewhat festive sight. The master has received word from the palace, inviting all esteemed immortals to a banquet, and you are to attend as well. A banquet? Li Jun queried, perplexed. It has scarcely been long since the last gathering. What could be the purpose of summoning everyone again under such vague pretenses? Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the simplicity of the situation. Do you have any insight into this? Li Jun inquired. Wu Zhong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. How could I possibly know? I merely received the message and rushed here immediately. Indeed, Li Jun had not even had the opportunity to ask before they seemed disinclined to divulge further information. The little dragon stood protectively nearby, while the phoenix and the golden dragon appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding a sense of languor. They felt no need for concern, whether in the back mountains or the vast palace. They could ensure that no one could slip past their vigilance. Master, this matter is undoubtedly complex, and I sense something peculiar in the air, the golden dragon spoke. Possessing a keen sensitivity to the atmosphere, it had established numerous barriers to prevent any occurrences here from leaking outward. However, within its domain, it remained acutely aware of any unusual sense. Upon hearing this, the phoenix nodded in agreement. Yes, master, I have sensed it since earlier, though as of yet, I cannot discern its nature. Perhaps I should accompany you. It would ensure your safety. Indeed, Li Jun replied with a smile, amused by their anxiety. One might think this was truly a treacherous feast. Rest assured, in the gaze of the multitude, what could they possibly do? If this were to transpire elsewhere, it might be somewhat acceptable. Yet within this imperial palace, in the presence of so many witnesses, what would become of a dignified prince should he truly meet his demise or suffer injury? Surely, the emperor would have to pursue the matter for the sake of his own reputation. Otherwise, how might those outside perceive him? The phoenix languidly regarded the golden dragon, half-heartedly acquiescing, allowing the matter to rest. The golden dragon glanced around and, finding nothing amiss, continued his discourse. Since he had expressed himself so clearly, what could they do but comply? There was no alternative. Wu Zhong observed those around him, unable to dissuade them, thus resigning himself to the situation, with the elder of the celestial sect among them. If something were truly to occur, it would certainly not escape his notice. Although Li Jun was unclear about the reasons behind it all, since others had articulated their intentions so explicitly, naming him directly and summoning him, he could not refuse and had no choice but to muster his courage. After all, with so many present, no one would dare act against him. Ever since he was selected as one among them, the inhabitants of the palace, while outwardly courteous, harbored an underlying resentment towards him. It was merely the difference in his current status compared to the past that altered their sentiments. As Li Jun once again entered the palace, he had never truly paid attention to the happenings within. For one who had traversed realms, aside from the farming system he had acquired, he seemed to possess little more than a cacophony of emptiness. Beyond his title, it appeared he owned nothing at all. Even the land at the back mountain was a gift from another. Brother Zhun, you have finally arrived. Without even discerning who stood before him, he was enveloped in a grand embrace. A smile instantly graced Li Jun's face, yet the surrounding maidens blushed furiously at the sight, for such familiarity was utterly inappropriate. Li Jun, however, remained unperturbed. When Shui had always been of such disposition, indifferent to the opinions of those around them. You have come. Yi Jin and those nearby beamed upon his arrival. However, today's assembly was indeed unlike the usual, merely to speak to the three of them. Elder, may I inquire the purpose of this gathering? You ask me? I am equally in the dark, summoned for reasons unknown. Indeed, Brother Zhun, according to protocol, we should not appear again after the test concludes, yet. When Shue's words trailed off, a shy smile adorning her face. This smile bore enough clarity to indicate that their reappearance was solely due to the nature of this person's identity, which could not be dismissed. Although they, as celestial beings, could indeed transcend the trivialities of mortal affairs, the multitude of disciples on the mountain remained fundamentally human. What was required here bore no distinction from that of the earthly realm. It is merely a matter of submitting to power and compromising one's own integrity. Moreover, there now exist two extraordinary individuals upon this mountain. No matter how great one's pride, it would be unwise to refuse them. I understand, truly I do. There is no need for further explanation. Li Jun smiled at once, his meaning conveyed with clarity despite the brevity of words. The three onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of embarrassment, yet the reality remained unchanged. Had it not been for their presence this year, they would not find themselves in such a compromising position. Furthermore, the arcane secrets concealed within that door are not easily accessible to mere mortals. Precautions can still be taken, yet the circumstances of today differ vastly from those of the past. Regardless of their formidable prowess, they cannot withstand the potential betrayal from these newly joined individuals. To mitigate any risks, the three must simply go with the flow. What must be done now shall proceed as it is. Do you not understand why this is so? Yi Jin gazed upon the current situation, which was indeed of a higher caliber than when they first arrived, undeniably bordering on the extravagant. Chapter 27. Under the Eaves. One must bow their head. Li Jun shook his head. Had I known, I would have certainly informed the three of you in advance, yet I am genuinely unaware. Just as the group engaged in their discourse, a familiar figure emerged within their sight. Beside him, clad in yellow robes, was none other than the Emperor. Your Majesty. The three elders were about to pay their respects when the Emperor immediately interjected, there is no need for excessive formalities. Today is merely an ordinary banquet. I am quite busy, so do not trouble the third to attend to me. After uttering these words, the Emperor offered no further remarks and did not even glance at Li Jun. For Li Jun, this indifference had long since become customary. In their eyes, he scarcely existed. Were it not for the uproar surrounding his lineage and the blood that marked him as his son, it is likely that he would not have been acknowledged at all. The son of a palace maid. What a source of embarrassment that would be if disclosed. Upon witnessing this scene, when Shui anticipated sorrow upon his visage. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she saw only a serene smile adorning his face, as though he had long grown accustomed to such disdain. This realization only deepened when Shue's sorrow, augmenting her respect for him and instilling a pang of heartache. I say, girl, do you not know that for those who cultivate immortality, becoming emotionally attached is a taboo? Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Yi Jin remarked from the side, observing the unfolding tableau with clarity. Who was he? Could he be oblivious to their thoughts? As someone who had traversed this path before, he had become accustomed to it all. Moreover, in their youthful vigor, they too had once entertained mortal desires. Alas, such desires bore no fruit, resulting only in calamity, a veritable sin in their eyes. Master, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not. I merely feel pity for Brother Zhun, when Shui retorted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Li Jun outwardly appeared indifferent to their conversation, yet he heard their words distinctly. It seemed they believed this place to be different from others. Yet they remained as antiquated in their views as ever, unable to embrace human emotion. Is it not a grave transgression to suppress feelings that are a natural part of existence? The three elders, the hour grows late. Let us take our seats. Li Fengji observed, his attention fixated on the trio from the outset, treating the third prince as if he were invisible. This disregard incited considerable displeasure within him, prompting an urgent desire to carve out a space at his own table. The three merely nodded in response, offering no further acknowledgement. As Li Jun moved away, he entered the hall where the elders took their places beside him, yet he felt that his position was beneath all others, including the other officials. To him, this was nothing short of humiliation. Li Fengji held his wine glass, observing the scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Li Jun, I am eager to witness your capabilities. Li Jun, however, paid little heed to this remark. Accustomed to being inconspicuous, he felt no different in this setting. He pondered that rather than squander time here, he would prefer to return and cultivate a few cabbages. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have shown up at all. The system's task was to collect anger points. Just as Li Jun contemplated an excuse to depart, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, striking him like a thunderbolt. This system seemed determined to thwart him. Each time he wished to leave, it inexplicably resurfaced. Moreover, This particular task required him to gather anger points? Was it intent on ensuring he made even more enemies? Li Fengji was already on the verge of devouring him. Provoking him further would be tantamount to courting disaster. Brother Zhun, are you not the least bit angered? The positioning was evidently designed to allow them to witness his humiliation. When Shui had long attended such gatherings, and she could easily discern the status and roles of those present, there was no conceivable reason for him to be seated in such an inconspicuous manner. With a smile, Li Zhuan discreetly produced a peach from his sleeve. This peach can be eaten as is. The other fruits here are of little value. When Shui's face lit up with joy as she bit into the peach, displaying no interest in the array of fruits on the table. These fruits, as their name suggested, were celestial fruits gathered from various locales. Yet, in truth, their spiritual essence paled in comparison to the fruits that grew on ordinary trees outside. Brother Zhun, how did you discern that? Look at them. They seem to be enjoying themselves so thoroughly. Do you think it's genuine or a fade? When Shui observed the company around them, noting that aside from them, a considerable number were ordinary folk. Yet among these individuals, a few practitioners could be faintly discerned. This was not a place conducive to their cultivation, self-directed practice. As Li Zhuan did, was feasible. Unbeknownst to Wen Shui, he had already surpassed them all, merely due to his inherent superiority. Li Zhuan chuckled, unsure of how to respond. Though she appeared to lack worldly wisdom, her question revealed an innocence akin to that of someone untouched by society's harsh realities. Yet within the realm of the celestial families, she was not a figure to be trifled with. Do you understand the phrase, under someone's roof, one must bow their head? Oh, I see, Wen Shui nodded. This meant they chose to endure humiliation merely to survive. Such an interpretation was valid, yet it was also driven by their desire for what lay within this place. Li Zhuan shrugged. Among this crowd, he was unaware of how many were merely compromising their dignity. However, the agreement of these individuals to such an arrangement stems solely from desire. Those with a slightly more assertive demeanor would have long been dispatched to the guillotine. Li Fengji observed Wen Shui continuously flattering him, engaging in laughter and banter. In an instant, all gazes were drawn toward them, rendering him utterly invisible. This scenario was undeniably orchestrated by him, yet he found himself unwittingly tailoring garments for others. It was nothing short of absurd. Several elders remarked that, as the hour grew late, it would be preferable for the three of them to visit the residence of His Highness, where fine wine and exquisite dishes awaited. Yi Jin shook his head in response, expressing gratitude for the kind offer, but noting that their gathering had only lasted an hour and did not necessitate such hospitality. Indeed, as elders, they had maintained a presence in public for some time now, and it was inevitable that rumors would circulate, which was rather unfortunate. The other elders nodded in agreement. However, Elder Beha was not so circumspect. After a few sips of wine, he candidly articulated his thoughts. My family's crane requires my care, and besides, the opulence of the third prince's residence is truly beyond my accustomed taste. Chapter 28. It is intentional, do not be a crane. Recalling the present moment, he inadvertently spoke the truth. He squinted at him for quite some time. Yet to his astonishment, he did not regard the matter with the gravity it deserved. Li Fengji observed that all three individuals unanimously rejected him, as the esteemed third prince. When had he ever endured such humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses? Who could forget that Li Jun had not even dared to mention this incident in the past? These three individuals would wish to reside within his residence daily, despite their origins being as humble as that of a thatched cottage. They had racked their brains to gain entry, only to be met with a collective refusal upon being invited into the resplendent palace. Indeed, such rejection was an undeniable affront to his dignity. Li Fengji clenched his teeth in frustration. Since they were so ungrateful, he decided to vent all his fury upon Li Jun. The onlookers had become accustomed to this spectacle. From childhood until now, he had not faced much bullying, as Li Jun had never dared to resist or complain. The disparity in their statuses was glaringly evident. The position of a palace maid paled in comparison to that of a consort. Everyone understood the weight of such distinctions. Moreover, if the emperor were overly fond of him, it would lead the women of the harem to believe that anyone with the capability to ascend to the dragon bed would enjoy a smooth path ahead. Naturally, Li Jun would not be welcomed by them. Could the palace maids and eunuchs not comprehend this underlying reason? Senior Sister 1. Do you not find it inappropriate to flirt with someone of no status? When Shui had just finished the peach in her hand and was about to reach for something else when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Upon looking up, she saw a figure filled with fury, seemingly approaching them. When Shui turned back, Li Jun said nothing, yet his face bore a faint smile. Third Prince, since you address me as senior sister, it is only fitting for me to call you junior brother in return. With whom I choose to associate is my prerogative. And as my junior brother, you have no authority over my choices. As these words escaped when Shui's lips, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Fengji had always been accustomed to others yielding to him, never having been rejected by anyone. Now, not only was this his first experience, but he faced a series of refusals. To be humiliated in front of so many, with even a mere woman slipping from his grasp, would surely become the subject of mockery should it spread. Was Elder Yi not obliged to intervene? Elder Yi nodded upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, intervention is warranted. Li Fengji anticipated that something favorable would transpire next, unaware that Elder Yi had no intention of adhering to the expected course of action. Shuai, please bring my stool along with your masteress. It would be truly ungracious to indulge in delicious treats without sharing. Very well, Xiao Anzi, why are you still hesitating? Wu Chong'an stood by, observing the unfolding drama with palpable tension. Having grown up in this realm, he had never before encountered such a palpable atmosphere of hostility. The situation resembled a battlefield, volatile and ready to ignite. A single misstep could easily lead to the destruction of this place. Indeed. Yet, Wu Chong'an made no objections. He obediently retrieved his seat and stood nearby. Li Fengji, in a fit of exasperation, addressed Li Zhun. Do not presume that I am unaware of your insidious machinations behind the scenes. What else can you do but employ such despicable tactics? Li Zhun, uninterested in engaging, continued his antics like a mere clown. Regardless of whom he pointed fingers at, it was evident to all present that their intentions were transparent. Today's theatrics were merely an attempt to undermine him. Who would have thought they would afford him no dignity? Third brother, on what grounds do you speak so? Li Zhun retorted. The three elders are older than I. How could I possibly find fault with them? The absurdity of the situation struck Li Zhun as somewhat amusing. Li Fengji, consumed by rage, paid little heed to the opinions of others. His reputation was of no consequence at that moment. Li Zhun, born of a lowly lineage. Do you dare to call yourself a prince? Had I known you would oppose me today, I should have ensured your demise long ago to spare you the shame of this moment. You are nothing but a wretched being. Such words from Li Fengji were bound to incite dissatisfaction among his peers. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin soared into the air. Were it not for the fact that they were on his territory, this fellow would have surely found himself on the ground by now. Third brother, do you not think your words are a tad excessive? We are both children of our father, with fourth brother in the mix. Can we truly distinguish between nobility and commonality? The previously silent child suddenly spoke, his words cutting through the tense atmosphere. Though he appeared no more than 8 years old, his eloquence and demeanor exuded a maturity far beyond his years. Had they been of similar age, he likely would have already eclipsed Li Fengji. How could he allow such arrogance to persist? Li Zhun prepared to retort, only to be unexpectedly defended by this diminutive figure. For the first time, someone stood unwaveringly by his side, devoid of prejudice. Although merely a child, this gesture warmed his heart immensely. He was Li Haojue, the 13th prince. Merely an 8-year-old among many, yet he was exceptionally remarkable, characterized by a lively spirit and cleverness. The reason for their last absence was due to his unexpected departure, which caused him to miss the examination. However, it was quite unforeseen that they would encounter each other at this moment. Yet, between these two individuals, there exist certain undisclosed remarks. Everyone believes that the person before them is destined for a significant position in the future. Moreover, in a comparison between the two, the emperor would undoubtedly favor the 13th. His actions reveal an unmistakable imperial demeanor. Currently, this is merely due to his youthful innocence. In an effort to protect him, some distance has been maintained. Nevertheless, behind the scenes, he is cared for no less than anyone else. 13th, you have no place to speak here. Li Fengji gazed at the diminutive child before him, and suddenly, a surge of emotion arose. The last time he ventured out, he nearly met his demise. Should there be another occasion, he would ensure that such an unforeseen incident would not transpire again. He would never allow the child to return to the palace. Deep down, Li Fengji understood that this child was his only rival. If he were to survive, then the only one destined for death would be himself. During the previous outing, he had clearly encountered so many formidable opponents. Chapter 29. How do you wish it? One had anticipated that this endeavor would meet with unceasing success. However, little did he realize the multitude of formidable adversaries lurking in his vicinity. Not only did he suffer the loss of both his beloved and his troops, but he now found himself too apprehensive to undertake a second venture. Third royal brother, I harbor no ulterior motives. Why must we quarrel? Shouldn't we, as kin, cherish one another? Why the need for such petty calculations? Kin, can the spawn of a wretched being claim such a privilege? Li Fengji scoffed. Egan could no longer bear to witness the scene. Despite sharing the same roots, The individual before him exuded an aura of malice in every word and gesture, even in the depths of his gaze, which betrayed a desire to bring ruin upon others. Third Prince, your assertions are fundamentally flawed. All are born equal, mere mortals bound by the cycle of life and death. How can one draw distinctions based on status? Should we allow such disparities to dictate our discourse? Today, your words are indeed ill-advised. Regardless of your station as a prince, your demeanor reflects upon the dignity of this realm. Do you not fear that your words may be carried forth as mockery? The elders standing nearby wore a visage of discontent. Their presence here was merely a gesture of goodwill. Yet, should these individuals dare to challenge their authority, they would have no choice but to unleash their wrath. For these challengers posed no real threat to them. In retrospect, the two elders felt a twinge of regret for having taken him under their wing. This man was evidently devoid of compassion. Should the situation continue to evolve in this manner, succumbing to darkness would soon be an inevitable reality. Why do you extend such protection to this man, who is but a mere waste? What right does he possess to contend with me? Li Fengji exclaimed in exasperation. Each individual not only shielded him, but also seemed willing to oppose the royal family on his behalf. Did they truly believe he would hesitate to eradicate their celestial sect? Though Li Zhun remained silent, an incessant voice echoed within his mind, urging him to escalate his efforts. Add 1. Add 5. With only 70 points of effort remaining and 10 minutes left, the accumulation of anger was indeed progressing too slowly. At this rate, even half an hour might not suffice for success. It appeared that he must take matters into his own hands. Third royal brother, or rather, third prince. If I lack the qualifications for this, then why do they seek audience at my residence? Your resplendence pales in comparison to the radiance and cleanliness of my abode. Yet they choose to disregard it. What might be the reason? Li Zhun interjected. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with tension. Following Li Zhun's pointed remarks, Li Fengji's fury surged palpably. Do you wish for death, Li Zhun? How long do you think these people can endure your arrogance? With that, Li Fengji advanced aggressively. In response to his onslaught, Li Zhun merely evaded without retaliating, which only served to amplify the visible wrath emanating from Li Fengji. In less than 2 minutes, the anger meter reached its culmination. With the completion of his anger value, a passive attribute was unlocked. As soon as the words formed in his mind, Li Zhun realized that his steps felt lighter than ever before. It suddenly occurred to him that his passive ability was solely derived from his legs, a result of the daily practice he had undertaken while hauling water. This honed skill allowed him to move with such grace. Was this not the mark of a master? Surely, without over a decade of cultivation, he could not have reached such a realm. Yi Jianjin, watching from the side, was utterly astonished by Li Zhun's movements, which evoked an overwhelming sense of envy. Even at their level of cultivation, achieving such finesse was no small feat. Li Zhun had once again redefined their understanding. The revelation from before had already left them astounded, and now he had delivered an even greater surprise. When Shui, observing intently, felt her blood surge with excitement. Just by witnessing such a step, she could see how easily it could leave an opponent bewildered. If this continued to develop, would they not be able to soar into the fray effortlessly? Master, she inquired, do you think Brother Zhun would be willing to share his techniques with us? This knowledge would be invaluable, especially in combat, where it could prevent us from suffering losses. Although they practiced cultivation, they often found themselves at a disadvantage against agile and cunning creatures, risking injury and becoming mere playthings in their hands, unable to control the situation. Many had faced setbacks after failing in challenges, leaving them demoralized. It was a significant blow to their pride as cultivators to be toyed with by such beings. Yi Jianjin nodded in agreement, understanding their eagerness to learn. However, he acknowledged that this was undoubtedly Li Zhun's unique skill, one he would not easily relinquish. This matter would likely require the insight of a master, for if Li Zhun were unwilling to share, they could not compel him. Oh, when Shui nodded, though her desire to learn remained undeterred. Li Zhun, Li Fengji, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered, decided to cease the playful engagement. Upon seeing him stop, Li Zhun too came to a halt, allowing Wen Shui to seize the moment and catch up. Brother Zhun, those moves you displayed were truly impressive. Could you teach them to me? Turning to face her, Li Zhun felt compelled to acquiesce, if only to indulge her charming demeanor. Certainly, but we must modify them to suit someone as graceful as you, so that I may impart this technique. Really? Upon hearing this, Wen Shui's face lit up with joy, her heart brimming with happiness. Yi Jianjin, realizing the treasure they had stumbled upon, recognized that Li Zhun's skills were likely more profound than mere tricks. Since he was willing to teach, they were all eager to learn. Li Zhun, cease your ostentatious display of bravado before me. Once they have departed, you will revert to your former self, akin to an ant, trampled underfoot by others. with nothing but this moment to cling to. Li Fengji, speaking at an inopportune time, interrupted. If he had remained silent, Li Jun might have mistakenly believed him to have vacated the scene. Faced with the irate Li Fengji, he indeed needed to devise a swift resolution to this farce. Were it not for the obligations of the system's task, he would have no desire to squander time on this man. Well, you are right. I concede. Is that sufficient? Can I take my leave now? Li Jun raised his hands, adopting an outwardly submissive demeanor. Stop. Did I permit you to depart? Li Fengji, seeing him attempt to leave, promptly obstructed his path. The humiliation he had endured was far from absolved. There was no way he would allow Li Jun to exit so easily. Li Jun furrowed his brow. What is it that you desire? I have already conceded. What more do you want? Chapter 30. How do you wish to proceed? Will you kneel and confess your mistakes? Or perhaps you would prefer to leave? Li Fengji's aggressive demeanor elicited a sense of shame among those present. Third brother, your actions are excessively harsh, remarked Li Haojue, observing the unfolding situation. Should this continue, it would only lead others to believe that discord existed among the brothers, bringing ridicule upon them. Furthermore, they were of the same standing, rendering any form of bowing unnecessary. Without adherence to protocol, such gestures were superfluous. 18. So you intend to assist him in confronting me? Li Fengji noted the silence of those around, feeling affronted by the child's audacity to counter his words, a blatant disregard for his authority. These two were indeed of the same ilk. Li Haojue frowned. Third brother, I harbor no such intentions. However, the decorum observed by fourth brother does not align with our status. 18. Cease your words. If the third prince insists on this course of action, then I shall resolutely refuse, Li Jun retorted with a derisive smile. At present, the only individuals capable of enabling him to act with such boldness were those of royal blood, with none other possessing the means. Yet, if the individual before him continued to provoke, the one who would ultimately suffer disgrace would be himself. Third prince, you have already discerned that you cannot best me. Should this continue, I cannot predict the outcome. Although Li Jun wore a smile, he cautioned against further well-meaning advice, for allowing matters to escalate would render retreat impossible. His title as third prince could be tarnished by today's events. Li Jun, do you believe you possess any capability? Upon hearing this, Li Fengji felt a surge of indignation. He forcefully shoved Li Jun aside. What did he intend to accomplish? He would not allow this contemptible person to lecture him. Here, everything was dictated by his will. Brother Zhun, when Shui cried out as he nearly stumbled forward. Yet, Yijian swiftly intervened, shaking his head. Your status differs from that of your master. Today, this affair is clearly directed at a higher authority, and your assistance would only complicate matters. However, master, must we truly stand by and watch him bully Brother Zhun? When Shui's anxiety grew as he observed the scene, it was evident to all that Li Jun had no intention of escalating the matter. In truth, he merely sought to provide Li Fengji with an opportunity to withdraw gracefully, thereby allowing the situation to dissipate. Yet, why was Li Fengji so oblivious to this? Your mother is a servant. Thus, your status is inherently inferior, even falling below that of the palace eunuchs. Do not presume that protection from others renders you immune to my actions. Li Fengji's show of bravado was predicated on the assumption that these three would not offer assistance. The reluctance to provoke the royal family is palpable, as showing favoritism towards anyone could inadvertently lead to misunderstandings. Li Jun chuckled softly, offering no reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It is undeniable that today he is likely ensnared, unable to extricate himself easily from this predicament. Wu Zhongyan scrutinized the individual before him for an extended period. Though uncertain, the person's stature and demeanor bore a striking resemblance. Only on that day did he wear a mask, yet today he presented himself unmasked, devoid of the enigmatic aura. Wu Zhongyan found himself at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this situation. I say, Elder E, must we truly stand idly by and allow this to unfold? Elder B he had been observing quietly for some time. It was evident to any discerning eye that today's banquet was orchestrated with the intent to humiliate him. Under the guise of invitation, the true aim was to subject this individual to disgrace and humiliation. Upon hearing the voice, the two turned around. Weren't you inebriated? When did you awaken? Yi Jin gazed in astonishment at the older man beside him, who rarely spoke and was known to succumb to drunkenness at the slightest provocation. Yet, they all understood that his tolerance for liquor surpassed that of anyone else. It was merely a ruse to evade the situation. They could only turn a blind eye, pretending not to notice. Such a trivial amount of alcohol, what can it do to me? Let us resolve this swiftly. I am eager to return. Elder B he scoffed. Were it not for his unique status, he would not have even graced this gathering with his presence, let alone engage in such clumsy tactics. Elder Yu furrowed his brow. Look at his demeanor. He is far from willing to let this go easily. I assert that if we do not intervene to resolve this matter, this farce will escalate beyond control. Very well, if that is the case, then you shall take the lead. Upon concluding his statement, both individuals stepped back simultaneously, ceding their positions to him. Elder Yu observed the two men behind him. What a trivial matter, and yet you are so fearful. Does our sect truly cower before the royal family? If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome is far from certain. Today, grant this old man a favor, and let us consider this incident mere drunken banter. After Elder Yu intervened to resolve the situation, the guests at the banquet began to disperse gradually. The three of them walked ahead, hand in hand. Li Fengji watched as Wen Shui continued to fuss over the man, expressing concern and warmth. He found himself perplexed, questioning what it was about this man that warranted such devotion and protection from others. To the eye, he appeared nothing more than a farmer, devoid of any remarkable traits. How, then, could he command such admiration? Li Jun, you may think that their protection will shield you today, but I am curious to see who will dare to protect you after they have departed. After leaving behind these words, Li Fengji let out a cold snort and departed. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings, dear brother. He is the truly unpopular one. Wen Shui immediately defended him, feeling a surge of concern for his plight. To be disfavored by one's father was one thing, but in this palace, he found himself utterly adrift, with no one regarding him as of any significance. Had he known it would come to this, he might have preferred to remain on their mountain, entirely detached from worldly affairs. Such a life would indeed be far more serene and liberating. If you find no joy here, dear brother, there is no need to stay. It is far better to visit during your leisure, for that would surely be more gratifying than enduring this place. Li Jun nodded as he listened to Wen Shui's words. He genuinely wished to explore, or perhaps remain in solitude there. Rather than be a languid prince, the life of a cultivator would be infinitely more enviable. Yet, his current status did not permit such freedom. Moreover, even if he were granted that privilege, he would ultimately remain merely a practitioner. When the time came, he would still have to return. His identity as a prince was an unalterable reality. Do not worry. I am but a transparent figure, and this phase shall soon pass. Chapter 31. Coming towards him after this period passes, no one will take me seriously. Li Fengji has persistently sought trouble, merely because his reputation was usurped. As he stated, once this time elapses, these individuals will cease to appear, and their learning will conclude. Naturally, no one will be there to protect him, and before long, he might either perish by his hand or experience a significant change in his identity. Therefore, Li Jun had already prepared for this eventuality. To avert such unforeseen circumstances, his primary focus now is solely on safeguarding his own life. Can I come find you to play in the future? Wen Shui, having discerned that he neither rejected nor agreed, felt a slight pang of disappointment. However, upon reflection, the distance between them was not insurmountable. Furthermore, that place brimming with spiritual energy would undoubtedly facilitate breakthroughs for individuals like them. Frequent visits would indeed be beneficial for her. Nevertheless, this remained his territory, and without permission, she could not come freely. Of course, but I won't see you off today. I need to return and gather my harvest. All right. Wen Shui replied with a smile as she departed. Just as Li Jun turned around, he noticed a child standing behind him, none other than Li Haojue, who had just defended him moments ago. Fourth brother, why haven't you left yet? The term fourth brother took Li Jun by surprise. It had been a considerable time since anyone had greeted him so warmly since arriving at this place. He was the first to do so, though merely a child, and not fully grasping the situation. His gesture was significant. Li Haojue approached and grasped his hand, a beaming smile illuminating his face. There was an unmistakable difference in this boy compared to others, not due to status, but rather the aura he exuded, which caught others off guard. Fourth brother, can I accompany you? Last time I went out to play, I couldn't make it in time. Can I go with you next time? I find it quite fascinating. Seeing the boy's earnest grip, Li Jun regarded him with the innocence one would reserve for a child. Sure, but this matter requires careful consideration. Upon receiving his consent, Li Haojue's face lit up with joy, resembling a carefree child. Li Jun said little more and led him to the back mountain. Upon sitting down, he immediately retracted the cabbages he had been harvesting, effortlessly storing them away with a flick of his hand. Li Haojue watched in awe at this remarkable display, his excitement akin to that of a child experiencing delight. He was utterly captivated by these novel wonders. Had he known there would be trials initially, he would not have ventured out so readily. 10 heads of cabbage, priced at 21 pieces. Recipe for jade soup, spirit 10, is it ready to activate? After the voice echoed in Li Jun's mind, he responded affirmatively. In a mere moment, he had already cultivated everything lacking in the recipe. By tomorrow, this recipe would be fully utilizable. However, Li Jun truly did not expect that this jade soup consisted merely of cabbage and radish. Moreover, for such a dish to command a price of 20 taels of silver, who would be foolish enough to purchase it? Li Jun could not help but feel a sense of regret as he gazed upon it. Fourth brother, is this your residence? It looks so intriguing. May I visit often in the future? Of course, but I suspect some may wish for you to keep your distance from me. After tidying up, Li Jun planted some fresh fruits and vegetables in the earth. In this place, many items do not exist. However, within his space, there is an abundance, countless in number. Even if they were to run out, he could exchange them for remaining items. This farming system, to him, seemed rather equitable. At least here, whatever he desired was within reach, requiring neither excessive effort nor time. Meanwhile, the two divine pets, to avoid making the situation seem peculiar, allowed the seeds sown today to grow without interference. Naturally, the process was not as swift as usual. Yet, due to the abundant spiritual energy in this place, the seeds seemed to flourish more joyfully than those ordinarily planted in the fields. Hence, there was no need for concern regarding this matter. As long as it was not something urgently required, they need not expend so much thought. Li Haojue certainly knew who that person was. Within the palace, he was well aware of the identities of many. He understood that the fourth prince held no status in their eyes. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their friendship. Besides, he was his own brother. How could he refuse to engage? Fourth brother, are you not at all angered by their treatment of you? Angered? Have you not seen how I live here, carefree and untroubled, without being entangled in their trivial disputes? Is that not blissful? Li Jun waved his hand, and some rather unique fruits appeared upon the table. Compared to what had been presented in the palace today, these were even fresher. Li Haojue, of course, was not polite, as they were simply too enticing. He found himself unable to resist. Upon arriving in this place, Li Jun initially thought he would unlock some extraordinary system. Not to mention anything extraordinary, he at least expected a life befitting a normal person, with some intrigue and strategy involved. However, upon arrival, he found himself bestowed with a farming system. Here, where everything was unfamiliar, even those he could rely on were few and far between. Fortunately, with his small plot of land, he had managed to avoid starvation. If those beneath him were to bring him food, it would not be long before he found himself reduced to mere bones. Initially, Li Jun found himself somewhat out of place, but gradually, he began to appreciate the world around him. To be well-fed and clothed was indeed the ultimate pursuit. Fourth brother, what is this? It tastes so delightful, he exclaimed, observing the peculiar yet appetizing fruit before him. What is this? I've never seen anything like it here. The flavor is truly unique. It's called mangosteen. Is it truly? It must be incredibly delicious, considering its beautiful name. Fourth brother, you are indeed fortunate. As long as you enjoy it, replied the fourth brother, gazing at him, who still appeared as a mere child. Yet, the thought of being ensnared in the tumultuous conflicts of the underworld in the future weighed heavily on him. It would be difficult to witness the innocence of childhood reflected in his smile again, which was rather lamentable. At present, he perhaps did not fully grasp the reasons behind such burdensome expectations. Fourth brother, will you attend the palace banquet tomorrow? If not, it's fine to go in the evening instead. Li Hao contemplated this. Even if he did not appear, no one would truly care. In that case, I shall make my entrance after it concludes. With him present, none would dare to utter a word against me. Chapter 32. It's up to you very well. I shall heed your words, Li Jun chuckled. It truly is unexpected. The imperial palace, indeed, appears to host a myriad of gatherings, be it one banquet or another, seemingly born from an abundance of security. Should a foreign power launch an invasion, where would one find the luxury of such frivolous concerns? Brother Jun, did you not anticipate my sudden appearance? When Shui materialized behind the two, her playful demeanor instantly lifting the spirits of those present. Observing her, the day's earlier clouds of discontent began to dissipate. Didn't you leave? Why have you returned so unexpectedly? Li Jun pondered, considering that, at their current pace, they should have already returned to the Immortal Gate. Yet, in the next moment, she stood before him. That is because there is another palace banquet tomorrow. Hence we did not depart. When Shui, as if at home, casually reached for a piece of fruit, were it not for the concern of onlookers misconstruing their relationship, the elders would have likely arrived by now. Given the unsettling event of the day, their camaraderie had soured, and should they appear again, it was certain that tomorrow would yield unpleasant consequences. Thus, to avert such misunderstandings, when Shui ventured alone, her purpose for coming here, aside from a precautionary visit, was primarily to indulge in the fresh fruits and vegetables available, as these were far superior to those sold outside. Li Jun, having summoned her, was incessantly consuming the produce, seemingly believing that once the fruits and vegetables were depleted, her cultivation would flourish. Little Shui, are you indulging in the fruits? I have no objections. But should you wish to utilize these for your cultivation, you may find yourself disappointed. His sardonic remarks felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her enthusiasm. Why? The last time I was here, they proved beneficial, she retorted, though she had not sensed any significant change, merely feeling that the various fruits were not much different from one another. Yet, it was evident that these fruits were abundant in spiritual energy. Surely, consuming them could not yield no effect. Li Jun sighed. Previously, they were useful because your cultivation was at a standstill, necessitating assistance. However, now that you are in a normal cultivation phase, such supplements are unnecessary. Understanding dawned upon Wen Shui as she nodded, somewhat bewildered. She had never before encountered such an explanation from her master and was wholly unaware of this aspect of cultivation. Most often, others presumed that in order to cultivate or enhance their abilities, they required supplementary aids. It was a common belief that only through mutual reinforcement could one transcend to greater heights. Yet today, she had inadvertently learned of an entirely different cultivation methodology. Brother Zhun, did you also employ this method to enhance your own abilities in the past? Me? No. I merely tend to my vegetable garden and cultivate the fields, Li Jun replied, shaking his head. What cultivation method could he possibly possess? Before their arrival, he had no inkling that such celestial beings existed in this realm. Even if he were aware of their presence, he would doubt whether someone of his humble stature could ever reach such heights. Were it not for his noble identity, this occurrence might never have graced his life. He would have been wholly incapable of even approaching these individuals, let alone aspiring for such events to unfold. Thus, he devoted himself to his garden, content with the notion of being a leisurely prince. Swear, if I were to claim I am not the fourth prince, or that I lack such an identity, would I still possess this opportunity? Upon hearing his words, Wen Shui felt a flicker of hesitation within her heart. If not for his status, there would have been no chance for them at all. Furthermore, all of this was a matter of fate, since it had already occurred. It signified that this situation was indeed meant to be. Brother Zhun, perhaps this question may truly alter the course of our lives, but as my master often states, fate is preordained. Our meeting has already succeeded, and contemplating other possibilities is of no use. Upon hearing this, Li Jun could not help but chuckle. While he may not have learned much else, he had certainly absorbed a fair share of life's wisdom. Indeed, his name, Zhen, was aptly reflective of his nature, single-minded in thought and action, never pondering the consequences of his words. Please, enjoy your meal. There are fresh soups in the kitchen. If you are hungry, feel free to help yourselves. I shall step out for a moment, Li Jun announced before swiftly departing. Before long, he returned to the original location. But instead of encountering them, he was met with the vision of the animal empire he aspired to create. The blue light remained unchanged, indicating that he had yet to accomplish his goal. Benefactor, what brings you here at such a late hour? A little dove, preparing to leave, suddenly spotted his appearance and hurried over. Upon recognizing him, it showed no sign of retreat. Li Jun observed that amidst the vastness, it was only this little dove fluttering before him. It seemed this small creature indeed held some utility. Why are you alone? Where are the others? They are all preoccupied with their respective tasks, and the little swallow must tend to her offspring. So I have taken on the task of scouting today, the dove explained. Li Jun glanced around. By the original timeline, there were still 2 days remaining. Yet, as of now, there had been no progress whatsoever. If this continued, the mission might very well fail. Failure was one thing, but the more critical concern was the attributes deducted by the system. Thus far, Li Jun was unwilling to accept such a fate. These attributes, regardless of their nature, can be deemed as the fruits of his prolonged efforts. Moreover, should he fail to accomplish this task, it may precipitate the emergence of certain exceptional challenges, potentially leading to his own irrevocable demise. To ensure that such unforeseen circumstances do not transpire, the success of this mission is imperative. Indeed, Li Jun remains unaware of the advantages that constructing such an animal empire may confer upon him. However, since it has been entrusted to him by the system, it implies that this undertaking is not subject to dispute. It ultimately serves a purpose. Benefactor, shall we proceed to inspect the situation? Thankfully, the protective barrier you have provided shields us. Otherwise, we would have been discovered today by a group of extraordinary individuals. Extraordinary individuals? Li Jun inquired, puzzled. In the vicinity of several hundred miles, apart from their sect of cultivators, when did such beings emerge? Why had he not been informed? Little Dove, sensing his unfamiliarity with this group, promptly elucidated, they are neither cultivators nor mere mortals, but rather a faction that has splintered from the demon race. Chapter 33. In the name of protection, though distinctly different from ordinary individuals, the abilities of these beings diverged significantly from those of the demonic race. who typically relied on siphoning the spiritual energy of others to master their arts. After Little Dove provided a straightforward explanation, he began to comprehend the existence of these individuals. Initially, he thought that in such a place, where good people naturally existed, there would also be malevolent ones. However, he was taken aback to realize that they resorted to such methods to obtain the spiritual energy they deemed necessary. Should one wish to transcend their current cultivation, the toll would be even greater. The existence of this animal kingdom may well be a testament to such a reality. Moreover, many of the creatures within it were already on the brink of extinction. Being able to assist one another was, in his eyes, a commendable endeavor. After all, in this secluded wilderness, they ultimately coexisted. If they were to perish, how long could these cultivators sustain their own existence? Thus far, Little Dove as protective barrier could endure for a while longer. You may proceed as you wish, but it must be completed within 2 days. Upon hearing these words,
Little Dove promptly departed. The reason Li Zhun chose to come here was not to inspect the work, but rather to make a brief appearance within the stipulated time.
Solely for the sake of his own visibility. Master, why do you carry the aura of the demonic race? Phoenix inquired upon his return, noting that there was nothing particularly unusual about him except for the presence of an unexpected energy. As Li Zhun pondered the implications of its statement, he recalled the earlier events. Perhaps it was a consequence of his visit to that forest. Besides that place, he had no other opportunities to encounter beings of the demonic race. Instinctively, Li Zhun cast his gaze toward Wu Chong'an, who immediately shook his head upon meeting his eyes. Please, don't look at me like that. Although I did have some connection with them in the past, I am a good person now. How could I possibly write? Wu Chong'an seemed increasingly anxious, sensing that neither the people nor the pets around him trusted him. His tension escalated, recalling that his previous statements had stemmed from a hasty desire for quick success. Who could have anticipated the murky relations he had formed with that individual? Had he known it would lead to such consequences, he would have never fallen into the demonic path. Little Un, I never implied it was because of you. Why are you so flustered? Li Zhun refrained from teasing him further and broke into laughter. He had merely intended to jest, but to his surprise, Wu Chong'an took it to heart. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you suspected me. Wu Chong'an exclaimed, patting his chest. After all, in this place, the only person worthy of suspicion, apart from himself, was none other than him. How could he not be anxious? I am merely advising you to refrain from such actions in the future. Otherwise, the treasures in your vicinity may not withstand the consequences. After Li Zhun spoke, my gaze turned to the slumbering dragon beside me. Were it not for his assistance, that once diminutive dragon would have succumbed to the overwhelming forces it was never meant to bear. It is likely that by now, it would have been reduced to mere bones, unable to evolve into its current form. Wu Zhong'an indeed harbored a sense of gratitude. Master, the outside world has become quite perilous recently. We must exercise caution. Although Wu Zhong'an was indifferent to the earlier events, whether they were jest or not, he had indeed sensed the growing unrest beyond our confines. Here, in this place, no calamities had befallen us, thanks to their vigilant guardianship. However, in other realms devoid of their protection, they would have long since been overrun. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhun nodded in agreement. The recent times had indeed been tumultuous, particularly with the current occurrences. Perhaps it was due to his need for connections. Or perhaps it was the machinations of certain individuals. The demons, initially appearing innocuously, had begun to exert a slow but insidious influence. Furthermore, within the various sects of immortals, clues had begun to surface, not solely concerning individuals, but also their spiritual companions. Given time, it would not be long before what was referred to as the immortal sect would find itself wholly overtaken by these demons. Master, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Speak. Although he received a response, he hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. After all, everything thus far was mere conjecture, and he possessed no evidence. Moreover, based on today's events and the individual in question, there was indeed no trace of demonic essence. If the similarity in appearance was the sole basis for suspicion, was it not rather hasty to conclude? I merely observe a resemblance between the third prince and the individual we encountered that day. I lack evidence, yet I assure you, I am not sowing discord. After Wu Zhong'an spoke, he noted the shift in Li Zhun's expression and quickly sought to clarify. His words were not born from baselessness. He simply found the individual too strikingly similar, leaving him momentarily unable to process the implications, leading him to believe this person was indeed the same. Li Zhun narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing. However, if this were not a mere coincidence, one could not blame anyone for bringing it up in conversation. Should this matter genuinely connect to him, it would likely be far more complex than it appeared. Let today's discussion remain between us. Such topics must not be broached in the presence of others. Understood. Wu Zhong and assumed Li Jun was angered by the matter. Yet the truth was that Li Jun's insistence stemmed from a desire to ensure his safety. If Li Fengji were to learn of this occurrence, and if that individual were indeed the same, he truly must prepare to collect the remains of that insufferable brat. Master, why do you appear so discontent? Who has angered you? Jiaolong, do you think I acted wrongly just now? Wu Chong'an lowered his head, displaying a face filled with discontent. He also felt that his previous actions had been excessively reckless. What he wished to express should have awaited the acquisition of evidence before voicing it. However, he did not anticipate that due to this impulsive incident, he instead provoked his master's ire. I must say, you foolish boy, you are indeed quite foolish. The phoenix, observing his continued confusion, could only shake its head in resignation, too fatigued to even lift its eyelids. The golden dragon peered out from the side. Silly boy, the reason master has acted thus is to safeguard you. Safeguard me? Wu Chong'an was taken aback. Indeed, if this matter were to reach others, or if he were to discover it, do you believe you would have the capability to survive? If it is truly as you say, it is likely you would have already been silenced. Yet here you are, still pondering this? Chapter 34, of course. It is to protect you. Wu Zhong finally came to his senses. His impulsive nature meant that discussing the matter further could lead to his demise. Moreover, he was currently no match for others. If that were the case, this situation was far from simple. The following day, in the evening, Li Jun, as per his usual routine, went to inspect the animal enclosure. After his thorough examination, he found no issues whatsoever. When this matter concluded, he noticed the sky had darkened, prompting his entrance into the palace. Fourth Prince, according to the rules, you are not within the invited range. Is that so? Li Jun replied, realizing why no one had informed him. He gazed at the palace, mere steps away, but the eunuch's words jolted him into awareness. It was no wonder that everyone had known about this news from the outset, while he himself had received no word. It was evident that this situation was deliberately aimed at him, intended solely to humiliate him. The person responsible had indeed exerted considerable effort. Since that is the case, might I trouble you to inform the 13th prince? The eunuch hesitated at the door upon hearing this. Everyone understood that assisting him at this juncture would be courting trouble. Moreover, offending the third prince would yield no benefits for them, and they might even risk their lives because of him. The prince himself was already marginalized in all matters. Even if they disregarded his request, they too would face dire consequences. After some hesitation, the eunuch still could not provide a definitive answer. Li Jun observed him and chose not to press further, recognizing that the man had shown him respect and had not spoken disrespectfully. Such a person truly did not warrant undue hardship. Very well, I shall wait here. Thank you, fourth prince. The eunuch felt a sense of gratitude upon hearing these words. If he were to encounter a concealed master, he would be at a loss as to what to do. The third prince is outside. The young eunuch whispered in his ear, mentioning Li Jun. Li Fengji strode out with great confidence, while those around him remained oblivious to what had transpired. Yet their cups of wine remained untouched. When Shui seemed to have noticed his presence and promptly followed him outside. What are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Leave at once. Li Jun had not yet awaited the 13th prince, but instead encountered an unexpected individual. He had thought that by keeping a low profile and remaining in this place, he would not raise any suspicions. However, he had not anticipated that there were still spies in the vicinity. In less than a few minutes, this person had rushed out in a frenzy, clearly intent on teaching him a lesson. It appeared that a significant rift had indeed developed between them. Third prince, it seems this place does not permit my presence. Do not entangle me with your trivialities. Even if I were to take your life right now, it would scarcely elicit concern from anyone. A fierce glint rapidly emerged in Li Fengji's eyes. The banquet within was nearing its conclusion, and should they emerge to find him here, they would undoubtedly criticize his lack of tact in dealing with matters. Such cruelty and indifference towards his own brothers would reflect poorly on him. Yesterday's events had already caused him significant embarrassment, and should a similar incident transpire today, he might find himself unable to restrain his wrath towards the man before him. Li Jun had no intention of courting trouble, yet the presence of the three compelled him to seek a legitimate reason to intervene. Must the third prince persist in this obstinate confrontation? Did Li Jun truly believe he possessed the standing to challenge him? Once they departed, he would settle the score. At that juncture, whether he chose to end his life or merely trample him underfoot, it would be of no consequence to anyone. Li Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, had it not been for his typically gentle disposition, a life spent in seclusion on the volcano, if he had possessed a more tempestuous character, he would have likely become a victim long ago. Thus, it seems that his cultivated life has bestowed upon him a modicum of advantage. The third prince speaks with such bravado, Does he not fear that I might divulge his words to others? When Shui, witnessing Li Jun being repeatedly bullied, noted that he bore a stature surpassing that of anyone present. With but a mere gesture, he could assert his identity among them. Yet, he refrained from such displays, enduring their taunts without a trace of anger upon his countenance. When Shui was at a loss as to how he could remain so composed, yet simultaneously, her respect for him deepened. This was not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. Senior Sister Wen, what of your assertions? His station pales in comparison to mine. Li Fengji dismissed her words entirely. Even if he were to declare such sentiments to the world, those around him would remain indifferent. In their eyes, his every act was merely an exercise of authority, for he was the Emperor's most favored prince, and thus his actions required no justification. When Shui had traversed numerous realms and encountered many individuals, yet none exhibited such pride and disdain for others, he appeared oblivious to the consequences of his arrogance. Should he continue down this path, he would ultimately alienate the hearts of all present. Even if he were to ascend to greatness one day, his reign would be fleeting. What of others? I cannot say, but you are indeed my junior brother now, and what I choose to do is likely beyond their concern. When Shui's expression was one of icy resolve, even her tone of voice and the movements of her hands revealed her indifference and ruthlessness. She was not jesting. Since arriving at this place, apart from that one instance outside the cave, Li Jun had never witnessed Wen Shui in such a manner. It was no wonder that others referred to her as the Snow Woman. Indeed, everything became quite understandable. Had the situation been reversed, he might have comprehended it better. Wen Shui had never treated Li Jun as she did with others. In comparison, the moniker seemed rather perplexing. Observing this scene, Li Fengji found himself at a loss for words. Once this matter concluded, he would certainly devise a means to address the individual before him. Brother Jun, are you all right? Wen Shui showed no regard for Li Fengji, who stood nearby. Upon catching sight of Li Jun, she beamed and rushed toward him, throwing herself into his embrace. Utterly indifferent to the gazes of those around them, her demeanor astonished the onlookers. The stark contrast between her earlier coldness and her current warmth was remarkable. It was evident that he held significance in her eyes. Fourth brother, let us depart. Although Li Haojue had been observing for quite some time, he sensed that his presence was unnecessary, thus he had remained absent. Now that the affair had concluded, it was indeed time for them to return. Chapter 35. Awaiting the face slap, the fourth prince. Very well. Esteemed elders, greetings. Just as the two were about to depart, the three elders decided to make their entrance. Li Jun glanced at the diminutive figure beside him and halted his steps. The three elders, noticing his sudden pause, also came to a standstill. Esteemed elders, I humbly beseech you today. Yi Jin was taken aback by the courteous treatment he received, feeling utterly flattered. Even though Li Jun's tone carried a commanding air, they dared not show any signs of negligence, particularly in the current atmosphere of respect. How could he refuse such an earnest request? Yet he responded, there is no need for such formality between us. Observing the two individuals beside him, Li Jun nodded in agreement. There was no need for circumlocution in this matter. I wish to ask the three elders to assess the talent of the 13th. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were instantly taken aback. How absurd. Li Fengji had anticipated some grand endeavor, only to find himself faced with an utterly unattainable request. His face instantly contorted into a sneer. Do you think such an assessment can be conducted at whim? If it were that simple, why would there be any rules at all? Li Fengji provocatively addressed Li Jun, not even waiting for a response. Historically, there had never been a precedent for such a request. No one had ever possessed the qualifications for it. Even the current emperor might not receive the agreement of these three elders. And now, a mere uncherished fourth prince, devoid of power and influence. How could he expect them to acquiesce to his request? This proposal was clearly a slap in Li Fengji's face, and he was quite pleased to witness it unfold. It would serve to clarify to those outside who was truly favored. After deliberation, the three elders, without hesitation, agreed to the request as soon as Li Jun finished speaking. This affirmation delivered a resounding slap to Li Fengji's face. He looked at them in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to what spell Li Jun had cast upon them to elicit such willing compliance with his every request. Even this unprecedented demand, which seemed to defy all norms, did not provoke their sense of propriety. Isn't this unfair to others? Li Fengji interjected, attempting to halt the proceedings. After all, Nie Jianren adhered to the regulations within the stipulated time frame. This is clearly favoritism. Despite his protests, the elders had long harbored disdain for this arrogant youth. Had it not been for his exceptional talent, they would never have considered him worthy of their attention. If he had not distinguished himself among the crowd, how could Li Fengji possibly have claimed the title of disciple? The third prince is not mistaken. Indeed, This action does not align with established protocols. However, it is merely a test, and anyone present may partake if they wish. Before Li Fengji could finish his statement, the three elders concurrently inscribed runes at their respective positions. In a mere moment, the energy converged upon Li Haojue. Although the radiance emanating from him was distinctly different from that of the third prince, it is essential to recognize that their talents are not comparable. Li Haojue is undeniably inferior to Li Fengji, perhaps due to his age. Thus far, he has yet to fully develop his potential, leaving them without a definitive conclusion. Shuer, can you discern anything? Li Zhun observed the testing of others. Despite the awareness that this individual bore no relation to him, he felt an inexplicable tension, far surpassing that of the others. Watching the flickering lights, he found the spectacle peculiar, yet no answers had materialized thus far. When Shuai nodded, the outcome may not align with your expectations. The 13th prince's talent is indeed relatively modest. Having spent considerable time in their company, she could readily perceive the results. Her familiarity with the situation, coupled with her presence during the initial testing, allowed her to recognize the brilliance surrounding the third prince, still unmatched by anyone to date, save for Li Zhun. Yet, there must be reasons or unforeseen circumstances behind this. Li Zhun remained skeptical of the current test results, as it was evident that he possessed attributes not found in others. Consequently, he could not accept this outcome. When Shuai simply shook her head, I do not know. We must await the master's response. Upon the conclusion of the testing, Yi Jin spoke, directing his gaze towards the two elders beside him. After a brief discussion, they acknowledged that while this approach was indeed unorthodox, they prioritized character over mere appearances of talent. In the name of the elders, I hereby declare the results of today's test null and void for disciple Li Haojue. At this proclamation, the surrounding individuals erupted in disbelief, unable to fathom the words they had just heard. How could this be? Such an event had never transpired in their lifetimes. A sudden alteration of a disciple in this manner was unprecedented, contravening the established rules of the celestial sect. Where once a decision is made, it cannot be reversed. Yet now, not only in the presence of all gathered, but also disregarding the dignity of the royal family, they exhibited no hesitation. To publicly announce such a change, to replace a person in this manner, is indeed rather excessive. How could this be allowed? Why must it be so? That individual is unmistakably me. Why this decision? Upon hearing these words, Li Fengji could scarcely believe his ears. He struggled to approach them, yearning for an explanation. Even if he had committed some grievous act, the person standing before him lacked comparable talent. Why the substitution? Third prince, I have already stated that talent is secondary, character is paramount. Your conduct has left us disappointed, and thus, a change was inevitable. With that explanation, Yi Jin turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, when Shuai remained by Li Jun's side to prevent him from causing any trouble, Li Jun, witnessing the unfolding events, was equally incredulous. After all, he had merely intended to assess Li Fengji's abilities. Never did he anticipate that such a sudden replacement would occur. Consequently, had this not solidified the animosity between the two? Fourth brother this. Li Hao also never envisioned that such an event would transpire. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have undoubtedly withheld his consent. Chapter 36. The change of personnel, he merely wished to observe, not to participate. Merely to broaden his horizons was already a significant delight. However, he had not anticipated that, inexplicably, he would become that very person. Should this revelation come to light, how could he possibly reconcile himself with such a reality? Li Jun shook his head, perplexed by the situation. What could he possibly do now? Are you satisfied? What potion have you administered to them? Li Fengji, with a venomous glare, cast such words before turning away. Li Jun retreated to his secluded mountain abode. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Yi Jinjin waiting for him. Elder, do you have something to discuss with me? Indeed, Yi Jinjin nodded. The personnel change was not a mere coincidence, yet thus far, all matters must remain unspoken. Li Jun gestured for him to enter, eager to understand their motives. Once seated, Yi Jinjin wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. I know you harbor doubts regarding this decision, yet I must assure you it stems from my own reasons. I hope you can refrain from questioning this aspect. That may be so, but I still yearn to comprehend. Why? The 13th prince's abilities do not fall short of his, and such a decision would hardly garner acceptance. Li Jun was indeed reluctant to believe that their choice was solely based on his influence. After all, should word of this circulate, it would tarnish their reputation. Conversely, it would invite undue trouble upon him. He had intended merely to live quietly as a leisurely prince. Yet now it seemed that trouble was multiplying beyond measure. Typically, he dealt with mere underlings. Now, however, those lurking in the shadows, powerful figures, might truly seek to harm him. The 13th prince, still young, possessed talents that were not absolute. Thus, his selection was not definitive. Eventually, he would surely surpass those who had already matured. Their choice of Li Haojue was not merely a result of Li Jun's suggestion. It was also influenced by the young age of the prince. His talents had nearly eclipsed those of the adult Li Fengji. They had effectively placed a wager on him. Barring unforeseen circumstances, under their careful guidance, his abilities would undoubtedly soar. In this manner, they not only secured a remarkably gifted disciple, enhancing their own standing, but they also made a prudent choice. Li Jun found this to be a most reasonable explanation. However, they refrained from revealing any information to the outside world, which inadvertently led others to believe they were merely following his commands. This is clearly an attempt to trap him. Li Jun suddenly recalled that these three old men were exceedingly cunning. What could be explained in just a few words was instead left for him to bear the brunt of the blame, all in the name of preserving their family's reputation. So, your purpose in seeking me is merely for clarification, and furthermore, tomorrow I may ascend the mountain. If it were not for the abundant spiritual energy in this place, which could significantly enhance his cultivation, he would have little reason to linger here. They scrambled to inform him of this matter, which should not have warranted such a grand display. Yet, the allure of this location was undeniably strong. Spending extended periods within such an environment could, even for those devoid of talent, result in extraordinary transformation. Once he passed through the mountain gate, all of his spiritual power would surely be exceptional compared to the ordinary. Very well, if that is the case, I shall certainly attend. Li Jun nodded with a smile. After all, there were numerous resources in that place that he could never access here. This locale posed no dangers, devoid of toxins or wild beasts. Hence, he must frequent it. During this journey, certain unique tasks would arise, and the rewards from these would far surpass the speed at which he came here to merely gather vegetables. I would say the master is rather greedy. That old system is forever trying to deceive us. Observing Li Jun's incessant smile, the phoenix beside him could only discern two words on his face: greed. The golden dragon, witnessing this, wholeheartedly agreed with her assessment. Had they known it would be this way, they should have revealed themselves sooner, rather than engaging in the so-called self-cultivation and going with the flow, allowing one to play the fish while the other played the chicken. It was nothing short of a disgrace. If word got out, how could they possibly maintain their standing in this place? Such lofty identities reduced to mere ordinary beings. I have heard that the master is recently establishing some sort of animal kingdom, safeguarding many creatures on the mountain across from them. Indeed, this news has circulated widely, but one wonders if it truly holds any merit. Although Lin Long felt elated upon hearing this news, for at least from this moment forth, someone would care for their lives and the safety of those lower-tier animals. This approach was ultimately unsustainable. If they genuinely wished to attain something, there were countless outcomes. Moreover, such a simple barrier could hardly withstand the test of time. Even if everything were entrusted to them, against powerful cultivators or demonic beings, these low-tier animals were no match. Thus, this endeavor merely prolonged their existence. If death were the inevitable end, perhaps it would be better not to offer them any hope. How could it be useless? Have you ever seen the master embark on a venture only to fail? Moreover, this time appears to be distinctly different from ordinary matters. The master is genuinely invested. Upon observing the sorrow etched upon his face, the phoenix sensed that he must be contemplating thoughts that should not have crossed his mind. Regardless of life or death, this was an event fated to occur. Even with his intervention, some things remain immutable. Thus, why insist on striving for a change in this matter? Although Li Jun remained indifferent, he could still hear their words distinctly. He comprehended their concerns, yet he was equally aware of his own apprehensions. From the outset, he had not regarded this situation with gravity. He merely executed the tasks assigned by the system as per usual. After all, the ultimate success of the endeavor rested solely with the system. Even if this situation were to effectuate change, Li Jun had never considered it significant, pursuing only the rewards it promised. However, their conversation now instilled a sense of doubt regarding his initial perspective, relegating it merely to a system and its tasks. Chapter 37. Such matters are impermissible regarding this task. He harbored no emotional ties. However, after such a lengthy companionship with the two of them, it was impossible to regard them merely as chickens and fish. They had been his only companions for many years. Moreover, everything he possessed now, aside from the system, had indeed been of considerable assistance to him. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely felt that if they were to vanish, it would not affect him at all. How foolish a decision that was. In the midst of the misty forest, under the luminous glow of the moonlight, several figures cloaked in black could be distinctly seen traversing the darkness. In a matter of moments, their hands were filled with a few captured spirit pets. Useless, They were nothing but a bunch of inept individuals. Was it truly so difficult for them to capture a few high-tier spirit pets? Guardian. It is not that we are unwilling to capture them, but we simply cannot locate them. The traps we have set have yielded no signs for a considerable time. The group held in their hands a few foxes and rabbits. Rather than being spirit pets, it would be more accurate to describe them as mere useless creatures. The only reason they exhibited any semblance of spiritual energy was due to their prolonged existence in this region. Upon hearing such remarks, ordinary individuals would find them rather perplexing. They had always captured spirit pets in this area, and for them, every spirit pet here was as good as a mere catch. Yet, in recent times, not only had the spirit pets vanished, but even the common animals were becoming exceedingly rare, especially during the night. It was as if something was warning them. They would simply disappear right before their eyes. All of this was utterly baffling. After pondering for a moment, the man sensed that this place was indeed different from others. However, gazing at the boundless forest, he remained unaware of what precisely was transpiring. He could not discern any secrets hidden within. Everything appeared to be as mundane as ever. Immediately send someone to investigate this matter. You must capture them without fail. If you do not succeed, I cannot protect you upon your return. Yes, swiftly. Several figures vanished into the depths of the forest. The man stood at the pinnacle of a tree, peering into the distance, his brow furrowed, as if he had uncovered something, yet he made no move. Zhun had just plucked a night-blooming flower from the ground when he inexplicably sensed a surge of spiritual energy. Suddenly, he halted his actions and gazed towards the misty forest. If nothing went awry, there was surely some special individual who had intruded there and appeared to have discovered the barrier he had erected. Before long, this ordinary place would no longer be able to provide them with protection. If they wished to survive, they could only hasten the establishment of their own information station. In such circumstances, his assistance is unnecessary. They are capable of surviving on their own. Master, what troubles you? Wu Chong'an cradled the flower in his hands. But in mere moments, it wilted. The bloom that had just flourished was now withered. Those unaware might assume that there was something amiss with him. Master, the flower has withered, yet it bears no relation to me. Wu Chong'an promptly placed the flower upon the table beside him. His intentions were merely to offer help. Yet unexpectedly, he had only exacerbated the situation. Once Zhun regained his composure, he beheld a multitude of fallen petals on the ground. The petals he desired were inherently destined to fall. Their fate held no significance for him. Shaoanzi, have you never heard of the fleeting beauty of the night-blooming Sirius? What fleeting beauty? I have never encountered such a notion. I do not even recognize this flower. Wu Chong'an gazed blankly. For had he not arrived at this place and remained by his side, he would have never even laid eyes upon these novelties. Not only the flowers, but also the fruits adorning the table. At least half of them were entirely unfamiliar to him. How could he possibly know such a phrase? Zhun looked at him and could only exhale a resigned sigh. Essentially, it meant that when the flower blooms, it does not take long before it wilts. And it has nothing to do with you. Is that so? You frighten me. Upon hearing this, Wu Chong'an instinctively patted his chest. He had presumed it was due to his clumsiness, his heavy hands causing them to wither inexplicably. After all, it turned out to be their natural tendency. This implied that the matter was entirely unrelated to him. Master, I am curious, what purpose does this serve? This, Zhun replied, a cunning merchant's smile immediately gracing his face. Since departing from this place, he had genuinely unlocked the doors to a new world. Initially, he considered the items in his possession to be utterly mundane. Casually indulging in them seemed trivial, but upon stepping beyond those gates, he realized how woefully ignorant the outside world was. The things he possessed could be worth their weight in gold, treasures that might never be acquired. In such a case, should he fail in his pursuit of immortality, he could pivot to becoming a wealthy merchant, one whose riches rival nations. Not only could he ensure his own safety, but he would also garner respect from others. Such a win-win situation should not be easily forsaken. Wu Chong'an seemed to grasp the implications. With just the items on the table, a single fruit could yield a substantial profit. Moreover, he remained unaware of the true extent of Zhun's possessions thus far. This would not only allow him to purchase spirit stones, but also amass even greater wealth. However, but you are a prince. Is it not inappropriate to engage in such affairs? What if others use this against you? After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Chong'an unexpectedly doused him with a bucket of cold water. Zhun contemplated deeply. Indeed, engaging in unscrupulous business practices was not a role suited for him. Thus, he resolved to become the mastermind behind the unscrupulous merchant. It was at this juncture that Zhun fixed his gaze intently upon Wu Chong'an. The latter, feeling the unmasked scrutiny, suddenly grew increasingly anxious. Observing his expression, those nearby began to harbor doubts. Master, please, do not look at me like that. It frightens me. Wu Chong'an chuckled nervously and prepared to flee. However, Jinlong swiftly extended a claw and pulled him back. Upon witnessing this scene, the Jiaolong became exceedingly tense, poised to unleash a fierce confrontation. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Should a true conflict erupt, it would spell disaster for them. Why are you running? I haven't said anything to provoke such alarm. Wu Chong'an was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Jinlong. Your expression speaks volumes. I understand precisely what you are contemplating. Regardless of the circumstances, I have entered the realm of immortals and am a practitioner of cultivation. Such actions are utterly unacceptable. Chapter 38. Distrust Master, what brings you here? At first glance, Little Dove immediately spotted Li Jun as he entered their information station, prompting her to rush out. The other spirit beasts followed closely behind, eager to investigate the recent occurrences. To outsiders, their identities seemed secure, yet they had received no assurances thus far. Did anyone come here last night? Li Jun inquired, and the animals nearby displayed expressions of astonishment. They had assumed he would remain oblivious to such matters, believing that silence would be preferable to unnecessary complications. To their surprise, he was already aware of everything. Yes, a group of individuals clad in black arrived last night, capturing spirit beasts indiscriminately. Those of us with higher ranks managed to conceal ourselves, but the lower-tier creatures. Little Dove's voice trailed off, revealing a sorrowful countenance. Li Jun glanced behind her at the other spirit beasts, who still possessed some level of cultivation, and he let out a sigh of relief. He had previously stated that the number of animals the base could protect this week was limited, and it now appeared that this was indeed the case. Antelope. I am here. The antelope monster quickly emerged. What do you need? How has the task I assigned you progressed? The antelope monster nodded. So far, we have made preliminary arrangements, and everything will be ready by tonight. However, I cannot ascertain its efficacy. A troubled expression crossed its face, for it still hoped for human intervention in the matter. While Li Jun had entrusted them with many resources, they were, after all, not human. Compared to humans, their cunning and treachery seemed inconsequential in the eyes of others. Very well, I will return here tonight to test it out, Li Jun affirmed. The success or failure of the information station for the animal empire hinged upon tonight's events. If all went as planned, no unforeseen incidents should occur. Since acquiring this system, Li Jun had never failed in his endeavors. If the information station behind this could not withstand his capabilities, it would signify its utter uselessness. If it offered no protective value, then its existence was unwarranted. Indeed, the antelope acknowledged, albeit with lingering uncertainty. The number of high-level beings in this area was quite limited. At most, only this portion was included in the protection. Typically, regions inhabited by high-level spirit beasts were far more perilous. Under normal circumstances, few could approach them easily. However, in the eyes of those who sought to capture them, spirit beasts like themselves were merely sacrificial pawns. The antelope monster remained perplexed as to why Li Jun sought to rescue them. Everything appeared so ordinary. Li Jun understood that even with external assistance, it is not possible to protect them for a lifetime. My dear master, your actions may lead to the creation of numerous enemies. Should you depart, this place will revert to its former state. Therefore, it is imperative that you engage with this matter. You know the appropriate approach, and there is no need for concealment. If you deem it unworthy, you may disregard my counsel. Li Jun walked alongside it, observing that their physiques were quite similar. Moreover, the antelope's cultivation and spiritual power surpassed all other creatures in this realm. In other words, it seemed ill-fitted to exist in this environment as a spirit beast. Initially, Li Jun's motivation for such actions was merely to fulfill a task. However, reflecting on the two high-tier divine beasts at home, he suddenly felt that he had inadvertently performed a good deed on their behalf. This event, for Li Jun, had thus acquired significance. Yet, why do you persist in this manner? To beings like us, in your eyes, we possess no utility beyond enhancing your cultivation. The antelope was unwilling to continue this charade. It was all too familiar with the designs of humanity, outwardly amiable, yet inwardly eager to strip them of their skins and extract their sinews. Everyone invariably donned a facade of harmlessness, only to reveal their true nature once trust was established, leading to the demise of the unsuspecting. Even so, some were foolish enough never to harbor resentment, willingly sacrificing everything for them. However, in their eyes, such sacrifices were inconsequential, merely a fraction of the spiritual energy they contributed. You have finally articulated what you yearn to know, having restrained yourself for so long. The pent-up frustration must have become unbearable. Li Jun chuckled lightly. From their first meeting, he had discerned its extraordinary nature. While feigning innocence, it was, among these creatures, the most cunning. After enduring for so long, It had finally voiced all its thoughts. One could easily surmise the depth of the wounds it had suffered, rivaling the nightmares of the other animals. Indeed, even if you rescue us, I shall never trust you humans, not at all. The hidden task has been activated. Gain the antelope's favor. The system's sudden declaration caused Jun to feel overwhelmed. The antelope before him, let alone trusting him, would see any explanation as mere evasion. In such circumstances, how could he possibly win its favor? Could it be that this system was not targeting him specifically? Why must every task challenge the patience of others? I ask you, system, is it truly necessary to complicate matters for the master at such a critical juncture? The phoenix, unable to bear witness any longer, observed that although this entity existed solely within their thoughts, in Jun's mind, it was but an inanimate concept. Yet, in their presence, there exists life. Though merely a thought, it possesses the ability to communicate with them individually. The bond between the two individuals naturally becomes more intimate than usual. Furthermore, I perceive that you exhibit a demeanor as if you cannot tolerate your master. The golden dragon also concurs with this sentiment. During their initial encounter, a warning was issued to them to refrain from revealing their true selves. This was ostensibly for the purpose of honing Jun's consciousness. They complied. However, subsequently, they could only watch helplessly as he endured bullying and humiliation from others. Over time, his cultivation indeed progressed by leaps and bounds, yet he remained oblivious to the situation. Even now, it remains unchanged. All of this is due to the system's deliberate communication. Should they dare to speak out, they would truly be transformed into lowly creatures such as mountain chickens or goldfish. Such a fate would be a profound humiliation for them. Thus, they could only nod in acquiescence to this arrangement. What do you understand? This is called gradual progression. Otherwise, how could he come to cherish you? The system, inexplicably, lingered in their minds, reflecting upon this statement thereafter. Chapter 39. That person is him. In an instant, an unexpected silence enveloped them both regarding the matter at hand. Had their identities been declared from the very beginning, would Jun have flaunted his power? Is there a possibility of exploiting this situation? They were uncertain. However, it seemed that his assertion was not entirely unfounded. Gradually, on one hand, it was merely to facilitate his cultivation breakthrough, while on the other, it served to impart the understanding of human emotions. There was no overwhelming resentment. After enduring such humiliation for an extended period, how could it be that he inexplicably acquired the two mightiest treasures in existence? In the shadow of resentment, how could Jun avoid succumbing to the demonic forces? At that point, his current righteous persona would indeed render them as true villains. Old Phoenix, it appears we should refrain from meddling in this affair, one remarked. Who are you calling Old Phoenix? Do you still think of yourself as youthful? With those dead fish eyes. Hey, I'm talking about you. Why are you so oblivious? Before long, a fish and a phoenix were embroiled in a fierce altercation, creating a tumultuous scene in the back mountain. Yet to the outside observer, it merely appeared as if the sky had suddenly erupted in brilliance, a sight rarely witnessed. As for Jun, he remained at a loss, lacking a suitable answer and uncertain of how to gain their favor. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear to him now, as long as he could ensure their safety and assist them in completing this information, it would carry immense significance for them. The bond between the two would flourish remarkably. However, at present, Jun found himself unable to intervene beyond providing this method. Moreover, what they required was a system of their own, not one orchestrated or fulfilled by him. Due to their distrust of humanity, they could not fully embrace his actions. Whether you choose to trust or not is your own affair. You may disregard what I offer, yet I am curious about your capability to safeguard them. Jun pondered carefully. Since he could not assume the role of the benevolent figure, he would now take on the guise of the villain. As a good man was beyond his reach, he resolved to embody this darker persona. The antelope, upon hearing these words, was indeed reluctant to place faith in the individual before him. However, their relationship could not be jeopardized, for he genuinely needed him now. Moreover, he sensed the vast reservoir of spiritual power within him, far surpassing that of all present. Should he choose to lend his assistance, the endeavor would undoubtedly yield greater results with less effort. Provoking him could bring no advantage. My master, I merely harbor distrust towards others. After all, none among these creatures here are free from harm. Is it unreasonable for me to think so? The antelope asserted that all his actions were justifiable, even in his presence. There was a fade of being compelled and helpless. Jun was utterly irresistible. He never contemplated rejecting this matter. After all, it was merely a lack of belief on its part. The other creatures had chosen to place their unconditional trust in him. Thus, he felt no need to ponder over its reasons. However, given his current intelligence, it was evident that, apart from it, no other individual was suitable for this position. Consequently, their agreement could only be predicated on their safety. I can assure you, but do not forget, what does my promise mean if you lack the ability to protect them? You must remember who they worship daily, Zhun remarked with a cold smile. The antelope indeed seemed to have forgotten this fact. Yet every morning, it witnessed a multitude of creatures bowing their heads in the same direction. At this moment, Zhun found himself at a loss as to how to earn its trust, especially with a task that felt like a death sentence. Its demeanor was one of utter disbelief. Antelope, you may distrust humanity, but if you cannot place your trust in me, do you believe you can accomplish this task? Suddenly, the antelope appeared to have been struck at its core. Just a single sentence had ensnared it within the confines of this place. Without him, it truly could achieve nothing. You saved my life. I do not harbor distrust. Yet I cannot grant you my complete trust. You humans are notoriously cunning, are you not? The antelope's eyes reflected a vigilant wariness regarding their relationship. There were countless instances where humans sought to exploit the gratitude of those they had saved, often at the cost of lives. Having witnessed too many such occurrences, it could only cling to a glimmer of hope while refusing to place its entire faith in him. Upon hearing these words, Zhun suddenly understood that it had likely experienced some obscure tribulations. Gaining its trust would indeed prove to be a challenging endeavor. Master, the antelope harbors no ill intentions. It is simply that before you arrived, a spirit beast would often go missing each day, or their bodies would be discovered in incredibly cruel circumstances. Thus, the little dove listened intently, aware that there was no malice intended. It was merely a matter of having seen too much, causing it to approach the situation with indifference. However, it was not something that should be taken lightly. I know you need not worry for it. Since I have promised to care for you, I shall ensure you remain unharmed. My words are not solely for your sake, Zhun stated, gently stroking its pristine feathers, which indeed felt as soft as they appeared. The little dove's face flushed with a rosy hue. Zhun pondered when it had all begun. He had merely wished to be a leisurely prince, inadvertently discovering the path to immortality. Initially, he had aimed towards that very goal. However, he had not anticipated that everything he encountered now would awaken within him a flicker of compassion. He found himself harboring a greater fondness for this place than ever before. As he traversed the familiar path, he visited numerous locations and could distinctly observe the traces left behind, particularly in areas that had received aid, which bore the scars of significant suffering. The antelope's actions were intended to illuminate for Zhun the consequences of humanity's deeds, to help him comprehend the reasons behind its lack of trust. Zhun indeed grasped its intentions. Although he was human, he understood that the essence of this situation could not possibly be altered. I am already aware of the information you conveyed to me, he stated. However, I cannot act on your behalf to eliminate them, for I cannot instigate any calamity. Zhun shook his head, acknowledging the impossibility of the task. The demonic race would not simply vanish due to his existence. Without the demons, ordinary humans would stand no chance against any formidable force, unless in this world, beings of immortality and magic were to cease to exist. Perhaps then, they might truly have a chance at survival. Chapter 40. What do you say? As time passed, he realized that the individual in this direction was none other than himself. He initially believed this was merely a result of this person employing despicable means to control all the creatures here. Yet, he discovered that there existed no intricate connections between them. No medium indicative of humanity could be found among them. Thus, under such circumstances, one could only conclude that these actions were entirely self-driven. However, even at this moment, he remained uncertain as to why. Master, can you now reveal the reason to me? What is the cause? You would be better off inquiring directly of them. How could I possibly know? Zhun continued deeper into the forest. Soon, he came upon a stone table, upon which lay a stone resembling a blue diamond. This stone bore no particular significance, yet it possessed an immense energy crucial to them. It had sustained all protective barriers in this realm for an extended period. This stone was indeed the key. Without it, everything here would be rendered ineffective. The antelope elaborated, explaining that its discovery was a matter of serendipity, leading to the revelation of the secrets it harbored. After gazing at the stone for a considerable time, Zhun merely waved his hand, casting a simple illusion. What he deemed simple, however, might take a lifetime for those others to comprehend. Since it was an object of paramount importance, it must be well guarded. Aside from you, no one or creature should be made aware of it. Humans and animals are alike in this regard. As Zhun turned, a radiant expression graced his face, for they remained oblivious to the number of creatures among them that could truly be called good. Few animals existed outside the gaze of others, without spiritual power or cultivation. Being controlled was exceedingly effortless. I came here merely to ascertain who passed through yesterday. The antelope shook its head, replying, "I do not know, but I can assure you it was indeed a member of the demon race, and there are those around here who exert control. The individuals who entered last night were akin to those who came days prior. They too were evading their pursuers. Yes, they caused him harm, leading him to encounter Li Zhun, and by mere chance, this opportunity arose. However, I can confirm that these individuals seek spirit food. Are you certain they are all demons and not celestial beings? I cannot say with absolute certainty, but it is true that those who arrived yesterday were indeed demons." The antelope pondered carefully, affirming it had never encountered anyone like that, nor had it ever heard of celestial beings. "Do you know their objective?" "Spirit food." The antelope's response was succinct, yet it left Li Zhun in a state of hesitation. Although this answer was overly simplistic for him, the cost they would incur behind it was far more brutal than usual. No wonder he felt such urgency. How much longer? "Before tomorrow arrives, complete success shall be attained, and I shall not have breached the pact established with my master. They have set forth 3 cardinal principles, and 2 days signify precisely that. Once the dawn of tomorrow has passed, the span of 2 days will have elapsed. Therefore, if he hastens his pace now, no unforeseen events shall transpire." Indeed, Li Zhun has received an exceptionally favorable response. He has kept his word and fulfilled his obligations. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Zhun thereafter remained silent. Upon returning to Phoenix Mountain, he promptly immersed himself in his study, retrieving a volume detailing the intricacies of this place, particularly the relationship between the celestial sects and the demonic clans. This book elucidates the concept of food spirit, which typically signifies the consumption of their vital essence, thereby appropriating the innate spiritual energy of the body. Not only does this lead to genuine advancement in cultivation, but it also creates an insatiable craving, akin to an addiction, each encounter intensifying the desire beyond control. What has transpired with the master? Why has he suddenly transformed in such a manner? Phoenix, standing nearby, gazed at the firmly closed door. After venturing out, he returned in this state, devoid of any communication, even neglecting to acknowledge the circumstances at hand. In a flurry, he has confined himself within the chamber. What could possibly be the matter? The golden dragon, observing the situation, was equally perplexed. Such a demeanor was rare for Li Zhun, were it not for the knowledge of matters he ought not to have known, and the multitude of individuals he has recently interacted with. Nearly forgetting the connections he once held with them, his emotions would not have grown so convoluted. They could not discern whether this predicament was favorable or unfavorable. Indeed, they wished he could return to his former self, engaged solely in farming or lumbering, or perhaps enjoying leisurely conversations with them. Such carefree days would be a delight. "Master, what is truly happening?" Wu Chong'an, seated languidly in a nearby chair, fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the door, anticipating his emergence. Yet, silence persisted. Just as they began to conjecture that Li Zhun had fallen ill, the door suddenly creaked open. Li Zhun emerged, his countenance betraying distress. Wu Chong'an promptly followed. "Master, what troubles you? Your complexion appears rather unwell." "Yes, the food spirit. Do you comprehend what this entails?" "Food spirit?" Wu Chong'an was taken aback. Indeed, he had not anticipated that this matter would be broached so unexpectedly. The concept of food spirit, aside from the brutal act of devouring one whole, involves the even more savage method of separating flesh from bone, extracting marrow, and consuming vital essence. Either of these methods would invariably lead to a significant enhancement of one's spiritual power, allowing one's cultivation to surpass that of ordinary individuals. However, those who frequently employ such methods can typically be discerned by the naked eye, which is why such practices are seldom adopted. Yet, in contrast to the demonic clans, this matter, I fear, need not be articulated further. It is entirely confirmed. Therefore, would such methods be applicable to ordinary individuals? Indeed, some have ventured to employ such techniques, albeit rarely. Such an approach is fundamentally at odds with human nature and is explicitly prohibited among the esteemed sections. The 5th repetition remains perplexed as to why curiosity has suddenly arisen regarding this issue. Yet, these methods have always been strictly forbidden within the realms of the celestial sections. Any individual discovered employing them would undoubtedly be expelled from the mountain gates. This embodies the principles and ethos that a righteous path should uphold. However, amidst this process, could there be unforeseen circumstances? He is uncertain. After all, he is merely an ordinary person newly acquainted with the world of immortals. Had it not been for an overwhelming sense of jealousy, he would not have inadvertently strayed onto this misguided path. Upon hearing the 2 methods he mentioned, Li Zhun realized they were even more comprehensive than those he had encountered in books. He initially believed that such forbidden techniques should not exist. Yet, to his astonishment, these methods proved to be inexhaustible in their application for enhancing one's cultivation. Chapter 41. Who knows? It was at this moment that Li Zhun suddenly realized that the path of cultivation was not as straightforward as it seemed. He had merely relied on the presence of his two divine companions for protection, which elicited the utmost respect from those around him. Without them, he might have found himself tempted to stray down a misguided path. Master, it is all contingent upon the individual. The reason the demon clan exists is that they are unlike ordinary beings. The phoenix, observing his sudden curiosity, remained unaware of his newfound interest in the demon clan. Yet, she hoped he would not delve too deeply into their secrets. It was a well-known truth that a prominent figure attracts attention. Master, should we not return to the Immortal Gate today? If we delay any longer, we may truly miss the appointed hour. With this reminder from the Golden Dragon, Li Zhun recalled that today was the day he was to return to the academy. The inhabitants of that place already regarded him with disdain, and failing to arrive punctually would only invite further scorn from those waiting outside. Xiaoanzi, let us depart. I entrust the care of my belongings to both of you. Of course. With that, the group set forth in grand procession, while mist swirled at the entrance. Upon arriving at the academy, they found it eerily empty. As the time for gathering approached, anxiety mounted among the attendees, for Li Zhun was still nowhere to be seen. When Shui grew increasingly anxious, fearing that if he did not arrive, they might not reunite for another fortnight. Today's lesson would not resume until after that duration, and during this interval, no one was permitted to descend the mountain without the elders' express permission, regardless of their favored status. When Shui, are you waiting for my fourth brother? Li Haojue arrived, and immediately noticed Wen Shui lingering at the entrance. He quickly deduced that Li Zhun had not yet arrived. Wen Shui nodded. Why hasn't he, the 13th prince, come with brother Zhun? Li Haojue promptly clarified. I went to fetch him, but his maid informed me that he left early this morning. I rushed here, thinking he would have already arrived by now. He had assumed that Li Zhun's early departure would ensure his timely arrival, but now, as time passed, it was clear that he had yet to show up. Senior sister, if we wait just a little longer, this door will surely close. The two gatekeeping celestial youths, glancing at the time, noted that the moment was rapidly approaching. If she lingered, it would complicate matters for them, especially since everyone was aware of his favored standing before the elders. If they failed to extend him this courtesy, their future here would be uncertain. Let us wait a bit longer. At her command, the two companions exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, the decision was beyond their control. When those above direct their blame downwards, what are they to do? What fears do you harbor? If there are issues, I shall keep a watchful eye. Upon uttering these words, Wen Shui rendered her companions speechless. Having spoken so boldly, what grounds did they have to refuse her? Shui, your disregard for decorum is quite evident, Yi Jinjin remarked, noting that it was already time to close the door. Her previous remarks were undeniably an act of intimidation. Should outsiders become aware of this, what face would she have to continue? Master, but brother Zhun has yet to arrive. If you close the door now, he may truly be unable to enter. Shui, you must understand that rules cannot be altered. The hour has come. It is time to close the door. Yi Jinjin was reluctant to leave her outside, yet he felt a profound obligation to those within. Should word of this matter spread, where would the elders find their dignity? Wen Shui felt a surge of resentment. But upon hearing his words, she could only watch helplessly as the door was shut. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and just as she was still processing the moment, the door had completely closed. Disappointment washed over her as she gazed at the closed entrance, knowing they would not reunite for another fortnight. No matter what, she felt a pang of discontent, for he was indeed essential to this place. Fourth brother? Li Haojue looked up, his face lighting up with ecstatic joy at the sight of the figure that had suddenly appeared. He rushed to join him, glancing around in wonder, unaware of when he had arrived. Fourth brother, when did you come? We had no idea. Li Zhun chuckled at the two bystanders, ruffling Haojue's hair. Just now. Li Haojue exclaimed in astonishment. They had felt only a gentle breeze. In truth, they had sensed nothing unusual. Not even a fly had been seen. How could he have arrived so swiftly? Brother Zhun, I knew you would come. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Shui immediately leaped into his embrace. Her expression one of delicate affection. Li Zhun smiled tenderly. I owe it all to little Shui for delaying me for so long. Otherwise, I surely wouldn't have made it. Wen Shui blushed at the compliment. Yi Jinjin observed from the side, clearing his throat slightly. It was a tad unbecoming. Yet the youthful romance before him brought a certain amusement to the elder's heart, especially as the two remained oblivious to their surroundings. The elders felt a pressing need to shield them from their impending tribulations without directly confronting the matter. To speak candidly about the relationship between the two of them would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications for their future. The matters of love and affection in this world are, for them, secrets not to be divulged. I remarked, my earnest disciple, you are so single-minded that one fears you might be led astray. You still hope for him to attain immortality, yet if he is ensnared by love, that opportunity may very well slip away. Although the elder regarded these concerns as trivial, when Shui, regardless of the circumstances, was still considered a favored disciple they had nurtured for so long, with hopes that she would become an exceptional cultivator. Even if she did not ascend to divinity, she could still succeed one of the three among them. Observing the situation today, it seemed that this prospect was truly in jeopardy. Jin, standing by, could only sigh in resignation. Little did he know that the seemingly aloof Wen Shui, in the presence of Li Zhun, transformed into a playful kitten, exhibiting a subservience that almost seemed protective of him. In this matter, none among the three could have anticipated such an outcome. Jin could only exhale a resigned sigh, for the secrets of destiny are not to be revealed, nor spoken of, nor should they ever be. Chapter 42. Resolute intentions what cannot be spoken of. I perceive that you are indeed resolute in your desire to unite them. Elder Bei He, observing his animated demeanor, rolled his eyes and spoke candidly. Who is unaware of his current sentiments? With a remarkable disciple at his side, he stands among the most formidable figures in this world. The reputation of this master is unparalleled, yet he persists in concealing his true thoughts, as if we are oblivious to his intentions. Although Elder Yu is aware of his mindset, this matter, as he rightly states, is shrouded in secrecy and must not be divulged. To disclose it directly to the two would not only create discord between them, but could also lead to unnecessary complications. In our presence, Elder Yu has never set such a precedent. Should this occur, the two would no longer be able to remain here. For them, cultivating immortality inherently requires severing emotional ties. Among the disciples on this mountain, who does not yearn for the love and affection of the mortal realm? Yet, given their noble aspirations, such sentiments must be relinquished. If this chief disciple were to initiate such a connection, how could we expect to maintain discipline among the other students? Although Elder Bei He asserts this now, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, do you truly believe that the elder would willingly forsake his disciple? Elder Yu could only shake his head in resignation. They had only acquired such an exceptional disciple a decade ago, nurturing her with utmost care. How could they so readily relinquish her to another? Li Zhun possessed remarkably keen hearing. Even from a distance, he could discern the conversation unfolding around him. He glanced down at the lively and innocent Wen Shui beside him, pondering that she should not be cast aside due to his presence. Nevertheless, the nature of their relationship was not something easily articulated. Furthermore, this situation was not born of mere happenstance. Brother Zhun, what are you gazing at? You don't harbor any ulterior motives towards me, do you? Wen Shui inquired, having overheard rumors during their journey, despite her own lack of such thoughts. Her admiration for the person before her was genuine and devoid of any ulterior motives. Li Zhun simply smiled gently. I know, but do you have any idea where we should go next? After a moment of contemplation, Wen Shui nodded. There is a waterfall ahead, and beneath it lies your assessment. She gestured towards a nearby mountain stream. As they approached, it became clear that what appeared to be a gentle spring was, in fact, a tumultuous river beneath the waterfall. Should they leap from that height, it would surely cost them their lives. Is this not a blatant mockery of us? Such a height, if one were to leap from it. Survival would be a mere wish. One would surely be disabled, if not dead. They possess celestial powers and magical abilities, while we are but mere mortals. Is this a path fraught with peril? Suddenly, the air around us thickened with discontent. They were utterly unprepared for this ordeal, irrespective of the whispers regarding unseen perils below. Psychologically, they found themselves incapable of descending. In their minds, the mere act of jumping from this precipice equated to certain death. If that were the case, remaining here served little purpose. Meanwhile, the three elders stood by, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene, their expressions remaining as impassive as ever. Even amidst the incessant murmurs of the crowd, they appeared resolute in their intentions. It was not that they disregarded the lives of those present, rather, they recognized this as an essential trial to overcome. Brother, if we leap, will we truly not perish? Li Haojue gazed down at the towering waterfall before him. Though he possessed some martial prowess, he doubted his ability to endure the fall. What if, by mischance, he met his demise here? Li Zhun smiled. 13. Do you genuinely believe that as a prince, they would allow you to meet your end here? From the outset, he had discerned that this waterfall was indeed extraordinary. Had they not been confident, they would not have permitted such a leap. Moreover, no specific rules had been established for this endeavor, implying that the descent was dependent solely on one's own abilities, rather than a mere reckless jump. As Li Haojue absorbed his words, he nodded in agreement. There was truth to his assertion. Nonetheless, The choice to leap remained a voluntary one. If he were to perish, his family would surely suffer, rendering any further discourse futile. Thus, a sense of hesitation began to creep into his heart. For everyone, this moment was suffused with dread, an insurmountable fear that hindered the prospect of success in this trial. Brother, I am still filled with trepidation. It is truly too high, Li Haojue stammered, his legs trembling at the sight. Seizing the moment, Li Zhun swiftly pushed him from behind. Ah! Li Haojue's startled scream echoed as, before anyone could react, he vanished from sight. Beneath the waterfall, there was no sign of disturbance. Panic ensued among the onlookers, who recoiled in fear. The three elders exchanged glances, and for the first time, a hint of amusement graced their faces. At that moment, Li Zhun seized the opportunity and leaped after him, grasping his own cultivation midair. He descended halfway before plunging into the lake below. As he entered the water, the scene before him transformed into an entirely different realm. As he steadied himself and beheld the resplendent vista before him, he was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the connection to this place would manifest as a waterfall. Fourth brother, why did you push me just now? You nearly frightened me to death. Li Haojue exclaimed, rubbing his backside as he directed his grievances towards his companion, Li Zhun, who had followed closely behind. Li Zhun gave him a light pat on the shoulder. If I had not done so, would you have had the opportunity to witness this paradise? It was then that Li Haojue comprehended the situation, opening his eyes to the extraordinary sights that lay ahead. Indeed, he had never encountered anything like it in his entire life, which uplifted his spirits considerably. Fourth brother, did you know about this all along? Li Haojue inquired. Li Zhun shook his head. I had no idea, but I was certain that they would not let us perish. He was indeed unaware that such a scene would unfold in this place. He understood there existed a realm here. Yet he had not anticipated the stark contrast between two entirely different worlds. This revelation caught him by surprise. Elder, he stood beside the crane, observing that the most formidable individual present had already descended. They had no reason not to follow suit. Chapter 43. A hidden paradise there remains, but a stick of incense worth of time for contemplation. Should no decisions be made within that span, all shall be eliminated. Elder Bay, he comforts his spirit companion while observing a few individuals who, though eager to leap, ultimately retreat. With a sigh of resignation, he shakes his head. Each generation appears to be less capable than the last. Even with some having already taken the initiative, it is uncertain how many will remain hesitant. Elder Yu, undeterred, settles onto a chair, recognizing that a stick of incense is not an overly lengthy period for them. Yet, should these individuals fail to act, they would have no choice but to depart. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Zhong'an leaps down. He fears for his life, but the most important person to him lies below. He must make his presence known. With his master already having jumped, he finds no reason to remain above. Regardless of whether Li Zhun has met his demise, Wu Zhong'an feels an obligation to retrieve his body, for Li Zhun is his savior, and he cannot abandon him. Wu Zhong'an lets out a scream as he plunges downward. Elder Yu, witnessing this foolish boy, cannot help but chuckle. It is no wonder he was easily manipulated before. This rascal bears an uncanny resemblance to Shao Liuzi. Shao Liuzi, overhearing, displays a simple-hearted expression. When he faced this trial, he too was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the unseen forces nudging him along, he might very well have been here today. Shao Liuzi, after a stick of incense passes, you shall issue the tasks. Do not attempt any underhanded maneuvers, otherwise I shall twist your hand off. Yes, Elder. Shao Liuzi bows respectfully, when Shui glances over, knowing he would never dare to act dishonestly. However, the person he has sought for 2 years beside him remains in uncertainty, leaving her unsure of the outcome. After all, she had suffered greatly in the past regarding this matter. It is the lone action he can undertake without requiring justification. As the stick of incense burns down, all those remaining on the shore are expelled from the mountain gates. With the command given, everyone is ushered out, leaving only those submerged beneath the water, their curiosity piqued by the wonders before them. My, this is extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, I had thought this estate to be rather small, yet it is a veritable hidden paradise, truly worthy of its celestial reputation. In an ordinary world, how could they ever witness such a scene? The spiritual herbs sprouting from the earth and the flowers nearby are treasures beyond compare in their realm. Master, you are alive, Wu Zhong'an exclaims, rushing towards the two figures approaching in the distance, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Li Zhun gazes at him, taken aback by his sudden display of emotion. The expression on his face became one of disdain. He appeared to be a robust individual, someone who should embody the traits of an honest man, devoid of cunning. Yet, Contrary to expectations, his emotional depth was unexpectedly intricate. Li Haojue observed this hulking figure weeping profusely atop him, and could not help but break into laughter. Fourth brother, where did you find such a treasure? Absolutely delightful. Do you like him? I could give him to you. Li Zhuan shrugged in response. Li Haojue immediately shook his head. No, with my petite stature, I fear I would be crushed beneath him. Meanwhile, Wu Zhongyan was sobbing heart-wrenchingly by the side. The two of them seemed to find the time to jest with one another, leading Li Haojue to feel that Wu Zhongyan's tears and worries were utterly unwarranted. Oh, that rascal. Ever since he saved him, he has willingly become his servant. How exaggerated is that? The little fortune god observed Wu Zhongyan's obsequious behavior, and one might mistakenly think he had adopted a dog. Lai Bu cast a knowing glance, his eyes revealing a depth of understanding. He chose not to comment on the matter, yet if he found himself in a similar situation, he too would follow that person without question. For the debt of life-saving grace is one that cannot be easily dismissed. If the roles were reversed, perhaps we too would retain our dignity. But one might say we are simply more fortunate. After a light chuckle, Lai Bu proceeded down the narrow path. Unsurprisingly, they all traversed the same route, for it was the only one available. However, until this point, they remained oblivious to the nature of their mission. All they encountered along the way were various flora, devoid of any spirits or creatures. This was indeed peculiar. If this were merely a test of courage, they would have long since passed the allotted incense time. Yet, they had received no notifications, nor had anyone come to attend to them. It seemed they were resolutely abandoned to fend for themselves. Why, after such a lengthy time? Is there not a single word? We have not received any tasks, and at this rate, are we truly expected to perish from hunger here? The little fortune god clutched the only food item he had. He had indeed been cautious before descending, but the provisions were scant. With so many individuals present, a conflict over such meager rations could easily see him bested. Moreover, in this unfamiliar territory, particularly in a place where even the wildflowers were unrecognized, they found it exceedingly difficult to determine how to survive. As Lai Bai was about to speak, Xiao Liuzi's voice suddenly echoed. The trial period has commenced. Lasting for half a month of survival, the victors shall remain, while the vanquished will be eliminated. As the announcement concluded, Lai Bai turned abruptly to fixate on the little god of wealth, utterly bewildered by the uncanny accuracy of his words. How could one attribute this to mere luck? His speculation was truly random. Had he known, he would have prepared more provisions in advance. The expression on the little god of wealth's face shifted to one of discomfort, as he had not anticipated that their trial would revolve around survival. Had he foreseen this, his space should have been packed with sustenance before arriving. Yet, he had only brought a meager supply of food. The items filling his spatial box were not weapons, but rather an assortment of secrets for combating supernatural entities, things that could ensure his safety in perilous situations. Now, however, he found himself burdened with an assortment of worthless scraps that were inedible and consumed valuable space. What was to be done? A fortnight of time. Would they truly be left to starve here? Lai Bai shook his head. Chapter 44. A merchant of deceit, he was at a loss regarding how to approach the matter at hand. Upon hearing the task, the individuals surrounding him displayed inexplicable panic and tension upon their faces. The atmosphere became increasingly restless, fraught with unease. If this continued, it was highly likely that they would act impulsively. Yet, in one corner, an unexpected tranquility prevailed. Li Zhuan's team appeared entirely unfazed by the unfolding events. In stark contrast, their composure seemed rather peculiar. Fourth brother, why do you seem so unperturbed by this situation? Li Haojue noticed the palpable anxiety enveloping those around them. It was as if descending into the depths was akin to embracing death. Staying above and simply returning home seemed far more appealing. However, Li Zhuan displayed no signs of concern. Rubbing his head, Li Zhuan remarked, "Have you forgotten what my role was while I was in the palace?" As soon as he spoke, Li Haojue's mind began to churn with realization. The smile gracing Li Zhuan's face was not without reason. The individuals behind him, though not of noble birth, were equipped with weapons that bore significant weight in this context. Their desire to survive would undoubtedly compel them to seek sustenance, and the only readily available provisions were in his possession. Li Zhuan mused to himself, "Surely, no one will mind if I inflate the prices now." Observing the expression on his face, Wu Zhongyan quickly discerned his thoughts. Were it not for his status, Li Zhuan would undoubtedly be seen as a quintessential merchant of deceit. "My lord, I do not mean to dampen your spirits, but over time, these individuals will exhaust their funds, will they not? Indeed, you raise a valid point. While they may lack silver, they possess weapons, do they not?" Li Zhuan replied, half in jest. Wu Zhongyan, genuinely concerned for them, thought that, within the span of the past fortnight, they would likely have depleted all their resources. The little god of wealth was notorious for his obsession with riches, which explained the multitude of weapons and medicines he carried, not to mention the silver. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would not resort to parting with these possessions merely for food. Who could have anticipated that what was once of little concern would become so crucial at this juncture? Fourth brother, you cannot be serious, can you? If we had any surplus, we could share it with them. Why go to such lengths when you are not in need of silver? I am in need. Who claims I am not? Zhun responded, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Under normal circumstances, he would have maintained an air of aloofness. After all, such an opportunity was rare for him. Furthermore, to prevent others from spreading rumors outside, indeed, it is essential for him to enlist the help of a formidable individual for this endeavor. However, in this remote place, even if someone were to become aware of it, they would be powerless to intervene. This represents his legitimate and singular opportunity to profit. How could he possibly relinquish it? Should his aspirations of cultivation falter, becoming a wealthy magnate would still constitute a commendable alternative. At the very least, he would not have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life, and when he ventured outside, others would still regard him with deference. As Zhun contemplated this notion, he found it to be utterly flawless. After articulating his thoughts, he promptly retrieved a frying pan and a spatula from his spatial storage, along with several plates and bowls, exactly the right amount for the number of people present. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Hao's expression faltered. While others stockpiled weapons or cherished possessions in their spatial compartments, who could have anticipated that he would fill his with cooking utensils and dishware? This was nothing short of extravagant waste. The elder, observing through the mirror, felt an overwhelming urge to seize all the contents and replace them with something of actual utility. Indeed, he was a true master. Even the items he carried differed from those commonly used by others. Jin, watching this unfold, could only shake his head in disbelief. In his lifetime, he had never encountered anyone who placed such importance on food. It was one thing to have a spatial storage filled with provisions. He had never even laid eyes on such items before. Master, is he truly a remarkable individual? Little Six, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Among so many, he had never seen anyone prepare their kitchenware so meticulously. Had he possessed such foresight in his youth, he might have spared himself much hardship. In those days, no one considered stowing such items away. To do so would invite mockery from others, and he himself would feel humiliated. How could they ever contemplate such actions? Can't you discern his prowess? That frying pan alone rivals the sword you wield, the elder remarked calmly. Thus, while these items may seem unremarkable, their quality far surpasses what they typically encountered. Even the cookware utilized in their own households pales in comparison. Moreover, none among them had ever considered refining their culinary tools into high-grade weapons. He has set a precedent. The frying pan and spatula he possesses already exceed the capabilities of all their equipment. Consequently, Zhun has emerged as the victor. With these resources at his disposal, how could he possibly starve? Little Six's mouth twitched in realization. Indeed, true masters tread unconventional paths. Who else would conceive of such a solution? At this moment, Zhun had spread out the soup he had prepared the previous day across the grass, and the enticing aroma wafting from the pot soon captivated the attention of the anxious crowd. While others pondered their next steps and ways to procure sustenance, he had already set the stage for a feast. Suddenly, such behavior has emerged inexplicably. What capacity do they have left for contemplation? All attention has converged upon them. Goodness, this is utterly excessive. Who would store such items in their personal space? Upon witnessing this scene, the little god of wealth immediately revealed a look of astonishment. Even he, despite his notorious stinginess, has never resorted to cramming everything within. Yet, to his surprise, there exists someone even more miserly than himself. This is beyond outrageous. I suspect that if he were not bearing the title of a fourth prince, the name of this little god of wealth might very well be usurped by him. Leaning against a large tree, Li Bai had hoped for a moment of tranquility, which might at least grant him a semblance of satiety. He had conjured a grand illusion for himself, akin to the age-old adage of seeking plums to quench thirst. After all, the path of cultivation is one of prolonged endurance. However, who could have anticipated that the sudden appearance of a delightful aroma would awaken the cravings within his belly? At this moment, he could no longer suppress his hunger. Chapter 45. The Dream of the Rich. The small financier gazed longingly at the array of delectable dishes beside him, swallowing hard. You are right. If it weren't for his current station, I would have leapt forward to berate him for his sheer audacity. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, the small fortune god dashed forward first. The gathering crowd, drawn by hunger, swallowed their own saliva upon witnessing this scene. Zhun looked at their approach and smiled. 13. It is time to dine. That pot contains soup. Once you finish your meal, I assure you, a bowl will be delightful. Thank you, fourth brother, Li Hao replied, settling down on the grass beside Wu Zhongyan with bowl and chopsticks in hand, relishing his meal. His enjoyment was palpable, causing those around him to drool with envy. I say, fourth prince. No, Li Gongzi, since you possess food, should you not act as a benevolent soul and share with us all? This would foster goodwill among us. The small fortune god hesitated briefly. Were it not for the three individuals before him, whom he regarded as insignificant, he would not have felt compelled to speak up so brazenly. Li Jun interjected, what the small fortune god suggests is not an outright refusal to share. However, I require an equitable exchange in return. Equitable exchange? What do you mean? The small fortune god felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. Suddenly, he felt as though his pockets had inexplicably lightened. Li Jun maintained an enigmatic smile. What can you offer me in exchange? I am open to various proposals. However, should you lack anything of value, silver will suffice. 200 taels for a bowl of fried rice. 200 taels for a bowl of fried rice. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The small fortune god's face registered shock at this price. He had never thought twice about such a portion of fried rice in the past. Now, he was confronted with the prospect of paying 200 taels for it. In the outside world, it would scarcely be worth even a single tael. Trade is free, the price is set as it is. You may choose to accept or decline. Li Jun remarked, showing no intention of indulging their whims. Unless they could find something edible that could sustain their lives, their only option, amidst their indecision, would be to accept his terms. Egan, standing before a mirror, abruptly fell from his chair upon hearing the price. Looking at the food before him, it suddenly lost its appeal. The entire spread of dishes before him was worth less than 20 taels. And yet this bowl of fried rice was being sold for 200. Was this not excessive? Master, what troubles you? When Shui inquired, watching him with a perplexed expression. Nothing of consequence. Prepare yourself. In 2 weeks, should any misfortune arise, ensure that their spiritual essence is preserved. Understood, when Shui nodded. Such occurrences had not been uncommon in their midst. To prevent others from discerning the truth, those who appeared alive were often, in reality, already deceased. In truth, they were preserved through a unique method. Once this matter reaches its conclusion, they shall be returned with their health intact. However, every event that transpired here will gradually fade from their memories. From that moment on, they will exist merely as ordinary individuals, with no further opportunity to step through that threshold again. Although Li Jun may become an unexpected variable, when Shui harbors the hope that he will navigate the forthcoming assignments safely. With a multitude of people, strength naturally multiplies. If, over the course of the next half-month, it remains solely the three of them, certain dangers that they cannot resolve will inevitably arise. Young Master Li, here is the silver for you, but I have a stipulation. Li Bai declared, producing 200 taels of silver from his bosom and placing it upon the adjacent table. Yet, he did not hasten to seize the bowl of fried rice. Instead, he set forth his conditions. Li Jun easily perceived the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. These two could be considered among the elite of their kind. Indeed, if throughout this half-month it were only the three of them, completing their tasks effectively would prove quite challenging. Thus, he genuinely required to augment his team. However, should he be the one to initiate this negotiation, Li Jun would lose control over the situation. Whether I agree or not depends on you, he stated. Very well, Li Bai nodded. I wish to join your ranks. I understand that this bowl of fried rice is extraordinary. Consuming it will undoubtedly lead to some transformation. Yet, even so, what you require is manpower, not mere resources. Though he was but a scholar, he possessed an aura distinctly different from that of an ordinary intellectual. A discerning eye would easily recognize that his status was far from ordinary. Particularly for someone as astute as he, Li Jun felt a profound lack. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to rush into agreement. Young Master Li, should you wish to collaborate with me, it is not impossible, but you must also bring him along. Li Jun remarked, glancing at the small deity behind him, who was still fuming. Undoubtedly, that price was beyond what he could accept. However, if an ally were to emerge at this juncture, success might not be out of reach. Li Bai's face immediately brightened with a confident smile. Very well. With that, he picked up the bowl of fried rice and departed. The small deity, observing the fried rice in his hand, was exasperated. What is the matter with you? Have you lost your mind? You spent 200 taels. When did you become so wealthy? I had no idea. 200 taels can elevate your cultivation by half. Is that not a profitable exchange? Li Bai replied, settling down and beginning to eat with a spoon. The small deity was incredulous at this assertion. In their eyes, the ingredients he employed were nothing more than commonplace fare. If these haphazard items could genuinely enhance their cultivation by half, How could that possibly be true? Are you certain? Surely you have not been deceived by him. How could this be? Li Bai chuckled. If you doubt it, you may attempt to verify. And I have indeed joined their ranks. Half a month is not an insignificant duration, yet relying solely on the two of us cannot sustain for long, especially before they manage to procure sustenance. This fortnight could very well claim their lives. Moreover, they are unfamiliar with the flora surrounding them. Should they, in a moment of rashness, consume these plants, it might only hasten their demise. In contrast to such peril, it would be wiser to align with them, ensuring one's own survival while facilitating a smoother conclusion. Why not? The little fortune god hesitated for a moment. Given your conviction, what more can I say? Since you have faith in these individuals, there must be no misjudgment. In an instant, he felt a reluctant acceptance towards the matter. Upon the arrival of Li Jun, there were no inquiries. He simply presented him with fried rice and soup. Thank you for joining us. Chapter 46. Who said that I wanted to join you? The little Menu held his own fried rice, and his expression became rather awkward after a brief moment. Just a while ago, he had spoken with such conviction, only to be swiftly contradicted. How could he possibly save face after this? Not only was he slapped in the face, but he was also expected to join their ranks. Had these individuals given any thought to his feelings? If he had not consented, would he willingly part with that 200 taels? Li Jun, without offering any further explanation, directly handed him the 200 taels. It was evident that she had already acquiesced to the arrangement. The little fortune teller was momentarily at a loss for words. Were it not for the necessity of survival in this place, he would have had no inclination to associate with them. Li Haoyue perceived that he had merely prepared a few portions of fried rice and some side dishes. Those surrounding him were either willingly exchanging their goods or purchasing with silver. Few dared to speak up regarding the exorbitant prices. Nevertheless, there were buyers. What could possibly occupy their minds? Fifth young master, has your fourth brother always been like this during the time you spent with him? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongyan immediately shook his head. Please refrain from addressing me as such, 13th prince. Simply call me Xiao Anzi, like the master does. He is not my master, and I cannot quite explain it. Wu Zhongyan regarded the individual before him, who seemed entirely absorbed in the pursuit of wealth. The disparity between his usual demeanor and the current one was striking. Although he rarely appeared so serious, it was clear that, regardless of circumstance, money had always been a secondary concern for him. It was unexpected that he would seize this opportunity without hesitation. In such a short span of time, he had managed to amass a considerable fortune. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary person could transform so dramatically? I truly cannot find the words to explain, but there is a distinction, Wu Zhongyan mused. The 13th prince will come to understand with greater exposure. After much contemplation, he ultimately failed to conjure the appropriate words to convey his feelings. Gazing at Li Jun, he found himself at a loss for any language. Li Haoyue, being a child, could simply make noise to enjoy his playtime. Thus, he often remained by the Empress Dowager's side and rarely spent time within the palace. However, he was well aware of the happenings inside. As for the matters concerning the two of them, he had only heard snippets of gossip. This marked their first genuine interaction. Those within the palace had always kept their distance from him. Li Haoyue had long understood the hardships he faced. Since his mother had given birth to him, she had been granted a death sentence shortly thereafter. Li Jun was, in essence, a child devoid of a mother. His survival to this point was nothing short of miraculous. Such indulgence was uncommon. Most children in his position would have long since turned to dust. Is my fourth brother truly in need of silver? The master certainly is not. Just look at the items he possesses, each one worth a fortune. How could he possibly lack for silver? Others may not see it clearly, but he must certainly be aware. Even a withered leaf from that place holds immense value. How else could one explain the exceptional fortune of that location? In but a moment, he has already transcended his cultivation level. It is no wonder that the elders, despite the opulent palaces, choose to dwell in humble abodes alongside him. Upon reflection, their choice becomes understandable. Li Haoyue scoffed, unable to discern any significant difference. However, the items here are indeed quite extraordinary, with some foods he has never encountered before. Had he not cultivated them on the back mountain, he would likely have never broadened his horizons in this lifetime. 13. I am yet unaware of what your spirit companion is. I have yet to see it. Li Jun suddenly interjected, diverting the conversation. Despite having accompanied him for some time, Li Haoyue realized he had never witnessed his spirit companion. Within the palace, everyone else possessed one. Any cultivator, to some extent, would have such a companion. Given Li Haoyue's own cultivation, it stands to reason that he should not be an exception. My fourth brother, the truth is, I do not have a spirit companion. Li Haoyue admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Li Jun looked up, scrutinizing him. Why is that? Li Haojue shrugged, replying, I simply believe that they deserve their own lives. Keeping them by my side would deprive them of the freedom they seek, which is why I have not sought one. He was not devoid of affection for them. Rather, he resisted the notion of confining them to his presence. His greatest aspiration in life was freedom. For him, possessing freedom was of utmost significance. If he cherished unrestrained existence for himself, how could he impose constraints on others? Li Zhun nodded in understanding. With this explanation, he grasped the sentiment behind it. He might be overly sentimental regarding this matter, but as a cultivator, one cannot overlook the necessity of a spirit companion. Beyond providing protection, such companions also enhance one's cultivation. This, he was astute enough to comprehend. 13. Do you realize that if you truly wish to pursue the path of cultivation, how long can you endure without a spirit companion, relying solely on yourself? Li Zhuan's words cut to the core. Others keep spirit companions primarily for survival, which also serves as a form of weaponry. If he were to journey ahead alone, he would be ill-equipped to defend against conflicts between individuals. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead him to a grim fate. However, fourth brother, I am aware that this situation is not right. Yet I truly feel there are no suitable options. If there were, I would seek them out myself. Therefore, I understand your perspective. You are unwilling, and their presence beside you is meaningless. Li Zhun scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, choosing not to press further. After all, this matter is inherently one of mutual consent. Forcing them to support one another would not only render the endeavor futile, but could also exacerbate the deterioration of their relationship. The likely outcome would be a case of failing to achieve one's aims while incurring losses. Wu Zhongyan listened intently to the conversation between the two. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for his little dragon, wondering how it fared at home. With two high-ranking spirit pets by its side, if it were to be bullied, who would it turn to for redress? Wu Zhongyan could not fathom why, at this juncture, bringing spirit pets was prohibited. They would not offer much assistance, and perhaps they would only complicate matters further. Yet, in the name of fairness, given the existing relationships, spirit pets were not allowed, while other provisions could be brought along. Chapter 47. Fear of wasting resources. Master, why do the elders prohibit bringing spirit pets? If they are indeed so significant, would this not be the perfect opportunity? This event could facilitate their bonding, enhancing their compatibility. Yet, these individuals seem to act contrary to reason, showing no intention of pursuing this matter. The truth is, spirit pets possess the ability to discern what is edible and what is not. Should you bring them here and allow them to consume everything, what would become of this place? Li Zhuan spread his hands in exasperation. When it comes to business, am I not capable of understanding their thoughts? This place, after all, is akin to a celestial realm, with its flora sustained by spiritual energy. If they were to deplete these resources within a mere half-month, it is unlikely they would regenerate so swiftly, perhaps requiring 10 or even 20 years. Such a losing venture is one they would never entertain. Ah, I see. Wu Zhongyan nodded, as if grasping a profound truth. I had indeed overlooked this matter. Many spirit pets are fundamentally animals, inherently endowed with the sense to distinguish between the toxic and the benign. Thus, it would indeed result in a fruitless endeavor. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, the three elders erupted into a fit of coughing. Only then did the disciples comprehend why they had been forbidden to bring their pets. It was for this very reason. Nonsense, nonsense. One elder stood up vehemently to refute. However, his fervent stance lacked persuasion, inadvertently corroborating the truth of the matter. The elder could no longer endure the situation. If it continued, the foundations of their three old codgers would be laid bare. They had acted thus for a reason. After all, it was rare to find a place so enchanting. Every aspect of this locale was indeed a culmination of years of cultivation and refinement. If it were to be ruined by a moment of greed, it would take far more than 10 or 20 years to restore. Perhaps even half a lifetime would not suffice. His reluctance was not merely due to financial concerns. It was because this place was exceedingly difficult to restore, leaving them with no choice but to resort to such measures. Moreover, if spirit pets were present, the task would lose all significance. What they sought were disciples of unwavering resolve, individuals who would not waver in the face of adversity, nor harm those around them. Only such individuals were worthy of remaining in this place. Cultivating immortality is inherently a tedious and monotonous endeavor. It cannot be dictated by fleeting whims or initial choices. Upon hearing these words, Ijin's face was suddenly devoid of composure. He had never considered that this matter would be discovered by anyone. It was only the first time, yet he had directly exposed them. This left them with little opportunity to maintain their standing among the numerous disciples. Typically, two individuals would choose Peach Blossom, while Elder Beha sat there feigning slumber. As long as he remained unperturbed, The ones who would feel awkward would undoubtedly be others. After witnessing this scene, the multitude of disciples could only depart helplessly. They had fallen for the ruse initially, and now, even if they wished to rectify it, it was already too late. Unless time could reverse itself, they would have no choice but to endure this silent grievance. It was evident that this situation could no longer succeed. When Shui, observing from the side, could not suppress her laughter. Thus, she had discerned the underlying meaning at a glance. However, she chose to remain silent, as the elders still valued their dignity. Unexpectedly, this year, they encountered such a formidable challenge. Whether spoken or unspoken, it was declared with such volume, as if eager for all to hear. Li Zhun seemed to sense that they were all watching him, which is why he acted deliberately, collecting the red fruit to obtain a red sparrow feather. Li Zhun had just leaned against a tree and closed his eyes when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to sit up abruptly. Looking around, he noticed nothing but the small stream before him. There was not a trace of any animal in sight. He could casually take some of the red fruit, as it was merely a plant, likely only within the designated area. It was improbable that the Zhang family had truly fled. However, the red sparrow feather was clearly that of an animal. In this place, he had not seen any living creature. Where could he find such a red sparrow? If this entity did not exist, the system would naturally be unable to detect it. Since it did exist, where could it be? Li Zhun gazed into the vast expanse before him for a long time, entirely uncertain if this seemingly tranquil place harbored any dangers. If they were to leave this spot, would it imply that someone might perish on the journey ahead? Could they truly play such a high-stakes game? In their eyes, human life should not be so undervalued. What is the matter, master? Wu Zhongwen awoke and looked in a particular direction. After being busy for so long, he had not had a moment to rest, and now found himself lost in thought, completely unaware of what was on Li Zhun's mind. I was pondering. What is a red sparrow? Red sparrow? Wu Zhongwen queried. Li Zhun nodded. Could it be a kind of phoenix or some other variety? Phoenix? Li Zhun replied, puzzled. Upon hearing this, he became even more confused, as he had no idea what this creature looked like. Now, in such a description, he remains oblivious. In any case, it evokes memories of the phoenix at home. Apart from its haughty demeanor, it is exceedingly difficult to deal with. Even in Pingshan, he has rarely witnessed it shedding feathers. If they indeed belong to the same lineage, how could he possibly attain the crimson plumage in this locale? Wu Chongwen scoffed. I have merely heard from others that aside from their striking resemblance, the primary distinction lies in their ability to fly or not. With this description, a visage formed in his mind. Is it not quintessentially a bird versus a wild chicken? No wonder the phoenix in his home was once a colorful fowl. Essentially, they belong to the same category. Wu Chongwen shook his head and waved his hands. I truly have only heard tales. In fact, I have never encountered one myself. Wu Chongwen smiled innocently. In the accounts of others, these beings have been described abundantly. Yet, the number of those who have genuinely witnessed them is scant. Furthermore, these creatures are inherently elusive. To capture one or obtain a particular item within a limited time frame is, for them, a task more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Chapter 48. The past Li Zhun stood aside, finally grasping the arduous nature of the task at hand. Under normal circumstances, even if he were to linger here for a couple of days, he would hardly find such an opportunity. TSK indeed. They were a group of individuals unacquainted with the world. Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth displayed a contemptuous expression. The red sparrow was something effortlessly within their grasp. Do you understand? Li Zhun turned back, and she merely snorted coldly, dismissing him. However, Li Bai proactively sought to ease the tension. In truth, the red sparrow was nothing extraordinary. Years ago, his family had kept one, but it was too delicate and thus did not survive long. Oh, Li Zhun had always known that this person beside him was exceedingly wealthy. Yet he never expected such wealth as to casually keep a creature that rarely made an appearance. Truly, they were extravagantly affluent. In that case, you must be familiar with its habits. Humph, who would assist you? Just a moment ago, you certainly did not hesitate to take 200 taels from me, did you? The little god of wealth had no inclination to help him with his inquiries. His mind was solely fixated on the 200 taels previously mentioned. The thought of that silver leaving his pocket was utterly distressing. You may answer my question, but you must return the 200 taels to me. Li Zhun could finally discern that for the little god of wealth, money was held in higher regard than his own life. The two of them were indeed equally entangled in this dilemma. Very well, I shall answer, but I do not require the silver. I only ask for one promise from you. If you agree, I shall divulge the information at once. After a meticulous observation, the little god of wealth concluded that he had willingly spent the 200 taels. Yet, since he was currently in need of Li Zhun's assistance, proposing a condition based on this matter seemed reasonable. Although Li Zhun was unaware of what he intended to say, He had a nagging feeling that acquiescing so easily would result in a disadvantageous bargain. What if the condition he proposed involved extracting all the items from the space? Would he then be compelled to comply? If you were to ask me for a blank piece of paper to scribble anything I fancy, I might as well return you the 200 taels directly. Engaging with unscrupulous merchants necessitates a constant state of vigilance. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could render the situation a potential pitfall. Should I possess leverage against others, they would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. Seeing his apprehension, the little god of wealth promptly altered his stance. Knowing your thoughts, fear not. I shall not impose any excessive demands upon you. And this matter is unrelated to anything here. Upon hearing this, Zhun felt even more anxious. Their relationship, ostensibly that of allies, was fraught with underlying enmity. To become the chief disciple under the elder is, in itself, a privilege limited in availability. Yet, in pursuit of this task, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Very well, I shall consent. I am capable. I can accomplish this. However, should your demands become excessive, I shall refuse. Upon hearing his decisive agreement, the little god of wealth saw no reason to linger in doubt. It possessed no peculiar habits, but its singular trait was a penchant for lingering by the water's edge, particularly at night. As he spoke, the sky gradually dimmed. The group of 5 sought refuge within a thicket. Not far from them lay the source of water, pristine and clear. Are you certain it will truly appear in this location? Asked Wu Zhongyan, observing the late hour. They had waited for a considerable time, yet the waters remained still, devoid of any sign of life. Was there truly a possibility for it to manifest here? If you doubt my word, you may return, replied the little god of wealth, offering no further explanation. Since he professed that success was attainable, it suggested that unforeseen circumstances were unlikely. Lai Bai did not question his assertion, yet this place was unlike any other. The entire expanse of water appeared nearly identical. Given its length, it was uncertain if it would indeed reveal itself here. Little god of wealth, how do you ascertain that this body of water is purer than others? On what basis are you so certain? After a lengthy hesitation, Lai Bai admitted he could not discern any differences. To the naked eye, it all seemed the same. If there were distinctions to be made, it might only be in the slight variations of surrounding colors. Foolishness. A prime water source is one that has seen no visitors, where the flora flourishes abundantly. Compared to other locales, it is a stark contrast. This area is scarcely frequented by people, so to discern its purity, one must observe the growth patterns of the surrounding vegetation. Should any creatures appear, it would indicate a level of disarray here. Conversely, if it mirrors other places, it merely proves that we have erred in our search. From the outset, Zhun had recognized this pattern. It was not a matter of certainty that no creature would appear. Rather, he feared that in such a spiritually enriched environment, the red sparrow might behave differently than those encountered elsewhere. Their presence could provoke a sense of wariness, diminishing the likelihood of an appearance. Thus, this task became exceedingly arduous. Your reasoning holds merit. However, I believe that its anxiety will prevent it from appearing, Lai Bai remarked after observing for a considerable time before taking a seat. If it were meant to appear, it would have done so by now. The time has passed, and it is evident that this endeavor serves no purpose. How can you be so certain? The little god of wealth replied, taken aback. He had been gazing intently for quite some time, yet discerned nothing. How could he be so certain it would not return? Because it had indeed visited moments before. Zhun observed a neat row of footprints on the ground. It had come after they began conversing, yet the intrusion of these outsiders had rendered it a frightened creature. Should it wish to reappear, it would not be so simple. It might very well choose to hide away entirely, leaving no trace behind. The little deity gazed at the series of footprints, hesitating momentarily in confusion. No, these were not its prints. They were unmistakably those of a chicken. Upon uttering this thought, the little deity promptly sealed his lips, fearing ire from those behind him. After all, initially, everyone had assumed his spirit companion was merely a colorful chicken. Moreover, there was a slight connection between them regarding this matter. Wouldn't this statement intentionally provoke Zhun's anger? Zhun seemed to grasp something, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was a chicken's footprint, but to ascertain its authenticity, one must investigate further. Chapter 49. The seer indeed, Lai Bai nodded in agreement. In this matter, he shared a profound understanding. After all, the phoenix race is not something one encounters easily. Consequently, its existence holds a unique significance for them. If the chosen methods are consistent, it merely attests to their discovery of this path. Yet, whether it is genuine or not can only be determined through first-hand observation. However, thus far, apart from the row of muddy footprints before them, they have seen no traces of its presence. In this vicinity, nothing remains to guide their judgment of authenticity. True enough, Since it has already fled, we shall return in a few days, the little god of wealth concurred. They had already kept watch for nearly half the night. Continuing further would yield no benefit, so it would be wiser to depart. Moreover, in the coming days, it is highly likely that it will not make an appearance. Li Zhun could only concede to this reality. Understanding its habitual behaviors, they would naturally be more vigilant in the future. Ding. A special mission. Collect silken toxic cocoons. The voice in Li Zhun's mind had just begun to resonate. What is this? It looks so peculiar yet captivating. As he regained his focus, he noticed Li Haojue preparing to reach for an object resembling a silkworm cocoon. Don't move, Li Zhun exclaimed excitedly, causing everyone nearby to halt. Upon hearing his voice, Li Haojue paused, turning back with a puzzled expression. This thing is poisonous. Do not touch it, Li Zhun warned. Then, with bare hands, he collected the cocoon. Li Haojue stared in astonishment. Fourth brother, you said it was poisonous. Then why are you? After placing it in his spatial pouch, Li Zhun dusted off his hands. It's fine for me. After all, I am immune to all poisons, he chuckled. Yet, he was unsure how long he had possessed such an immunity. It was peculiar, indeed. Had it not been for his recent encounters with hazardous substances, he might not have discovered it. His constitution had been evolving over the years, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, yet he had not paid much heed. Over time, the initial reactions had disappeared entirely. He had assumed it was a sign of improved health, only to realize that through prolonged training, he had cultivated a constitution impervious to toxins. Really? Li Haojue remained apprehensive, for the two of them appeared no different. Moreover, if this object truly posed such a danger, what would happen if it harmed him? It's really no concern. In the future, if we encounter beautiful things that could be harmful, Li Zhun offered a brief explanation as they made their way back to the campsite. Lai Bu Yi and the little god of wealth followed closely behind, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. They understood that the individual before them was extraordinary. However, it was unexpected that he possessed such remarkable prowess. The silken, venomous cocoon, how audacious it was for him to dare touch it. Did he not realize that once his hand made contact, the toxins would swiftly invade? Can you believe that? The little fortune god observed from the side as Lai Bai shrugged. What difference does it make if I don't believe? If he were truly an ordinary person, what lay before us would undoubtedly be his lifeless body. The little fortune god nodded in agreement. His words were undeniably accurate. Yet, what if this entity were devoid of poison altogether? What if it had never been toxic from the very beginning? Would that not render them mere puppets dancing to his tune? Lai Bai raised an eyebrow, noticing another identical specimen not far off. If that were the case, why not test it yourself to ascertain its toxicity? Oh no, I refuse to do that. I am no fool, the little fortune god retorted and promptly fled back. His mere curiosity did not warrant genuine concern for the matter. Lai Bai could only smile helplessly at his retreat. Alas, this cannot continue any longer. The elder, having witnessed the recent spectacle, was filled with urgency. They were well aware of the perilous nature of the items contained within. The very object in his possession, once revealed, would be priceless to them, primarily due to its toxic nature. Hence, prior to formulating a foolproof strategy, none dared to act recklessly. Yet now, a person impervious to poison was among them. Was he not resolutely intent on stripping their medicinal garden bare? Consequently, within this realm, many items posed significant danger, yet held extraordinary medicinal value. He had now seized so much. How would they survive henceforth? Stubbornly, I refuse to concern myself with that now. What will you do? You cannot allow this situation to persist, for if it continues like this, the garden will surely be depleted. No one knew the extent of his capacity for storage. Perhaps he could consume the entire courtyard. Would they not suffer a double loss? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ejin's face reflected astonishment. How else could one describe him as an extraordinary figure? He was the only one among them brave enough to touch it. So what do you propose I do? Should I rush in and pull him out? Yet, you cannot simply stand by and watch. Do you not comprehend how vital this matter is to us? The voices of dissent grew louder. They could hardly suppress their yearning for the rare and precious flora within. Initially, they had intended to intimidate him. But Li Zhun was clearly resolute in his unconventional approach. It seems to me that you must begrudgingly accept your fate. Such a person has not appeared in over a century. What else can we do but acquiesce? Elder Bei, he sat calmly to the side, speaking as though the matter were but a gentle breeze. The main reason lies in the fact that everything he requires is entirely within his own little courtyard. Most of what is found therein bears no relevance to him. Hence, he feels no pangs of regret. After all, it is the other two individuals who have dedicated their efforts to ensure that the items flourish. Consequently, they have placed the majority of their belongings here. Additionally, some of it is entirely wild, possessing significant medicinal value. The pangs of regret are indeed genuine, and it is possible that his heart is bleeding at present. You should refrain from standing there, speaking as if it does not concern you. Do not presume I am unaware that these items do not belong to you. Indeed, I wonder if you, old man, have known this all along, which is why you chose not to act. He finally opened his eyes and sat up, shaking his head while clasping his hands behind his back. If I had truly foreseen the occurrence of such an event from the outset, I might have chosen never to step outside. If he possessed the gift of foresight, he would not remain in this position. Perhaps he would have already ascended to the heavens, leaving no time to engage in trivial disputes with them. He is certainly not one to squander his time idly. Chapter 50. A troubling situation. It is evident that they have encountered an extraordinary individual. However, upon closer inspection, he has become a source of considerable trouble. He possesses many treasures, which, by all accounts, should not necessitate his involvement. Yet, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable decision was made to engage with him. Now, they faced the imminent peril of losing their home. These three elderly men have little to their name. Should he take everything? What means would they have left to accept disciples? Mere fantasies? Elder, he increasingly feels that this situation is utterly unexpected. Were it not for the treasures upon Li Zhun and his remarkable cultivation, they would not be so fervently intent on keeping him here. If he were willing, they would gladly cede this position to him. However, Li Zhun possesses a humility unlike that of others, approaching this matter with an unprecedented calmness and composure. Such individuals elude any certainty regarding their desires. Even if the three of them rack their brains, they might never ascertain what he truly wants. Li Zhun sat beneath the tree, now informed about one aspect of his quest. The other, the Zhu fruit, remained elusive. He had yet to catch even a glimpse of it. Fortunately, his prior research had left him with a faint impression. Yet, apart from an array of flora, this place harbored nothing more. Nevertheless, they chose not to venture deeper. Instead, they sought an open and secure area. Continuing onward could lead to unforeseen dangers. Master, what are you contemplating? Surely you do not intend to enter at this moment? Wu Chong'an observed him staring intently into the impenetrable depths of the forest. The aura surrounding them hinted at unknown perils, and the nature of the mist remained ambiguous. If it were akin to the previous encounter, would they not perish before even entering? Why are you still awake? I did not summon you to watch over me incessantly, Li Zhun replied, furrowing his brow. Had it not been for the unexpected interruption, he would have succumbed to the impulse to enter immediately, even planning to keep it from them. The mist did not appear toxic, posing no threat to him. Yet, if they were to enter so boldly during the day, what might await them within? He found it impossible to gauge the risks. Leading them into danger seemed unwise. Master, you saved my life. I am devoted to you. If you truly wish to enter, allow me to go in your stead, Wu Chong'an offered. This was his first visit to such a place, and he was unaware of what lay ahead. He would not permit his master to step into peril unaccompanied. No need. Rest. I shall not enter. Li Zhun shook his head. At this moment, entering is futile. Moreover, it is likely that those nearby are not asleep. As soon as he steps in, they will undoubtedly follow closely behind. Rather than this, it would be more prudent to enter during the day. To venture into a place fraught with unknown dangers under the cover of night is, for him and those around, merely a hindrance. Indeed, Wan Zhong'an, though somewhat skeptical, acquiesced to his words. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, a figure stood silently at the entrance, and shortly thereafter, another individual emerged into his life. Senior brother, is what we are doing truly wise? What if they are genuinely dead? What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't speak, and I don't speak, who will ever know? However, there are several lives at stake within. These high-level spirit beasts are inherently dangerous. If we are discovered, we will face dire consequences. The man hesitantly opened the cap of the bottle before him, observing that its contents were still maturing. Yet, it would not be long before they awoke. Without any hesitation, the two men, resolute in their actions, cast the contents through the mirror before them. At that moment, the spirit beasts began to stir. Untrained and inherently fierce, they were merely confined in the bottle to temper their nature. Currently, they were but half-formed entities, unable to control their own actions. Fueled by rage at their captivity, if they were to encounter humans now, they would show no mercy. Should lives be lost, it would indeed constitute an unspeakable blunder. Upon witnessing this scene before the mirror, a triumphant smile spread across the man's face. Isn't Li Zhun quite capable? I shall see if you possess the talent you claim. What are you still doing? Hurry and leave. Yes, let us go. The two men discreetly exited, following instructions. Shaoan took an ordinary bottle from the table and placed several spirit creatures into it. They were not overly formidable, but compared to ordinary individuals, these creatures could inflict harm, albeit not fatal. If you wish to remain unharmed, know your limits. Should you harbor malicious intentions, I will ensure your instant demise. With that, the creatures leaped into the bottle. Xiao Lu, holding several other bottles, returned them to their original positions. The Spirit Beast Pavilion, aside from housing some ferocious beasts, served as a sanctuary for the evolution of their temperaments. It was the most revered place of spiritual energy within the entire sect. The longer they remained here, the more significant it became for these beasts. Otherwise, they would not be confined in such a manner. Senior brother, shall we issue a new task next? Now that the items have been cast, we must prepare them psychologically, don't you think? There's no need, the master stated. It is merely a test of their own reflexes. Communicate this task to them. After Xiao Liuzai finished speaking, an individual nearby promptly disseminated the details of the task before their eyes. Upon seeing this announcement, the surrounding individuals formed several small teams. Naturally, within these groups, discontent would arise. For instance, Wang Long, who feigned innocence on the surface, was not able to conceal his covert machinations from Li Zhuan's discerning gaze. What are you staring at? Xiao Kaishan inquired. You've been fixated on one direction since morning. What is the matter? He consistently observed Li Zhuan, who seemed to be focused on a particular person, though that individual appeared unremarkable in his eyes. Nothing, Li Zhuan replied, redirecting his gaze and collecting the items scattered on the ground. However, Xiao Kaishan scrutinized him, sensing something amiss in his expression. If it were truly nothing, you wouldn't exhibit such a demeanor. You've been watching that person for an entire morning, and now you claim it is nothing. At this remark, Li Zhuan set down the items in his hands and raised his eyes to meet Xiao Caishan's. Chapter 51. A keen eye. What is the nature of your relationship with him? As for me and him, there is nothing significant. This encounter merely signifies our shared affiliation. The little god of wealth glanced at Wang Long, who, despite his robust physique, appeared to harbor no ill intentions. His companions were indeed abundant. Ever since arriving at this locale, he has gained considerable renown among this assembly. Many seem eager to associate with him. Viewed from this perspective, his affability likely reflects commendable character, does it not? Is that so? Then your discernment is commendable, for you have not chosen to be with him. After leaving this enigmatic remark, Li Zhun proceeded forward with the task map in hand. The little god of wealth stood by, momentarily perplexed, pondering the implications of his words. Was he complimenting him or expressing discontent? What did he truly mean? Was this a veiled jibe at me? He turned to glance at Lai Bai, who merely shrugged. Palms open in ambiguity. How should I know? Yet, that individual is indeed extraordinary. From the very first day of his arrival, they, who were strangers in unfamiliar territory, found themselves inexplicably drawn to him, as if by some innate charisma. He appeared remarkably approachable, yet this may be merely a fade. I ask you, do you two have any issues? Is it not merely one person? How can you discern such differences? The little god of wealth listened as these two appeared to share an inseparable bond. Their judgments, made without any genuine interaction, seemed rather hasty. Lai Bai scoffed, asserting that indeed, your judgment is quite astute. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth's gaze towards the duo was tinged with disdain. Since these two had formed a team, their dialogue seemed to emerge from the same mold, perpetually exuding an aura of inscrutable profundity. They clearly understood the underlying truths, yet were reluctant to elucidate. Was this not a trial for him? After a prolonged period of listening, Wu Zhongyan and Li Haojue remained bewildered, casting their attention toward the jovial figure in the distance. Indeed, nothing about him stood out, particularly in these tense days, where his laughter served to alleviate the atmosphere. His ability to maintain such optimism amidst prevailing tension distinctly sets him apart from others. Nonetheless, this does not inherently indicate malevolence. The 13th prince observed that the individual seemed somewhat pitiable. Perhaps you should speak with the master? Li Haojue then realized, looking at Lu Yuba, who stood in solitude. How should I convey this? I do not know him. Yet, such a person could pose significant danger. What if something dire were to befall him? Wu Zhongyan had noticed this since yesterday. After arriving at this place, he has been utterly alone, devoid of any companions. The people around him have not even spoken a word to him. If this continues, it will surely render him excessively lonely. Indeed, aside from the current group, those individuals pose a danger to him. Moreover, even within this team, their identities are adversarial. They are merely united by circumstance, with limited spots available. Even if everyone survives until the end, they will inevitably clash over the few places that remain. Only the victor will secure a position. Although Lu Yuba stands solitary, he has meticulously observed everyone around him, including their habits and behaviors, and he has committed them all to memory. In the end, one of them will undoubtedly be his competition. While navigating alone proves convenient, he must now select a team. Otherwise, given the current trajectory, he might find himself eliminated before reaching the finale. However, he cannot overtly approach anyone, as it would only signify antagonism towards another faction. Masterly, since this group is divided into 3 teams, perhaps we should share our opinions, he suggested. Oh, what does young Master Wang propose? Li Jun, intrigued by Wang's initiative, was curious about his intended course of action. Based on their collective rapport, theoretically, his sizable team could demand unquestioning obedience. Yet, regrettably, his status among these individuals is indeed exceptional. Furthermore, whether in his usual capacity or at this moment, he undeniably occupies a superior position. Wang Long, undeterred by the situation, recognized that they must choose between 2 paths. Regardless, a decision is imperative. He merely sought to understand which path Li Jun would select. Li Jun smiled gently. He was not genuinely benevolent. One path appeared treacherous and uneven, with even the surrounding flora seemingly less vibrant than usual. Conversely, the other path was lush and vibrant, undeniably more appealing. Anyone with eyes could discern this. His inquiry surely harbored ulterior motives. Since you ask, I shall choose the right path, Li Jun replied. Oh, then we shall proceed right as well. However, with so many of us, even in the absence of danger, we may inadvertently create peril. Once Wang Long uttered these words, the smile on his face conveyed the underlying meaning. Very well, Li Jun agreed without hesitation. Given their numerical disadvantage, any outbreak of chaos would certainly yield no advantage for them. Moreover, the individual before him remains inscrutable to this point. It is utterly inconceivable how immense his capabilities truly are. Should this incident have transpired unexpectedly, it might have inadvertently aligned with his desires. Thus, they are left with no choice but to comply with his commands. His actions are indeed rather excessive, clearly an instance of leveraging power to intimidate the weak. It dawned on the little deity what their words truly implied. This man should not be underestimated. With mere words, he has garnered such a multitude of followers. If their numbers were to increase even further, they might prove insurmountable. It is no wonder, indeed. With such remarkable prowess, how could one not feel apprehensive? Hence, as previously mentioned, your discernment is commendable. After Lai Bai finished speaking, he glanced at Li Jun with a smile, while Li Jun turned his gaze towards Lu Yuba beside him. Their initial encounter had allowed for some exchange, yet they were not particularly well acquainted. Now, they have finally found themselves on the same battlefield. Presently, he stands alone, though he ought not to be in this predicament. During their first meeting, he appeared unassuming. Now, however, he exudes a chilling presence. It is not the kind of aura that invites closeness. This time, it seems almost intentional. Chapter 52, Bullying the Weak. So, what are your plans? Li Jun inquired. Lu Yuba turned back to glance at him, offering only a faint smile. I am uncertain, but judging by the demeanor of those just now, if I were to align with them, I might very well end up being beaten to death. Lu Yuba chuckled softly. Li Jun nodded in understanding. So, your implication is that you wish to join us? Little Fortune comprehended his words. It implied a desire to stay in their company. Although the crowd's overwhelming presence had been daunting, had he observed the assessment, he would undoubtedly have aroused the envy of those around him. Lu Yuba could only smile faintly and nod in agreement. At this juncture, if he did not seize the opportunity, it was likely that when the 2 factions clashed, he would be the one sacrificed. Thus, he found himself compelled to proceed in this manner. Li Jun remained silent, yet his brow was furrowed in concern. The locale they had just entered, though appearing different, was likely to be perilous. Moreover, it seemed that something awaited them here. Entering this place without adequate skill would surely lead to demise. Do not speak. Once inside, refrain from looking around, Li Jun instructed before stepping forward. The others quickly followed suit. Externally, it appeared little different from outside, save for a slight variance in color. Yet, an oppressive aura pervaded the atmosphere. Upon sensing the unsavory nature of their surroundings, Little Fortune's vigilance heightened. Do you not feel that this place has changed since yesterday? He remarked. Last night, while they found it somewhat eerie, it did not evoke the same level of fear as now. It seemed as though something had been here before them. Is that even a question? The corpses around us are testament enough, Lai Bai replied, squatting to inspect the carcasses of the animals before him. Each creature had succumbed to a swift death, with fatal strikes to their major arteries. The rigidity of their bodies suggested they had perished merely overnight, likely since the previous evening. What do you think? Their time of death aligns closely with last night, and all were struck in a manner that resulted in excessive blood loss. After tidying himself, Lai Bai wiped his hands clean. Li Jun furrowed his brow. Can you discern whether this was the work of a human? Lai Bai paused in contemplation. Judging by the wounds, It is not human. However, the speed of the attack is certainly not characteristic of ordinary creatures. Upon receiving this response, Jun fell into silence. This is unexpected. This trial was intended to be straightforward. Logically, they would not unleash such formidable entities for mere testing. Furthermore, these creatures do not seem to be a jest. The timing of these deaths cannot be coincidental. How could so many corpses suddenly appear overnight? Moreover, our skills are merely rudimentary. Many individuals find themselves in this place merely due to fortune. If a conflict were to arise, it would undoubtedly be akin to lambs entering a den of tigers. Despite the jovial nature of these three elders, it is improbable that they would venture into such madness. Joking with one's life has never been their modus operandi. Nonetheless, the events unfolding before them are indisputable. What are your thoughts? Jun is keen to ascertain their perspective on this matter. The two individuals, outwardly silent, are in fact contemplating more deeply than anyone else. Furthermore, if they lack even the slightest strategy, remaining here would spell certain doom. In my view, this situation holds potential for unforeseen developments. The locale itself is imbued with an ethereal quality, clearly resembling their medicinal garden. Indeed, the majority of the flora cultivated here possesses medicinal properties, making the presence of such perilous entities improbable. After a brief silence, the two concurred regarding this matter. According to their prior knowledge, this area should have been within the confines of safety. However, if they are to complete their task, they must navigate through this forest. Within this realm, there may exist minor mystical beings or spirits. Yet, the grotesque scene before them suggests otherwise. Jun feels their assessment is accurate. What do you intend to do now? Advancing could lead to the completion of their mission, albeit with great risk. Retreating would ensure survival, but fail to fulfill their objective. This is essentially a choice between two paths. If they decide to withdraw today, he too must take responsibility. Advancing recklessly without understanding the situation would be foolhardy. Yet, should they choose to proceed, Jun will not falter. After all, what he desires lies along this route. Thus, regardless of the outcome, a resolution is inevitable. The little god of wealth glanced at the wounds on the ground. These creatures are indeed formidable, yet when compared to those present, a confrontation would surely be within their capacity. If this is the case, why retreat? He directed his words to the individuals before him. They are undoubtedly skilled among the crowd. Should they fail to overcome such a being collectively, it would amount to mere pretense. Moreover, the resources within his space are undeniably beneficial in this context. At the very least, should they encounter genuine danger, those within would not stand idly by. Bai hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. We have no objections, but I am apprehensive about the other pair. It has been an extended period, and this matter remains unresolved. This implies that, at this juncture, no one is particularly concerned. At least, for now, there are no incessant watchful eyes scrutinizing their every move. If this continues, should any real danger arise, the other pair may very well suffer significant losses. This should not be the case, should it? The path they chose has always been well-trodden. Haojue spoke up, suggesting that if any danger were to arise, it would likely be confined to their immediate vicinity. Clearly, that path seemed to be a commendable option. Not necessarily, Lu Fuyu interjected. This could merely be an illusion. In reality, there might be little distinction between the two paths. According to conventional wisdom, both routes should yield similar outcomes. It merely boils down to a matter of choice, whether to gain or lose points. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Bai nodded. It simply separates the two paths. Should we wish to hasten our journey, we may find that such an endeavor is utterly impossible. After casting a glance around, the little god of wealth discerned that the impending danger was already drawing near. I suggest you all cease worrying about others and focus on your own well-being, he cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of terrified screams erupted, filling the darkened forest with palpable dread. Chapter 53. What on earth is this? Upon hearing that sound, several individuals hesitated, their hearts weighed down by uncertainty. Yet, they found themselves unable to move an inch, rendered incapable of aiding those in need. What exactly is this? Why is it so swift? The little deity darted about incessantly. Although he was aware that classmates had passed nearby, he scarcely had the time to comprehend the nature of the threat. In the blink of an eye, the object before him vanished without a trace. Just when they thought it had ceased to exist, it reappeared behind them in the next moment. Faced with the onslaught of this entity, everyone remained alert, acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to their fate mirroring that of the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, becoming sustenance for the very thing they feared. Bai closed his eyes, swiftly attuning himself to the positions of these creatures. His mind raced, recalling the myriad of texts he had previously perused. Yet, amidst this turmoil, He found himself devoid of any immediate reaction, unable to conjure related thoughts. A raccoon cat. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Bai opened his eyes wide. After receiving confirmation, Li Jun reiterated the name clearly. Raccoon cat. Their speed is unparalleled. Do I need to elaborate further? Upon hearing this name, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. This creature was, by nature, a fierce spiritual beast, seldom regarded as a companion due to its uncontrollable temperament. Indeed, it ranked among the most formidable of spiritual beasts, and its presence here was utterly inconceivable. How could such a lethal entity manifest in this place? The little deity, upon grasping the implications, was taken aback. If this were indeed the case, they had little time to react. Their lives were at stake, and what was intended as a simple trial had escalated to a life-threatening ordeal. Was this reality? How could it have come to this? Were these beings truly intent on claiming their lives? Wu Zhong-un, too, had not anticipated encountering such a formidable spiritual beast during this meeting. Moreover, as it stood, there was no means of control over it. Its appearance bore no resemblance to that of a purified creature. Given its speed, if they did not flee soon, their stamina would inevitably deplete, and they might genuinely perish here. What then should they do? They were trapped, unable to escape or retreat. Indeed, this was no viable solution. If they lingered any longer, they would surely meet their demise. The group huddled together, backs pressed against one another. In that moment, Li Jun could not devise a viable plan, yet he discerned that the number of these creatures was not overwhelming. However, engaging them in combat would prove exceedingly troublesome. Their speed was simply too formidable, outpacing even his abilities, leaving no opportunity for a direct confrontation. I found an opportunity. You should leave quickly, as this item is already upon us. After Li Jun spoke, he swiftly extended his hand, and several fragrant pouches appeared in his grasp. The aroma of these pouches was quite unique, capable of entirely masking one's natural scent. It harmonized with my botanical companions, exhibiting a complementary effect. It was evident that what they sought were living beings. With this, we might ensure our safety. However, Li Jun himself had no certainty regarding its duration. What is this object? Why should we adorn ourselves with it? Little Wealth gazed at the pouch in his hand, which bore no distinction from those outside. He began to doubt its efficacy. What if they were too late? Would that not lead to our demise? Alas, it seemed they had grown quiet. Li Hao tucked the pouch into his bosom, and after a brief moment, he discerned the nature of these items. They were not particularly small, resembling the size of a fox, yet their appearance bore more resemblance to a cat, or rather, a leopard. No wonder they possessed such speed. Upon witnessing its form, everyone promptly adorned themselves with it. Soon, they traversed the area thick with corpses. Yet, the pouch's effectiveness was not particularly enduring. Before long, it might reveal their presence. This object could only grant temporary safety. Once they adapted, discovery would be inevitable. Li Jun could hardly believe that a pouch he had casually crafted would prove so significant at this moment. Had he known of its profound utility, he would have made several more. At that time, he had merely completed a task, leaving behind but a few. The remaining materials had long since been utilized for other purposes. What exactly is this? How can it possess such an effect? Little Wealth inquired, glancing at the diminutive pouch in his hand. He never anticipated that such a small item could wield such power. Within it were merely some calming incense and a mix of floral fragrances. The components were not particularly rare. It was simply an amalgamation of commonly used herbs crafted into a pouch. Little Wealth nodded. Then what shall we do now? With this matter resolved, what should their next course of action be? If all went as expected, the forest was vast. At this moment, the fog began to slowly rise. Without a doubt, the fragrance would soon lose its effectiveness. If this persisted, they would surely be located in no time. Should they fail to find an exit, they would be doomed to perish here. After a moment of silence, Li Bai remarked that this creature was a high-tier spirit beast, exceedingly ferocious. Such circumstances were not advantageous for them. Li Jun was well aware of the dire nature of their predicament. However, at present, he was devoid of a phoenix or a golden dragon, and they were ensconced in an environment that had become entirely sealed off. They remain utterly oblivious. This cannot continue. Li Jun hesitated for a moment. Indeed, there was nothing within his realm. However, within their domain, an abundance of weapons lay in wait. Do you not possess a weapon capable of confrontation? No, it is not that we do not wish to. Rather, we genuinely lack the capability. Just moments ago, his speed was astonishing, leaving no time to evade, let alone any surplus ability to counterattack. During this period, they found themselves in a state of impotence despite their fervent will. If a few were to besiege a singular foe, there might be a chance of victory. Yet, to have each person face one individually is clearly perilous. A moment's lapse in attention could lead to fatal consequences. This is a risk they cannot afford to take. Li Jun. While everyone else remained anxious over this matter, Wang Long suddenly appeared before them, seething with anger. Was it you? Did you deliberately orchestrate this to eliminate dissent? Li Jun furrowed his brow. Dr. Wang Long had indeed manifested before them, yet aside from some minor abrasions on his face, he bore no injuries. Chapter 54. What nonsense is this? Is it you? Is it truly you? Wang Long seized Li Jun by the collar, poised to strike him with a punch. Wu Zhong immediately intervened, demanding to know what he was doing. What are you up to? Wu Zhong questioned the man before him. They were clearly oblivious to what had transpired. This individual had inexplicably rushed at them to unleash violence. Did he truly believe they were so easily intimidated? What am I doing? Do not presume I am unaware that you are a designated individual under the elder's authority. Yet, such methods are unacceptable. Look at us. Wang Long was beside himself with rage, gesturing towards the individuals behind him. Some were missing limbs, while others had already lost consciousness. A few had marched forward in a grand display, yet despite their claims of superiority, their ranks had suffered grievously. The few who remained unscathed were but a handful. Upon emerging from that forest, he had seen their companions untouched. How could he not suspect that he was the orchestrator behind this? Li Jun's abilities had long been known. Had it not been for him, how could this place have become so perilous? I say, you are truly ungrateful. Was it not you who chose this path? Why? Upon seeing me unscathed, do you cast suspicion upon us? Upon witnessing this spectacle, the little god of wealth promptly stepped forward to advocate for fairness. They had clearly chosen this path themselves, and whatever befell them was a consequence of their own decisions. Lacking the ability to protect others, they now turned to blame those who had helped. He had never encountered such shamelessness before. Were it him, he would have remained silent, standing firm. Though they were numerous, the target was large. Yet in such circumstances, mutual safety should have been their priority, rather than casting doubt upon one another. If Li Jun truly possessed such prowess, he would have easily dealt with those threats moments ago, rather than fleeing in such a disheveled manner. Furthermore, if he genuinely wished to target others, he could have easily done so without making himself a target. One ought to inquire of him, how is he implicated in all of this? Wang Long was infuriated. According to their prior agreement, these threats were meant to target Li Jun alone. Yet, unexpectedly, this man had shown no mercy even towards his own. Nearly everyone present had perished at its hands, yet they had inflicted not a scratch upon it. If this continued, it would not be long before they all met their demise here. Upon hearing this, Li Jun found it somewhat absurd. Why did this man insist that he was connected to the matter at hand? Wang brother, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. How is this my concern? Li Jun was genuinely curious as to how he had determined that this incident had any relation to him. All present were engaged in a struggle for this opportunity, and the discourse at hand pertained to everyone here. Why is it that only he stands alone? Wang Long gazed at the surrounding individuals and let out a cold snort. It is precisely because you have entered the immortal gate, shining too brightly and making too many enemies. As soon as he spoke, those around him began to comprehend the situation. Given the circumstances that had previously unfolded, it was indeed the case. Li Jun's disregard for others was undeniably a source of envy, especially when coupled with his enhanced abilities and cultivation. No one could remain indifferent towards him. Moreover, during their first encounter, he exhibited no sign of humility, instead showcasing his prowess before others, inevitably cultivating jealousy among some. If this were indeed the case, the matter might be intricately connected to him. Li Jun nodded, acknowledging that Wang Long had hit the nail on the head. Yet, if this were true, who possessed such audacity? This was clearly a matter of life and death for them. What? No words to say? Am I correct? It is precisely because you have offended the wrong people outside that they now plan to take revenge on you. Wang Long pressed his inquiries with each word. Li Jun found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately, there was no evidence in their hands. Thus, these remained mere speculations. For him, it bore no significance. Brother Wang, perhaps you should wait until you have evidence before making such claims, so that we may all be convinced. Li Bai, unable to tolerate Wang Long's aggressive demeanor, stepped in front of him. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Li Jun had just saved their lives. If they were to treat their savior in such a manner, not just he, but they themselves would find it impossible to pursue the path of cultivation. Humph, you all protect him so fiercely. It is only a matter of time before you perish at his hands. Wang Long scoffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He realized that if these individuals truly banded together, those injured behind him would stand no chance. This would ultimately not serve his interests. Moreover, since Li Jun had a means to evade danger, perhaps following him could offer a chance to survive. As the situation gradually quieted, Li Bai refrained from further comments. instead keeping a vigilant eye on Wang Long. Though he could not discern the reason behind it, he felt that this individual possessed an extraordinary identity and seemed to know more about the situation. Brotherly, we have reached a dead end. If we do not leave swiftly, we shall surely meet our demise when they discover us. Li Bai expressed with urgency. Li Zhun nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. However, at present, he was uncertain about these two paths. Just moments ago, he had chosen between two identical routes. Yet based on the current circumstances, regardless of which path they took, the outcome would likely remain the same. Naturally, they would opt for the easier route. However, if these two paths had undergone a fundamental transformation at this juncture, perhaps one of these paths leads to salvation. Until a decision is made, he cannot lead these individuals, so deeply entwined with him, to their demise. If it were another, it might be disregarded. Yet here, with Li Haojue and Wu Zhongyan present, these two foolish youths would undoubtedly throw themselves into peril at the first sign of danger. Rather than risk such recklessness, it would be wiser to ensure their safety. Li Bai glanced around, realizing that there was little distinction to be found. Yet, if a choice must be made, none could ascertain the proper direction to take. Brother Wang, do you believe there was any difference in the path you traversed earlier? What distinction? Though it appeared alluring, it was fraught with peril. A mere touch could prove fatal. Wang Long, seated on the ground nearby, spoke with evident frustration. He had thought he had chosen a path of ease, only to find it laden with danger. Be it fruit or the grass along the way, any encounter with such treacherous elements could lead to untimely demise. Just as they had narrowly escaped those threats, they found themselves beset by swift and deadly adversaries. Had it not been for their valiant stand, the remaining souls might well have met their end right there. Chapter 55. What nonsense is this? How to follow the same path as them? Li Jun was uncertain about which direction to take moments ago. Yet now an opportunity has presented itself. Since it merely involves some toxic substances, a slight avoidance should suffice. After all, the path they initially chose is safe, albeit inconvenient for evading these threats. If they truly pursue us, this route might indeed be swifter. Very well, then, we shall take this path. I may have some knowledge about what lies within. No. Upon hearing their intention to repeat their previous folly, Wang Long rose and dismissed their decision. The earlier choice had nearly cost them their lives. Is this not a deliberate act against them? Why should they be hindered now? You lacked the courage to proceed before. Yet now you forbid us from moving forward? On the small platform, observing the individual before him, he found their demands increasingly outrageous. They had already shown mercy by not killing him outright previously. Now, to think they would attempt to obstruct their progress. Did they truly believe themselves so formidable? Did you not hear what I said earlier? The things inside are toxic and must not be touched. Wang Long was at a loss for words. Yet as he gazed at Li Jun, a realization dawned upon him. Recalling the words he had heard yesterday, he pointed at Li Jun, his expression transforming into one of sudden understanding. Oh, I see. It is because you possess a body impervious to toxins that you wish for us to follow you to our demise. Li Jun furrowed his brow. This matter was known only to them. How could this person be aware of it? No wonder the atmosphere felt peculiar last night. Someone had been trailing him. A smile crept across Li Jun's face. Indeed, I truly wish for you to perish before me. That way, the opportunity would be mine. The fact that Li Jun was immune to toxins had not been publicly disclosed, intended to prevent any suspicion among them. Wang Long brazenly revealed this, clearly with ill intent. Do you see? Everyone, do you see? He clearly wishes for us to serve as stepping stones for his ascent. Beside them, the little god of wealth observed Wang Long's clownish demeanor and could only shake his head in resignation. It was evident to anyone with discernment. How could Wang Long be so naive? Let us proceed. If you fear for your life, you need not come, he said, turning to enter. Li Jun followed closely behind, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that this was their first encounter. Why did these individuals place such unwavering trust in him? Are you not afraid that, as he said, I might let you perish here? Upon hearing this, the little deity chuckled. While others might entertain such notions, it is inconceivable for you. Given that your kin are present, would you truly allow them to meet their end? Though merely a simple statement, the little deity's words revealed the crux of the matter. Had the individual been Li Fengji, perhaps such a decision would have been feasible. However, this individual is Li Jun, not Li Fengji. How could he stand idly by as those who once aided him suffer before his eyes? Li Jun truly did not expect that this person would be. Indeed, the little deity, whose meticulousness is unparalleled. He had assumed these individuals believed in him, yet it turned out they merely felt they possessed leverage and hostages. I believed you placed your faith in me, but it was merely for this reason, Li Jun remarked with a self-deprecating smile. What more could he say? It was as simple as that. Upon hearing this, Lai Bai burst into laughter. Of course we believe in you. Otherwise, we would not have followed you without hesitation. He understood the little deity's brusque manner of speaking, yet in truth, he bore no ill intentions. It was merely the 200 taels of silver that rendered their relationship somewhat awkward. A sudden warmth would indeed give others cause for suspicion. His manner of speech is simply as such. Do not take it to heart, Li Jun replied with a smile, finding it easier to engage with him. Lai Bai, aside from being compliant, exuded a refined elegance in every gesture. His manner of speaking was direct and to the point, unlike others who often dilly-dallied. Such individuals are indeed easier to interact with, yet it is often those very individuals who can provoke unexpected pressures. Perhaps the true mastermind lurking behind the scenes would be him. The little deity listened attentively to their conversation, feeling a pang of embarrassment. With a cold snort, he fell silent. He did not genuinely mind. He merely found Li Jun's manner of speaking rather unappealing. Xiao Anzi, stay close to Shirsan, and ensure she comes to no harm. Do not touch anything here. Understood. Wu Chong'an had always remained by Li Haojue's side. Relatively speaking, his cultivation surpassed that of the others present, yet it still fell short of Li Jun's. His breakthroughs stemmed from prolonged association with Li Jun. As the environment there nurtured his growth. However, he could not match the prowess of any individual here. Wu Chong'an could only wield some basic spells. But at the very least, he could protect someone. Brother Wang, what should we do now? They have already entered. Are we to wait here for our demise? The bystander, witnessing his indecision, became increasingly anxious. If they lingered any longer, the entities behind them would undoubtedly catch up. What are you staring at? Move. Wang Long chided those ineffectual companions behind him. Rather than allowing them to wander down an entirely unfamiliar path, it would be far wiser to retrace their original route. At least they were aware of what lay ahead and what to avoid, which would hasten their escape. Upon hearing this, the others promptly fell in line behind him. In a short while, Li Jun indeed spotted a safe exit. However, the sight that greeted them brought their progress to a halt. A red sparrow was being devoured, embroiled in a fierce struggle with a group of lower-tier spiritual beasts. What was happening? Why had another wave of chaos arrived? The little deity, standing aside, surveyed the horrifying scene before him. It seemed endless. Just when they had narrowly evaded one onslaught, the foes before them had multiplied. What capabilities did they possess to contend with such a situation? Was there no justice in the world? If this continued, their lives would surely be extinguished. The little deity was filled with regret. Had he known these individuals were so reckless, he would never have embarked on the path of cultivation. Chapter 56. Is it not more delightful to be a young master in the comfort of one's home than to be here? You mere little demons. So audacious, do you wish for death? If you were not fleeing in secret, how could you be here? Fleeing in secret? Was someone not released? Were it not for this, such an opportunity would not exist. The young deity regarded them with a furrowed brow. Did they truly initiate this conflict? It cannot be. There is an unmistakable difference in the atmosphere. The young deity, witnessing the unfolding scene, found it hard to believe. Logically, they should be the same. Yet, astonishingly, one now appeared as virtuous while the other as utterly wicked. Li Jun remained oblivious to the entirety of the situation. But he knew for certain that Zhu Guo and Hong Ke stood directly before him, both under the sway of these two entities. To acquire them through skill alone seemed impossible unless he were unencumbered by these people behind him. Otherwise, their presence would only hinder his progress. What now? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fuyu felt his legs weaken with fear. Initially, he thought they were merely sent to intimidate them, but he had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Lai Bai cast a glance, his heart growing tense. Logically, given such an occurrence, they could not have been oblivious. Yet, they remained unresponsive. If this continued, they would not ascend to immortality. They might very well become ghosts. Senior brother, you cannot remain here. The master has instructed that none may enter. If I allow you in, I will surely face punishment, Xiao Liuzai implored, gazing at Su Sheng, who seemed determined to venture further inside. This was already his second or third attempt today, yet he showed no signs of surrender. I merely wish to retrieve something. Why are you so anxious? Su Sheng's eyes remained fixed on the mirror. However, due to the distance, he could discern nothing clearly. Thus he felt compelled to proceed inside. Xiao Liuzai, resigned, muttered, go on, allowing him entry. Under his watchful gaze, Su Sheng dared not act recklessly. As Su Sheng held the vial and prepared to depart, the mirror suddenly illuminated. Ah! Su Sheng exclaimed. Xiao Liuzai, sensing something amiss, quickly turned to observe. Upon seeing the ferocious beast within, he had no time to alert others and leapt in without hesitation. You lot, what are you doing there? Shouldn't you flee? Xiao Liuzai materialized before them. Startled, the group nonetheless followed his lead to safety. However, this space could not withstand the pressure for long. He had not notified the elders before coming here. Senior brother, what is happening? Do you not fear that we might actually perish? The young deity began to babble incessantly, inquiring about his sudden appearance. He is now urgently eager to discern the thoughts of these individuals. This was not part of our preparations. And yet I remain oblivious to the situation at hand. Xiao Yozi shook his head beside him. This matter is certainly not related to them, nor is it within the scope of their plans. It is inconceivable that they would unleash such a ferocious divine beast merely for training purposes. What? If it is not you, then who? Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth leaped up in alarm. Initially, he had assumed this to be a mere trial, yet they have now fallen victim to someone else's scheme? You ask me, but who can I inquire of? Xiao Yozi crouched in the grass, observing the unfolding situation. As long as they remain undiscovered overnight, they are safe in this place. Brother, what shall we do now? Should we inform the elder? The ordinary onlookers, upon witnessing the scene, grew increasingly anxious, akin to ants on a hot pan. Keeping them inside is already perilous enough, and now another has jumped in, particularly one of the elder's favorite disciples. If anything were to befall him, the entire celestial sect could scarcely escape the repercussions. What is there to fear? At present, apart from you and me, no one else is aware of this matter. Furthermore, brother has already entered. Do you not know how formidable he is? Su Sheng wore a barely perceptible smile. Should Xiao Yozi truly perish in this affair, Li Zhun would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Henceforth, when he seeks me out, he shall no longer be a prized asset, but rather a source of distress for the elders. What are you doing here? When Shui approached with food, but upon not seeing Xiao Yozi, her gaze fell upon the uninvited guest, instantly raising her suspicions. When Shui, I have come here to capture a few spirits for training. Su Sheng was startled by the sound of his voice, forcing an awkward smile. After casting a glance, when Shui snorted coldly, do not think that just because the elders have been sequestered in meditation these past few days, no one can deal with you. If I discover that you have stirred up any trouble, I will assuredly eliminate you. I wouldn't dare, Su Sheng chuckled foolishly, clutching his bottle as he departed. Now, Xiao Yozi truly found himself at a loss as to what to do. I say, brother, given the urgency of the situation, why not directly inform the elder? The little god of wealth observed that at the slightest commotion, they would be discovered, his heart rising to his throat. How much longer can we continue this game of hide and seek? Do you think I wish to say anything? However, in recent days, the elders have been in seclusion, entrusting all matters to me, and in my moment of desperation. Thus, without a doubt, he leaped down without having the chance to notify anyone. Now, what shall we do? Upon hearing this, Wang Long was nearly in tears. He certainly did not wish to perish here. Rest assured, before my descent, Su Sheng is aware of this matter, and at this moment, he should inform the elder. The words that Xiao Yozi was about to utter had instilled a glimmer of hope within them. Yet, upon hearing that name, the expressions of those nearby turned despondent. What is the matter with you? Even if the demands on your first day were somewhat excessive, it shouldn't warrant such a profound prejudice against him. Observing their lack of enthusiasm, Xiao Yozi sensed that the situation had indeed reached a dire point. Senior brother, it is not that we lack faith. We merely believe that this individual may genuinely have no justification. Lai Bai broke the silence after a moment's reflection. If it were anyone else, they might still have a chance for salvation. But alas, it is he. This person likely wishes for all of them to perish here. In such a scenario, when the truth inevitably comes to light, there would be no witnesses, no evidence. No one could implicate him in this affair. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Sheng would certainly not be the one to inform the elder at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Yozi furrowed his brow, for he did not perceive Su Sheng as such a self-serving individual. Chapter 57. They are unaware, however, when it comes to the nature of their relationship. It is not entirely impossible that this situation could have been avoided. A little relaxation might not lead to such dire consequences. Xiao Yozi comforted everyone nearby. Although internally, he was wavering. Su Sheng, to put it plainly, simply intended to direct all blame towards Li Jun. Little did he expect that his actions today would implicate some innocent individuals. What about those who perished? Lu Yuba gazed at the distant dismembered limbs and bodies, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding the situation. Logically speaking, most of them should not have met such a tragic end. There was a strong possibility they could have succeeded. Yet now, not only were they dead, but even in death, their corpses would be devoured by others. This was a true affront to their memory. Rest assured, I have preserved their spiritual consciousness with my magic. Once we exit, they will be intact, provided that we manage to survive, Xiao Yozi declared, deliberately voicing this to alleviate the fears of others. Prior to this, He had indeed made thorough preparations. However, regarding the dismembered bodies, he lacked the capability to restore them. Even if their spiritual consciousness was saved, a significant portion would be unable to return to normalcy. The only recourse he had was to deposit part of their essence within certain plants, perhaps enabling them to attain transcendence or reincarnation. This was a ruse for the benefit of others, but did Li Jun truly remain oblivious? Brother, should any unforeseen events occur, your sole responsibility is to protect them. Xiaoanzi, do not forget what I just told you. Understood. After Li Jun made his arrangements, Wu Chong'an grasped his intent. He sought to obtain what he desired from them single-handedly, effortlessly. However, bringing along these individuals might indeed hinder his efforts. Fourth brother, what do you intend to do? Li Haojue observed him, sensing something amiss. His eyes had transformed into a shrewd glint. If nothing unexpected arose, he would undoubtedly charge in at the first opportunity. Nothing much. I simply wish to retrieve 2 items from there. No, that is far too perilous. You cannot go alone. Li Bai protested, noting the greater number of adversaries than they had encountered previously, which would surely yield unforeseen consequences for a lone venture. For me, it poses no issue, Li Jun asserted, and in an instant, with astonishing swiftness, he reached the objects. Yet, unexpectedly, although his speed was indeed remarkable, it could not surpass the keen eyes of his foes. To them, everything unfolded in slow motion, regardless of how swift it seemed. I never would have imagined you possessed such audacity. The raccoon cat, observing the oblivious Li Jun before it, reached out and seized him. Li Jun recoiled slightly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. You are merely swift. Should you engage in a true confrontation with others, you would undoubtedly find yourself vanquished. Yet, even that would be preferable to you cultivators, who proclaim righteousness and virtue in public while secretly resorting to treachery behind closed doors. It's utterly repugnant. The raccoon cat gazed at the individual before it with a disdainful sneer, holding them in utter contempt. Originally, it was nothing more than an ordinary creature, lost amidst the misty woods. However, after being captured, subjected to relentless trials, administered drugs, and forced to absorb spiritual energy, its visage grew increasingly grotesque, and its temperament became entirely uncontrollable. In such dire circumstances, it could no longer restrain its thoughts or actions. As time wore on, it became perceived by all as a fearsome beast, one that everyone sought to eliminate. And all of this was a consequence of their machinations. If you seek vengeance, feel free to pursue them. What concern is it of mine? Li Jun suddenly felt that something was amiss with these words. If what stood before him was indeed the most ordinary of creatures, then why had it suddenly experienced a surge of spiritual power, transforming into a fierce beast? Was it not the result of someone practicing alchemy behind the scenes? You remain unaware that I was originally unable to escape, yet someone cast me into this place. And through the constraints, should I not unleash a reign of terror? The expression on the raccoon cat's face twisted into a more sinister grin. Its eyes, filled with a crimson hue, radiated a dark red light that instilled fear in the hearts of those who beheld it. Li Jun glanced at the nearby vermilion fruit, and, before he could act, leapt up and tossed it into the creature's mouth. The raccoon cat suddenly became agitated. What have you made me consume? Did you not claim to have passed through the restrictions? Now, I have placed a new constraint upon you. Try moving if you dare. Upon hearing this, Li Jun observed as the raccoon cat felt itself bound, soon rendered immobile. Despicable, despicable. It howled incessantly, summoning more of its kind. Just as they prepared to attack, Li Jun sprang onto the back of the raccoon cat. If any of you dare to advance a single step, I can take its life in an instant. Seeing this, they were forced to halt their advance, remaining still regardless of their intentions. Meanwhile, the little fox, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of admiration for him. Esteemed one, this is what you desired. We have brought it to you. The little fox presented the feather of the red sparrow with both hands. Although the red sparrow had perished, its feathers remained unchanged, still remarkably beautiful. Li Jun regarded the feather of the red sparrow. It indeed held some value for him. The raccoon cat observed the feather and the vermilion fruit, recognizing their significant potential, albeit both were highly toxic. The feathers of the red sparrow are more venomous than the crimson fruit. A mere prick could prove fatal. Who are you truly? And who am I? Have you not already seen? Is it not a tad late to pose such a query? Li Jun, seated nearby, gathered the crimson fruit and feathers, then proceeded to clear away the corpses strewn across the ground. In this realm, burial holds substantial significance for them. This cannot be. How is it that your cultivation is so advanced? The raccoon gazed at Li Jun in astonishment. Yet, Li Jun remained oblivious to how his cultivation was perceived by them. Ever since he began interacting with these individuals, it appeared that in their eyes, his cultivation far surpassed theirs. However, Li Jun was still unaware of their criteria for assessment. Before his encounters with them, he had never even heard of such matters. He had initially assumed they existed solely within the tales of storytellers. To his surprise, they manifested before him, and he had heard others extol his prowess on more than one occasion. I cannot discern your judgment, but if you insist, it is not without merit. Given your current cultivation and spiritual energy, how confident do you feel in your chances of victory? Chapter 58. Doubt him no matter how formidable you are. Can you truly rival us? It refuses to believe in the sheer numbers present here. Even if it were true, it would be all too easy to perish at his hands. However, their considerable numbers are sufficient to deplete his stamina. Before long, he will succumb to their onslaught. Li Jun, being an astute individual, cannot possibly be unaware of this reality, yet he confidently articulates such statements. It harbors skepticism towards his purported capabilities. You are divine beasts, as is the phoenix and the golden dragon. Pray tell, among the three of you, who possesses greater might? Li Jun simply seated himself nearby. Thus, this trial indeed prohibits the participation of all spirit pets. Yet, with such rudimentary control and barriers, it is impossible to restrain the phoenix and the golden dragon. At his command, these two could effortlessly breach the constraints in a matter of moments. Are they not merely playthings beneath his dominion? How could that be? Do not attempt to intimidate me. What qualifications do you possess for such claims? The raccoon cat, regardless of the circumstances, is unwilling to accept this notion. These two ancient divine beasts, having long since vanished from the realm, how could they possibly serve as his spirit pets? How could such a mere mortal hope to dominate them? Shall we put it to the test? Li Jun, eschewing further trivialities, fixed his gaze coldly, awaiting a response. Within this safe zone, all eyes were upon him, observing his tranquility. The harmonious coexistence among them inevitably stirred suspicion among those nearby. I had long warned you that this matter has no connection to him whatsoever. Observe for yourselves. That creature poses no threat to him. Does that not speak volumes? Wang Long, noticing the glances of others toward this situation, shifted his gaze and began to exploit the opportunity. His original intent was to sow doubt in their minds regarding him. Now that he has this chance, he would not let it slip away easily. That creature obeys his commands so readily. Do you not comprehend what that signifies? Wang Long incessantly stirred the pot, leading them to preemptively conclude that he was the orchestrator of these events. Much like the first time he covertly collected all the toxic gas, leaving them no opportunity to act. Such selfishness had already etched a lasting impression in their minds. The little god of wealth, witnessing this individual not only unperturbed, but also incessantly whispering provocations in their ears, recognized the telltale signs of a petty individual reveling in their success. I wonder, what is your deal? When he saved you earlier, why did you not acknowledge him? Were it not for him, we would have perished long ago. The thought of this infuriated the little god of wealth. They have just emerged from this perilous period, and it has been but a brief moment. This individual, astonishingly, can so easily cast aside the matter. Now, he audaciously slanders Li Jun. Does he truly believe that Li Jun is so easily intimidated? Little wealth god, do not presume I am unaware. He must have made some promise, offering you some benefit. Otherwise, why would you be so supportive of him? Witnessing someone come to his defense, Wang Long exhibited no sign of fear. After all, seeing is believing. They had witnessed the scene with their own eyes. How could they not harbor doubts about his words? What nonsense are you spouting? What could he possibly offer me? At these words, little wealth god was instantly incensed. He stood up, prepared to strike. Fortunately, Li Bai was nearby and immediately intervened. Cease this commotion. I am not causing a ruckus. It is he who has spoken far too outrageously. I even suspect that this matter is related to him. Little wealth god could hardly tolerate anyone attempting to shift blame at such a moment. From the outset, Li Jun had remained in front of them, evidently protecting them. If he were indeed responsible for all this, there would be no reason for him to stand in the way. Moreover, he had been entirely unaware of the situation from the very beginning. How could Wang Long discern such things? I do not understand why you harbor such a strong bias against him. If your suspicions are based solely on what is seen before you, surely that is insufficient to constitute evidence. Li Bai stood by, defending Li Jun. Although their acquaintance had been brief, just a few days, it was clear that Li Jun was not a despicable schemer, nor could he conspire against others from the shadows. While the nature of unscrupulous merchants may bear some resemblance to those around him, there remains a fundamental distinction. Furthermore, with Li Jun's formidable prowess, it would be trivial to eliminate them without a trace. Why resort to such an overt method, one that is apparent to all, before them? It simply cannot serve as evidence. Well then, Wang Long exclaimed, observing the growing number of individuals rallying to Li Jun's defense, his frustration mounting. Do you truly intend to wait until we perish at his hands before you awaken to the truth? Wang Long, cease your antics as a buffoon. The truly dangerous individual is not him, but rather you, little wealth god scoffed. He could not comprehend why Wang Long insisted on repeatedly asserting that this matter was connected to Li Jun. From the very beginning, he had maintained this stance and refused to relent, continuing to employ various arguments to lead them to subjectively conclude that Li Jun was the mastermind behind it all. The only advantage this situation offered him was that, apart from this position, Li Jun would depart from this place. Consequently, no one would remain to overshadow them. Thus, it would naturally follow that Wang Long would emerge as the foremost choice for the elders. However, such a matter, he alone would undoubtedly find insurmountable. Enough of the bickering. Xiao Liuji observed these two individuals, their faces flushed from a dispute over something so trivial. If there were to be any discourse regarding this affair, he alone possessed the authority to speak on it. He knew better than anyone the origin of this matter. Li Jun had never been afforded the opportunity to engage with it, and those aware of its existence within the entire realm of immortals were exceedingly few. Unless it were him, no one else had this chance. It was rather unfortunate that you, as fellow disciples, found yourselves embroiled in such a quarrel. The pressing concern now is to devise a means of escape from this predicament, rather than indulging in futile chatter. The little god of wealth snorted disdainfully. He had no intention of intervening, yet the more he listened to this person, the more egregious their words became. It was evident that this individual believed he could fabricate grand illusions in the absence of support. Do not presume they were oblivious to his intentions. Was it not clear to everyone that this was a simple matter? Li Jun understood thoroughly. All his suspicious glances were directed at this man. Chapter 59. No safe zone. However, senior brother, you have been here before. Should you not possess a clearer understanding than us of whether any safe havens remain? Lu Fuyu, in his quest to safeguard his own security, trailed closely behind Xiaoluzi. Naturally reticent, when he did speak, his words often sparked a sudden realization among those around him. In his perspective, he seemed to focus solely on the crux of the matter. Xiao Lizi nodded, yet there was, in truth, no such thing as a safe zone. Initially, the intent was to cultivate their abilities, and apart from the place they had first entered, the journey ahead would inevitably be fraught with unforeseen circumstances. Thus, in this realm, no sanctuary existed. The only trial lay in their own capabilities. Remain here and do not move, Li Jun commanded. Though he had absorbed their words with clarity, he found himself unable to alter the situation. The divine beast before him was indeed bound, yet the time left for it to break free was dwindling. Should it discover their hiding place, it could very well cement the accusations others had laid upon him. Have you contemplated your choices? Will you depart? Or shall I end your lives now and extract your inner cores? The raccoon cat was unconvinced of his capability. It could discern that his cultivation surpassed that of others. Yet in certain respects, this individual remained woefully ignorant. Li Jun, hearing this, thrust the crimson phoenix feather into the beast's crown without restraint. I may not be proficient in every aspect, but I understand that this represents the lifeblood of all your spirit pets. Otherwise, why would the crimson phoenix be so revered? The raccoon cat yelped in pain, baring its teeth. Li Jun smirked disdainfully. He detested being regarded with such contempt, especially by spirit beasts that held no value for him. Since it was a ferocious creature, slaying it would invite no rebuke from others. Ah, how unfortunate. My hand slipped, Li Jun remarked, withdrawing the feather once more. Just as it believed it had been spared, he struck again. The raccoon cat writhed on the ground, rolling in agony. The surrounding creatures dared not approach, paralyzed by fear. The infused phoenix feather had transformed into a formidable weapon in his grasp, capable of relentless assault with the slightest lapse in vigilance. A mere drop of blood could incite madness among them. Now, have you come to a realization? Li Jun observed the weakened raccoon cat sprawled on the ground. Once so adamant before him, now too feeble to contend with even a solitary fox nearby. It appeared as meek as a kitten, a sight far more endearing than its earlier ferocious demeanor. Spare me. I assure you, I pose no threat to them. However, do not forget, I am not alone in this place. Astonishingly, I seem to hold the very weaknesses of your kind in my grasp. Am I truly afraid of others? At that moment, Li Jun felt himself to be a menace, and it was rather amusing. Others may initially lack such prowess, yet he was different. For him, the art of crafting weapons was a matter of mere moments. There was no need for elaborate procedures. He wielded his own spiritual energy with ease. The weapons he forged were far more adept than those painstakingly created through hardship. This is impossible. How could he be so formidable? Wang Long observed his previous actions. his face instantly reflecting shock. No matter the circumstances, he could hardly believe that Li Jun had reached a level where he could casually craft weapons. In his hands, these weapons seemed to possess a rank surpassing that of their meticulously refined creations. Wang Long found himself at a loss, utterly bewildered by the true extent of this individual's power. "What is wrong with you?" Xiao Kai, having finally quieted the group, began to express his astonishment once more, clearly intent on disrupting their peace. Wang Long shook his head repeatedly, refraining from explanations. Upon witnessing this, Wu Zhongyan interjected, elucidating. "The master's prowess is even more terrifying than you can imagine, which is why I previously warned you not to provoke him." Wu Zhongyan's pride swelled at Li Jun's remarkable abilities. In the past, he had willingly followed this man, not solely out of a desire for salvation, but because Li Jun had attained an extraordinary level of strength. Being in the company of such a remarkable individual, even without the means to attain similar prowess, one could at least advance beyond those around them. Moreover, Li Jun was not merely as formidable as he appeared. His strength could instill fear with the mere flick of a finger. To think that Brother Li has reached the capability of crafting weapons out of thin air. "What did you say?" The young deity, overhearing Li Bai, was similarly astonished. Such feats were not easily accomplished, even by the elders within the Celestial Alliance. At his tender age, he had not previously received instruction from anyone here, yet his abilities far exceeded those of his peers. Admiration graced Li Bai's countenance as he realized that among their fellow disciples, they had encountered such a master. Despite being of the same age, this individual's talent in this regard surpassed their own by an immeasurable margin. Observe, that is merely an ordinary feather, yet he has infused it with spiritual energy. In his hands, it transforms into a dagger laced with venom. Li Bai patiently explained, gesturing toward the feather in Li Jun's grasp. Had it not been for Wang Long's sudden outburst, they might not have noticed such intricate details. "You are aware that while the cardinal is undeniably beautiful, it is also quite precious. Its value lies not in its flesh, but rather in its exquisite plumage. This splendid feathering has garnered considerable admiration. Those fortunate enough to possess a cardinal often utilize its feathers to craft a plethora of weapons, or incorporate them into existing ones. The most common creation is the bow and arrow. Individuals of considerable stature invariably wield a bow fashioned from cardinal feathers." Upon hearing this explanation, the small fortune god suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he recognized an identical bow and arrow in his home. It became evident that, following its demise, the bird had not been buried in situ. Instead, all its feathers were fashioned into an impeccably crafted bow, which still adorns his residence. Initially, he had intended it merely as a decorative piece. If this is the case, then surely its worth has escalated to astronomical heights? If it is indeed so valuable, why then did he only acquire a single feather? The small fortune god pondered this carefully, feeling increasingly that they were inflating the truth. Chapter 60. Beauty is dangerous. Who truly cares about the entity he is confronting? Li Bai offered a resigned smile, shaking his head. He understood that the individual before him was excessively naive, believing only in superficial appearances without contemplating the undercurrents at play. Meanwhile, Xiao Liuzai elaborated, stating that all captivating things bear toxicity. Every item here possesses its merits, yet each is laced with deadly poison. Paradoxically, this very poison may also serve to save one's life. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell silent, fully aware that alluring objects often conceal lethal temptations beneath their veneer. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, the red sparrow seldom makes an appearance, not merely due to its venomous nature, but because such a method would ultimately lead to its own demise. To perish for such reasons is indeed not worth the price. Li Jun observed the group of raccoons around him, poised for an assault, and gently patted one on the face. Clearly, they were subordinates or family. "If you wish to spare them, I offer you an opportunity. Take them away." After uttering these words, Li Jun's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of cold resolve. Turning away, he glanced back moments later, only to find that they had vanished. "Master, are you truly unafraid of them returning for vengeance?" The little fox watched anxiously as the raccoons scattered. It feared that once their wounds healed, they would surely seek retribution. Such cunning creatures might even prove formidable for them. The foxes. Li Jun chuckled. "Did you not come here to obstruct us? If that is the case, we ought not to squander time on them. Indeed, but we also fear that the deaths of so many will be attributed to us. Hence we seek to seize any opportunity." The little fox replied, lowering its head, its gaze momentarily filled with grievance. Who could have anticipated that upon their arrival, they would discover such a multitude of corpses, leaving the place in desolation? Even the surrounding celestial herbs, with merely a hint of blood, wilted at once. Had they not been so eager to find the culprit and clear their names, perhaps this encounter would never have transpired. Master, let us not speak of trials now. Many dangers lie ahead. You should find a way to leave promptly, the little fox urged before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Jun gazed at the crimson fruit and red sparrow feathers in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stowed them away. These items would indeed provide material for his cultivation endeavors. With the red sparrow feathers and crimson fruit successfully collected, their properties remained unchanged. Are you toying with me? Jun exclaimed in exasperation upon hearing the final remark. He had just risked life and limb to obtain these items, and in such a perilous and urgent situation. One would expect a show of gratitude. As the final task reached its conclusion, he found himself with nothing to show for it. What then was the purpose of acquiring this object? To trigger a special mission and to save lives. Jun, still seething with anger, suddenly recalled these words. Once he gathered his thoughts, he gradually became aware of the decaying corpses around him, releasing a foul stench that filled the spring air. Those who had been lurking nearby, sensing safety, rushed forth. Li Hao, after spinning Jun around anxiously, inquired, "Elder brother, are you all right? Are you truly unharmed?" The previous scene had been nothing short of harrowing. If he had faltered even slightly, he might have only been left to collect his brother's remains. "I am fine. How about you?" Jun replied. "I am well, but now, how shall we escape?" It had been less than half a month. Just a few days had passed. Yet such a grave incident had occurred. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to leave. They could not remain here indefinitely. However, they currently found themselves with no viable options. "Isn't there any way for our senior brother to lead us out?" This. Xiao Li's expression shifted to one of discomfort. It was precisely to prevent individuals like them from wandering in freely that they had no knowledge of the exit strategy. He had no idea how to resolve this situation. The elders did not teach this, so, upon hearing this, Jun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The three elders were guarding their disciples as though they were thieves. Was such caution truly necessary? When might we be discovered? That, I fear, will not be until half a month later. The elders are all in seclusion to cultivate, so. Xiao Li chuckled awkwardly. This predicament was not due to his unwillingness, but rather an absence of solutions. Presently, the only course of action was to employ a special method. However, should the elders become aware, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. What is that? Jun pondered, realizing that the opportunity for those outside was fleeting. They were left to rely solely on themselves. Xiao Li shook his head. "I do not know. I certainly cannot disclose that this is a sound transmission fruit. A treasure of immense worth." He covered his mouth while divulging its nature. Upon hearing this, Jun's eyes widened with realization. An idea sparked in his mind as he reached out to pluck the sound transmission fruit from its perch. Xiao Li gasped, clutching his chest, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. If the three elders were to discover this, he would surely be subjected to endless scolding. Jun merely uttered a single phrase, producing 4 sound transmission fruits, which promptly vanished from sight. After a prolonged silence, there was still no response. Jun fell directly to the ground, resembling a bouquet of dandelions. Just a simple phrase, and this voice resonated throughout the entire immortal sect. "If you do not emerge soon, your treasures shall be claimed by me." A mere utterance, yet it stirred a wave of discontent within the immortal realm. The elders, who had been in seclusion, immediately opened their eyes upon hearing these words. Before they could react, they found themselves standing before Jun. "Hold on. Do not pluck any more." Jin, seeing him about to reach for the nearby fruits, swiftly intervened, halting his hand. Observing the surroundings, the losses they had incurred were overwhelming, leaving them on the brink of tears. After nurturing their endeavors for so many years, it felt devastating to witness it all unravel in an instant. This was a profound anguish for them. Jun let out a light snort. "I must say, do you not feel ashamed to let the disciples below witness your greed?" This statement left them bewildered. How could this be deemed shameful? It was a matter of survival, an unfortunate necessity, Jin solemnly explained. Any one of these items could sustain their entire community for a year. Chapter 61. Heart-wrenching pain though they are cultivators. It does not imply that they have ascended to a realm where sustenance is unnecessary. Within these sects, the acquisition of food, clothing, and necessities still demands currency. His actions are driven by the desire to ensure a better life for his disciples. Otherwise, at his advanced age, he would have long regarded such matters as trivial. Why then does he remain so meticulous even now? What has transpired here? The elder, witnessing the gruesome scene before him, felt a surge of anxiety. Such occurrences had not transpired in over a century. He had never even laid eyes on anything of this nature. Yet, to his astonishment, it unfolded right here. The bloodshed. coupled with the chaos, had resulted in significant losses in this place. Master, the raccoon beast inexplicably escaped from the barrier and made its way here. What of the items? Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance blanched in shock. He recalled how they had once banded together to capture the creature. It had seemed mere days away from being fully tamed. How could it have escaped at such a critical juncture? How could it possess the strength to breach their seals? Had I not entrusted everything to your care? Are you unaware of this calamity? The elder pondered deeply, unable to comprehend how such an event could have occurred. Moreover, this seal had been forged by the three of them as a precaution. How could it have been broken by the creature's power alone? Unless someone from outside had released it, there was no conceivable opportunity for such an escape. Little Six wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. As the sole guardian within the Spirit Beast Pavilion, he would naturally be the prime suspect should doubts arise. Yet he had committed no transgression. Even if he were to defend himself now, they would scarcely believe him. Master, I assure you, I did not orchestrate this event. I cannot fathom why such an incident occurred. Little Six was utterly bewildered, struggling to articulate the unfolding events. The two elders nearby, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that he was not the sort of person to act in such a manner. Yet, if not him, then who possessed the opportunity to approach? This matter is temporarily set aside. You all must leave. Jin stood aside, observing the devastation wrought. Should they fail to recapture the beast swiftly, this place could face further ruin. After uttering these words, Jin waved his hand, revealing an exit. The group, supporting one another, made their way out, while the remaining three elders pursued the creature's trail, only to discover that it had long since fled the area. Shui, disciple, what troubles you? Upon hearing the echoing voice, when Shui was momentarily taken aback, startled by the lifeless body at her feet. Convey my orders. Within 3 days, capture him. Understood, she nodded before departing. The three elders observed the scene before them, the atmosphere shifting in mere moments. I must say, it seems our haven has enjoyed a prolonged tranquility, and now trouble has arisen, Elder Bay remarked with a light chuckle, harboring no doubts about his companions. Yet, recent tidings had indeed stirred a sense of unease within him. The demonic clan had resurfaced after years of calm. During this time, no unforeseen events had transpired, nor had any news of them circulated. Coincidentally, just as they resurfaced, he learned of their activities, which included the rampant capture of spirit pets. Now, the spirit creatures fled upon encountering humans, fearing for their lives. If this continued, chaos was inevitable. Enough of your idle chatter. Swiftly uncover the truth behind this matter. Elder Yu interjected. You must address this situation. In times of crisis, it is not the moment for hindsight or alarmist rhetoric. Fortunately, their disciples remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Had they known, the three elders would have felt utterly embarrassed. After safeguarding peace for so many years, they had never anticipated such calamities would unfold this year. Egan, standing nearby, nodded frequently in agreement. This development had indeed surpassed their expectations. Based on their prior knowledge, they had anticipated a slower progression. Moreover, they had covertly dealt with many spirit creatures to impede their adversaries' advancement. Little did they realize that their efforts were utterly ineffective against these foes. Brother Zhun, are you all right? When Shui rushed in upon hearing the news, her heart racing as she beheld the one she had longed for. She dashed into his embrace, spinning around in delight. Upon confirming he was unharmed, her admiration for him deepened. I am fine. What brings you here? Jun had initially expected to be the first to arrive, but he was surprised that all the elders had come before her. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind, yet he couldn't dwell on it as she appeared before him, unexpectedly enchanting. When Shui's every movement tugged at his heartstrings, making him realize how endearing and playful this spirited girl was, always managing to bring joy and never disappointing him. I just heard your words. On my way here, some unforeseen circumstances occurred, and I must venture out again. Thus, our time together is regrettably limited, and I merely wish to extend my greetings to you. When Shui smiled, although she mentioned it was only a matter of 3 days, the ferocious beasts they were to confront were far beyond their capabilities. Hence, the duration of their endeavor remained uncertain. It could very well extend to 3 months, or even longer. Are you planning to capture them? Yes, it is an order from my master, and I must comply. When Shui indeed had not contemplated such a pursuit, their group was, in truth, years ahead of the others. Yet, when faced with such an onslaught, even when Shui felt a lack of confidence, uncertainty loomed over whether this was a journey of cultivation or a descent into fear. Well, I look forward to our next meeting. After finishing his meal, Jun enveloped her in a warm embrace. To them, this moment was insignificant. However, Su Shang, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage, gritting his teeth. Brother, this cannot be. How could he emerge unscathed? The younger disciple, upon observing this, could hardly believe his eyes. They had distinctly heard of the multitude of corpses in that vicinity. Moreover, the damage inflicted by the raccoon demons was no less severe than that of any other. Yet, astonishingly, he had suffered not a scratch. Chapter 62. Is it him? You inquire of me, and I of whom? Hurry and depart. Su Sheng stormed away, consumed by fury. He had believed his scheme to be flawless, yet he had not anticipated that it would be so easily circumvented. He was left perplexed, pondering the methods employed by the other party that had managed to subdue them so completely. How utterly ineffective they had proven to be, Su Sheng lamented in frustration. Following Wen Shui's departure, the remaining individuals were relegated to the guest quarters. Brother Li, it has been an age, Li Bai announced, accompanied by the small deity of fortune, as they appeared in his courtyard. Upon seeing them, Li Jun smiled and instructed his servants to prepare tea. Brother Li, and the small deity, indeed. It has been quite some time. 2 days had elapsed since the last incident, during which Li Jun had not encountered anyone aside from recuperating. Li Haojue had remained by his side, ensuring that no unfavorable gossip about him would circulate. The two had practically become inseparable, yet it was unclear why they had inexplicably materialized here. Inside, they had been compelled to form an alliance, but outside, there should have been no further connection between them. It was indeed rare for them to seek him out so proactively. Pray tell, what brings you both to my door? Li Jun inquired. Brother Li, are you still unaware? We have been assigned to the same courtyard, Li Bai replied with a smile, having presumed that Li Jun was already informed of this matter. To his surprise, it seemed they had taken the lead in the revelation. Is that so? Li Jun chuckled. I must say, now that we are all acquainted, is there truly a need for such formalities in our conversation? The small deity observed the two exchanging pleasantries, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Once upon a time, these two had formed their alliance without his consent, and now, after having grown so familiar, they were still engaging in such banter. The news of their assignment to the same courtyard had long since spread like wildfire, requiring no formal notification. Moreover, the inhabitants of their courtyard bore a special designation, Class A. This indicated that individuals of equal status and capability had been grouped together, which, to outsiders, signified a formidable coalition, a decidedly unbalanced arrangement. Presently, whispers of discontent circulated among some individuals outside. Do not say I did not forewarn you. It appears that someone has been spreading unfounded tales. If this continues, even if we are indeed in the same courtyard, we shall soon be separated due to the discontent brewing outside. Rest assured, this has been the way of things since time immemorial. Should he care, he may always ascend. Li Bai remarked, seemingly indifferent to the gossip circulating beyond their walls. After all, to them, these words are merely rumors. The elders certainly would not take them seriously. However, this state of affairs cannot persist indefinitely. One must ascertain who is orchestrating these schemes from the shadows. For the next time, one must be prepared. Brother Li, can you guess who is disseminating these tales? Li Bai smiled faintly. Upon seeing this, Li Juan's expression brightened with a smile. Was there any need for further elaboration? Who else but that individual could harbor such disdain for them? Li, little god of wealth, what brings you both here? Upon spotting the two of them, Li Haojue's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Indeed, it was unexpected that they would truly come. He had thought that the occurrences within would sour their relationship. Yet, upon reflection, the outside chatter was indeed mere slander. The 13th Prince. Upon his arrival, the two men bowed respectfully. Perhaps this was unnecessary, but given their recent interactions, they were not well acquainted with his temperament and disposition. Nevertheless, certain formalities must be observed. You need not be so formal. Here, we are all of the same sect, and such rules are unwarranted. Li Haojue himself disliked receiving bows, which is why he often ventured outside the palace. Only abroad did people remain unaware of his identity, allowing him to forget it as well. Li Haojue had cherished freedom since childhood. A life unrestrained held great allure for him, and cultivating friendships was among the lifestyles he aspired to. Li Juan surveyed the expansive courtyard. Even with 10 more people, there would be ample space. He had initially thought that, according to protocol, he would reside in a dormitory-like setting. Yet, he was granted a separate courtyard. Was this privilege reserved for those who distinguished themselves in this event? 13th, have you been out playing again? Were you not bullied by anyone? 4th brother, must you always assume the worst of those outside? Furthermore, if anyone is to be envious, it's you, not me. Why would they bully me? After speaking, Li Haojue sat down and enjoyed a couple of cups of tea. After a stroll outside, he indeed felt a bit parched, especially after having visited places he had never even dreamed of. Here, the view was limitless. Standing beneath the high platform, looking down, all he could see was a swirling mist, an unfathomable depth. In that moment, it felt as though he truly resided in the heavens, as a celestial being. This place was indeed unlike any he had known. As of today, Zhun had yet to hear of any tasks being successfully completed or vanishing. Thus, that task continued to linger. However, now that he found himself in such a place, whom could he rescue? Who would present any challenges? This matter seemed utterly devoid of opportunity. How could one possibly fulfill this task? And at this moment within the palace, upon hearing the intricate details of the matter, the three elders fell into a profound silence, particularly when they learned that Zhun had mastered the art of weapon crafting to an almost transcendent level. Reflecting on the earlier remarks, one elder inquired, aside from him, did anyone else enter? The response was affirmative. Yes, he was the only one to enter that day. But I observed him closely, and he should not have had the opportunity. Xiao Liuzai meticulously recalled the events of that day, fixating on Su Sheng's every action. If anything untoward had occurred, she would surely have noticed. Despite Su Sheng's potential audacity, he lacked the courage to commit such a grave offense. With so many casualties, it was improbable that he would go unnoticed. What right did he have to remain within this celestial sect? Yi Jin furrowed his brow. From their very first encounter, he sensed the man's malevolent intentions, particularly as he watched Zhun's rising prominence overshadow Su Sheng. It was inconceivable that such ill thoughts could fester within him. Yet, the evidence lay starkly before them, and they were reluctant to accept the notion that he possessed such audacity. Master, are these remnants of the souls of the deceased still of any use? Xiao Liuzai inquired, producing a cloth bag containing the last vestiges of consciousness of those who had perished. According to established customs, this fragment of awareness should be returned to its original corporeal form without the need for any external assistance. Chapter 63. Just him, they could live their lives as if they were entirely normal individuals, indistinguishable from the average person. However, a significant portion of their bodies had already suffered irreparable damage. Even if they were returned to their original state, it would not be long before they faded away once more. Nevertheless, he ultimately had to await their final decision. These remnants served no purpose. It was imperative to adhere to the original methodology. The elder sighed softly. If he truly possessed such abilities, there would have been no need for such desperate measures. With their bodies no longer intact, returning these spirits would be futile. They lacked the capability to accomplish this in such a manner. Furthermore, this was not part of their original plan. Even so, those harmed by the spirit beasts had already perished. As cultivators, how could they possibly defy the natural order and resurrect those who had tragically lost their lives? Indeed, Little Six immediately withdrew. Yi Jin recalled the harrowing scenes from that day, still vividly etched in his memory. Now, how could the three of us elders explain this? These individuals had come to cultivate with joy in their hearts, only to surrender their lives without even having encountered the most fundamental aspects of their journey. This was their failure and their transgression. I suggest you cease your worrying here and instead ascertain whether he is truly the culprit. Elder Baihe, standing aside, spoke with piercing clarity. It was not a lack of compassion on his part. Rather, this was the only way to honor the souls of the deceased. When Shui, have there been no updates thus far? Indeed, it has been so many days. By now, there should be some news, whether they have found anything or not. Yi Jin, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed forlornly out the door. They had waited for so long, yet no word had come. In previous tracking missions, 2 days sufficed to uncover traces and return with reports. They did not truly need to capture anyone. I say, you old fool, if you were so concerned, you should never have let her go. Who else in this celestial sect possesses such capability besides her? As soon as Yi Jin uttered these words, the eyes of the three men brightened as they exchanged glances. It seemed they had indeed found the person they sought, right here with them. You go. I certainly will not. If we are rejected, it will be our faces that are lost. How can you claim it will be embarrassing when you have yet to even try? Is embarrassment a one-time occurrence? Elder Baihe scoffed. Since this individual appeared, they had faced humiliation more than once or twice. From the palace to the present, and even during the recent incident, these three elders had consistently been subjected to shame. They needed to act quickly, for it was due to his elevated cultivation that time was of the essence. If it were an ordinary person, their face would surely be flushed with embarrassment. Since this has happened not once or twice, what difference does it make for it to occur once more? Observing his resistance, the elder beside him remarked, which left the two of them momentarily speechless. It was merely a symbolic statement, yet in the end, the two would certainly have to comply. In the evening, the three of them stealthily took advantage of the absence of others and swiftly made their way inside. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered the imposing presence of the elder. As they stepped in, the expressions on the faces of the three elders abruptly froze. You all, Egan was taken aback to see a group of people seated within the room. It was already late into the night, and they had yet to retire. What time is it? Why are you still up to mischief? Elder Beha feigned anger, causing those around him to scatter in fright, leaving only the few of them behind. Li Zhun turned to look at them, puzzled. Egan gestured for him to step outside. Come with me. Li Zhun pointed to himself and, upon seeing their nods, exited the room. The three elders no longer bore the imposing demeanor they had moments before. Instead, their faces displayed an expression of entreaty. Your Highness, the fourth prince, we are in a position of necessity. If not for unforeseen circumstances, we would not seek you out. What? Li Zhun asked, bewildered. The moment he laid eyes on them, he sensed they were preparing for something significant, and this time, it undoubtedly related to his mission. When Shui had been absent for 2 days, and there was still no news. We would like you to investigate. Me? Why not the three elders? Li Zhun was genuinely taken aback that this matter would fall upon him. Ordinarily, such a spirit beast should be dealt with by them. It seemed unreasonable to delegate this task to him. Currently, they were uncertain if any mishaps had occurred. Shouldn't they have rushed to the scene at the earliest opportunity? Why, then, did they seek him out instead? To be frank, we simply need to obtain a trace of her. Furthermore, due to our secluded training, our current physical state is too weak. With this explanation from the elder, Li Zhun understood the underlying implication. After all this time, it was indeed their prolonged training that had hindered them from recovering their strength, hence the need for Wen Shui to go. With her abilities, she would likely avoid injury and could hold her ground for a while. Yet this time, it had evidently exceeded their capabilities, explaining their urgency in contacting him so late at night. I can agree, but when will you be restored? In 2 days, we shall undoubtedly return to our former strength. Egan replied. In 2 days, their power would suffice to contend with the raccoon. However, given the present uncertainty, they could not ascertain whether they would hold out until then. Hence their visit to implore his assistance. Very well. Li Zhun, of course, felt an undeniable sense of duty. Upon returning to his chamber, he lifted his gaze and discovered that the individuals before him had not vanished. Li Bai offered a faint smile. If all goes as anticipated, the three elders seeking your presence must indeed have a request. Wouldn't you agree, Senior Sister Wen? His words were merely a casual conjecture, yet to his astonishment, he had precisely articulated the truth. At times, Li Zhun found himself bewildered, pondering whether it was his keen observation or some extraordinary ability that allowed him to perceive another's thoughts with such meticulous clarity. Within the celestial realm, aside from himself, it seemed improbable that anyone else possessed such a gift. You are correct. However, this matter has been entrusted to me, and there is no need for you to take such risks, he asserted. What are you saying, fourth brother? Just because you are heading to the southern district, why should we refrain from accompanying you? Indeed, master, should you encounter any peril, I would be able to shield you, added Wu Zhongyan, who also opposed the notion of him embarking on this venture alone. They had long witnessed the formidable nature of those entities. To truly permit him to proceed alone was a source of great concern for them. Li Zhun sighed, realizing that without bringing them along, it seemed he could not extricate himself from this predicament. Chapter 64. A place of chaos. After observing them for a moment, Li Zhun acknowledged the necessity of assistance. Yet he could not take everyone with him. You may stay, but San, you must remain here, and Xiao Anzi, you too must stay. As for the rest of you, should you genuinely wish to accompany me, I have no objections. Naturally, Li Bai would not refuse. Upon hearing his words, the little god of wealth, who had no ulterior motives, felt even less inclined to think otherwise. Li Hao, being of tender age, could understandably be left behind. However, with Wu Chong'an's formidable cultivation, his presence would certainly enhance their chances of success. Yet, it was puzzling why Li Zhun insisted on leaving him behind. I have no objections, Wu Chong'an replied, though he felt compelled to reconsider. Master, regardless of the circumstances, I can serve as a protector. Upon learning he could not go, Wu Chong'an felt a surge of discontent. After all, he had stayed for so long with the purpose of safeguarding Li Zhun. What if harm befell him while he remained here? No, you must stay. Li Zhun firmly shook his head, dismissing the notion. This was not due to a reluctance to bring him along, but rather a recognition that in such a perilous place as the southern district, taking him might prove counterproductive and exacerbate their troubles. Li Bai did not voice opposition but harbored his own doubts regarding the situation. Allow me to accompany you as well. Lu Yuba interjected as he stepped forward from behind them. The group regarded him. Despite his usual reticence, his skills were undeniably on par with any present. After a brief hesitation, Li Zhun nodded. Very well, prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow morning. With that, he retreated to his chamber. The little god of wealth, however, appeared somewhat disconsolate. Why not take him? What is so peculiar about this person? Li Bai, upon hearing this, playfully tapped his forehead. Are you unaware of what the Southern District entails? It is a place rife with a chaotic mix of individuals, dangerous, indeed. The little god of wealth hesitated. In their minds, the Southern District was certainly not a favorable locale. Yet, precisely due to its chaotic nature, it harbored everything one might desire. However, lurking beneath the surface was an undeniable peril. Thus far, their relationship had been strictly one of collaboration, devoid of deeper ties. Therefore, even in the face of danger, he was unlikely to suffer harm. Do not forget, individuals from the demon clan can also enter the Southern District. Wu Chong'an had previously fallen into their grasp, making him one of the most susceptible to their control. His absence is indeed justified, Li Bai remarked with a smile. The reason for not allowing him to go was likely rooted in this very concern. Li Jun contemplated numerous matters, meticulously considering all potential dangers before they manifested. It was perhaps this very trait that incited the inexplicable jealousy of others. Suddenly, the little god of wealth experienced a moment of clarity. Those ensnared by the demon race, lacking a resolute mindset, might not exhibit any overt changes in their state. However, upon their next encounter, if they sought to exert control over this individual once more, it could prove far simpler than they had anticipated. Are you suggesting that he fears this situation, hence deliberately refrains from allowing him to proceed? One could interpret it thus. Yet he might possess other motives. For instance, the reasons behind the dangers they encountered remained unanswered thus far. As Li Bai strolled back to his chamber, the little god of wealth fell into deep contemplation upon hearing these words. Indeed, they had yet to receive any answers regarding the matter at hand, and none had offered them any responses. It seemed that while everything appeared mundane, this particular issue remained untouched, with no one around them inquiring about the truth. This peculiarity was rather striking. Li Jun's decision to retain Wu Zhong'an was solely to safeguard Li Haojue. After all, in this unfamiliar territory, he could trust no one else. Moreover, leaving an 8-year-old child in such a place could soon render Li Haojue a vulnerability. Those adversaries were unlikely to let them off easily. Li Jun truly believed that everything was meticulously orchestrated. Upon returning to his room, he gazed upon the map laid out on the table. The Southern District, a place both yearned for and dreaded by all. Without a modicum of power, nothing could be achieved there. Now, the prospect of venturing to this locale left Li Jun uncertain whether he would be discovered under such circumstances. His identity had always been publicly known. Should he be found out and his true identity revealed, it would only bring calamity upon those in his vicinity, at least for the time being. These individuals possessed the capability to confront those adversaries independently. However, accompanying a child would inevitably make them targets, rendering their whereabouts easily traceable. Thus, Li Jun declined the venture. Nonetheless, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart regarding this affair. If Wen Shui were present, it would be acceptable, yet, in her absence, their return from the Southern District would likely prove exceedingly challenging. The following day, several elders stood at a distance, observing as the 4 of them exited through the main gate. After a moment's hesitation, one elder cast a spell upon them. Are you not afraid he might discover your actions? Thus, I entrusted it to an individual who would, under no circumstances, be discovered. In doing so, we might find a semblance of peace. The elders sighed nearby. Their temporary lack of cultivation was not due to any seclusion for training, but rather a consequence of recent events. Their powers could only sustain the barrier in this vicinity. Should any one of them depart, it would not be long before the group below would breach our defenses. The demon clan now looms with predatory intent, and evasion is not an option. Presently, the demon clan is relentlessly expanding its influence throughout the region, and our barrier is beginning to falter. We can only depend on them for the time being. Ijin sighed softly beside me. Indeed, it was unexpected that their future hinged solely upon their capabilities. If this endeavor were to fail, and if Wen Shui could not be retrieved promptly, this place would fall under the watchful gaze of others. Fortunately, thus far, those individuals remain oblivious to his strength and identity, unaware of the formidable figures that stand behind him. These can be considered as the fearless young, untroubled by the dangers ahead. Sending them forth may temporarily stabilize our current situation. Chapter 65. Many dangers, however. As time passes, this matter will inevitably unfold swiftly. Once those individuals become aware, their lives will be placed in jeopardy. Yet, the 3 of them cannot easily depart at this moment. Elder B stands to the side, gently stroking the feathers of the red-crowned crane, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Although they have lived for half a lifetime, they have never felt so powerless as they do now. It is best not to disclose this matter to them for the time being. With his intelligence, it won't take long for him to deduce the truth. We can only hope they find Wen Shui. As the 3 contemplate the situation, A sense of reflection envelopes them. Indeed, they fervently wish for a swift resolution. However, they hope to return only once the issues outside have been thoroughly resolved. The matter concerning the raccoon cat must be addressed. If it falls into the hands of others, it will not only become a weapon against them, but may also enable those individuals to locate this place effortlessly. This entity is exceedingly perilous for them. By all means, they must be found, either alive or captured again. Little Tai gazes at the picturesque mountains and waters before him, recognizing that none can compare to the beauty of the immortal realms. Yet, for a fleeting moment, he finds himself envious of the scenery here. After all, they ought to reside in such a place. These are mere mortals, and had it not been for certain circumstances and opportunities, perhaps little Kaishan would share in this envy. Do you not feel that this is the true haven for us? Little Kaishan breathes in the fresh air outside, perhaps truly feeling the weight of confinement lift, making this outing a cause for celebration. Moreover, thus far, they have ventured into territory that is still somewhat under his influence. With a mere word, he could resolve all issues. However, once they enter the southern district, the complexities become unfathomable. Little Kaishan, I perceive that your prolonged confinement has made you yearn for the perceived freedom outside. Yet, do not forget that the outside world is no safer than within. Lai Bai observes him, still childlike in his expressions, voicing his innermost thoughts without a hint of caution towards those around him. This innocence appears sincere, yet it renders him quite vulnerable to those who seek to approach him. Lu Yuba, though not particularly loquacious, finds himself unrelated to them. At most, he lent a hand during their trials, leading to misconceptions that their relationship had softened. Rumors abound that they have formed a small team, yet in reality, such an alliance does not exist. Despite the absence of any such occurrence, he remains reluctant to clarify. Even this current endeavor has not been publicly announced. Yet he hastily appears by their side. After expressing this request, he remains silent throughout the journey. Just like before, he acted as an invisible presence, fulfilling all necessary obligations. However, today, his identity could indeed transform. Yet, Lu Yuba remained unchanged, and regardless of the circumstances, how could he truly be like an invisible man? What are you staring at? Li Jun noticed that he had been fixated on Lu Yuba throughout their journey, even if he had not been discovered. His constant gaze had not gone unnoticed. It's nothing, Lai Bai replied, shaking his head. I merely felt that it had been a long time since I had witnessed such scenery, so I thought to take a few more glances. Perhaps there may not be another opportunity in the future. This time, they all understood the gravity of their situation. If things took a turn for the worse, they might indeed pay with their lives here. Even if they managed to survive and return, they might find themselves confined to that mountain, only descending when absolutely necessary. Thus far, everything had served as a form of protection for them. Once they stepped beyond that layer of safety, no one could predict what would unfold next. If you were so pessimistic, why did you come? Li Jun questioned, taken aback. Bringing them out was certainly not intended as a death sentence. Before their departure, everything had been made quite clear. They cared enough to have the option to refuse. Yet, for reasons unknown, they seemed devoid of any resistance to the situation. Are you not afraid of this matter? I know you are formidable, but your unwillingness to refuse stems from our friendship. Do you not think so? Lai Bai believed that their shared experiences of life and death had forged a bond of camaraderie. Upon hearing this, they could not stand idly by. Moreover, the one who had left was of great significance to them, having saved their lives in the process. A woman could venture forth and fight. If these men were to hide like turtles, that would be utterly unacceptable. In this world, there is nothing devoid of fear. It is simply that I must proceed in this manner, with no choice in the matter. However, you truly need not accompany me on this journey. Li Jun explained with a light-hearted demeanor. In his words, death did not hold the same terror for him. By a twist of fate, he found himself here, which could be seen as a chance for rebirth. Unless over the years his thoughts had multiplied beyond merely wishing to be a leisurely prince, he might not genuinely wish to partake in such chaotic affairs. Their encounter had naturally provided them with this opportunity. Lai Bai observed the expression on his face, noting that it remained unchanged. Even his gaze was as inscrutable as before. This person before him was utterly unfathomable. It remains unclear what sort of individual he truly is. It is equally ambiguous whether he regards them as friends. Nonetheless, he finds himself devoid of choice in this matter, just as they do. Lai Bai is uncertain to whom he is beholden, and why he utters such resolute words. After all, he is merely a prince, unappreciated and overlooked. His life and death hold little significance in the eyes of others, rendering any sacrifice to save another seemingly unnecessary. He could easily remain a mere bystander. Yet, it is not merely for this reason. Li Jun has not declined any of the requests made by them all. In fact, He has boldly stepped forward for the sake of some trifling possessions. This hardly aligns with the conduct one would expect from a prince, and in him, Li Bai perceives many intriguing qualities. It is precisely this curiosity that fuels his desire to forge a friendship with him. So, how much certainty does he possess this time? Is he aware of her whereabouts? The answer remains elusive. Thus, he has come here seeking resolution. Chapter 66. The hunter he had merely acquired all the information regarding this place. However, throughout this process, he had not gleaned everything about Wen Shui. Ultimately, all of this was merely conjecture on their part. The reason for their inability to find her might stem from the considerable distance in time, which could significantly impede communication. Furthermore, the recent atmosphere here has been anything but tranquil. Li Bai nodded. It appeared they truly had no information whatsoever. If that were not the case, they would not be aimlessly wandering like headless flies. Had he known it would come to this, he should have conducted a thorough investigation before taking action. It was utterly horrifying. Just a few days prior, several villagers had inexplicably perished, so many lives lost. Not only that, but the manner of their demise was gruesome. Heads and hands torn asunder, leaving one to ponder what sort of monster was at play. As the group listened, the two individuals nearby spoke up, prompting memories of the horrific scenes they had witnessed days before. If they were not mistaken, it must have been the work of those very creatures. The severing of heads and hands did not seem to serve any purpose other than to satisfy some twisted amusement. Beyond that, no entity possessed such capability to annihilate an entire populace in the span of a single night. Excuse us, may we have a moment? Li Bai and Li Zhun exchanged a glance and swiftly intervened. The two passers-by, upon noticing them, felt a surge of curiosity. Young master, what is the matter? Li Bai smiled. We merely overheard your mention of fatalities. Is it perilous ahead? If so, we shall refrain from proceeding. Upon hearing this, the two immediately shook their heads. Not quite. Indeed, there was danger a few days ago, but we later learned that some individuals arrived, and after those creatures departed, the area became significantly quieter. Indeed, perhaps it is the absence of people that has rendered it so serene. Otherwise, it could not be so tranquil, added one of the men before departing. In their eyes, even the mere mention of the incident sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, they had not passed through during that time. Otherwise, they too might have succumbed. Li Bai, though uncertain of the full implications of their words, surmised that it likely pertained to their own kind. Otherwise, those creatures would not have fled in fear. Shall we venture forth to investigate? Li Bai inquired, turning back. After a moment of silence, Li Zhun nodded. Perhaps we might uncover some clues there. Though Li Zhun felt somewhat ambivalent about the matter, he reasoned that it was better to conduct a thorough inquiry than to remain in ignorance. The four of them converged at the manor not far ahead. It was evident that the place had long since lost its former appearance. There was no sight of any gruesome scenes. Perhaps it was because someone was looking after the place, rendering it quieter than ever before. Yet, this tranquility instilled a sense of danger within them. I pondered, could this serene location truly be the site of a grave incident? Logically, if all the inhabitants were deceased, who then would collect the bodies? The little deity scrutinized the surroundings, recalling the words of the two elderly men. This place bore no resemblance to a site of horror. Rather, it felt as though they had fallen into another trap altogether. Who are you? What brings you here? In just a few days, the entire estate had perished, and it had been ages since anyone had graced this place with their presence. Suddenly, a voice startled the four, prompting them to turn with heightened alertness. They beheld an empty space. Li Zhun raised his gaze towards the imposing tree before them, while not far away sat a woman. Who are you? The woman glanced at the four men before leaping down. Do you think I resemble anything in particular? Moreover, does my identity truly matter to you? I am rather curious about this place. Who fears whom here? And why do you appear so apprehensive? Observing the three men, the woman's assessment revealed their refined features and the weapons they wielded, which appeared merely ornamental in her eyes. Should a confrontation arise, she believed they would hardly pose a challenge. Hunter? Li Bai spoke softly, and in an instant, the woman's expression shifted. Her gaze transformed into one of incredulity. How did you discern that? You all seem so frail, yet you possess considerable knowledge. Li Bai smiled. Upon hearing the term bounty hunter, the most striking feature is the bell on your wrist. Its color signifies your rank, and you are quite formidable. He regarded the golden bell she wore, recognizing its high status among bounty hunters. However, the unyielding rule among them remained. Regardless of one's standing, all were equal in the presence of prey. One must rely on their skills to capture their quarry and ascend to the ranks of higher hunters. The woman smiled. You are correct. So are you all in the same position? Curiosity sparked within her towards these men. Given their understanding of such rules, it seemed unlikely they were outsiders. We are not. We have come to find someone. We heard that some extraordinary events occurred here and hope to uncover a clue. You seek what lies ahead. Proceed straight through the entrance, and you shall find what you seek. As for the bodies here, what if I told you there are none? The woman remarked half-jokingly. Their faces instantly turned solemn. Logically, this should not be the case. Based on what has just been heard, it is reasonable to assume that some remnants linger here. How could there be nothing at all? Why do I assert this? It is because, prior to your arrival, I had already dealt with the severed heads and hands, as well as certain indistinguishable parts. She had never contemplated that anyone besides her would return to this place. The events of that night were witnessed by her own eyes. The reason for her actions stemmed from the horrific nature of their deaths. She sought merely to find some psychological solace. However, she did not anticipate that merely retracing her steps would lead her to encounter them. You. Jhun stepped forward to intercept Li Bai. We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to ascertain whether any cultivators were among those who came here that day. Upon hearing this, the woman pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, so did you come here in search of them, or are you seeking the woman among that group? Chapter 67. My name is Li Zi. Have you encountered her? Upon hearing this, the little fortune god immediately grew anxious. Their purpose for coming here was to find them, and now that a lead had emerged, it was only natural for them to hasten their efforts. The woman nodded. Yes, I have seen her, but that night, she seemed to be injured. Her companion took her for healing, and as for their whereabouts, I cannot say. I remember this matter clearly, though I would rather not speak of it unless absolutely necessary. So, you two are cultivators? We are certainly not. We are merely a few apprentices. They are our friends. And upon hearing of this situation, they were eager to find them. Jhun casually fabricated an excuse, withholding the truth from her. Given her ability to arrive here alone, it was likely that their presence might attract unwarranted attention. Until they discerned her identity, they would maintain silence regarding all matters. I see. Then I might inform you that if we uncover the whereabouts of that object, we may also find them. After the woman spoke, she brushed past them. She merely suggested an idea, leaving the decision to act up to them. In that case, young lady, how about we travel together? Before Li Bai could depart, he suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced the woman's face as she paused and turned to look at them. Is that acceptable? I sense that you do not trust me completely. Are you not afraid that I might harm you? Jhun, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. It was not merely the presence of this individual, eager to prove herself before them, that caused distrust. Even if they had spent many days together, he would not easily trust anyone here. Some individuals excel in disguise, appearing benevolent while posing the greatest threat. Conversely, those who seem most menacing may share similar significance for them. Thus, he would not readily place his faith in anyone. However, this woman had clearly been intent on joining them from the outset, particularly upon learning that they were also cultivators. At best, she likely sought to exploit their methods to track her quarry. Indeed, my name is Li Zi. This is Li Bai and Liu Bo. Li Bai completed the introductions, evidently intrigued by this inexplicable woman who had suddenly appeared. It is rather perplexing that, without any prior consent, she was inexplicably invited to join this group. The little deity chuckled nearby, observing that the soul of the individual before him was on the verge of being ensnared. He pulled Jhun into a corner. Why do you not intervene? Are you certain this is a prudent course of action? Did you not notice his reaction? Do you not find it unsettling to proceed in such a manner? For reasons unknown, the little deity felt an inherent unease in this situation. Logically, their group should remain untainted by outsiders, as the matters within were not meant for the knowledge of those from the outside. Moreover, the individual's identity was far from ordinary, starkly contrasting with their own. They possessed no leisure qualifications nor any fateful connections, hence, relying solely on their talents. There lingered a subtle animosity towards those like them. Is there a problem? Can you not see her remarkable abilities? It was evident that she was indeed formidable. But do you not find her identity somewhat dubious? Furthermore, this behavior is hardly characteristic of you. How could you allow someone to join this group without cause? The little deity remained suspicious of their actions. Jhun had never been one to easily permit others into this circle unless compelled by circumstance. Under ordinary conditions, he would have refused outright, yet he did not do so this time. He openly welcomed her into the group. Was he truly unconcerned that this woman might have been sent to harm them? Isn't that where you come in? Besides, if this incident were to foster a connection, it could be considered a blessing. Jhun shrugged. It was apparent that Li Bai harbored unusual feelings for this woman. From the moment they met, he had been utterly captivated. Such infatuation could indeed spell misfortune for him in the future. Li Gongzi, do you gaze at me so intently because you suspect I am a spy sent to infiltrate your ranks? Or do you believe I have ulterior motives for wanting to leverage your talents? Li Zi noticed that Lai Bai's gaze had been uncharacteristically fixed on her since the beginning of the semester, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. Yet, being scrutinized in such a manner was hardly advantageous for her. The reason I observe you is due to my mistrust. Your acquiescence stems from our respective identities. Am I correct in this assertion? Lai Bai spoke in a hushed tone, ensuring only they could discern his words. Upon realizing her plan had been uncovered, Li Zi refrained from disputing or hastily providing explanations. You are aware of this, so why propose such a request? If you harbor doubts, you ought to have declined. Indeed, I should refuse. However, given your stature, even in rejection, you would remain behind us. Why subject you to such discomfort? After Lai Bai finished speaking, he merely smiled faintly and turned to depart from her presence. This individual possesses no extraordinary skills, yet effortlessly perceives the thoughts of others, a talent that comes naturally to him. From the very beginning, this woman was not merely waiting here. Rather, she had arrived as soon as those two appeared, having overheard their conversation. Perhaps Li Zi truly performed a commendable act, yet his primary intention was to seize this opportunity to infiltrate the group. Lai Bai's agreement bore no ulterior motives. Their team indeed required formidable individuals, and her inclusion would render matters considerably simpler. Thus, their relationship became one of mutual benefit. Li Zi could acquire the prey he desired, while they would seamlessly locate when Shui. Given this, what is there to lose? What do you think? Li Zhun inquired, gazing at Lai Bai. Lai Bai nodded. You are correct. He indeed seeks to exploit us. Chapter 68. Unusual nonetheless. Despite these words, I cannot shake the feeling that her identity is extraordinary. Lai Bai senses that the two of them seem to be privy to some knowledge. Yet, all of this remains merely superficial. Li Zi could not possibly be as she appears. This matter, regardless of circumstances, lacks such functionality. It is not merely her identity and position. It is rather curious that she happens to be here. Could it truly be a mere coincidence? What questions linger? Li Zhun has indeed failed to perceive the underlying truths. However, relying on intuition, he senses something amiss. Yet, this woman will not harm them before she locates those items. Thus, for now, they are temporarily safe, having unwittingly acquired a protector. At least along this journey, they face no imminent danger. Lai Bai shakes his head. I cannot articulate it clearly. Yet this feeling is undeniably strange. He is perplexed. Perhaps it is due to the innate difficulty in trusting a stranger encountered along the way that renders her every action peculiar. Or perhaps her identity should not be so ordinary. So, where do you intend to go now? Li Zi is genuinely seeking to exploit these individuals. Upon realizing their exceptional identities, she is increasingly convinced that with their assistance, she can outpace others. Initially a scheme, but now she yearns to uncover their intentions. Have you been to the South District? The little god of wealth cast a sidelong glance at this woman. He indeed harbors a dislike for her, yet cannot oppose the others. Her inclusion may indeed prove advantageous. The South District? Li Zi observes the person before her, fully understanding the animosity directed towards her. Were she in their position, she too would not easily permit anyone to join their ranks, especially not someone of ambiguous origin. What dangers and schemes lurk? They remain utterly unaware. This understanding naturally leads to a lack of concern. However, this place is relatively easy to enter, yet exceedingly difficult to exit. I have ventured there, but I must warn you, once you enter, it becomes nearly impossible to leave. Have you thought this through? Li Zi is uncertain why they are so intent on traversing this location. Yet, should the inhabitants discover their identities, the endeavor to escape would become exceedingly arduous. Perhaps even impossible. Why are you spreading such dire warnings? If it is truly so arduous, how did you manage to escape? Or perhaps you have never entered at all. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth distinctly perceives that this woman is threatening them. If that is the case, by her tone, she must have been inside. If she has entered, why was her exit so effortless? And I? Our identities are inherently different, and indeed, they are. Once the individuals within become aware of your presence, is there any possibility of your emergence? This matter is not merely a product of her alarmist rhetoric. The inhabitants themselves harbor a profound aversion to the emergence and existence of outsiders. Moreover, should I truly wish to instill fear, there would be no need for me to do so. However, at times, it is prudent to allow your departure. If your intentions are solely to gather information, I would not hinder you. After all, within that domain, information can be readily acquired with the right monetary offerings. The hunters therein have expended significant resources to obtain such knowledge. Yet, it must be said that, given their status, locating an individual should be a trivial endeavor for them. Why go to such great lengths? Since you are all practitioners of cultivation, is it not a simple task for you to find someone? Why must you venture into the Southern District? Li Zi pondered carefully, observing that the individuals before her indeed possessed remarkable appearances. Their identities, therefore, must be equally extraordinary. Given this, it is clear that this undertaking is not merely of their own volition. How could those within fail to prepare for their arrival? Did we not just state that we are companions because they are my friends, seeking to find them? We are merely apprentices, lacking true cultivation skills, and thus can only rely on such means to locate individuals. Li Zhun feared that they would inadvertently reveal their vulnerabilities. Hence, before they spoke, he reiterated their circumstances. However, this disclosure was not a deception towards her. It was indeed the truth that they were merely students, having been here for 2 days without learning anything. It was indeed perplexing to be assigned such a task. This seemed rather unjust for them. Yet, within that realm, those of higher cultivation seemed elusive, indeed, almost impossible to find. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Zi managed a faint smile, devoid of any further action or elaboration. Each party was acutely aware of the unspoken sentiments, concealing truths from one another. However, until trust was established among them, there was little need to divulge such extensive information. Soon, under her guidance, the group avoided unnecessary detours and arrived directly at the entrance of the southern district. This place was familiar to them, yet they had never ventured inside. Outside the gate stood a stone tablet, initially assumed to be like any other, stout and unremarkable. Yet, upon entering, they discovered that the interior was a stark contrast to the exterior. Within this realm, not only were there humans, but also various ethereal beings engaging in commerce. To the untrained eye, it could easily be mistaken for the authentic article. We have arrived. Li Zi confidently led them to the entrance, where a signboard hung prominently, Xiangxiao Pavilion. As the name suggests, everything one desires is present here. However, one can only gaze upon the wealth amassed and ponder whether the price will satisfy them. Otherwise, nothing remains. After Li Zi concluded her remarks, she trailed behind them, for they too were eager to uncover the same information. There was thus no need for her to expend double the cost to acquire knowledge that they might already possess. After exchanging glances, Li Zhun and Lai Bai entered the establishment. The plethora of information and the myriad of signs created an atmosphere akin to a bustling restaurant. Yet a significant portion of the individuals here were merely in pursuit of information. "Gentlemen, what may I assist you with?" observed bystanders. Recognizing their formidable stature and the exceptional aura they exuded, instinctively understood that this group was undoubtedly comprised of esteemed dignitaries. However, even without utterances, their identities were already discerned. "Xiao, the rules must remain unchanged." "Sister Z, do you think I am unaware of the customs here? Is it not evident that these gentlemen are quite anxious?" Chapter 69. To kill you. Li Zi smiled gently, seated to the side. Though he spoke little, his meaning was clear. He was aware of their identities. Relatively speaking, he could choose to keep their secret, yet should anyone become curious about their backgrounds, according to the rules here, he was entitled to sell that information to others, unless they could offer him silver to ensure his silence. After Li Zi elucidated this point, those around him began to comprehend the situation. "Is that so?" Li Zhun chuckled lightly. "Then I shall simply kill him. A dead man can forever keep his silence." Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately began to squirm. "Gentlemen, please don't. I am merely a businessman. The rules are established. If you prefer I remain silent, I will certainly comply. But I am not the only one conducting business here." Xiao quickly conceded, realizing he was no match for these individuals. Li Zi suddenly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Such a method was likely unique to them. Others would probably never have the opportunity. Moreover, few could make a scene like this, indicating their formidable status. Although their identities remained a mystery, it was evident that they were formidable individuals. "Speak," Xiao said with a grimace. "I can indeed share information, but surely you gentlemen would not want to breach the rules. 200 taels is a reasonable price. Wouldn't you agree? What nonsense is this? You wish to sell a piece of information for 200 taels? It seems you are the true swindler here," retorted Xiao Kaishan, his temper flaring. Initially, he had considered his previous dealings questionable. Nevertheless, he had managed to retain some integrity in this matter. Yet, upon arriving here, he found these individuals to be even more unscrupulous. The mere mention of 200 taels for a piece of information was outrageous, especially considering the competitive nature of the auction. The vast potential profit left him filled with envy. Had he known it would be this way, he might have sought to establish himself in such a place long ago. Perhaps by now, he would have amassed a fortune. "One cannot speak so lightly," Xiao interjected. "Though it may seem like a mere exchange of words, it is, in essence, the price of risking our lives. A slightly higher price is not unreasonable, is it?" Li Zhun observed that this person truly understood the nuances of negotiation, adeptly gauging the atmosphere and managing to temper the anger of others. No wonder their family business thrived. It was evident that without a degree of skill, success would be unattainable. Although Xiao Caishan felt anger rise within him, he recognized the validity of the statement. These individuals were willing to risk their lives for silver. If he were in their position, he too would feel considerable regret. However, what pained him more at that moment was the thought of his own silver. What are you looking at? Is this not your doing? After uttering these words, Xiao Caishan chose to disregard the matter. Zhun gazed upon the situation, realizing that expecting assistance from him was as futile as reaching for the heavens. Fortunately, he was somewhat of an invisible tycoon, capable of parting with 200 taels of silver. After receiving the money, Xiao Qiu weighed it thoughtfully and then produced a bamboo tube from her bosom. The information contained within had already reached their hands. Once opened, it would reveal the whereabouts of the individual they sought. However, this location was likely fraught with peril, and it was probable that someone within had sustained injuries. Initially, the little god of wealth believed these individuals were merely exploiting this method to earn silver, incapable of uncovering any substantial information. Yet, upon hearing this revelation, which echoed her previous words, she was taken aback. How had they come to know of this matter? By what means did this system possess such omniscience? Indeed, do you not find that your earlier statements seem to unveil this secret? She inquired. Is that so? Perhaps I have breached protocol. Yet, out of respect for your earnest desire to collaborate, I shall forego the silver, Xiao Qiu declared before departing with the money. She was acutely aware that the affairs here no longer concerned her, and there was no need to delay them further. Upon acquiring the desired information, Li Zi turned and led his companions to a familiar inn, which offered a semblance of safety compared to other locales. Let us see what is inscribed within, he urged. As the little god of wealth eagerly anticipated the contents that had captured their attention so intensely. Without hesitation, Zhun opened the bamboo tube. Tianyan Mountain, he uttered softly. The mere utterance of these 3 syllables rendered those nearby speechless with fear. The little god of wealth was utterly oblivious to the significance of this location, having never even heard of it. Why do you all appear so frightened? Is this place truly perilous? She queried. Li Bai shook his head, observing the naivete of the individual before him, who was completely unaware yet rendered him powerless. He patiently began to explain. A realm of the demonic clan. Do you not find it frightening? Dangerous? For those among us, this place is essentially a forbidden zone. To venture in recklessly, particularly if it were deserted, would pose even greater risks. Upon grasping the gravity of his words, the little god of wealth seemed to awaken to the magnitude of the revelation, resembling an innocent youth oblivious to the world around him. Li Bai pondered how he managed to navigate life with such ignorance amidst the complexities of their family lineage. Did they truly possess no inkling about these matters? I still believe you should deliberate thoroughly before proceeding to this place. While you may have the capability, do your companions truly possess the requisite strength? Li Zi was not unfamiliar with such a place. Many had met their demise there, yet for them, this was merely the norm. If one sought riches, it was only natural to pay a price. Whether one possessed the capability to attain such wealth depended solely on their own prowess. Should they fall victim to those individuals, they could only lament their misfortune. However, these people were merely searching for others, and one could only hope they would not find themselves empty-handed in the end. It would not be long before those individuals discovered their presence. Escaping would prove to be far more challenging than anticipated. Upon hearing these words, Zhun lifted his gaze and beheld her. This woman was indeed remarkable, capable of discerning his identity and understanding his cultivation level. At present, he lacked both the justification and the confidence to lead them into such perilous circumstances. More importantly, he simply did not possess the strength to ensure the safety of them all. Should they truly venture inside, it would not be just him who faced death. She was correct. The fact that they were able to accompany him was already a significant feat. Chapter 70. Indeed naive. If it truly comes to the point where you would risk your lives over this matter, then it is certainly unnecessary. Therefore, I implore you to deliberate carefully on this issue. After Zhun spoke, the 3 individuals beside him took considerable time to contemplate. However, it was evident from his tone that he had already resolved to proceed. Li Bai did not rush to respond, merely curious about his decision. What about you? You are asking us to decide. Now, please reveal your own choice. Surely you must realize the perils that lie within. Why are you so resolute? Go ahead. Indeed, I am quite eager to learn your thoughts at this juncture, came the response. Typically, it would involve 2 individuals. Yet now there was an increase in interest regarding his decision. If he expressed a willingness to enter, then they would have no reason to hesitate any further. After all, it had been previously stated that regardless of what occurred, they would persist until the very end. How could they possibly abandon this matter now? This is my affair. And thus, I must proceed, Li Jun asserted, devoid of any grand sentiments. Were it not for the system's intervention at this moment, or the fact that this issue implicated them, he might have hesitated. However, time was of the essence, and the weight of the task left him with no alternative but to advance. Given your declaration, would it not render us less than men to retreat now? One remarked. Indeed, as if you alone could shoulder the burden while we cannot. Xiao Kaishan, standing nearby, expressed his disdain openly. Despite his words, he shared the same sentiment. He harbored a strong dislike for this individual, yet every action taken was commendable. Li Jun furrowed his brow. But this is no jest. What if you were to perish? What can be done? We shall face whatever comes. Can you truly hold me accountable? Xiao Kaishan retorted, dismissing the notion. He had long since cast aside concerns for life and death, especially since joining him on this venture. There was no need for such worry. If this person genuinely desired their demise, there would be no need for elaborate excuses. At this juncture, they could not linger any longer. Li Zi observed their heroic posturing with amusement, finding it somewhat embarrassing. Here were several grown men, behaving in such a fussy manner over this matter. One might mistake them for women, as they seemed even more indecisive than she. I suggest instead of wasting time debating whether to go or not, we should consider how to depart from this place, Li Zi remarked, recognizing that the surroundings had shifted considerably from what they had anticipated. If they continued in this manner, they might not need to be forced out. Perhaps their very lives would be at stake here. Wait, you claimed this place was secure. How has it suddenly changed? What do you think? Li Zi shot him a glance, rising to her feet. Since you have arrived, there is no need to hide, is there? Following up with such a remark, isn't it exhausting? After Li Zi finished speaking, it wasn't long before a cyclopean figure suddenly entered the room. Although a smile graced the Cyclops' face, an aura of menace surrounded him. It was evident that a palpable discord existed between the two. Who would have thought? You've truly gathered so many allies, haven't you? It seems you must have sacrificed quite a bit. Otherwise, why would they willingly stay to assist you? You are just like your mother, truly despicable. Upon hearing these words, Li Zi responded not with anger, but with a laugh. Cyclops, aside from resorting to such threats, do you possess any other tactics? Perhaps you might consider altering your approach? It is utterly ineffective. She had already endured countless derogatory remarks. Furthermore, she had no mother to speak of, rendering this individual a rather negative presence in her recollection. Such words bore no weight, nor could they provoke her. If he truly believed that such simple provocations would compel her to submit, he was sorely mistaken. You wretched woman, you have blinded me in one eye. Today, I shall finally have my vengeance, and you shall perish. With that, the Cyclops hurled a punch. Yet, Li Zi deftly evaded it with agility. The two exchanged blows, and it was clear that Li Zi remained unfazed by the encounter. Conversely, the Cyclops, incensed by her nimble dodges, found himself at a disadvantage. Little god of wealth, observing this spectacle, felt a mix of astonishment and admiration. This woman's martial prowess was indeed commendable. It was no wonder she held such a distinguished status outside. Clearly, her achievements were earned through her own strength. However, should we not intervene? Though the situation was not overwhelmingly taxing, over time, she was still a woman. How long could she endure? Indeed, little god of wealth harbored no fondness for this woman and found her words rather unappealing. Yet, preconceived notions had taken root, and a bond had formed between them. Watching a man bully a woman was hardly in keeping with their principles. Furthermore, standing idly by seemed unmanly. Go on, then, Li Bai shrugged, offering no resistance. Should he wish to assist, they would certainly not impede him. If he was not mistaken, this woman required no assistance from them at all. By virtue of her own abilities, the man was entirely at a disadvantage. Otherwise, she would not have been able to detect him from the outset. The bell in his hand clearly indicated that his standing was beneath hers. Had it not been for the circumstances surrounding them, there would have been no need for such a violent confrontation. Had the circumstances been different, the confrontation between these two individuals would undoubtedly have led to mutual destruction. I asked you, aside from evasion, what else can you do? What do you think? You pursue me relentlessly every day. Is it truly necessary? I merely seized a wild creature from you, and, in the process, inadvertently injured your eye. I have done all that I could. What more do you desire from me? At that moment, the small deity, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had initially believed that his singular eye was a unique trait, only to discover that it had been damaged by this woman standing before him. Clearly, he had underestimated her capabilities. No wonder such a robust man had sustained injury and lost an eye. It was indeed a testament to her prowess. Will what you did on that day restore my sight? Alas, it cannot. If that is the case, then on what grounds should I forgive you? The one-eyed man ceased his actions, letting out a disdainful snort, utterly unwilling to engage with the woman before him. Were it not for her, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Chapter 71. Spreading it out, the visage before him, a grotesque amalgamation of humanity and specter, instilled fear even within his own heart. How could he possibly forgive the woman responsible for this ghastly transformation? What are your intentions? He demanded. I shall not involve myself in this matter. But it must be resolved elsewhere, for I cannot restrain myself from acting. Li Jun found no merit in lingering with them, yearning instead for an excuse to depart this wretched place. If he could extricate himself seamlessly, then all would become considerably simpler. Their only dilemma lay in the uncertainty of the veracity of the information presented thus far. The one-eyed man recognized that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Their attire alone spoke volumes of their formidable status. Yet, having finally stumbled upon such an opportunity, how could they willingly let it slip away? This woman had exploited every possible avenue between them and now surrounded herself with guardians. Did she truly believe that their presence would deter him from taking action? Who are you? Why do you associate with such a deceitful woman? He queried, a hint of trepidation creeping into his voice. Am I to be ensnared in her machinations? Left with naught but my undergarments? He gestured towards his own eye, irate as he revealed the truth of the matter, hoping to illuminate the woman's malevolence. Yet it was apparent that this cadre remained indifferent, preoccupied with matters of greater significance. Have you not comprehended yet? One of them retorted. What transpires between you is inconsequential to us. However, she holds considerable importance, thus she cannot be easily relinquished, nor shall we allow you to harm her. Test us if you dare. The little fortune god, disinterested in this exchange, regarded the one-eyed man as merely a pitiable figure. Their profound enmity could certainly wait until this predicament was resolved. Sensing the tide turning against him, the one-eyed man could do little but retreat, though he felt it was improbable that they would let this opportunity pass without consequence. He resolved to trail them closely. I must say, you are not an ordinary woman. With so many adversaries, are you certain that you are not intentionally leading us into a trap? He chided. You? Li Zi smirked. You likely do not possess the standing to make such claims. This incident was indeed an accident, devoid of ulterior motives. It merely stems from your ignorance of our identities, which inhibits any decisive action. However, once I ascertain your true nature, I will scarcely need to exert myself. There are plenty who could handle you. Rather than fretting over my fate, perhaps you should speculate whether this individual will uncover your identities, he suggested. Will he? Lie by? Intrigued, pondered the implications. Had he not made himself sufficiently clear? Unless these individuals were courting death, who would dare take such risks? Li Zi gazed at their innocent smiles. Do you truly believe that this matter will not weigh heavily on their hearts? Can a mere phrase genuinely resonate with anyone? Who among them has not lived life on the edge, tasting the blood of danger? If they were truly afraid of death, they would never engage in such dealings. Thus, they should not presume that a few words could intimidate them. In their eyes, they have faced far graver perils than mere threats. Moreover, they are merely confronted by those who speak harshly. Li Jun never anticipated that they would take those words seriously, nor did he expect them to adhere to any code of conduct. To them, wealth is paramount. However, once his identity is revealed, who would possess the audacity to act against him? You are correct, but I believe that once they become aware of my identity, they will be even less inclined to take action. Though he is an overlooked prince, he remains a member of the royal family. To perish without cause or to encounter misfortune, how could he not perceive this as a slap in the face? Regardless of the circumstances, the individual within would never idly stand by while his son is bullied, nor allow him to become a laughingstock. Based on this matter alone, these individuals would not dare to act against him. It seems that from the very beginning, you possessed such resolve. No wonder you did not take this matter seriously. It appears your identity is indeed extraordinary. Although Li Zi was aware, he could not fathom it. After all, this line of work had no connection to him. Yet, there was no compelling reason to pursue it. Today, the identities that instill the greatest fear in others, aside from that of the demon clan, belong to those of exceptional prowess. If the person before him truly possessed such power, there would be no need for him to intervene personally. At that moment, curiosity welled within him regarding the true identity of this individual. You are right. Thus, the one in danger is you. Li Jun set down his teacup. Others might overlook this matter, yet there could indeed be a few peculiar individuals involved. If their identities were those of the demon clan, what concern would they have? This place is inherently a mix of the genuine and the deceptive. Once their identities are magnified, it would yield no advantage for them. He merely hoped that those individuals would possess self-awareness, enabling them to depart from this place gracefully, pursuing whatever endeavors they wished. Li Zi was correct. At this juncture, the identities of several individuals had indeed been compromised. Moreover, this particular individual held a relatively unique status. However, they remained oblivious to this fact. Boss, we spent so much silver, only to uncover an overlooked prince and a few wealthy scions. This is hardly worth it. The person beside him, after perusing the information in hand, initially believed they had caught a significant prize, only to discover it was merely a handful of insignificant fish. Moreover, these small fish were only visible, yet untouchable. They dared not take action at all. Should they offend them, life outside would become exceedingly difficult. Among these few individuals, any one of them could cause their disappearance, let alone the current sense of freedom they enjoy. The Cyclops, although convinced that all of this was indeed not worth it, felt a sense of relief upon discovering their identities, having refrained from acting impulsively moments before. Otherwise, this matter might not have been so easily resolved. While he himself could not act, there were still actions he could take. Spreading this information, particularly ensuring that everyone in the Southern District was aware, was imperative. Though those beside him did not comprehend his motives, it was likely that once this news spread, those individuals would find themselves in considerable trouble. Furthermore, they would not be allowed to depart so easily from this place. There was a chance that they might indeed meet their demise at the hands of others. Chapter 72. The territory of others. Senior Sister 1. We must depart from this place immediately. If we linger any longer, we risk being captured, and it is conceivable that we may not survive to escape. The others, witnessing the unfolding scene, were gripped with trepidation. For decades, they had been at odds with one another. Seeing each other was akin to encountering sworn enemies. In this contest, one party must emerge as victor over the other, and they would not easily relinquish their hold. In recent years, their demeanor had shifted from calm to aggressive, ruthlessly dealing with anyone who obstructed their path. Their purpose for being here was to track the divine beast, not to surrender their fates in this cursed place. When Shui gazed at the crimson stains on her arm, in her initial skirmish, she had proven no match for those cunning creatures. A moment's inattention had led to her being so grievously injured. Now, she was left to contend with them while bearing wounds, which seemed utterly impossible. Yet, at this critical juncture, retreat was not an option. These pursuers relentlessly sought their whereabouts. And when Shui was resolute in her determination not to concede, after all, they had come too far. To abandon their quest now would render their efforts fruitless. If you wish to leave, you may do so, but should you be captured, do not expect my aid. I am in no position to ensure my own safety, let alone yours. Furthermore, she needed to conserve some strength to continue her search for the elusive creature. The individuals surrounding her were not merely rivals. They shared the same ambition. The appearance of such a being was exceedingly rare, and if they could tame it as their familiar, it would greatly aid them in future examinations. At present, they were not the only ones in pursuit. Even the bounty hunters were fervently seeking its whereabouts. Boss, we have yet to locate it. I have found nothing here either. Nor have I. The man in black surveyed the returning individuals, then scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that their quarry could evade capture for much longer, especially considering the injuries within their ranks. How could they possibly vanish in an instant? The man nodded, preparing to issue a command when one of his companions abruptly interrupted him. Boss, I heard on my way here that a group of cultivators has appeared in the Southern District, each with extraordinary identities. Could it be them? Although skeptical, the man acknowledged that the distance to the Southern District was not far, and given the unique abilities of those involved, a swift disappearance was not beyond the realm of possibility. If it truly were them, failing to act now could mean they would never have another chance to find them. The man clad in black, upon hearing his words, cast a glance at the group surrounding him. Continue your search for the raccoon, whether it be dead or alive. I must see it, he commanded. The rest of you, follow me. With that, he turned away, leaving a throng of individuals behind. He swiftly made his way to the Southern District. Observing the denizens of the area, a palpable sense of unease began to manifest, unsettling even the nearby creatures operating their shops, who commenced to fret and contemplate fleeing. What now? They pondered. It appeared that their identities had become widely known, and if this continued, their escape would be impossible. Li-Bai opened a corner of the window, peering outside at the increasingly agitated scene unfolding. His heart sank with worry. Their purpose for being here had never been to reveal their identities, nor to incite unnecessary panic. The establishment that should have been operating normally was now in disarray, the knowledge of their identities having thrown everyone into turmoil. The people here were decidedly unfriendly towards those of their kind. Was the Southern District not a place accommodating to all identities? Why, then, did they harbor such prejudice against them? After closing the window, Li-Bai turned to face the seated individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, he wished to understand the group leader's perspective. Why was this? Throughout history, it seemed that this identity was always viewed through a lens of bias. Yet, to ordinary folk, it shone brightly as a point of fascination. In juxtaposition, the scene before them was far from what they had hoped to encounter. Do you truly know nothing at all? He inquired, his confusion evident. Li Zi suddenly comprehended. No wonder these individuals were so adamant about their identities. It became clear that they were entirely unaware of the reasons behind the establishment of this place. The Southern District existed because it was originally governed by beings who embodied both celestial and demonic qualities, catering to both cultivators and demons alike. However, while the former adhered to their own rules, the latter did not. Reflecting on this, Li Zi realized that it was not as exaggerated as it had been portrayed. It was merely a rumor. To date, no one had truly seen the identity of this supposed formidable figure. The fabrication likely stemmed from a desire to preserve the strength of this place and its diverse nature, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. Do finish your thoughts. Why do you leave them half-spoken? The small finance officer interjected, having been engrossed in the narrative until it abruptly ceased, leaving him in a state of eager anticipation. Just as he was on the verge of understanding, the individual before him remained reticent. Upon regaining his composure, Li Zi shook his head. Although merely a rumor, it is evident that people indeed adhere to this notion, for they eschew decorum and thus evoke fear. However, it is primarily due to the inherent nature of the individuals here, who are far from virtuous, that they can never truly align with those of integrity. This may very well elucidate why individuals of their ilk cannot forge friendships with such people, as differing worldviews inevitably lead to divergent choices. A single choice, in their eyes, could easily become a decision worthy of imitation. Yet, individuals like them, who are cunning and deceitful, harbor a profound desire for their descendants to remain untouched by such influences. So, if we follow your line of reasoning, are they not filled with resentment towards us? You may interpret it thus, but it is perhaps more attributable to the long-standing enmity these individuals hold against you. How many lives have been extinguished at the hands of upright individuals such as yourselves in this place? Although Li Zi lacks clarity regarding the intricacies of this matter, it is apparent that those who come here do not possess unblemished identities. Among every 10 individuals, half are stained with blood. Such people are most fearful of the emergence of those who mistakenly believe in their own righteousness and fairness. Chapter 73. The desire to kill you upon arriving at this place. They inevitably became what one might call adversaries. After hearing these words, Li Bai contemplated for a moment. Believing that all of this was merely a manifestation of external factors, it seemed more likely that someone within was paying for their lives, seeking to use another's hand to commit murder. After all, their previous identities could easily be leveraged for ransom or threats, yielding a substantial reward. In the hands of desperate individuals, such an opportunity would be too tempting to resist. If he were in their position, he would be equally inclined. What now? Surely, you must provide us with some guidance. Li Bai was unwilling to endure any further rambling from Li Zi, preferring to focus on devising a means of escape from this predicament. Observing the worry etched on each face, Li Jun found that this situation did not warrant such anxiety. He set down his teacup and, while everyone awaited his response with bated breath, he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Simply retrace your steps to exit. Why overthink it? Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth was incensed, his face flushed with indignation. You speak so casually. Yet have you considered the multitude outside? Are you truly so frightened of their intent to kill you? Do you require silver for your head? If it were just one or two of them, perhaps they could manage to confront the threat. However, they were surrounded by a throng of individuals. No matter their abilities, escape would not come easily. Furthermore, the identities of these individuals remained shrouded in mystery. If indeed some among them belonged to the demon clan, they might not even have the opportunity to return with news. Should they choose to act, one must carefully contemplate the implications of their own identity, background, and royal connections. Though this place was peculiar, did they not understand the principle that commerce should not interfere with governance? Are you suggesting that you are of royal descent? Upon hearing this inquiry, Li Zi immediately deduced his identity. Others were merely scions of wealthy families. Should they perish, it was natural for retribution to follow. The manner or outcome of such actions was ambiguous and lacked a definitive answer. However, if there truly were members of the royal family among them, retribution would be as simple as that. For the sake of their dignity, royalty would undoubtedly ensure that the entire southern district paid the price, regardless of the individual's standing. Their reputation took precedence. Li Jun offered no explanation, merely smiling. You may choose to interpret it that way. If you say so, then so be it. But tell me, how do you discern their identities? Li Zi had managed to navigate this precarious environment for an extended period, coming and going unscathed, which indicated she possessed a certain method of her own. Perhaps, at this juncture, they could employ such a strategy to escape. As long as they could establish that those within did not belong to the demon clan, the situation would become considerably more manageable. A moment ago, I cast a glance at the assembly. Amongst them, aside from a few ordinary individuals, there existed a group whose identities mirrored my own. For those who have just arrived, you are in for a misfortune. What? The demon clan. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Bai furrowed her brows. How do you know? What gave it away? Are they not unlike ordinary people? Just from that fleeting moment of observation, she herself was uncertain of their identities. Yet, she discerned their true nature with merely a glance. Such a coincidence seems rather implausible. In our profession, interactions are extensive, not limited to just you. With prolonged exposure to individuals like them, one inevitably develops an intuitive sense. Li Zi spoke no falsehood. Indeed, she had engaged with these beings for an extended period. Furthermore, there were occasions where she had to seize their prey, resulting in frequent, frenzied pursuits along the way. If fortune smiled upon her, she would emerge alive. Otherwise, she would be taken along, transformed into something far from human. Despite their profound disdain for these entities, a fundamental disparity in strength persisted between the two sides. They, by nature, are left to rely solely on their lives, incapable of mastering any sorcery. The notion of resisting the demon clan is nothing short of fanciful, a mere impossibility. Ultimately, they are left with the acceptance of their fate. In contrast to those who possess strength, there is indeed a possibility of resistance. But who would care for her existence? Li Zi smiled. Although she was not fond of engaging with them, certain matters necessitated their involvement to procure what she desired. By your account, you do not often find yourself pilfering from them. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth felt a thrill. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed Li Zi's words to be an embellishment. The disparity in strength was significant, and those beings required no effort. With a mere flick of a finger, mortals could easily perish at their hands. How, then, could this woman repeatedly procure what she sought from their grasp? You are correct. However, the frequency is not as pronounced. Should something catch my eye, I shall undoubtedly retrieve it. Otherwise, how could I ascend to my current position? Li Zi felt no pride in this affair. When she embarked on this path, no one was aware, her identity shrouded in secrecy. Few could have guessed she was the one. Otherwise, she might have long since found herself on the blacklist. By your assertion, are you certain the appearance of those individuals is not an act of vengeance? Vengeance? Against me? That seems improbable. The person you seek has always been in their wake. Who is pursuing whom? After Li Zi spoke, she flashed a playful smile at everyone, leaving those around her utterly astonished. Why did you not speak earlier? Jun became increasingly anxious due to this matter. Did you not inquire? Why should I speak? However, Li Zi felt that there was nothing amiss about this situation. Prior to this, they had been so neglectful, merely contemplating retreating deeper into the mountains. The number of those who knew of their existence was likely quite few. Even if there were indeed others, they would only be women like her. Yet, unexpectedly, from the moment they departed, they had already been targeted by the demons. If we consider the words he just uttered and the information obtained, does it not render Wen Shui exceedingly perilous at this juncture? Should she happen to be captured, how could he account for it? Do you realize that your actions have compounded our troubles? Jun suddenly erupted at Li Zi. Those present had never witnessed such a scene. Typically, Jun was either silent or utterly aloof. Chapter 74. Temporary safety primarily, he had never shown interest in matters of such insignificance, rarely casting even a fleeting glance. Yet now, his sudden ire over this trivial issue was indeed unexpected for them. Li Zi had not anticipated that the typically taciturn individual would erupt in such terrifying fury. Why do you act so ferociously? If that woman were truly in peril, we would not be here. This mission would have ceased. However, I have received no news of any calamity, which indicates their safety. Li Zi had initially presumed that the situation would unfold as straightforwardly as it appeared. Yet it seemed far more complex than anticipated. It appeared that an excessive number of individuals had become entangled in this affair. Was it truly justifiable for so many to pursue a mere raccoon, albeit slightly formidable? Furthermore, was it worth the potential sacrifice of lives? Noticing his silence, Li Zi grew weary of the charade and settled into a nearby chair, crossing his legs. I cannot fathom your motives. I am ignorant of the depth of animosity that exists among you, yet I am genuinely curious. This creature is merely a fraction more powerful than a typical spirit beast. Is it truly worth the lengths to which you go? In Li Zi's view, such a level of spirit beast was indeed rare. However, in the depths of the mountains, numerous beings far superior existed. Why, then, Should such a significant price be paid for a mere raccoon, risking the relationship between both parties? In this moment of tranquility, if discord truly arose from this trivial matter, those who considered themselves righteous would have led the world to devastation over such a naive decision. Do they not feel that the weight of this choice might haunt them for eternity? What do you understand? To you, it is simply a spirit beast capable of generating considerable wealth, perhaps even elevating your status. Are you aware that if it were to evolve into a more ferocious creature, it could ultimately be wielded against you? How would you then respond? Little Fortune gazed at the woman before him, who appeared entirely oblivious, her sole focus on monetary gain. Yet she brazenly paraded before them, proclaiming notions of justice, questioning the worth of their actions. If they lacked even the most basic discernment, they had little reason to exist in this world. Indeed, while the raccoon was not particularly powerful, its speed was beyond the reach of all. If it were ever exploited by another, even tenfold intelligence would not guarantee their victory against it. This woman remained utterly unaware of the true nature of the unfolding events. Here, bloodshed was possible, yet in the shadows, the larger picture eluded them. If the demon clan were to seize the advantage, what would it signify for them? Forget riches. In the end, they might lose their very lives. If you wish to teach us a lesson, you may as well wait until this matter concludes before imparting your so-called wisdom. After the little god of wealth finished speaking, he stepped outside, only to find himself surrounded by a throng of people. Upon hearing his words, those present felt that there was nothing particularly alarming about the situation. What is this? Is the custom in your place to block one person with so many? Do you intend to kill me without considering the power that stands behind me? If I were to perish here today, are you certain that you would escape unscathed? The little god of wealth currently lacked the inclination to engage in further discourse with them, since this matter could not be clarified through conversation. It seemed that force would be the only recourse. Are you not concerned about letting him go? Li Zi observed the agitated atmosphere outside, noting the brashness in their words. Are you certain that this approach will not be discovered? If he were truly to meet his demise at their hands, could they really evade accountability? Young master, what are you doing here? Did you not say you would be away for a few days? If the master finds out, we shall surely face severe consequences. Before the little god of wealth could respond, Xiao dashed out from the crowd. Regardless of the circumstances, he held a position of some significance here. Although the relationship between their families did not involve direct oversight of all matters, nominally, the little god of wealth was considered his young master. Were it not for their family, the influence he wielded would not be as formidable. Xiao, I thought after all these years you would no longer recognize me. Did I not instruct you to keep this information to yourself? Yet here you are, betraying me by selling it to others, are you not? After speaking, the little god of wealth seized his ear, shouting in anger. Upon hearing this, Xiao immediately began to wail and protest. He could not fathom how this predicament had come to rest upon his shoulders. Young master, how can you possibly blame me for this? I already stated that I am not the only one privy to this information. Once you enter this place, all information becomes transparent and public. If someone wishes to purchase it, how could I possibly prevent that? Xiao was genuinely at a loss for how to explain the situation. This place was already a mix of fish and dragons. Moreover, they were unaware if anyone had known about their identities prior to their arrival or if someone was trailing them. In summary, this matter was certainly not his doing. He had not sold any information regarding them. Besides, he was still his master. Such actions would only serve to undermine himself. Even if it were a matter of life and death, it would not warrant sacrificing one's future. The little god of wealth found Xiao's words to be nothing more than a clever evasion. So, according to you, it is my fault? Amidst the throng that has gathered here for an interminable duration, I find myself perplexed by your reluctance to assist me. Surely, you do not wish for my demise. Leading my father to seek retribution upon you, have I not already summoned aid? Moreover, how could I have anticipated their audacity? The truth is, I am somewhat bewildered by the motivations of these individuals, who seem to be driven by some unseen force. Among this multitude, there are indeed those who are desperate and reckless, yet their identities do not align with their intentions. If this were a matter of vengeance, the likelihood would diminish even further. To put it plainly, it appears that there are those giving orders from behind the scenes, promising a bounty for the capture of their heads. I address you, noble heroes, regardless of your affiliations or paths. Today, I claim this individual for myself, and I am prepared to offer a handsome sum for him. Should any of you wish to surpass my offer, you are welcome to attempt it. After addressing the assembly, I turn to face all present. Their desires are merely monetary, and as for myself, I possess ample wealth. Chapter 75. Offering assistance from the upper floor. One could observe the unfolding events below. Some individuals revealed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the true identity of the person in question and the familiarity of their relationship. Why, then, did he choose to feign ignorance from the outset? While others remained oblivious, Jun was acutely aware. This young man had indeed devised clever means to reclaim the 200 taels. I had not anticipated that his identity surpassed my expectations. If that were the case, why conceal it earlier? Li found herself perplexed by this. Given that he could effortlessly resolve the situation, why pretend to deliberate, as though he were at a loss? If he were not acting, it would indeed be a disservice to him. Every face displayed astonishment, yet only Li Bai bore a subtle smile, his gaze remaining gentle. From the very beginning, he had foreseen the conclusion of this affair. At most, it would involve their intervention while another departed, based solely on their identities. These individuals would not dare to act against them. However, for those of the demonic clan, they likely held little regard. In this realm, only those who cultivated immortality could truly be compared. Such mere mortals were beneath their consideration. Boss, these individuals are not akin to those we encountered previously. They are merely a band of young masters. Realizing the true nature of these men, the ordinary man recognized their status. Indeed, his information had been flawed, misled by those outside, causing them to miss this crucial moment. Returning now would undoubtedly lead to their failure in capturing those culprits. Let us depart. After witnessing the scene, the man could only swallow his grievances and leave. This was not the appropriate moment for grand proclamations. Recently, many had sought to challenge them. Should they slay these few now, the news would surely ripple through the martial world. With their current strength, they would be ill-equipped to confront the ensuing backlash. Once they had gathered enough strength, these individuals would no longer warrant his consideration. Were it not for the exaggerated demands of his household, he would not have let these men slip away so easily. They departed. Liu Yubao watched the retreating figures, harboring no intention of pursuing them. This matter seemed far more intricate than it appeared. If their presence here was not directed at them, what was their purpose? Liu Yubao found himself in a quandary. Yet he sensed a connection to Wen Shui's predicament. At Phoenix Mountain, a lone phoenix stood in the courtyard, basking in sunlight and savoring these rare days. Although the specifics of the situation remain elusive, they could still vaguely sense the peril he faced. I remarked, "Old Phoenix, given the circumstances, are you certain we should not intervene? If they take action, it may be too late." Golden Dragon, standing nearby, could faintly perceive the presence of those individuals. Though their demeanor was unremarkable, for him and his father, it signified a threat. Are you afraid they might lose track of you? Or what? Do you not see that currently, nothing is amiss? If there were truly a crisis, could we not hasten to assist? This is not the opportune moment. They would not act so impulsively. The Phoenix possessed an intimate understanding of these individuals. Without preparation, how could they genuinely resort to violence? Capturing the spirit pets on the mountain is already the extent of their activities. Murder? Such an event is utterly improbable at this juncture. Unless provoked incessantly, they will choose to endure in silence. I questioned, what gives you such confidence? If they do indeed strike, I shall relish witnessing your response. If you doubt it, you may venture forth now. The outcome would merely be you receiving a beating. He continued to jest, yet it was clear he had delineated the boundaries. This place could only accommodate the two of them. Moreover, if they were to abandon this location for an extended period, it would bear no significance for their physical well-being. Given their current pace and cultivation level, they could not sustain themselves for long. They appeared formidable, yet it was imperative for Jun to grow even stronger to support their spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen initially. Merely observing him, detached from worldly concerns, with little curiosity about the outside, he focused solely on tilling the land. In their idleness, they had inadvertently honed his skills. Who would have imagined that such training would lead to him becoming a master beyond the mundane? Had it not been for his identity, Jun might have spent his life laboring in the fields, easily overlooked by anyone. I lamented that he should never have participated in that trial. Had those elders not noticed him, perhaps he would not have had to deal with these troublesome matters. Golden Dragon began to grumble, reflecting that, in the past, they would have roamed freely without concern for others' feelings. Those days were a form of bliss for them. Yet now, not only had they participated in the trial, but they had also inexplicably been thrust into positions of power, burdened with responsibilities. No matter their level of cultivation, could they truly evade other schemes? I remarked, "Are you truly so foolish, Dragon? If the master disapproves, who can compel him to act? If you feel aggrieved, confront the system and give it a thrashing." The Phoenix pondered for a moment, then chose to disregard him further. This matter, in essence, cannot be quantified as they assert. Everything within the system is designed to cultivate Jun, to transform him into a more formidable individual. Furthermore, if he truly opposes it, who could possibly coerce him onto this path? He could easily revert to his former self, making no effort to struggle, simply tending to his fields and chopping wood. Yet, no one can govern his thoughts. Ultimately, regardless of how much he evolves, he remains the Li Jun of yore. Through his trials, he has come to grasp some nuances of human relationships, which, for them, bears no detriment. After the Little Fortune god concluded matters in the southern district, on the surface, these individuals harbored no grievances against them. However, in reality, they still regarded them through a tinted lens, merely lacking the audacity to confront them openly. I have heard that this situation is evidently aimed at you. That one-eyed dragon, having acquired information from an unknown source, is vigorously propagating it in this locale, intent on annihilating you alongside the others. Chapter 76. Changing relationships. Do not speak frivolously. How could this situation possibly not pertain to me? Furthermore, if it were indeed my doing, it would suffice for them to confront me directly rather than dragging you all into this mess. Li Zi found his words utterly absurd. Regardless of the one-eyed dragon's limitations, he would not resort to such despicable tactics behind the scenes. Who did he think he was belittling? To employ such methods against her seemed to suggest he had grown too complacent. Little Fortune was privy to the truth of the matter, and once revealed, she would undoubtedly dismiss it, for her arrogance knew no bounds. Hence, it was permissible to retain Xiao. His words still carried a modicum of trustworthiness, albeit faint. Pray tell, what exactly is going on? Xiao stood by, observing the assembled company. He could only recount the events based on the information he had gathered. Indeed, it was the one-eyed dragon who, unbeknownst to them, had procured intelligence from an undisclosed source, opting to disseminate it rather than take direct action, all to orchestrate a hidden agenda. But what relevance did this have for me? In an instant, Li Zi found herself perplexed. Those who employed such treachery would likely have resorted to direct violence against them. Could it be that he would also turn against her? With a sigh, Xiao remarked, "Everyone knows that this group was brought in by you. How can you deny your connection to this? If, during this unfolding drama, someone were to incite further turmoil, do you truly believe you would emerge unscathed?" It was a matter so evident that even they could grasp it. How could it appear so foolish in his eyes? Li Zi furrowed her brow at his words. She merely believed he was incapable, yet she had failed to anticipate the jealousy and resentment of those around her. If they were to discover that these individuals were introduced by him and had become allies, in their eyes, Li Zi would be irrevocably ostracized. No longer would she be one of them. Under such circumstances, who would show her any mercy? It was entirely possible that they would take matters into their own hands. Li Zi scoffed. Indeed, in this realm, one could trust no one but oneself. Now, do you finally comprehend? Repeat the information you just received. Xiao Kai, disinterested in the woman's antics, harbored her own thoughts. The immediate concern was to ascertain whether those individuals were currently in any danger. If they were unharmed, they could not afford to act like ants on a hot stove. They needed to formulate a comprehensive strategy before attempting to rescue them. The latest information indicated that no one had been apprehended, including themselves, ensuring their safety. However, if they remained on Tianyan Mountain for an extended period, their fate might be precarious. Though Xiao had brought good tidings, it was accompanied by a sobering reality. This matter should not have fallen to him to explain. Yet the intelligence was undeniably crucial for their survival. Should they be aware of the precariousness of their situation? Embarking upon Tianyan Mountain under such uncertain circumstances would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Although those individuals are not prone to violence, they are nonetheless intruding upon another's territory. If misfortune were to befall them, any number of justifications could be fabricated to explain their demise. Confronted with such individuals, it is improbable that any rational reasoning could be employed to apprehend them, for their identities are far more perilous than one might presume. Thus, the endeavor appears devoid of any meaningful purpose. If you are resolute in your decision to proceed, I implore you to prepare thoroughly. One must prioritize their own safety before contemplating the rescue of others. While Xiao articulates this sentiment, it remains uncertain whether his words will be heeded. Li Jun presents himself as one who is capable of formulating all necessary plans. Should he choose to depart, no one would dare to contest him. What say you? It is time you divulge your decision, for the inherent dangers of this place are vividly outlined in the documentation provided. Your intentions must be communicated in advance. Little Fortune cast all acquired information upon the table. The delineation of what should and should not be done is conspicuously clear. After all, this locale is ultimately someone else's domain, and given their current capabilities, they lack the opportunity to act. Moreover, the demon clan is already aware of their identities. How could they possibly refrain from interference? What are your thoughts? Li Jun refrained from responding, instead exhibiting curiosity regarding their perspectives on the matter. Liu Yuba remained silent throughout their journey, refraining from any actions that might lead to misunderstanding. However, he felt compelled to assert that, based on their present strength, this undertaking is unattainable. I harbor no ulterior motives. Nevertheless, given the gravity of the situation, we must consult the elders before making any decisions. Liu Yuba's remark instantly intensified the atmosphere. Their enthusiasm, driven by fervor, rendered Liu Yuba's calm demeanor somewhat jarring. Everyone is acutely aware of the peril, yet they recognize the urgency of the situation. They can only hasten their efforts under these circumstances to ensure their safety. While I sense that such words may dampen morale, my rational self concurs with his assessment. Li Bai initially hesitated to voice this opinion. However, the current circumstances are beyond the control of their group. Furthermore, prior to departing, the elder explicitly stated that should they encounter any extraordinary events or individuals or unforeseen dangers en route, it is imperative to inform them. They cannot persist in relentless pursuit without caution. Otherwise, it is highly likely that even they may never return. The elders are unwilling to gamble the lives of everyone for such a trivial matter. After considering their counsel, Zhun could only nod in agreement. Very well. Since you have all expressed this sentiment, I shall inform them that this place is, for the time being, safe. When venturing outside, do not go alone, travel in pairs. Zhun could not ascertain what events the night might bring, nor could he predict whether those individuals would relinquish such a lethal opportunity. Nevertheless, it was certain that this endeavor could not possibly succeed. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Bai observed the little god of wealth and smiled knowingly. I see that you have taken quite a liking to his company, haven't you? Otherwise, why would you have offered your assistance so readily? Given your usual disposition, I would have wagered you preferred to watch the spectacle unfold rather than take any initiative. Do you truly perceive me as such a petty individual? Chapter 77. Just doubt. Upon hearing these words, Li Bai, though engulfed in anger, managed to regain his composure. Their relationship, indeed, stemmed from the manner in which they interacted. He found himself slightly drawn to the unpretentiousness and decisiveness embodied by Zhun. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that this individual had yet to exhibit any ulterior motives towards others, unlike the friends he typically associated with, who engaged in a constant web of deceit in his presence. The prospect of having such a friend in life felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck to him. Although Li Bai had his own secrets, many of which the little fortune god was unaware, he was burdened by a plethora of mysteries, both past and present, that surrounded him. I certainly did not mean it that way. I merely believe that if you two could foster a better relationship, I would not have to play the intermediary. Is that not so? So when might you divulge the secrets that lie behind you? You appear to be a mere scholar, yet possess an understanding of all matters. So, are you truly just a scholar, or do you harbor another identity? The little fortune god increasingly perceived that the individuals around him were not as simple as they seemed. Their acquaintance had initially burgeoned due to familial connections, further solidified by a few clandestine meetings. They journeyed together in pursuit of immortality, both being merchants. However, their families were only privy to superficialities, utterly oblivious to the true identities and clandestine influences at play. Fortunately, they had committed no nefarious deeds, thus escaping scrutiny. Yet now, Li Bai's assertions exceeded the bounds of the little fortune god's comprehension. Furthermore, the merchant family had cultivated an air steeped in scholarly demeanor. Such a notion would hardly be accepted without resistance, especially in the eyes of those who viewed him as a stark anomaly among them. What do you believe I ought to be? Li Bai inquired with a gentle smile, unperturbed. He had not anticipated that on his very first day, he would be questioned by someone with whom he had spent so much time. He had thought he had concealed everything from everyone, including this person. Yet little did he know that curiosity had been brewing all along. It was merely the lack of evidence that had stifled it. If I were aware, I would not be posing this question to you now. In light of our years of friendship, what manner of person are you? I may choose to remain indifferent, yet I hope that in the end, I can accept your true identity. The little fortune god observed the subtle changes that had occurred over the past few years, finding it increasingly difficult to reconcile the disparities between the person before him and their respective identities. He feared that their identities might indeed align. Should a time arise when they were to stand as adversaries, confronting a brother with whom he had shared life and death bonds, he would find it impossible to act against him, incapable of coldly delivering a fatal blow. As Li Bai observed the turmoil etched upon his face, he instantly comprehended the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. Otherwise, how could they have remained friends for so many years? Are you worried that one day you might discover my true identity as a member of the demonic race? Afraid that when that time comes, you would be unable to take action against me? Unable to accept it, perhaps? Isn't that so? If one day you uncover my secret, Would you not hesitate to end my life? Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth immediately grew tense. The individual before him was far too familiar. Without the need for words, a mere glance could reveal their thoughts. Yet, he remained unwilling to act on this understanding. If such a day were to come, he would find himself unable to raise a hand against me. Li Bai shook his head. Of course not, but you can rest assured, in your eyes. I am merely a friend, my identity nothing more than that of a merchant's son, devoid of any extraordinary significance. This explanation, however, is clearly one that few would choose to believe. The little god of wealth could only harbor lingering doubts. After all, his previous suspicions were unfounded, mere conjectures lacking any solid evidence. To doubt him simply because he possessed too much knowledge seemed utterly absurd. If you were truly curious, you could inquire with Xiao Qiu. For does he not know everything? Why not ask him? Do you think I do not wish to know? I merely fear your identity. I cannot accept it. If we cannot even be friends, I still hope you can tell me directly what it is you have concealed from me. Li Bai shook his head. His identity posed no issues, but what had he concealed? Now was not the right moment to reveal it. You need not know so much. Before long, I believe you will come to understand everything. The little god of wealth, upon hearing these words, found it utterly unbelievable. This person before him was clearly hiding something, yet stubbornly refused to divulge the truth. He sensed that the events unfolding were not as simple as they seemed, nor were they mere coincidences. After Li Zhun returned to his room, it was not long before another person unexpectedly appeared. Without even a glance, Li Zhun simply placed a cup of hot tea before him, bowing his head to inhale the aroma of his own cup. You came to see me merely to share tea? Li Zhun set down his cup. The man across from him seized the moment to speak. I did not come to drink tea. I merely wish to know, if they forbid you from going, would you still attempt to do so? Lu Yuba was desperately eager to understand what made Li Zhun believe he could be a savior in such a perilous time and place. Did he truly think that his superior cultivation granted him the freedom to act as he pleased? Go. How? Are you afraid? If so, you may return. I do not appear to be holding you against your will, do I? He merely smiled faintly, gazing at the individual before him, his expression complex. This person had come with an agenda and certainly would not leave so easily. Before achieving his goal, he is still capable of maintaining his current guise. When the critical moment arrives, this man will likely resort to a peculiar method. Why bring me along? From the very beginning, you could have declined, choosing to accompany someone entirely unfamiliar to you. Are you truly unafraid that I might end your life? Lu Yuba, shedding his usual silence, appears rather audacious in this setting. Perhaps he possesses the means to accomplish this, yet at this critical juncture, he lacks the courage. Should he perish, he would undoubtedly become the prime suspect. He cannot afford to shoot himself in the foot. In the face of such a threat, Li Zhun exhibits no inclination to evade, nor does his gaze waver. Given this circumstance, you would do well to act swiftly, for once we depart this place, should anything happen, I may not know your identity. But if I were to meet my demise, I would certainly reveal that it was you. Chapter 78. No clue. Li Zhun felt a jolt within his heart. He never anticipated that upon stepping out of his comfort zone, he would encounter not just individuals who sought his demise, but also an array of bizarre challenges. There were even those who covertly sought to undermine him. The path of cultivation, in his recollection, had always seemed straightforward. A mere daily practice of meditation and martial training, coupled with the guidance of a master, would suffice to mark the day as complete. However, upon truly immersing himself in this realm, he found himself beset by jealousy and, most perilously, the suspicion surrounding his identity. Throughout this journey, he had been under constant scrutiny, while others appeared indifferent to the recent movements of the demon clan. Were they truly unaware? I am aware, he replied. Not only am I aware, but I also understand that they are currently reluctant to instigate conflict. There are numerous internal matters they must resolve first. Until those are settled, no one will take action. These insights are not merely hearsay. The demon clan, like cultivators among themselves, is divided between good and evil. Yet, to the ordinary person, they evoke a certain trepidation. If all goes according to plan, those who wish to stir trouble at this critical juncture are not among them. You have painstakingly concealed your identity solely to uncover who is scheming against you in the shadows. After enjoying tranquility for so many years, how could you not feel anxious when suddenly ensnared in a trap? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuba's face broke into a smile. He recognized that the individual before him was no ordinary person. Yet, he had not anticipated that despite the careful concealment of his own identity, it could still be discerned. It was no wonder that during their first encounter, so many had rallied around him. Clearly, he was deserving of their admiration. Since you have broached the subject, I am curious to know whether you possess any clues regarding this matter. He had spent an extensive amount of time investigating, even going so far as to hide his identity and mingle among these individuals. Despite trailing them for so long and sensing numerous presences, he had yet to detect anyone who shared a similar aura. Yet, the events of that night had undeniably transpired. The residue of qi left by Wu Zhong was unmistakably genuine. Still, he was unable to trace that essence back to another individual and uncover the mastermind behind it all. Li Zhuan shook his head. Ever since that incident, everything had grown exceedingly quiet, as if it had vanished into thin air. He felt no connection with these individuals, merely able to speculate about those plotting against him from the shadows. He had no leads whatsoever. Do you not recognize those individuals from earlier today? Li Zhuan now found himself intrigued. If that woman could discern their identities, what about him? They engage in such activities, and he should be aware of the identities of these individuals. I am not entirely certain. I merely bear the responsibility of investigating this matter, with no entanglement with them. So how could I possibly know them? Liu Yuba shook his head. Among the multitude of the demonic clan, those unfamiliar faces incessantly surfaced in his mind. It would not be long before they would don yet another visage that one could hardly recall. Among their ranks, there exists the art of disguise, enabling them to effortlessly transform into another person to evade detection. It is all too simple. Furthermore, today I merely observe them from a distance and remain oblivious to whether there are any leads regarding them. Do you still intend to follow me? Li Zhuan had no inclination to dwell on these matters with them at present. With his presence, perhaps the endeavor to rescue Wen Shui would be rendered more manageable, as, after all, that place is, in every sense, his territory, and none are more familiar with it than he. My objective is to unravel the truth behind everything. And until the origins of the situation are clarified, I deem it safest to remain by your side, as no one would be so rational as to recognize my identity and remain entirely unconcerned. Previous entanglements certainly extend beyond the current issue. They encompass all that Li Zhuan has orchestrated with a broader perspective in mind. Moreover, the location they intend to enter still holds some significance for him. Thus, Li Zhuan would not resort to eliminating him. However, if this matter were to involve another individual or one of their own, once they discerned your identity, not only would they instinctively distance themselves, but they might also jeopardize their very lives. Li Zhuan chuckled softly and ceased his discourse. Judging a person's character is not solely based on their actions, but rather on their inherent virtues. To hastily label him a villain merely because he stands among their adversaries would be an egregious misjudgment. In the Celestial Mountains, someone was insistent, calling out, "Are you there? If so, respond." An elder, holding a newly constructed artifact, entered his chamber while surveying the surroundings, but found no one. Just as he prepared to leave, Yi Jinjin entered with a teapot. "What brings you here?" "I come for a reason, of course. To show you this." With that, he placed the letter on the table. Yi Jinjin, upon examining its contents, furrowed his brow. "What do you think?" "What do you mean?" The elder poured tea from the pot and shrugged. If he had been attentive, he would not have brought the letter here. In essence, this matter is entirely improbable. Furthermore, these individuals have not gleaned much knowledge here. They are mere novices regarding those spells. Unless they resort to brute force, perhaps they might stand a modicum of chance. Presently, with the opponent's situation unclear, it would be reckless to send them to that place. For them, this endeavor is far too perilous, and it is not something they ought to undertake. Of course, I am inquiring about your thoughts on this letter. Although it solicits our opinions, the tone suggests that, regardless of our agreement or dissent, the course of action will proceed. Li Zhuan is precisely that kind of individual. Once he is resolute about something, it must be executed, no matter how treacherous the path ahead may be. He appears undisturbed by the gravity of the situation. Rather, he seems to have embraced the necessity of this undertaking. Indeed, it is the implication contained within this letter that prompted me to seek your perspective, yet here you are, seeking mine. I am not inclined to permit them to proceed. After a brief moment of silence, Yi Jin refused. The elder understood his sentiments. Thus he was not particularly adamant about the matter. If that is your stance, do you intend to relinquish your cherished disciple? One must recognize that, while it may be feasible elsewhere, the likelihood of their survival in this place is exceedingly slim. Chapter 79. Reluctant agreement. Once the elder concluded his speech, the expression on Yi Jin's face swiftly turned grim. Regardless of the circumstances, Wen Shui had been raised alongside them. After all these years, even in the absence of a master-disciple bond, the familial affection they shared was not easily severed. Given the perilous nature of this place, he could not, in all conscience, allow her to depart unaccompanied. What then should I do? It is precisely because I am aware of the dangers here that I am reluctant to involve another group, particularly this individual, as he represents our sole possibility for survival. These three elders have searched tirelessly and conducted trials for years, ultimately discovering a remarkable figure who far surpasses everyone present. Yet, this does not imply that his singular strength can indeed rescue everyone from that treacherous locale. A moment's carelessness could very well cost him his life as well. If that is the expectation placed upon him, he would rather forego this rescue attempt altogether. Why can we not proceed? Are you more concerned for those individuals? Or do you harbor reservations about this place? The elder contemplated that as the head of their family, he ought to take action when his disciples are in peril. Remaining inactive here hardly befits a mentor. It renders them seemingly impotent. Others may not grasp the situation, but surely you do. I cannot ascertain how many virtuous or nefarious souls dwell within, yet those individuals are ever on the lookout for an opportune moment. Our very appearance would ignite unnecessary conflict, and the entire sect would face repercussions due to our decision. Can we bear the weight of such culpability? If this were merely a straightforward matter capable of resolving all issues, fear would hold no sway over him. Yet, presently, he lacks a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances. Should they intervene this time, a slight misstep could lead them into a trap, allowing those with ulterior motives to seize the opportunity, even if they possessed countless explanations. In such a perilous situation, they would find themselves utterly defenseless. The repercussions would not only befall their disciples, but could also tarnish the entire sect due to his single decision. Thus, if the sole intention is to rescue his own disciples, the notion of it becoming public would be utterly ludicrous. This cannot be permitted. That cannot be allowed. How can you be certain of their whereabouts? As time drags on, indecision may lead to dire consequences. The elder, though aware of the potential fallout, recognized that their people remained trapped within. It would not be long before, if captured or killed, they would be unable to account for their actions. When faced with evidence and witnesses, even if they simply waited here, they would find themselves at a loss for words. Rather than resigning to such a fate, it may be wiser to take a risk. What, then, should we do? Surely, you do not genuinely propose that they venture inside, do you? What is wrong with that? Furthermore, they have merely participated in the trial and have not become our official disciples. Should any unforeseen incident occur, regardless of their claims, the blame cannot rest upon my shoulders. The elder had devised a plan prior to arriving here. However, due to concerns about his reluctance, it had not been presented earlier. Yet, at this critical juncture, failing to make a prompt decision would be detrimental to all involved. After a moment of contemplation, Zhun ultimately consented to this course of action. Very well. Since you have said as much, I can only acquiesce. Apart from this, they seem to have no alternative. Upon seeing that he agreed to the plan, the elder immediately dispatched individuals to resolve all matters at hand. In the days that followed, Zhun sequestered himself in his room, avoiding any unnecessary contact with them. Nevertheless, his gaze frequently traversed the window, scrutinizing the individuals below. Despite the outward appearance of resolution, numerous eyes remained fixated upon him in secrecy. Did they truly believe their actions went unnoticed? What are you so intent on observing, sequestered in your room each day? Li Bai entered bearing food, placing it before him. Turning his head, Zhun shook it. Have you received any correspondence? Li Bai replied in the negative. Not yet. If all goes as expected, it should arrive within the next few days. I believe this situation cannot be entirely blamed on them, given the current level of danger. Making decisions is exceedingly challenging. Yes, I understand. Whether in agreement or disagreement, I shall go, for my identity is not that of the chosen individual. Moreover, should anything untoward occur, it would not implicate these people. Zhun discerned their concerns and understood the implications of appearing in such a capacity at that location. Fortunately, these individuals are merely novices, having recently emerged without any formal initiation. To outsiders, they would appear as mere participants in a failed cultivation endeavor. Given your assertions, we certainly have no grounds to refuse. Therefore, before their hearts arrive, you must devise a foolproof strategy, knowing precisely how we shall enter and exit. Although Li Bai was well versed in the written details, none had ventured to this place, save for those reckless souls. For them, locating her in such an unfamiliar setting was not a task to be accomplished within a day or two. Over time, they would inevitably attract attention. And even if nothing were amiss, trouble would be intentionally stirred. Zhun nodded. I have heard that you two have had a falling out. Is that so? He believes I am concealing something from him, feeling that I am not a true friend. But this will resolve itself in a few days. Li Bai chuckled awkwardly. The matter at hand is of little significance. The small deity of wealth is merely harboring anger towards himself. Deep down, he is not genuinely troubled by anything. He simply needs time to comprehend his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhun refrained from expressing his own opinions. Yet he was acutely aware that these individuals were concealing matters from him. Their honesty was lacking, and, naturally, he too was not exempt from this. Nevertheless, he still perceived that his connection with these individuals was merely serendipitous. Their unwavering presence in his life, without uttering a single complaint regarding his decisions, raised a question of whether this was indeed a commendable approach. Jhun even sensed that those before him each harbored their own agendas, which did not solely revolve around him. If they were so familiar with one another, certain truths must eventually be articulated openly. Such concealment serves no purpose whatsoever. Chapter 80. Mind your own business. I understand that in your heart, our relationship is merely a fleeting encounter. Following you serves a purpose, yet I am even more intrigued. Is your bond with her not also a chance meeting? Why, knowing the peril, would you risk your life to save her? Li Bai does not question his actions at this moment. It is merely that, in that brief span of time, he glimpses all the thoughts within him. Therefore, he must comprehend the reason behind this. A woman he has met no more than 10 times. Does she truly possess such allure? Zhun does not appear to be one who easily capitulates for mere beauty. This argument simply does not hold water. Yet, on this journey, Zhun fervently strives to rescue him, employing every method to probe the depths of this connection. Clearly, their relationship is not so straightforward. Zhun stands momentarily stunned, then suddenly smiles. Consider this. In a situation where no one can protect you, a neglected prince unexpectedly receives a measure of warmth. What do you think such a person would do? This rationale, once articulated, even he finds hard to believe. However, it remarkably conceals itself within him, persuading others of its validity. Li Bai furrows his brow, contemplating many thoughts, yet fails to consider that this action stems solely from a single gesture. Zhun does not seem like a man driven by sentiment. How could he, without reservation, choose to save her merely because of one action? While Li Bai finds this perplexing, thus far, there appears to be no grounds for suspicion or evidence to the contrary. He can only nod in agreement with this explanation. At that moment, a letter suddenly appears before them, prompting both to instinctively open it. Inside, rather than a refusal, they find a surprising agreement to their proposal, along with a life-saving talisman. Should any issues arise, this token guarantees a safe exit from that place. With this knowledge, there is no need for excessive worry. Since they have already consented, let us hasten our departure. Upon learning this news, Li Bai immediately informs the others. Li Zi, having lingered by their side for so long, finally awaits this day. Were it to be delayed any longer, she would indeed contemplate abandoning them. As expected, they do not dissent. However, in accordance with your earlier promise, you must ensure their survival. Li Zi smiles at this remark, gazing at the man before her, finding it somewhat perplexing. Yet, she can only acquiesce, especially since the price he proposed could sustain him for half a year without hunting any beasts or mythical creatures. Very well, I shall comply with your request. But I still find it odd that you cannot intervene personally. Although I share the same identity as you, if my memory serves me correctly, I was cast aside decades ago. Are you not afraid that I might go and report this now? Li Zizi unceremoniously gathered the silver coins from the table. She bore no resentment, but was filled with questions. This individual, who clearly concealed themselves within their ranks, still squandered such a fortune to seek her assistance. Was this not an exercise in futility? Simply heed my words. There is no need for doubt regarding those matters. As for your identity, do you not find that your current status affords you a better existence than your previous one? I must admit, I am somewhat envious of you. He merely lowered his head and smiled. If given the choice, he would have preferred to have been the one cast out. In that case, he could blend among these ordinary people, free from their judgments and commands, living the simple life that he longed for, a dream he harbored throughout his existence. Upon hearing this, Li Zizi nodded and smiled in agreement. You speak the truth. I am indeed quite fortunate. Yet, it seems these individuals have no intention of relinquishing their pursuit of me. Although I have done nothing wrong, my mere existence appears to have become a thorn in their side. After placing the silver in a safe location, she contemplated the situation but was uncertain as to when it all began. However, it seemed that since joining this group, her identity had garnered increasing attention from them. If this continued, she feared she would be unable to protect her own identity. Before long, they would undoubtedly unmask her. Rest assured, no one dares to trouble you unless they are courting death. However, it would be wise for you not to provoke them either. You have repeatedly seized their spirit companions. It would be best to refrain from doing so again. Why? Are you not aware of what they intend to do with those creatures? Can you truly allow such a heinous act to occur? Do you not think your response is rather cold-hearted? Upon hearing this, Li Zizi suddenly found herself engulfed in a tense atmosphere. If they were capturing malevolent spirits, she could easily turn a blind eye. Yet, they were targeting the spirit companions that maintained the ecological balance of this place. For them, These creatures held no utilitarian value. Capturing them merely meant flaying their skins or testing potions. How could he permit them to engage in such a perilous and malicious endeavor? Not to mention, was this not a product of their repeated failures? Time and again, they had encountered defeat. Why could he not intervene? At this moment, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts candidly, no longer treating the person before her with the utmost respect, casting them in a disparaging light. In the next moment, unexpectedly, the man grasped her throat, his eyes reddened and veins protruding ominously. Li Zi, all you need to do is fulfill your responsibilities. Refrain from meddling in matters beyond your purview. Should you speak of such things to me again, consider yourself fortunate this time, for next time, there will be no mercy. If I allow others to hear your words, your fate is sealed. After uttering these chilling words, he released her, causing Li Zi to collapse onto the ground, coughing incessantly. Gazing at the man before her, she comprehended the peril he posed, and a sudden wave of fear surged within her. Had it not been for him, perhaps there would have been no reason for such trepidation. Indeed, she understood now. At times, he ought to have remained silent. Yet, despite having extricated herself from this environment, she could not fathom why she felt inexorably tethered to these individuals. From their very first encounter, Li Zi had recognized that this man was anything but ordinary, orchestrating clandestine transactions to ensure the flow of silver to himself, all for the benefit of these people. Chapter 81. Who are you until these matters reach their conclusion? They must not perish under any circumstances. Soon, they found themselves on this path, one that seemingly could not be declined, despite its initial inappropriateness for them. Along the way, Lai Bai and the little god of wealth exchanged not a single word, though the latter harbored resentment within. Li Jun observed the palpable tension between the two, an awkwardness hanging heavily in the air. From the outset, Lai Bai ought to have clarified matters, yet he refrained, suggesting a deliberate concealment of truths. Is it truly necessary for you to be this incensed? Lai Bai finally could not contain himself. Even if there were grievances between them, they could be addressed openly. There was no need for such subterfuge. To resist him in this manner was nothing short of juvenile. Which of your eyes perceives my anger? The little god of wealth, upon hearing those words, swiftly turned away, dismissing him entirely. Observing the expression on his face, Lai Bai understood the thoughts racing through his mind. How could it be? Is he truly not angry? If you are genuinely unperturbed, then let us resolve this like men, through a fight. Lai Bai was weary of this protracted dance of words. He possessed secrets, but those secrets must remain unspoken, buried within him until the time was ripe. I have no desire to brawl with you. I merely wish to understand what you are hiding from me. The little god of wealth was not so easily fooled. He knew that once they engaged in combat, Lai Bai could feign ignorance, glossing over the matter entirely. If today's issue remained unresolved, they would find it impossible to move forward easily for the rest of their lives. Li Jun sighed in exasperation as he watched their quarrel unfold. Meanwhile, Li Zi halted, gazing at the imposing mountain gate before them. At this moment, they were about to enter the realm of the demon clan. Had they truly considered the implications? She turned to look at the four men behind her. This was no simple matter. Once they entered, escape could become exceedingly difficult. Should the inhabitants discern their true identities? Or should they discover they had fallen into a trap from the outset? Entering this place would equate to courting death. This was a grave and contemplative concern. The two men had ceased their bickering, their attention drawn to the scene before them. Despite its appearance, it seemed no different than an ordinary mountain, devoid of any intimidation. Yet within lay uncertainties they could never fathom. Did this place truly seem so ordinary? Was it genuinely as terrifying as claimed? The little god of wealth scanned the surroundings, still convinced there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. If one were to identify something particularly distinctive, it would be the unsettling sense of unreality that envelopes the scene. Li Zi offered no clarification. She merely seized the opportunity to push him inside without his notice. The little deity, having been treated with such kindness by others, was just about to turn and express his anger when, in that fleeting moment of turning, he found himself unable to discern the figures behind him. Upon glancing back, he realized he was merely in a narrow passageway. The pervasive darkness left him utterly bewildered regarding his next steps. Now, one might comprehend why this place appeared so dissimilar from the outside. Li Zi had mysteriously materialized at his side. She had frequented this locale far too many times, having grown up here, thus rendering everything familiar to her. Yet, to the inhabitants within, she was somewhat of an uninvited guest. Were it not for someone instructing her to do so, she would never have ventured here for the sake of a meager sum of silver, leading them to this place. Consequently, the people inside regarded her as a traitor, a label she had borne from the very beginning. However, she had not acted in such a manner. It was merely a tactic employed by those wishing to eliminate dissent. Although Li Zi had grown accustomed to her surroundings, her identity remained a ticking time bomb, unpredictable in its potential to explode. It was conceivable that, whether here or beyond, she could become the subject of ridicule, the target of scorn. A single blade could just as easily extinguish her life. Why was it so? Why such peculiarity? Did this imply that anyone could enter? Not quite. Individuals lacking spiritual power, mere mortals passing through, would only perceive a mountain path, unlike the clarity with which she now viewed everything, including the entities that emerged within. Of course, among these ordinary people, there were exceptions. Were it not for their existence, the plethora of ghostly legends outside would not have thrived. If no one had witnessed the occurrences firsthand, the negative tales would not have persisted to this day. Although they had indeed committed some misdeeds, it was unjust to attribute every ill to them. Those outside, who fancied themselves righteous, were not necessarily as forthright as they presumed. Ultimately, Li Zi felt a profound sense of unfairness. Throughout her life, she had never harmed anyone. If those outside were to learn of her true identity, who would remember her past deeds? It would merely be her identity that drew their ire. Thus, one might ponder, is this path truly safe? Upon hearing this, Li Bai gazed in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, the descriptions found in books would have paled in comparison to the shock of his current experience. Even if articulated by others, he might have doubted its veracity. Despite traversing the same path, his perception diverged starkly from that of others. The path is temporarily secure. However, your intrusion has lasted too long and will soon be discovered. As for the individual you seek, I fear I am of little assistance here. Li Zi observed the traces on the ground, clearly indicating they had been meticulously cleaned. After advancing halfway, there were no further signs, and the surroundings bore no evidence of a struggle. If this continues, they would require an extensive amount of time to locate the person. Should they fail to find them in the short term, to ensure their safety, she might have to discreetly escort some individuals away. After all, this place is not accessible to just anyone. Li Zhun meticulously scrutinized everything around him, noting the traces that had already been cleared from the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he inscribed a rune upon the earth. In a mere instant, it vanished. Subsequently, a faint glimmer of light appeared along the path. Li Zhun understood that this must be the route they had traversed, and this light represented the remnants of their passage. Chapter 82. Lessons learned. Where did you acquire such knowledge? The little fortune teller stared in bewilderment at the inexplicable spells that had appeared before him. Clearly, none among them possessed such skills, yet this individual stood ahead of their ranks. What he demonstrated was undeniably beyond the scope of their studies. Li Zhun chose not to respond. However, the tracking technique he employed had been glimpsed in Yi Gunjin's study, a curiosity that had compelled him to observe extensively, though he had yet to master it. This time, he resolved to take a chance, treating it as a desperate gamble, uncertain of its efficacy. Truly, Li Zhun lives up to his reputation, to have swiftly learned the tracking technique, while we would take an eternity to achieve the same. Li Bai marveled at his method of learning, genuinely impressed by his rapid progress. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the favoritism of the elders. His advanced cultivation granted him access to knowledge that eluded others, and it was no wonder that some harbored dissatisfaction. Such spells were likely elusive even to the senior disciples. The little fortune teller could not help but express a disdainful glance. It was merely a slight elevation in cultivation. He had not anticipated such adoration from many. No, it was merely a fleeting glance in a book, and I tried it out. I cannot guarantee its success, Li Zhun explained after a moment's hesitation. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. Those injured here were not solely among them. The cat, too, had been wounded, leading it to frantically seek refuge in this place. If they were not in any peril, why would they willingly walk into danger? He asserted with conviction that the blood, barring any unforeseen circumstances, belonged to the cat, which indeed had fled here due to its injuries. Without such affliction, it would not have chosen such a perilous path. How can you be certain that arriving here guarantees death? Perhaps they merely wished to take a chance, hoping for victory in the end, the little fortune teller pondered. Although this place was fraught with danger, it was precisely this peril that afforded them temporary safety. Were he in their position, he would likely make the same choice. Once they departed, no one would trace their whereabouts again. Was that not a mutually beneficial outcome? In other matters, he was indeed astute, particularly regarding financial affairs. However, he had no insight into such cunning schemes. In the marketplace, he could navigate with ease, yet when it came to those who schemed to acquire coveted possessions, he held them in contempt. The little fortune teller regarded them with indifference. He desired wealth and wielded power effortlessly. Yet, he could not fathom what these individuals found worth contending for. Was unifying this place truly of such paramount importance to them? Li Zi sighed, faced with his foolishness, providing no explanation. This was something anyone with eyes could discern. The reason the raccoon fled in a state of panic to this place was due to their belief that the cultivators outside would not dare to pursue them. However, the outcome has now become painfully evident. They underestimated the resolve of those cultivators. This misjudgment has not only placed them in peril, but also left them vulnerable to the threat of capture. In such dire circumstances, the raccoon finds itself not only fleeing and hiding, but also on guard against another group poised to attack. This location is akin to luring one into a trap. It is, in essence, a dead end. Have you not heard that the demon clan has recently been capturing spiritual beasts in great numbers? What do you suppose would happen if such ruthless individuals were apprehended? Upon hearing her words, the little fortune deity suddenly recalled recent events. Initially dismissive, he now found himself acutely concerned about the situation. The ferocious beasts themselves pose a certain level of threat. If they truly fell into the hands of these individuals, it would not be long before the danger escalated. The words you have spoken have indeed caught me off guard. I never anticipated they could become so malevolent. Just as the little fortune deity finished speaking, he suddenly clutched his head and began to weep. As he noticed the inexplicably appeared stones on the ground and prepared to turn around, a woman clad in black materialized before them. You have trespassed upon my territory and dare to speak ill of me. Should I not capture you and feed your hearts to the dogs? Before the individuals could react, she had already positioned herself atop a nearby tree, swiftly increasing the distance between them, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. Upon seeing her, the little fortune deity was about to unleash a torrent of insults, but instinctively took a few steps back, recalling her earlier remarks. The injured little girl, witnessing this scene, laughed derisively. So, you are afraid of me? Where do you find the audacity to spout such nonsense in my domain? Are you truly so terrified that I might slay you? Who are you? Li Zhun, upon encountering the girl, felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that their first foray into this place would so directly lead them to a member of the demon clan, and a woman at that. Although he wished to refrain from making any peculiar comments, being discovered so soon after entering was clearly a harbinger of impending danger. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is your purpose for being here. If it is merely to pursue those few cultivators who have intruded, I suggest you depart at once. Why? There is no reason. If you continue this search, it will only lead to your demise. With that, the girl vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Zi, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively raised a hand to shield his face. Li Zhun observed all her actions and could immediately discern that they were acquainted. Furthermore, it was evident that she was aware of his identity. Do you know her? Li Zi shook her head. How could I possibly know her? Like you, this is our first encounter. I have no knowledge of who she is, but what she said was indeed true. He refrained from offering further explanations regarding this matter. However, now that they had been discovered, continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to a conclusion akin to her words. Thus, they must depart from this place, at least before their companions arrived. If you do not know her, why do you appear so fearful of being recognized? Lai Bai observed Li Zhun's silence and seized the opportunity to continue his thoughts. He had witnessed all her actions. If the two of them truly were strangers, you would have displayed a shocked expression like theirs moments ago. Yet, she did not. Instead, she appeared to be genuinely terrified of being recognized, which raised considerable suspicion. Chapter 83. Who is she? I questioned the peculiar behavior of those around me. My sole responsibility was to escort you to this location. However, it is not my obligation to disclose the identities of those present, nor to reveal whether I recognize them. Such matters are personal and bear no relevance to you. Li Zi gazed at the two men before him, who suddenly adopted a confrontational demeanor, and he could no longer suppress the fury simmering within. If the situation had grown too convoluted, he should have refrained from such a forthright agreement from the outset. He ought to have departed, leaving their fates in this place, be it life or death, entirely indifferent to him. Why are you so angry? I merely wish to ascertain her identity and determine if she poses any threat to us, Lai Bai remarked, perplexed by Li Zi's abrupt shift in temperament. Their intentions were not to pry into personal affairs. They held little interest in her past, only seeking to clarify the girl's identity. Should she prove harmless, they would choose to proceed. Did you not hear her words clearly? She stated that your departure from here would be the greatest assistance to you, Li Zi declared. Stepping aside and refraining from any further commentary on the matter, Lai Bai and the little fortune god found the situation utterly baffling. Li Zhun glanced at Lu Yuba, who sat silently beneath a tree. He was expected to be knowledgeable about the circumstances. Lu Yuba, at that moment, turned to meet his gaze, revealing no intention of concealing the truth. The little princess of the demon clan is neither malevolent nor the sort you fear, he asserted. With this revelation, Li Zhun felt a measure of relief. Based on Lu Yuba's description, it seemed unlikely that any additional individuals would arrive in this place. Princess, they still seem disinclined to leave. Should I return? Return? To where? You cannot seriously intend to inform father and have them apprehended, can you? The girl's anger flared upon hearing her attendant's suggestion. Her purpose for coming here was merely to see if those individuals were still present, with no intention of causing them harm. However, she was taken aback to find not the people she sought, but rather another group, two of whom were connected to her. Although she had intentionally evaded detection and altered her appearance, it was not so easily accomplished. The circumstances had changed. These two were well acquainted with the area. Unless they were of her kin, no one could evade the looming dangers. Even if they frequented this place, such an opportunity was rare. However, if they continue to advance, they will undoubtedly be discovered. At that point, if my father blames you, I shall protect you. Yet, for now, you must send someone to locate those individuals. Only when they depart will this place become safe. Indeed, after he left, she remained rooted to the spot, watching those figures recede into the distance, following the traces on the ground, only to find that they were not the ones she sought. Instead, it was rather easy to encounter a raccoon, and acting under such circumstances would surely raise suspicions. At that point, I fear leaving this place would not be so simple. I ask you, have you all chosen to disregard my earlier warnings? Did I not instruct you to cease your advance? Why can you not hear me? Just then, as the group continued onward, she suddenly emerged from the thicket. The party was startled by her abrupt appearance, and once they regained their composure, they recognized her as the girl from before. I ask you, must you be so peculiar? Are we unaware of the dangers? We shall not leave until we find our friend. The little fortune teller, indeed, seems to confront everyone with unyielding candor, leaving them speechless. The girl sighed. My actions are for your own good, to prevent any rumors from circulating outside about our intentions toward you if something were to happen here. Individuals like you should focus on proper cultivation rather than end up in such a predicament over a ferocious beast. As she lectured, her tone carried a hint of helplessness. In contrast, Li Zhun seemed to have grasped a vital piece of information. What did you just say? Have you seen them? The girl nodded. This is my territory. I am aware of who has passed through here. Just a few days ago, I encountered others, just as foolish as you, who were warned of the dangers yet refused to turn back. To this day, I do not know their whereabouts. Indeed, she had dispatched others to search for a considerable time. Even the bloodstains along the path were concealed by her orders to prevent anyone from discovering them. Yet, after all her efforts, the bloodstains suddenly vanished. Even those inexplicable footprints along the way had disappeared without a trace. She was uncertain as to how this had occurred. However, she was secretly aware that someone was indeed searching for their whereabouts. Those individuals believed they had already captured the raccoon. When? Where? Li Zhun suddenly grew tense, and the girl, exasperated, placed her hand to her forehead, gazing at the faintly glowing lines before her. It has arrived. Has it not lost its brilliance? Right here. I merely concealed the bloodstains, and now they have vanished entirely. However, I advise you not to proceed further. Beyond lies a marsh inhabited by creatures that consume men whole. After finishing her warning, the girl perched herself on a nearby branch, swinging gently while observing their reactions. Even this place, which is ostensibly their territory, is seldom frequented by them. However, in certain regions, they wield no authority whatsoever. The treasures within are not easily grasped. One misstep could cost them their very lives. This locale can be deemed a forbidden zone for their demonic kin, yet it harbors entities previously undetectable. Li Zhun observed the faint glow on the ground, which was indeed beginning to fade. This merely indicated that the blood had ceased flowing, yet their precise direction remained elusive. I know who you are, he stated, and I possess a remarkably simple method to uncover their whereabouts. However, you may find yourself in greater peril because of this, and inadvertently meet your demise at my hands. Li Zhun's gaze suddenly turned icy, and his expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. The girl smiled. Is that so? I, Schwellinger, have never feared anyone, and you shall not be the first. If you intend to capture me to coerce my father into aiding you in locating the one you seek, you might indeed succeed. With that, Schwellinger leaped down willingly, offering her head as a token. Chapter 84. Following them, she did not mind offering her own head in sacrifice. After all, if her life could be exchanged to save so many others, it was not an inconceivable proposition. Yet, it was unfortunate that such a well-calculated scheme might prove futile. In the eyes of others, it might be presumed that all individuals possess familial bonds, that one would never act with cruelty towards their own offspring. However, with her father, such notions held little weight. He had never been one to be easily manipulated. Furthermore, neither party was inclined to exacerbate the situation, should she be threatened at this juncture. He would undoubtedly seek vengeance at the opportune moment, and explanations would not suffice. You may consider yourself more astute than they, yet you must ponder carefully. Should you embark on such an endeavor, it would signify that you have instigated the conflict. If we were to mount a genuine resistance now, those of you who pride yourselves on righteousness would find yourselves severely compromised. Schwellinger regarded him with a sudden, cold smile. Upon witnessing the smug expression adorning his face, Zhun did not falter. Instead, he advanced resolutely. You are correct. However, it is a pity we are here in search of friends, and none among us possess any formidable skills. At best, we are merely novices, not formal disciples. If you choose to provoke conflict in such a manner, the one who ultimately suffers will undoubtedly be you, not us. From the very outset, Zhun had contemplated how to resolve this matter. The letter had alluded to similar concerns, and thus they had been deliberating upon such issues from the beginning. Unless absolutely necessary, they would refrain from resorting to such methods. Yet, it appeared that their decisions were not of great consequence to anyone present. Very well, if both sides find no common ground, then you may decide for yourselves. Schwellinger grew weary of the argument, positioning herself to await their verdict. She was acutely aware of the perilous path ahead, should they choose to proceed. There was little she could do to dissuade them. After all, even their own kind hesitated to tread there, and how many would dare? Traversing that treacherous terrain would surely be a formidable challenge. Moreover, these individuals were not adept in the arcane arts. Their venture would only serve to ensnare them, rendering them mere prey. Zhun glanced at the others nearby. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zi spoke up. She was right. The path ahead was indeed fraught with danger. Yet I know of a way to circumvent that area. However, this course of action would likely attract attention. If you are determined to go, we must now strategize and locate them. Li Zi could not simply wander aimlessly with them, without a swift and straightforward method of finding their way. She would not lead them into uncertainty. Upon hearing her words, Schwellinger smiled. It seems that you, as a hunter, are quite familiar with this place. Surely, you have seized a considerable number of prey from them. It is no wonder that someone like you, entering this realm, would feel so at home here. One might even think you are a native of this land, remarked Schwellinger with a tone laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Li Zi felt a knot tightening in her throat, a mix of anxiety and fear as she gazed at the individuals before her. She dreaded the possibility of them uncovering her true identity, compelling her to disclose everything about herself. The thought of her clandestine identity being revealed in the light of day filled her with terror. If she could, she would wish for this predicament to remain forever hidden. Princess, you jest. I merely possess a bit more courage than others. I have not stolen excessively. It is only on a few occasions, when the price was exceptionally high, that I have taken something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned, Li Zi replied awkwardly, attempting to explain her presence there with a nervous smile. From the very beginning, she had approached them in such a manner, providing them with reasons for their collaboration, which raised no suspicion. Yet, these individuals remained ever curious about her identity. With Schwellinger's sudden remarks, their doubts became even more pronounced. Are you out of your mind, woman? If your place were not so shrouded in secrecy, would you need to conceal it in such a manner? Don't think I am unaware. Some of you are quite unscrupulous behind closed doors. So what if you steal? That only serves to highlight your own inadequacies, Little Fortune God interjected, directly defending Li Zi. During their first encounter, he had been confrontational, taking on the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. However, discerning who was virtuous and who was malevolent was quite apparent. Moreover, having spent numerous days in each other's company, had there been any intention to inflict harm, ample opportunities would have arisen, even if she had approached them with ulterior motives. It merely indicated that there was no conflict between them. In fact, Little Fortune God sought revenge on the woman before him, avenging the earlier incident when she had struck him with a stone. He was a person who never let grievances go unpunished. Schwellinger, witnessing this man's continued interference, felt exasperated. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have demonstrated her prowess earlier. At that moment, he lacked the courage to speak. You insufferable brat. Are you truly seeking a beating? Were it not for the fact that you are utterly incompetent, I would have relished tossing you into that swamp. Schwellinger hissed through clenched teeth. Little Fortune God merely chuckled coldly. If you were to throw me in and I were to perish, you would find it impossible to evade the consequences. My friends would reveal the truth of your actions, and should you attempt to cause trouble in various ways, you would be the true instigators. She had just threatened others, and it was evident that she was acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. With her standing, she could not afford to act recklessly. Should those outside become aware of her actions, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon her return. The demon clan, indeed, harbors no fear of anyone and can feign indifference towards reputation. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seems that everything has become crucial to them at this juncture. Consequently, many are reluctant to cause unnecessary complications in this matter. Boss, they have also entered, they remarked. If we do not take action soon, the prey may very well slip through our fingers. Those individuals would discard anyone who followed them, and should anyone else approach, they would kill without hesitation. He nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, this man remained fixated on their every move. Thus far, none of them had uncovered any leads regarding the raccoon cat. Perhaps following them would yield unforeseen outcomes. He certainly could not let such an opportunity pass him by so easily. Chapter 85. Consider carefully, have you thought it through? Li Zi inquired, gazing at the individuals beside him, who, to this point, had yet to provide him with a definitive answer. However, time was slipping away, moment by moment. If they could not furnish a specific solution or method, Li Zi felt compelled to take his leave. His purpose for being here was solely to rescue her. If they perceived the delay as a hindrance due to methods or timing, they were free to depart, provided they informed him of the location. Once Jun articulated this sentiment, those around him acknowledged that despite the uncertainty surrounding the timing, they might still devise a suitable means of escape. Whether they expended all their time on this endeavor or struggled to locate her within a short span, it was clear they were not inclined to surrender easily. Since you insist on proceeding, I shall entrust this to you. There is a way to circumvent this place, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that no one will be guarding it today. This information has already circulated outside, and those seeking to seize something here may be more numerous than I anticipated. Li Zi calculated the time. If all went as expected, Xiao Qiu should have relayed the information about the beast in this area to everyone. He had invested a considerable sum to ensure her assistance, and he hoped these individuals would not let her down. At the very least, he needed that item in her possession. Very well, seeing your resoluteness, I shall lead you. My purpose here is to capture the beast. I have no intention of leaving, only a fear that you may. Li Zi shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant regarding the matter. His motivation was not rooted in his relationship with them, but rather a belief that someone would provide him with answers during this process. After all, he was ultimately beholden to that individual. No one willingly meets death for another, and should he speak, even if what he desired lay before him, Li Zi would have no choice but to guide everyone away. Why do you feel the need to ask? I am curious. Why do you assist us without cause? I can hardly question your identity, yet your actions do not seem motivated by a desire to obtain the beast. Once it is in our possession, it cannot possibly be entrusted to you. Li Bai hesitated for a moment, increasingly perplexed by the woman before him. From the outset, she would inexplicably glance towards another direction, yet there was no one there, nor any trace of clues. This behavior led him to suspect a private exchange between them. However, Li Zi was acutely aware that once they captured the creature, it would no longer be within her reach. The likelihood of reclaiming it from their hands seemed slim. From any perspective, she stood to gain nothing, yet she chose to assist them without reason. It is unlike the actions of those who rise without profit. In the eyes of this woman, money is of utmost importance. Engaging in such laborious and thankless endeavors, only to be met with suspicion, is surely an unnecessary pursuit for her. Have we not spent enough time together to forge a friendship? Is my conduct not an act of assisting a friend? Li Zi, unfazed by such inquiries, offers a composed explanation. For them, the most accessible weapon is the card of emotion. Once it is played, they have no grounds for doubt. Do you perceive us as friends? I cannot shake the feeling that you are intentionally exploiting us. That entity does not seem to be your prey. Rather, we are the true targets of your ambitions. Li Bai offers a gentle smile. Regardless of how perilous or serious her words may be, the tenderness in her demeanor renders her statements devoid of menace. The elegance she exudes makes it difficult to perceive any anger in her words, especially in her current disposition. She appears to be negotiating rather than instilling fear. Li Zi gazes at the man before her, then shifts her attention to Li Zhun. Among this quartet, 3 possess remarkable acumen, while the 4th merely excels in verbal sparring, devoid of critical thought. If these individuals are so formidable, her aspiration to join their ranks seems rather daunting. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting a betrayal mid-journey? My bringing you to this place signifies my abandonment? You wish for me to perish at their hands, do you not? After voicing her thoughts, a self-deprecating smile graces Li Zi's face. She ought not to harbor excessive hopes regarding these individuals, especially given the self-righteousness they embody. I do not intend that. I merely seek to understand your motivations. Are they financial? I find that hard to believe. Li Bai shakes his head. The woman before him feigns a pitiable, innocent, and aggrieved demeanor, yet to him, it bears no semblance of threat. Observing her, Li Bai becomes increasingly convinced that her entire existence is a performance. Li Zhun has no desire to partake in their conflict. Regardless of her initial intentions or methods of approaching them, she has indeed accomplished what she claimed, safeguarding them to this very location. Here, they not only require her assistance, but she also has the potential to contribute when the time for confrontation arises. Li Zi, however, is reluctant to be ensnared by them. An ordinary person intruding upon another's territory is prone to injury, yet she cannot afford to exit this scenario unscathed. This implies that her identity is far more complex than simply that of a hunter. She must possess an additional identity. Li Zhun turns to meet Linger's gaze, which is adorned with a certain smile. After their gazes collided, he did not dispel the doubts lingering in his heart. Rather, he became increasingly convinced that these two individuals were acquainted and shared a profound connection. Yet, it seemed they had no intention of acknowledging each other, both evading the recognition. Why do you look at me like that? Is she one of your people? Should I be concerned about any connection between us? The intensity of his gaze left Linger feeling somewhat flustered. She feared he might uncover the nature of their relationship. Despite the fact that this woman had been expelled from the demon clan long ago, to conceal the information surrounding her, she had taken special measures. However, many people here were well aware of her past and were fully informed. It was merely that she had now donned a new face, making it difficult for her to be recognized. Thus, Linger feigned ignorance. Had she retained her original visage, even her attempts at disguise would have been futile. After all, this matter had, inescapably, passed through her hands in the beginning. Chapter 86. The Rising Tide, Is There Really None? Li Zhun inquired softly, his tone laced with subtle inquiry. Upon hearing these words, Linger instantly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She believed she had concealed her true feelings adequately, adhering to the norms of social interaction. This woman had frequented this place on numerous occasions, and for them, she was already a figure of deep animosity. Her earlier reaction was not misplaced. Yet, for reasons unknown, she pondered where she had faltered, prompting this man to cast doubt upon the nature of their relationship. In an effort to alleviate the tension, Linger let out a light laugh, her eyes filled with disdain. People like you, who prance about in the guise of righteousness. Do you not relish in casting aspersions upon others when evidence eludes you? This is not our first encounter, yet regardless of the circumstances, he is deemed a hunter abhorred by all here. What connection could I possibly have with her? Li Zhun remained silent on the matter, but her words only solidified his conviction. Have you not just revealed your familiarity? If you know each other, why pretend to be strangers upon your first meeting? Do you truly believe your mockery is flawless in the eyes of others? Linger, upon hearing this, clenched her teeth in anger. Throughout her life, no one had dared to reprimand her in such a manner. After all, she had been cherished and pampered, and it was astonishing to encounter such disdain. They showed no regard for her status, fully aware of her identity, yet exhibiting no fear. Perhaps only those emboldened by youthful audacity would dare speak in such a way. You speak to me this way, yet I could simply raise my voice, and in this place, I would have you surrounded, leaving you with no means of escape. Linger declared, deliberately adopting an unyielding demeanor. She was, after all, a princess accustomed to adoration, where everyone conformed to her wishes. No one had ever dared to oppose her decisions, yet she found herself unfortunate enough to encounter such obstinate individuals. You may shout, but I am curious to see who would emerge victorious in such a scenario, Li Zhun replied coldly. At my current standing, should I choose to end your life, none would dare challenge me. Li Zhun held a disdain for threats above all else. He could feign indifference, treating it as mere air. Yet to be threatened in such a manner, especially before these onlookers, was a blow to his pride as a man. He could not afford to lose face in front of them. His actions were driven by the task he had been assigned. The system's imposition of this mission indicated that he alone bore the responsibility for their salvation. It was inconceivable to allow them to meet their demise here, helplessly. It is evident that you are not one of those utterly malevolent beings, dismissive of others. I am aware that there are various kinds of your kind here, with distinctions between good and bad, and I harbor no prejudice against you. Thus, I hope for a harmonious coexistence. Li Zhun, since he is so troubled by this matter, particularly after hearing his words, indeed wears a charmingly fierce expression. However, Li Zhun would never judge anyone here based solely on superficial impressions. Linger may exhibit eccentric behavior, yet she harbors no ill intentions. If she did, she would not be present at this moment. Another individual would take her place. With a sharp exclamation, Linger, having found a way to step down from the conflict, chose not to dwell on the matter any further. You possess discernment. Yet bullying a woman reflects poorly on you men. After speaking, Schwellinger took Li Zi by the hand, leading her to a path she was familiar with. This route was intended to be their secret sanctuary, known only to the two of them. However, the inexplicable presence of so many others raised her concerns. This location and this path lead directly to a vital thoroughfare. If outsiders were to become aware, their palace and its denizens would be in peril. Let us proceed. We shall address these matters once we locate the others, Zhun interjected, halting the farce. As the group moved ahead, they remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the two women behind them. Li Zi, you truly possess great audacity. I spared you last time. But returning here again, are you not afraid I will bring you before my father? Schwelling never anticipated encountering them here. Li Zi had repeatedly escaped because of her assistance, and news of this had reached the palace. Yet, since no damage had occurred and no one was harmed, the palace's inhabitants had chosen to overlook it. Nonetheless, Li Zi's repeated appearances would inevitably provoke grievances among them. Moreover, their current handling of the situation was not as infallible as it seemed. A moment's carelessness could ignite a serious conflict. She might not always be the exalted princess. Linger, I did not intend for this. It was merely because I promised to assist certain individuals. Otherwise, I would not have come. The person you mentioned, could it be my brother? Is he involved in this? Upon hearing his words, Schwellinger immediately began inquiring. Since the incident, her elder brother had seemingly vanished from the palace. No one knew his whereabouts, and even her father had not uttered a word about it. Schwellinger became increasingly curious about this matter, feeling a familiar presence in this place. Yet she remained unaware of who that individual truly was. Moreover, their demeanor suggested they were oblivious to the situation, thus she could not afford to act recklessly, lest her actions jeopardize not only him, but also her own well-being. Linger, he is not involved in this matter. You can sense it because I have had direct contact with him. He has instructed me to convey that his actions are solely to uncover the truth of this entire affair, so you need not seek him any further. Li Zi had always known that this girl before him had never relinquished any opportunity to find clues or means to locate him. However, this matter was undeniably perilous, and it was unwise to truly keep her by his side. Even if he were willing, the people of this place would not acquiesce. Should Schwellinger depart, it would be tantamount to providing those with ulterior motives the means to exploit his vulnerabilities. For them, achieving their desires would be effortlessly simple, especially given that she was the most favored little princess. What jest is this? He is my brother. How could I possibly disregard him? Chapter 87. I find myself in a perplexing predicament. Even if others can manage it, how could I feign ignorance about a matter that remains uncertain and potentially perilous? Schwellinger comes here daily, hoping to catch a glimpse of him one day. Yet, after such a long wait, all she encounters are these incessant intrusions, never once laying eyes upon him. Is it not proof of his safety that you can see me? Were it not for him, I would not have appeared here at all. Li Zi sighed, bewildered by the unfolding events and the rationale behind risking such danger for this endeavor. However, since it is that person who desires this, she felt compelled to comply. After all, he held significant importance in her life, despite his apparent indifference towards her. Li Zi believed she had finally found a semblance of purpose in her existence. Observing the fleeting sadness in her gaze, Schwellinger halted her own musings, now filled with concern for her. You wouldn't be doing this for my brother, would you? Back then, there is no need to dwell on the past. I understand my lack of entitlement, yet whatever he asks of me, I shall fulfill without hesitation. Upon concluding her words, Li Zi stepped forward, leaving Schwellinger behind. For these matters were not ones she wished to revisit. The disparity in their identities was too stark. None could fathom why she had been inexplicably expelled from the demon clan. The simplest explanation lay in the nature of their relationship. In this realm, all adhered to his commands, none daring to defy him. Even regarding the expulsion of Li Zi from the demon clan, they all wished to intercede in their hearts. Yet, in that person's eyes, such actions would undoubtedly lead to Li Zi's demise. Thus, they felt compelled to acquiesce. Li Zhun had undoubtedly caught wind of certain truths. Those deemed insignificant, he chose to ignore. He had long harbored doubts about the identity of this woman, but now he grasped a portion of the reality. It was no wonder she was so familiar with this place. It appeared they hailed from the same origin. Upon uncovering the truth, Li Zhun could not help but smile, a gentle expression gracing his lips, one he was unaware of. What are you smiling about? The little fortune god, bewildered by his inexplicable grin, felt a sense of confusion. Surely, the events unfolding did not warrant such a smile. Upon hearing the inquiry, Li Zhun quickly masked his expression, feigning puzzlement. Is that so? You must be mistaken. The little fortune god, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered, standing frozen as Li Zhun walked away. He had clearly seen the smile on his face. How could this man so swiftly deny it? His mood shifted faster than turning a page, truly a person of capricious temperament. Why did I follow him to this place? Suffering in vain. Had I known it would be like this, I would have preferred to remain at home. Being here is but a waste of time. They have traversed such a long distance, yet encountered nothing along the way. Instead, the atmosphere has grown increasingly sinister, leaving them oblivious to what may lie ahead. As Li Jun took a step forward, he suddenly halted as if he had stepped upon something. A voice echoed in his mind, announcing the acquisition of miasma, with a life skill enhancement. In an instant, the system's voice resonated within his consciousness, prompting Li Jun to retreat immediately. Moments later, the miasma manifested conspicuously before him. Li Jun observed the previously tranquil surroundings, now inexplicably shrouded in dense miasma, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. What was happening? How could such a significant transformation occur overnight? Upon witnessing this scene, Li Bai felt a surge of concern within. The entity seemed to remain stationary, showing no intention of advancing towards them, as if the subway here was not connected to the visible landscape. What could this mean? Little Wealth God turned to Li Zi, recalling that she had been here before and should possess an understanding of the situation. However, upon seeing the miasma, Li Zi shook her head, confessing her ignorance. I do not know. This path is correct. When I last visited, there was nothing amiss. I cannot fathom why it has suddenly changed, she stated, gazing at the toxic fog before them. No one dared to approach. Yet, in her memory, she had traversed this path countless times without encountering such a phenomenon. Yet here they were, confronted by an unexpected occurrence. Do you truly believe anyone would trust your words? You claim familiarity with this place, yet apart from you, no one else possesses such knowledge. When you profess ignorance, should we take your words at face value? The desire for wealth flickered in the eyes of the woman before them, her expression not feigned. Yet she had always been adept at performance. From the outset, he had harbored doubts about every utterance from her lips. On their journey thus far, nothing extraordinary had transpired, allowing him to overlook her claims. However, the evidence lay starkly before them now, making it difficult to dismiss the notion that she might be responsible for this predicament. I genuinely do not know. I swear, I have no idea what is happening. If I had known, I would not have led you here. My intention was never to place you in peril. Li Zi gazed at the unfolding chaos, nearly moved to tears. She truly had no comprehension of the situation, yet found herself unable to provide a clear explanation. While she was indeed well acquainted with everything here, the intricacies of this location's mechanisms remained a mystery to her. Yet, one cannot ascertain whether any alterations have transpired in her absence. Thus, in the current predicament, Li Zi finds it utterly inconceivable to determine whether this situation is devised to confront them or to target her. Schwellinger, witnessing this group of men harassing such a woman, could no longer contain her indignation and stepped forward. I have warned you all, your time is limited. The reason for the emergence of this predicament is that you have been discovered, and now there is a desire for your demise. Furthermore, it is likely that this will persist throughout your journey. Schwellinger, unfazed by the noxious atmosphere, remained unaffected, having been raised in such an environment. Each of them possesses an innate immunity to toxins. By your implication, there are indeed traps or other mechanisms along this path. Yes, perhaps once you traverse this area, it will not merely be traps, but rather are people awaiting your arrival. Schwellinger stood with her arms crossed, observing them with an amused demeanor. Chapter 88. All because of her, I find myself genuinely intrigued. What shall these individuals do once this matter concludes? Indeed, they could pass through unscathed, yet it would be at the cost of stepping over the corpses of others. Ironically, it seems unlikely that these individuals would selflessly allow others to tread upon their own remains. I propose a solution. One among you should enter. The miasma poses no threat to any of you, yet the first to step inside shall perish. You may sacrifice one of your own. Schwellinger spoke with an ease that belied the gravity of the situation, her demeanor light and unconcerned for their lives. This perfectly aligned with her identity as a proud little princess. In her eyes, nothing held true significance. Moreover, these people were strangers to her, rendering their fates unworthy of her concern. Is that so? Upon hearing her words, Li Jun felt an involuntary smirk creep upon his face. Had he known it would be thus, what difficulty would it pose for him? Without a moment's hesitation, and under the guise of innocence, he boldly strode into the miasmic forest. The moment he crossed the threshold, he did feel a twinge of discomfort, but it was merely a fleeting dizziness. Thereafter, he appeared as any ordinary person, seemingly untouched by any aggression. Li Jun nonchalantly produced a small vial, harnessing his spiritual energy to collect all the mist. In but a brief moment, The surroundings mirrored their previous location, the noxious miasma having vanished entirely. Linger, initially brimming with pride, found herself incredulous at the scene before her. This individual, remarkably unscathed, had not only survived but claimed the miasma for himself. Such an act seemed to dismiss their presence entirely. Acquired miasma, 10 health points, 10. The system's voice echoed once more, prompting him to open his eyes and approach them. Upon his appearance, Linger rushed to his side, scanning him thoroughly. She noted the absence of any wounds. Even the skin exposed to the elements bore no sign of decay. How could this be? This was impossible. How could he emerge unscathed when mere contact would cause skin to rot? Who exactly was he? Linger gazed at this intact figure before her in astonishment. She had initially perceived these individuals as overconfident fools, yet now she recognized her underestimation of them. Jhun chuckled coldly. Did you think yourself the only one endowed with an invulnerable physique? How can you be certain that others lack such fortitude? You may be blind to my capabilities, yet I can clearly perceive yours. From the moment Linger appeared, Jhun discerned the gentle glow radiating from her being. While it remained hidden from the eyes of others, he found it distinctly apparent. Furthermore, these individuals had been steeped in potions over the years. The prolonged exposure had naturally forged a resilience within their bodies. Others may remain oblivious, yet he possesses knowledge. However, he is currently puzzled as to why Li Zi, hailing from the same origin, does not exhibit similar traits. Their identities should be comparable, yet Li Zi appears to be an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of any special privileges. Upon hearing this, Linger finally comprehended the situation. It dawned on her that his own immunity to toxins does not imply that others share the same condition. He has merely triumphed through sheer luck in one instance, but what lies ahead for them remains uncertain. Boss, this won't do. If this continues, the inhabitants of the palace will truly become aware, and then they shall meet their demise here. The actions we have undertaken will be uncovered, which, the figure in black remarked, watching him effortlessly dissipate the poisonous miasma. Uncertainty loomed over whether the subsequent events would spiral into unimaginable territories. If this persists, the individuals within the palace will undoubtedly sense the fluctuations emanating from this place. At that point, they will find themselves cornered with no escape. This endeavor was inherently clandestine from the palace's denizens. Were it not for their inconvenient identities, such actions would not necessitate subterfuge. To cultivate more formidable spirit companions, they had previously captured a plethora of spirit beasts. Now, they merely required a raccoon. This task was evidently achievable without arousing suspicion, provided they could merely abscond with the raccoon. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why this man inexplicably directed all attention towards those they were currently unable to confront. Although it was clear that escalating the matter was inadvisable, he seemed to have forgotten all protocols upon encountering this individual. Abandoning the next corner, he proceeded onward. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the man suddenly regained composure, realizing that these matters should not necessitate his intervention, since he lacked the appropriate authority at present. He could not afford to amplify the commotion. Thus, he could only watch as they departed, but this did not imply that he remained oblivious throughout the entire process. Jun's cultivation indeed surpassed that of many, rendering him a target in the man's eyes. If he could truly claim all of Jun's powers, what would he have to fear? Regrettably, this man was not easily subdued, unlike the inept individuals surrounding him, who could be ensnared with mere cunning. To capture him, one must delve deeper into this realm. Li Zi instinctively glanced at Lu Yuba, who feigned indifference while observing her. Their gazes collided, seemingly inconsequential, yet to onlookers, it appeared rather perplexing. The little fortune god, witnessing this exchange, too felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He could not fathom why their journey had become so tumultuous. Before this woman arrived, everything in their lives was remarkably orderly and smooth. However, ever since her appearance, it seems as though they have encountered a streak of misfortune. Along this journey, they have either been pursued by others or assaulted by her. Now, they stand on the brink of being poisoned. And all of this calamity can be traced back to her. This woman is undoubtedly a harbinger of disaster, and if she continues to linger, no one knows what may transpire. Yet, his inexplicable targeting of her only reveals his excessive assertiveness in this matter. This could tarnish his reputation, causing others to perceive him as overly meticulous. What are you contemplating so deeply? I've called out to you for quite some time without a reply. Li Bai lightly patted his shoulder. Only then did the little deity come to his senses, realizing that this very calamity was the reason for her entry, and it was now time for him to take action against her. Chapter 89. An unwelcome presence. Do you not find the identity of this woman exceedingly peculiar? Initially, it was you who permitted her to join, and now this matter rests upon your shoulders. Under no circumstances should she be allowed to persist. For are we not all at her mercy? Upon the arrival of Lai Bai, the expression on the little god of wealth's face softened somewhat. His earlier anxiety stemmed from his suspicions regarding the woman before him. He feared that his emotions would be perceived by those around him, which would yield no benefit to him. Lai Bai, after observing for a moment, grasped his thoughts. However, this affair had already drawn his attention. So regardless of the woman's eventual misdeeds, as long as she posed no harm to them, she could depart unscathed. Yet, should it come to light that his true quarry was indeed them, Li Zhun would not permit her to succeed easily. For now, to avoid arousing suspicion, he had disclosed this matter to no one beyond the two of them, including the little god of wealth, who was not privy to this information. Is it really as terrifying as you suggest? I see she possesses certain skills in our domain, yet she is merely a woman. When did you become so fearful of a woman? Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth was instantly incensed, perceiving the absurdity of the remark. His concern was not rooted in their relationship, but rather in the situation at hand. Must you be so utterly ungrateful? What sort of woman do you believe her to be? In this crowd, one would be hard-pressed to find another like her. Killing her would indeed be simple. Yet I possess no evidence. The tone of the little god of wealth suddenly escalated, drawing the attention of those around them. Noticing the gathering gazes, Lai Bai promptly delivered a punch to him. You are a man. Cease your pettiness, will you? Given your avaricious demeanor, do you truly believe I would neglect to repay you? I never asked you for money. He retorted. What I mentioned was not the issue at hand. So refrain from diverting the conversation. The little god of wealth regarded him with bewilderment as he inexplicably introduced the topic of money. Their mutual dealings did not warrant such accounting. Even if he willingly spent lavishly on him, it would not matter, for their brotherhood, forged over many years, was genuine. Had it not been for the amicable ties between their families, he would never have taken such a frail scholar as a brother. Without waiting for further explanation, Lai Bai turned to leave. Meanwhile, Li Zi could clearly discern that the individual they were discussing was her, though they deliberately avoided raising her suspicions. However, no one anticipated that their lackluster performances would prove utterly futile. Li Zi was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Ah Zi, why do you relentlessly strive to assist them? They harbor no belief in you. If this continues, any ensuing misfortune will undoubtedly be attributed to you. Why do you not even attempt to clarify? Shui Linger observed the absurd expressions exchanged between the two and felt a sense of injustice towards Li Zi. Despite having departed from this place, she undeniably belonged here. Throughout her life, she had never committed a wrongful act and had secretly nurtured numerous spirit beasts. If her intention had truly been to eliminate them, ample opportunities had arisen along the way. There was no need to bring them here. The notion of using another as a pawn to enact vengeance was entirely ineffective. As long as Li Zi denied it, no one could deem her a member of the demonic clan. Princess, you may never comprehend my motivations. Yet I must proceed in this manner to ensure their safety. Surely, you do not genuinely wish for their demise here, only to have the blame cast upon you by those outside. Initially, Li Zi had not fully grasped the situation. However, the closer she drew to them, the more knowledge she acquired. Previously, her singular focus had been to elevate her own standing, aspiring to become the foremost hunter. This ambition had facilitated her tasks, leaving her indifferent to the occurrences in the outside world, as she concentrated solely on claiming accolades and capturing diverse prey. Yet this time, clarity dawned upon her regarding the necessity of her actions. The entire demonic clan evidently remained as it had been, with only a small faction causing unrest. They schemed against those beyond their ranks, but that was not their true intent. Yet, when such events transpired without intervention, the blame would invariably fall heavier upon their shoulders. Li Zi merely sought to investigate the matter under the guise of her identity, harboring no ulterior motives nor intent to cause them harm. Otherwise, she would not have escorted them away from this place. I do not know your reasons, but if you feel wronged, there is no need to harbor it within. Moreover, I perceive that this group does not appear virtuous. If they were truly fated to perish, I would not extend my aid. Shui Linger regarded the individuals before her with disdain. From the outset, they had displayed arrogance, and upon learning of her identity, their fear was palpable. Yet they feigned an air of invulnerability. Such hypocrites hardly deserved her assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Zi could only muster a faint smile. Shui Linger was merely a child, and her understanding was not as comprehensive as her brother's. She was unaware that such a scenario would never materialize. What are you two discussing? You claim that there exists no connection between the two of you. Yet this is merely your first conversation, and it feels as if you have known each other for ages. I perceive that you are indeed one of the inhabitants of this place. Although the little fortune god was prepared to take his leave, the two individuals seated nearby appeared oblivious to his presence. They seemed entirely engrossed in their discussion, so much so that the words exchanged between them went unheard. Upon hearing this, Schwellinger felt a surge of indignation towards the boastful man before her. The moment he spoke, it was as if he had ignited a spark within her. I had tolerated you for quite some time now. Do you truly believe that everyone is susceptible to enchantment? I dare say your selection is a grave error. How could someone of your ilk possibly possess such standing? To unjustly cast blame upon others without any evidence, and to begin questioning their identities, is nothing short of malicious. The words you uttered are exceedingly venomous, showing a complete disregard for the feelings of others. Chapter 90. He was acutely aware that he was nothing more than an arrogant and contemptuous man. The little deity had merely uttered a casual remark, yet he was taken aback by her unexpectedly intense reaction. As her vitriolic words echoed in his ears, his anger only intensified. You woman, do not presume that I would refrain from striking you simply because you are a woman. In your eyes, I am but a scoundrel. Should I lay a hand upon you, it would be your own doing. Come, do you truly believe I fear you? Schwellinger let out a cold snort. To her, these individuals were nothing but blusterers. Anyone daring to harm her on her own turf was merely courting disaster. Li Bai and Li Zhun exchanged helpless glances. Who could have foreseen the inexplicable influx of so many people into their ranks? Alas, I ask, if I were to assist you in rescuing your people, could you ensure my departure as well? Schwellinger suddenly proposed, fixing her gaze upon Li Zhun. He halted abruptly, turning to regard her with incredulity. What did you just say? You present me with a formidable dilemma. This is your princess, and I am to take her away. Surely that is a more serious matter than brawling here. Li Zhun could not fathom what this woman was plotting. Yet, she had indeed presented him with an exceedingly complex predicament. The notion of escorting her away from this place was, under any circumstance, implausible. To consider the princess of the demon clan being spirited away by him, even if voluntary, could potentially implicate the entire celestial gate. To put it bluntly, would he not then be branded a criminal? Schwellinger was inherently whimsical, utterly oblivious to his contemplations. Her thoughts were so fantastical, devoid of any semblance of logic. It remained unclear whether her words were a calculated maneuver or simply a fortuitous slip. Regardless, he was resolute in his refusal. Why? Am I not a living being free to leave at will? I merely wish for your assistance in departing this place, as escaping on my own proves exceedingly difficult. Her suggestion, though innocuous, was promptly dismissed. She could not discern where her words had gone awry. Were it not for the stringent surveillance imposed by her father, she would never have considered negotiating with them at this juncture. Having finally seized an opportunity, she was reluctant to relinquish it easily. You have stated that leaving is quite simple for you, thus there is no need for our assistance. This realm is inherently yours. Your inability to exit stems from vigilant oversight. If I were to truly escort you away, the ramifications would be unfathomable, Li Zhun replied, discerning that she had been subjected to strict monitoring of late. It was a rare chance she had found to slip away, and inevitably, over time, she would be discovered. However, it seemed that the individual overseeing her was exceedingly confident that she could not escape this place. Thus, there was no cause for excessive concern. It was unlikely that anyone would discover this place in the short term. Upon hearing his words, Schwellinger became increasingly irate. This situation was not merely an accident. He had made a considerable effort to reach this location solely to ascertain information about that individual. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was resolute in not relinquishing it easily. Are you not afraid that I might eliminate them now? Do not forget, this territory is mine. Locating them would be a trivial task for me, and killing them would be equally effortless. Schwellinger, shedding her usual capricious demeanor, now bore a fierce expression. Although she appeared formidable, it was evident that her bravado was feigned. She had never taken a life. In that case, I am left with no choice. But time will reveal their fate. I cannot risk the lives of those outside merely to escort you out. If you truly desire freedom, you can, like her, be expelled from here. Is that not your so-called freedom? After uttering these words, Li Zhun shifted his gaze towards Li Zi, who stood nearby. Upon recognizing her, Schwellinger's expression turned grave. She had believed their relationship to be harmonious. Yet she was unprepared for the turn of events that had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Who is he, and why is he so extraordinarily capable? It seemed as though he possessed an uncanny foresight. Everything that transpired was firmly within his grasp, devoid of any surprises. Li Zi smiled. I have told you before. Nothing escapes his notice. Hence, there is no need for excessive interaction between us. Do you believe me now? She shook her head. Although she should have anticipated this development, she was still taken aback by how swiftly he had discerned her identity. She was uncertain whether Li Zhun would divulge her identity to others afterward, but at least, Under the current circumstances, she felt relatively secure, not at risk of an attack from these individuals. However, time was of the essence, and they were rapidly approaching the flower thicket. If they could not locate them soon, they might truly find it impossible to depart from this place. Have you genuinely found them? If you have, then hand them over. I can navigate the remaining distance alone. What are you jesting about? How can you expect to find the spirit beasts without assistance? It is inconceivable that you would undertake this alone. Moreover, to be candid, the individual they seek has sustained grave injuries. If they do not receive immediate treatment, their life may very well be in jeopardy. Indeed, Schwellinger had dispatched individuals to uncover their whereabouts. However, the woman was currently incapacitated. Therefore, he could only send someone to escort them out, opting for an alternate exit rather than retracing their steps. In this regard, it can be considered a hastening of pace. Venturing into the outside world is undoubtedly safer than remaining in this place. Li Zi shook his head. In truth, I had no intention of pursuing that quarry. It was not a purebred beast of prey. It had merely been refined and drugged by certain individuals, transforming it into this wretched state. Even if captured, it would fetch no substantial price. From the very beginning, it was clear that this was merely an excuse concocted by others. The ones who truly desired it were the cultivators, whose aim was to extract spiritual energy directly from its being. However, the situation has transformed. It is not merely about failing to capture the quarry, but rather about inadvertently causing self-harm. Moreover, there are already those who have directed all their accusations towards the demonic clan. In reality, aside from a small faction, no one dares to entertain such notions. Furthermore, from what I have gathered, those who tread this so-called path of cultivation are not solely from the demonic clan. There are also those who consider themselves paragons of righteousness among them. Chapter 91. The answers you seek, however, if she were to utter such words, others would merely perceive her as a purveyor of falsehoods. No one would entertain the veracity of her claims. Instead, her words would only serve to ignite her own demise. Li Zi could only feign ignorance, observing these individuals as they recklessly pursued the so-called truth. Yet, unbeknownst to them, others were orchestrating events from the shadows. A multitude assumed they were unearthing the truth, but in reality, they had unwittingly ensnared themselves in a trap. When they eventually grasped the essence of the truth, it may very well lead to their own self-destruction. I comprehend your intentions. However, the individual you seek is no longer present, nor is the object of your search. Just yesterday, those items departed, and as for the person, due to severe injuries, I have already arranged for their removal. Where? Upon hearing this, Li Zi's expression shifted to one of urgent concern. If only he could ascertain the whereabouts of these individuals, there would be no need to squander time here. Schwellinger, possessing remarkable intelligence, was acutely aware that once they discovered the location of these individuals, she would be promptly discarded. Until they acquiesced to her demands, she would withhold that information. Ah Zi, do not presume that because that person is you, I will readily divulge their whereabouts. Unless you facilitate my departure from this place, I shall remain silent, Schwellinger retorted with a haughty scoff, turning her head away. Li Zi felt the gravity of the situation intensify. Since childhood, he had known of her fervent desire to escape this place. However, due to stringent surveillance, Schwellinger had never been afforded the opportunity. Several attempts in her youth were thwarted, as she was captured mid-escape. Now, with a rare chance to venture far from here, she would not relinquish it lightly. Yet, should he acquiesce to Schwellinger and extricate her from this confinement, the ensuing peril would befall them. Moreover, this endeavor was fraught with the risk of manipulation by others, ensnaring them in unforeseen complications. Ultimately, the repercussions of their actions would be burdens they could scarcely bear. Why do you incessantly yearn to escape this place? Is life here truly so unbearable? Furthermore, should your identity be exposed upon your departure, you would find yourself in grave danger. Are you not aware of the dire consequences that may ensue? Li Zi lamented, unable to fathom how, after all these years, Schwellinger remained unchanged in her obstinacy. Why? I fail to understand. Am I truly of such significance to you? I am merely a minor princess among many offspring. Why am I deemed the most perilous? Upon hearing Li Zi echo her sentiments, Schwellinger struggled to comprehend their concerns. She was but one of the numerous princes and princesses. What was wrong with desiring to leave this place? Having grown up without ever truly gazing upon the outside world, she found herself confined here for countless years. This imprisonment rendered her existence monotonous, devoid of any semblance of joy. It was precisely because she was among them, the most cherished little princess, that one could not help but ponder. If we were to extricate you from this place, would you bear witness to our demise before your very eyes? After taking a deep breath, Li Zi resolved to no longer indulge her in such reckless behavior. She ought to comprehend the dire consequence that if this plan were to succeed, everyone here would perish, herself included. Shui Linger dreaded the thought of seeing her friends fall before her. Upon hearing such a grim outcome, she felt a flicker of hesitation within her heart. Yet, when faced with the desire for freedom, she found herself at a loss as to what decision to make. If you yearn to escape so desperately, perhaps you should await your brother's return and let him take you with him. This might present an opportunity. Li Bai, having listened to their conversation for quite some time, finally grasped why Li Jun had yet to take any action. Everything had already reached a conclusion, lingering solely upon this woman. Her silence ensured that no one else would be aware. Were you eavesdropping on us? Do you not find such behavior rather petty? I was not eavesdropping. I was here before you arrived. If anything, it is you who failed to choose an appropriate position, Li Bai replied with a faint smile. Li Zi regarded him for a long moment, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew, yet she possessed no tangible evidence to substantiate her thoughts. We did not mention anyone specifically. How did you know she has a brother, and one outside at that? Li Zi furrowed her brows. Li Bai shrugged. Is it necessary to guess? The conversation in your dormitory has made it quite clear. Someone has already ventured outside. Though I was merely speculating on who that person might be, you are the one revealing yourself. With a casual gesture, Li Bai smiled as he sauntered past them. Upon witnessing such a grin, Li Zi felt instantly insulted. This man had an uncanny ability to belittle others, showing no sign of restraint. How could she be unaware of his presence here? She simply chose not to expose him. Indeed, Li Bai appeared much like he did at the outset, manifesting inexplicably in her vicinity. What she initially deemed mere suspicion had turned into a blatant display of his intentions. Even if doubt lingered, there was no need for such meticulous surveillance. Princess, I hope you will contemplate my question thoroughly and provide me with an answer, Li Zi declared before making her way to Li Bai. Observing her determined demeanor, Li Jun sensed that certain individuals would soon find their circumstances less than favorable. Hey, Li Bai murmured, reclining beneath a tree, opening his eyes briefly before closing them again. Speak plainly, there is no need to squander time here. Li Zi, observing his arrogance and rudeness, noted that he could extend kindness to anyone, yet chose to be particularly acerbic towards her. Am I the one wasting time, or are you? I have exerted myself considerably. Why do you still harbor doubts about me? What have I done to lead you to believe that I question your integrity? Upon hearing these words, Li Bai felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. Could it truly be that overhearing their conversation had led him to presume she doubted him? If that were the case, it was utterly unnecessary. While he might be somewhat concerned about this woman's intentions, he found himself unable to confront the matter directly. Whether you doubt me is something you know within yourself. There is no need for my explanation. From the very beginning, you have behaved this way, and even I, with my naivety, can discern that. Chapter 92. You are all the same since you are already aware. You ought to depart from here. At last, you have voiced your innermost thoughts, have you not? You wish for me to leave this place, but alas, I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. With a cold snort, Li Zi turned and walked away. The little god of fortune observed the sudden quarrel between the two, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Just moments prior, he had contemplated sending this woman away. Yet Li Bu, he had not entertained that notion. How could they have spiraled into a conflict so inexplicably? He truly struggled to comprehend their intentions. What was the nature of their relationship? Suddenly, the little god of fortune glanced at the two silent observers. Li Jun cast a fleeting glance, but offered no response. The little god of fortune regarded Lu Yuba, who returned his gaze for a prolonged moment. Perhaps it was futile to inquire. Individuals like them could hardly grasp the complexities of the situation. With his extensive experience in the realm, he found this matter utterly confounding, let alone these two. Li Jun, though silent, understood the unspoken dynamics. If not for their respective statuses, their relationship might have progressed more swiftly than anticipated. Regrettably, it was evident that they were better suited to play the roles of reluctant adversaries. The little god of fortune found the situation bewildering, yet it did not diminish the weight of this woman in his mind. Li Jun, will you stay or will you go? If you choose to remain, devise a means of escape swiftly. Do not squander time here. Seated, the little god of fortune struggled to fathom the significance of their presence. Were they to be rescued or not? Just as Li Jun prepared to respond, Shui Linger appeared before him. Shui Linger regarded Li Jun, her expression revealing her discontent. Yet she ultimately conceded to the situation. After all, witnessing innocence perish before her eyes was a burden she could not bear. She was incapable of adopting an indifferent facade like the others. I can reveal the whereabouts of the individuals, and I do not require your assistance to leave. But this does not signify my defeat, nor that you have triumphed. If it were not for a Z, I would not concern myself with your fates. Li Zhun remained silent, observing her awkward demeanor and actions. It was evident she had grappled with this internally for quite some time. Otherwise, she would not appear so conflicted. Very well. You, little god of fortune, refrain from uttering words that ought not to be spoken. Li Zhun sensed his impending remarks and anticipated no pearls of wisdom from his lips. Should a single utterance provoke her ire, those countless lives could indeed be lost. Why must you silence me? The little god of fortune felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They had squandered so many years, and the people were now within her grasp. Being manipulated by such a woman, how could one not feel anger? They nearly risked their lives for her whims. How could she possess the audacity to gaze upon them like mere jesters? Indeed, her identity is as outrageous as her demeanor. The little fortune teller casually remarked from the side, and the more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. He had invested so much time in hopes of swiftly locating them, yet everything turned out to be a trap set by others. When Su Linger heard his words, she displayed no discomfort, nor any trace of anger on her face. In fact, she appeared even more composed than usual. Li Zhun met her gaze, and at that moment, their eyes locked. Do you think I ought to be furious? Or perhaps I should unleash a torrent of curses upon him? Li Zhun nodded. Clearly, given his brash demeanor, he would never tolerate being bullied without retaliation. This was hardly in line with her character. Su Linger offered a bitter smile. I understand that in your eyes. The demon clan is devoid of any virtue, so I do not expect anything from you, nor do I wish to argue. Having heard such sentiments for so long, who still cares? But tell me, how are you, the self-proclaimed righteous, any different from us? A cold smile crossed Su Linger's lips. After uttering these words, she turned to leave, certain that, as before, someone would inevitably step forward. What truly set them apart? Yet, the essence of the matter remains unchanged. They are all the same. I thought you would defend yourself upon hearing someone disparage you, but to my surprise, you remained so quiet. You truly appear unlike anyone else. Li Zhun remarked with a smile. Explain what? She was right, after all. Lu Yuba was taken aback. Compared to his previous inaction, this response astonished him even more. Who, in ordinary circumstances, would acknowledge their shortcomings and concur with others' opinions? Moreover, to conflate them all together is a notion few can grasp. Yet, he saw through it all so clearly. Li Zhun returned to his seat, closing his eyes to reflect. Su Linger's words echoed incessantly in his mind. He remained still, having never heard of any cultivators. However, the two of them repeatedly questioned, their tone unchanged. Such matters must have occurred before, otherwise, how could they remain so resolute in their beliefs? Suddenly, Li Zhun opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lu Yuba. Upon noticing, Lu Yuba laughed. Why do you look at me like that? Do you think your previous comments were misguided? No, I selfishly wonder if you know something. What? About those who appear righteous on the surface, yet harbor a hypocritical side beneath. Lu Yuba chuckled upon hearing this. You could never fathom such truths, otherwise. Why would you still hold such unwavering faith in them until this very moment? She is absolutely correct. The world believes that all conflicts are instigated by them. In reality, they are merely pawns in a larger scheme. Even if they attempt to explain themselves, no one would heed their words. In your eyes, the methods practiced by the demon clan differ from yours, and in a bid to eliminate dissent, you resort to various insinuations and even underhanded tactics to achieve your desired outcomes. Lu Yuba retorted. Even if he were to reveal now that there was no need to obstruct anything, the dynamics between them would remain unchanged, and the issues unresolved would hold the same significance. Li Zhun furrowed his brow. How long had he been in this place? If he could partake in all matters, the outcome would not have been as it is now. You are correct, but would there be any targeting if you did not harbor such notions? A true warrior must endure the consequences of their own brilliance, like you do at this moment. Upon finishing his words, Lu Yuba turned and departed. Li Zhun, however, found himself at a loss for a response. Chapter 93. I am not a strong one. He is not at all the so-called strong individual, nor does he appear formidable in their eyes. All of his attributes can be attributed to the two pets at home. Initially thought to be merely a fish and a chicken, it turned out they were the mythical beasts coveted by these individuals. Their prolonged presence here weighed heavily on their hearts. They were never meant to belong to this place. After a period of rest, the group followed the address provided by Shui Linger to a location deemed relatively safe for them. Are you certain this place is truly secure? Will it not be discovered by anyone? The little god of wealth surveyed the surroundings, noting the mountains encircling them. At this rate, they had no idea where their pursuers might be hiding. This location, regardless of circumstances, was isolated and devoid of nearby shelters. Their objective was exceedingly grand. and even the slightest disturbance would surely attract attention. Li Zi gazed at the area before him, clearly reminiscent of their childhood secret hideout, a place known to no more than 3 individuals. With that person absent, naturally, no one would be aware of it. Is this place safe? I cannot say, but it will suffice for her recovery in the short term. As soon as Li Zi finished speaking, he watched as they entered the small cabin. Upon hearing the sounds from outside, the occupants within reacted like startled birds, each assuming a defensive stance, ready to fight. What are you doing? Who are you? The group was taken aback, their faces displaying fright at the sudden appearance of these individuals. They were all battered, each bearing wounds. Had it not been for their rescue en route, they would likely be lifeless now. Upon hearing this, Li Zhuan stepped forward from the crowd. Wen Shui is here. Upon recognizing him, the newcomers quickly parted to reveal Wen Shui lying on a soft couch, her complexion pale and her breath faint, indeed a cause for concern. What has happened? Li Bai observed that Wen Shui, who was otherwise skilled in both martial arts and sorcery, should not have been at such a disadvantage. Even if a confrontation had ensued, she would not have easily succumbed, yet her current injuries surpassed their worst fears. We had initially located the raccoon beast, but due to their overwhelming numbers and speed, we could not keep pace, and were forced to retreat. Consequently, we fled here, but were relentlessly pursued by the demon clan along the way, not knowing who led us to this location. A man standing by explained the events that had transpired. Although they remained uncertain of the safety of their surroundings, it was imperative for them to find a refuge where they could rest and recuperate. After hearing all this, Li Zhuan cast a glance at Wen Shui before him. Although the injuries are severe, they are not fatal. At most, a few days of insufficient nourishment may be expected. Coupled with a decline in immunity, they appear considerably weaker than usual. Li Bai and the Little Fortune God could scarcely fathom how individuals of their remarkable magical prowess could find themselves in such a predicament. After all, their initial success had been merely fortuitous. Now, it was akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. You all should retire for some rest. We shall take charge here. Rest assured, this place is quite secure, and no one shall intrude. The Little Fortune God, observing the grievous conditions of the others, urged them to withdraw and recuperate. Some, however, merely cast their gaze upon Li Zhuan. Presently, they lacked a physician, and with no medicine at hand. Remaining here would only lead to further suffering. The question was not whether they should rest, but rather, they needed to devise a plan. Should I descend the mountain to fetch a doctor? The Little Fortune God, being rather impulsive, prepared to take action immediately. Li Bai interjected to halt him. Li Zhuan, surveying the situation, remained silent, yet at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. System task acquired. God bamboo grass can activate and dispel stagnation, restoring spiritual energy. Upon hearing the task's completion, an image of it materialized in his thoughts. Such a phenomenon had never been encountered in any text he had perused. Yet, in this unfamiliar place, he turned to Li Zi and inquired, "Are you aware of the existence of God bamboo grass in this vicinity? Do you know its location?" God bamboo grass. How would you know of it? This rare plant does not easily manifest, and it is not something one can readily obtain. It fundamentally relies on spiritual energy and the essence of spiritual herbs. Though Li Zi was puzzled as to why he brought this up at such a critical juncture, he acknowledged that finding this plant would be no small feat. It was possible that, in the span of mere days, they might not only fail to find a cure, but might also risk their lives in the pursuit of it. This outcome would be, in any case, utterly unworthy. There is no need for you to elaborate. Simply direct me to its location, and I shall handle the rest, Li Zhuan insisted, emphasizing that this matter required no involvement from anyone else. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zi merely gestured towards the direction behind him. It is not far. Situated on the back mountain, however, it is unlikely to have sprouted in this season. Moreover, on that mountain, finding even a single plant is exceedingly rare. The last time I encountered one was purely by chance, recognized only after it was identified as a spiritual herb. Upon hearing the rumor, it was said that without the right fate, one could scour the mountain and still not find a single specimen. Such insistence might well indicate that the fated connection simply did not exist between them. These are the medicinal materials I previously provided. How should they be utilized? The formula has already been inscribed. Simply brew according to the instructions provided. After Li Zhuan finished speaking, he placed the prescription and medicinal materials on a nearby table, preparing to depart. Li Bai immediately obstructed his path. "I shall accompany you," he insisted. Li Zhuan regarded him with a shake of his head. "There is no need for that. You should remain here to oversee matters. It is unnecessary for you to follow me. Then I shall go with you. They can stay behind." "Surely, it is acceptable for me to accompany you," Li Bai countered. Liu Yuba observed the group, noting that all had been rebuffed. and concluded that aside from himself, there was likely no other suitable companion for Li Jun. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Jun nodded in agreement. Very well. The two promptly set off. Meanwhile, the three individuals left in the room exchanged glances, and Li Zi recognized that in the presence of those two, her presence was superfluous. However, if there was a need to care for this woman, only her identity as a woman would be fitting. What are you staring at? Haven't I entrusted her to you? Are you planning to change her clothes? Upon hearing this, the two promptly exited. Meanwhile, Li Zi retrieved several sets of clothing from a nearby cabinet. It appeared that Shui Linger's preferences had remained steadfast. Chapter 94. Your identity. It is in this secluded sanctuary, unnoticed by anyone, that one can occasionally steal a moment of respite. Here, one can momentarily forsake their identity, finding solace in isolation. Everything in this place appears meticulously maintained, devoid of dust, suggesting diligent care over time. It is no wonder that they have been brought here at this critical juncture. Li Zi gazed upon the woman before her, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an exquisite figure. It is no surprise that Li Jun would risk everything to rescue her. Were their roles reversed, she would undoubtedly do the same. It would be a grave misfortune to allow such a lovely creature to perish at the hands of others. At that moment, when Shui suddenly opened her eyes and stared at the woman in front of her, instinctively, she recoiled, pushing her hand away and curling into the corner. Who are you? Why am I here? Li Zi quickly sensed her rising agitation and hastened to explain. Please, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I merely noticed you were soiled and intended to provide you with clean garments. Li Jun has gone to fetch medicine for you. Initially skeptical of her words, when Shui's wariness dissipated upon hearing that name. It was a name known only to those within the palace or her family, and certainly not one that could reach such a remote location. What did you say? How could Brother Zhun be here? When Shui's expression transformed into one of heightened excitement upon hearing the name, Li Zi had hoped that mentioning it would bring her some peace. But the reaction was far more intense than she had anticipated, leaving her unable to calm down. Had she known this would be the outcome, she might have refrained from mentioning it at all. He has come to rescue you. We were brought here by someone, and I cannot disclose their identity. But you need not worry. This place is safe, and no one will be harmed in the near future. Upon hearing this, when Shui gradually quieted down, taking in the sight of the bamboo huts and inhaling the fragrance of flowers wafting through the window, this scene had frequently graced her dreams, a vision she thought would only manifest after her demise. Yet, here it was, a reality, except for one crucial difference. She would not die. However, her current condition rendered her unable to accompany them. Her frail body would only serve as a burden. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name? I can sense that you are not like ordinary people, and I suspect your identity, if not a coincidence, aligns with my own thoughts, when Shui said, mustering the strength to sit up. After accepting the clean clothes from Li Zi, she changed and then reclined upon the bed. Li Zi was somewhat astonished upon hearing these words, yet she felt that her identity held no secrets before these individuals. Indeed, you are unlike them. As a cultivator, you can perceive certain unique fluctuations of spiritual energy. Though I am one, I was expelled many years ago, and now I merely exist as a hunter. After finishing her task, Li Zi raised her hand and shook the bell she held, using it as evidence to affirm her identity. Upon seeing the yellow bell, when Shui smiled, it seems your prowess is indeed remarkable. Being a young girl of such capability, it is evident that you possess strength. Are you not afraid of your identity being exposed? If it were to be revealed, what would happen? Nothing. Truly. What could possibly alter my current life? Although she was uncertain, she had pondered this notion. Should there come a day when her true identity was unveiled to those outside, the stigma of her current position as a hunter would surely humiliate her. Li Zi had endeavored to conceal her true self to avoid detection, and until now, no one was aware of her genuine identity, save for the two individuals she had recently encountered. Not a soul beyond them knew. Observing the sudden shift in Li Zi's expression to one of alertness and gravity, when Shui promptly clarified, do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. I recognize that you harbor no ill intentions, and I am aware that the one who rescued me is akin to you. Upon hearing these words, Li Zi looked up, astonished. How could you know? When Shui chuckled softly, is it not evident? In this place, who besides individuals like you would dare to enter? Even if someone were to come in search of me and manage to rescue me, it would not be so simple. Thus, aside from you, I can conceive of no one else. Although when Shui had been unconscious throughout the ordeal, it did not imply her ignorance of the events transpiring around her. Moreover, in such a location, no one else would dare to venture in. The very fact that they could brazenly bring her here without encountering any hindrance or harm was telling enough of their extraordinary identities. Upon hearing this, Li Zi finally comprehended why Li Zhun was so adamant about rescuing her. If those outside could discern right from wrong as they did, it was unlikely they would resort to extreme measures. You should refrain from speaking further. Your injuries, while not life-threatening, are nonetheless serious. Rest well. I shall prepare some warm water for you to bathe, and then I will tend to your wounds. All right, thank you. When Shui nodded, the mere mention of that name ignited a fervor within her, dispelling any inclination to sleep. Her mind was solely focused on the desire to see Li Zhun. However, Li Zhun has already set off towards the back mountain. After climbing for 2 hours, he devoted another 2 hours each day to search, yet he found nothing. Lu Yuba has been following closely behind him, silent, and gradually came to a halt. The sky darkened steadily, and their incessant noise proved futile. I harbor no intention of dousing your hopes, yet I must inquire. Do you truly possess the confidence to discover it here? Furthermore, to my knowledge, those who genuinely find it do so after forming a bond, often through serendipitous circumstances. Their aimless pursuit may suggest that they lack the necessary fate. The very essence of serendipity eludes them, leading only to a squander of precious time. Shouldn't you be more aware than I of the possibility of success? Upon arriving at this place, are you truly unaware of its significance? I am aware, yet I have never encountered it before. Chapter 95. What is its purpose? Indeed, he had never laid eyes on the actual object. Aside from the illustrations depicted, he remained entirely ignorant of its true appearance. Li Zhun chose to remain reticent on the matter, merely offering a faint smile as he continued his forward journey. Did you think I brought you here merely to assist me in locating these items? I yearn to uncover what you are concealing from me. Others may be oblivious to his identity. Thus, such discussions could only transpire between the two of them. Should these words reach the ears of outsiders, it would spell nothing but trouble for both parties involved. Lu Yuba's means of entering this place under such a guise must surely carry deeper significance. What then is the essence of investigating the truth? What transpired that day? What truths lay hidden behind this facade, allowing him to linger outside for so many years? He ought to possess some awareness, a trace of a clue, rather than floundering about like a headless fly, devoid of any purpose. Why would I divulge this matter to you? Your sole responsibility is to manage your own identity and fulfill your obligations. Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of the demon clan? Are you aware that taking such action would cast suspicion upon your identity? Moreover, should he truly embark on this path, every decision he makes thereafter would be scrutinized by all. In such circumstances, this ostensibly upright individual may very well be coerced into becoming part of the demon clan. Even so, he willingly engages, having no justification for refusal. The person before him clearly acts on a fleeting whim, lacking any genuine intent to proceed. How am I to ascertain the truth if you remain silent? Though I have resided here for many years, I remain oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Within the confines of that grand palace, such news could never penetrate. Li Zhun indeed felt that place had hindered his understanding of the world's true state. Each day, he heard naught but the intrigues of the palace. In this world, no matter how the tales are spun, they could never reach the imperial palace. If you seek knowledge, you may return and inquire with them. I shall not disclose it to you. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, no one will confide in you, as you self-righteous individuals are the ones who inflict the deepest scars. To speak of such wounds is to unearth the pain they conceal. Lu Yuba, standing nearby, wore a triumphant smile. For once this secret is unveiled, it would expose the unsightly truths of those who consider themselves just. No one would willingly undertake such a revelation, nor would anyone desire to lay bare their most disgraceful aspects. This remains true even now. Once someone broaches this subject, they either meet a tragic end or vanish mysteriously from this place. For many years, their methods have remained unwavering. Lu Yuba adopted such an identity merely for the sake of convenience and inquiries. He had not given it much thought and never intended to exploit this identity or disclose it to anyone. However, acknowledging it seemed prudent, knowing he could not conceal it from him. Perhaps with his assistance, this matter would unfold more smoothly than anticipated. Why do you reveal your identity to me? If you claim it is because you require my aid, your current reluctance to disclose it seems rather contradictory, does it not? Lu Yuba remarked. I never harbored expectations that you would assist me. Our positions are disparate. I simply acknowledge the truth, realizing there was no point in putting on a facade before you, which is truly exhausting. Lu Yuba had no intention of soliciting help from the individual before him. Should he choose to align himself with the so-called righteous side, it was within his expectations. After all, the identities they had donated and the individuals they encountered were worlds apart. The choices made by the traffic officer, Li Zhun, were his to determine. However, for Lu Yuba, aside from his pursuit of truth, He had never contemplated relinquishing anything. Suddenly, amidst the bamboo grove into which they had intruded, the ground began to emanate a faint glow. Without hesitation, both approached the source. There, still thriving, was a spirit herb, precisely as they had envisioned. It appears you indeed share a connection with these things. This season is not conducive, yet you have unearthed them. Is there not a part of this that belongs to you? You were present too. Why should I alone claim it? Zhun declared, as he promptly excavated the spirit herb. However, the moment he did so, the bamboo grove transformed into ashes. Even the surrounding flora vanished in an instant, leaving behind a desolate scene. Now you understand why she initially concealed the truth, not revealing it directly. Lu Yuba shrugged. In their realm, acquiring one thing invariably necessitated the sacrifice of another. To take this beautiful sight before them meant it would vanish in an instant, leaving no room for choice or lingering. Zhun realized that the object in his possession held the power of life and death over this region. Fortunately, it was confined to a small area, yet it still caused them to disappear from view. He felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he found some soil in his hand and buried it underground. I merely hope this item proves useful. He understood that this soil possessed significant value within the celestial realm, and the elders were resolute in their desire to obtain it. Such a small quantity had yielded considerable effects. In the present day, he placed it here, and if all goes well, it should serve some purpose, preventing the current desolation from lingering. Lu Yuba opened the door, fully aware of his intentions. However, as he witnessed the moment when the soil was buried underground, the once desolate ground before him suddenly sprouted with vibrant, tender shoots. In the blink of an eye, the previously barren area was transformed, now teeming with numerous germinating seeds. The bamboo grove re-emerged before his eyes. Lu Yuba was astounded by the spectacle unfolding before him. He was at a loss to comprehend what these were, never having anticipated that this soil could possess such remarkable utility. Could this soil merely be a small portion I brought from home? Would you like it? I can certainly offer it to you. Zhun casually placed the excess soil from his hand into Lu Yuba's palm. He genuinely could not discern any significance in it. To him, it appeared indistinguishable from any other soil. Yet, he could only consider the anxious demeanor of others around him. Chapter 96. None of your concern. It seems they have begun to comprehend the significance of this matter. However, aside from him, anyone devoid of cultivation in his hands is as inconsequential as mere soil. Do you truly understand that this minuscule amount of earth in my possession is worth a fortune? Are you certain you remain that impoverished? Impoverished? How can I be impoverished? I do not resort to selling my art for sustenance, do I? I am merely a farmer. Yet I rely on this soil for my livelihood. I have not sunk so low as to barter away my aspirations. After Zhun finished speaking, he picked up the plant from the ground and departed. In the dimly lit cabin at that moment, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. The person lying on the bed was pallid, yet they incessantly coughed up blood. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers grew increasingly anxious. They were unaware if anyone had returned with news. They wished for an update, fearing that, should this continue, the individual within might bleed to death. The little god of wealth paced anxiously outside the door, his heart racing. Yet, he found himself powerless. The medicinal herbs had been administered as instructed, but instead of improving, the frequency of blood spitting had only escalated. At that moment, he was uncertain whether the concoction was a remedy or a poison. In such a dire situation, they felt utterly lost. Unable to find a physician, returning at this pace might mean arriving too late. Why are you not worried in the least? Do you not fear she might perish here? The little god of wealth lamented. Meanwhile, Lai Bai, seated calmly, appeared even more composed by contrast. It seemed he had never been perturbed by this incident from the outset. Instead, it spurred deeper contemplation within him. Since earlier, the blood expelled had been dark, with more than half appearing a deep crimson. This was not the hue of normal blood. Undoubtedly, this was indicative of a poisoning. Have you not noticed? The blood drawn from within was consistently dark or dark red, a symptom typically associated with toxicity, suggesting that this was no coincidence. Though these individuals lacked a profound understanding of pharmacology, they grasped the basics. Having never tasted the fruit of knowledge, they had at least observed the harvesters. Unquestionably, the person inside must be suffering from poisoning. Before you arrived here, were you poisoned, or had you come into contact with something hazardous? Lai Bai observed the anxious figures awaiting outside. Although he could not ascertain their identities, it was evident that accompanying her were formidable individuals, while their well-being appeared intact. When Shui bore severe injuries, presumably, she had acted to protect them in a critical moment. Otherwise, these individuals would surely have met with misfortune. The creature known as the raccoon dog is inherently venomous, and coupled with its nature as a fierce beast, especially one that has been bred through the use of potent substances. The toxins within it surpassed those of a typical predator. Thus, in her endeavor to protect us, the senior sister sustained injuries. Upon hearing this, the two individuals immediately grasped the implications of his actions. However, the extent of blood loss was far beyond their expectations, leaving them uncertain about their safety moving forward. They could only place their hopes upon the two who were yet to return, wishing fervently for their swift arrival. At this moment, the two individuals, now aware of each other's true identities, found themselves free from previous awkwardness, and their bond seemed to grow closer. Could this herb truly save her life? No, it may merely preserve it. This toxin is beyond my means to neutralize, Zhun lamented. If he possessed such a remedy, there would be no need for him to search for this herb with such desperation. Their only option now was to carry her away. Upon hearing his words, Liu Yuba merely nodded, ensuring her survival was indeed a viable strategy. They returned, and an unexpected voice called out from outside, prompting the two inside to rush out. Seeing the herb in their hands, a look of relief washed over their faces. Indeed, whenever he appeared in such matters, he would not disappoint anyone. Place this in water, crush it, and have her consume it, Zhun instructed. Very well, I shall do so at once. Li Zi hurried into the room, administering the herb and remaining by her side for a while. Observing the individual before him, he noted with relief that she had ceased coughing and was now able to drift into slumber, alleviating his worries. Outside, the three individuals, upon hearing the silence from within, gradually relaxed their anxious hearts. What shall we do now? Since this remedy cannot cure her ailment entirely, we must depart, one suggested. Indeed, remaining here is not a solution. Another agreed. You are correct. This teleportation talisman can facilitate our escape, but what about her? Zhun remarked, gazing at Li Zi as she emerged. All of them hailed from the same place, and this talisman could indeed transport everyone at once. However, Li Zi did not belong there, and her presence would expose her identity. Leaving her behind would be perilous, should anyone discover her clandestine assistance to them without proof of her allegiance. Her fate would be sealed in death. Li Zi stepped forward, smiling at the troubled expressions on their faces. Since when did my fate require your consideration? If you wish to leave, you may do so at once. Moreover, her condition is precarious. Do not forget that I am well acquainted with this place, making our departure quite simple without your concern. Having spoken, the surrounding individuals understood her reasoning. In the past, such words would indeed have facilitated a swift exit. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Furthermore, they remain oblivious to the possibility of anyone watching. What if it is merely her alone? Your assertions, while devoid of fault, must be weighed against the reality that upon our departure, you will be left to face this alone. If those individuals are indeed searching for us, how will you manage to extricate yourself from that predicament? Li Bai, by nature, harbors little desire to involve himself in this matter. Yet, this woman has undeniably rendered them significant assistance. Ultimately, one cannot simply turn a blind eye to a life in peril. This affair bears no relation to you. My existence or demise has never held any importance in your eyes. Moreover, we are but strangers, and do you truly hold someone like me in regard? Should you delay any further, the opportunity to depart from this place will vanish entirely. Li Zi observed the turmoil outside, indicating that someone has likely realized the situation. If all goes as expected, a large-scale search should currently be underway. Her decision to remain is not without its merits. I inquire about the nature of your relationship. If this predicament proves so troublesome, then perhaps you should take her with you and return her at a later time. Chapter 97. Not possible. Suddenly, the two individuals vociferously repudiated his decision in unison. Little God of Wealth had scarcely begun to voice his thoughts when Zhun and Li Zi simultaneously negated his choice. Observing their abrupt surge of emotion, he found their reaction rather peculiar. Little God of Wealth was taken aback. I merely voiced an opinion. Why such a vigorous response? Even if that place is shrouded in mystery, surely it is not so forbidding that she cannot venture there. Is such fervor truly warranted? Their sudden display of agitation indeed raised suspicions. Had it not been for his continuous presence beside them, Little God of Wealth might have genuinely doubted their motives. For ordinary individuals, this matter was inherently quite mundane. Even if he were to appear there, the inhabitants would hardly utter a word. After all, when one considers their identities, they are merely common folk. All that has been undertaken is solely for the sake of ensuring their safety. Why would they mind being discovered? I truly find your reactions rather strange. Is this not the most normal of circumstances? If it is a matter of saving a life, it is entirely justifiable. Even if it were a mistake, it should not fall upon us to bear the blame. Little God of Wealth paced back and forth, scrutinizing the two before him. Upon reflection, Were it not for some underlying connection between them, he might not have been so concerned. Typically, it would be Lai Bai who would leap to the fore at such a moment, yet today, he had not anticipated that it would be him. Li Zi, too, was taken aback by the unexpected support she received, especially from Li Jun, a man who had always been skeptical of her. That he would suddenly assist in concealing her identity was unfathomable. No, this situation is not credible. I believe there is no necessity for such assistance. I am far more acquainted with this place than either of you. Even if I were to perish here, it would merely be to fulfill my task. Li Zi's stance was resolute. She felt no need to court such peril. Once they entered, the chances of egress would be non-existent. Remaining here, at least, granted her the possibility of survival. If she were to depart with them, with her meager skills, who could she possibly deter? I suggest we refrain from debating this matter for now. Let us first investigate their injuries and ascertain that there are no issues before we reach a decision once this matter is concluded. I find that acceptable. After all, utilizing the teleportation service, they lack spiritual power. For us, excessive consumption could lead to more severe injuries. Observing the escalating argument, the two ordinary individuals stepped forward to mediate the situation. Although Liu Yuba seldom spoke, he always managed to cast his vote for the right side at critical moments. This action was also beneficial for himself. The absence of Li Zi in that location held significant importance for him. Should his presence be detected and questioned by Hua, those individuals would inevitably focus all their attention on him, which would render him vulnerable. You all go in and check on him. I will prepare some food for you. After such a long time, you must be weary, Li Zi remarked before swiftly exiting. She had no intention of wasting excess time there, regardless of whether these individuals intended to take her along or leave her behind. Li Zi believed that since they had already located the person they sought, there was no necessity to follow them any further. Continuing to linger would only risk her desired prey being claimed by another. In the kitchen, Li Zi adeptly handled various fruits and vegetables, tossing them into the pot and stirring continuously. In no time, several dishes were ready on the table. Yet Li Zi remained busily engaged in her culinary endeavors. Do you not yearn to alter your current identity? Why did you remain silent when they expressed their intention to take you away? Lan, what are you doing here? Li Zi gasped upon seeing the man before her, clad in a black mask. Startled, she dropped the spatula she was holding. Observing her reaction, Lan smiled, retrieved the spatula from the floor, and placed it on the nearby table. Are you truly so frightened to see me again? I remember our childhood games together. It's a pity you were expelled for certain matters, but surely you haven't forgotten our bond from those days. After speaking, he settled into a chair, gazing at the woman before him. The passage of years had undeniably transformed her. Once a wholly naive girl, she now exuded confidence and maturity. Once Li Zi regained her composure, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Noticing that they remained undetected, she promptly secured the room. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be outside at this hour? Outside doing what? Lan inquired, propping his chin up with one hand, intrigued by her. He was genuinely curious about how much this woman knew of his secrets. He had long been aware that the spirit pets he captured clandestinely vanished mysteriously once brought here. In truth, he had orchestrated their disappearance behind the scenes, but all was forgiven in the past. After all, those spirit pets were merely experimental subjects to him. They possessed no remarkable qualities, only a modicum of abundant spiritual energy. The difference was negligible, yet he relished the thrill of the hunt. Regardless of the size of the animals, he would bring them all back. It is of no consequence. I merely find myself perplexed as to why you are present here. Have they previously discovered the entrance? Thus, you have come here solely to stealthily gather intelligence? Do you wish to apprehend them and return? After a brief moment of silence, Li Zi shook her head. It was imperative that this man remained oblivious to the fact that she was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to end her life. As for the individuals within this room, I harbor no interest in them. Were it not for the fact that the timing is not yet ripe, do you truly believe I would allow you to locate these individuals? The spiritual energy they possess far exceeds that of the spirit pets you have unleashed, yet at this moment, I find them of no consequence. Once Lan had finished speaking, he rose to his feet, gazing intently at the countenance before him. He reached out, caressing his face with an incessant touch. Even the smile at the corner of his mouth carried an ambiguous allure. Li Zi found his frivolous actions utterly intolerable and swiftly slapped his hand away. Since you are aware that I was behind those prior events, why not simply eliminate me? Chapter 98. Do not be too proud, kill you? Humph. Lan scoffed, a peculiar expression adorning her face. I truly wish to end your life, yet certain individuals have forbidden me from doing so, imposing an unwavering order to allow you to act with impunity. Do you genuinely believe that, given your past misdeeds, you could still be alive today? You once released those spirit beasts that they toiled so hard to capture. Just this act alone warrants 10 deaths. And now, you dare to assist these outsiders before my very eyes. This is nothing short of treachery against our kind. In my eyes, you are merely a traitor. Your actions today have already rendered you deserving of a fate worse than death. However, this woman is not of an ordinary standing, protected by someone of significance, which renders them incapable of taking action against her. Should she truly perish, the unfortunate one would ultimately be herself. Rather than engage in such troublesome matters, it is wiser to turn a blind eye in this instance. After all, we have been friends for many years. If it were not for dire circumstances, I would never consider striking her. Your betrayal should have led you to a fate worse than death long ago. But do you comprehend why I have refrained from acting against you? I merely hope you can make a rational choice now. Either eliminate them or return with me. Return with you? To where? Li Zi's face suddenly contorted into a self-deprecating smile upon hearing these words. Since that time, she had been utterly alone. Every occurrence here has no bearing on her. When her parents were alive, she could not even glance at this place. Yet now she is brazenly asked to accompany him back. On what grounds? She no longer belongs to this realm. They possess no authority to command her. Do you think I still have a home in this place? Individuals like me are unworthy of residing here. I am unaware of what you did to my parents. But if you insist on forcing me to return, do not blame me for being ungracious. What? Do you intend to fight me here? You should know that you are no match for me. Observing the indifference and determination in her gaze, Immortality understood that this matter was no jest. Although this woman was undeniably a formidable opponent, she unfortunately fell short in his presence. She was simply no match for him. If a confrontation were to occur, it would be her demise. Why are you so obstinately deluded? You could have merely acknowledged the truth and avoided expulsion. Why should I confess? We have done nothing wrong to each other. On what grounds should I be burdened with unfounded accusations? Years have passed, yet you remain as repugnant as ever. Repugnant? Immortality chuckled lightly, as if her words had ignited a fury within him. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a hand had already seized her by the throat. The loathsome individual was none other than yourself, was it not? Yet, after all your climbing into his bed, what have you truly gained? Have you not pondered the disparity in your standings? How could someone of your ilk ever presume to stand beside him? I did not do such a thing. Li Zi fervently defended herself upon hearing these accusations. The reality of the matter was far removed from what they perceived. Their connection was pure and untainted, entirely different from the sordid insinuations cast by others. Was it true? I do not know, nor do I wish to know. I only understand that regardless of the veracity of the claims, your departure has indeed become a tangible reality. I hope you possess the self-awareness to recognize what you ought to do now. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and as he finished his statement, the door swung open, revealing a scene of utter chaos in the kitchen, especially the floor, which was utterly unapproachable. I merely asked you to prepare a meal, not to demolish the kitchen, he exclaimed. What on earth happened here? This is an outrageous waste. Do you not realize how expensive these ingredients are? Little Kaishin gazed at the heap of ruined vegetables, immediately beginning to mutter about the situation. As he tidied up, his complaints flowed incessantly. If you cannot cook, this task could easily be entrusted to someone else. You are clearly just creating more trouble for others. While grumbling, he took the spatula from her hands and began to stir the contents of the pot. Li Zi stood there, dazed, her heart racing with anxiety since the moment he entered. She feared he might overhear or discover something amiss. Initially, she believed him to be the easiest to deceive among the men, only to realize that none of them were easily fooled or manageable. Though little Kaishin appeared carefree and solely fixated on silver, he was undoubtedly the most meticulous person in the group. The expressions on each face were fully interpretable in his keen eyes. Let me handle this. You accidentally spilled something earlier. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be dining? Upon regaining her composure, Li Zi quickly stepped forward to assist. It is nothing. I merely came to see if there were any radishes. For some reason, I have been craving them lately, little Kaishin explained, casually picking up a carrot from the table before leaving, casting a knowing glance at Li Zi. Before arriving here, he had indeed heard nothing. However, as he approached, he could vaguely sense the presence of two individuals within. Yet, predictably, the only person who entered was him. Yet she was acutely aware that he had sensed the matter long before he approached the door. Thus, he deliberately feigned being another lifeless form. Should he have not anticipated that the individual within the room was, at every moment, scheming against him? Furthermore, it was precisely because he was cognizant of his attendance that he hastily departed, rendering it impossible to restore that place to its former state. Did you truly not hear anything just now? As Li Zi saw him clutching a radish and preparing to leave, she promptly intercepted him. The instant she lifted her gaze, the expression on the small fortune god's face had dramatically shifted. What do you expect me to have heard? Upon observing the look on his face, Li Zi instinctively took a step back. Regarding the events that transpired earlier, I am entirely unaware of what occurred today, having not heard a whisper. However, should you continue to associate with them, you cannot hold me accountable for what unfolds. Chapter 99. I pretend not to see. He indeed did not hear everything. Yet the most crucial part was crystal clear in his mind. What remained ambiguous was whether the individual inside acted with intent. However, it was conceivable. Given his identity and methods, he ought to have noticed the approach. Thus, his actions were designed to instigate suspicion that Li Zi conspired with him, ultimately to inflict harm upon them. I truly did not. Li Zi attempted to explain, but the expression on his face was one of restrained anguish. Suddenly, all words became lodged in his throat. In retrospect, he found the entire situation to be utterly absurd. Their disparate identities rendered any explanation from her implausible. Who would choose to believe her words? Moreover, the nature of their relationship meant he was privy to all that transpired. The fact that he did not return in anger to inform them was already a blessing on her part. What right did she have to press the matter further? Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, the little fortune god remained uncertain whether all of this was part of his scheme. Yet, at this moment, he was resolute not to be deceived. Li Zi, regardless of the connection between the two of you, your performance cannot fool me. You are simply not worthy of such deception. This kind of trickery is only effective on the unsuspecting outsiders. A seasoned individual like me can easily discern the underlying secrets. Can you assist me? Li Zi began, but as the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. The little fortune god said nothing. But as he reached the door, he suddenly halted. I shall regard today as if I heard nothing, as if I discovered nothing. I came here merely to fetch a radish, and I shall forget our conversation. It is best you keep this hidden, otherwise, no one will come to your aid. Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Li Zi's face. Following this, even if it became a secret shared solely between the two of them, she did not wish for anyone else to uncover her identity. After this matter concluded, the sun rose the following day, and all beheld the light of a new day. With a night devoted to care, when Shue's temperature gradually began to stabilize, her demeanor and thoughts slowly returned to normal. The moment she opened her eyes and saw so many people guarding her, tears of joy welled up. Upon hearing the sound, Li Zhun looked up, and in an instant, a familiar embrace enveloped him. Brother Zhun, you are here. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. I was truly terrified, but thankfully, you have come to rescue me. Hearing these words, Li Zhun felt a familiar warmth as he gently patted her back in comfort. It is all right now, but you must tell me if you feel any discomfort. This medicine is merely a temporary relief. We need to return swiftly. Yet, I have still been unable to locate the raccoon beast. If I return empty-handed, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. What is embarrassment in the face of your life? Besides, that creature is merely a product of someone else's cultivation through certain methods. Their numbers are now quite limited. Li Zhun pondered carefully. There were so many people outside, evidently intent on capturing them. Those with even a modicum of perception understood that this was precisely the moment they could conceal themselves. If they were to brazenly emerge and cause chaos, their days of good fortune would indeed be numbered. Having just regained their freedom, they would never act foolishly in this matter. Thus, it was impossible for them to appear in the short term. Although they had escaped this location, the subsequent quest to find them would be exceedingly arduous. After hearing this, when Shui still felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, the mission had initially been entrusted to them, and now, having failed to complete it and returned injured, how would her junior brothers perceive her? Yet, I truly feel an immense sense of shame. Leaning against him, she whispered softly, her tone noticeably gentler than usual. This caused those seated nearby to feel quite awkward, as the atmosphere seemed ill-suited for their presence. Ahem. The little fortune god cleared his throat, prompting the two to release their embrace. When Shui glanced around at the others, her face flushed with embarrassment. Senior sister, the effort to rescue you is not solely his merit. Why do you thank him alone? Regardless, we two risked our lives to save you. Does your gratitude only extend to Li Zhun? Little fortune god, what nonsense are you spouting? Your insistence on this matter is akin to speaking without understanding the pain of standing. The subtle shift in the relationship between the two was evident to all. How could one be so oblivious, insisting on bringing it to light? Did they truly believe this would unveil the underlying truths to those present? What is wrong with me? I speak only the truth. The senior sister has always had him in her eyes. Indeed, it seems rather unjust to us. When Shui, listening to the quarrel between the two, suddenly straightened up and bowed to everyone present. Today, each of you risked your lives to rescue me, and I, when Shui, shall forever remember your kindness. The little fortune god had merely intended to jest, yet unexpectedly, the atmosphere grew tense, leaving him with an embarrassed smile. Senior sister, I was only joking. Please do not take offense. Your health has yet to recover, so you should rest well. We shall not disturb you. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out, leaving the chaotic situation for Li Jun to handle. When Shui, merely standing, turned around, and in an instant, she fainted into his arms. Li Jun glanced at her, noticing that she bore no apparent issues. However, the most pressing concern was that the toxins within her body were spreading at an alarming rate. If they did not return promptly, when Shui's life would be in peril. After carefully covering her with a blanket, Li Jun stepped outside. Some matters must ultimately be addressed face to face, particularly in this situation where Li Zi could not remain oblivious. The person who had suddenly appeared last night was clearly intent on her. Given their strong sense of territory, coupled with the fact that their own had assisted an outsider, they could not simply overlook this matter. Miss Li Zi turned at the sound of his voice, looking at the emerging Li Jun with a puzzled expression. What is it? Is there something wrong? Are you certain you can ensure your safety here alone? He inquired. Due to her illness, we can no longer afford to delay. We must leave now. Chapter 100. I want to save her if I am not safe here. Then where can I find solace? Even if they truly intend to take my life, what concern is it of yours? Even if I had refrained from this act today, my past transgressions are enough to warrant my demise tenfold. Should they wish to see me perish, your attempts to rescue me would be futile. Li Zi is acutely aware of the source of their apprehension. Yet, even without their presence, she cannot ascertain her own safety in leaving this place. After all, the individual from last night seemed to be delivering a final ultimatum. Once these people depart, she may very well be left to meet her end here. Li Zi turned to gaze upon the verdant bamboo grove before her. In this sanctuary, all external forces could be thwarted. Perhaps it is merely a return to the beginning, rendering everything devoid of value, with nothing to yearn for. You must leave. If you do not, you shall be unable to depart from here. My affairs require no intervention from you. I have the means to arrive, and I will certainly find a way to leave. After a moment of silence, she spoke these words, her back to him. Though she harbored uncertainty regarding this matter, at the very least, she felt she was fulfilling the desires of that individual. I do not pose this question to provoke you. If you find fault with my assertions, you may express it. But there is no need for you to act out of spite. I am not acting out of spite. What I have spoken is the truth. And there is no need to squander so much time. With that, Li Zi turned and departed. Fearing they would remain troubled by this affair, she resolved to leave under the cover of night. Only then would they feel assured enough to vanish from this place and return to their rightful positions. As night fell, Li Bai intended to bid farewell, but after searching the entire house, he found no trace of her. In that moment, his expression shifted, fraught with hesitation and concern. What troubles you? Did we not agree to leave? Why are you still standing here in a daze? She has gone. Xiao Kaishan, upon hearing this, was momentarily perplexed. Who has departed? Are we not all still here? They were clearly present, with no one having left. Yet, in that fleeting instant of turning back, he seemed to recall the absence of one individual. Since the daytime, he had not seen her shadow. Initially, he presumed it was mere anger, but little did he expect that this woman had stealthily slipped away. You mean Li Zi? Who else could it be? Li Bai glanced at the expression on his face, feeling no inclination to utter any further words. He understood that the person before him harbored no fondness for this woman. From the moment she appeared, he had been enveloped in resentment towards her. However, at this juncture, he truly wished to disregard him. Ultimately, this man, devoid of any factual basis, recklessly judged the situation regarding the teaching staff, which was both rash and unjust towards her. The little deity inexplicably became the target of unwarranted ire. Oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, before her stood a man who began to display disdain. Could her departure truly be blamed on him? I ask, what manner of person are you? She intends to leave. Can I truly hinder her? Furthermore, you have always harbored discontent towards her. Is her departure not for the best? It is not solely I who questions her integrity. The little deity pondered this and found the matter increasingly peculiar. From the onset, this was never his idea. And during her pregnancy, he was not the only one involved. How could all the wrath now be directed at him? He is not a punching bag. If he cannot retain someone, how can the blame fall on his shoulders? Upon hearing this, Li Bai felt a surge of dissatisfaction and promptly shut the door. Although Li Jun understood the situation, he recognized the truth in what was said. He was not wrong. You have no legitimate reason to be angry, given you have never treated her kindly. Is it not better that she departs? Upon hearing this, the frustration that had been festering within Li Bai became even more pronounced. Why do you also share this belief? Is all of this truly my fault? Moreover, she is merely a woman, no matter her prowess. Can she truly contend with those individuals? What do you intend to do? Jun, having heard this, directly inquired about the crux of the issue. I wish to save her. After stating this, Bai's face bore a look of desperation. He not only wished to go himself, but hoped Jun would consent to accompany him. Jun, of course, discerned his intentions. Yet the immediate priority was to ensure her safe return. Thus, he found himself unable to acquiesce to this request without hesitation. Are you aware of the potential consequences of such actions? You might find yourself, alongside me, falling victim to these individuals. Why can you not trust her words? She truly possesses the means to escape from here. Would you believe such a statement? Upon hearing this, Bai became anxious. Setting aside everything else, such a simple assertion would not garner their belief. If it were indeed so facile, who was the individual that appeared last night? Why did she leave in such a hurry, without uttering a word? Observing his demeanor and expression, Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating. In just a few days' time, could it be that you have? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly? Upon completing his sentence, Bai sought to evade Jun's gaze. He could not even admit to himself that, in such a brief span, he could develop feelings for such a woman. For them, it is not merely a matter of unclear origins. The actions she has undertaken are entirely beyond the pale of what is generally acceptable. How can this be? Do you still refuse to acknowledge it? From the very moment he made his entrance, despite your habitual penchant for causing trouble, consider this, with your temperate and genteel demeanor. When have you ever sought to provoke another? Upon hearing these words, the minor deity was compelled to reveal his true self. Although he found the situation undeniably perplexing, even implausible, in this world, nothing is entirely certifiable or dismissible for them. Faced with such merciless exposure, Bai could not deny the truth. This matter is indeed intricately linked to her. If you insist on this belief, then I concede. Thus, I can save her now. Even if you choose not to accompany me, I shall undertake this alone. Chapter 101. You are unqualified at this moment. You are utterly unqualified to make a choice. You can either return with us, or I shall render you unconscious and take you back by force. The decision lies with you. Jun would never allow himself to be swayed by his one-sided words into rescuing anyone. Moreover, such a method is inherently foolish. If that individual were truly in danger, they would have ceased to exist by yesterday. The reason they have repeatedly acquired items from them without facing any pursuit lies in her somewhat unique identity, suggesting that someone must be safeguarding her. Thus, Lizzie's safety does not warrant their concern. Why is it so? Her life is valuable. Is hers not as well? Upon hearing his refusal, Bai found it utterly incredulous. He had initially perceived this individual as someone who would not exhibit such cold detachment. Yet, this response struck him sharply in the face. Her life holds significance, but she does not require your rescue or removal. Suddenly, Jun cast a glance towards the little god of wealth, who, upon receiving this gaze, appeared momentarily hesitant, his hands betraying a sense of helplessness. Although he understood that this was intended for his benefit, the animosity between them had not yet reached such a point. Despite countless disputes over the years, they had never resorted to violence. Seeing that he remained inactive, Jun bellowed in anger. If you do not act now, do you truly intend to wait for him to perish here? Otherwise, we shall depart. His words have always held truth. Since he has stated that this situation bears danger, remaining here is merely a burden. We should return and devise a plan later. The little god of wealth, standing nearby, grasped his hand and persistently urged him. Bai glanced at the two of them before shaking off his hand and striding directly into the inner room. The little god of wealth looked at Jun, his expression fraught with difficulty. It's not that I'm criticizing you. You know full well that revealing the truth would earn his compliance. Why resort to such tactics? I have neither the time nor the energy to explain myself, Jun replied. The pressing matter is to get you out of here. As for anything else, it does not concern me. With that, he stepped inside, while those nearby had long been waiting inside. Jun produced a teleportation talisman from his hand and recited the incantation inscribed upon it. A portal swiftly manifested before them. Bai hesitated to step through, and soon, everyone vanished from that place. Observing this scene, Lizzie finally emerged, yet another figure followed closely behind her. She let out a cold laugh. I truly wonder when you learned to engage in such underhanded dealings. Emolan scoffed in response. Since you have chosen not to comply with my request, you shall not leave this place today. As soon as the words left his lips, a long whip materialized in his hand. Ignoring her reaction, he struck her with it directly. Lizzie quickly dodged to the side. I have stated my intentions, and you have no authority over them. I no longer belong here, and it is beyond your jurisdiction. Upon hearing these words, Emolan swiftly retracted the whip, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Do you understand? If you acknowledge your affiliation with this place, it might grant you a chance to survive. Are you not aware of the fate that befalls those who inadvertently trespass here? After Imolan spoke, she appeared before her in the blink of an eye, gripping her chin. I spared you yesterday, but today will be different. You must die. Imolan, you possess quite the prowess, I must say. I am curious how it came to be that my brother's concern is now in your hands. Shui Linger's sudden appearance altered the course of events in an instant. Upon hearing her voice, Imolan immediately released her grip and stood respectfully to the side. Princess, she is no longer one of our demon tribe. Her unauthorized intrusion is a capital offense. After hearing this, Shui Linger discarded the whip, which quickly turned to ash. So, are you suggesting that you wish to kill even a princess? If you wish to keep this matter from spreading, you would do well to eliminate me as well. Otherwise, I shall inform my brother, and neither of us will escape unscathed. Imolan gazed at the artifact she had laboriously conjured, now vanished in an instant. Though resentment brewed within her, she knew she could not contend with the two guardians by her side. Her actions were akin to throwing a stone against the tide. Princess, on what grounds do you say this? Today, I am merely executing my duties. If there is a fault, it should be addressed by the Demon King. What do you mean? Are you implying that I lack the qualification? To utter such words, let us go to father. I am most eager to ascertain my eligibility. As Shui Linger spoke, she grasped Li Zi's hand, preparing to depart. Witnessing this, Imolan swiftly stepped forward to block their path. This matter was initiated by his own whims, and should it escalate, there would be no benefit for him. Moreover, the woman before them, though indeed cast out from the demon tribe, was of a more complex identity in their hearts. Princess, since you have stated it thus, I shall not trouble her further. This incident may be forgiven, but should we encounter her again, I will show no mercy. With that, Imolan vanished without a trace. Once she departed, Shui Linger turned to Li Zi, her expression laced with concern. Are you injured? Do you feel unwell? This individual is most adept at administering poison. If you experience any discomfort, it would be prudent to voice it promptly. Li Zi shook her head. I have no issues. If he had the opportunity to act, he would undoubtedly poison me. However, just moments ago, his intent was to eliminate me. Had you not intervened, I might have already met my demise. Shui Linger listened intently to her astute analysis, yet unease lingered in her heart, and her eyes reflected the tension stemming from the situation. This person was inherently difficult to contend with. On the surface, he appeared to be aligned with them, yet his actual actions were reprehensible. For now, in an effort to avoid alarming the enemy, everyone chose to turn a blind eye. However, it was astonishing that he possessed such audacity. He dared to take action against her without fearing retribution from those who might seek vengeance later. If she were to perish, Imolan would be doomed as well. Chapter 102. Why is it only you? I pondered their circumstances. If they were leaving, why did they not take you with them? What was the purpose of abandoning you here? If I had not intervened, would you not have perished at his hands? The mere thought of this sent a chill down Shui Linger's spine. She had held on to the hope that they would surely come to rescue her, yet never anticipated such profound ingratitude. They had left her all alone. This situation was not their concern. It was I who chose to remain. The methods they employed were ones I could not partake in. To do so would expose my identity. Thus, I was compelled to stay. Were it not for dire necessity, I would have no need to resort to such measures. Why? Before you departed from this place, the peculiarities that once enveloped you had long been concealed. After all these years, they should have vanished entirely. What are you afraid of? Shui Linger could not comprehend the rationale behind her actions. From the moment he was expelled by the demon clan, all traces of his essence had disappeared. Even if remnants lingered, it would hardly lead to immediate discovery upon entry. If that were indeed the case, their associates would have been unable to conceal themselves within. Yet, despite the passage of time, no word had reached them. It was evident that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. The intricacies of their relationships might be far more complex than they appeared on the surface. Why? Li Zi smiled and shook his head. I do not know why. I shall take my leave now. With that, he rose, preparing to depart. Unwilling to divulge the reasons behind it all, the matters between the two of them, apart from him, would remain undisclosed. Although Shui Linger found this situation peculiar, the individual before her remained silent. Even if she held a knife to her throat, she would never reveal the underlying reasons. Yet she understood that Li Zi's fervent desire to conceal the truth indicated that this matter was intimately linked to him. In his heart, the safety and identity of that individual were paramount, encompassing even her own. It was for this reason that Shui Linger felt a sense of reassurance. However, Li Zi's identity was now known to others. If she were to venture outside alone, she would undoubtedly encounter considerable peril. That individual would not simply let matters rest after being rebuffed. He would seek retribution through another means. Come forth. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Linger resolved to act. Princess, what is your command? With no other concerns at hand, you have but one objective: ensure her safety at all costs. Regardless of the circumstances, she must not be harmed. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, those present exchanged glances, their faces reflecting uncertainty. After all, that individual was not one of their own kind. In the eyes of outsiders, the notion that these two individuals were tasked with protection would inevitably lead to speculation about their entangled connections with the person in question, potentially resulting in endless troubles for him. Furthermore, it was inherently improper for them to safeguard someone outside the demon clan. Such an act was fundamentally against protocol. What are you contemplating? Xue Linger scrutinized the two before her, awaiting their response, yet none was forthcoming. Princess, it's not that I am unwilling to heed your command. Rather, this matter is exceedingly complex. She is no longer one of the demon clan. If we continue to protect her, those in the palace will surely become aware, and we shall face dire consequences. After voicing his concerns, Xue Linger reflected deeply upon them. She had contemplated conducting this affair in secrecy, yet time would inevitably reveal the truth to others. Nevertheless, they could not simply disregard this matter due to such connections. Are you following my orders or my father's? If it is my father you obey, then depart at once. Xue Linger's fury erupted. Upon witnessing her rage, the two immediately ceased their actions and prepared to leave. If not for the circumstances, they would have had no reason to act in such a manner. After they departed, Xue Linger feigned indifference and returned to the bamboo grove. Observing that nothing had changed in the grove, the disarray within the house provided her with a modicum of solace. This place had long been abandoned, even by her own presence, which had been absent for an extended period, not out of a desire to be discovered, but rather from her own apprehension. She had avoided this location. It was a secret sanctuary belonging solely to them three, unknown to anyone else. Yet now, this haven was no longer secure. Beyond the option of obliterating it, Xue Linger found herself at a loss for alternatives. She stood before the house, enveloped in silence for a considerable time, gazing at the wooden structure that had lingered longest in her memories. With a gentle wave of her hand, the house vanished from her sight, and she departed from this place, never to return. At the celestial gate, a group soon materialized within its confines. Upon sensing their presence, several elders hastened towards them. Upon seeing the injured and unconscious Wen Xue, Yi was agitated, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Quickly, someone must ascertain what has transpired. Yi urged a nearby physician, propelling him towards the interior of the house. The physician, upon witnessing the scene, promptly ushered everyone outside. The elders scrutinized the seemingly unscathed individuals, alongside those they had dispatched, who bore only minor injuries. Yet, the severe condition of Wen Xue was perplexing and unacceptable. What on earth transpired? How could she sustain such grave injuries? Zhun observed the skepticism in the elder's eyes and offered a smile. This is a question you ought to pose to the senior brothers beside you. When we arrived, Xiao Xue was already in such a state. After finishing his task, Zhun left without looking back and returned to his courtyard. The elder immediately shifted his gaze towards the two individuals nearby, curious to know what had transpired. As soon as Zhun stepped into his courtyard, two figures, one large and one small, rushed towards him. Li Hao directly collided into his embrace, overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his cheeks. Fourth brother, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have gone out to search for you. How was it? Did you manage to study well here? Have you learned anything useful? Zhun affectionately ruffled his hair, a gentle smile gracing his face. As the three entered, Lu Yuba appeared before them. Upon seeing him, Zhun smiled. It seems they were quite efficient, approving your stay in the same courtyard so swiftly. This only attests to your remarkable abilities. Such matters are not easily resolved by mere words. Lu Yuba had never anticipated that merely raising this question would lead to such a quick resolution. Chapter 103. Unreasonable disturbance. The three individuals harbored no doubts regarding this matter. Instead, they readily acquiesced to his proposition without the slightest hesitation, even foregoing the option of refusal. Their immediate agreement was truly beyond his imagination. After all, it was their prowess that allowed them to share the same courtyard with him. Regardless of the circumstances, they had not rendered him any assistance during that incident, nor had they exhibited any discernible capabilities. Logically, there should have been no grounds for their consent. Moreover, in their eyes, his identity was somewhat enigmatic. Allowing him entry merely served to ascertain the eventual outcome of this affair. I find myself genuinely intrigued as to how you have managed to instill such unwavering trust in these individuals, compelling them to heed your words. It is no wonder that envy has arisen in some quarters. Who? Su Sheng? Li Jun countered. What do you mean? Lu Yuba, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. He was uncertain as to the intent behind Li Jun's words. I had assumed you shared my sentiments. Do you not find it exceedingly coincidental that those events transpired at such opportune moments during the trials? Thus, you suspect him of orchestrating this. Lu Yuba retorted. Li Jun chuckled softly. This matter is not merely a suspicion. It is evident that he is the one responsible. The three elders' indecision stemmed from the lack of any concrete evidence at the time. However, based on the clues we have gathered, it is clear that he alone had the opportunity. Even though Xiao Liuzi is now recognized by him, he does not remain vigilant at all times. Should anything truly transpire, it is not within their purview to dictate the outcome. If you genuinely suspect that he is the culprit, I am curious to know what course of action you intend to pursue. Lu Yuba furrowed his brow. What can be done? Between us, there exists no evidence whatsoever. I merely hope he refrains from any unnecessary actions. Fortune does not always favor the bold. After concluding his remarks, Li Jun retreated to his chamber. The three individuals nearby, having overheard their conversation, were immediately struck by a sense of uncertainty. After all, to this day, they had yet to receive a satisfactory response regarding the matter. The reasons behind the situation remained shrouded in mystery. Such an outcome was indeed rather hasty. Master, Wu Zhong'an remarked, having learned that they had not rested adequately. He had placed food upon the table, having anticipated their return and prepared the meal early to await them. Li Jun, having closed his eyes in contemplation, opened them upon Wu Zhong'an's entrance and approached the array of dishes laid out before him. How did you fare with the task I assigned you? Wu Zhong'an nodded in response. Since your departure, nothing of significance has transpired here. The 13th prince remains exceedingly safe. As for Su Sheng, there is nothing particularly unusual, aside from his daily display of bravado stemming from his status. It seems as though nothing noteworthy has occurred. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately could not discern anything remarkable. However, it appears that this individual has become unusually quiet since their exit. It seems the target of his intentions is not them at all, but rather Li Jun. Upon hearing this, Li Jun instantly comprehended the implication. This suggests that the sole individual he aims to target is me, while the rest of you remain unharmed. Even so, this is unacceptable. If he continues to act in such a manner, we may not always be so fortunate. Upon hearing these words, Wu Zhong'an grew increasingly anxious. Li Jun has always been accustomed to solitude, not merely for one reason. As a neglected prince since childhood, aside from tending to vegetables in the back mountains, few were inclined to engage with him. The only ones remaining in the courtyard were an elderly individual and a child. With just these two companions, he struggled to adapt to a larger crowd. Such circumstances are understandable. However, times have changed. If this is indeed the case, he cannot afford to be harmed again. Wouldn't this merely provide others with an opportunity? Yet, I truly fail to grasp why he must go to such lengths to target you, given your lack of enmity. Since their departure days ago, he has seemingly fixated on Su Sheng. Beyond the silence, he remains perplexed about the underlying reasons. Even if he had initially overshadowed him upon entering, it hardly justifies such ruthless animosity. How could someone so merciless gain entry into this place? Do the others not harbor any suspicions regarding this matter? Why is that? Can you not discern it? After Li Jun finished speaking, he ceased further explanation, continuing instead to eat with his head bowed. This matter is apparent to anyone with eyes. His motives are not rooted in anything else but in regard to Wen Shui. While he may disbelieve the rumors, there is an adage that states, where there is smoke, there is fire. Such scandalous gossip could not arise without cause. Wen Shui is renowned here as the aloof goddess, earning her the moniker of Snow Woman outside. If her actions were voluntary, it would be indefensible. However, if it were another individual involved, the situation would become far more complex. Meanwhile, in another room, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The two individuals remained seated. Rendered speechless, time had passed, yet Lai Bai was still preoccupied with the earlier events. Even the little fortune god recognized that this was an attempt to safeguard their well-being. How could someone as astute as he fail to understand this? Why must one stubbornly cling to such trivial matters? I am not criticizing you, but is it truly necessary to be this enraged? You often present yourself as a sage, yet this time, why have you acted so foolishly? His actions are entirely for our benefit. Are you not aware of this? The little fortune god could no longer contain himself and swiftly tossed the water aside. While he recognized the anger, such feelings were utterly unwarranted. There was a clear rationale behind the situation, yet one chooses to sulk instead. I understand that his intentions are for my sake, but I never intended to involve you all. Could I not go alone? The thought of this matter alone infuriated Lai Bai. He had already stated that he required no assistance from anyone, yet they still insisted on dragging him back. Upon hearing this, the little fortune god felt invigorated. I ask you, what is your problem? The matter has been articulated so clearly. She will be fine. Yet you fail to comprehend? If there were truly an issue, he would never allow her to depart alone. The little fortune god huffed in frustration at the table nearby. Chapter 104. No one but him. It is truly perplexing how he has suddenly become so obstinate regarding this matter. The ins and outs and the associated dangers have been articulated with utmost clarity. Why then does he insist on delving deeper into this dead end? Typically, he does not exhibit such tendencies. He is remarkably composed, capable of discerning the situation with just a few words. Yet, when it comes to this woman, he seems utterly bereft of rational thought, resembling a complete fool. Just look at yourself now. Ever since you met that woman, it is as if you have fallen under some spell, fixating on her incessantly. Surely, you cannot genuinely. The young deity, lost in thought, found this notion utterly implausible. Even if he harbored such feelings, his family would never consent. A family of such stature would never allow someone with a tumultuous past to enter their ranks. Moreover, their primary objective in cultivating their skills here is to pursue immortality. How could one entertain the idea of a spouse in the realm of immortality? As he contemplated the subsequent events, a flicker of hesitation ignited within him. Do not tell me you are truly willing to forego all preparations to spend your life with her. You have only met a few times. How could you? Lai Bai regarded him, bemused by how a mere spark of thought could lead to such a cascade of conclusions. It was a stretch he had never considered himself. Upon witnessing the exaggerated expression on his face, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. What nonsense are you imagining? I merely believe that if we turn a blind eye to this matter, she may find herself in peril. You all continue to question her motives. Yet she has never harmed us. If we abandon her, what does that say about us as men? After uttering these words, the young deity scoffed. Although he had not intended to leave the woman unprotected, he understood the inherent dangers of that place. A person as ordinary as her, even if capable, could only endure for so long. The disparity between a mundane individual and one skilled in the arcane arts is akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Why not consider it from a different perspective? She has frequented that place for quite some time. If there were genuine danger, it would have manifested long before we arrived. How could issues only arise in our presence? Furthermore, if that were the case, it would only serve to demonstrate her capabilities, would it not? Individuals of our ilk have never encountered anyone with such opportunities, nor have we seen anyone repeatedly enter without detection or injury. If it were not for this, her position would not have ascended so rapidly. Given these facts, it is evident that no further deliberation is required. Lizzie will undoubtedly face no issues. Moreover, given her acquaintance with the princess from that realm, their rapport appears quite amiable. Thus, it seems only natural, and there is no cause for concern. Indeed, there is no need for apprehension. If there were to be worries, it would pertain solely to the potential dangers of the situation at hand. However, this does not imply that no one would step forward to address the matter. Should genuine concern arise, one could seek her out during the next outing. If she were truly to perish, we would bear the weight of guilt for eternity, yet if I remain unharmed, it is you who would carry the burden of remorse for a lifetime. The little fortune teller articulated this with utmost clarity. Had all involved chosen to rescue her or offer assistance at that moment, it is likely that none would have returned. In that locale, once conflict ensues, it becomes nearly impossible to ascertain right from wrong. Therefore, such actions are utterly unnecessary. What do you mean? Do you believe I am being unreasonable? Do you not see that your own actions may also be deemed irrational? As someone who perceives the grander scheme of things, why do you fixate on a mere woman? Do you not realize that such thoughts and behaviors render you rather juvenile? Indeed, even I surpass you in maturity. After the little fortune teller spoke these words, she departed. The matter at hand has been laid bare, and there is no need for further entanglements. Who is right, and who is more formidable? The dynamics have long been established. Should he persist in his unwavering intent to assist that woman, he would merely witness all their faith crumbling before him. Such behavior is neither fitting nor appropriate for him. Following her departure, Lai Bai gradually fell silent. This situation was not due to a lack of consideration nor any other reason. Rather, the identity of the individual in question held a peculiar significance for him. He did not wish to jeopardize his life over such a trivial matter. Furthermore, having aided them so considerably, it was imperative that she not perish over this incident. Yet, he could not allow any problems to arise, especially concerning Li Zhun. In the forthcoming events, no one besides him could assume his role. This sentiment was shared not only by him, but also by all within the celestial realm. Without him, the continuity of future matters would falter. Li Zhun was akin to their chosen one, possessing abilities that surpassed anyone else's, whether in the past or the future. Regardless of the events that transpired before, Li Zhun would play a pivotal role. To put it favorably, he is a capable individual. Yet, to phrase it less charitably, he is merely a pawn. Unsurprisingly, those individuals would scarcely regard his life or death. Beyond his formidable prowess, what they truly desired was the boundless spiritual energy he possessed. If there comes a day when one is truly captured by another, devoid of any protection, the ultimate fate is invariably death. Nothing can alter that. Upon contemplating this grim reality, Li Bai was suddenly engulfed by remorse for his previous impulsive actions. Yet, no matter how profound his regrets might be, it was too late to amend the past. The course of his actions had already been set in motion. He could only silently wish that the woman would encounter no difficulties. Once the little fortune god expressed his innermost thoughts, a wave of relief washed over him. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was taken aback to find someone unexpectedly seated there. What brings you here? If my memory serves me correctly, this place should be. From this day forth, we shall officially coexist under the same roof as partners, so I look forward to your guidance, Liu Yuba replied, setting down his cup and rising with an expression of genuine warmth. The little fortune god was left utterly astonished. Chapter 105. Why him? How could this be possible? The little fortune god could scarcely believe his eyes. When they first entered this courtyard, although it was sanctioned by the elders, there had been much discussion among the others. After all, this place was his private domain. If not for his extraordinary abilities, it would have been inconceivable to see him here. Liu Yuba had not participated in this matter at the outset. Why, then, had he suddenly appeared now? What could possibly be the reason? If he truly possessed such qualifications, he should have emerged alongside us from the beginning, rather than manifesting at this moment. As for this query, I suggest you direct it to the elders. They were the ones who summoned me. Perhaps the individual within can provide further insight. After Liu Yuba concluded his remarks, he retreated to his room. Although the courtyard was modest in size, it boasted ample chambers, and even featured a plot of land at the back, a privilege specially designated for Li Zhun. This arrangement had incited envy among many. It was no wonder that countless individuals outside admired his glory and the advantages he presently enjoyed. Li Zhun had never been one to shy away from this matter. He would not forego what he deemed necessary, and the elders would not deny him. Rather, they seemed inclined to bestow even more upon him. It is evident that, in their eyes, Li Zhun was a highly coveted individual. What else wrong? Upon emerging, Li Bai encountered a familiar silhouette. If he was not mistaken, that figure belonged to him. Yet, he could not fathom why he was present here. Did you see? I did see, indeed. However, I am perplexed as to why he is here. He stated that he would be residing here from today onward, that we are now comrades under the same roof. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Li Bai's face mirrored the astonishment. Even though Liu Yuba had taken the initiative to accompany them, they were fundamentally not on the same path. There was truly no need to place them together. From the very beginning, this individual had been reticent. Whether his demeanor was genuine or merely a facade remained uncertain. Yet, they could sense that this person was not ordinary. If it had been a typical individual traversing that road, they would have long since lost heart. However, he remained undeterred. Moreover, throughout the journey, not only was he unhurried, but his thoughts were also remarkably clear. Astonishingly, he exhibited no fear upon entering that place for the first time. His eyes radiated confidence, as if he were inherently connected to that realm. I find it hard to believe, yet given the circumstances, it indicates that this situation is undoubtedly not coincidental. Perhaps all of this was orchestrated by the person within. How did you utter the exact same words to him? He just conveyed the same to me moments ago. Yet I find it difficult to believe that their relationship could have blossomed so remarkably in such a short span. Upon hearing this, the little fortune teller was indeed taken aback. The dynamics between the two of them, regardless of perspective, seemed to possess an undeniable disparity. How could it be that, after just one instance, their rapport has transformed into such amicability? This is simply implausible. Up until now, even Li Zhun remained skeptical. How could one so readily place their trust in another? Li Zhun, indifferent to the events unfolding outside, chose instead to appear in the courtyard. He took out the seeds and, adhering to his customary routine, planted them in the soil, even in the absence of their assistance. The mere presence of this earth ensures that the crops will flourish more rapidly. The singular distinction lies in the fact that Li Zhun is unable to fell trees at the appointed time. Here, there exists not a single tree that he could fell without incurring the ire of those within. Brotherly, what are you doing? Li Bai inquired. I am aware that crops require a considerable span of time to mature. Why is it that yours? Upon arriving in the fields, Li Bai observed the seeds that had just been sown, and to his astonishment, they began to sprout almost instantly. This was indeed extraordinary. To the average observer, such a phenomenon would seem non-existent. Should a common person witness this, they might be astonished enough to believe him a supernatural being. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. It is merely due to the unique nature of this soil. Consequently, the crops sown herein will grow in a shorter period and yield superior produce. Would you care to try? Jun set down his hoe, lowered his voice, and turned to retrieve some fruits, placing them upon a nearby table. Although this courtyard lacks the resemblance of his abode on the back mountain, the majority of its arrangement mirrors that of his previous residence. Thus, beside the fields, a table is always present for his respite. Upon hearing such remarks, Li Bai could hardly contain his incredulity. However, after biting into the peach in his hand, he suddenly realized that these fruits far surpassed those found within the palace, enticing him to linger and savor them. Even at exorbitant prices, such exquisite fruits remain unattainable. Brotherly, this is truly astonishing. How can it be so remarkable? Jun simply smiled. He had long since elucidated the reasons behind this. Yet he understood that this was not the true purpose of his presence here. I presume what you wish to discuss is not this matter? Upon hearing these words, Li Bai promptly set down the fruit in his hand and lifted a cup of hot tea from a nearby table. Indeed, I did not come here for this. I merely seek to understand why you have allowed him entry. Do you trust him so implicitly? If I am not mistaken, even to this point, you have yet to convince us. How will you respond to him regarding this visit? His purpose for coming here, naturally, is to ascertain the truth behind this matter. Moreover, the identity of that individual is evidently not trivial. If they truly are the eyes and ears dispatched from the outside, would not all their actions and conversations be meticulously scrutinized? You are correct. I harbor a profound distrust towards each of you. The reason this person has made their appearance is that I am confident they are not malevolent, and at crucial moments, they can indeed offer their assistance, thus justifying their presence here. Upon hearing such a response, a flicker of concern ignited within him. Is it not possible for them to provide the same assistance? What of us? Or rather, what do I represent in your eyes? I consider that, having endured so much together, we ought to be regarded as friends, would we not? When Li Bai vocalized this sentiment, it bore the semblance of a mere wish. From the very beginning, he had no intention of compelling an acknowledgement of this matter. Yet, due to the emergence of this individual, he found himself unable to sidestep the issue. Chapter 106. What are we? At the very least, he must ascertain whether this matter is worthy of his belief. Does this individual possess the qualifications required? Jun chose to remain silent. The mere recollection of that person stemmed from the weight of their identity, which warranted trust. After all, who would dare to assume such a perilous risk, adopting another's identity? If this individual lacked any redeeming qualities to inspire trust, the mere revelation of their identity would spell their doom. It is evident that, thus far, this person is deserving of consideration. However, the question remains whether he seeks to exploit Jun. To this day, that remains uncertain. As for the two individuals before him, he cannot deny the significant assistance they have rendered. Yet, in such circumstances, Jun finds it impossible to persuade himself to unconditionally trust another. Everything is beyond his control. Were it otherwise, these individuals could easily bring about his demise in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving at school, Li Bai awaited an answer that never came. Suddenly, he comprehended that this response might indeed place Jun in a difficult position, prompting him to continue speaking. I do not require your answer at this moment. I understand that you have been hesitating in your heart, but such matters are inconsequential. What is crucial is that you must recognize the potential for others to harm you. We, however, will not. At the very least, among us, I will not. Why do you share this with me? If I am not mistaken, this is our first meeting. From our initial encounter until now, we have met no more than 5 times. Are you certain you can make such a choice, to unconditionally trust someone? Jun found these words utterly astonishing. Their connection was inexplicable. Even their meetings were minimal. Although, until now, no one had managed to inflict harm upon him. He sensed an underlying truth. He felt like a mere pawn in the hands of these individuals. Every event that had transpired seemed to be directed by a system urging him towards a specific course of action. Yet, it appeared that he was merely a supporting character in the grand narrative. Jun remained uncertain about the unfolding events, blindly following the tasks mandated by the system. Completing these tasks would yield certain rewards, allowing him to surpass any present company. However, in this vast world, it is unlikely that all second-rate individuals congregate in one place. One day, Jun might pay the ultimate price for this. He understood better than anyone what he should do in the next moment. Nonetheless, these people seemed to him merely as calculable entities. You need not know my reasons for acting as I do. You must simply grasp this truth. Neither of us will harm you. Even if someone in this world chooses to betray you, I assure you, I am not among them. Li Bai's unwavering gaze conveyed this message with clarity. In his eyes, such occurrences were utterly inconceivable, even if they were to perish. It would not precipitate any unforeseen event for the person before him. Li Bai gazed at this individual, rendered speechless, realizing there was no necessity to prolong the conversation. He could only afford a moment for contemplation on these matters. Before his departure, Li Bai imparted a final remark. You may choose not to trust us, yet you must discern who poses a threat to you. Should you be incapable of making this judgment, no amount of vigilance will spare you from their clutches. After uttering these words, he took the fruits from the table and left. Meanwhile, Li Zhun remained seated, pondering the questions left in his wake. He was indeed correct. In a world where one's brilliance was conspicuous, there was a genuine need for protection. However, this did not imply that it had to be from the two of them. At present, he felt no need to guard against anyone. Those individuals were, for the time being, entirely out of reach. Fourth brother, what are you contemplating? I've been calling you for ages, yet you show no sign of awareness. Li Haojue observed Li Zhun, who was lost in thought, and waved his hand in front of him, receiving no response. He then proceeded to pat his shoulder. Li Zhun, feeling the touch, finally returned to reality and looked at him. What troubles you? Have you sought me for something specific? Li Haojue scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, it's nothing of great importance. I merely heard that third brother has been drowning his sorrows nightly due to my affair, inciting father's wrath, and resulting in his confinement. Upon hearing this, Li Zhun's expression turned to one of surprise, recognizing the weight of guilt upon Li Haojue's face. He understood that upon receiving this news, Li Haojue must be feeling profoundly remorseful. Had it not been for his words, third brother would not have faced such severe punishment. When did this transpire? Father has always held him in such high regard. How could he bear to confine him? Li Haojue shook his head. I am uncertain, but the incident has stirred considerable gossip here. If it were false, such rumors would not flourish so widely. You know well that father is particularly concerned with his reputation. He too was reluctant to accept the veracity of the situation. Yet, the torrent of rumors had already substantiated the occurrence. If it were untrue, it would not have spread so far. Furthermore, many had witnessed the event firsthand, leading to the plethora of whispers, with some even suggesting a connection to him. Although Li Haojue felt a degree of responsibility for the matter, he had been troubled by it for several days. He did not wish for his actions to bring punishment upon third brother. After all, they were brothers. His initial intent in offering assistance was to foster harmony between them, not to seize anything from him. Li Zhun lowered his gaze, immediately discerning the turmoil within Li Haojue's heart. Do you believe that his punishment is a consequence of your actions? After listening to the nonsensical remarks of others, do you feel even more convinced that this matter pertains to you? Do you wish to return and reclaim him? The moment Li Zhun uttered these words, Li Hao immediately lifted his gaze. His eyes brimmed with anticipation regarding this situation. Is it possible? Can it be done? If so, I shall go and bring him back. Naturally, he yearns for this wish to materialize. However, this place is not devoid of rules and propriety. It is not merely a matter of his words altering the course of events. Do you think that if you were to bring him back now, it might lead him to mistakenly believe that you are pitying him? No, I am merely speaking ill of him. Are you not aware of his identity and methods? Would such words not incite his wrath against you? Li Zhun retorted with a stern expression. It is not that he deliberately schemes to manipulate the relationship between the two of them in his presence, but rather, he is inherently that kind of person. Chapter 107. Irrelevant to you, he has never truly felt at ease regarding his younger brother. His existence is merely a necessity, dictated by the absence of power in his hands. Once he wields absolute authority, there will be no justification for their continued existence. Impossible? The third brother may appear somewhat fierce, yet he possesses a commendable nature. I feel he treats me quite well, often permitting me to enjoy my outings. Li Haoyue naively explained. He believed this misunderstanding stemmed solely from the discord between the two of them, hence he did not dwell on it too much. After all, having endured bullying for such an extended period, it was only natural to harbor such thoughts. Li Zhun observed and gently tousled his hair, perceiving him as endearingly naive. He lacked the depth of thought regarding certain matters, resulting in minimal suspicion. You are still quite young. If you were to mature a little more, many things would become clear to you, and there would be no need for me to speak so bluntly, while you mistakenly regard him as a good person. Upon hearing these words, Li Haoyue felt somewhat perplexed. Although he struggled to fully comprehend, he sensed that these remarks were not entirely flattering. Yet he could also feel the underlying concern behind them. As for you, do not be swayed by the gossip circulating outside. If you truly lacked any exceptional abilities, the elders would not have chosen you. No matter how capable I may be, it is improbable that I could compel all three of them to select you. Li Zhun understood the thoughts swirling in his mind and the hesitations he harbored. Nonetheless, all of this was merely the nonsensical chatter of those outside. The disparity in their relationship was stark. Had it not been for the detection of an unusual constitution or mindset within that individual, the elders would likely not have consented to any change. Though Li Haoyue wished to believe otherwise, recent events compelled him to accept the veracity of the external rumors. The elders placed excessive trust in Li Zhun, treating his words with a laissez-faire attitude, in stark contrast to their stern demeanor towards other disciples. In their eyes, Li Zhun possessed certain privileges. However, what of the third brother? What if he were to face punishment? Given Father Emperor's fondness for him, how could he possibly bear to impose such a penalty? Perhaps he merely wished to prevent him from indulging in reckless behavior and excessive drinking. Once he refrains from such vices, he could avoid punishment altogether. After concluding his thoughts, Li Zhun brushed the dust from his hands, turned, and, with a hoe in hand, returned to the fields. He indeed had little desire to delve into this matter. For him, the chapter concerning Li Fengji was already closed. In the absence of unavoidable circumstances, there would be no further interaction between the two. Li Zhun's concern does not stem from the years of bullying he has endured, but rather from the inherent nature of this individual, whose actions suggest an inevitable downfall. Typically, characters of his ilk in novels either become villains or meet their demise in a most unremarkable manner. He is indeed not worthy of regard. Furthermore, this individual is excessively concerned with his reputation. Confining him serves merely to spare him the humiliation of being disgraced publicly. His primary intent is to preserve his own dignity. Were he genuinely inclined to punish him, imprisoning him would be an unlikely course of action. Instead, he could have, as before, publicly administered a severe beating before an audience, a scenario not unheard of. The atmosphere within the palace is unusually subdued due to this incident. Although ostensibly confined, he roams freely throughout the royal grounds. Should anyone dare to comment on the situation, they would swiftly find themselves facing dire consequences. Since the last incident, Li Fengji's name has become almost entirely absent from conversation. He has grown increasingly brutal, having killed several palace maids and servants without remorse. In his eyes, their lives hold no value. By his tally, he has taken the lives of over a dozen individuals this month. Yet, those within the palace choose to ignore these transgressions entirely. The emperor merely turns a blind eye, for his affection for this son is boundless. Your Majesty, the third prince has killed yet another maid today, a courtier reported. And what was the reason this time? It is said she merely uttered the word immortal, which unfortunately caught his highness's ear. The accompanying eunuch faltered, unsure of how to proceed, and his expression shifted as the gravity of the situation settled in. To an ordinary person, such a remark would seem inconsequential. Yet, in this context, it bears heavy consequences. Upon learning the details, the emperor merely shifted slightly in his seat, the matter appearing trivial on his countenance. Even upon hearing such an absurdity, he seemed devoid of any reaction. The eunuch, witnessing the emperor's lack of anger, could only feel a silent sympathy for the unfortunate maid. In this imperial household, no one regards their lives with any seriousness. It is indeed a cruel fate. The only recourse is to be reborn in a better life, far removed from this royal lineage. Let it be as it may, but this matter must be resolved discreetly. If it leaks, I shall have your heads. After delivering this ominous warning, the emperor merely waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, the eunuch promptly ordered the dismissal of those present and secured the doors. The deference that had adorned his face moments before now twisted into disdain following the emperor's words. Were it not for his lowly status, such a feeble-minded sovereign would have long been ousted from his position, yet no one possesses the means to effect such change at present. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Nightfall enveloped the once tranquil courtyard, as a sudden burst of light emanated from within the house. In but a moment, an individual emerged, clutching a wine glass. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps before he collapsed onto the ground. Upon lifting his gaze, it was evident that he was thoroughly intoxicated, utterly disoriented, and unable to discern his surroundings. Strangely, in that very moment, no one dared to approach him, for the slightest touch would provoke his wrath. They feared that their lives might be forfeit at his hands. Observing this scene from the shadows, a figure extended a hand, promptly causing the onlookers to vanish. Where have all the people gone? Can't you see? I am right here. Li Fengji continued to drink incessantly, mumbling and shouting into the vast courtyard. Yet, not a single soul responded. Those outside appeared as if they had succumbed to death itself. Chapter 108. Desire. No one could hear his cries. Upon seeing the individual before him, Li Fengji offered no explanation. Instead, he reached out and grasped the man's hand, pressing the hard disc into his palm. He then turned away, even hurling the wine flask at his head. This man had never endured such humiliation. He had undeniably revealed to Li Fengji the depths of his malevolence. Indeed, it was a wickedness that ran to the very core of his being. In just a fortnight, so much blood had already stained his hands. It was no wonder that within the ranks of the immortal sect and among the 100 clans, no one dared to take him in. A person nurtured in such a manner would invariably become their adversary, incapable of ever empathizing with others. What he needed most now was precisely this, a heart hardened to the point of disregarding the lives of others. All along, this was the kind of person he had sought. Must you truly be so enraged? If you cannot cultivate immortality, is there not another way to master spells? He inquired. If I were to offer you a means to cultivate spells, would you agree to my condition? Upon hearing these words, Li Fengji immediately looked up at him. The unfamiliar face indeed startled him, yet the man's attire and the wine that had just drenched him compelled him to believe that this person truly possessed magical abilities. Who are you? He demanded. Does my identity truly matter? They say spilled water cannot be retrieved. Today, I am here to inform you that I possess a method to grant you everything you desire. After speaking, the man restored the wine to its original glass. Even the bottle in his hand, which had only moments ago been damaged, was now pristine. With a devilishly charming smile, he placed the glass and bottle before Li Fengji. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Fengji frowned. He detested those who considered themselves superior due to their cultivation, believing themselves above others. He had once been resolute in his desire to learn and, after much effort, had finally been granted an opportunity, only for it to be snatched away by another. Were it not for that individual, he would have already undergone a profound transformation. Do you truly believe that a mere conversation will convince me of your sincerity? Furthermore, I must inform you that I have no desire to learn any spells. I loathe individuals like you who pursue immortality. One day, I shall personally see to your demise. With that, Li Fengji stumbled away, consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Unfortunately, he could not even locate the place. Thus he had no choice but to await the man's return. This man had brought him such disgrace. He was determined to kill him to satiate his burning hatred. Are you truly willing to concede to Li Zhun? The man's words ignited a fury within Li Fengji, prompting him to turn and prepare to attack. However, he was never granted that opportunity. In the next instant, the man would invariably appear in places beyond his anticipation. Li Fengji was utterly incensed by his actions. What exactly do you desire? They have rejected me. What use am I to you? Can you truly assure me that what you teach will enable me to end his life? Why not? The man shrugged, a relaxed smile gracing his face. For him, this matter held no impossibilities. Especially for someone of his ilk, it was an endeavor remarkably effortless, requiring no hesitation whatsoever. If you are willing to learn from me, I can guarantee that you will easily bring about his demise. Everything you wish for will be within your grasp. Such simplicity. Are you certain you wish to refuse me? The man merely whispered in his ear. In the next moment, Li Fengji felt as though he had been bewitched, a singular voice echoing in his mind, urging him to learn from this man. If he could acquire all this knowledge, everything would revert to his control, including proving to the myriad sects that he was the rarest of prodigies in this world. In his eyes, Li Zhun was nothing more than a mere waste, utterly insignificant. Very well, I will accede to your request. From tomorrow onward, I shall assume a different identity and teach you personally, but I have one condition. While I am present, no one else may accompany you. Agreed. Upon Li Fengji's consent, the man in black vanished from his sight. Moments later, when Li Fengji regained his composure, he gazed at the intact cup and wine jug on the ground, feeling as though everything that had transpired was merely a dream, so incredible that he could scarcely believe it. Yet, the tangible reality before him allowed him to seize an opportunity. Li Zhun, there will come a day when you shall fall at my hands. I shall ensure you recognize who the truly formidable individual is. At the snow pavilion, the three elders looked upon the comatose when Shui with a sense of urgency akin to ants on a hot pan, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. They had consumed what was necessary and taken all requisite actions, yet this individual remained persistently unconscious. What are we to do about this? If that old man finds out, will he not flay us alive? After all, this was his only kin, cherished since childhood. Had he not been in seclusion for cultivation at this moment, discovering this would undoubtedly lead him to shatter our bones. Jin, recalling the man's fearsome countenance, felt an immediate sense of existential threat. Fortunately, at this juncture, the news remained unknown to anyone, and it was unlikely to reach his ears. However, the time until that individual emerged from seclusion had already stretched considerably. If this continued, If he discovers this, the three of them will truly be unable to bear the consequences. What do you suggest we do? We have done everything that could be done and utilized all that could be used. The poison is evidently neutralized, yet she remains in this state. What more can we do? The elder can only watch in frustration. Clearly, all examinations indicate he meets excellent standards. Yet, this individual remains unresponsive. What recourse do we have? I asked why they were so anxious. It has merely been one night. Did not the celestial physician state that it would take at least 2 days? Will you perish if you wait just a bit longer? The elder, observing the two in a frenzy akin to ants on a hot stove, doused them with a bucket of cold water. This left them utterly disheartened, speechless. Let alone death, living for several more centuries would pose no issue. He himself felt no urgency, for answers would only come after 2 days. Moreover, taking some time to rest during this period would not be detrimental. Chapter 109. Doubting identity. If you are genuinely concerned, I believe it would be prudent to consult another individual. Perhaps their arrival might illuminate the path to resolution. Elder B. He, seated nearby, caressed the feather fan in his hand, truly making the most of his precious crane. What do you mean? Surely, you are not contemplating making me the meal. Please summon a sage. You are well aware of the intricate dynamics between the two individuals, and such matters cannot be approached so recklessly. If it is an inevitability, why attempt to obstruct it? Moreover, this issue is not ours to resolve. Must we truly involve ourselves in this affair? I doubt it would yield any favorable outcome. Elder B. He's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling the size of the nearby copper bells, as if the words he uttered were profoundly alarming. This cannot stand. Since we recognize the unreliability of this situation, we ought to maintain our opposition. Thus, unless he consents willingly, no one is permitted to bring him here. Once Elder B. He expressed this sentiment, he furiously swirled his sleeves and departed. Meanwhile, Zhun, observing the unfolding situation, felt a flicker of hesitation regarding this matter. I must say, you two truly exhibit the ignorance of old fools, failing to grasp the essence of the situation. Regardless, I have articulated my thoughts. Whether or not you choose to act is entirely your prerogative, and I shall not concern myself with it. After Elder B. He finished speaking, he turned and left. Zhun regarded the two individuals, realizing the burden of the singular dilemma had fallen upon him. Whatever decision he made would inevitably offend both parties. Thus, he resolved to remain silent and inactive. The person lying within had no connection to them, as she was his cherished disciple. He could never bear to witness her suffering. The reason Wen Shui had yet to awaken was not due to the toxins within her body. Rather, it was simply a consequence of having consumed something she should not have. Li Zhun understood this better than anyone and felt no urgency regarding the situation. It would not be long before she regained consciousness. During this time, he required no interference from them. He found solace in tending to the vegetables and flowers, which mattered little to him. Master, I have heard that Sister Wen is yet to awaken. Why are you not at all anxious? Do you possess knowledge of the circumstances? Wu Zhong'an's inquiry was met with a stern gaze from Li Zhun as he set down his hoe. Startled, Wu Zhong'an responded, if the elders are unconcerned, why should I be? Be cautious with your words. Reckless speech may invite calamity upon oneself. Do you understand? Indeed, I understand. Wu Zhong'an nodded vigorously, clearly indicating that this matter was indeed related to him, though he was reluctant to admit it. If outsiders were to discover that he had meddled in this affair, it would be problematic. Su Sheng would undoubtedly seize upon it relentlessly. So, should we still seek out those mythical beasts? Li Jun shook his head. I am uncertain. In the short term, we are unlikely to find them, so it would be prudent to rest well. If that is the case, might you consider bringing me along next time? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Please do not leave me here, as it is truly quite dull. Wu Zhong'an sat by, leaning over, grumbling at the grass beneath him. Ever since their departure days ago, he had been feeling increasingly melancholic. Although he was aware that there were other motives at play here, he could not help but think of the greater amusement that awaited outside. In truth, he had wished to accompany them. What? Are you so discontent to be here, guarding the 13th prince? No, no, Wu Zhong'an shook his head, eager to clarify. I certainly do not mean that. However, those individuals are targeting you and would never wish to harm Prince 13. From the events of these past days, he had surmised much of the outcome. It was simply that he lacked any evidence to substantiate his claims. The intentions of these people had always been directed towards Li Jun, never contemplating harm to anyone in his vicinity. Otherwise, despite the absence of significant issues during their stay, minor troubles would have inevitably arisen. Yet, during their recent days of absence, it was as if a silent storm had swept through, with no one paying them any heed. Thus, it could only be concluded that all of this was indeed aimed at Li Jun. Li Jun smiled. He was undeniably clever, yet still rather immature. It was astonishing that someone like him could fall for another's ploy. So tell me, with such intelligence, why did you ever trust their words and seek trouble with me? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong's face flushed crimson. This incident was an indelible blemish on her life. Any mention of it felt like a sharp slap to her face. Had she known his capabilities back then, she would never have placed her faith in that individual. Moreover, with youthful bravado, seeing someone tread upon him, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of indignation. Master, please do not use this matter to mock me any further. It was precisely because I admired your prowess that I became envious and, in a moment of folly, fell prey to obsession. Furthermore, I had believed that person to be our senior brother, which left me devoid of any suspicion. Who could have foreseen that he would turn out to be so malicious? Wu Zhong pouted, her heart having endured many a bruise over this matter, as the connection between her and that individual was painfully direct. Upon their first encounter, she had assumed he was one of their own, yet upon observing his attire, her doubts began to surface. He believes he should be a disciple here, yet he finds himself in unfamiliar territory. Wu Chong'an harbors no doubts about everything in this place. However, who could have anticipated the presence of the demon clan here? Had he foreseen such a scenario, he would have adamantly refused to believe the words of that individual. Well, I harbor no ulterior motives. My curiosity is merely piqued. Yet, you have still not revealed to me what that person looks like. Wu Chong'an furrowed his brow. It is not that he is unwilling to speak. Rather, he genuinely wishes to articulate it. However, concerning the appearance of that individual, he possesses no discernible information. Master, he was wearing a mask at the time, and his height bore some resemblance to yours. Nonetheless, his voice and manner of speaking were distinctly different, leaving me unable to reach a conclusion. Then why did you harbor doubts about him? Li Jun countered. Wu Chong'an shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it was the initially domineering manner in which he presented himself that irked me, yet that voice was remarkably similar. Chapter 110. Scheming against them. Wu Zhong'an was perplexed by the situation. However, upon first encountering Li Fengji, he noticed a certain resemblance in the man's gestures and the words he uttered. Particularly, his voice was strikingly similar. Yet, in terms of height and silhouette, there seemed to be a subtle difference, as if something essential was lacking. Thus, until now, he remained uncertain whether it was indeed him. Moreover, how could a dignified prince, with the myriad options available within the celestial sects, possibly resort to practicing demonic arts? Although there were aspects that bore resemblance, the discrepancies in height and figure were significant. Furthermore, given the multitude of choices available to their master, was it truly necessary to choose the demonic path? Wu Zhong'an posed this rhetorical question, a conundrum that had long eluded him. If that were the case, Li Jun interjected, then we might be overthinking our initial assumptions. He shook his head. It's not that straightforward. Perhaps previously there was no alternative, but is it truly essential now? I cannot say for certain. However, based on your earlier remarks, it seems this individual is not who you think he is. Someone might be impersonating his voice merely for the purpose of identification. But what could be the motive behind such an act? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong'an instinctively dropped his jaw. Even from the outset, it was evident that animosity existed between the two men. Yet, when it came to their personal affairs, employing such tactics seemed utterly unnecessary. If Li Fengji had genuinely wished to eliminate him, it would have been an effortless endeavor. Within the palace, he could easily orchestrate such an act without arousing suspicion. The individual in the palace, indifferent to his status and that of his son, would find no grievance in his demise. In fact, it might even be seen as a blessing, rendering any concern superfluous. Regardless of who orchestrated this, accountability would be non-existent, especially concerning his favored son. It was inconceivable that his death would invoke any scrutiny. Thus, all of this appeared rather inept. Li Jun chuckled softly. Perhaps you perceive it as unnecessary. But at that time, I had already made a significant impression. Everyone was aware of my extraordinary prowess. The intention behind my actions was merely to exacerbate the conflict between us, for I cannot remain here indefinitely. Though he had been summoned to this mountain by several elders, his time here was limited. After half a month, if no competent individuals emerged, they would inevitably descend the mountain. Soon, should any dangers arise from the outside world, as princes, they could not afford to indulge in leisure. Ultimately, they were destined to undertake responsibilities on behalf of the populace. Regardless of his lack of favor, he bore the title of prince and was obliged to respond to the palace. Moreover, significant matters awaited them in the rear mountains. Thus, he must depart, and Li Jun gradually begins to realize that his arrival is no mere coincidence. In the eyes of these individuals, he resembles a pivotal piece on a chessboard. Without him, life would be arduous for everyone. However, what course of action should be taken now? Although they comprehend all the questions, there exists no viable solution to this particular dilemma. In this place, they remain oblivious to the occurrences unfolding in the outside world. Consequently, what transpires beyond these confines, especially within the palace? Jhun is unable to ascertain this information promptly. If that is indeed the case, he is left with no option but to suffer the consequences. Do not fret. Attend to your own affairs. For the time being, there is no need to keep an eye on him. After such a significant event, resulting in numerous casualties, he lacks the audacity to act recklessly. Indeed, Wu Chong'an nodded, turning to scatter the seeds he held into the soil. The two of them busily tended to the land, while the two individuals behind them, witnessing this scene, inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety for them. Despite the magnitude of recent events, this person appeared more composed than anyone else. How could he remain so calm amidst such turmoil? The little fortune god observed him, unfazed as he planted seeds in the earth, and had to concede that his serene demeanor was not something everyone could emulate. Lai Bai, standing nearby, chuckled lightly. You have known him long enough. This calm disposition is hardly a novel sight. Yet, despite this assertion, I remain puzzled as to why he allowed him entry. Does he truly place such trust in him? The little fortune god murmured while sipping his tea, harboring doubts about the situation, yet nothing seemed amiss. This contradiction rendered the situation rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Lai Bai fell silent, his previous response echoing incessantly in his mind. It was uncertain whether it was genuine trust or the unique stature this individual held in his heart that permitted such ease of access. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed entry so effortlessly. Since you were so curious, why not inquire directly? Humph, the little fortune god retorted, rolling his eyes. If you were willing to share, would I need to come here to ask you? It was precisely due to the absence of that possibility that he sought an answer from Lai Bai. Is that so? Lai Bai smiled gently, shaking his head. You are bound to be disappointed because I, too, am unaware of his motives. It appears that the intricacies of this matter are known solely to him. Liu Yuba observed the two, inexplicably intrigued by the unfolding events, eager to uncover the reasons behind his entry. Yet that individual remained reluctant to speak, treating them as mere friends, which indeed stirred discomfort within. However, out of sheer curiosity, why not approach him directly? Given your profound interest in this matter, why not inquire of me directly? Perhaps I could provide you with a satisfactory answer. Liu Yuba declared as he materialized before the two. It was not due to their status as adversaries, but rather, at this moment, they could hardly be deemed friends. At the very least, they did not share the same composure he exhibited upon learning of his identity. His fate was either to be informed or to be pursued by these two. Upon hearing this voice, the little fortune god shrugged. Thus, we inquire of you, will you speak the truth? Why would you not? We have shared both joy and hardship on 2 occasions. This opportunity is not one to be possessed by others, thus I cherish it even more. Indeed. So tell me now, what is the true reason behind all this? Why do you incessantly appear in our midst? The little fortune god responded with no semblance of politeness regarding the matter. Chapter 111. Different identities, unreserved and incisive. Such inquiries, when posed, elicit no favorable expressions on anyone's countenance. It is not merely a matter of curiosity regarding the relationship between the two individuals. The question seems to probe into confidential matters. Lai Bai tugged at his attire, signaling him to temper his words. Yet, upon witnessing this, the little god of wealth not only remained undeterred but uttered words that were even more astonishing. May I suspect that there exists a secret between the two of you that we are unaware of? Or perhaps he possesses some leverage over you. Conversely, what is your true intention in associating with us? Liu Yuba smiled as he held the teacup before him. Although this tea was not specifically prepared for him, now that he occupied this seat, it was only fitting that he partake. I approach you with no ulterior motives. And as for him, I harbor none either. The leverage you mentioned does not exist, yet the secret does, though for the time being. You may not be privy to it. Upon finishing his words, he drained the cup in one swift motion. Such a response might deepen their confusion, compelling them to reflect further. Rather than allowing them to continuously besiege Li Zhun, it would be more prudent for him to articulate this. Surely, his words would carry more weight than those uttered in jest. The two, upon hearing this, became intrigued. Present in the same temporal realm, they sensed no magical prowess or spiritual energy emanating from him. Since they were all cultivators, such secrets need not be concealed from one another. If I am not mistaken, you do not intend to divulge this secret to us. You choose to confide in him because you deem him to be an individual whose judgments remain untainted by external influences, someone worthy of trust. Lai Bai raised his gaze to meet Liu Yuba's eyes. Liu Yuba nodded in affirmation. You are indeed correct. It is no surprise. The Lai family is known for their cleverness. Though they have long been merchants, your brilliance is no unexpected phenomenon. I indeed have no intention of revealing this to you." Though Li Zhun was somewhat distanced from them, he could still hear their conversation with remarkable clarity. This distance surpassed what should have been within his auditory range. He had never realized this before, yet now he increasingly felt that his cultivation was on a steady rise. He was uncertain whether this development was a boon or a bane. Although his cultivation was advancing, his capabilities were becoming increasingly constrained. He could only hastily peruse all the texts before him, imprinting them in his mind as a means of emergency preparedness. "I find myself perplexed. If you are reluctant to speak, there is truly no need to mention this matter. Although our curiosity is piqued, we have no intention of engaging in reckless behavior. It is astonishing that he places his trust in you. Our motives are pure. However, now that you have broached the subject, I am indeed compelled to uncover this secret." The little fortune god perceives that the individual before them is not here to elucidate the reasons behind this situation, but rather seems to take pleasure in showcasing it. His persistent emphasis on this secret is evidently an attempt to stir their curiosity while simultaneously withholding the truth. The man's actions are laden with ulterior motives. In their previous encounters, he appeared rather taciturn, yet upon reflection, their impressions were merely superficial. He is not as inarticulate as he seems. On the contrary, he observes everything keenly and harbors another intention. If you choose silence, I shall interpret it as an admission. However, your reticence is rather conspicuous. Otherwise, you would not project such an uncommunicative facade. You are not truly this sort of person, are you? Lu Yuba nodded. So, do you intend to expose me? Are you planning to inform those outside or to reveal it to him now? Yet, what significance does my identity hold for you? Whether I speak abundantly or sparingly, does it truly matter? Lu Yuba chuckled softly, his gaze growing increasingly intriguing. Were it not for their insatiable curiosity, he would not expend such effort. Some matters are meant to remain superficial. However, their inquisitiveness is a double-edged sword. Once they discover the truth they cannot bear, nothing will change, and conversely, it may bring them great anguish. The little fortune god, upon hearing this, felt a surge of uncontrollable anger. Meanwhile, Lai Bai remained as composed as ever. "Who exactly are you?" With this question, Lu Yuba shrugged, hands outstretched. "What do you mean? Do you not know my name? As for my identity, given your capabilities, uncovering the truth should be a trivial matter. If I possessed such abilities, there would be no need for me to speak. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the secret between the two of you pertains to your identity, which you are deliberately concealing, making it naturally elusive. Since the outset, Lai Bai has sensed that this situation is rather strange. Upon further contemplation, the only secret between the two seems to revolve around their identities. In this realm, every individual's identity is shrouded in secrecy. Under unnecessary circumstances, no one possesses the right to know. This is the rule here, for apart from being disciples, their true identities do not exist at all. However, there exists another identity, one that even in its unwelcome presence, renders the individual devoid of any foothold here. Should they become associated with it, no one would truly turn a blind eye. The demon clan. Although these two words surfaced in Lai Bai's mind, the individual before him, in terms of both identity and discernible prowess, did not appear to exist through any improper connections. There was an absence of any discernible link to the demon clan emanating from them. Even he could not detect it. The formidable skills they displayed could not have gone unnoticed. Either this individual was not what he seemed, or he possessed such extraordinary abilities that he concealed his true nature from everyone. Presently, he embodied a perilous identity. At that moment, Lu Yuba's expression of silent amusement mirrored Lai Bai's thoughts. Yet, due to the lack of evidence, they could not substantiate the extraordinary nature of this individual's identity. Let us depart. The elder has summoned us. Just as the little god of wealth was about to speak, Lai Bai swiftly pulled him away. Chapter 112. Arrival at purpose. The two individuals fled with a swiftness that surpassed all others. Lu Yuba turned back to gaze at Li Zhun, who, at that moment, was also looking in their direction. After the two departed, they tidied up and approached, taking their seats in front of him. Though silence enveloped them, the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. If I am not mistaken, he must have discerned my identity. Yet, lacking concrete evidence, he refrained from voicing his suspicions. Are you not at all afraid? Upon hearing these words, Li Zhuan's expression darkened with a flicker of anger. So you are aware. Why then did you rush to speak of trivial matters that would incite his suspicions? Is this not precisely what you intended? Has this course of action achieved your desired outcome? He had previously warned against careless speech in this place. If one could maintain the same level of discretion as before, a mere whisper could resolve all issues. However, the multitude of questions he raised today was excessive and showed no consideration for Lai Bai. He was inherently a very astute individual. Even a fleeting moment of contemplation could lead him to insights beyond the ordinary. Yet, Liu Yuba seemed to deliberately send forth this signal, urging him to uncover the secret of the matter while simultaneously refraining from making a loud declaration. What is it that incites your ire? Does he not possess evidence? How could he harbor suspicions regarding me? Even if he truly did suspect me, what then? Would anyone believe him? Liu Yuba understood that Lai Bai was not someone easily dealt with. Thus, for the sake of the future, he intentionally broached this subject today to divert the focus away from himself, hoping that Li Zhun would direct his attention elsewhere, at least for a time, rather than incessantly fixating on him. In truth, if you are genuinely this irate, why not reveal my identity to them? They trust you immensely, and I believe they would learn to accept who I am, leaving you unburdened. Upon hearing this, Li Zhun let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with derision. He seemed utterly unaware of the source of his own confidence, believing others would accept his identity due to him. What do you think your identity is? A sinner? A murderer? Or perhaps a demon? Such a designation, no matter who it is ascribed to, would never be embraced by anyone. Why then do you remain unconcerned? What say you? Li Zhun sneered dismissively. Indeed, he was unconcerned, at least until he could ascertain whether this person was good or evil. In light of the situation, he feigned ignorance. Yet, should he prove to be akin to that individual, he would undoubtedly have no hesitation in eliminating him with his own hands. In earlier years, I was aware that he had a brother who departed. If all goes as anticipated, that individual should be you, yet paradoxically, it is not. From the moment you first entered that place, the expressions on their faces were markedly different, sufficient evidence to suggest you recognized them. Li Zhun candidly articulated his conclusions regarding the matter at hand. Throughout this process, he harbored suspicions towards only two individuals, himself and Lai Bai. The identities of these two were indeed concealed with remarkable efficacy, and although Lai Bai presented himself as a merchant, there undoubtedly lay other secrets beneath the surface. Particularly, the extraordinary secret that accompanied him on this journey hinted at something far more complex. Upon their initial encounter with the two women, nearly identical expressions manifested upon their faces, indicating a mutual recognition, albeit masked by their disguises, which rendered the women familiar with them. However, were the faces to be altered, it might impart an entirely different significance. Liu Yuba refrained from responding after that remark, allowing Li Zhun to continue. I have also gleaned from literature that none can rival you in the art of disguise. Casting spells upon one's own visage, there exists no one capable of discerning the truth apart from the individuals themselves. Thus, they remain unacquainted with you. Yet you undoubtedly hail from that realm. Although all of this remains purely theoretical, lacking any substantiation, the mere existence of such a narrative in this context implies a deeper significance. Furthermore, in such a setting, it is inconceivable to inscribe events that could not possibly transpire. Hence, this matter serves to alert those in proximity. Your assertions are undeniably accurate, and your analysis is astute. However, regrettably, my identity does not align with your assumptions, and I am unable to disclose my true nature at present, lest it incite unnecessary complications for you. At this moment, Liu Yuba found himself increasingly in awe of this man. Every query, layered upon one another, could be discerned by him at a glance. Yet, regarding identity, the reality diverged from his expectations. He was merely one among many who emerged in those earlier days. They were not solitary in their endeavors. Each bore distinct intentions, and he did not solely belong to the demon clan, but rather was more closely affiliated with that individual. Had circumstances not been as they were, there would have been no direct connection between the two. Consequently, Liu Yuba now found that assuming this identity and remaining in his company was the safest course of action. In the company of others, prolonged exposure might inadvertently reveal a hint of the truth. Here, few would dare to seek trouble brazenly. Very well, since you are exploiting me, I too may exploit you. However, the necessity for such an approach is presently absent. It would be prudent for you to conceal your identity thoroughly, for once discovered, I would be unable to offer you salvation. Upon concluding his words, Li Zhun departed. At this moment, in that corner of the place, none could overhear the dialogue they had exchanged. Two individuals entered a pavilion, one following the other, confronted only by the placid surface of the lake. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath that tranquil facade, tumultuous undercurrents churned. The slightest incursion could very well lead to a place of eternal oblivion. What do you mean? This cannot be true. With such a statement, how can you be so certain? I find your assertion to be utterly absurd. You possess no evidence. So how can you harbor such doubts about him? Upon hearing the two words whispered in his ear, the little fortune god instinctively retreated several paces. No matter the circumstances, He would never believe that if this were indeed the case, he would still be present in this location. Furthermore, no matter how formidable an individual may be, it is impossible that there would be no clues at all upon their arrival here. Do they not realize this? Could the elders not perceive it either? If this were true, to what extent would this person's abilities reach? Indeed, I lack evidence, but ponder this. Aside from this identity, what other identity could be deemed unspeakable? Nevertheless, this conjecture is, without a doubt, excessively ludicrous. It is unjust to cast such suspicions merely due to our ignorance of his identity. Chapter 113. How can this be possible? The little god of wealth understood that the individual before him was exceptionally formidable. His suspicions were not without any clues to speak of, nor did the person lack any dubious traits. However, if they truly wished to convince others of their assertions, they needed to present substantial actions to elucidate the matter at hand. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for anyone to believe them, ultimately rendering them as mere jesters in the eyes of others. Do you truly not believe my words? Li Bai observed the individual before him, hesitating and faltering in his steps. It was evident that he was skeptical of Li Bai's claims. Every action he undertook lacked substantial evidence. Yet he alone could perceive the truths of this city thus far. Certainly, that is not my intention. Am I not aware of the kind of person you are? However, the evidence you can perceive does not necessarily imply that those around you can see it as well. Your doubts regarding his identity require the most concrete proof to substantiate any claims. What he perceives holds no weight before others. If one were to judge a person based solely on suspicion, then truly, there would be no order in this world. Relying solely on his personal beliefs renders this matter utterly ineffective. Unless they can procure irrefutable evidence, these suspicions are merely that, suspicions devoid of consequence. Li Bai was well aware of the simplicity of this situation and recognized that such actions were indeed foolish. Yet, beyond this, he found himself bereft of any evidence. Remarkably, no one questioned his identity. Even the elders held no doubts in this regard. Should he leap forth at this moment, he would not only fail to provide proof, but would also lead others to believe he was intentionally sowing discord and stirring doubts about his true intentions. Oh, your skepticism intrigues me. If, as you assert, he truly is of the demonic lineage, why has he not acted at all? The little god of wealth suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, deeming this situation utterly bewildering. If he were indeed a member of the demon clan, based on prior knowledge, individuals of his kind had already manifested in this realm, and what you had done far exceeded their expectations. Yet, since his arrival, aside from the aforementioned incident, it seemed that all had returned to a state of tranquility, and these events were intrinsically linked to them. How would I know? Yet, you have displayed a rare moment of insight. Perhaps you will uncover unexpected revelations in the future. There is no need to flatter me. If I could truly make such discoveries, your reminders would be unnecessary. If this is indeed the case, then does the trial have any connection to him? After little Kaishan rolled his eyes, he immediately began to harbor suspicions regarding the matter at hand. Although he often appeared not particularly astute, when faced with significant moral dilemmas, he invariably held his own convictions. He was certainly no fool. Upon hearing this remark, Li Bai found himself questioning whether the previous incident was indeed linked to the relationships among friends. After all, at that time, everything seemed devoid of any incriminating evidence. Yet, while others hurried to seek their companions, he remained composed and solitary. If he were not privy to certain knowledge, how could he possibly exhibit such fearlessness? Given the circumstances, he did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. If, indeed, he were responsible for the events, what motive would he have to inflict harm upon others purely to secure that position? Little Kaishan shook his head. If he possessed such clarity, there would be no need for doubt. Moreover, while the situation appeared somewhat peculiar at the time, it did not imply that no unforeseen occurrences transpired. After all, in that moment, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Who had the luxury to concern themselves with others? Since we are all so skeptical, should we disclose this matter to him? Furthermore, if he is unaware and intends to inflict harm, would our silence not be tantamount to complicity? Although their injuries did not provide any conclusive evidence to directly affirm his identity, such suspicions warranted their vigilance. If this matter were indeed directly related to him, or if his identity were truly what it seemed, those who remained unprepared would inevitably face dire consequences. You go ahead. I certainly do not wish to face another setback. Li Bai scoffed, taking a seat nearby. The last time he sought to speak with Zhun, she had paid little heed to her words. This time, pursuing him felt somewhat superfluous, especially given their earlier conversation. Unless unforeseen events arose, he was likely aware of the situation, yet simply unwilling to acknowledge it. Under such awareness, they truly lacked any need for unnecessary discussions. If he does not believe, why should I? Therefore, we must exercise caution. Moreover, there is currently no direct evidence to substantiate our concerns. What if we are merely overthinking? Little Kaishan pondered deeply. This situation indeed threatened to disrupt their relationships. Given that they resided under the same roof, should his identity be revealed, none of them could extricate themselves from the implications. Fine, I shall enlist someone to investigate. Upon reaching an agreement, the two resolved to refrain from discussing the matter further, yet any leads they uncovered privately would necessitate mutual sharing. At this moment, the individual outside the wall, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, was suddenly graced with a radiant smile. Though his identity was not overtly disclosed, the nature of their dialogue and the intensity of their concern strongly suggested that this person's identity was one that would likely evoke disdain from everyone present. Upon receiving this information, he promptly departed. Boss, we truly cannot proceed with this matter any further. If it were to be uncovered, we would find ourselves in an irretrievable predicament. The bystanders, witnessing his intention to resort to previous tactics, were already resigned to the idea of certain demise before embarking on this endeavor. Had it not been for the unexpected nature of recent events, the authorities would have undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation. Moreover, given the current circumstances, they were devoid of the luxury of time to delve deeper. As the instigators of this turmoil, they were inescapably bound to face dire consequences. Su Sheng, we had an agreement. I would assist you in eliminating him. And now you seem to have no intention of letting me off the hook. Chapter 114. Too dazzling, do you not realize that your actions nearly cost me my life? Are you not afraid that someone might expose this matter to the world? I shall witness how long you can continue to conceal it. Wang Long pointed at Su Sheng, unleashing a torrent of invective. They had initially made a pact. He had assisted him from the shadows, their shared goal uniting them. Yet, to his astonishment, this individual harbored such malice that he even sought to eliminate him. Wang Long, what nonsensical babble are you uttering? If I truly wish to rid myself of you, do you not wonder why, among all those present, I did not turn my aggression towards you? Su Sheng regarded the man before him, incredulous that he could so brazenly flaunt his authority and cause him trouble. This opportunity was undeniably advantageous, yet it had been squandered by Wang Long's actions. Now, attempting to replicate that strategy would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, in that place, apart from a few who were in on the discussion, no one dared to openly enter. With the addition of a few companions at his side, the thought of eliminating him was utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Wang Long seemed to recall the events of that day. He had initially believed it was merely due to his swift escape that those entities could not pursue him. However, he had not anticipated that it was Su Sheng's machinations at play. It was no wonder that those facing imminent demise had not cast a glance in his direction. What do you propose we do now? Su Sheng seethed, fixing him with an angry glare. If he truly knew the course of action to take, there would have been no need to summon him here. Boss, someone beside Wang Long whispered into his ear, and his expression transformed into one of elation. Is this true? Certainly, there should be no doubt. I distinctly heard them discussing it. If it were not genuine, they would not be so anxious. That person's identity is undoubtedly suspect. The younger subordinate relayed everything he had overheard with utmost candor. A sinister glint appeared in Wang Long's eyes. It seemed this information had been acquired with little effort. He had not anticipated such a significant time bomb lurking among them. Should the individuals from the immortal sect become aware of this person, it would spell disaster for them all, forcing even those within the courtyard to flee in disgrace. The implications of this revelation would exact a far steeper price. The identity of this individual held profound significance for everyone involved. Indeed, for all present, their life's mission revolved around eradicating those akin to him. Now that they were aware of such a presence coexisting in their midst, how could they possibly endure it? Moreover, with the elders unable to uncover this matter in the short term, it was likely that a certain unspeakable secret lay hidden within this unfolding drama. He spoke to you about something, didn't he? Why do you appear so joyful? Su Sheng observed the two individuals who had just moments ago been in a state of utter chaos, now radiating happiness, as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. Upon noticing Su Sheng, Wang Long stepped forward to respond. Perhaps you are unaware, but if I were to divulge this matter to you, it would undoubtedly astonish you, and it may very well be the only opportunity we have had in quite some time. After uttering these words, I leaned closer to whisper the news I had just learned into his ear. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Sheng's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom such a scenario. What did you say? Are you certain this matter is not a fabrication? Could he have misheard? How could this possibly be? In this place, how could such a calamity occur among the youth? Regardless, the news was profoundly shocking to him. This location is inherently protected by barriers. Should anyone of a different identity or malicious intent appear, the elders would surely not remain oblivious. How could they allow a member of the demon clan to be present here, unnoticed by anyone? The truth of this matter could be ascertained through investigation. If it were false, we might be overreacting, but what if we were correct? Moreover, with his profound cultivation, it should not be difficult for him to embrace another with similar prowess. Wang Long, upon seeing the disbelief on Su Sheng's face, turned to him and whispered conspiratorially, "If you genuinely believe this situation could not occur, you need not act, but do not forget, should this turn out to be true, you will be left regretting your inaction." Once this was said, Su Sheng's previously hesitant heart became increasingly conflicted. He secretly hoped for the truth of this matter to be validated, yet it seemed utterly impossible for them to have such an opportunity. From any perspective, there was no way a member of the demon clan could infiltrate this place. It was not a matter of unwillingness to act. Rather, he feared that if they magnified this situation only to discover it was a falsehood, the elders would not spare them, and they might even face expulsion. Su Sheng had been here for so long, on the brink of ascending to the status of an inner disciple. But all of this was shattered by the sudden emergence of this man. He felt resentment, yet he lacked the courage to act. The previous incident had only recently transpired, and now this new complication arose. If they were to be pursued further, they would find themselves in dire straits. What are you afraid of? I have already stated that if this is not the case, let us dismiss it as an overreaction on our part. Even if the elders possess some concerns, how could they possibly expel us without any evidence? Upon hearing his worries and apprehensions, Wang Long felt that such matters were utterly unnecessary. If we were to be driven away merely due to a few careless words or the inner resistance of others, without any substantiation, would these individuals truly be so devoid of faith? Moreover, their suggestion arises from concern, not a malicious intent to create trouble. Indeed, these individuals lack a valid reason for such behavior. Su Sheng, upon hearing this statement, was instantly incensed. However, let us not forget that our prior plan resulted in the demise of so many. If we were to truly provoke them this time, the casualties would undoubtedly be our own. He certainly did not regard this trivial mishap with concern. Yet, it is precisely because the previous incident went uninvestigated that it remains unresolved. Chapter 115. We shall perish. Everything felt exceedingly strange. An occurrence that ought not to transpire. The tranquility of the moment was utterly unfitting. Within the celestial sect, even the mere mention of this matter would invoke blame or punishment. Initially, he presumed it was merely a family disgrace that should remain unspoken. Thus he refrained from allowing anyone to bring it up. After all, this was the most grievous loss of life in recorded history, and the spirits of the deceased were irreparable. There was no satisfactory explanation for the outside world, among the myriad of celestial sects. News of this calamity would only serve as a jest. Consequently, the elders, in their quest to avoid ridicule, opted for concealment. However, after an extended period of contemplation, Su Sheng discerned that the situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Among the three individuals involved, there was surely someone investigating the truth behind this affair. It was simply the case that, until now, the consequences had yet to befall them. Yet, the genuine unraveling of this incident, with all its intricacies, would soon reveal itself. When that time arrived, regardless of the multitude of excuses they might conjure, the ultimate outcome would be either death or expulsion. Su Sheng could not fathom why such a straightforward conclusion eluded him. Li Zhun was no fool, after being deceived once. How could he possibly endure further injustices? Moreover, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? If no evidence arises to challenge his identity, Li Zhun would undoubtedly take preemptive action. At that juncture, neither you nor I would possess any means to retaliate. My acceptance of your father's silver merely secured your position, yet it does not imply that I am obliged to bear the brunt of your every endeavor. Upon witnessing the man before him descend into such madness, Su Sheng concluded that this place was utterly unsuitable for him. Wang Long had initially sought merely to secure a position for practicing his craft, hoping to assist his family in due course. Lacking any innate talent, he would have surely faced elimination had it not been for this unforeseen event. Su Sheng's assistance stemmed solely from their financial dealings, coupled with the potential to eliminate a thorn in his side. This mutually beneficial arrangement led him to acquiesce to Wang Long's proposition. However, to expect him to accompany Wang Long to his demise was indeed a colossal farce. Upon hearing this, Wang Long abruptly realized that the individual before him intended to sever their mutual support. A disdainful smile crept across his face. Since you have invoked our family's silver, you are indeed obligated to serve my interests. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Naturally, you may choose not to comply. Yet, regarding the revelation of the truth the following day, I cannot predict what might transpire. You. Su Sheng seethed with indignation upon hearing these words. The individual before me is indeed one who ought not to exist. Had I known it would come to this, I should have eliminated him from the very beginning. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your desires. Whatever you wish to do, I shall cooperate. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall not be held accountable. Upon finishing his statement, Su Sheng waved his sleeve and departed. This matter was, to him, of little consequence. The fact that this person has managed to survive thus far signifies that, in the ensuing events, Li Jun will undoubtedly be the primary subject of protection for the three of them. At this juncture, one must refrain from hasty actions to avoid igniting calamity. Yet, if someone seeks their own demise, there exists no justification to impede them. Brother, what shall we do about this matter? Did I not mention it? The ordinary man, observing Su Sheng's departure, was immediately engulfed by concern. He had only just learned of this news. To let it slip away would be an egregious disregard for his own peril. While it is true that the timing is not right, it would be prudent to wait until complications arise. Perhaps under such circumstances, suspicions might genuinely surface regarding the presence of individuals with special identities. At that point, articulating their intentions would be exceedingly effortless. Wang Long contemplated this, and a subtle smile crept across his face. If these individuals were unwilling to heed his command, they would meet their demise at his hands. In the days that followed, aside from laboring in the fields, Li Jun remained entirely oblivious to the happenings of the outside world, wholly focused on his agricultural endeavors. He was unaware of the events unfolding beyond. Yet the atmosphere within the courtyard grew increasingly awkward, even tinged with a hint of tension. The architect of this disquiet, however, moved about with remarkable ease, evidently treating the situation with indifference. Fourth brother, do you not find the atmosphere in our courtyard rather peculiar? Li Hao, while engrossed in his reading, would lend a hand to Li Jun by weeding whenever he had a moment to spare. Though these weeds differed somewhat from those outside, they were undeniably unsuitable for their environment. Li Jun had just excavated a hole when he chuckled lightly upon hearing this remark. He had recognized this atmosphere long ago, but regrettably, he could neither elucidate nor disclose his true identity to them. Furthermore, should these matters inadvertently leak, they would genuinely lament their misfortunes. 13. Your focus here should solely be on your studies. The other matters are of no concern to you. These are affairs for the adults. Moreover, I shall take time each day to assess your learning. Do not be negligent. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Had I known it would turn out this way, he ought not to have spoken, leading me to believe that I had ample leisure time. To observe the feelings of others, one must indeed possess such an opportunity. Perhaps then, he could truly discern something. Yet, it is precisely this inability to perceive that stirs his curiosity. Upon encountering him, I found myself speaking without restraint. Fourth brother, if you wish to assess, I have no objections, but might you take me along when your vehicle departs? Remaining here alone is exceedingly dull, and I yearn to return and see third brother. Upon hearing these words, Li Jun ceased his actions, turning to gaze at him. One cannot help but regard him as merely a child. That individual exerted every effort to bring about his demise, yet here he is, still concerned for him. In his eyes, such matters ought not to warrant contemplation. And Li Jun remains utterly unaware of how to instill belief in him. From the very outset, this person harbored ulterior motives towards him. Chapter 116. He would kill him. The gravity of the situation should not have been so easily dismissed. Despite having reiterated his concerns numerous times, the individual before him remained obstinately disbelieving. Well, this matter was beyond my jurisdiction. According to the rules, none of us is permitted to leave this place for a fortnight. My previous departure was solely due to exceptional circumstances. Li Jun could only reluctantly nod in agreement to this stipulation. However, in truth, he possessed no special privileges here. He was merely tasked with making decisions on certain matters. After all, this was the domain of the three elders, and he had always been an outsider. Fourth brother, Sister Wen Shui has yet to awaken after all this time. Are you truly not inclined to check on her? I have heard you possess remarkable abilities. Do you not wish to heal her? She adores you, and if she were to know of your indifference, it would surely sadden her greatly. As Li Haojue spoke, a look of grievance and despondency crossed his face. Throughout the sect, everyone was aware that Wen Shui had fallen into a deep coma after being poisoned. An inordinate amount of time had passed without any sign of improvement, and the situation remained uncertain. Li Jun, by all rights, should have been particularly attentive to her condition. However, he was unexpectedly preoccupied with mundane tasks and had not once mentioned her plight. Li Haojue felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. If you are truly concerned, you may visit her. As for me, I harbor no such intentions, nor do I wish to do so. When shui merely requires a longer period of rest due to the effects of that herb, there is nothing to worry about. Li Jun, fully aware of this, felt no anxiety regarding the matter. Yet, the distance between them, as they had articulated, needed to be maintained. Otherwise, their judgments would be adversely affected. Though Li Jun lacked profound awareness, it was evident that this would only complicate their relationship. His selfishness in this instance was palpable. Li Haojue scoffed and, finding the individual before him utterly uninteresting, turned to leave. Wu Chong'an remained silent, feeling that the matter had little relevance to him. The real issues lay with those three individuals, and their relationship bore no significant connection to this situation. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, this matter would not implicate them. Master, is this thing even useful? Wu Chong'an gazed at the peculiar fruit slowly growing on the ground, observing its oddities: an apple that resembled no apple, a cherry that bore no likeness to a cherry, all manner of strange shapes and sizes. This is a Zhu fruit. As soon as Li Jun uttered these words, Wu Chong'an leapt aside, trembling as he examined his hands. Isn't it toxic? Am I going to die for having touched it? Li Jun could only sigh in resignation before offering an explanation. It is indeed toxic. However, it poses no threat to humans. Relatively speaking, it can be considered akin to fruit. Yet, for demon beasts or spiritual creatures, this substance can be rather lethal, though this is primarily applicable to those of lower rank. High-tier spiritual beasts remain unaffected. After he finished speaking, he casually gathered all those on the ground into his hands and consumed one in a single bite. The flavor was pleasantly tart and sweet, and there appeared to be no adverse effects. Nevertheless, its shape bore a resemblance to that of cherries, though the size disparity seemed rather pronounced. Li Jun was uncertain about the growth process of these fruits. Some were excessively large, while others were disappointingly small. Particularly, those that appeared smaller stood out amid the larger quantities. Li Jun began to suspect that the seeds of these fruits were classified by size. He had never considered this when he initially picked them. He had merely sought out the same variety by the recognizable imprint. Is this truly the Zhu fruit? While the two were deliberating this matter, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared behind them, staring incredulously at the Zhu fruit before them. Upon seeing him, the expressions on their faces reflected their surprise. Logically, he should have been engaged in closed-door cultivation at that moment, rather than here, especially under such unusual circumstances where his appearance was unwarranted. Elder, shouldn't you be in seclusion? What brings you here so unexpectedly? Upon catching sight of the figure, Fivefold and felt a sense of familiarity. It turned out he had not seen him for several days. Yet, he remained as animated as ever, displaying all his emotions openly. Indifferent to the opinions of those around him. Compared to the two nearby, he appeared more difficult to approach. Had I not come, how would I have known this existed? Do you realize how many spirit fruits this single Zhu fruit is worth? After the elder spoke, he held the Zhu fruit in his hand. It was larger than the average specimen and, in comparison to those surrounding it, appeared particularly exceptional. After exchanging glances, Li Jun shook his head. He truly possessed little understanding of this matter and had never encountered anything of the sort in the referenced book. Isn't this merely an ordinary Zhu fruit? Furthermore, if it truly held significant value, why wasn't it mentioned in the text? Upon hearing this, the elder immediately sank into a chair nearby, feeling a tinge of regret as he sighed. This situation was indeed somewhat awkward, for until now, aside from the area they had discovered, there was no place outside that suited its growth. The Zhu fruit is quite particular about its growing environment. Achieving such size as it currently possesses is nearly impossible. The elder remarked that in his lifetime, he had only witnessed such a phenomenon once. Yet, on that singular occasion, the issues surrounding the Zhu fruit instilled a profound fear in many. Due to its peculiar nature, a multitude chose to seize it in a frenzy, resulting in an incident that was regrettably unique, ultimately leading to adverse repercussions. It was as if, when cast upon the ground, it instantly transformed into ashes. Consequently, within the myriad of texts, there exists no record of it. However, I remain perplexed as to how it flourished in such an environment. Perhaps it is the soil you provided, or maybe the spiritual energy within surpasses that found elsewhere. It may sound laughable, but the place you visited took us nearly several decades to cultivate. When the elder recounted this, a sense of shame washed over me. They had devoted half of their cultivation to achieve the present outcome, fully aware of the impossibility, yet still choosing to plant it there. Although the results were less than satisfactory, they were still preferable to having made no effort at all. In this sense, he did exert a modicum of effort, and thankfully, this matter is deemed resolvable. Chapter 117. Actions beyond. Nevertheless, he has grown into his current form. To achieve such an effect as yours, one wonders how much time it would take. If you would not mind, could I take it back for further study? Here. I am genuinely curious about the secrets it holds. The elder did not intend to covet what others possess, with so much available. It should not come down to just this one item. Jun had no intention of refusal. However, with the way the elder spoke of it so mysteriously, he pondered whether revealing its existence might invite unnecessary trouble. Elder, it is not that I am unwilling, but I harbor some concerns. While this place is indeed relatively safe for you, are you certain that once others learn of your possession, they will not attack you as they did previously? Is it not true that the value you speak of may be overshadowed by the importance others place on it? Jun queried, perplexed. If this item truly holds such significance, he could not afford to be cavalier. If the matter is as grave as he indicated, then this object should not be exposed to anyone. Otherwise, the likelihood of it becoming common knowledge would significantly increase. The elder instantly grasped Jun's apprehensions and smiled as he elucidated. Thus far, this matter must remain between us three. Although it is indeed somewhat perilous, individuals with an exceptional memory and erudition such as yourself are exceedingly rare. There will not be an overwhelming number of individuals paying attention. This object, by its very nature, is seldom seen and, in the eyes of many, does not exist at all. Even if someone were to catch a glimpse of it, they would merely regard it as an ordinary apple or fruit. There is no need for undue concealment, as that would only serve to suggest that it is insignificant. Upon hearing this, Jun ceased to obstruct him and allowed him to take it away. After the elder departed, both men gazed at the orchard filled with red fruits. Jun suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort regarding the situation. Master, with our sudden abundance, does this not diminish its original rarity? Wu Zhong'an listened intently, his mind racing with the earlier tale. The thrill of the narrative had been intense, all for what seemed to be such a commonplace fruit. However, now that they had cultivated so many, should they choose to sell them, they would be more than sufficient. The principle of rarity dictates that with such an increase, prices would naturally decline. That should not be the case. This matter must remain undisclosed. The purpose of this item extends beyond mere consumption. It holds significant value for me. Understood, he replied. Although Lai Bai did not place the entirety of the situation upon him, he instinctively monitored every action of that individual. After observing for several consecutive days, the person appeared to be just an ordinary individual, attending classes and taking breaks. The only place I frequent is the pavilion on the back mountain, where I spend a brief time before returning to my room to rest. I appear to be utterly ordinary, just like anyone else, having never ventured to places that evoke discomfort. After days of surveillance, Lai Bai instantly realized that this individual could represent a question I had not previously contemplated. Were it not for the fact that I followed him daily, he might still harbor numerous doubts. Yet, upon reflection, Lai Bai found himself uncertain whether his initial judgment was right or wrong. If all of this were merely an accident, then the issues between the two of them would indeed deepen significantly. Lai Bai began to question his earlier assumptions. The person before him seemed nothing more than an ordinary individual, devoid of any remarkable traits. You observe me closely every day, witnessing all my actions. Do you truly believe that your thoughts about me hold any validity? Lu Yuba sat in the pavilion, gazing at the person behind him. Having observed him for days without any response, he lacked even the courage to confront him. Unsure whether it was his own foolishness or a deliberate attempt to believe he had fallen into a trap, following him so overtly each day. Even a fool could see clearly. Moreover, he was no fool. Since you are aware that I have been trailing you, why do you only voice this now? Should I apply my assumptions to you? I am uncertain, but I feel that your words on that day did not clearly articulate your identity. You prompted me to investigate. Is there anything wrong with my actions? Upon hearing Lu Yuba's words, Lai Bai immediately understood that every action he had taken over the past days had been meticulously observed. Thus, whether his calm demeanor and ordinary life were a fade or a deliberate performance for Lu Yuba remained uncertain. Lu Yuba was confident that no issues would arise in his presence, especially concerning arguments, as he would never concede. Moreover, there would be no benefits to be gained from his words. I say this, yet I believe your suspicions are misplaced. If I were truly connected to those individuals, why would the elders remain oblivious? Instead, it is you, an individual of modest cultivation, who perceives this. Do you not find that peculiar? Upon hearing this, Lai Bai's face displayed surprise. He had never voiced his doubts. Yet, this person before him effortlessly discerned his thoughts. If this situation did not involve some unexpected twist, it could only indicate that he had concealed himself exceedingly well. So, you know what I am suspecting? The demon clan. Lu Yuba casually uttered these two words, prompting Lai Bai to immediately scan his surroundings. No one seemed to pay them any mind, and the topic no longer felt as taboo as it once did. Discussing such matters in this place, if overheard by anyone, would undoubtedly pose a dilemma for them. Since you are aware, Why not disclose the truth directly? What is the purpose of feigning innocence here? Is it I who am pretending, or could it be that you are overthinking? Is my earlier statement not sufficiently clear? I am not. After enduring days of surveillance, Liu Yuba has no intention of allowing further suspicion to linger. Given enough time, even in the absence of any wrongdoing, they will ultimately uncover the truth. This poses a considerable inconvenience for him, as it is utterly impossible to conceal his true identity before others. Is that so? Yet, I remain unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Lai Bai found the situation rather amusing. If it is indeed not the case, then why did he not admit it from the outset? Instead, he approached Liu Yuba to assert otherwise precisely when Liu sought to investigate the matter. Chapter 118. Believe it or not, such actions. Could they not be likened to attempting to move a stone to crush one's own foot? If his identity were truly not so exceptional, what secrets could possibly exist? Moreover, even if that were the case, what difference would it make? At most, he could merely be expelled from this place, at this critical juncture. No one would particularly care about him, and I might be compelled to take his life. Whether you believe it or not is your concern, but I assure you, I do not. Should you wish to continue your investigation, I shall not show you any mercy, regardless of whether you are his friend or who you may be. I have never acted without resolve. The atmosphere between the two men became increasingly awkward, though many passers-by came and went. None paid heed to their conversation or noticed the unfolding events. Upon perceiving the murderous intent in his gaze, Lai Bai realized that the man before him was formidable. Yet, he also understood that his inquiries had indeed struck at a vulnerable point. It would not be long before the truth was revealed, and fear began to grip him. So, can I interpret this as a threat? Since you believe your identity poses no issue, why do you fear my scrutiny? You would even consider taking my life as a cost. Can I assume your identity aligns with my suspicions? What secrets lie between the two of you? Why must you remain by his side? In the face of Liu Yuba's aggressive demeanor, he recognized that this matter could not be concealed much longer. However, there was no need for him to admit anything, for he held no evidence linking him directly to this affair. So what if it were true? So what if it were not? Even if you did discover something, what could you do to me? Do not presume I am unaware. Your own identity is not as illustrious as you might think. Liu Yuba chuckled coldly. Though he was not intimately familiar with everyone's identity, he possessed a thorough understanding of the identities of these two individuals. It is no exaggeration to say he held their vulnerabilities firmly in his grasp. Upon hearing these words, Lai Bai's expression shifted dramatically. Few knew of the connection between the two of them. However, should he continue to speak in such a manner, Lai Bai would find it increasingly perilous to remain. Very well, if that is the case, let us strike a bargain. You may choose to disregard my words. But in order to preserve our identities from being discovered, you must reveal to me why you must remain by his side. This is the question that piques Lai Bai's curiosity for their relationship, especially considering the peculiar identity of the man before him, leads one to subconsciously suspect that there lies an unspeakable secret between them. Indeed, one might even surmise that this individual has significant ties to the demon race. Life, at his age, possessing such a lofty degree, seems rather illogical. Yet, should I find myself entwined with individuals of his ilk, all of this would naturally bear a justifiable explanation. Once others become privy to this matter, it is evident that they will attribute all reasoning back to him, casting all blame upon his shoulders. When I inquire how they might elucidate this situation, none would be inclined to believe. His very presence exudes a sense of peril. Regardless of your intentions, I must convey this. If there exists no direct connection between the two of you, associating with someone like him will inevitably lead to your own downfall. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuba gradually comprehended the weight of his concern. It stemmed from apprehension. Yet, this inexplicable anxiety appeared somewhat peculiar. If memory serves me right, you two do not even qualify as friends. Thus, harboring such thoughts for him seems rather abnormal. Does it not? The dialogue between them indeed possesses an element of oddity. For someone making their debut, they inexplicably developed a fondness, particularly for his insights and utterances, which effortlessly garnered the trust of others, leaving no room for dissent. Even the most fundamental reasons would not provoke suspicion. Being in his proximity undoubtedly offers substantial security, and he could readily admit that his presence is merely for utilitarian purposes. Regarding the individual before him, he refrained from excessive discourse, as his identity, though apparent, remains shrouded in ambiguity. Good or ill, none can ascertain. Is this significant? If it were not for your assertion, would it not also be your first encounter? Therefore, your lingering alongside him seems all the more peculiar, does it not? After hearing this, Lai Bai found the situation rather amusing. He was unconcerned about how others might question his identity or the motives behind his presence. The connections between the two were inherently complex. His purpose here has always been to safeguard him. Since you are so eager to know, allow me to clarify. I am beside him for a singular reason, not to ensure my own identity or safety, for he, unlike you, embraces individuals of diverse identities. Can you say the same? After Liu Yuba uttered these words, he smiled and departed. Though this statement may not carry profound significance, it nonetheless imparted a crucial insight, acknowledging a direct connection between them and validating the doubts that lingered in his heart. Upon uncovering the truth of this matter, Li Bai suddenly found himself at a loss for how to proceed. This individual, indeed, has not committed any wrongdoing since their initial meeting, nor has he engaged in any actions that would incite a collective outcry against him. What do you think? Given the extensive dialogue between the two of you, it is reasonable to surmise that a conclusion has been reached. After witnessing that person depart, the little god of wealth promptly appeared by his side. This matter is of paramount importance. It cannot simply be brushed aside. If that individual's identity is indeed as speculated, the implications could be significant. I am addressing you. Why do you remain silent? The little god of wealth gazed at the person before him, perplexed by his apparent daze. Despite inquiring persistently, there was no response. A sense of oddity began to envelop him. Surely, if nothing had transpired between them, Li Bai would not exhibit such a demeanor. Upon regaining his composure, Li Bai looked at him and shook his head. No, my previous suspicions were unfounded. I was merely overthinking. Chapter 119. The absurdity. Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth immediately relaxed. I knew it all along. How could he possibly be that kind of person? Moreover, if he truly were, how could the elders have failed to notice? He indeed breathed a sigh of relief. However, Li Bai found himself somewhat hesitant regarding this response. He was at a loss for words, for this individual's identity remained rather peculiar. His actions were merely to provide concealment. Yet that did not inherently justify everything he had done. If all went as expected, Li Bai had simply chosen a means to assist Li Jun. But what if? What if you were to discover that his identity diverges from our assumptions, or that he is indeed of the demonic race, yet has committed no heinous acts and lives like an ordinary person? What then? After posing this seemingly foolish question, Li Bai felt that such an approach was inadequate. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth found the inquiry quite baffling. Clearly aware that this person was not what was suggested, he still posed such a question, which was indeed contradictory. I do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. However, if he truly belongs to the demonic race, that distinction is significant to us. Regardless of good or evil, do you not understand this meaning better than I? Individuals like them ought not to exist. The little god of wealth did not intend to launch an attack, yet this person undeniably provoked strong reactions from ordinary folk. It is not surprising that, throughout this entire process, they have made no missteps. But would you kill him? Even if he has committed no wrongdoing, merely due to his identity, would you take his life? Upon hearing this question, the little god of wealth was instantly filled with doubt. In the eyes of their kind, this individual's identity is one that cannot endure. The mere appearance of such a being invites cries for blood, akin to a rat in a nation universally condemned. Such a simple truth. How could such a question arise so inexplicably? I cannot fathom why you would ask such a question, especially when it seems you already possess the answer. Are we not concerned with whether his actions are right or wrong? Has it not been established since time immemorial that the identity of the demonic race should never manifest? The little god of wealth did not intend to target anyone, yet his words bore an unmistakable sarcasm. Deep within him lay a profound imprint, believing that this individual was utterly unacceptable and could not be trusted. Upon hearing this, Li Bai grasped the underlying meaning. So, what you imply is that you would kill him, indifferent to what he has done. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to assert that their identities preclude any possibility of living peacefully. Even if I refrain from taking action, can you be certain that others will remain indifferent? He yearns to discern right from wrong, much like anyone else, but alas, even if the truth were laid bare, what of it? In their perception, this identity has already been stamped with an inescapable fate of demise. Regardless of their actions, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. Upon hearing this resolute response, Li Bai suddenly comprehended why he placed such unwavering trust in Li Jun. Perhaps it is only in his presence that one's identity is of no consequence. From the outset, Li Bai believed that the existence of these individuals warranted death. Had it not been for them, chaos would not have overtaken this place. They ought to embody a harmonious existence, yet their presence has left everyone on edge, leading to a continuous string of tragedies, even claiming the lives of innocent creatures on the streets. Such individuals ought not to exist. What is the matter with you? The little god of wealth observed the person beside him, who seemed either lost in thought or posing absurd questions. Moreover, he found himself unable to provide satisfactory answers in the moment. He could only respond based on his recollections, as those answers were etched into his very being. However, if such an event were to occur, none could predict the choices that would be made. Regaining his composure, Li Bai chuckled softly. It is of little consequence. If one day you witness a seemingly normal person coexisting harmoniously with someone from the demon clan, and that individual may even become your friend, could you truly believe that nothing transpires between them? Does it seem so peculiar? Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth felt a sense of ennui. Hasn't such a scenario already unfolded around them? His earlier response did not reflect his true thoughts, but merely conformed to what was widely accepted. In truth, he did not harbor such aversion towards these individuals. However, for those in question, their very existence heralded their doom. In our abode, we have received considerable assistance from them. Though the woman may not be particularly likable, she has never harbored intentions of harming us. Therefore, I find it unsurprising to witness such scenes. What is truly perplexing is your relentless barrage of absurd inquiries today. Are your responses genuine, or do you conceal something? After stretching languorously, the little god of wealth turned to regard the man before him. They had been friends for many years, often closer than family. He could hardly be oblivious to what lay in his companion's heart. That previous answer was evidently fabricated. Furthermore, his earlier questions clearly indicated that this person's identity was indeed complex, likely intertwined with the demon clan. Yet, there exists no direct connection. Upon witnessing the sudden seriousness etched upon his visage, Li Bai could only bow his head and offer a resigned smile. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. To put it plainly, I remain uncertain of his true identity. Despite our previous discussions, he has not divulged it to me. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, he does not appear to be a malevolent individual. So, what then is his purpose for being here? The little fortune god is undoubtedly aware that he harbors no ulterior motives. Had he possessed any, he could have effortlessly eliminated them at that moment. With a mere flick of the wrist, utilizing the assaults of those entities, their demise would have been inevitable. Even amidst protective measures, survival was a fleeting hope, as escape from that place was ultimately unattainable. However, it is implausible for an individual to appear beside another without a purpose. His presence here indicates he has intentions he seeks to fulfill. Moreover, given that we remain ignorant of his identity, how can we ascertain whether he is merely transient or genuinely as he seems? Chapter 120. Only he is like this, I am uncertain. Yet he conveyed to me that regardless of his identity, that individual would neither be affected nor disdainful, nor would his status impair his judgment. Zhun is indeed an exceptionally formidable person, a figure that they, throughout their lives, will find unattainable. Possessing such thoughts and that level of magnanimity is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, deep within his heart, he is fully aware of who is causing him harm. However, given the indifference of the three elders towards this matter, he refrains from bringing it up, merely wishing to afford that person an opportunity. In contrast, they indeed remain leagues apart. Upon hearing this, although the little fortune god maintained a stubborn expression, he could not help but admire him inwardly. Regardless of the task at hand, he commands respect and does so without ulterior motives, wholeheartedly dedicated to others. Individuals like him are truly rare. However, in the realm of unscrupulous merchants, he is undeniably quite detestable. With his schemes, it won't be long before the wealthy truly become him. Do refrain from extolling him so excessively in my presence. If he is truly that formidable, why does he not seek revenge? Furthermore, does one act of forgiveness truly evoke gratitude in that individual? He hardly appears to be such a person. As the two conversed, they departed from the pavilion. Su Sheng, from their initial encounter, presented himself as a petty individual. Additionally, with a newcomer having embarrassed one of his senior brothers, he harbored a desire to salvage some dignity. If my conjecture is correct, in 2 months, he will become an inner disciple. Zhun is nothing but an obstacle on his path to advancement. How could he possibly let him off so easily? I remarked, you, who have already acknowledged him in your heart, why persist in such stubbornness? Li Bai, observing the awkward expression on his face, discerned that he had indeed recognized Zhun, no longer merely a spectator or gossiping behind closed doors. Instead, he sincerely regarded him as a friend, a rare individual unconcerned with status or position. Yet, his words held truth. Su Sheng would never relinquish this opportunity easily. The two, enveloped by their worries, unconsciously found themselves in his courtyard. As they took their seats, they observed the individual before them, who remained self-satisfied, seemingly indifferent to the happenings outside. His movements quickened, and the little fortune god, seated beside him, chose not to interrupt. Rather, he indulged in the fruit beside him, curious to see when this man would finally converse with them, or rather, when he would truly recognize their presence. From the outset, Li Jun was acutely aware of their arrival, yet he chose to remain indifferent, for he sensed that their intentions were far from benign. The words they spoke merely echoed in the air, lingering like a shadow. He found himself devoid of any meaningful responses, his focus solely on tending to his garden. Li Bai observed the two individuals beside him, noting their remarkable composure. Indeed, their demeanor reflected a lack of urgency regarding this matter. The two seemed to be engaged in a silent contest. Is it truly necessary for you both to create such an awkward atmosphere? Li Bai interjected. Li Jun, we harbor no intention of disturbing you, yet certain matters must be addressed, particularly those concerning life and death. It is prudent to take precautions to avoid unforeseen harm. Noticing the tension between the two, Li Bai felt compelled to intervene and dissipate the unease. Upon hearing these words, Li Jun set aside his hoe, rolled up his pant legs, washed his hands, and took a seat nearby. Speak, he urged, genuinely interested in uncovering what these two had learned from the outside world or what anxieties plagued their minds. You are aware that in just a few months, Su Sheng is expected to ascend to the status of an inner disciple, correct? Li Jun nodded. This news had circulated widely from the moment it emerged, with warnings issued to the newly initiated disciples to abandon any fanciful hopes, as no precedent existed for someone becoming an inner disciple so soon after entry. Thus, they were deemed unworthy of such aspirations. Although Li Jun had heard of this upon his arrival, he had never concerned himself with it, finding little merit in the matter. However, rumors now suggested that this inner disciple position might be granted to him. Li Bai continued, how could this be possible? Was it not stated that no such precedent had ever been set? How could it possibly be me? Li Jun's surprise was palpable. Yet he recognized that given the disposition of the three elders, such an event was not entirely implausible. Yet, if this were to transpire, would Su Sheng not harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him? Surely, he would seek ways to create trouble for Li Jun. In that moment, he found himself perplexed as to the origin of this rumor. Should he discover the source, he would certainly silence their tongue. Why do men indulge in such idle gossip? Li Bai remarked, I cannot say, but it is evident that most have cast their votes in your favor. Furthermore, you and he are subjects of wagers placed by others, significantly enhancing your odds. Are you certain he would willingly relinquish this position to you? Li Bai's intention in articulating these concerns was merely to underscore the gravity of the situation. It is no exaggeration to state that if this matter were indeed true, Su Sheng would undoubtedly go mad with rage, harboring thoughts of murder. Moreover, feeling that there is no one else by his side, he might resort to such drastic measures. They would find themselves besieged on all sides, as this place allows no room for their reckless behavior. Yet, this situation is entirely implausible. Your cultivation is profound, your abilities formidable, and your memory exceptional. When comparing the two of you, there is simply no way it could be you. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth spat out the pit from his mouth, commenting beside him. Although it may sound like flattery, the tone carries an unmistakable hint of sarcasm. Li Jun, uninterested in his nonsensical ramblings, pondered the implications. If this were indeed the case, his troubles would be significant. Therefore, you two have sought me out to preempt his next move? What audacity could he possibly exhibit in this place? Chapter 121. Playing tricks and deceits. We remain uncertain about the specifics. However, the fact that he managed to release something clandestinely once suggests that he could very well do so again. Moreover, given the events of the previous incident, it is apparent that he is not alone in this endeavor. Clearly, he has many allies at his disposal. Upon hearing the conversation between the two individuals, Li Jun quickly grasped the implications. These concerns were not without merit, yet at this juncture, they were entirely unwarranted. I comprehend your sentiments, but at present, I lack the inclination to intervene. Furthermore, barring any extraordinary circumstances, he is unlikely to be foolish enough to act without caution. However, if someone else is involved, that would change the narrative entirely. Li Jun had discerned that the last incident revealed more than just his singular involvement. There was another individual with a similar agenda. If his intuition served him correctly, these two were likely collaborating from both within and outside. Otherwise, it was implausible that they would emerge unscathed that day, while those around them suffered. It was evident that this man possessed considerable skill, aided by others. The two individuals, upon hearing this analysis, recognized that his response was predictable, rendering their concerns superfluous. I have heard that you visited Shui. Li Jun interjected as he observed them preparing to depart. Li Bai turned back. Indeed, the celestial physician stated that his condition is gradually improving, and there are no significant issues. His prolonged unconsciousness stems not from injury, but rather resembles a deep slumber. These revelations undoubtedly left them somewhat perplexed. Yet, being novices in this realm, they could not discern the underlying reasons. Knowing that she was not in grave danger was certainly a relief, but the timing of her awakening remained an enigma to all. Upon hearing this, Zhun merely nodded subtly. Li Bai, observing his reaction, found it somewhat peculiar and suddenly inquired, "Do you possess a solution?" Zhun shook his head. "This medicine is what I administered to her. This is its sole side effect, yet the duration remains unknown to me." The expressions on their faces shifted to one of astonishment. Thus, the herb they discovered that day, aside from its life-preserving properties, had the singular side effect of inducing profound slumber. Why did you not mention this initially? What purpose does it serve to reveal it now? If you cannot devise a remedy, who could? Are you certain there is no inherent danger? The little god of wealth found the unhurried demeanor of the individual before him exasperating. Were it anyone else, they would be consumed by worry. Yet he alone seemed unaffected by the gravity of the situation. One might easily assume that these matters bore no relevance to him. In truth, he is the sole perpetrator. There is no danger. If my calculations are correct, she should awaken today. Although Zhun is unaware of the precise timing, his deduction suggests that it should not take too long, especially since this is merely a form of neural anesthesia. If the duration were excessive, no one would resort to such medication. Upon hearing this, both individuals felt as though they had uttered words that held no significance. Were it not for the bond between them, they would hardly concern themselves with the matter. After all, someone else is attending to her, nonetheless. It must be acknowledged that when Shui has devoted considerable effort to safeguarding him throughout this ordeal. Yet, given the passage of time without even a glance in her direction, does it not seem exceedingly ungrateful? I do not comprehend your words. I am not a physician. Hence, anyone's assertions are inconsequential. However, I believe you ought to see her. She has assisted you more than once or twice, has she not? Shouldn't even a simple thank you be warranted? Upon delivering this statement, the little fortune god turned and departed. Observing their retreating figures, Zhun felt a twinge of indecision regarding the situation. His inaction stemmed from a desire not to cause delays. Yet the reality of the matter compelled him to act. "Old you, I have heard that this year, we are to receive new disciples. Traditionally, a few are selected from the older generation. Presently, among these newcomers, particularly those residing in that special courtyard, their abilities are commendable. Are you certain you will not reconsider?" Elder B he did not intend to incite anyone. Yet it was undeniable that this batch of new disciples possessed far superior talent compared to the previous one. It would not be long before they surpassed their predecessors. If selections could indeed be made from among them, it is likely that none of the three would object. Upon hearing this, a degree of hesitation arose within both individuals. However, historically, no such precedent has ever been established. Even if a few among them are exceptionally astute, they remain unqualified under this year's regulations. Be cease your nonsensical chatter. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Otherwise, you would not have spoken up so readily. Clearly, you have a candidate in mind, and thus you think we should proceed. Elder, you discerned his underlying thoughts. If this proposition had come from another, he might have genuinely considered it, for that individual's mind is less encumbered. Yet, the very person who voiced this sentiment is he. It is evident that he has already identified a choice from the outset. Elder B he found himself exposed. His intentions laid bare without a shred of dignity remaining. In an instant, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he was left with no option but to embrace the situation. I indeed harbor such thoughts. What of it? Do not deceive me. Do you truly believe that neither of you harbors such thoughts? Do not presume I am oblivious. Have you not long coveted that little fortune? Why the pretense before me? Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance shifted to one of palpable discomfort, his gaze faltering and evasive. You speak nonsense. I have no such intentions whether you do or not. Your heart knows the truth. I do not entertain such notions. I merely expose the reality. Regardless of how you perceive this matter, what is your stance? After much contemplation, Zhun ultimately concluded that this situation defies propriety. After all, throughout history, no one has dared to establish such a precedent, and there must be a reason for it. This is fundamentally determined by seniority, and furthermore, the income is derived from the positions held, which can only accommodate a single recipient. If they were to witness this experience now, it would render the entire affair unjust. Moreover, neglecting the sentiments of those I oversee would only lead to their profound disappointment. Chapter 122, Unprecedented Circumstances. While I find great satisfaction in the arrival of these new disciples, it must be acknowledged that we are bound by established protocols, and their qualifications indeed fall short. If we were to set this precedent, How would the others beneath us perceive such a decision? My inclination to voice this concern stems from the fact that some individuals have become exceedingly restless, resorting to fierce competition for this position, a scenario that has occurred repeatedly. Each time, when confronted, no one steps forward to admit their role in instigating discord. Those around them merely turn a blind eye, indifferent to the unfolding events. If this is the case, there truly is no justification for such actions. Upon hearing my words, the two individuals understood my perspective, yet this situation is undeniably rare. Moreover, in this realm, status is determined by one's cultivation level. The more powerful one is, the more entitled they are to stand before others. If they cannot keep pace, they can only blame themselves. This is not something for which anyone else can be held accountable. I concur with your viewpoint, yet I still advocate for a cautious approach. Just because no precedent has been set does not mean we lack the right to do so. Rules are rigid, but individuals are dynamic. In this place, no one can stand on equal footing. Has it not always been the case that rank is determined by cultivation levels? This is not a novel occurrence. Elder B is not so inflexible as to insist on accepting them as disciples. As long as they can operate under their names, their status is of little consequence. However, here, no one can afford to disregard others. Everything is dictated by cultivation. Without the necessary abilities, what does age matter? Ultimately, one would be deemed ineffectual in safeguarding this domain. In their eyes, such an individual is regarded as worthless. This is a reality, and has been the singular purpose behind the selection of elders since time immemorial. Although everyone is aware of this unspoken truth, no one dares to articulate it bluntly. What do you mean by that? Are you in agreement or not? Do you not realize that your statements only serve to obscure the truth? Upon hearing this response, Elder U was utterly perplexed, unsure whether he was addressing the same issue or expressing a more significant objection. The tone he had just employed clearly conveyed his reluctance. I have heard that Su Sheng has already become a foregone conclusion in private matters. Do you intend to mock the relationship between the two based on this? If memory serves, the prior incident was inextricably linked to him. Does our course of action not seem somewhat disrespectful of age? Elder U's words immediately cast a shadow over the two individuals nearby. Though the question of how to proceed remained unspoken, the tension in the air was palpable. However, allowing this matter to unfold, regardless of its amplification, is clearly a situation where individuals are being manipulated as pawns in a wager. Yet, there remains a deliberate pretense of ignorance, inciting them to clash with one another. Such behavior reveals their utter impotence. They cannot even manage their own circumstances. Should this information circulate, what semblance of dignity would they retain? I perceive no fault in this. If such methods are required to provoke their aspirations and drive them towards progress, then a monotonous existence would indeed warrant a desire for conflict. Only through such circumstances can mutual stimulation occur. What harm could arise from that? Elder B. He, stroking a nearby feather, regards these matters with indifference. If these two are truly destined to engage in combat, the worst outcome would merely be one death and one injury. However, perhaps a more favorable resolution could emerge between them. Su Sheng does not appear to be a worthy opponent. If Li Jun were genuinely a champion of justice, he should have eliminated Su Sheng long ago rather than allowing him to persist. I too find no fault in this situation. Yi Jinjin, standing nearby, wholeheartedly concurs with this perspective. From the very beginning, they had discerned the underlying issues, yet to avoid publicizing them, they ultimately chose to turn a blind eye, hoping to provide an opportunity for redemption. Should he seek trouble once more, they would bear no responsibility. Moreover, given Li Jun's elevated prowess, how could he remain unaware of the true instigator? His silence, devoid of inquiry, merely reflects his concern for appearances. If Su Sheng truly possessed wisdom, he would refrain from provoking him at this juncture. Thus, it is unlikely that a confrontation will transpire between them. The elder, overhearing their exchange, was left utterly speechless. In an instant, he departed in a huff, deeming these two irredeemable. It was as if they reveled in chaos, and should a life be lost, he would find himself at a loss for justification. Furthermore, the timing of this incident is profoundly inappropriate, manifesting internal strife amidst external threats. Why are these two so unperturbed? Why does he appear agitated? Elder B. He, observing the elder's irate departure, found it curious. Yi Jinjin shrugged, remarking, "Isn't that just his volatile temperament? If he chooses to be angry, what can you or I do about it?" Elder B. He raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in this statement, yet found such explosive anger rather unexpected and utterly bewildering. At the celestial pool, the two figures stealthily approached one after the other, having meticulously prepared for this endeavor over an extended period. Thus, Under no circumstances would they relinquish this opportunity to others at this crucial juncture. However, the situation now involved not only those outside. Even several elders may have set their sights upon him, and it seems he may indeed be deprived of this opportunity. The leader, they privately made wagers, betting that the disciples they selected would be him. This cannot continue. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng instantly felt his teeth grind in frustration. He has waited for so many years, enduring this lengthy passage of time, solely to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wen Xueping. After all, becoming a true disciple would elevate his standard of living and the quality of his residence to an entirely new level. To appear in the same esteemed company, a matter of great grandeur and pride, should have been his right long ago. According to the established rules, he was undoubtedly the chosen one for this occasion. Yet, unexpectedly, an unforeseen contender has emerged, one of considerable prowess. He finds himself uncertain of his own standing. What of Wang Long? What is he doing? Has he not always sought vengeance? Why has he yet to take any action? Knowing such a significant secret, why has he not revealed it? Chapter 123. It should have been this way. Su Sheng had waited for an extended period, anticipating a grand spectacle, yet to his dismay, the days passed in eerie silence. No one was privy to the unfolding events, and Wang Long exhibited no signs of action. Anxiousness began to gnaw at Su Sheng's heart. He had initially perceived that man as impulsive and lacking foresight. Knowing such a significant secret, he would surely be unable to restrain himself from divulging it. To Su Sheng's astonishment, however, he had managed to maintain his composure. Boss, I cannot fathom the situation. The two of them are so consumed with their daily needs that they scarcely utter a word about this matter, as if they have completely forgotten it, he reflected. If he were aware of the truth, there would have been no need for him to come to this place to convey it. After all, these two individuals were of the same ilk, yet according to that man's temperament, such restraint was unexpected. Perhaps it was due to the words he had spoken that day, which resonated within him, leading to his silence on the issue. Damn it! Su Sheng exclaimed, striking a nearby tree in frustration. He had anticipated that this matter would be announced promptly, which would inevitably place his loyal followers, Zhun Fun and Ming Jie, in jeopardy. Consequently, suspicions would arise regarding his intentions, and he would be forced to make his exit. Yet, to his astonishment, Wang Long had outmaneuvered him, not only refraining from action, but choosing to leave him in the lurch. This man was truly infuriating. What? Just because I listened to your earlier remarks and deemed this moment inopportune, you assume I am foolish? You think I would serve as your pawn? As if I were insignificant? Suddenly, a voice emerged, heightening their alertness as they turned to see Wang Long stepping out from the shadows. His demeanor had transformed. The navet he previously displayed was replaced by an unsettling coldness, as though he were an entirely different person. What do you intend to do? Su Sheng realized that this individual was not easily manipulated. If this were the case, they could engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement to achieve their respective goals. What do I intend? Are you truly unaware? We are in the same boat now. Do not think you can cast me aside as mere fodder. Beware, for the consequences may very well rebound upon you, Wang Long retorted with a sardonic smile. He had anticipated Su Sheng's impatience. With the recent arrival of this new disciple, tensions ran high among their associates, each harboring suspicions about one another. Given the contrast in their abilities, anyone with discernment would know whom to trust. After all, such talents were exceedingly rare, and the elders were keen to nurture them. How could they possibly be so easily overlooked? Therefore, Su Sheng would certainly not remain so composed. Nor would he passively allow the position he had worked hard to attain slip away to another. What do you wish to convey? How can you be so certain that this role is destined for him? By the rules, it is rightfully mine and should remain so. Regardless of how you may attempt to dismantle or scheme against it, it cannot belong to anyone else. Am I mistaken? A smirk curled at the corner of Wang Long's mouth, prompting Su Sheng to instinctively take a step back. Yet, your earlier demeanor, fraught with urgency, seemed far from genuine. You appeared utterly unconcerned. Why do I sense that you are now as restless as an ant on a hot pan, consumed by your own predicaments? Upon hearing this, Su Sheng felt a surge of indignation at the brazen audacity of the person before him. What is it that you truly desire? Since you claim that we are two sides of the same coin, do you think I fear the revelation of your prior statements? At worst, it would lead to mutual destruction. Su Sheng adopted a resolute stance, prepared to expose the matter regardless of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Wang Long immediately stepped back, creating space for him to speak. He was curious to see if Su Sheng possessed the courage to follow through with the woman he coveted nearby. Poised to secure the position he longed for and inhabit the dream abode, there was no way he would willingly allow this situation to unravel merely to drag him down. He wagered that Su Sheng lacked the gall to proceed. After observing his movement, Su Sheng had taken only a few steps before halting again, turning to regard the man before him, who wore a gleeful expression and felt an acute sense of humiliation. What is your true intention? As long as I am capable, I can acquiesce to your requests. Let this be a mutual agreement between us, with all matters confined to silence, never to be disclosed to another soul. Wang Long nodded, fanning himself with his folding fan. Do you truly not know what I desire? Were you not supposed to understand my intentions from the very beginning? Su Sheng fixed his gaze on him intently. From the outset, he had comprehended that all of Wang Long's motives were directed towards that individual. Beyond merely seeking a place for himself, his greater ambition was to eliminate him. Yet, he remained acutely aware that with his current identity and capabilities, such an act was utterly unattainable. It was akin to striking a stone with an egg. He understood the impossibility, yet still pursued it. What could possibly be the rationale behind such a futile endeavor? I can agree to your terms, but this task cannot be accomplished in the short term. You are aware of the disparity in strength between him and me. How could I possibly eliminate him so swiftly? Regardless of the intentions of the individual before him, Su Sheng still acquiesced. However, the notion of achieving such a feat in a brief span was utterly implausible. Not only he, but even the three elders joining forces would likely stand little chance. The prowess of this individual far exceeded anything they presently comprehended. Moreover, accompanied by the objects surrounding him, what he accomplished was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Upon hearing the agreement, Wang Long merely nodded. He was not overly anxious regarding this matter, for his strength was evident, and he was well aware of the inherent difficulties. However, this did not imply that the opportunity was beyond reach. Had you expressed this sooner, it would have spared us both the awkwardness. You may take your time to decide when to eliminate him. I am in no rush. Nonetheless, do not presume to manipulate me. For my father and I are not of the same ilk, and I will not allow you to deceive us. After articulating these words, Wang Long turned and departed. As for his subsequent actions, he would determine them himself, without the necessity of this individual's involvement. Ultimately, even if the situation escalated dramatically, it was unlikely that suspicion would ever fall upon him. Chapter 124. What more can they do? Su Sheng gazed at the man before him, who was reveling in his own arrogance, and clenched his fists, filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate him on the spot. Yet, this individual held considerable value for him. Moreover, he could not speak out under his own name regarding these matters. Thus he resolved to place the burden upon this man's shoulders. Let others cast their suspicions upon him, and exploit him to extricate himself cleanly. This was indeed a strategy that served both ends. From now on, keep a close watch on him. No matter what he does, inform me at the earliest opportunity. We cannot allow him the chance to rise above us, he commanded. Understood. The man nodded and promptly departed. Once they had left, a figure emerged from the shadows. At that moment, another presence joined them. Master, must we truly withhold this matter from him? Should they succeed, our identities would be irrevocably exposed. A light chuckle escaped the man's lips. He must possess such capability first. With a few inconsequential individuals, what could they possibly uncover? If I cannot conceal their secrets, what strength do you and I possess here? Hearing his words, the companion recognized the truth in them. However, their time in this place was dwindling. Leaving without action would indeed render their efforts futile. Master, though I know I should remain silent, I must inform you. The effects of the drug are nearing their end. If we do not find a solution soon, our identities are at grave risk of being revealed. The reason they had been able to navigate this space undetected was due to the consumption of a particular potion prior to their arrival. This elixir served to mask their inherent presence, allowing them to cultivate a fade of their own prowess. Naturally, this went unnoticed by others, even before the eyes of these few individuals. However, the potion's efficacy was limited to 2 months. Once that period elapsed, their true identities were destined to be unveiled. Finding someone to create another batch is imperative. Must I teach you this? The man asserted. But the side effects of this drug are profoundly severe. Over time, your body will inevitably succumb, his companion cautioned. Do you not understand my words? The man's face darkened with anger upon hearing this, and after delivering his retort, he dismissed the concern entirely. He was indifferent to the implications of the drug. He would not abandon the truth he had painstakingly uncovered. Such a pivotal moment could not be relinquished so easily. Furthermore, if he could not accomplish this task, it did not signify that another could not. Zhun was exceptionally capable. Surely, a mere pill could not pose a challenge for him. Indeed, upon witnessing his unwavering determination, she found herself compelled to accept the situation. After all, he was merely obeying orders, too fearful to defy them. Every action taken now was of paramount importance. Should they unearth the truth from years past, It might indeed alter their identities and how they were perceived by society. No longer would they be the targets of disdain wherever they went. Such occurrences were not uncommon. And if change was attainable, it could allow them to coexist beneath the same sky. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, what harm would it be to him? After the man departed, it was not long before he located Li Zhun. However, upon entering, he was promptly pushed aside by the woman behind him. Brother Zhun, your actions are quite unbecoming. I've heard it all. Because of you, I have been bedridden for days, and you haven't even visited me once. Don't you think your behavior is utterly excessive? Li Zhun gazed at the girl who had suddenly appeared before him, noticing the mud from her embroidered shoes upon the ground. If a lady of noble birth were to encounter such a place, she would likely refuse to approach even a step closer. Yet, when Shui seemed utterly unconcerned, standing in the same spot and indifferent to whether her embroidered shoes had trodden on the dirt. Be careful, your shoes will get dirty. At your age, how can you be so unruly? Li Zhun remarked, guiding her to step onto the adjacent ridge before leading her to a chair. When Shui glanced down at the mud on her shoes and then looked at the dirt on his, it was evident that he was far messier than she. With a silly grin, she said, Brother Zhun, if you don't mind, why should I? With that, she playfully linked her arm with his and sat down. Their intimate demeanor caused Lu Yuba to hesitate. This matter was one he could not muster the courage to share with anyone else. His own identity, in many ways, was inherently special, and such actions would only serve to complicate their relationship further. After watching for some time, Lu Yuba ultimately chose to depart. The first thing Wen Shui did upon waking was seek out Li Zhun. She had come to know all the facts and the sequence of events. Yet she understood that Li Zhun's actions were ultimately for her benefit. However, Li Zhun was curious about how she had learned of the matter. Given their personalities, it was unlikely either would divulge such information. Even if they did, it would only be to an elder. No one else should be privy to it. How did you know it was me? He inquired. Su Sheng told me, she replied. And many within the sect are aware of this matter. There are so many rumors outside, claiming you wish to harm me. I refuse to believe it, for I know you are not that kind of person. After answering, Wen Shui held no doubts regarding the situation. From the very beginning, Su Sheng was never a virtuous individual. The words he uttered were certainly not worthy of her trust. Yet, for reasons unknown, this matter inexplicably became common knowledge among all. Outside, it had transformed into mere gossip. Upon hearing this response, Li Zhun could only manage a faint smile, offering no further explanation. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? No, after resting for so many days. I feel significantly better than before, and I sense that my cultivation has increased. It must be your doing, right? When Shui gazed at Li Zhun, awaiting his reply. Aside from him, it was unlikely anyone else possessed such an opportunity or capability. Ever since she began to stay by his side, her spiritual power and cultivation had been steadily ascending, without a single mishap, unlike the stagnation she had previously experienced. Li Zhun merely shrugged. Chapter 125. Uninformed, I genuinely find myself at a loss regarding this matter. Perhaps it holds some significance, yet it does not pertain to me. It is for you to comprehend and discern. Some matters will naturally not confound you. Li Zhun scarcely regarded this issue. Though there exists a considerable disparity in strength between the two of them, it is indeed marginal. However, the pressing concern at hand is to contend with Su Sheng. This man has directed all the blame towards him due to the malicious gossip circulating outside. If precautions are not taken, it is likely that even if the matter were to be discussed by many, clarity would remain elusive. I ponder upon this. You are acquainted with Su Sheng. I have heard that he entered this place quite some time ago, yet he still maintains such an unremarkable status. If my memory serves me correctly, you two were supposed to be together? Upon hearing this, Wen Shui nodded at the peach on the table. Indeed, at that time, his spiritual prowess was inferior to mine. Thus the masters chose me. In various aspects, I indeed took precedence over him. However, this individual is far from virtuous, possessing a demeanor that is both cunning and treacherous. Brother Zhun, have you inquired about his deeds? She could not fathom why there was such sudden curiosity regarding this matter. Su Sheng is, in essence, an utterly ordinary person. In their eyes, he barely exists. Where does he hail from? Are his family members still alive? I cannot say. But your inquiries about him are not prompted by the rumors circulating outside, are they? When he first arrived here, he was merely known as an ordinary individual. Not one of this realm, but rather from a foreign land. As when Shui munched on the peach, she reflected on past events and his identity. Her recollections were vague at best. In truth, she lacked clarity. Had he not posed that question today, Wen Shui would not have considered him particularly enigmatic. Yet, upon closer inspection, it is evident that there are discrepancies. When he arrived here, he was virtually alone, devoid of friends. Although we arrived at the same time, after such an extended period, he remains unremarkable. There is no evidence of any cultivation within him, which struck when Shui as odd. Over the years, even the later arrivals have surpassed him. Despite having spent such a lengthy duration here and bearing the title of senior brother, his capabilities fall short of those below him. All of them have observed these matters, yet they have chosen to remain silent about it. It is said that Su Sheng came to this place to escape danger, but the truth of that remains uncertain. Nevertheless, he undeniably possesses a modicum of ability compared to the average individual. Yet, among this group of gifted individuals, he can only be regarded as ordinary. Do you believe the gossip circulating outside is worthy of credence? Will they truly select me? This decision was made solely by the three elders themselves. If they truly harbor such intentions, the opinions of those outside are inconsequential. The outcome remains unchanged. However, according to the traditions that have governed us since time immemorial, such an event would be impossible. Historically, our sect has adhered strictly to the rules established by our ancestors. The regulations set forth by our forebears are seldom broken by ordinary individuals, and even in exceptional cases, such decisions are predetermined. It is not merely the utterances of others that can affect genuine change. The significance of these regulations is paramount to them, more so than to anyone else, which is why decisions made under normal circumstances are rarely altered. Nevertheless, you are indeed among the most gifted individuals in history. It is reasonable to assume that the elders have already contemplated certain ideas, yet given the relationship between the two of you, it will not manifest in such a manner. Though when Shui is aware that not much has transpired during her slumber, she can roughly deduce the events from the rumors she hears upon awakening. Before long, the time arrives for them to make a choice, which will ultimately reflect their own thoughts. The words of others hold no significance for them, unless, of course, these three individuals are deliberately stirring trouble. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would simply opt to follow the existing plan and maintain peace. It is inconceivable that they would truly allow a confrontation between the two of them to occur. Upon hearing this response, Zhun could not help but disagree. Having spent considerable time amongst these elders, he has come to understand their ways. However, if he is not mistaken, this time will certainly present an exception, as the three of them seem to revel in the chaos. If Zhun were unaware of their penchant for mischief, he would have wasted his time here. What you have suggested implies that this situation is likely to unfold. Although you possess a deeper understanding of them, I believe they will not be inclined to engage. After listening to his words, when Shui could only nod reluctantly, after all this time, they have yet to truly witness his capabilities. If this situation allows them to gain insight into his strength, it would not be a loss for them. I did not say that, but regarding the previous incident, do you truly have no suspects in mind? The elders in action, does it not concern you in the slightest? After all, if it were anyone else, or if one were caught off guard, your life could have been forfeit. The occurrence was indeed abrupt, especially following which they must hasten to hunt the ferocious beasts. Should these creatures manifest in the human realm, it would pose a significant threat. As cultivators, their duty remains the protection of ordinary people. Should they endure such profound harm, let those outside roll away. They could just as easily pierce their very spines with their words. The incident occurred so abruptly that there was no time to investigate the intricacies of the matter, leaving them without even a single suspect. Initially, there was hope that once the items were retrieved, the truth would naturally come to light. However, to their astonishment, the intensity of their assault caused these items to vanish completely. They were utterly oblivious to their whereabouts, effectively severing any leads in this regard, while others may remain silent. Given his nature, how could he possibly endure such a silent grievance? What do you expect me to say? Do you truly believe they are entirely ignorant? Zhun, with a faint smile gracing his face, has lost all desire to pursue the matter further. Yet, he holds no authority to dictate others' perspectives on the situation. Chapter 126. Impossible, however, if the three of them truly knew nothing at all, it would be utterly implausible. In this realm, where status is revered, the unfolding events could not possibly escape their scrutiny. They merely observed, with no one expressing grievances or clamoring to uncover the truth. Thus, they opted to trivialize the matter, ultimately seeking to maintain peace. Yet, in their minds, it was inconceivable that there were no suspects at all. What does this imply? If that is the case, why not articulate it? Surely, you do not believe that the three elders intend to swallow this matter in silence? Is that not the case? Could there be some underlying significance? With every occurrence, their reticence on the matter clearly indicates a desire to keep it to themselves. Such an overt situation. How could others fail to perceive it? It is precisely because they discerned the elders' stance that their subordinates dared not contest or question. A misstep could lead to their expulsion from this place. Having finally secured a position here, Who could bear to relinquish such an opportunity? For them, such chances are exceedingly precious. Indeed, they could only choose to endure the silent grievances. It is inconceivable that these three individuals would not pursue the truth. You must be misunderstanding them. When Shui, no matter what, could not bring herself to accept his words. In her eyes, these three men were the finest individuals. Regardless of the injustices they faced, they would always act justly, unmindful of the dangers involved. How could such men possibly turn a blind eye to this matter? The only plausible explanation is that they lacked direct evidence linking the individual to the deed. Thus, they could only remain discreet while persistently observing. Moreover, that person could only be here, making it impossible for them to leave immediately after the act. Unless that person felt guilty, they would not seek to escape. Given that no one currently intends to depart, it implies that the individual must have devised a plan. Jhun, witnessing Wen Shui's unwavering faith in the three men, chose not to prolong the discussion, lest it incite a quarrel between them. He perceived far more than what was apparent. After all, she, too, was a woman, prone to emotionally driven judgments, rendering her unable to assess the situation with the necessary detachment. Brother Zhun, I did not come here regarding this matter. By chance, I overheard another issue. Though its scope is not extensive, it has already begun to exert a certain influence. When Shui insisted on their continued debate over the matter, and to preserve their relationship, she chose not to pursue it further. What? Jhun, puzzled, tidied up a bit, and set out to prepare something, bringing forth a selection of new items, particularly the fruit she adored, ensuring none were overlooked. When Shui, with a cherry in hand, glanced back several times, only to find the surroundings devoid of others. However, upon awakening, she became aware that a certain individual resided there, and on that very day, she learned of the gossip surrounding him. Many now questioned his identity, especially given their prolonged acquaintance. To claim ignorance in front of others regarding this matter seemed utterly implausible. Liu Yuba, do you know him? The taciturn individual residing with you? There are rumors circulating outside, suggesting he hails from the demon clan, and no one knows how he managed to infiltrate here. Are you aware of this? When Shui whispered cautiously into his ear. Upon hearing these words, Jhun was so startled that the seeds in his hand fell to the ground. Regaining his composure, he bent down to retrieve them, his face displaying a faint, forced smile. Where did you hear that? It's impossible. If he truly used some means to enter, how could the elders not have noticed? Don't listen to the nonsense people outside are spreading. After being around him for so long, I would surely know. When Shui seemed to find some truth in his words. Yet, the claims from outsiders were detailed and convincing, sounding far from fabricated. Nevertheless, his assertions bore no flaws. If there were indeed any issues regarding this person's identity, they would have been detected immediately, unless he had employed some forbidden means. Otherwise, he could not evade the scrutiny of their detection systems or their watchful eyes. Brother Zhun, I harbor no suspicion towards anyone, but don't you find this matter peculiar? Why, all of a sudden, after the rumors about the two of you surfaced, do others make such accusations? Don't you feel something unusual is afoot? Her intent in coming here was merely to make him realize that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Two seemingly unrelated incidents converged. If there weren't someone actively sowing discord, it would be hard for anyone to believe the claims being made. Surely, someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would there be such unwarranted suspicion cast upon another? What are you trying to say? Jhun observed her slightly exaggerated gestures and felt that her words carried deeper implications. Additionally, her demeanor suggested that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. When Shui continued to draw comparisons, aiming to convey that this matter was undoubtedly orchestrated by others, yet without any evidence. Stating so would only make him appear to be gossiping. Are you suggesting that this person is responsible for everything? That the convergence of these events is due to him? But without proof, how can you substantiate that claim? That is precisely why I have come to seek you out. Had I known, would I even need to inquire? I would have directly brought forth the evidence to confront you. Moreover, that individual has not acted in such a manner for the first time. Is his character not apparent to others? When Shui curled her lip, her eyes filled with disdain regarding this matter. If it were not for their simultaneous emergence, she would genuinely wish to have no association with him whatsoever. Yet, at this very moment, he secretly informs everyone of his affection for her. Upon hearing this, Wen Shui felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few punches to remind him of his true standing. Jhun shrugged. The reason for the targeted animosity directed towards him likely extends beyond mere competence. It is perhaps more closely linked to the presence of this woman. Thus, that individual repeatedly sets his sights on Jhun, merely to gain a favorable glance from her. A man understands another man best. How could he possibly remain oblivious to this? Chapter 127. taking it lightly. What did you say? No, please repeat what you just said. What do you mean by saying that those outside are questioning his identity? From the very beginning, wasn't this matter known only to the two of us? Suddenly, it has become common knowledge. When you asked me so abruptly, I was at a loss. The little god of wealth hastily returned upon hearing these rumors, eager to relay everything. Now, all he can do is drink water, exhausted from the journey. He fears missing anything, not wanting to appear uninformed. This issue has not only spread throughout the entire immortal sect, but has also reached other sects with clarity. With such widespread gossip, this situation cannot be easily dismissed. Upon hearing this revelation, Lai Bai found it utterly unbelievable. When they had initially discussed the matter, they had deliberately chosen a secluded location to avoid detection. Yet, they never anticipated that the news would travel so swiftly. However, no one could fathom how this information leaked or who might have known. They were equally bewildered. If this information indeed originated from them, they would have inadvertently caused considerable trouble. Then tell me, how do we resolve this matter now? You weren't blabbering while drinking outside, were you? Lai Bai, the little god of wealth, upon hearing this, slammed his cup onto the table in indignation. What is the matter with you? Do you not know how I behave when I drink? Even inebriated, I would never speak ill of others behind their backs, and besides, isn't this matter already settled? If that is the case, what is there to fear? Seeing Lai Bai's anxious demeanor, the little god of wealth was instantly perplexed about their situation. Since there was nothing to it, even if someone were to investigate, it would merely lead to some discomfort. How could anything substantial be uncovered from him? Observing Lai Bai's lack of rebuttal, the little god of wealth began to doubt his words. Do not tell me he truly is. If so, why did you previously? I do not know if he is. Lai Bai retorted angrily. Although he uttered some nonsensical words, he lacked direct evidence to substantiate his identity. If that were the case, who would remember this matter if he remained silent? Furthermore, the spiritual energy and cultivation exuded by Liu Yuba were no different from an ordinary person. How could he possibly be who they thought? To inquire now seems unreasonable, as it would imply he is withholding something from us. If this matter is indeed true, it implicates not only him, but potentially entangles us as well. Such actions are evidently all-encompassing. These formidable individuals are all situated in one place. He remarked that if any one of them were to encounter peril or unforeseen circumstances, they too would inevitably face the consequences of retribution. It is futile. Even if one were to inquire now, they must await when Shue's departure. Only after she has left, behind closed doors, can the truth of the situation be discerned. The present moment is decidedly untimely. Lai Bai, witnessing his intent to rush out, promptly obstructed him, gazing through the window at the two individuals seated within. Even if one yearns to uncover the entire truth, it can only be revealed once she has departed. After all, this woman does not belong to their faction. She has lingered among them for quite some time, and should she come to know secrets that ought to remain concealed, it would be impossible for her to keep them hidden for long. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the two individuals were in a state of agitation, akin to ants on a hot pan. Although Liu Yuba maintained a facade of calm, internally he was growing anxious. If the intent was merely to evade their scrutiny, it would be a trivial endeavor for him. However, with the entirety of the Immortal Gates factions now aware of this issue, under their interrogation, he feared he could hardly endure for long, especially with so many capable individuals present. It was entirely plausible that someone among them knew the secrets of their demonic clan, and at that moment, he would truly find himself at a loss. My lord, this matter has spread throughout the Immortal Gate. Soon, even those from the demonic clan will be aware that we have been in hiding for so long. If they were to seek us out, it would be impossible to explain. It would be akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. They had chosen to depart in the first place because that environment was utterly unsuitable for beings like themselves. Furthermore, he had no intention of engaging in deceitful machinations with those inside, especially given the abhorrent actions undertaken by the factions. Yet, a single individual's strength could not contend against so many. Thus he had chosen to conceal his own whereabouts in a fit of frustration. Currently, within the entire model, no one seemed to care, yet in truth, many were secretly searching. Should this information indeed leak and validate the veracity of the situation, he would be in dire straits. Is that woman still here? Not yet. The man stood by the window, meticulously observing the interactions between the two. He had clearly heard the earlier conversation. This woman had come for this very affair. Yet her aim was not directed at him. Rather, she was apprehensive that the matter had arisen from others' rumors. Indeed, everything unfolded as he anticipated. Those two possessed remarkable audacity. The matter was thrust into the limelight, catching them utterly unprepared. Liu Yuba furrowed his brow. He could not place all his hopes upon that man. At least for the time being, He had to devise a means of self-preservation. The effects of this drug would not last long, and if someone truly intended to target him, it would not matter whether he was innocent or guilty. Ultimately, this issue would be uncovered by others, and misunderstandings would only escalate. Rather than allowing that to transpire, it would be wiser for him to take the initiative. Master. What? Now you are concerned? He mused. I had assumed you possessed a considerable degree of confidence, which is why you dared to appear so audaciously. Yet, it seems you are not as assured as I thought. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Jun had already pushed open the door and entered. It was evident that these two had been aware of the situation from the outset, yet they had chosen to dismiss it. However, the circumstances had now changed entirely. Chapter 128. Sarcasm and irony. Upon seeing him, the individuals surrounding him immediately retreated, closing the door behind them. The room was left with only the two of them. Liu Yuba was indeed anxious, yet he would never concede this fact in front of anyone. Ultimately, the consequences of this situation would either lead to his departure from this place or his demise at their hands. What else could possibly change? Rather than indulging in mocking me, it would be far more prudent for you to contemplate how to address this matter. Should I encounter any trouble, you two shall not escape unscathed, will you? Liu Yuba seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, and upon the appearance of this individual, the significance of this event diminished for him. If this person had come merely to mock, he had likely already prepared himself to leave. Zhun observed the individual before him, clearly in a state of desperation, yet still unwilling to lower his head and seek help. Truly, they were from the demon clan. Unyielding even when facing death, they remained oblivious to the true weight of this situation. What if I were to witness your demise at their hands? Though you have revealed your identity to me, you cannot threaten me, and given my current status and cultivation, who among this assembly would dare to harm me? This floor, after all, is somewhat mine. If I were to perish here, one cannot predict what this place might become thereafter. Liu Yuba chuckled coldly. As an uncherished prince, even if someone were to seek vengeance on his behalf, it would merely result in a quarrel, a demand for an explanation. What more could be accomplished in this realm, typically inaccessible to ordinary folk, let alone those deemed inept? If they truly possessed such abilities, they would have already sent their sons and daughters here. Alas, mere mortals are confined to their mortal forms. I see you have greatly overestimated your identity and status. Bearing the title of the fourth prince, do you not realize the truth in your own heart? You are but a pawn in their game, no matter how much power he wields. Can you genuinely contend with those within this place? Making a deal with the devil often entails a greater cost. As a ruler, one cannot simply forsake so much for a mere city or pond. Moreover, as a prince with little favor, he views you as an affront. Had it not been for the knowledge of outsiders regarding your existence, you would have long since met your end at his hands. How could you have survived to this day? Such news is scarcely a secret. Who would perceive it as significant? You are correct in your assertion. Yet if they wish to end my life, they must possess the capability to do so, mustn't they? Zhun chuckled lightly. He had never anticipated that anyone could come to his aid, including now. In this place, no one possessed a capability that surpassed his own. Thus, should a confrontation arise, he was confident of his absolute victory. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuba bore no resentment. The individual before him merely sought to outmaneuver him. He had no intention of merely watching him perish here. Had that been the case, he would not have appeared at all. Surely, your purpose in coming here extends beyond merely conveying this information, does it not? Speak your mind freely, and if there are actions to be taken, do so straightforwardly without beating around the bush to provoke me. Zhun shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of indifference, and in the blink of an eye, a pill appeared in his grasp. Liu Yuba was perplexed by this gesture. What is this? Is it not permissible for me to possess a chi condensation pill, just as your demon clan does? To put it plainly, the pill in my hand possesses far greater efficacy than the ones you consume. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuba immediately reached out to take it, prompting Zhun to swiftly sidestep. What does this mean? He was baffled. Having already stated his intention to give it to him, why retract it now? Zhun's expression was cold. I can give you this item, but you must understand that until you have a foolproof plan, the actions you take must be thoroughly contemplated. Not every endeavor will guarantee your success. The only reason I am assisting you now is that, in this place, he is not the sole individual. It would be one thing if it were just him. After all, this matter would soon become known to all. However, there are two innocent souls residing here. I cannot allow them to be ensnared in this predicament. The situation here is already precarious. This could also be seen as a way to repay the kindness they have shown in the past. I had assumed you held no affection for them, that their lives or deaths bore no significance to you. Yet, it appears that you have indeed come to regard them as friends. Otherwise, you would not act on their behalf. Liu Yuba had initially believed that all his actions were for his own sake. However, judging by Li Jun's words, it was evident that he felt no need to maintain his own identity, for regardless of who stood beside him, no one could rival his strength. Thus, his motives could only be for the sake of those two individuals. If all proceeds as expected, he would likely keep this matter from their knowledge. How you interpret this is your own concern, but the implications of this request, while extensive, may still attract the attention of discerning individuals among this crowd. In that case, I cannot guarantee your safety. What use is it for you to give it to me? If it cannot be concealed, then bestowing it upon me holds no significance. Consuming this would render it as if it were never ingested at all. Among these individuals, is it conceivable that not a single one possesses discernment? If they were to uncover this, how would he explain it? Observing Liu Yuba's sudden tension, Li Jun shrugged. What if it turns out to be nothing? After concluding his words, he turned and departed from the scene. Liu Yuba, observing the retreating figure, found himself at a loss for words. If it were not for the man's formidable cultivation, he would have undoubtedly met his demise countless times simply for his manner of speaking. However, Li Jun's pill not only bore no side effects, but also made it exceedingly difficult to detect any traces of its efficacy. Even amidst a crowd of experts, it would be impossible to uncover its secrets. To date, no one has been able to refine this substance to another level, rendering it seemingly inconceivable in the eyes of others. Thus, Li Jun held absolute confidence. His intention in speaking this way was to keep him on edge, to prevent him from casually revealing his true identity, which was meant to remain a secret. Such indiscretion could lead to calamity, revealing a lack of rigor in his character. Chapter 129. Candor Lai Bai was just about to seek out Li Jun regarding this matter when he fortuitously observed him exiting from another chamber. Not long after, he intercepted his path. Li Jun had anticipated his appearance, yet he was taken aback by the timeliness of the encounter. May we converse? He inquired earnestly, with complete transparency, devoid of any concealment. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jun understood that if he remained silent, this individual would undoubtedly not permit his departure. Thus, he nodded, and they proceeded to his quarters. Li Jun retrieved a stone from a nearby cabinet and placed it before them, whereupon a blue light emanated forth. Lai Bai recognized this as a barrier stone that Li Jun had intentionally crafted. As long as it remained within a certain range, their words would not reach any ears outside. Yet, was it truly necessary to take such precautions in this setting? Though I understand your meticulous nature, he mused. Do you not find this situation somewhat excessive? Is it possible that this matter does not concern you? Li Jun countered, leaving Lai Bai momentarily speechless. He longed to clarify, yet found himself at a loss for words. Within his heart, he questioned whether this incident was indeed a consequence of their earlier discussions. Both were uncertain, leaving Lai Bai devoid of any solid ground to refute. Li Jun's speculation was, after all, rather casual. This issue was known solely to the two of them. Any suspicion was easily articulated. Hence, regardless of what transpired between them, it was imperative to adopt unnecessary precautions. The current atmosphere was entirely justified. Speak, then. What is it that you wish to discuss? Today, beyond myself, no one shall be privy to our conversation. Feel free to express your thoughts openly. I merely seek to ascertain whether his identity aligns with the rumors circulating outside. Although he denied such an identity when we spoke, he subsequently uttered some perplexing remarks that, upon reflection, must pertain to this matter. Lai Bai was compelled to recollect that it was shortly after their conversation that this issue inexplicably became common knowledge. Some individuals outside had even begun to contemplate expelling him. In the absence of any evidence, they had launched verbal assaults against those involved. As the principal party, he remained oblivious, leaving others uncertain of how to assist him. Li Jun raised an eyebrow and, after a moment of silence, replied, "And so what? Does this truly hold significant weight for you? If he is indeed who you suspect, can you truly extend him any aid? Why not?" Lai Bai retorted, "What you can accomplish, surely it is not beyond possibility for another." Li Jun's words struck Lai Bai as a scathing rebuke. It seemed that in this setting, he alone possessed the discernment to distinguish right from wrong, while others merely drifted along with the current. Suddenly, the intensity of the attitude exhibited by Li Jun was rather difficult for him to bear. He understood the purpose of the individual before him all too well, right from their very first encounter. Particularly, the secrets that lay between them were abundantly clear. If that were the case, then pray tell, what is the secret that brought you here? Why conceal it from him? After all these years of acquaintance, what could possibly hinder your trust in him? Upon hearing this, Lai Bai's gaze momentarily faltered. Indeed, he had not anticipated such curiosity from Li Jun regarding this matter. It was ostensibly a secret shared exclusively between the two of them, and logically, He should not have been so invested in it. Yet here he was, directly probing at his Achilles heel. This matter was one he found exceedingly challenging to articulate. It concerns me and him. Why should you be so concerned? Li Jun shrugged, tipping the tea on the table, seemingly indifferent. Did you not just assert the importance of openness? If you lack that sincerity, why should I respond to your inquiries? Moreover, since this is indeed a secret between the two of you, divulging it to me should not pose any issue, should it? I am not one to indiscriminately disclose other secrets. That was not my intention, yet this matter is not for you to know, Li Bai retorted, shaking his head. This was merely his predicament. Even the person before him was not privy to a word of it. Observing the dishonesty in their exchange, Li Jun deemed it unnecessary to continue the discussion. Since he harbored no intent to share, there was indeed no reason to respond to such inquiries. Thus, I am unable to provide you with the answers you seek. Your silence only serves to affirm that there is indeed a clandestine secret at play. Furthermore, I noticed you emerging from that room. Even if I were to uncover his identity, I had no intention of revealing it. My only desire was to offer assistance, but if you are unwilling, then we must accept our inability to help. Li Bai scrutinized his reticent demeanor and could discern that the individual's identity was indeed as the rumors suggested. Yet, he remained oblivious to the means by which this person had concealed their identity, leaving everyone in the dark. Should this revelation come to light, the consequences could be dire. Li Jun found his unwavering conviction in this matter somewhat amusing. If that is the case, why not disclose your identity to me? What do you mean by my identity? Are you not aware of it? Upon hearing this, Li Bai's previously composed demeanor began to fray, his gaze gradually shifting to avoid direct contact. Clearly unable to meet Li Jun's eyes, the confidence he once possessed had dissipated. Li Jun observed his flustered state and merely smiled softly. There is nothing to be concerned about. If you wish to assist him, the most profound help you can offer is to believe in his identity. Regardless of what he may say, refrain from questioning him. That alone is the greatest support. If none of you can place your trust in him, then who can he rely on? Once Li Jun concluded his statement, he removed the stone from the table and returned it to the cabinet, signaling the end of their candid discussion. There was no longer any need for further inquiries. Will there truly be no danger this time? How can I know? At the very least, we must ascertain the identities of those who come here. Otherwise, I cannot determine whether there is any risk involved. Li Jun stood aside, toying with the flowers and plants in his hands. He felt uncertain about this matter, as he did not know many people in this place. His knowledge of their identities was also limited, leaving the question of whether there were any capable individuals still looming large. Li Bai, having heard his words, began to grasp the complexities of the situation. Chapter 130. Unnecessary. It is equally possible that he became aware of this matter due to their connection, which led to its discovery. The reason for his suspicion is intricately linked to their relationship. Otherwise, how could such a coincidental rumor have arisen? I must ask you both, given that this situation has escalated to a critical point, are you truly unwilling to provide an explanation? How can those below be appeased otherwise? Moreover, many are already preparing to confront them. Elder Bei He, sitting nearby, felt a growing urgency as he watched the two remain silent. Regardless of the circumstances, how could they be oblivious to this matter? Even if such an opportunity existed, the most formidable among them is undoubtedly Li Jun. If he has not spoken, how could anyone else possibly discern the truth so easily? This incident is merely a case of wrongful accusation. Once the source of the rumor is identified, everything will be resolved effortlessly. Do we truly want to allow this situation to become public knowledge, drawing the entire sect's attention to our misfortune? The two individuals, upon hearing the details of this matter, found it challenging to ascertain its veracity. Furthermore, within the span of years, he had never encountered any substance capable of temporarily bestowing one with another's cultivation level. Typically, such occurrences go unnoticed by the average person. The rumors have circulated for quite some time, yet if he indeed utilized such a potion, it would be unsurprising that they failed to detect it. However, rumors remain just that, unsubstantiated claims that no one has witnessed or experienced. In that moment, the three of them found it difficult to make a decision regarding the situation. You needn't sit there, speaking without substance. This matter has become widely known throughout the sections. It remains unclear who has been so indiscreet, clearly seeking to mock us. Indeed, while their suspicions may not lack foundation, one must ponder how he could possess such abilities. The two exchanged thoughts, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. To ensure their safety, they must ascertain that everything is foolproof before arriving at any conclusions. Should this be discovered by others, or should this person's identity prove accurate, they might indeed be deemed culpable. If he truly possesses such capabilities and has eluded my scrutiny, could he possibly evade yours? Our collective cultivation is not insignificant. If we fail to notice such matters, do you not think it would be even more humiliating for this to become public? Elder Bay, he firmly believed there was nothing suspicious about this incident. It was evidently a deliberate act of defamation at a critical juncture. This was merely an attempt to drag Li Jun down. Should he falter, another would undoubtedly revel in the ensuing triumph. Yet, he may be unaware that regardless of the events unfolding around him or the individuals he encounters, the fate of the three of them is already sealed. Furthermore, I believe that the occurrences throughout this matter hold profound significance for certain individuals. Is this not the person we ought to scrutinize? Why cast suspicion on someone devoid of any relevance to us? Elder He, perplexed, fails to grasp their motivations. There is indeed something amiss with that individual's identity, but it is prudent to await the departure of those present before addressing it. After all, this incident marks the most disgraceful moment in the history of their celestial sect, particularly for this generation, which has brought shame upon their ancestors. The previous dignity has been utterly lost. If they do not cherish what remains, their standing before others in the future will be precarious. He wishes to avoid a life filled with mutual ridicule. It is not that we are reluctant to act, but this situation necessitates vigilance. Therefore, let him undergo another test. If the results remain unchanged, it will confirm his innocence. I find this notion agreeable. If he can evade our scrutiny, how could he possibly elude this examination? Upon hearing these words, Ijin immediately nodded in agreement. Their vision may occasionally falter, yet it does not render the matter dismissible. The collective spiritual power and cultivation of all present shine far brighter than their eyes. Should it fail to reveal any issues, it can only affirm that the individual's identity is indeed unblemished. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a multitude has gathered, many merely there to witness the spectacle. All tests unfold before their eyes. Even if he were to attempt any deceit, it would be easily uncovered. Lu Yuba gazed at the handprint before him, anxiety creeping into his heart. Up until now, it remains uncertain whether the original conditions of this test can be preserved. What? This is the sole method to validate your identity. Your inaction raises doubts. Indeed, the hesitation to act might indicate that he is truly of the demonic lineage. What right does someone like you have to be here? Should you indeed belong to that realm, we shall ensure your demise. The crowd's uproar intensified, while Li Jun and Lai Bai stood among them, spectating the unfolding scene. They refrained from speaking out, too fearful to defend him, though they remained silent. Some individuals could hardly contain their impatience. I ask, why are you so impolite in your discourse? If he is innocent, should not those who spread such malicious rumors kneel and apologize? The little fortune god, despite appearing quite presentable, uttered words far more venomous than one could ever fathom. Their relentless pressure was evidently aimed at coercing him into confessing the veracity of the matter, nearly to the point of wishing his demise right there. He could scarcely tolerate such brazen bullying. Meanwhile, Wang Long, noticing someone speaking up, felt as though he had directly fallen into their line of fire. Pray tell, little fortune god, what an oddity you are. You have scarcely met him a handful of times, yet you hasten to defend him. Could it be that you are already aware of his true identity, fearful of being implicated, which prompts your current support? Upon hearing this, the little fortune god was infuriated, his face contorted with rage. He had long harbored disdain for this man, and had it not been for prior intervention, he would have charged at him and delivered a proper thrashing. This individual, oblivious to his own provocation, dared to taunt him. Chapter 131. Kneel down, Wang Long. I must ask, how is it that one so seemingly respectable bears the visage of a cur? It would suffice to say that not only can you not produce ivory, but despite having once saved your life, you show no gratitude and dare to speak ill of me? I have long found you displeasing. As soon as the little god of wealth finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward, but before he could take 2 steps, he was halted by Lai Bai. Wang Long snorted disdainfully, choosing to ignore him and instead shifting the focus onto another individual. Li Jun, though silent, did not lack grievances regarding the situation. Brotherly, do you not agree with my earlier statement? Li Jun turned to him, his face adorned with a fawning smile, puzzled. What did you say? Wang Long was about to respond when Li Jun suddenly feigned realization. Oh, you meant that if not, you all would kneel and apologize, correct? Upon hearing this, Wang Long became immediately enraged, while Li Jun showed no intention of engaging further. Meanwhile, the little god of wealth stood by, delighting in the unfolding drama. He may not be able to handle Wang Long, but someone else could. How could this not amuse him? Humph. I shall see how long you can bask in your arrogance, Wang Long scoffed, turning his gaze fixatedly upon Lu Yuba. Should Lu's hands make any peculiar movements, or should he commit any impropriety, Wang Long would seize the opportunity to have these individuals vanish from this place. Liu Yuba, observing the three standing below, unhesitatingly raised his hand. In but a moment, a flash of white light materialized before him. It was identical to what had been seen during the initial test, though some subtle changes were evident, albeit minor. This did not serve as conclusive evidence of anything. The three elders exchanged glances and nodded in mutual understanding. The spiritual energy and cultivation level remained unchanged, thus affirming that his identity was not that of the demon clan. Do you have any further objections? After Zhun spoke, he surveyed the crowd assembled below. Had it not been for their meddling, this situation need not have become so awkward. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuba finally felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no alterations, his identity could not be called into question. Yet, he found it perplexing. The spirit stone was famously discerning. If one harbored ulterior motives, they would be laid bare before it. However, when he placed it down, nothing transpired, and there were no suspicions cast upon his identity. For a fleeting moment, Liu Yuba genuinely believed in his own unblemished integrity. Impossible. How could this be? I distinctly observed a hint of yellow in that beam of white light. How could there be no change? Wang Long could hardly believe his eyes, yet he was unwilling to accept the reality of what he had just witnessed. As Jin observed his reluctance to confront the evident truth before him, he felt compelled to unveil it mercilessly. You have been in this place for quite some time and have learned so much. Is it not the most natural thing for your spiritual power to have increased? In contrast, those who have not undergone significant changes should earnestly reflect on why that is. After revealing the truth, Jin left the onlookers profoundly disappointed. They were utterly perplexed, unaware of the origins of the rumors that had circulated. With the truth laid bare, what grounds did they have left to contest it? The three elders, having witnessed the farce come to an end, had no intention of lingering further and began to depart. Observing their exit, the surrounding crowd also prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the little god of wealth inexplicably stepped forward. Does what was said earlier count for nothing? I stated that if he is not what you claim, then you must all come forth to apologize. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. The little god of wealth directly blocked Wang Long's path, and at that moment, Lai Bui refrained from further interference, instead positioning himself behind Wang Long. What do you intend to do? Do not presume that your higher cultivation grants you the right to bully others. It is not so serious, is it? Wang Long regarded the three individuals, sensing their unwillingness to let them depart, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety, especially as he sought to leave. The little god of wealth scoffed. I have long found you displeasing. Today offers the perfect opportunity to settle this with a fight. There are rules here against fighting, and I wish not to breach them and be expelled. As Wang Long attempted to step past them, he found himself suddenly immobilized, rendered rigid as if bound. And no matter how he struggled, it seemed futile. What have you done to me? How despicable and shameless you are? The little god of wealth laughed heartily at his predicament. Serves you right for using your power to bully and spout nonsense. Now you face the consequences. Wang Long was left speechless. Meanwhile, Li Zhun merely cast a cold glance, prompting Wang Long to kneel before the little god of wealth. Upon witnessing this scene, the little god of wealth erupted into laughter. It was not only Wang Long who knelt. Even those who had previously spoken ill of him found themselves bowing before him. Indeed, nothing extraordinary had occurred, yet Lai Bui perceived the truth clearly. With just a glance, this individual could effortlessly command such obedience. Revealing the extent of his formidable power, I have stated that you must kneel and apologize. You may rise only once you have done so. On what grounds do we owe an apology? Even if Wang Long has indeed suffered a loss, he remains obstinately defiant in his words. Li Zhun stepped forward and spoke. If that is the case, then let us determine when you have ever issued an apology, for we have done nothing to warrant such a display. It is you who have suddenly knelt down. Even if the elders were to learn of this, they would remain silent. Let us depart. With that, the group left the scene, while Wang Long felt a profound sense of humiliation in the presence of his companions. Were it not for him, he would not have endured such disgrace today. Meanwhile, the little fortune god was consumed with curiosity about the unfolding events, yet no one offered him an explanation. Could someone please elucidate what transpired? Why did they suddenly kneel? This is utterly remarkable. Why concern yourself with such matters? As long as you are pleased, what more is necessary? Besides, if it truly mattered to you, would you not have noticed it long ago? Chapter 132. I was wrong even if you remain silent. I am already aware of the situation at hand. Though I am indeed filled with joy, I am not naive. I can discern that this outcome is entirely attributable to him. It must be said, when it comes to dealing with others, he is remarkably ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation. The little deity observes the two figures before him, particularly the one beside him, whose identity remains uncertain. However, Since all tests have proven that no changes have occurred, there is no need for further curiosity. I shall simply pretend he is one of my kind. Sometimes, possessing too much clarity about certain matters is not particularly kind to oneself. By acting foolishly and indulging in my own delusions, I inadvertently grant leniency to others. Upon hearing this, Li Bai cannot help but acknowledge his maturation. Had he been his former self, he would have relentlessly pursued the matter, determined to uncover a resolution. Now, however, he has learned to find solace within himself and to recognize the merits of others, which is not a fruitless endeavor after all. Yet, having spent so much time in close proximity, do you not understand why he shows no mercy in this situation? Why? Is it not due to the malicious gossip that has been circulated about them? Unfortunately, among these individuals, Su Sheng is notably absent. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly find great delight in that revelation. The little deity laments, shrugging his hands in a display of regret. Were it not for that individual's superior status, those kneeling on the ground would scarcely escape unscathed. Observing the now deserted trial grounds, with only these unwilling supplicants remaining, one cannot help but appreciate the peculiar scenery. Had it not been for the overwhelming shame, Su Sheng would never have found himself here. What have I said? If you do not believe it, can you still blame me? Wang Long, witnessing his expression, immediately adopts a fierce demeanor and commands, "Think of a way to free me from this." Su Sheng merely shrugs. Did you not hear him earlier? Aside from your admission of guilt, no one can assist you in resolving this matter. Do you truly believe the elders would leave you here abandoned? His words ring true, devoid of any intent for vengeance. Before arriving, he had been exceedingly cautious in his attempts, yet rather than lifting the curses, he only suffered minor injuries. It is evident that he has imposed a coercive spell. Should anyone attempt to forcibly break this curse, they will undoubtedly incur grave harm. Do you wish to enact revenge? Do not assume I am unaware of the humiliation you endured previously, which now renders you reluctant to act. Do not forget, we are in the same boat. Should anything befall me, you shall not remain unscathed. Wang Long gazed at the individual before him, clearly unwilling to extend a hand of rescue. His presence was merely a spectacle for Wang Long's misfortune. Once he regained his footing, he vowed that this person would not escape unscathed. Yet, Su Sheng lacked the capability to retaliate. Were he endowed with such power, he would not have wasted breath in conversation. After all, provoking him would yield no benefit, especially when others had already cast their suspicions upon him. This individual could well meet his demise, but not at this moment. He still served a significant purpose. Were you not aware of his cultivation level? If I could so easily unravel this, would I require your counsel? Su Sheng earnestly attempted to elucidate. Observing Su Sheng's earnest demeanor, Wang Long sensed it was not a mere fade, igniting a spark of indignation within him. What do you propose we do? Acknowledge your mistake. What else could be done? Do you intend to kneel here for eternity? Upon hearing this, Wang Long clenched his teeth. I was wrong. Yet, the instant he uttered those words, the entire sect echoed with his admission. As Wang Long's voice reverberated, he discovered that his legs could finally move. Overcome with embarrassment, he fled, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the four individuals on the path, upon hearing this sound, noted how the little god of wealth had already found satisfaction in the earlier spectacle. However, they were unprepared for the ensuing drama. Li Zhun, surely you were not behind this. Huh, what matter? It wasn't me, Li Zhun replied, turning to face them with a look of feigned innocence. Shaking his head while rummaging through his pockets for seeds. Discovering his pockets empty, he was taken aback. Alas, the seeds of the borrowed language fruit that I painstakingly acquired, where could they have gone? The three witnesses erupted into laughter at his comical and exaggerated display. The borrowed language fruit was renowned for thriving in this locale. With just a drop of ability infused into its seeds, issuing commands would yield a response amplified 100-fold, ensuring that the entire sect would be informed of the matter. I implore you, cease your charade. Your cunning knows no bounds. Who could surpass you in this regard? Initially, I deemed you merely a shrewd merchant, but your recent antics are truly outrageous. Fortunately, I have not incurred your wrath. Otherwise, those who provoke you face dire consequences. Through their days of interaction, the little god of wealth found this situation increasingly amusing, particularly with the individual before him. He was relieved that their previous misunderstandings had been resolved, averting further complications. Had this man harbored a grudge, it would indeed be he who faced calamity next. Upon returning to their quarters, the three elders were greeted by an unexpected sound from outside, which instantly brought smiles to their faces. Had they not been previously aware of the formidable nature of those individuals, they would have been genuinely astonished. I remarked on the folly of offending them. Indeed, there are no benefits to be gained from such actions. I pondered why these two individuals seemed so eager to court danger, recklessly seeking trouble despite the evident disparity in strength. The elder seated beside the concealed figure shook his head in resignation, lifting his cup of tea to his lips. No matter how hard he tried, the reasoning eluded him. Even the three of them dared not provoke Li Jun, for he possessed numerous resources they desperately needed. Thus, in their minds, he was merely a means to an end. Yet, in terms of power, they were no match for him. Consequently, they could only remain seated, acquiescing to his proposed terms, as long as they could be fulfilled. It was all so glaringly obvious. How could their subordinates fail to grasp such clarity? Chapter 133. This is unjust in my opinion. This individual is exceedingly cunning and treacherous. Fortunately, I have not offended him. Otherwise, what might he have subjected us three feeble old souls to? However, did you not find the recent events rather peculiar? Jin chimed in, fully aware of the man's sinister nature. Had it not been for this, he would not have inexplicably transformed into another person. Nevertheless, regarding the recent test, the outcome may not be as straightforward as it seems. Elder Bei recalled the tests they had just witnessed, which bore no significant difference from their initial encounter. The only distinction was the faint glow emanating from within. After spending considerable time here, it was only natural to acquire some knowledge. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Moreover, the four of them were inherently gifted, capable of grasping concepts that ordinary individuals could not in a short span of time. This further justified their abilities. I found nothing odd about it. Neither did I, Elder Yu concurred. Indeed, throughout the entire process observed earlier, no changes had occurred. If there were any genuine suspicions regarding his identity, they would have likely been uncovered by now, preventing his escape. Thus, all of this serves to illustrate that it is merely the fanciful fabrications of others, with no link to him whatsoever. As this matter came to a close, I was keen to know how the three elders intended to penalize the purveyors of these rumors. Would they simply allow them to speak recklessly without any repercussions? If this continued, would there be any order left in this place? Upon hearing the discussions of the three, when Shui realized that their earlier remarks indicated no intention to resolve the issue, they merely continued to cast doubt on this person's identity, questioning any potential discrepancies. Yet, all that transpired was fundamentally unjust to the four of them. Events that had not occurred were inexplicably mocked and compared, with some even harboring murderous intentions against them. The threat of violence was already present. How could these three maintain their composure in such circumstances? Upon witnessing her imposing demeanor, the three elders understood that her first action upon awakening would undoubtedly be to seek justice. However, as she had mentioned, they indeed showed no intention of addressing the matter. Schwer, this is merely a jest to which others have taken liberties. We truly do not intend to pursue this further. Why? Why must it be this way? If this is but a joke, then why did you allow him to verify his identity? When Shui, upon hearing this response, found it utterly inconceivable. The three individuals she had always regarded as the epitome of integrity had now become so muddled in their judgment. It appeared they truly intended to let the matter slide. Just as she had surmised, these people were deliberately acting in such a manner. The elder observed Wen Shui's emotions. At this moment, regardless of what transpired in their dormitory, she would undoubtedly be incapable of absorbing any information. Consequently, the precarious issue had to be entrusted to Jin. After all, he was her mentor. The words he uttered ought to warrant her attention. Inquire with your master regarding this matter. I, on the other hand, have other obligations and must take my leave. I have yet to feed my crane, and it is time for me to depart. Jin watched the two individuals as they concocted various excuses, promptly departing before him, leaving this troublesome predicament for him to resolve. Just as he contemplated stopping them, the fierce glare emanating from Wen Shui indeed instilled a sense of hesitation within him. Master, they have all left. Are you truly unwilling to speak? Is it really as he said, that you disregard this, merely to incite them into conflict, employing such a method to foster their growth? Do you not deem this approach excessively radical? Jin remained silent upon hearing these words. Although it bore some resemblance to his suspicions, they genuinely did not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. The situation was already sufficiently embarrassing, and moreover, they possessed no evidence. To indiscriminately slander anyone was not in their character. Schwerer, do not press further. I, too, am at a loss for an answer. You lack evidence. Whom do you expect to bear this blame? The dissemination of such rumors is not solely attributed to him. Countless others are engaged in gossip. Do you wish to compel me to apprehend them and subject them to rigorous interrogation? This is a realm of cultivation, not a courtroom. After Jin's irritable outburst, when Shui paid no heed to his response, it was evident that he had merely offered a feeble excuse, far from the answer she genuinely sought. If the matter were truly this simple, What purpose would the established rules serve? Would they not simply be ornamental? She firmly believed that the situation was far more complex. Since you have articulated it so, I shall now relocate and dwell among them. After all, having faced life and death together, I am indeed one of them. If you truly have any nefarious deeds to undertake, count me in as well. Following her declaration, Wen Shui indignantly seated herself on a nearby chair. She could not fathom that someone who had always cherished her would genuinely allow her to fall into the snare they had woven. Upon hearing her words, Jin was instantly agitated. From the outset, this situation was a scheme orchestrated by those individuals, intending to provoke the latent spiritual energy within them. Under such circumstances, the outcomes would surpass their original intentions. Yet, she insisted on inserting herself into the fray. If the individual within became aware, how could he justify it? I implore you, will you not heed my counsel? For men and one woman, what could possibly transpire? Moreover, given your station, it is wholly inappropriate for you to share the same roof with them. Your actions are quite unbecoming. However, I shall remain steadfast, unless you divulge the truth to me. I shall not take my leave. Regardless of the rumors that may circulate outside, I shall not disavow them, for you seem to consider such matters trivial. At this moment, Wen Shui appears as a brazen rogue, leaving those nearby utterly powerless against her. I am truly exasperated with you, my dear ancestor. I trust you will acquiesce. Yet I impose one condition. The information you possess must remain confidential. Should I discover that you have shared it, those individuals must depart immediately. Very well. As Wen Shui gazes upon the closely held secret, now exposed, her mind is devoid of any inclination to ponder other matters. It suffices to know that this revelation does not inflict harm upon them. As for any other concerns, we shall address them in due course. Chapter 134. A necessary measure, is this for real? Then why did I? Why? Is it not simply because you are a girl? Moreover, your master is none other than your uncle. If he were to discover how we have bullied you, would he not flay us alive? It is crucial for Jin to understand that revealing this matter to anyone would be beyond the realm of normal imagination. After all, the individuals they trained initially were subjected to the same methods. It is through such means that they could ascertain whether a person's psyche aligned with what is deemed normal. If, during regular practice, the outcome is merely a cold-blooded killer or a rogue cultivator devoid of principles, then it is indeed a failing on the part of those elders. However, do we not possess a trial arena? Is it not within that space that one's true nature is unveiled? Why complicate matters so? Wen Shui struggled to comprehend. If the intent is to discern a person's thoughts regarding a particular matter, would it not be far simpler to engage in dialogue within the trial arena? Why make this endeavor so convoluted, especially since it is not of paramount importance? The trial arena merely serves as a medium. A person's mindset, when in flux, cannot be determined by mere superficial means. Although this method may appear clumsy, it has proven effective in categorizing many individuals. Anyone harboring thoughts of causing another's demise certainly has no justification for remaining here. For some time, they have relied on this approach, even if it means sifting through 1,000 to find the one among them. For them, identifying even a single individual from 1,000 is considered a victory. It was then that Wen Shui suddenly grasped the reason behind their insistence on this method. The significance of this endeavor may hold tremendous weight for them. Otherwise, who would be so idle as to engage in such actions? Yet, Master, does this course of action not pose a risk to them? Furthermore, you are well aware that these two individuals harbor ulterior motives. They indeed should not remain here. Why, then, is there such an action regarding this matter? I have already elucidated this to you. Though we both perceive these two as the primary suspects in this process, you lack direct evidence. In other words, they have left no trace behind. Allowing them to depart without consequence would surely lead others to believe I am favoring Jun. Jin has articulated this matter quite clearly. Not only have those two left no physical evidence, but even if they possessed incriminating thoughts, as long as nothing tangible is found in their possession, whether this situation unfolds here or elsewhere, they remain in the right. Unless substantial evidence can be procured, we must turn a blind eye to this affair for now. The three elders are well aware that everything stems from the hands of these two individuals. But what does it matter? The identities of these two are inherently complex, and their intentions are unlikely to cease at this moment. Wen Shui feels an undeniable sense of injustice regarding this matter. Even in the absence of evidence, a mere verbal admonition could alter his perspective. Yet, it appears they have no intention of doing so. Must they endure such grievances in vain? If he were truly a wise man, he would comprehend the rationale behind my actions. He would willingly bear such indignities. However, if he cannot accept this, the one bargaining here is not you, but rather him. After Jin concluded his remarks, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to depart and retreat to his chamber. He no longer wished to offer any further explanations regarding this matter. Regardless of how these individuals misconstrue his intentions or how disappointed they may feel about it, none of that holds significance. The only thing that matters now is the chaos that escalates outside. This place remains the sole sanctuary. Should the outside world discover them or force them from here, resentment would surely lead to calamity. In such a case, it is far better to keep them here, to settle accounts once this turmoil has passed. Although when Shui received this answer and uncovered the reason she had long sought, such justification could hardly persuade her to accept that they should suffer unjustly. Did they truly believe that silence would obscure the reality of the situation? Yet, when Shui understood that Li Jun would not dwell on these matters, had he truly intended to scrutinize everything that transpired here, the atmosphere would not be as tranquil as it is now. Su Sheng, however, would not relent so easily until he received a satisfactory answer. As when Shui walked despondently along the path, she looked up to find Su Sheng approaching her with a beaming smile, only to turn and prepare to leave. Upon witnessing this, Su Sheng hastily stepped forward to obstruct her. "Junior sister, why are you running from me? I have done nothing wrong. Besides, the events that transpired previously have no bearing on me. You cannot possibly blame me for this. Does it not concern you? Are you not aware of your own heart? Do not assume I am oblivious. The two of you are cut from the same cloth. Without your command, how could he, as a newcomer, possess such audacity?" When Shui met his words with no semblance of politeness. Though they once shared a common status, it was merely a matter of courtesy between her and Ayu. However, she had never regarded this person with anything but disdain. The slanderous rumors circulating outside only intensified her revulsion. Upon hearing his words, Su Sheng was instantly engulfed in anguish, as though the heavens turned a deaf ear and the earth offered no solace. "Alas, my dear junior sister, you have truly misjudged me. It was not I. Though it is true that there exists a certain connection between us, my role has merely been to nurture the newcomers. This enmity is entirely between the two of them. How could I possibly conspire with them?" He continued to elaborate on the matter, yet when Shui remained resolute in her disbelief, regardless of whether he was guilty or innocent. In her eyes, they appeared indistinguishable. If Wang Long dared to raise such a question before everyone, it must be due to the support he received from Su Sheng. Did he not realize that should such rumors be validated, they would originate from him? He would be irrevocably expelled from this place, a fact that was well understood among them. Chapter 135. An inescapable choice. Su Shixiang, by all accounts, ought to address me as Shiji. However, due to your direct admission by several elders, our seniority is effectively equal. Nevertheless, I have been in this position a day longer than you. Thus, you should indeed refer to me as Shiji rather than Shimi. Upon noticing his advance, when Shui instinctively took a step back, widening the chasm between them. The proximity of this individual not only repulsed her, but also revealed a complete absence of integrity. After years spent in this place, he had neglected the earnest pursuit of spiritual power and cultivation, opting instead to engage in trivialities beside her. Such a lack of ambition renders him unworthy of even a fleeting glance from anyone. Su Sheng observed her clear delineation of their relationship, yet he could not comprehend her unabashed affection towards another, disregarding the implications of their respective standings. The mere thought of this incited a surge of indignation within him. It was as if he were on the verge of bursting forth with fury. Did she truly believe that her modest beauty afforded her the right to wield power and command deference from all? "Very well, Shiji," he retorted. "If you are so insistent on adhering to the hierarchy, I hope you can extend the same courtesy to others, lest it tarnish your esteemed title. However, whether you believe it or not, this matter bears no relation to me. Should I choose to partake in such actions, may I meet a most untimely demise." With that, Su Sheng, seething with anger, stormed away. Witnessing this scene, when Shui found herself plagued by doubt, could this matter truly be unrelated to him? His earlier bravado suggested otherwise. If he were truly uninvolved, how could he exude such confidence? His boldness could only imply a lack of participation. Yet that did not preclude him from having orchestrated the events from the shadows. When Shui's concern for these two individuals grew, for in this realm, aside from them, there was no one else who would willingly consider becoming Li Juan's adversary. Upon her return to the courtyard, she found not Li Juan toiling in the earth, but rather Wu Chong'an, which only deepened her intrigue. Typically, this ground was never entrusted to others, yet today seemed an anomaly, revealing a different worker. "Xiaoanzi, where is brother Zhun? Why is he absent? Where has he gone?" "Master, I am uncertain. I merely observed him leaving with others. I dare not inquire into his affairs." Wu Chong'an replied with a smile, resuming his labor. His actions were evidently intended to elicit her curiosity, a move made under the influence of certain individuals. Otherwise, he would not possess such audacity. At his words, when Xue's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of despondency, she waited here for quite some time, yet ultimately, she did not encounter him and had to leave in disappointment. Once she departed, Li Jun finally returned from the window. The other three, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. After all, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. Her demeanor was typically frigid towards others, yet she radiated warmth in his presence, which did not go unnoticed. It was precisely this uniqueness that attested to how deeply Wen Shui cherished him. However, to be met with such a heartless rejection before anything even began was indeed lamentable. In truth, I believe, senior sister, that there is nothing amiss with you. Moreover, considering how he treats others with such coldness, yet transforms into someone so warm in your presence, it is evident how much he adores you. It seems rather ungracious to behave as you do towards him. The little god of wealth, surprisingly, remains oblivious to the nature of their relationship. Wen Shui insists that their bond is not of that nature, yet her actions speak volumes. In her eyes, there exists only Li Jun. At this moment, however, Li Jun's expression bore nothing but coldness, devoid of any other emotion, leaving his thoughts a mystery. He knew that such feelings should not exist, yet at times, he found it difficult to suppress his emotions. The disparity in their statuses and abilities should have rendered any swift progression implausible. Yet now, Li Jun, in an unexpected turn, found himself uncertain about how to assess the situation. Perhaps Wen Shui's affections were simply a display of enthusiasm, uncomplicated in nature. Nonetheless, he had no inclination to focus on her, oblivious to what might transpire upon entering this place. It was possible that the paths ahead would prove far more arduous than they had envisioned. What should we do next? Li Jun did not respond to his inquiry, as their questions were met with evasive answers from the trio. Since they had already passed the initial tests, these three would not permit them to remain here merely to learn basic content or enjoy this tranquility. Such behavior was not in their character. If I am not mistaken, a series of competitions will ensue, particularly after a period of study, leading to subsequent evaluations. According to the processes outlined in the texts, if his memory served him correctly, the next phase for them would involve the testing of their magical abilities. After such an extensive period of learning, it was essential to witness some tangible results. Could you refrain from being such a harbinger of doom? What could possibly occur? Besides, even if something were to happen, there are others to bear the brunt. It would hardly fall upon us. The little god of wealth remarked with a hint of foreboding. The prior incident was predicated on an irreplaceable individual. However, the current events do not hinge solely upon him for resolution. This locale is populated with numerous talents, and it is not necessarily true that only a select few are incapable. Have you not heard that the demonic faction has begun to manifest both overtly and covertly? Furthermore, I have heard whispers of an alarming number of inexplicable disappearances occurring at the foot of the mountain recently. Disappearances? Li Jun raised an eyebrow at Liu Yuba. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, these individuals share a common trait. They all possess spiritual roots. This implies that during the next assessment, they are likely to be among us. However, at present, such a possibility has been extinguished, for their spiritual roots have been extracted. Liu Yuba continued to recount what he knew, albeit the information was merely what had circulated at the mountain's base and remained unverified. Yet, rumors are seldom trivial. If the situation were truly benign, such whispers would not arise. Chapter 136. Nonsensical ramblings. I believe they must have received the news as well, leading them to downplay the significance of the matter, fearing it might escalate further, which is why they requested me to retest. Liu Yuba quickly grasped the essence of the situation, yet when it comes to others, it invariably seems as though they are the ones suffering the losses. In truth, they are merely attempting to save a life. Otherwise, they would have surely found scapegoats to bear the blame, and this matter would not simply fade away. Today marked the first time Li Jun had heard of this news. Indeed, they had no channels to learn about the events transpiring outside. However, he was different. Should he truly desire to uncover the truth, the revelations would be quite astonishing. Perhaps these occurrences are indeed the reason behind their trivialization of the issue, yet this is merely one of the motivations, not their original intention. Even if the external affairs had not unfolded, they likely intended to turn a blind eye, solely due to the absence of concrete evidence in their possession. So why are you sharing this with us? Li Jun looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Thus far, this matter has only transpired externally, and no one has broached the subject. The three elders have not consulted him, indicating that he may not be involved at all. Why inform you? Are you not aware? Given their current capabilities, do you really think the three of them would not seek you out? It cannot be that simple, can it? Liu Yuba spread his hands. as if he discerned something profound in Li Jun's expression. The previous perilous events had already drawn them to seek his assistance, and this situation would undoubtedly follow suit. Moreover, thus far, they have been unable to find anyone trustworthy aside from him. The thoughts of these individuals are entirely consumed by this matter, showing no intention of concerning themselves with the happenings outside. Few are willing to engage in such perilous endeavors. The other two nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Such a significant occurrence could not possibly go uncommunicated to him. At most, it is merely a matter of the last couple of days. This is not a matter of siding with him. Rather, it is simply the truth of the situation. If it is not addressed now, it won't be long before he is informed. However, what piques my curiosity is whether these people can return alive, and who is ultimately responsible for this. Lie by. More intrigued by the individuals encountered outside than the events unfolding here, pondered whether there would be an opportunity for them to return alive. If it is merely a loss of spiritual roots, does that imply they could potentially lead normal lives? Is that even a question? Who else, apart from the demonic clan, could orchestrate such actions? Even if we were truly involved in this matter, the spells employed must have been acquired from the demonic realm. The spells among the various sects and families were never as insidious and cunning as those seen now. Particularly in this situation, it directly concerns their demonic kin. Is it permissible to say such a thing? You have hastily concluded that this matter is related to the demon clan without conducting any investigation. Do you not think this is excessively presumptuous? What if there are individuals involved with you in this situation? As I previously mentioned, even if there is some truth to it, the spells in question have also emanated from the demon clan. Do you dispute that? The young deity is perplexed by the relentless efforts of the person before him to assist the demon clan, albeit not overtly. The words spoken, while seemingly just, are in reality aiding the demons from behind the scenes. Could it be that you truly are? I have never encountered someone who, upon hearing the mention of the demon clan, does not feel anger, but instead remains calm and defends them. If there is indeed no connection between the two individuals, then this situation is utterly inexplicable. Are you not aware? Were those observations merely illusions? Liu Yuba, having conducted tests, still finds himself doubting the integrity of his identity. It seems these assessments are merely formalities, unable to definitively verify his identity without question. The young deity observes the sudden surge of emotion within him. Were it not for the prior tests revealing no discrepancies, he might have valid reasons to suspect that this person is indeed affiliated with the demon clan. Although he may not always exhibit keen intelligence in certain matters, it does not imply that he is entirely oblivious. There must be secrets among the three individuals that he is unaware of, and the root of all this turmoil lies with him. If all goes as expected, the profound remarks made by Lai Bai that day were indeed directed at this individual. I merely jested. There is no need for such agitation. Regardless of your innocence or guilt, as long as you have not committed any malevolent acts beneath my watchful gaze, we shall remain friends. However, should you have transgressed, I cannot turn a blind eye like others. At present, he is not preoccupied with uncovering the identity of the person before him. His curiosity has waned. He is far more interested in understanding what is transpiring outside. If all of this is indeed directly connected to them, then this situation cannot be overlooked. For one day, those individuals may set their sights on his family. His presence does not imply the absence of similar individuals within this clan. Liu Yuba abruptly recognized the severity of his emotions and promptly restored his previous demeanor. Nonetheless, the words he had just expressed were unexpectedly composed for someone like him. He had anticipated a more aggressive response, yet he did not foresee such calmness in addressing all matters at hand. It appears that those surrounding him can discern right from wrong and will not conceal any truths regarding this affair. The two individuals beside them, upon witnessing this scene, chose to remain silent. After all, the little fortune god was a composed individual, fully aware of what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken. Had he truly intended to trouble this person, even without the events of today, he would not allow him to live so freely. So, have you yet to inform us whether survival is possible? Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuba immediately regained his focus and shook his head. I do not know, nor do I possess the answers to these matters. If it were anyone else, the extraction of their spiritual roots would inflict a suffering 100-fold greater than that experienced by the average person. Typically, if one cannot endure such agony, they would choose to end their own life. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether recovery is indeed feasible. Chapter 137. How do you know? For the average individual, this process is utterly unacceptable. Yet, for one among the trio, the reality of the situation holds no surprises. They may emerge unscathed, but how could those outside possibly compare to them? Thus, you imply that those who have been taken away, under normal circumstances, would not survive. Only a rare few manage to endure. However, I am intrigued. How do you possess such clarity? Lai Bai gazed intently at the individual before him, who could articulate answers to even the most perplexing inquiries with remarkable precision. All that had transpired seemed to exist only in the recesses of their memories, as if it had never occurred at all. Yet, this person was acutely aware, and their identity was indisputable. There was no need for recollection. Indeed, this individual was directly connected to him. Liu Yuba observed the sudden arrival of two individuals and initially believed that, following the recent events, they should be allies. However, he soon realized that suspicion still lingered among them. Unless they received a satisfactory explanation, this matter would remain intolerable. He too had hoped that if this issue could be resolved, he might consider revealing his identity to them. As long as he could find a few trustworthy individuals, the subsequent trials would naturally be far simpler than before. In this setting, there was no need to conceal his identity so deliberately. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was clear that these two were not benign. Their words and manner implied a desire for him to confess, but he was resolute in his refusal to comply. Is it so strange that I know this? Such matters are documented in books. Even the storytellers at the foot of the mountain are aware of them. Surely, you have not missed hearing their tales. But then again, for privileged youths like yourselves, how could you possibly listen to the narratives of those street performers? This simple remark served to mock the three individuals present, questioning their noble status. Li Zhun refuted the notion, admitting that he had indeed never encountered the stories recounted by the storytellers. He had had no opportunity to engage with them, as escaping the confines of the palace was an exceedingly arduous task, making any interaction with such individuals improbable. However, even without such experiences, there was no need for collateral damage. For someone like him, had he not chosen to live modestly, indulging in daily tumult, he might well have met an untimely end long ago. Remaining within the palace, albeit a gilded cage, offered him a semblance of protection, though it resembled imprisonment. It served as a shield. At the very least, if he were to perish under enigmatic circumstances within the palace, there would be no need for any explanation regarding the matter. The paper cannot contain the fire, let alone the rumors. Naturally, they cannot be entirely controlled. Wouldn't it be pointless for you to say such things? Here exists a prestigious family, yet there are no noble scions. Indeed, we possess more wealth than the average person, but we are still aware of what lies beneath. In business, one must heed the whispers from all corners. It is the rule. Who can evade this? Including the little deities among us? Otherwise, from whence would the information derive? Of course, in this place, they cannot promptly relay such news. However, this does not imply that they are utterly oblivious to the matter at hand. I do not deny that what you mentioned has indeed been spoken of outside. I have heard it all before. I simply did not expect someone like you to heed such baseless tales. Storytellers embellish the narratives they know, exaggerating them to captivate their audience. Were it not for the fact that this individual voiced similar sentiments, it would be hard to believe such fabricated stories. Generally, when two people converse, they seem to be unwilling to yield an inch. Were it not for their shared circumstances, they might have resorted to blows. Since both of you are aware, you must also possess a solution, correct? Upon hearing Li Zhuan's words, the two fell silent. The sudden stillness illuminated for Li Zhuan that these two were merely posturing. They knew only one side of the story and were utterly clueless about how to resolve the issue. Among them, there was no unified answer. It was almost laughable. Your sudden appearance here today is not merely to have me inform you of these matters, is it? You still wish to uncover my identity, suspecting that the test was a sham. If that is so, why not inquire directly? Liu Yuba could hardly endure the scrutinizing gazes of these two. Their skepticism was palpable, and they had scarcely ever believed in him. Lai Bai had not intended to cling to this matter, but his words suggested that if they did not pursue the issue, they might be deemed uncouth. I have lost my curiosity regarding your identity. If I am not mistaken, you must know who propagated this rumor. Yet why did you not inform us in a timely manner? Why did matters escalate to such a dire state? Lai Bai was dissatisfied with the person before him, not due to the relationship between the two, nor because of anything that had transpired with him. He simply felt that someone as unstable as Liu Yuba should not be among them. Their stay here would extend long enough to fully unveil identities, leaving them ultimately as mere captives. What do you mean? How would I know? Moreover, is it not you who has spread such matters? What nonsense are you spouting? How could it possibly be? Upon hearing these words, the little fortune god immediately sprang to his feet. However, as soon as he spoke, he recalled that just a few days prior, they had indeed deliberated on this very issue, despite deliberately seeking out a completely deserted location. Their eagerness to discuss had rendered them oblivious to the possibility of passers-by. If it were indeed at that moment that all the information had leaked, then they would undeniably be the source of it all. Liu Yuba chuckled softly. I do not intend to place blame upon you, nor do I assert that this matter must have been divulged by you. However, had it not been for the earlier discussions and doubts, had you chosen to keep it to yourselves, this affair might not have been uncovered, allowing others to exploit it for their own gain. The two individuals involved were suddenly rendered somewhat speechless. Chapter 138. Our agreement. Zhun shook his head in resignation. After listening for an extended period, they had discussed for ages, yet all the issues circled back to the same point. His identity had become a knot in the hearts of these two individuals. Until they clarified this, they would never be able to confront him easily, nor would they be able to fully trust him. However, the irony lay in the fact that his identity was a secret known only to him. The more individuals who became aware of it, the greater the danger he faced. In this world, there were no impenetrable walls. Yet that day, I distinctly saw you and heard the conversation between them. You were fully aware that it was all long, and you had every opportunity to disclose everything to us, yet you chose not to. Can you truly claim that everything happening now is unrelated to you? Li Bai did not deny that it was likely due to their actions, but the events he witnessed were indeed real. This individual was clearly aware that all of this would transpire and had ample chances to intervene beforehand, but chose not to. Meanwhile, Liu Yuba found himself at a loss for words, having been overly confident at the outset. He believed that such events were impossible and assumed that even if they were revealed, no one would believe them. Yet, he did not anticipate that this situation would lead to such significant trouble. He had naively thought this matter would only spread within a small circle, never imagining it would escalate to this extent. If I say, you continue to inquire, I must return to the fields to harvest vegetables, Zhun declared before leaving the room without a backward glance. His presence here was merely a means to evade the woman outside. That woman should have departed long ago, but having overheard some information unknown to him, she lingered unnecessarily. The matter held no significance. Upon witnessing his departing figure, the three of them fell into silence. The little fortune god, realizing the futility of their continued entanglement, casually found an excuse and departed as well. The two remaining individuals, confronted with the awkwardness of the moment, felt no special sentiment beyond their discomfort. Meanwhile, the three elders grew increasingly anxious due to the events unfolding outside. What had transpired long ago was a matter that had already concluded, and no one was aware of it. Yet now, inexplicably, the same events were occurring outside, employing nearly identical methods. Were it not for the fact that that person had long since perished, they would have reason to suspect that this individual was he. However, the original person had indeed died before their eyes, with no possibility of revival in this lifetime, leaving them perplexed as to why the same events were reoccurring. What is it? Have you gone out to investigate and found anything? As Jin gazed at the tardy Elder Yu, he mused that the elder must have uncovered something significant. Elder Yu shook his head, indicating that he had discovered nothing. However, upon examining the corpse, he observed that the method employed bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an individual from the past. Without a doubt, it was indeed the same technique, and he could assert with complete certainty that such sorcery, being inherently forbidden, should not have reemerged. They had previously confined such magic within the confines of the law pavilion to prevent its manifestation among the populace. Aside from the three of them, no one else possessed the opportunity, and if anyone had managed to breach that sanctum, it would have undoubtedly alerted them. Yet, prior to this incident, they had never encountered any issues, nor had they sensed any anomalies. Everything, whether in the past or present, defied rational explanation. Unless that individual retained a hidden hand, the likelihood of such an event occurring among ordinary people was exceedingly slim. How could it be an exact replica? If it were indeed that person, how could they replicate it so flawlessly? If one were to assert such a claim, one might genuinely believe that he had returned to life, yet that was utterly impossible. Elder B, he was not harboring any suspicions. He simply felt that the situation lacked any possibility of authenticity. That individual had long since been reduced to ashes, leaving no chance for resurrection. How could anyone truly achieve such a perfect imitation? If you harbor doubts, you may observe for yourself. I find myself at a loss for words to explain this matter, but the resemblance is indeed striking. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, could I articulate such observations? Elder Yu understood that they would likely not believe his assertions. However, had he not witnessed it firsthand, he too would struggle to accept its veracity. Yet, the truth unfolded before their eyes, and this predicament must ultimately be addressed. Regardless of whether this individual is indeed him or another, such distinctions hold little significance. What matters is that this occurrence must be halted, otherwise, they would find themselves unable to conclude the matter. Furthermore, many celestial beings had already received word of this incident and were contemplating a collective solution. Jin furrowed his brow. At this juncture, their only option was to confront the situation. Remaining mired in doubt would only embolden those involved, yielding no positive outcome. Nonetheless, as you are aware, they had invested considerable effort to locate that individual. And now it appeared that this was not the work of a solitary perpetrator, but rather involved at least two or more individuals blending within the crowd, leaving them utterly unable to discern the truth. How can you be certain? Did you not just assert that the methods were identical? How can you now conclude that there are multiple individuals involved? Elder B, he listened to his words with growing confusion. If it truly were that person, assistance from anyone else would be entirely unnecessary. The presence of a multitude often arouses suspicion. When one is alone, the pursuit of any endeavor becomes effortlessly attainable. However, the current events have indeed left them somewhat astonished. Occurrences transpire in various locales, across multiple districts, and not merely as isolated incidents. If you were to gather such a significant number of individuals in one location, the sheer magnitude would inevitably attract attention. Thus, I can only deduce from this matter that it is not the work of a solitary individual. The elders have also acquired information based on the actual circumstances. Even if this person were extraordinarily skilled and swift, it is inconceivable that he could traverse different locations simultaneously and extract an individual's spiritual roots at the same time. This feat is beyond their capabilities, let alone that of such an obscure figure. How many individuals are there now? Roughly counting, there are about 20. Yet the number of those who have vanished is far greater. Chapter 139. Enlightenment. Perhaps they were unaware. Or perhaps they chose not to act against these individuals. It seemed that the intent was merely to instigate a modicum of fear, thus opting to conceal them. These actions might have been mere provocations, or perhaps a means of vengeance. The reasons are manifold, and they could hardly produce a definitive answer in such a short time. However, one conclusion was indisputable. These individuals were indeed not solitary. What should be done? Currently, the number of individuals we can dispatch is exceedingly limited. Their formidable capabilities are beyond the reach of ordinary people. To send anyone away would be tantamount to courting death. That said, in light of these events, how could we choose to hide? What would those outside think? Did we truly wish for the practitioners to meet their end here? The spiritual roots were of paramount importance to these cultivators. Without them, they were no different from ordinary mortals. If they were to lose their spiritual roots, they might never again have the opportunity to cultivate. I understand. Zhun nodded. This situation was indeed urgent. However, despite their prowess, they found themselves unable to leave this place. They not only had to safeguard everything here to ensure their safety, but also needed to find trustworthy individuals to address the matter at hand. This was a task that seemed utterly impossible. Were it not for their cultivation being tied to this location, where all things could function normally, he would have longed to leave and confront them as he once did. Yet, they were no longer the youthful figures of the past, nor were they mere disciples under anyone's tutelage. They now stood in positions of elder authority. If even one were to depart, the place would become significantly weakened, thus providing an opportunity for others to exploit, making it inherently unsafe. After much contemplation, Zhun concluded that the only recourse available to him was to seek assistance from Zhun. He was the only eminent figure here. If he were unable to assist, they might truly be left to await their demise. I do have a plan, though I wonder if you might agree. Upon uttering these words, the expressions on the faces of the two individuals before him mirrored one another. It was clear that they shared a common understanding regarding the matter. Agreed. They spoke in unison. However, the previous incident had already been troublesome, and this one was even more perilous. He had every reason to decline. Yet he could also choose to reap the benefits without regard for the fates of those outside. Subsequently, Zhun was directly dispatched to represent them in the courtyard of Zhun. Upon seeing him, Zhun's face, adorned with an ever-growing smile, made it evident that he understood the intentions behind Zhun's visit. Indeed, they had accurately predicted that this burden would ultimately fall upon him. Mr. Li, the fourth prince, we find ourselves in a predicament with no feasible solutions. Otherwise, we would not have sought your assistance. At present, aside from you, I truly have no alternatives. None of the three of us can escape this place. Prolonged exposure here poses a significant threat to our safety. As Zhun spoke, he laid bare all his thoughts, whether in the form of demands or requests. While his words might have sounded peculiar, they bore no fault. Zhun, after listening intently, realized that he was being urged to resolve the situation. However, for those of them who had not acquired any skills, was this not tantamount to courting death? Elder, it is not that I am unwilling to agree, but if you expect us to confront these individuals, you must first impart to us some specialized abilities. Surely you cannot expect us to be like helpless rabbits, serving merely as test subjects to accumulate combat experience? I fear we may not even survive the initial encounter. You cannot possibly wish to witness such a scene, can you? Li Zhun sighed. Whatever was asked of him seemed only natural, and perhaps this matter posed little challenge for him. Yet, for the other three, who could guarantee that no unforeseen incidents would arise? If the intention is to take them along, they must not perish at the hands of others. Hearing his words, Yi Jin was suddenly invigorated, striking the back of his own head. Yes, I shall begin preparations immediately, ensuring that within 3 days, your magical abilities will advance tremendously, given your backgrounds. It is only natural that you will progress faster than others without any mishaps. Before Li Zhun could finish his thought, the person before him had vanished. The swiftness of this action was beyond his imagination. Initially, he had merely mentioned it in passing, yet the next moment, it had already come to fruition. With a sense of helplessness, Li Zhun looked towards the second floor, beginning to question whether their words were somehow prophetic. Why did everything they said turn out to be so accurate, without even a moment's pause? Master, surely this time I shall accompany you? You would not leave me behind again, would you? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong'an's face lit up with excitement. Yet a sense of tension gripped him as he remembered the necessity of protecting someone here. He feared that Li Zhun might not wish to take him along. Li Zhun sighed in response. If you leave, who will tend to my garden? Who will harvest what is grown here? Moreover, your presence here serves an important purpose. There is no need to. Here we go again, Wu Zhong'an interjected. You always say that, yet you are reluctant to take me along. Besides, with the 13th prince here, no one would dare to bully him, especially with several elders protecting him. Who would have the opportunity? Wu Zhong'an was already well aware of the situation. Since the incident that transpired last time, they ought to comprehend that these individuals do not target him. In truth, even if they harbored intentions of harming her to teach Li Zhun a lesson, it would merely be a fleeting thought. They would not dare to act upon it. Li Hao is, after all, the favored one among the numerous princes, being both young and endearing. If anything were to occur in this place, it is not only they who would face dire consequences. Even the 3 elders could potentially find themselves in a precarious position. How could they possibly allow him to come to harm? Li Zhun sighed. Admittedly, this reasoning holds merit. However, he indeed harbors no intention of bringing him along, for there remain numerous matters that require his attention here. By staying, he can ensure that he is promptly informed of any developments, alleviating some of his worries. Yet, if he chooses not to take him this time, Wu Zhong'an will undoubtedly devise a means to accompany him. I suggest you take him along after all. Chapter 140. What do you truly desire? Wu Zhong'an fervently nodded in agreement, grateful that someone was willing to speak on his behalf. He cared not for the identity of this individual. The mere prospect of escaping this place was a boon to him. Lu Yuba sat on a nearby chair, fully aware of Wu Zhong'an's concerns, yet he deemed them unfounded. If he feared that due to prior control he might be susceptible to re-enslavement in the presence of their adversaries, such anxiety was unwarranted. The essence that once bound him had dissipated, rendering any attempt at subjugation futile. Moreover, having an ally was undeniably advantageous. What essence? Wu Zhong'an pondered, utterly perplexed by the conversation unfolding before him. He could not fathom the implications of their words. Was their previous reluctance to involve him rooted in this? Yet, he felt no discernible peculiarity within himself. How could these two possess such clarity? Li Zhun sighed. If something were to occur, would you bear the responsibility? His reluctance to involve Wu Zhong'an stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from a clear understanding of the need for manpower. However, he deemed Wu Zhong'an unsuitable for the task. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuba shrugged and turned his attention to Wu Zhong'an. I did advocate for you, but he remains unconvinced. You must consider why he is so reticent to include you. But I truly do not understand, Wu Zhong'an replied, shaking his head. Despite racking his brain, he could not discern the reason behind this exclusion. Li Zhun, unwilling to offer him a straightforward answer, typically justified his decision by stating that Wu Zhong'an should stay behind to protect Li Haojue. Yet, the truth was that Li Haojue required no such protection. Ironically, while Li Zhun possessed formidable skills, he himself exhibited certain shortcomings. Without Wu Zhong'an by his side, the situation could become more perilous. Master, could it be that bringing me along would indeed become a burden? Wu Zhong'an inquired, asserting his belief that he was not lacking among their ranks. Li Zhun, increasingly vexed by Wu Zhong'an's incessant questioning, found himself reluctantly agreeing to the proposition. I can take you with me, but you must consent to one condition. Without my explicit command, you are not to stray from my side. Should any misfortune arise, I will not hesitate to end your life. His tone was devoid of jest. He understood that some individuals possessed inherently fragile awareness. If they were to be taken hostage or have their spiritual roots extracted, he would not hesitate to eliminate them to spare them suffering. While he had managed to preserve that individual during their first encounter without inflicting significant harm, he concluded that the person in question was not akin to those they currently faced. This time would be different. And thus he resolved that Wu Zhong'an must mentally prepare himself before their journey. Very well, Wu Zhong'an finally acquiesced after a moment of hesitation, steeling himself with determination. Although he spoke those words, he must surely understand that if it came to the point where he would have to take his own hand to end a life, it would only serve to demonstrate that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption, leaving no choice but to eliminate him. Liu Yuba lowered his head with a smile. Ultimately, it stemmed from the concern that he might fall under the influence of others. After all, the individual before him was remarkably gullible, easily placing trust in anyone. Once they stepped outside, no one apart from them deserved their trust. At this moment, down the mountain, chaos reigned, instilling a sense of unease in the hearts of the populace. Nevertheless, the street corner remained lively and bustling. For them, they were merely ordinary individuals. The gaze of the crowd would not linger upon them. Li Zi observed her surroundings, noting the multitude of people who had heard the rumors. Yet each countenance bore an air of indifference. They believed that this matter would never touch them, and life would proceed as usual. Her purpose for being there was to seek another individual. "Are you looking for me?" Emolan suddenly appeared beside her. He had anticipated that once this incident unfolded, the woman would inevitably suspect him. For Li Zi, the only person she recognized as operating in this vicinity was him, without exception. Li Zi swiftly turned to face Emolan, who stood behind her. "Why did you do this?" "What?" Emolan replied, perplexed. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Do you truly not know what I'm referring to? If you're unaware, then why are you here? This entire place is abuzz with this matter, yet you claim ignorance. What exactly are you trying to conceal, or what do you know?" Li Zi scoffed. She had no inclination to feign ignorance with anyone. Indeed, she held little interest in these individuals. She merely desired to understand their motivations for such actions. This situation offered them no advantage. Did they not realize that as it escalated, all blame would inevitably fall upon the demon clan? Was Emolan's presence not intended to clarify misunderstandings? Why exacerbate the situation? Emolan spread his hands and stepped directly before her, grasping her chin. "It's not me." Upon seeing the unwavering determination in his gaze, Li Zi forcefully pried his hands away and stepped back 2 paces. "Do you think that simply uttering those words will earn my trust? If it's not you, then who is it? I initially believed you were unlike those others, who thrive on chaos. You discern right from wrong. But now, it seems there is little difference between you and them." Emolan found her scorn amusing. "I have already stated it is not me. Why do you refuse to believe? If I were to claim that my purpose here aligns with yours, would you also reject that? What do you think?" Li Zi retorted coldly. "Your purpose?" Her sole objective was to thoroughly investigate the matter and ascertain who was truly involved, aiming to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Yet, among all those she encountered, he was the only one present. She had not laid eyes on anyone else. If it were to be asserted that he bore no direct connection to this entire affair, it would certainly be implausible, even if it were precisely as you claimed. Do you truly believe that your presence here would be accepted by others? Moreover, considering this as their territory, are you not fearful that they might eliminate you? As for the celestial sect, if all proceeds as anticipated, they possess the ability to distinctly perceive what transpires below the mountain, especially with the intrusion of individuals like them. It is inevitable that they would send pursuers after them. And you? Do you believe that merely adopting a new identity will afford you genuine security? If you hold no fear, then why should I? Furthermore, given the current circumstances, I suspect they are more concerned with their own survival. Any one of those individuals, should they dare to descend, could bring about the end of this place. Emolan smiled with satisfaction, having already deduced the intentions of these individuals. However, at present, he lacked any concrete evidence. Chapter 141. Will you truly trust me? Yet, perhaps it is for this very matter that, barring unforeseen circumstances, one of the 3 elders will inevitably depart, leading to significant turmoil within the sect. Currently, they are preoccupied with safeguarding the disciples within and will not easily descend the mountain. However, the intentions of others remain uncertain. What do you mean? Li Zi furrowed her brows. Emolan smirked, spreading her hands. It is precisely as you comprehend. Li Zhun and the others will undoubtedly reappear. And then the real spectacle shall commence. What do you truly desire? Li Zi retorted, her voice tinged with incredulity. Shouldn't that be a question I pose to you? Emolan found the notion rather perplexing. The person before her, ostensibly akin to them, incessantly championed those who deemed themselves righteous. Do they genuinely believe that these few individuals are devoid of any fault? Are they truly deserving of existence in the light, while others must languish in eternal darkness? Emolan, you should leave. I do not care whether this matter pertains to you. You must go. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zi clenched her fists, ultimately unable to raise a hand against her own kind. Despite years spent in the outside world, it did not equate to transforming them into beings beyond reproach. At the core, her bloodline was that of the demon clan, a fact that remained immutable. Do you truly believe that living under the sun for so long makes you one of them? If they were to uncover your true identity, how long do you think you could survive here? I fear they would have already sought to eliminate you, Imolan taunted, her words laced with provocation. She was curious to see if those individuals could still comfortably regard her as a friend upon discovering her true nature. Would the ordinary folk surrounding them genuinely accept her as one of their own? With such words, Li Zi would likely find herself beaten to a pulp by those around her. I do not wish to burden you, but please do not impose upon me. While I indeed dwell outside and have no ties to them, must I be inherently connected to you? If my memory serves me correctly, I am not merely a discarded individual, and you need not preach to me with lofty ideals. Li Zi scoffed. At present, she belonged to no one but herself. Whom she chose to assist was her prerogative, with no relation to these people. Upon hearing this, Imolan nodded, observing the woman before her, resolute in her intent to aid them. In that case, she would not hold back. If that is so, it seems you have forgotten the pain you endured that day. Would you like me to jog your memory? Perhaps the contents of your mind would pique their interest as well, would they not? Upon speaking, the long whip in his hand immediately appeared before him. His gaze turned icy as he simply waved his hand. Li Zi attempted to evade, but ultimately failed. The whip struck his arm with a resounding crack, inflicting a grievous wound in an instant. Gazing at the blood that welled upon his wrist, Li Zi ceased any further restraint. For the sake of that person, what freedom do you truly possess? Ostensibly serving him, yet in reality, it is that despicable, shameless wretch who orchestrates this. Is my pitiful fate not a consequence of his machinations? Do you believe that after being used, you can elevate your own worth? Silence yourself. Do not provoke me to slay you this very moment. Imolan seemed to be stirred into a fury, launching deadly strikes, yet failing to land a single blow upon her. His heart was in turmoil. The esteem that individual held for him had devolved into a mere pretense, devoid of genuine faith. The only entity he had ever truly believed in was himself. Are you not beginning to doubt your own worth? This person merely exploits you, never having placed any trust in you. After all you've done for him, what have you gained in return? Imolan, you possess other options. Why must you remain by his side? The more agitated she became, the more it affirmed the truth in her words. What she expressed had indeed penetrated his heart. I command you to be silent. Did you not hear me? Imolan raised her head and struck down with her whip beside him. He was unlike them. Those of their ilk could indeed live openly and honorably, free from his influence, struggling against the odds. They could cast aside all biases and remain indifferent to the chaos around them. Yet he was different. The nature of their relationship remained a closely guarded secret, one that no soul would comprehend, nor would anyone fathom why she willingly chose to remain by his side. The truth was that he had no alternative. Upon witnessing the increasingly anguished expression on his face, Li Zi understood that decisions made by individuals like them were seldom born of true desire. Yet, regrettably, this was not something she could remedy. What do you understand? You grasp nothing at all. You do not even comprehend the nature of my relationship with him. By what right do you stand here and judge me? Do you think that your prolonged existence under the sun renders you superior to me? Do not forget the lives that perished at your hands. Were there not many? Li Zi, at our very core, we are the same, our hands stained with blood, forever deprived of peace in this life. We are akin, emerging from the same origins, engaged in the same deeds. Were it not for this individual's complete subjugation to the demonic forces, how could she have so effortlessly extricated herself? Even so, should he desire it, this discarded pawn of mine could be reclaimed in an instant. However, it is evident that this is not her moment to shine. He still has much to accomplish here. His mind is far from engaging with her frivolities. If you truly wish to assist them, it would be prudent for you to vacate this place. Should they discover your presence here, there are certain matters you shall never hope to clarify in this lifetime. After Imolan finished speaking, she turned and vanished from sight. Li Zi was just about to pursue her when an unexpected voice behind her halted her steps. Li Zi, the little fortune god merely spoke casually, observing her with a hint of familiarity. Yet, he was uncertain whether she was indeed the one he thought until she turned back, confirming that it was indeed her. The little fortune god gazed at her with surprise. What brings you here? Is there perhaps a quarry you seek? Do not blame me for not informing you. Capturing spirit beasts in this area can lead to dire consequences. No, I am merely wandering about. I heard the scenery here is splendid, so I came to take a look. What brings you to this place? Chapter 142. It truly is not me. Li Zi shook her head immediately, attempting to explain. However, she was still somewhat astonished by the individual before her. Clearly, at such a critical juncture, individuals like them should not be present. Those on the mountain would never easily allow him to descend. In such a perilous location, a person of his kind would only face greater dangers upon emerging. Me? The little fortune god pointed at himself, brandishing the items in his hand before her. I merely came down to procure a few items and gather some intelligence. After all, if they are indeed planning to confront these individuals, it is imperative to conduct thorough research beforehand. One must at least be aware of their methods, timing, and the identities and tactics of those they target. To deceive a grown man or a woman, especially under the gaze of the public, is no trivial matter. As soon as the little fortune god articulated this, he suddenly snapped back to reality, fixating on the woman before him. You cannot tell me she is also among your targets? Li Zi shrugged, offering no explanation, yet her eyes conveyed a clear message. He was not mistaken. However, this time, she had not accepted the mission. She was merely here in her capacity as an investigator. It was simply because she understood that this matter might not be entirely unrelated, which is why she refrained from taking it on. That may be true, but it is far too perilous for you to venture here alone. Are you not afraid that you could become their next target? Then tell me, who else should be coming here if not you? Is it not easy for you to obtain information? Li Zi recalled that he had previously established such a substantial intelligence network. If he wished to uncover something, he could simply have those individuals deliver it to him. There was no need for such trouble. The little fortune god frowned. My purpose in coming here was solely to retrieve my belongings. Had I not seen you just now, I would have departed long ago. But do you not fear that you might become their target? Individuals like you are even more coveted, are they not? He was unaware of the true prowess of the woman before him, yet it was clear that few could traverse the realm of demons unscathed. Among these individuals, she was certainly formidable. If she, as a woman, was unafraid, what else could he possibly fear? Li Zi shook her head. Individuals like us lack spiritual roots. We rely solely on our strength, honing our skills to attain our current capabilities. We are indeed quite different from those who cultivate immortality. At the very least, we must depend on certain mediums to channel spiritual energy. As a hunter, she is not well versed in many spells. What they have observed are merely weapons available on the market. Some of these items are crafted using spiritual energy, providing a semblance of comfort to those entirely unskilled in magic. However, if one truly wishes to wield them, the task is far more challenging than anticipated. It can only be achieved through sheer willpower. The little fortune god nodded, for he understood this better than anyone else. He has acquired a considerable number of such magical artifacts, yet thus far, they remain unused, leaving him uncertain about their true efficacy. Given this circumstance, why not accompany me to the mountain? Certain individuals are exceedingly concerned for your well-being. Since our last parting, we have all harbored worries, fearing for your safety in solitude. There is no need for that. My purpose in coming here is to uncover the truth. Therefore, I must seize the moment. Moreover, that place is inherently inaccessible to outsiders. So please do not complicate matters for me. As Li Zi spoke, she politely took her leave, unwilling to have her identity exposed before even entering that realm. Were it not for her presently unique status, she would not deign to regard the immortal sect at all. However, time is of the essence, and she is reluctant to offer further explanations. After all, the events occurring here should not transpire in such a manner. Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth felt perplexed by this woman. On the surface, there seemed to be little danger, yet her actions occasionally evoked an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something were amiss. Furthermore, the aura she exuded did not resemble that of a person devoid of spiritual roots. Though he harbored such thoughts, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Since she had come for this purpose, it was inevitable that they would cross paths again regarding these affairs. It was only a matter of time before their fates intertwined once more. The little god of wealth returned to the immortal sect, holding on to the items in his possession. His descent from the mountain was due to his status, which rendered him untouchable. At least for now, no one dared to challenge him, as they still had to consider their own reputation. However, with regard to others, they were not held in such high esteem. What is the matter? Li Bai paced anxiously at the entrance, concerned for his safety. Upon seeing him return, he promptly began to inquire. After all, hearing about this matter from others could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. Since the elders had sanctioned their departure, they would naturally allow them to come and go freely in this matter. This is the message I received, and additionally, I saw Li Zi at the foot of the mountain. The little god of wealth deliberately spoke her name loudly, intending for the person before him to take note. As anticipated, Li Bai's expression shifted upon hearing the name. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure, examining the information he held with an air of calm. What is she doing here? Like us, she shares the same objective, it appears that this endeavor involves more than just us. While at the foot of the mountain, I encountered numerous other cultivators who do not belong to our immortal sect. Everyone had assumed that this situation would unfold at a slower pace. However, they did not anticipate that the pace would far exceed their expectations. Those around them had already commenced investigations into the matter, leaving them at a disadvantage. This has seemingly become one of their assignments. Based on her earlier statements, it appears to be the case. But how can I ascertain whether it is indeed one of their tasks? I have not witnessed it firsthand, and considering individuals of their ilk are driven by avarice, is it truly surprising? The remuneration for such a challenging undertaking is relatively appealing, and barring unforeseen circumstances, this affair will undoubtedly ignite fierce competition among many. The question remains whether these individuals will manage to claim the reward alive or meet their demise at the hands of others. In truth, technology offers no definitive answers to this conundrum. If your concern is so profound, you may seek her out. She should not be too far off. However, she appears disinclined to maintain any association with us. Chapter 143. Protecting oneself from the recent exchanges and actions. The small fortune god discerned that this woman was indeed evading them. Despite having opportunities, she seemed intent on finding excuses to depart. He had previously observed her conversing with a man, and they had even quarreled. Although he chose to feign ignorance regarding the incident, it did not imply that he was unaware. Li Zi was likely cognizant of his awareness as well. Thus, she sought reasons to minimize unnecessary contact between them. Do not speak nonsense, Lai Bui declared as he returned to the courtyard, placing all the information he had gathered onto the table. After a brief pause, he retreated to his room. The two individuals nearby exchanged curious glances at this scene, turning their attention towards the small fortune god. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he quickly waved his hands in denial. I did not provoke him. Do not place this blame upon me. If you did not provoke him, then why has he suddenly transformed in such a manner? Lu Yuba, having spent considerable time in this place, could clearly discern that it was due to him. No one else could incite such a reaction in Lai Bui. Upon hearing this, the small fortune god felt a heavy weight settle upon him, as if a pot had been unceremoniously placed on his back, rendering him momentarily breathless. This matter truly has no bearing on me. I merely informed him of my encounter with Li Zi down the mountain. It must be because of this woman, though he outwardly claimed indifference. Internally, he was more invested in the situation than anyone else. Li Zhuan's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing this. What precisely was the connection between these two? He had no clarity on the matter. However, a certain close bond existed between them. If it were not for this incident, Li Zhuan would have been unable to direct all suspicious gazes towards him. Lai Bui was undoubtedly concealing something from them, employing exceptionally cunning methods. As of now, not a single clue had emerged. Yet, with the appearance of this woman, his behavior had become exceedingly abnormal. Do not concern yourself with him. This is the information I just acquired, which clearly indicates a connection to the demon clan. However, those involved are not solely from the demon tribe. What does this imply? Lu Yuba inquired, his excitement palpable, yet overshadowed by indignation. Others could easily place the blame squarely on the demon clan, yet they remained oblivious to who was truly orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This suggested that among these individuals were both cultivators and those with unscrupulous intentions, aspiring to become cultivators themselves despite lacking the requisite talent, leading them to stray down a treacherous path. Upon learning this information, he felt no surprise. In fact, it was more comprehensible than anything else. Such is the nature of humanity. The little fortune god exhibited little reaction, seemingly unfazed by the news that struck at his pride. Instead, he regarded it as a commonplace occurrence, reminiscent of similar events from years past. Why are you not the least bit angry? Isn't this matter directly related to you? You? Does this not include you? Lu Yuba merely shrugged. Li Jun chuckled. How could I possibly be included in this? From certain perspectives, your support diverges significantly. Thus, there is no necessity to conflate these matters. Lu Yuba nodded in acknowledgement of his viewpoint. However, he could not deny that, in this regard, there indeed existed a disparity between their understandings. That being said, now that they were aware of everything, they must devise a plan. Indeed, but at present, I possess no means to act. Your sole focus should be on understanding how to preserve your lives in such circumstances. That is your primary concern. Li Jun frowned. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of this situation, such measures might not be warranted. He felt no need to reiterate the matter, for these individuals posed no threat to him. Nevertheless, the fact that those surrounding them had survived thus far meant they must return alive. If even one were to be harmed, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. He spoke truthfully. Indeed, they ought to learn more, at the very least to ensure their own survival when necessary, yet time was swiftly slipping away. Yes, Liu Yuba sighed. He was uncertain whether this process might expose them. The situation was, in truth, not as straightforward as it appeared. Had it not been for this unforeseen incident, perhaps their concerns would have been unwarranted. In the days that followed, each learned the skills necessary for self-preservation, mastering the art of concealing one's presence. Meanwhile, Yi Jin diligently reported the occurrences outside to Li Jun almost daily. Today held no particular significance. Since the last incident, matters seemed to have quieted considerably. Along their journey, regardless of whom they encountered, especially those of their kind who practice cultivation, they must avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. I understand that many have long harbored jealousy towards the immortal sect, and now, many operate under its banner while secretly watching with predatory eyes. Some have rightly pointed out that not only are those from the demonic clan wicked, but there are also deadly adversaries among their own kind. Li Jun raised an eyebrow. Is this not obvious? Even someone as naive as I am not utterly oblivious to this reality, who does not comprehend the adage that a large tree attracts the wind. Moreover, given that they have rendered such substantial assistance this time, it is reasonable to expect no unforeseen repercussions. Yet, in the eyes of others, this matter is far from simple. Few would genuinely believe their words. You understand, and I know you are unlike them. You possess knowledge that eludes others. This endeavor indeed carries considerable peril. Were it not for the circumstances at hand, I would find no reason to involve you. Furthermore, when Shui shall accompany you, providing him with an opportunity for growth. As Yi Jin spoke, a look of discomfort crossed his face. Under normal conditions, this matter would not necessitate their involvement. Yet, it is precisely at this critical juncture that such a situation arises, forcing him into a position of reluctance. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhun felt as though he were observing individuals who openly sought assistance, but were too proud to admit it. They all wielded similar excuses and justifications, believing, in truth, that such matters were simply to be expected. There was no genuine remorse for their actions. Naturally, Li Zhun felt no obligation to entertain their explanations. However, should this venture result in loss of life, their own circumstances would become dire. Chapter 144. I beg of you, however, regarding this matter, I believe you must obtain the consent of another individual. I need to return for a few days to gather some belongings, so I must trouble you, esteemed elders, with the affairs here. After Li Jun expressed these words, Yi Jin found himself utterly unable to refuse, as his presence here was merely that of a spectator. Individuals like him no longer required their guidance. Thus, his request to depart was entirely reasonable. Very well, I shall immediately arrange for someone to escort you back. The outside world is rather tumultuous. It is not as secure here. You cannot afford to encounter any misfortune, said the elder. That won't be necessary. I can manage alone. Besides, they lack the audacity to harm me. Li Jun declined the offer graciously and, accompanied by Wu Chongyan, departed from the Xian sect under the cover of night. This occurrence remained unknown even to those within the same courtyard. The two individuals left with remarkable haste and promptly returned to the imperial palace. The emperor remained indifferent to the matter, yet another individual, upon learning of the news, felt compelled to pay a visit. The events of the previous encounter had nearly faded from memory, with that night as happenings seeming almost dreamlike. It was hard to believe that the individual in question had scarcely made an appearance that evening. Li Fengji was uncertain whether the person he encountered was real, but now that this individual had returned, he felt it imperative to seek an opportunity for leverage. After all, being publicly replaced was a humiliating affair, and he needed to reclaim his dignity. As soon as Li Jun took a seat, he observed that the crops in the field had grown remarkably fast, by all accounts. It was already time for harvest. Just as he was about to take action, Li Fengji fortuitously appeared before him. Li Jun, the voice called out. Upon hearing it, Li Jun turned to face the man before him. Noticing his imposing demeanor, it was evident he had come seeking trouble, yet Li Jun merely regarded him with mild interest. Continuing his task at hand, the moment his hand brushed against the fruit, Li Fengji knelt before him, in the midst of the muddy ground. When had Li Fengji ever displayed such a lack of pride, resorting to such actions? Wu Chongyan stood to the side, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. In the past, it had always been Li Fengji who bullied him. When had he ever shown such submission? Historically, he had relied on verbal intimidation, yet in reality, he possessed little true capability, often merely leveraging his status to oppress others. This day's scenario was indeed rare, if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would find it hard to believe that this person would kneel to plead for assistance over a singular matter. What are you doing? Li Jun scrutinized the man kneeling before him, momentarily perplexed by his actions. If this was merely about securing a position, then he would not be able to resolve the issue. After all, everything has become a foregone conclusion by this point. Even he, despite having established an identity, cannot resolve matters with mere words. You are aware of my motivations, and I acknowledge that my previous actions were indeed somewhat excessive. However, should you grant me access, I would acquiesce to any conditions you might propose. As long as they are within my capacity, I would never refuse. Li Fengji has been racking his brain over this matter. After much contemplation, it appears that only the individual before him can truly assist him. The words spoken by others are mere nonsense, devoid of genuine intention to aid him. Upon hearing these utterances and the conditions laid forth, Li Zhun found them utterly absurd. Had circumstances been different, he might have felt a modicum of curiosity as to how far this man would go for such a position. Yet now, he harbors no such inclination, especially given the previous actions of Li Fengji, which further diminish any rationale for agreeing to his propositions. Why should I acquiesce to you? Li Zhun retorted. Upon hearing this, all expressions on Li Fengji's face abruptly froze. Even his gaze became exceedingly awkward. Yet this response only ignited a spark of fury within him. He immediately sprang to his feet, demanding, "What do you want me to do? How must I act for you to agree to my request? I have already knelt before you. If this were in the past, do you think you would possess such authority?" His words elicited a bemused reaction from Li Zhun. This situation was clearly one of Li Fengji's own making. It was not a request he had imposed upon him. How did he suddenly shift the entire burden onto Li Zhun's shoulders? This man had not matured at all, remaining as naive as ever. If merely kneeling could secure all that one desires, then he would willingly submit before others. Satisfying every demand seemed to be his sole benefit here, where dignity held no significance. Regrettably, in his eyes, this matter bore no particular weight, and he lacked the opportunity to alter it. Did I compel you to act thus? You knelt and implored me. I did not demand this of you. Do you not find your words somewhat amusing? Upon hearing such remarks, Li Fengji felt increasingly humiliated. He had already sacrificed his pride for this matter. Yet he never anticipated that this man would become so demanding. In the past, he had endured bullying in silence, but now, someone stood behind him. Li Zhun's demeanor had indeed hardened, dismissing him entirely. But I have pleaded with you. Do we not share a connection? Regardless of how I express it. I am still your elder brother, am I not? Is it truly so difficult for you to utter a single sentence to grant him entry on my behalf? Despite being subjected to various humiliations, Li Fengji still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding this matter. If he could only acquiesce, he would unconditionally consent to anything at this moment, for all that this man does aligns perfectly with his deepest desires. However, Li Zhun resolutely rejected him. Witnessing such a cold dismissal, devoid of any contemplation, Li Fengji felt an overwhelming surge of anger and instinctively yearned to rush forward and bring him to the ground. Upon observing this scene, Wu Chong'an immediately intervened. "Third Prince, I implore you to exercise restraint. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. It would be prudent to assess whether you possess the capability to do so." Chapter 145. By what right, although the two of them were engaged in a confrontation, it was not certain that he would emerge victorious. However, within this domain, the two would never allow him to be humiliated in front of this individual. Regardless of the circumstances, they would undoubtedly offer covert assistance from the shadows. After all, this was their territory, and Li Zhun held significant importance to them. How could they possibly stand idly by while someone bullied Li Zhun right under their noses? "What do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here?" Li Fengji observed that now, any lackey could approach him for conversation, which was a significant degradation of his status. Yet, Wu Zhong'an paid no heed to such remarks. Compared to what Li Zhun occasionally expressed, his words were far more venomous than one could imagine. What Li Fengji uttered held little weight. "Regardless of how you perceive it, Third Prince, these are merely the rules of your royal family. I am not your servant. Thus, I am not obligated to abide by these rules. My loyalty lies solely with my master. Should anyone attempt to harm him, I will not let it go unpunished." With just a word from Wu Zhong'an, the dragon at his back materialized before them. Though its demeanor was less ferocious than before, the subtle smile on its face only amplified its imposing presence. An inexplicable sense of tension and fear crept in. "My master, you truly are inconsiderate. You return without so much as a word of warning. And now you've brought me such a colossal trouble. If I were to consume it, would this be counted as your doing or mine?" The dragon turned to Wu Zhong and with a playful grin. Their return should have been a cause for great joy, yet unexpectedly, they encountered an unwise individual here. This person chose today to disrupt their affairs, seemingly confident that they would not dare to retaliate. Upon seeing the smile on the dragon's face, Li Fengji took 2 steps back. However, he did not cower. He immediately summoned his spirit pet, a black bear. The dragon looked at the black bear that suddenly appeared before him and smiled. It seems today I might truly have a feast. If I were to devour both of them, I could probably go half a month without eating. My master's master should not mind, right? This mess should be manageable. Very well, do as you please, Jun nodded, turning to pick the fruits from the ground. He had no interest in the conflict between the two, and he was quite unaware of the absurdity of sending the black bear to confront the dragon. Did he not understand the distinction between the two? One was a divine beast, while the other was merely a recently emerged ferocious creature. In comparison, the odds were decidedly in favor of the divine. Indeed, the dragon merely opened its formidable jaws, and the moment the black bear perceived this, it instinctively retreated 2 steps, fear evident in its eyes. Master, we must flee at once. I stand no chance against it, the creature implored. Upon hearing this, Li Fengji turned to Li Zhun, his expression twisted in frantic anger. Do you truly wish for it to devour me? If I perish here, do you believe you will survive? Li Zhun, upon receiving this proclamation, let out a cold chuckle. Then why do you not hasten your departure? Do you genuinely wish to become its meal? If she truly intends to feast upon you, I cannot intervene. After all, she bears no relation to me. The dragon, though gradually healing under his influence and steadily enhancing its cultivation, ultimately remained beyond his control. If any misfortune were to arise from this incident, it would not pertain to him. Li Zhun etched the humiliation of this day into his memory and promptly led the black bear away. He would not easily let this man slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, the dragon, eyeing its intended feast, expressed disappointment at their hasty retreat. It had longed for the opportunity to truly savor human flesh, only to see its chance vanish. Fortunately, after years of temperance, it managed to suppress its primal urges. Consuming humans was deemed impossible by all, especially by its master, who would never permit such an act. In deference to him, it resolved to abandon its long-held habits. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon turned and clung to Wuzhong. They had traveled for such a duration that boredom was setting in. Moreover, they were confined to this place. After a few days apart, it yearned for its master. Master, after such a long separation, why did you not inform me in advance? I wished to venture outside, yet they refused to allow me, claiming it is perilous. Is that true? A sense of grievance welled up within it at the thought. It had hoped to seize the opportunity to draw closer to them, at least to observe their living conditions. Yet now, it found itself unable to even approach the door. They were right. The outside world was indeed fraught with danger. Therefore, in my absence, you must stay close to them. Upon hearing this, Wuzhong immediately glanced into the cave, where 2 divine beasts guarded her. Though occasionally immature and temperamental, none but him could endure their whims. Fortunately, the 2 within had no intention of relinquishing her, preventing her from wandering aimlessly. Otherwise, upon returning to see him, it would have been a truly regrettable encounter. Master, why does the aura of the demon clan surrounding you grow stronger? Have practitioners of dark arts infiltrated that celestial sect? A phoenix conjured a resplendent rooster, which appeared before him. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere surrounding him, he became acutely aware. Such sensations had long eluded him, and had it not been for the recent frequency of such occurrences, he might have never encountered it in his lifetime. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhun recognized that it could not be concealed from them, thus he nodded in agreement. He was not a malevolent being, at least for now. They shared a common objective, and he would not be harmed, so there was no need for excessive concern. Although they did not take his explanation to heart, the lingering presence of such an aura, over time, would inevitably inflict some harm and disrupt the original state of mind, leading to potential complications. Given this situation, it would be wiser to immerse himself in this pool for a couple of hours, as it would greatly benefit him. The lingering aura of the curse would ultimately disturb the mind. Chapter 146. Boundless gratitude. Upon hearing these words, the golden dragon eagerly proposed a course of action. This locale, distinct from the commonplace, possessed a peculiar charm. Within just 2 hours, the strange burdens one carried would inexplicably vanish. Moreover, one would consequently achieve greater advancements in cultivation, were it not for his insatiable curiosity about the outside world. This place would indeed be the ideal sanctuary for him to diligently hone his skills. Such a haven is a rare gem for practitioners of the mystical arts, often sought after yet seldom found. He had effortlessly acquired what others could only dream of, and thus should feel a quiet sense of joy. However, as children mature, their curiosity about the world beyond grows, and those who have witnessed their growth must occasionally take risks to foster their development. This would truly facilitate their evolution. Though the golden dragon held these thoughts, the phoenix perceived the situation differently. To her, it was merely a shift in approach, a simpler, more expedient method for them. Engaging in deceitful games with others was a far more effective means of cultivating one's intellect. Remaining in this idyllic retreat, oblivious to the complexities of human interactions, would render one naive upon stepping beyond its confines. Upon hearing these sentiments, Li Zhun could only nod in reluctant agreement. Their decisions were seldom met with refusal, and the timing of this proposal underscored its profound significance for them. Prolonged stays in one place often led to unforeseen complications. After gathering the fruits from the field, he turned and entered the adjacent pool. Rather than a mere pond, it resembled a natural hot spring, a favored spot of the golden dragon. Wu Zhongyan reclined against a nearby rock, relishing the soothing warmth of the spring, feeling an immediate sense of comfort. He recalled how, during his convalescence, he had spent nearly half a month in this very pool, and his health had significantly improved. Initially thought to be a medicinal pool, it turned out to be an ordinary hot spring, yet the golden dragon's prolonged presence had undoubtedly altered its essence. Coupled with the extraordinary nature of this place, the spring was indeed unlike any other. Wu Zhongyan gazed towards the nearby woods, taking a few steps to reach them. It was the first time he had truly settled his mind to appreciate the beauty of this locale. The environment he beheld was undeniably transformed. For reasons unknown, every corner seemed to be a picturesque vista, almost too enchanting to bear. It was no wonder that such a place harbored an abundance of enviable treasures. Master, why must we return? If it is merely to gather the fruits of the land, could you not simply make a gesture to collect them? Why complicate matters so? Li Zhun leaned against a nearby stone, half closing his eyes as he listened to the inquiry, yet he chose to remain silent. How could he possibly know that it was precisely because of the scene he encountered today that he hurried back, eager to witness how this man would kneel and plead before him? Although the earlier moment did not bring him complete satisfaction, the instant the man knelt, a flicker of joy ignited within Li Zhun's heart. After all, it was a rare occasion to see such a proud individual humbly beseech him. If he had a mobile phone, he would have dearly wished to document this event, so that during moments of discontent, he could revisit it and find solace in the memory. What does it mean for me to bring you back? Are you unaware? It signifies that, contemplating this matter, you keep the dragon close for safety. As for me, regardless of what transpires, I do not require you to shield me from harm. You need only protect yourself. Upon Li Zhun's explanation, Wu Chong was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was profoundly moved. In all his years, this was the first time someone had considered issues from his perspective. Previously, individuals had merely viewed him as a means to an end, hoping he would achieve fame and accomplishments that others could not. Yet, they never acknowledged that he was merely an ordinary person, striving as hard as anyone else to meet those expectations. He was no genius, and in such circumstances, he often felt a sense of despair. However, since aligning himself with Li Zhun, despite being his subordinate, Li Zhun had never commanded him to undertake anything excessive. Each action taken was, in fact, considerate of his feelings. My master, you are simply too kind to me, truly my benefactor. As Wu Chong spoke, he impulsively embraced Li Zhun, feeling the warmth of his affection. Li Zhun, nonetheless, found himself somewhat awkward. Two half-clad men in such an embrace was a sensation that stirred discomfort within him. Enough, rise at once and refrain from these inexplicable gestures. I have already told you not to go, yet you insisted. If you were to perish, I would not come to your aid, Li Zhun scoffed. Old Phoenix, do you suggest that our master leaves without taking us along, even with the dragon in tow? Jin Long, perched on a cloud, surveyed the surroundings. This was nearly his daily task, especially since his return. Everything here lay within his watchful gaze. As long as he ensured safety, no accidents would occur in this place. Upon hearing his words, Phoenix, lying below, glanced at the two individuals in the hot spring and hesitated. Though this location was naturally fortified by abundant spiritual energy, its essence was not solely attributed to their presence. If they were to truly depart, it would not be long before others might seize control. Furthermore, the barrier here might consequently face disruptions. If Li Zhun truly wishes to take them away, he must certainly consider the issues at hand. In this place, there are an elder and a child to consider. Should that individual return with vengeful intent, they would undoubtedly be the first to fall victim. If Li Zhun were to witness the demise of these two right before the towers, he would surely harbor immense regret. I am uncertain of the master's intentions. However, if a choice must be made, it can only be one among us. In this location, it is impossible to take everyone. Some must remain to safeguard both them and this place. Upon hearing her words, Jin Long's interest was piqued. Given this circumstance, since the master took you out last time, perhaps this time you could refrain from competing with me and allow me to accompany the master instead. Yet, it has been decades since I last ventured beyond these confines. After being trapped here for so long, this opportunity is truly rare. Chapter 147. Why do you not understand? Does he not also desire to experience the splendor of the outside world? Upon hearing these words, Feng Huang immediately shot him a disdainful glance, offering no reply. Ultimately, the decision of who stays and who departs is not theirs to make. It rests with that individual alone. If not, even if they vocalized such a request, should he be unwilling, who would possess the authority to compel him? After being rebuffed, Li Fengji promptly sought solace in a tavern, indulging to the point of inebriation, much to the dismay of the attendant nearby. Yet, they could do nothing about his stature. Had it not been for his undeniable status, he would have long been ejected. Observing the gazes around him, Li Fengji turned and took his leave, clutching a wine jug, only to find the streets deserted. He randomly selected a spot to sit, but only moments passed before a man suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, he hurled the wine cup in his hand towards the intruder. Begone! Do you not see this as the domain of a prince? What audacity to flaunt yourself before me! Do you not regard me at all? With that, he took a swig of liquor and hurled the jug, which, despite being within arm's reach, seemed to defy gravity and evade him. As the distance between them widened, Li Fengji prepared to depart. However, the man advanced, fixating his gaze upon Li Fengji, who, after some time, found himself entranced, momentarily forgetting his own identity. Kill him. The man whispered a singular command into his ear before dissipating into a wisp of smoke and vanishing. Externally, Li Fengji appeared to regain his senses, yet internally, one singular edict echoed within him, to annihilate them. The following day, Li Zhun, having made his preparations, assessed the situation. His purpose for being there was merely to resolve the matters at hand, as well as to allocate sufficient time for them to learn the arcane arts, enabling them to protect themselves in critical moments. Master, do you not intend to take us with you? Jin Long, having waited the entire morning, observed Li Zhuan's lack of intention with growing impatience. Li Zhuan, upon hearing this, looked at him quizzically. Take you where? He had never suggested he would take them along nor indicated that their assistance was required. Leaving them behind was the safest course of action. When had they developed such expectations? Seeing that Li Zhuan had no intention of including them, Jinlong's frustration surged. You would take along that feeble river dragon, yet refuse to bring us. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhong, standing nearby, felt utterly unjustly implicated. Though his spirit companion undoubtedly fell short in comparison to the two of them, was it truly necessary to state it so bluntly? I remarked, Golden Dragon, I am well aware of your divine status. Naturally, a flood dragon cannot measure up to you. However, there is no need to vocalize such truths, which only serves to render us both uncomfortable. The flood dragon, standing aside, felt a pang of discontent. It was not merely the incident that vexed it. After all, it was certain that it would, in some measure, become more formidable. At the very least, in comparison to the surrounding entities, it could still hold its own. Why then did it seem utterly worthless in their eyes? Contemplating this, the flood dragon felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and buried its face in Wu Zhongyan's arms, weeping profusely. Wu Zhongyan could only sigh softly in response, offering comfort, as the truth of the matter remained undeniably clear. Despite his efforts to explain, he could not distort reality. Li Zhuan sighed. The flood dragon was his spirit companion and could undoubtedly save his life in times of crisis. What did that have to do with whether or not he accompanied them? Moreover, if they truly departed from this place, what would become of it? Indeed, they had already devised a plan. He would take me to the Phoenix's haven. And wouldn't it be wiser to undertake this task together? The golden dragon hastily interjected, eager to seize the opportunity to witness this spectacle. It seemed this was the only chance available. Li Zhuan then shifted his gaze to the colorful chicken nearby. Upon sensing his attention, the colorful chicken quickly turned back to scrutinize him further. This scheme was entirely his own doing, and it was not at all her idea. Besides, clarity had already been established yesterday, and there had never been any indication of such a division of labor between the two of them. Li Zhuan raised an eyebrow upon noticing its evasive gaze. So, you truly wish to accompany me? Certainly. Furthermore, we are both spirit companions of the Master. Last time, the Phoenix ventured forth with you, so it is only fair that my turn comes this time. Upon hearing this, Li Zhuan could only nod begrudgingly. The addition of another pet indeed irked him. After all, he was of considerable age and an ancient divine beast. How could envy even be an option for one of their kind? Were they not supposed to embody a sense of aloofness? Such immaturity was perplexing. Once granted consent, the golden dragon promptly retreated into its own space. To avoid drawing the attention of those around them, it had to suppress the fluctuations of its spiritual energy, seeking refuge within. This way, it could remain undetected while ensuring its master's protection at a moment's notice. I can take you, but you must agree to one condition. You may not emerge unless in dire circumstances. If you dare to show yourself even once, you shall remain here permanently." After uttering this stipulation into the air, he immediately received a response. "All right, I shall comply, master." Although Golden Dragon acquiesced readily, he remained oblivious to the lurking predatory intentions behind this agreement. Upon hearing this response, Jun revealed a subtle smile, one that was not easily discernible to others. Accompanying him outside was no trivial matter. His true intent was to allow Golden Dragon to experience the tribulations that befell the Phoenix last time. When Wu Zhongyan inadvertently caught sight of that radiant smile gracing Jun's face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Golden Dragon. How could one be so naive as to fall into his trap, after spending so much time in his presence? Did he truly remain unaware of the kind of person Jun was? To agree so readily surely indicated ulterior motives. Otherwise, what could justify such a prompt acceptance based solely on hearsay? Why couldn't he exercise a modicum of prudence? Why linger here when there were better options? Just contemplating this left Wu Zhongyan feeling somewhat exasperated. Hence, one wonders how the notion of willingly submitting could arise. Chapter 148. Consuming it after their agreement. Jun returned to the Xian sect, though he did not head directly home. "Consume this," he instructed, holding out a small black pill. Wu Zhongyan hesitated as he took it, contemplating its purpose before reluctantly placing it back down. "Master, while I have no grounds to refuse should you wish to take my life, at least grant me clarity on its usage." His large eyes reflected his confusion regarding the pill's significance. Jun cast a glance back, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "I needn't kill you. This pill will merely conceal your spiritual energy, rendering you indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Now swallow it." Wu Zhongyan, upon hearing this, promptly consumed the pill. The two then sought a lively inn to lodge in, choosing to stay in this chaotic establishment despite its proximity to the Xian sect. "Esteemed guests, shall I prepare a meal or a room for your stay?" the innkeeper inquired. "Rooms, please. 2 accommodations, preferably in a quieter corner, as I favor tranquility," Jun replied, handing over a handful of silver coins. The innkeeper, seeing the weight of the coins, eagerly agreed and led them upstairs. "Esteemed guests, this area is relatively quiet, ensuring you won't hear the ruckus of others at night," the innkeeper assured as they reached their rooms. Jun surveyed his surroundings and nodded in approval. "Kindly arrange for some food to be sent down here as well." "Certainly," the innkeeper replied cheerfully before descending. After placing his belongings down, Jun settled into a chair. "What is it? Do you long for the previous life up there? If so, you may return. I can manage here alone." "Master, what a thing to say. Wherever you are, I shall be," Wu Zhongyan responded. "I simply cannot fathom why we must stay here when the Xian sect is so close." He pondered, curiosity piqued. Given the short distance and his abilities to traverse effortlessly without the need for spending silver, Jun, bemused by Wu Zhongyan's naivety, found it absurd that he required an explanation for such an evident matter. "The reason for our presence here is clear. It serves my purpose, but you must not reveal your identity or belongings to outsiders. Keep them close. Should they wander, I shall confine them, and without my command, they shall remain so for eternity." His choice of this bustling locale was deliberate, facilitating the timely acquisition of news. This place does not belong to those individuals. The events that transpire here are known solely to the local inhabitants. Should one seek to uncover the essence of this locale through external channels, it would not only entail an additional expenditure, but might also lead to misunderstandings. Thus, in a precautionary stance, Jun resolved to remain here personally, gathering the information he sought. Only that which he personally acquires can he deem credible. All else is inconsequential. "I never anticipated encountering you in this locale. Initially, I believed that meeting him would be the most extraordinary occurrence, yet I did not foresee your decision to remain here willingly." As the two conversed, a noise at the entrance suddenly heightened their vigilance. However, the sound was oddly familiar. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing a woman, Li Zi. Jun recalled hearing from Shao Kaishan that she had been spotted here. He had assumed she would have departed long ago, yet she remained. "Why are you still here? Were you not meant to return?" Jun inquired, genuinely surprised by Li Zi's presence. Logically speaking, this matter should have remained known only to them. Li Zi's appearance here could potentially compromise their identities. "Rest assured, no one recognizes this face unless someone deliberately reveals my identity. As for my purpose here, it aligns with yours," Li Zi replied, taking a seat before him. In mere moments, her genteel visage transformed into one marked by competence and a hint of aloofness, a stark contrast to the person they had encountered earlier. "Your words hold truth, but are you certain that others won't perceive the aura surrounding you?" Jun questioned. Noting her furrowed brow, she too wrestled with this dilemma. It was one thing for strangers to remain oblivious. However, Imolan was still in the vicinity. Should her identity be unveiled, their relationship could swiftly become perilous due to her presence. What can I do? If it were within my power, I would gladly rid myself of this burden, but alas, I am powerless. Li Zi responded, her hands raised in a gesture of resignation, the smile she wore strained. She held no secrets from the man before her. Although their identities had not been explicitly stated from the beginning, it was evident that he had discerned her true identity after their initial meeting. They both tacitly acknowledged this understanding. In this place, aside from the two of them, there was no need for subterfuge. Her companion was unlikely to disclose her identity. You seem to place an extraordinary amount of trust in me. Are you not afraid that I might end your life this very moment? Ultimately, from the standpoint of our positions, it is evident that a harmonious convergence between the two of us is an impossibility. You are correct in your assertion. However, for the sake of a common objective, it is imperative that you and I align ourselves on the same plane, for I am aware that the stance you advocate mirrors my deepest desires. Upon concluding his statement, Li Zi's countenance instantly brightened with a smile. Had there been any uncertainty regarding this matter, he would not have presumptuously taken a seat here today. This only signifies that there is no longer any need for concealment between the two of them. Moreover, that individual had also conveyed to her that Li Zhun was unlike the ordinary. He never operated under the influence of others' provocations, but rather relied on his own intuition. Should he choose to place his trust in someone, he would not easily renounce that conviction. Thus, the identities and purported positions of those around him are utterly inconsequential. When she first heard these revelations, disbelief washed over her. She found it hard to fathom the existence of such a person in this world. Chapter 149 Encountering You. However, it seems that after engaging with him, one can indeed sense the extraordinary qualities he possesses, qualities not typically found in an ordinary person. Thus, Li Zi felt no reservations here, speaking with an honesty that surpassed her previous demeanor. Upon finally grasping the nature of their conversation, Wu Chong'an was taken aback, retreating to the side with wide eyes, pointing at the woman before him. You mustn't speak of this. If anyone happens to overhear, you will find yourselves in peril. Li Zi pouted, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. After all, if this matter were to reach external ears, the individuals targeted would have no association with her. In this regard, Li Zi felt a sense of ease, for those individuals currently had no intention of confronting her. However, once their entanglements were resolved, someone like her would be as inconsequential as an ant to them. Upon hearing this, Wu Chong'an immediately clamped his mouth shut. Yet the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. He could scarcely believe that such a situation could exist, yet found himself lacking a more rational explanation for the bizarre scene before him. Li Zhun, observing his flabbergasted expression, could not help but chuckle. Do not tease him further. Since you are here, why not share what you have discovered? Li Zi shrugged. Very well, I shall reluctantly reveal what I have encountered. Thereafter, Li Zi recounted all that she had observed. Since her last visit, she had not chosen to leave, yet astonishingly, she had found no trace of Imolan. Following their previous meeting, they were supposed to be monitoring each other in this very place, yet she could not perceive his presence, as if several individuals had entirely vanished from existence. You may find it hard to believe, but I sense no aura from these individuals, which bears a striking resemblance to yours, she stated. What does that mean? Li Zhun questioned, clearly skeptical. Even if one among them belonged to the demonic tribe, such an explanation could still hold water. However, if they were all cultivators akin to themselves, it would indeed be perplexing. Li Zi anticipated that revealing this to her roommate would meet with disbelief, for even she had been reluctant to accept it upon her initial encounter with these beings. In this realm, the most nefarious individuals were typically those emerging from the demonic clan, utilizing dubious means to enhance their cultivation. Most belonged to the demonic tribe. Yet now, she discovered that these individuals bore no connection to the demonic clan. Rather, the majority of them were castaways from various celestial sects, half-immortals. What you comprehend is, quite literally, the essence of the matter. I am aware that you may find it hard to believe, yet in the forthcoming interactions, you will inevitably engage with them. However, individuals of their ilk are unable to perceive the latent power that resides within you. This is not due to any deficiency on your part, but rather a consequence of their own limited cultivation. With a mere modicum of concealment, they would be utterly oblivious. Primarily, they are but insignificant pawns, while the true formidable presence lies behind them. Is there anything beyond this? No, their cultivation levels are generally quite low, yet each has mastered a set of skills for self-preservation. Should there be no means to apprehend them in a timely manner, the opportunity will undoubtedly elude us. Li Zi has attempted this on several occasions, Yet she was unprepared for the peculiar maneuvers of these individuals, which rendered her efforts futile. The moment for preemption was lost, and they vanished without a trace. In light of this, she finds herself at an impasse, awaiting the next opportunity to confront them. Upon hearing this, Zhun could only ascertain that these individuals were of minor significance, though their techniques bore a striking resemblance to one another. They were neither autonomous nor independent, but rather subservient to a greater authority. The true prowess does not lie within them, but rather with the individual orchestrating events from the shadows. So, will you proceed alone? Or shall you accompany us? Zhun, resting his chin on one hand, posed an intriguingly perceptive question. Deep within, he understood that among their ranks, there existed not merely the two present, but another individual whom she was reluctant to encounter. It depends on whether you welcome me. If it is to be as it was last time, with warm faces meeting cold indifference, then indeed, such an encounter would be unnecessary. I am not without my own capabilities, yet your collective arrogance suggests otherwise, leading me to believe that such an engagement lacks merit. As soon as Li Zi uttered these words and prepared to depart, Zhun spoke from behind her. If my conjecture holds true, the individual you seek must be him. Or perhaps it could be said that your fortuitous appearances here are orchestrated by certain directives. Upon hearing this, Li Zi abruptly halted, turning to gaze at him with astonishment. This matter was initially known only to the two of them. How could he possess such insight? It was as if an informant had been placed amongst them. Yet their encounters had always been clandestine. What are you implying? I fail to grasp the meaning of your words, nor do I comprehend your intent. There is no necessity for pretense before me. You may deny it, yet I believe your current position renders such denials superfluous. If you have no ties to them, why acquiesce to these matters? The nature of their interactions remains obscure. There is no intention to seize any leverage from this individual or to compel them to act on behalf of oneself. It is merely a curiosity as to why someone who has transcended base interests is willingly entangled with such individuals. Moreover, their prompt acquiescence suggests that this person holds a unique significance for them. Such involvement seems entirely unnecessary. Li Zi, upon encountering him, did not possess the inclination to pry further or to entangle herself in this matter as a means of leverage. Her interest lies solely in understanding his choice, nothing more. Consequently, she harbors no secrets regarding this situation. Regardless of the circumstances, this is my personal choice. We harbor no malice towards you or anyone else. Our sole desire is to alter certain perceptions of us through our own efforts. Her statement was simply concise. Even Wu Zhongyan could discern that, in this matter, there exists no possibility whatsoever. Chapter 150. Unchangeable to aspire to alter the perceptions of others solely through one's own efforts, or to indulge in the luxury of cohabitation with them, is a notion that shall forever remain unattainable in this life. In their eyes, wickedness is intrinsically tied to their identities, while the so-called virtuous individuals are merely those they deem just. Yet, it remains ambiguous whether the person behind the faade is genuinely good or evil. One might even contend that prolonged wear of the mask could lead one to truly believe in their own righteousness. It is not that I am rigid or dismissive of the improbability of this situation, but I ponder whether it is truly necessary to heed the judgments of others. For reasons unknown, Wu Zhongyan found himself articulating thoughts that had spontaneously surfaced in his mind, devoid of the luxury of contemplation. Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the two individuals shifted perceptibly. Noticing their peculiar scrutiny, Wu Zhongyan felt compelled to clarify. I genuinely did not mean it that way. I merely believe that we need not concern ourselves with the opinions of others. What is meant to be will be. Persistently offering explanations only serves to amplify others' perceptions of our preoccupation with the matter. He sincerely felt that there was no necessity to decline what is inherently true. The dichotomy of good and evil is evident to onlookers, and excessive discourse only breeds the impression of guilt. One's standing will not alter based on mere words. Only those who are unwavering in their convictions possess the authority to inspire change. You have matured. I find great solace in that. Zhun reflected on how someone as thoughtless as he could articulate such a lengthy discourse. This was, undeniably, a genuine reflection of wisdom, a sentiment seldom expressed by the average person. It is only individuals like him who genuinely contemplate matters from the perspective of others. Regrettably, even the most candid expressions may fall on deaf ears, rendering them futile. Li Zi, unwilling to engage with the two, chose to depart in silence. Wu Zhongyan watched her leave with a sullen expression, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Could she be upset with me? Should I approach her to apologize? Zhun shook his head, asserting, she is not angry. She simply recognizes the validity in your words. However, it is improbable that her sentiments would shift solely based on your statement. for certain individuals hold far greater significance in her life than your opinions. Women are inherently attentive to detail, particularly when it comes to sensing the emotions of others. They are typically the most perceptive in such matters. It is not that they lack understanding of this principle, but rather that they are driven by their affections. Given that this individual harbors such thoughts, Lizzie's only recourse is to commit herself wholly to her pursuits. Beyond that, she possesses no justification to halt her endeavors. In the celestial sect, I remarked, he has been stealthily absent for so many days without a word. Ought he not to provide us with some news? Are we to fret here in vain? Moreover, what harm would it do to simply inform us? What manner of person behaves thus? The little fortune teller muttered to himself while perusing the incantations in the book, growing increasingly agitated. Even if he voiced his concerns, it was unlikely they would agree. Besides, someone of his caliber shouldn't have to endure their incessant chatter for so long. He had his reasons for keeping them there, but it truly was a hardship for them. Have you mastered everything I asked you to learn? He pondered, feeling exasperated by the monotony of their repetitive inquiries. Li-Bai, engrossed in the spells on the page, was already overwhelmed. Listening to those around him incessantly drone on about the same questions only added to his frustration. While others might engage in such behavior to shirk their studies, his motives were undoubtedly more profound. If one possessed his remarkable memory, perhaps they wouldn't need to linger. Wherever they wished to go, who could possibly hinder them? You speak truthfully, but how long must we remain here? The little fortune teller was acutely aware of his situation, yet he yearned to grasp the undefined duration of their confinement. When could he break free and experience the world outside like Li-Bai? What methods would grant him that opportunity? Liu Yuba examined the fundamental spells before him. Although the incantations differed slightly, their functions bore a striking resemblance to those passed down within their demon clan. It was merely a matter of adaptation, which explained the peculiarities perceived by others. He felt no compulsion to diligently study. Dealing with minor adversaries required merely a flick of his finger. However, he did harbor some concern for the two individuals beside him. If they failed to grasp these teachings, they might never find their way out of this place. As when Shui entered the courtyard, she was met with the continuous murmurings of the people inside. It dawned on her that they were unsettled due to Li Zhuan's early departure. Today, she had come to inform them of this very time. It seemed that in Li Zhuan's absence, they appeared particularly bored, perhaps even curious about when they might venture outside like him. Upon hearing her words, the little fortune teller's thoughts shifted entirely, and he sprang to his feet. Eager for news. Do you have information for us? Senior sister, your presence today must mean you bring tidings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come. While others might be oblivious, the few in the courtyard were far more aware of the underlying dynamics. Since Li Zhuan's absence, when had Shui ever taken the initiative to visit? Typically, she only came when he was present, often making 2 or 3 trips a day, which was completely normal for her. However, since Li Zhuan's return home, she had been absent even during their spell practice, leaving no trace of her presence. It was evident just how crucial this individual was to them, his significance immeasurable. Yet today, her unexpected appearance here hinted that her purpose was anything but simple. Indeed, while the time frame has been established, should your magical prowess fall short, you may find yourselves awaiting a postponement. Although the elders have concurred and set a timeline for this endeavor, if their spells prove inadequate, they shall remain here without the possibility of departure. Unless, at that moment, someone intervenes on their behalf, a chance may arise. Alas, such an individual is unlikely to come forth. Otherwise, he would have appeared within these past few days. The prolonged absence of any sign is telling. It is clear how significant this matter is in his eyes, and surely, they comprehend this as well. Sister, what must we do to meet the required standards? Are we to undergo some form of assessment? Upon hearing her query, the little fortune god felt a twinge of uncertainty. In truth, this aspect troubled him somewhat, particularly regarding the use of weaponry. Chapter 151. There are always solutions. He remained unfazed by the situation. There was no need for concern. The elders would discern the results simply by gazing into the mirror, no tests or combat required. When Shui shook her head, conveying her thoughts. In the past, such measures might have been necessary, but with the abundance of spiritual energy now, the elders could easily ascertain their growth with just a flick of their fingers. Thus, many tests were rendered superfluous, though they dared not manipulate the crucial assessments. Upon hearing this, Li-Bai felt reassured that the matter did not warrant their anxiety. However, there remained another time, another issue that genuinely required their vigilance. If that is the case, might you inform us when? Tomorrow evening, after everyone has rested, you will, like him, employ the same method. Following this, the Elder Council will declare that you have erred and will be confined. They will use magic to alter certain things to resemble you, striving to remain undiscovered. As when Shui articulated this plan, the others expressed understanding, recognizing that such an approach was, in essence, a means of safeguarding them. Nonetheless, it could not be overlooked that this was not a long-term solution. Inevitably, it would be uncovered over time. Furthermore, with Su Sheng watching them closely, if he were truly intent, it would be difficult to conceal the truth for long. That man would soon know everything. What about Su Sheng and his companions? Li Bai furrowed his brow. This matter caused him considerable concern. The animosity from these two towards them was profound. Should they become aware of the situation, it would expose them to even greater peril. This is not a concern for you. Focus instead on how to protect yourselves and your comrades. As for matters of this nature, the Elder Council has already devised a plan. Should he act in a way that raises suspicion, the elders possess ample means to address it. When Shui felt no trepidation regarding that individual, nor did she regard the newly arrived person with any significance. Their mediocrity rendered it unlikely that they could deceive anyone under the watchful eyes of the elders. If even the most formidable of the elders could be misled by mere underlings, their reputation would be reduced to ridicule. Therefore, to preserve their dignity, they would ensure that this matter remained undiscovered. Upon hearing her words, the three nodded in agreement. Given this opportunity, there was no reason for further worry. Moreover, entry into the celestial sect was not something one could achieve at will. Even if Su Sheng were to uncover the truth, he would have no means to disseminate that information. Thus, relatively speaking, such actions would render them significantly more secure. Meanwhile, the sky grew increasingly dim. Li Jun had no intention of lingering here for long. His purpose in coming was merely to await their arrival. Consequently, all his thoughts remained in his courtyard at home. His comings and goings were indeed exceedingly simple, especially with the presence of his spirit companion, which made returning home effortless. At that moment, Li Fengji seemed entranced as he headed toward his back mountain, with those around him too intimidated to intervene. They were all too accustomed to witnessing his bullying antics, and this destination was no exception. Thus, they could only turn a blind eye. Even if something were to occur, they dared not speak the truth. This man had the power to sever their tongues, and if angered, he might even take their lives. In this royal domain, what place have they, mere servants, to voice their opinions? In the eyes of the nobles, servants were nothing more than pets, easily discarded and replaceable. Particularly, in their view, Li Fengji barely qualified as human. For a long time, no one had dared to provoke him. As for Li Fengji's whereabouts, they had long since grown accustomed to his erratic movements. Upon arriving at this location, his eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, yet his mind fixated on a singular objective, Li Jun. The thought incessantly reminded him to locate this man and eliminate him. He stood merely a courtyard away, gazing from a distance at a colorful rooster that had just opened the fence, taking a single step inside. The rooster immediately raised its head and stared defiantly at the man before it. After a prolonged gaze, it let out a cry, warning, "Who dares to perform mischief before me? If you do not reveal yourself, I shall slay you immediately." Upon hearing this, a sinister grin spread across Li Fengji's face, and his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot fury, rendering him a terrifying sight. "Come forth. As I reside within this body, to slay me is tantamount to slaying him. If you wish to bring trouble upon him, let the world know that Li Jun, ruthless and heartless, murdered his own brother, to be scorned and reviled by all. Do not hesitate to kill me." He showed no fear of the impending threat, seemingly certain that the rooster before him would not dare to strike. Upon hearing these words, the phoenix erupted in laughter. Indeed, after spending so much time in this place, one could encounter all manner of peculiarities. Since it did not know her identity, it dared to speak so insolently before her. These creatures, fearful of death, truly did not comprehend its nature. A mere fox spirit dared to wreak havoc in her presence. Squeezing it to death would be as effortless as crushing an ant. After concluding her laughter, the phoenix let out a resounding cry towards the heavens, and golden feathers materialized before her. The brilliance of the light overwhelmed Li Fengji, obscuring all clarity of what lay before him, until the radiance diminished. The fox spirit could not discern that before her was not merely a colorful chicken, but rather the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. Upon this realization, a sense of foreboding enveloped the fox spirit, prompting her to turn and flee. As the phoenix stirred its wings, the fox spirit was instantaneously reduced to ashes before her eyes. Observing the remnants of smoke upon the ground, the phoenix transformed into the colorful chicken and let out a cold laugh. "To behold my true form is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Yet your lack of self-awareness renders your demise a trivial matter." With that, she used her claws to scratch the earth, burying the wisps of smoke as if to nourish the land, thus contributing to the prosperity of this extraordinary place. The phoenix then turned her gaze to Li Fengji. who lay on the ground and felt a surge of frustration. While she indeed possessed the ability to take human form, returning him in the presence of so many was clearly unfeasible. Reflecting on his previous actions, the Phoenix found no inclination to assist him. Chapter 152. Merely a trifle with a swift turn, he left him standing there, serving as a lesson. After all, he was the illustrious third prince, easily swayed by the temptations of those demons outside. Such a person truly lacks the merit to continue living. However, he must not perish here. Should he indeed meet his end in this place, it would be as the foul fox demon had said, inviting trouble upon himself. Fortunately, he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhun opened his eyes to behold Li Fengji sprawled on the ground, utterly perplexed by the situation. He turned to the Phoenix beside him, filled with curiosity. What transpired? Did you strike him? I lack the strength for such endeavors, she retorted, disdain evident in her expression. Moreover, I am merely a chicken. How could I possibly render a living person unconscious? If I could, I would not hesitate to intervene, but this predicament is entirely of his own making. It is not my concern. Zhun, taken aback by her words, was engulfed in confusion. What exactly is going on? Will he be all right lying there? That is uncertain. Once possessed by a demon, it is typically the case that their original thoughts become impaired. Even if he were to awaken, he may not be the same Li Fengji as before. Over time, if he does not perish, he will be assimilated. Upon hearing the Golden Dragon's words, Zhun sensed the gravity of the situation. He had never anticipated that someone like him could fall prey to demonic possession. Such mental vulnerability was truly remarkable. What shall we do now? Can you save him? Exchanging glances, the Golden Dragon and the Phoenix shook their heads. We are not human, thus we lack understanding of these matters. Furthermore, as the Master's spiritual pets, we are generally forbidden from intervening on behalf of others, save for our Master. We are bound by a contract. Violating its spirit at this juncture would not be permissible. The system also prohibits us from taking any action, so we must feign ignorance. Then tell me, what should I do? If you cannot assist, surely someone must be able to. Am I to merely watch him die in my courtyard, and then be led to the guillotine myself? The mere thought of this man dying in his courtyard filled Zhun with indignation. It mattered little where he was. For him, it was not a significant issue, but certainly, one ought to choose a more suitable location. How could he allow such a scene to unfold in his own domain? Should those around him discover this, no amount of explanation would suffice. No matter how many excuses he could muster. Why did Li Fengji collapse in his courtyard, and why does he now face the threat of death? This matter cannot be allowed to linger here. Perhaps the elders of the immortal sect could be of assistance. It might be prudent to consult them. After a moment of careful contemplation, they too recognized that remaining here was not a sustainable option. Moreover, if discovered, Zhun would undoubtedly find himself in grave peril. Upon hearing their words, Zhun promptly retrieved a communication talisman. The urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder the implications. The distance to the immortal sect was not considerable, and for the time being, it should pose no significant issue. Upon receiving the message contained within the talisman, Jinjin hesitated for a moment, glancing at the two individuals beside him. Given the urgency of this situation, I summoned you both in hopes that you would remain vigilant. I shall return shortly. Rest assured, nothing will go awry, and you shall have no cause for concern. The elder, upon reviewing the contents of the message, realized that the situation was indeed more severe than they had initially surmised. After all, the relationship between these two individuals had always been strained. If an unforeseen incident were to occur at this critical juncture, they might truly miss out on the opportunity to engage with such a remarkable figure. Thus, it was imperative to devise a solution to this predicament. Without delay, Jinjin made his way, arriving at his courtyard half an hour later. Observing Li Fengji lying motionless on the ground, it was evident that he had remained in this state for quite some time. It was disheartening to note the indifference of those nearby. Had he been a typical person, they would have long since taken him inside to shelter him from the cold. Elder, what is the situation? Zhun inquired. Surely it cannot be as dire as I fear. Jinjin scrutinized the color of Li Fengji's face. Noting that it was not as pale as he had anticipated, it seemed he had only suffered a mental disturbance. The gravity of his condition was likely not as severe as it initially appeared, though the underlying factors were not immediately discernible. I am uncertain, Jinjin admitted, and I would like to request your assistance. It appears a fox spirit has been attached to him for the better part of a day and night. Based on the details divulged by the Phoenix, Zhun had identified several overlooked aspects of the situation. Li Fengji had always been a person of stubborn disposition and ruthless nature. Typically, such individuals would possess no reason to be possessed, as their hearts are sufficiently resolute. It was likely that the fox spirit merely seized a fleeting opportunity during his moment of unconsciousness, leading to Li Fengji's predicament. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinjin realized that the duration of the possession was indeed longer than he had anticipated. He extended his hand to pause at Li Fengji's pulse, peered into his eyes briefly, and then began to channel a measure of spiritual energy into his body. After completing the necessary procedures, Li Jun observed as Li Fengji finally opened his eyes, revealing the seed that had been planted within him. What? Li Jun exclaimed, taken aback. After Yi Jinjin concluded his discourse, he stood up. For an ordinary individual, this concept is as straightforward as a tree blossoming and bearing fruit. However, for those endowed with spiritual prowess, once this seed has transformed into a tree, everything about that person will be supplanted. Although Yi Jinjin articulated this notion in a seemingly simple manner, the ramifications were indeed unforeseen by all. Upon hearing this, Feng Wang was taken aback. For that fox demon was clearly one of low spiritual power, devoid of any cultivation. She merely sought to take advantage of the chaos. Yet it was astonishing that within such a brief span, she managed to plant a seed within him. Consequently, the wisp of smoke that had appeared earlier could soon be likened to a phoenix rising from its ashes. The thought ignited a fury in Feng Wang, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. Chapter 153. Being schemed against this cunning fox is indeed more astute than they had anticipated. Even on the brink of death, it still contemplates causing harm to others. How absurd, I said, old phoenix. You have always been exceedingly vigilant in your endeavors. How is it that you failed to notice this matter? One cannot apply conventional reasoning to the thoughts of such a creature as a fox. The very fact that it is willing to fight to the death signifies that it has undoubtedly engaged in actions that it should not have. If this issue remains undiscovered today, will it not lead to disaster in the future? Did you think I desired this? How could I have known that such a seemingly insignificant creature possessed such capabilities? I truly underestimated it. Upon hearing the sarcastic remarks of the financial advisor nearby, Phoenix felt a pang of discomfort. His earlier actions had indeed been careless. Had he been more cautious, he would not have allowed the fox to exploit this opportunity at such a critical juncture. If he had foreseen such a scenario, he would have acted without hesitation, leaving no room for error. Thus, this unexpected turn of events would have been avoided. What should we do now? Can it be eliminated? As soon as Li Jun spoke, he felt as though he had asked a foolish question. Deep down, did he not already know the answer? He had encountered similar inquiries and solutions in books. Not only is it impossible to eradicate it, but it also grows rapidly within his body. In the blink of an eye, it could become a new entity of control unless it is entirely eradicated. Otherwise, there is no chance. What is to be done? Have you not read about this in books? If one truly wishes to eliminate it, they must wait for it to grow anew and then gain control over its entire consciousness. Only under such circumstances does reality offer a 30% chance of success. While this task may seem relatively simple, in truth, they possess little confidence in their ability to accomplish it. The speed at which it grows within them is incessantly eroding his spiritual energy. Nourished by his own spiritual power, it would be far more formidable than merely vanquishing a demon. In such circumstances, they cannot guarantee the survival of the individual before them. Perhaps it could be said that they lack the strength altogether. Everything that has transpired in the past renders this outcome impossible now. However, if the odds are placed upon him or those close to him, those chances often double. Old Phoenix, I remember a time when no one could achieve such a feat. Even now, with your assistance, the possibility remains slim. What we can do is merely confine her. We cannot truly eradicate her. Indeed, what was once impossible is now even less likely to be achieved. After hearing these words, Phoenix fell into deep contemplation. Yet, she was the one who had instigated all these events. Thus, it was imperative to resolve this matter. One rests upon the clouds while the other stands atop the mountain. Though the distance is considerable, they perceive each other with crystal clarity. Their conversation unfolds as if they were in each other's presence, untouched by any external influences. Meanwhile, two individuals far away in the celestial sect, upon hearing of this matter, grew apprehensive about the confidence of the two. Thus, they hastily made their way, fearing that without their presence, success would be elusive. How could this be so? It appears that the spiritual energy within him has been entirely drained, and soon it will seize control of his consciousness. Elder Bay, he observes the unfolding events and the faint apparition materializing before him. In less than half an hour, she shall reappear. If he could manage to control her, would his spiritual energy be restored? Li Jun, however, hesitates. Although he has penned the consequences of these events, he remains uncertain about the specifics. Following these outcomes, what repercussions would he face? Generally speaking, if control could indeed be attained, it would pose no threat to him personally. Yet the presence of other elements within him complicates the matter. Thus, perhaps it could alleviate the current tension. But the truth would only reveal itself after the deed is done. It cannot be resolved with mere words alone. As Elder Bei he spoke, before dawn, the entity had completely dominated him. I had anticipated that I would need to expend considerable effort to eradicate you all, yet it seems you have conveniently gathered here. So I shall not waste any more time. Let us perish together. Li Fengji screamed frantically at the assembly. Observing his frenzied state, Yi Zhen, without hesitation, bit his own finger and let the blood fall upon the ground. In an instant, a blood array emerged before them, radiating a crimson glow. Li Jun, watching as Li Fengji endured only a brief moment of pain, noted that his expression now appeared to revel in the unfolding chaos. I say, you old men are truly reminiscent of decades past, naively believing that such formations could threaten me. How incredibly naive of you. Upon hearing Li Fengji's words, the three elders around him wore expressions of bewilderment. No wonder it felt familiar from the very beginning. It was he, the Fox Demon King. How could it be you? Indeed, it is I. It has been quite some time, but alas, it is regrettable that we meet under such circumstances. A look of regret instantaneously graced Li Fengji's countenance. The three elders, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment. This individual should have perished over a decade ago. How could he possibly re-emerge? Had you not already been reduced to ashes? How could you possibly manifest here? Yi Zhen desperately endeavored to sustain the formation. Yet the individual before him had already established a protective barrier around himself. They were adept at ensnaring demons. But their attention was diverted from the malevolent spirit that had taken residence within a human host. Moreover, the spiritual energy within him far exceeded their expectations. Consequently, this outcome could only be deemed more awkward than they had anticipated. They utterly lacked the capacity to exert control over him. The old phoenix observed that they appeared to be struggling, and it seemed they were familiar with this entity. Are you certain you will not intervene? Is not consuming such things your greatest delight? Initially, the phoenix believed he would acknowledge his abilities, but that last remark nearly compelled him to deliver a resounding slap. Do you presume I relish this? Were it not for the lack of alternatives, would I truly resort to devouring them? Chapter 154. A vast trap. After speaking, the phoenix rolled her eyes and promptly leaped down, standing opposite the strange being that was neither human nor ghost. Furrowing her brows, it seems you possess no memory, Fox Demon King. No wonder the minion earlier, who could have preserved his own life, chose to recklessly engage with me. All this time, you were plotting against me. What now? I wonder what you can truly do to me. I assure you, I am not foolish enough to be startled by your brilliance. You are a phoenix, but I too am a 1,000-year-old demon king. What power do you hold over me? The golden dragon perched nearby listened, shaking his head at the words just uttered. Why must this creature provoke her? Does it truly believe it will endure for long? Upon hearing this, the phoenix scoffed, observing the audacity of the being before her. Do you truly think that being within her body grants you power? You should have sought a more formidable opponent instead of this fool. I doubt you possess even half the strength you once had. With that, the phoenix transformed into her true form, unfurling her magnificent wings as the power of the formation intensified. At that moment, the fox demon realized the vast disparity in their spiritual energies and deemed it unnecessary to remain. Yet, allowing it to escape would be a disgrace, and the phoenix could not simply watch it flee. She opened her mouth and consumed the so-called demon king, Li Fengji. Having completed this act, she swiftly morphed back into a resplendent hen, returning to her perch atop the mountain. Li Zhun observed the events unfold, feeling no disbelief. Yet a sense of being manipulated gnawed at him, leaving him profoundly unsettled. If they possessed such power, why go to the trouble of summoning the three elders from afar? Was this not merely inviting trouble for himself? The three elders, having witnessed the resolution of the matter, could not linger any longer. Once they regained some spiritual energy, they expressed their desire to depart. Now that this issue has been resolved, we ought to return. It is far too perilous in this desolate place. It is our duty. With that, the three elders vanished. Li Zhun turned to gaze at the small and large figures not far off, his expression growing perilous. These two little creatures had truly led him in circles, showing no regard for the severity of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to wait for his own awakening, believing that perhaps he had merely been intoxicated and that all memories of this place had been erased. He could hardly recall anything at all. Li Jun, adhering to the passage of time, returned to the inn, and this evening, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a meeting between them was inevitable. The three elders of the Xian sect, upon returning, found themselves ensnared in a web of perplexity regarding the events of the night. The Fox Demon King had long since turned to ashes decades ago, a fact they had witnessed with their own eyes. Yet, astonishingly, he seemed to have resurfaced recently. Doubts began to creep into their minds, leading them to speculate that this had been a plot in the making for decades, intricately woven into the fabric of their lives. However, they remained oblivious to the identity of this individual, unable to uncover any answers in their grasp. Do you not find this matter peculiar? Why, after what we believe to be the complete annihilation of these entities, do they re-emerge at this juncture? Logically, they should have long ceased to exist in this world. Yet, the question lingered. The elders pondered the recent occurrences with an unsettling depth, realizing that perhaps they had never truly escaped the grasp of these forces over the decades. It felt as if they were ensnared in a grand design, each person merely a pawn in a game orchestrated by unseen hands, with none capable of discerning the true nature of this intricate chessboard. Jin nodded in agreement, feeling a profound resonance with this notion. Beyond that, he found no other rationale to persuade himself otherwise. Elder Bei, he listened to their discourse, enveloped in silence. Though he had no reason to doubt, the recent developments were undeniably strange. Yet, in this situation, they possessed no tangible evidence. The individual from years past had long ceased to exist, rendering any connection between them implausible. The only conceivable explanation was that someone had conjured illusions akin to those of the past, employing similar methods simply to instill fear within them. If that were the case, they would indeed have fallen prey to a clever ruse. Do you not suspect that someone is mimicking that individual's techniques? How could one who had visibly disintegrated before our eyes possibly still be alive? This notion defies logic from every angle. Unless the person in question had not perished at all. Yet, such a premise was untenable to them, as they had witnessed his demise firsthand. Thus, no matter how one approached the matter, it seemed utterly impossible for such an occurrence to manifest. Therefore, the only discovery they could make was that someone had, as in the past, unearthed everything pertaining to that individual. Over the decades, they had not relinquished the rigorous, otherworldly sorcery that ultimately revealed itself. However, this did not necessarily imply that this person was indeed he. Moreover, it was unlikely that the individual from yesteryear would have imparted such a grandiose method to anyone else. His stinginess, save for his disciple, was well known. However, this person has only ever been heard of. Some even conjecture that he fabricated his existence merely to conceal his profound solitude, thus deceiving everyone. Yet, the truth remains elusive to them. Furthermore, do you not recall? He once proclaimed that he had a disciple, indeed, a disciple of his own. Thus, is it not entirely reasonable for him to impart knowledge to this individual? He has made such assertions, yet have you ever encountered this disciple? Moreover, had he not already been unmasked in the past, with no one willing to learn from him? The elders found his current declarations rather surprising. Had this been stated in a different context, one might have entertained the possibility. However, how could a person who has been thoroughly exposed still be recognized now? Is this not a jest? Chapter 155. Is this person real? They had never laid eyes upon this individual, despite the incessant rumors that circulated about him. Here, however, no one had truly witnessed his existence. Thus, for an extended period, they merely regarded him as a fabrication of lies. Moreover, when he vanished into thin air, his disciple was notably absent, leading one to conclude that this person might not exist at all. Elder B was equally perplexed by the veracity of this matter. Yet now, if one were to seek a plausible explanation, it could serve as the most rational justification. Otherwise, they would remain devoid of any objective, with this lingering doubt cast upon anyone involved. Although dissatisfaction simmered within, no one dared to dispute the situation. Having an answer, no matter how absurd it may sound, was preferable to leaving outsiders to mock their uncertainty. Despite the seemingly ludicrous nature of the answer, it had indeed transpired. I do not mean to suggest otherwise. Do you truly possess an answer to this matter? Observing their demeanor, it seemed inconceivable that such events could occur, yet they had indeed unfolded. If my conjecture is accurate, the connection between this person and him must be profoundly intimate. Otherwise, how could such secrets be known? As the little god of wealth departed, he found himself plagued by immense confusion regarding these unfolding issues. Based on their previous discussions, had no one known of this at the time, it would have been impossible for the tale to endure through the ages. Furthermore, how could such forbidden techniques be mastered without the records of that individual? If one were to argue this point, it holds considerable weight. However, thus far, we lack any evidence. Consequently, the resolution to this dilemma will ultimately depend on our ability to locate this individual. Although Lebyi believed that the skepticism was indeed justified, the greatest conundrum remained. This matter had only ever been hearsay, never witnessed firsthand. They had not even observed the execution of this series of operations, nor were they aware of where these things would be sent or to whom they would be entrusted. For them, These uncertainties loomed large. If someone were truly orchestrating these events from the shadows, they ought to be able to discern at least a thread of evidence, rather than floundering aimlessly like headless flies. More critically, should they continue to find no evidence or fail to apprehend the mastermind behind this, they would be unable to control the spell. Thus, the situation would inevitably manifest in ways they could not anticipate. You seem to know so much. Why are you silent today? Wen Shui remarked, observing the fervent discussion between the two. Yet, when she turned to another, he remained as composed as ever, rather than mere calmness. It seemed as though he had never favored their company from the very beginning. Especially during their discussions, he had never even listened to a single word. He was always fixated on the immediate, showing no regard for those around him. This was the first time when Shui had encountered someone so proud and profoundly aloof. It seemed as though from the very beginning, they were not of the same ilk. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuba shrugged. He was aware of as much as I was. If he had no answers regarding this matter, what value did my words hold? Li Bai could be considered the intellectual backbone of their group. Although it was unclear how he acquired such insider information, what he articulated was invariably accurate. He appeared to possess an intimate understanding of each individual's habits, as if their secrets were firmly within his grasp. Lu Yuba naturally deemed this matter beyond the scope of his discussion. After hearing his remark, Wen Shui merely managed a forced smile before responding. Perhaps your thoughts on this matter differ? You simply do not wish to engage in discussions with them, or rather, with us. The only person worthy of your conversation is your elder brother. Beyond that, you have no desire to acknowledge anyone else. Wen Shui unflinchingly unveiled this truth. And upon hearing her words, Lu Yuba's expression shifted from his usual demeanor. If he was aware, why voice it? Why create such awkwardness between them? It was not that he was unwilling to converse, but rather that he felt he was the one deemed untrustworthy within the group. Lu Yuba spread his hands, leaning back slightly, immediately creating distance between them. Among the few in the group, they were perpetually wary of him. Therefore, to avoid mutual discomfort, he found no need to make himself look foolish. Reading the room was exceedingly simple for him. Wen Shui furrowed her brow, hesitating upon witnessing his actions. She could not guarantee the same for others, but regarding this matter, her mind held no such doubts. Since Zhun chose to trust him, she certainly would not question that judgment. If he were deemed untrustworthy in their eyes, it would be impossible for them to include him in any endeavors. Moreover, perhaps his thoughts were seen as superfluous by them. If these two truly harbored suspicions towards him, they would not have spoken so loudly. Lu Yuba's current behavior was merely self-inflicted distress. Wen Shui perceived their relationship as utterly awkward, yet she was disinclined to utter another word. After all, this was a matter that the men would resolve among themselves. As a woman, she preferred to observe. This was far more entertaining than becoming embroiled in the situation. As the group arrived at the inn, they stepped inside to find not only themselves, but also an additional woman present in the room. Upon noticing this, Wen Shui immediately rushed over, throwing herself into Li Zhuan's embrace. Brother Zhun, it has been such a long time since I last saw you. Have you missed me? Generally, onlookers would find such a scene quite commonplace. However, Li Zi was taken aback by this display. She had never anticipated that a woman could be so exuberantly affectionate without prior consent, engaging in such astonishing actions without regard for the opinions of others. When Shui turned to observe the unfamiliar face before her, and the thought of their potential frequent interactions over the coming days ignited a flicker of irritation within her. She had never imagined that another woman would appear in his life, particularly one as strikingly beautiful and poised as this. Chapter 156. No need in comparison to her. A mere practitioner of martial arts, the chasm between them was indeed vast. As when Shui contemplated this, a sense of disillusionment washed over her. Yet, her curiosity about the true identity of the young woman remained insatiable. Since we are all here, shouldn't you introduce us to this lady? Li Zi inquired, feeling the sudden shift of attention directed towards her. It dawned upon her that she had unwittingly become an adversary. Li Zi began to speak. But Li Zhun interjected, there is no need for you to know who she is. After tonight, if she chooses to return tomorrow, then you may learn her identity. However, if she decides not to reappear, would knowing her name serve any purpose? Upon hearing Li Zhun's words, a look of surprise crossed Li Zi's face. Thus far, none of those present could discern the identity of the woman, nor could they fathom her connection to her. Not only him, but even the three individuals surrounding them seemed unaware of her presence. In such circumstances, Li Zi was indeed at a loss as to whether she should stay. Li Zhun's approach, however, afforded her a choice, a night to contemplate whether to accompany them. The gravity of this decision was akin to hunting a ferocious beast. Comparable to encountering the forces of the demon clan, the stakes were equally high. Moreover, Many among the group had begun to question her identity and were reluctant for her to partake in their endeavors. Lizzie found herself overwhelmed by the multitude of considerations, unable to reach a firm conclusion. Having the right to choose was not without its merits. Indeed, Mr. Lee speaks the truth. Should I not appear tomorrow? Knowing who I am would be of no consequence. This celestial being need not regard me as an enemy. We are, after all, of the same ilk. Though her words were simple, the manner in which she spoke and the tone of her voice evoked a palpable response from those around her. While the ordinary might perceive only a semblance of similarity, Li Bai, upon hearing her voice, turned to regard the woman before him. In her, he saw not only her, but even the silhouette mirrored her form. Were it not for her distinct visage, he might have believed her to be the very same person, merely adopting this guise to avoid entanglements with them. Then, will she be present for our discussion tonight? He asked. I mean no offense. I simply wish to ascertain her trustworthiness. Once the little fortune god voiced his inquiry, the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward, for none knew how to proceed. Very well. Li Jun replied after a moment of silence, uttering just 2 words. These words sufficed to affirm the gravity of the situation, instilling trust amongst them. With his statement, doubt dissipated from the others. After all, she is merely a woman. Even if she harbors certain thoughts or possesses cunning means, escaping their grasp would be a formidable challenge. Is it not the simplest task for them to deal with a woman? Very well, if that is the case, I have no objections. The little fortune teller shrugged and settled into a chair nearby. Seeing the two remain silent, Li Jun took it as tacit agreement regarding the matter at hand and presented them with the recent findings he had gathered. These observations were made over the past few days, and this inn has long been a congregation point for these individuals. Furthermore, this location is the most diverse area at the foot of the mountain, where one can encounter all manner of people. Therefore, you must exercise caution in your conversations moving forward. The multitude of individuals necessitates a more strategic approach in various undertakings, particularly concerning his room. The sudden influx of visitors at such a late hour would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among those nearby. Their curiosity regarding their identities may not yield immediate answers, but it does not imply an absence of information in the long run. I comprehend your intent. I already have a plan for this matter upon my descent. Tomorrow, I shall disseminate information that will not only quell curiosity, but may even prompt some to come forth voluntarily. The little fortune teller gazed at everyone, a confident smile gracing his face. While he may lack assurance in other matters, among this group, he is undoubtedly astute. Those who wish to engage in deception with him might find themselves woefully inadequate. Since you have expressed uncertainty, I shall entrust this task to you. As for other affairs, if you have no objections, the 2 adjacent rooms will serve as your quarters. Prior to arriving here, Li Jun had ensured all accommodations were prepared, to avoid raising suspicion. Everything here must appear consistent. Moreover, none of you are permitted to employ any spells here, nor should you allow others to discern anything unusual about you. Before arriving, I left you something to consume. I trust you have all partaken of it? While Li Jun could perceive their condition, it did not necessarily mean they appeared exceptional to those outside. They had indeed consumed the items, though uncertainty lingered regarding their efficacy, as he could still perceive their auras. They were all aware of the effects of those pills. However, thus far, they could still see each other's spiritual energy. If even their own kind could not be deceived, how could they possibly conceal matters from outsiders? This should naturally be beneficial to yourselves, albeit with only a slight enhancement. Lu Yuba regarded everyone, suddenly feeling that the pill he ingested could hardly be of any advantage. From the very beginning, to mask his true strength, he had already taken one. Now, having unwittingly swallowed another, he remained perplexed about their actual effects. Yet, as of now, his spiritual energy had not been obscured. On the contrary, it was more pronounced than before. Are you not merely toying with me? You treat me as bait among us. Do you not fear that I might ultimately expose all of you? From the very beginning, Lu Yuba harbored doubts about the medication he ingested, wondering if it bore any side effects. Now, upon reflection, has he not come to understand all the explanations? After all this time, he has unwittingly become the bait among these individuals. It is truly perplexing that he would make such a choice, especially when these people have cast suspicion upon his identity. To compel him to act thus is to offer opportunities to others gratuitously. Aside from you, he is the only one among them who remains undiscovered. It will not take long for the truth about these 2 faces to be thoroughly investigated, and I need not elaborate further. The identities of the 3 have always been known externally, particularly those of the 2, whose father possesses wealth beyond measure. How could they possibly remain oblivious? As for the neglected 4th prince, he has likely long since achieved fame that spans the globe. Chapter 157. Unconcealable. How long could one maintain such a facade? After much contemplation, it became evident that among this group, the only plausible choice was someone who, at first glance, appeared rather unremarkable, yet was, in truth, the most formidable among them. Should an unforeseen event arise, Liu Yuba would still have the opportunity to extricate himself from his initial constraints. This course of action could be seen as a safeguard for both parties involved. At that moment, Liu Yuba found himself devoid of any valid objections. Upon further inspection of the group, he seemed indeed to be the most vulnerable target. However, should these individuals prove to be astute, he would be reluctant to offer his assistance. Very well, since you have articulated it thus, what more can I say? After all, someone must serve as the bait, and I am not averse to being that individual. He took a certain delight in the situation, eager to uncover the true identities of these individuals. What kind of authority do they possess to manipulate matters to such an extent? Who, if anyone, is orchestrating these events behind the scenes? Liu Yuba's curiosity surpassed that of anyone else, for this was intrinsically linked to the ultimate task he was destined to undertake. If his conjectures were correct, within this person, he would undoubtedly find what he sought. Upon hearing this plan, an onlooker was momentarily taken aback. Despite his seemingly easygoing demeanor, it was evident that he was not the most easily trifled with. Logically and emotionally, he appeared to be an apt choice, yet their hearts were fraught with trepidation. Is this truly wise? The little wealth god harbored doubts about the individual before him. He was the first to voice concerns, expressing discomfort regarding the situation. Their mutual grievances were mere private matters and did not warrant escalation to such a level. Furthermore, this reckless decision could potentially endanger lives without any prior discussion. This, without a doubt, left a sense of unease among them. I too believe that before we proceed, we ought to deliberate and devise contingency plans for assurance. To hastily conclude matters in this way, what if? Li Bai echoed the sentiment, finding the decision profoundly inappropriate in his eyes. The relationship between the two could not be dictated by this singular event. Li Zhun observed the individuals who typically harbored disdain for him, yet in this matter, displayed considerable concern. It was clear that they did not regard him as an outsider. Rather, their discord stemmed from a lack of unified thought on certain issues. This matter was not one to be settled lightly. Although both of them were formidable, I had already stated that aside from him, there was no one else suitable. If he was unwilling, he had the right to refuse, yet had he not already consented? In this matter, he harbors no ulterior motives, nor does he seek to contravene anyone's wishes. Rather, after careful contemplation and deliberation, he arrived at this conclusion. If his intent were merely to settle personal scores or to use this opportunity to eliminate those individuals, there would be no need for such blatant actions. Furthermore, this man is far more complex than they perceive. He navigates the situation with a grace that surpasses their expectations. Please return and rest. We shall address the matters at hand tomorrow. Xiao Xue, you too, for I have unresolved issues with her. When Xue, glancing at the silent woman beside her, felt a tinge of hesitation upon hearing these words. Yet, she reluctantly departed, aware that their business was of a serious nature, and her presence would only hinder him. Once everyone had left, Li Zi finally spoke. Your actions seem rather inappropriate, do they not? Are you not treating him as mere cannon fodder? A litmus test for your endeavors, while cloaking it in grandiloquent rhetoric. Others may be oblivious, but she sees this situation with remarkable clarity. It is solely due to that individual's distinguished status that he was chosen. Upon hearing this, Li Jun shrugged, offering no explanation. I have articulated my thoughts. However, if this is your interpretation, there is little I can do. I retained you for another purpose, granting you an opportunity. You would do well to ponder your decision to stay or leave. With his words having reached a decisive point, he indicated that her choice would be made by the Moro. Should she choose to remain, they would be allies. Should she opt to depart, their future encounters might unfold under vastly different circumstances. Li Zi remained ambivalent, recognizing that her presence could potentially ignite a different chain of events, one far from straightforward. Are you truly unafraid? In this affair, I could lead you into an abyss from which there is no return. You are well aware of my unique standing, so you should comprehend the folly of associating with someone like me. Li Zi regarded the individual before her with a scrutinizing gaze, unaware that Li Jun was acutely aware of her distinguished status and the numerous individuals seeking her due to the situation, particularly concerning that person. In this regard, Li Jun understood better than anyone that keeping her within their ranks would unwittingly place a spy among them, as every action they took would fall under his watchful eye. Remaining here would undoubtedly bring them harm, offering no tangible benefit. Moreover, among these individuals, she was not particularly favored. What status? Li Jun questioned, perplexed. There is no need for you to put on a facade before me. I am well aware of the truth. including the events of that fateful night when you encountered that individual. While you may grasp the situation, you remain oblivious to his true identity, which I shall not disclose. However, I can assert that this person holds no advantage for you. The bond between them is not one that can be severed lightly. There are intricate ties that bind them in this matter. Zhun, who initially intended to feign ignorance, was taken aback by her candidness. Consequently, he resolved not to conceal any further. Well, since you have said as much, I see no reason to withhold any longer. The decision now rests with you. Given that I have granted you the power of choice, I am confident in my stance. I never engage in endeavors without assurance. Are you not aware of this? And what if you are? Can you truly control every circumstance? No, you cannot, nor can you guarantee that I will always remain on your side. Lizzie shook her head. None of them knew her true identity, nor were they privy to the nature of the relationship between the two. In this matter, the issues between us far exceed his comprehension. Chapter 158. For you thus, all I require from you now is a singular answer. And there is no need for you to ponder over countless scenarios. To retain her presence is, of course, essential for certain purposes. Had it not been for this notion, Zhun would not have orchestrated so many plans concerning this woman. Upon hearing these words, Lizzie could only choose to depart. Since he was unwilling to articulate this matter with clarity, she was left to wonder about his next course of action. Indeed, among this group, the individual who truly felt endangered was she, and not someone else. No sooner had Lizzie returned to her room than she sensed a familiar presence as she entered. Instantly, she closed the door behind her, her expression shifting to one of tension as she beheld a man pursuing her. Why are you here? You should not be in this place. Your actions are in direct violation of our agreement. Is that so? Our agreement merely stipulates that I must heed your commands. Yet it does not clarify that I lack freedom. Therefore, my presence here is a choice of my own, entirely unrelated to our pact. Upon hearing this, the man did not exhibit anger. Rather, he found her wit reminiscent of her former self, as sharp-tongued as ever. Not only did she delight in dissecting words, but she also had a knack for unearthing the vulnerabilities of her interlocutor. Are you aware that your presence here causes him concern? He wishes for you to remain uninvolved with these individuals. It was for this very reason that he exerted great effort to expel you from that situation. Do you still not understand this? I understand, Lizzie replied, lowering her gaze and firmly holding the teacup in her hand. Reflecting on past events, how could she be oblivious to the fact that all these actions were intended for her benefit? Had it not been for such measures, she might have found herself as ensnared as he was now, unable to easily extricate herself from their grasp. She then poured herself another cup of tea from the kettle, fully aware of the reality of her circumstances. Yet, what did it matter? Nothing could alter the present. I am merely undertaking what he wishes to accomplish. Is there truly any fault in that? The task you are pursuing, in itself, poses no issue. However, the concern lies in your involvement. If he were to discover this, would he not worry for your safety? What he seeks to understand is not how this matter should be resolved, for they have already established their original plan. Thus, your presence is unnecessary. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the two of you must have encountered each other prior to this. Hence, all your movements and actions are within their purview. Without a doubt, you are but a wandering eye at this moment. How could you so boldly appear here? Was this what he instructed you to convey? If I recall correctly, since he departed from there has been no communication between you two, which leaves you unaware of his whereabouts. How can you be certain that she would worry about me? Is it merely based on past affections? Or do you believe that the things he did for me hold any weight? Upon hearing these words, Lizzie found them somewhat amusing. Indeed, she had once obeyed orders for a bit of silver, especially those issued by this man. She had never refused in such matters. However, just because he shared a slight connection with them did not mean he could completely control her. Where she chose to go and what she decided to do was entirely her prerogative, independent of him. The man, upon hearing this, fell momentarily silent. It had indeed been a long time since he had received any news about this individual, and even the recent events seemed to bear no direct relation to him. Given this situation, there was no reasonable justification for discussing her. Name your price. How much silver would it take for you to leave? The man bluntly threw out the question, refusing to believe that this money-driven person would decline. Lizzie, initially hesitating between staying or leaving, found her thoughts shifting upon hearing his proposition. If he was so eager for her to depart, it suggested that the matter at hand was indeed astonishing. Thus, she felt that she should not leave, but rather remain. How much would you offer? I will not leave, she declared. Initially, she had her doubts, but now, considering the circumstances, she wondered if this was somehow connected to him. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know what kind of person he is? How could he possibly? How could he? Since there was no connection to him, why then was he so keen on driving her away? Li Zi turned to meet his gaze. If all of this had nothing to do with him, then why was he obstructing her in this matter? Moreover, her actions were not solely for her own benefit. Many others treated this as a mission, and she could become one of them. If this individual required a sound explanation, she could only respond in kind. I have already stated that it is out of fear for your safety. I harbor no other thoughts, the man explained. Everything he did was indeed motivated by concern for safety, and his presence was inherently meant to protect her. All of Li Zi's intentions and movements needed to remain within his control, particularly to prevent others from locating her. However, upon reflection, it was clear that he had not managed this situation well. Furthermore, Imolan had already made direct contact with her. And if he could not ensure complete security in this affair, then the only resolution between them would be a tragic end. Do you see? As Lai Bai turned around, Li Jun had already materialized behind him. It was evident that he would be unable to find solace in sleep, consumed by thoughts of a woman's every action, even to the point of losing rest over her. Is that so? Yes, or perhaps not. It ultimately depends on your perspective. You may choose to regard her as significant or dismiss her entirely. At times, appearing foolish may reveal a wisdom far surpassing what they anticipate. It is not necessarily the case that a single event will alter the grand scheme of things. So how should I choose? With your rationality, you must possess an answer. No, that hinges on what you perceive the nature of your relationship to be. I consider it merely ordinary, and you are entirely free to refute it. However, if the reality of your connection diverges from your imagination, then it is solely your choice to navigate this matter. I have no authority to intervene. Li Jun shrugged, expressing curiosity about other matters, yet in this instance, it seemed there was an air of concealment between the two individuals. Chapter 159. The peculiar encounter. From the moment they first crossed paths, an air of peculiarity enveloped their connection. Though it was their initial meeting, this individual, typically composed, exhibited an unusual fixation on the woman before him. He was merely a refined scholar, yet inexplicably, he found himself profoundly concerned for her well-being. Had they been strangers to one another, such behavior might have seemed justified. However, it raised the question of whether they had previously been acquainted, albeit without any elucidation regarding their prior relationship. This matter ought to pertain solely to them, leaving me unperturbed. Nevertheless, I find myself intrigued by the nature of their acquaintance. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing his words, Lai Bai was jolted back to attention, gazing intently at him. It was evident that they were not familiar with one another from their first encounter until now. Was his conduct not sufficient to demonstrate the nature of their connection? It remained a mystery where the misstep occurred that led him to mistakenly assume an unspoken bond existed between them. One could employ the same rationale to deceive anyone. Yet in this instance, there was no necessity to mislead me. Whatever transpired between you in the past, and whatever roles you held, is of no concern to me. However, since you all have chosen to place your trust in me, it is imperative to recognize that over time, I would inevitably discern your true identities. Although Li Jun had resided in the mountains for an extended period, rendering him somewhat naive to the intricacies of societal relationships, he hailed from a new world. His understanding of human thoughts and sentiments had evolved to an unimaginable extent. If he could not decipher their connections based on their interactions, it would indeed signify a life wasted. Moreover, existing in an era where such relationships were unheard of, he felt compelled to remain discreet, as the inhabitants here were not inclined to be forthright. Yet, the truth remained. They were genuinely unfamiliar with one another, regardless of whether you believe my words. I assure you, this is indeed our first encounter in this shared space. Lai Bai steadfastly maintained his stance of not recognizing them, acknowledging that while their initial meeting took place in the same location, perhaps it was under different guises prior to this moment. The nature of their identities and emotions was likely a matter only he could fathom. If viewed through the lens of others, it might not succeed in convincing them. Li Jun had already articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity, yet the individual before him remained unwilling to accept his assertions. Perhaps, in this matter, he was indeed overthinking. Ultimately, the dynamics of their relationship were solely within his purview to determine. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you further. Should you enter now, you may very well find another person in your room upon your return. In any case, I hope that if the truth of your identity is not revealed to you by tomorrow, you will feign ignorance. Up to this point, he remains uncertain, yet, even in the dim glow of the faint firelight, an unusual atmosphere can be sensed. The fact that Li Zi has yet to rest at this hour merely indicates the presence of another individual within. The intent behind this is to prevent anyone from approaching. The person standing outside in the night light is bound to be seen. I have articulated my point clearly. Should you choose to proceed regardless, I will not hinder you. However, How can you assure me that you will not fall under their control? What do you truly mean? After extricating myself from their grasp, I have severed all ties to them. How could I possibly be influenced by them? Upon hearing this, Li Zi was immediately incensed. She had explained this matter no less than 10 times. Since being cast out, he had no further contact with those individuals. Even the very essence of his being bore no relation to them. Had there been any entanglement during this process, he would have surely sensed it. Yet, despite her repeated assertions, why does this person before her refuse to believe? Has the evidence of their methods not already validated her claims? Why now seek to overturn the conclusions drawn earlier? What do I mean? Is it not clear? My intent is simple. I urge you to leave. If you do not, they will have reason to suspect a connection between you and him. I merely suggested this, and yet you react with such indignation. When confronted with their suspicions, can you truly remain composed and not reveal your hand? Li Zi found the words of the individual before her increasingly intolerable. Previously, they had shared a common goal and had agreed to fulfill his desires unconditionally, accepting all of his arrangements, including setting aside his tasks to assist him. This was the nature of their transaction. However, it is equally unacceptable for this man to presume he can bind her through such means. This is my affair and does not concern you. If you insist that this situation must yield an answer, then let me clarify. Apart from him, no one shall question me, unless it is information you have divulged. For otherwise, such an occurrence is improbable. While their matters may be disregarded, if he insists on being an impediment in this situation, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate this obstacle at this juncture, even if it means revealing the identity of this individual before others. There is no need for you to threaten me here. Do not forget that you are privy to my secrets, just as I am to yours. If I were to reveal your true identity and the deeds you have undertaken, do you truly believe these individuals would stand unwaveringly by your side? Both of them are well aware of the situation at hand, perhaps even more so than anyone else. Whether it pertains to their identities or the actions they intend to pursue, none among them would willingly acknowledge or absolve them. After all, some matters are inherently flawed by virtue of one's identity, and especially in this current moment. Upon hearing those words, the man realized that one day he would be held as a pawn in her grasp. From the very beginning, he should have acted decisively to keep her in the dark. Yet, it seems that such discretion is no longer necessary. What did Lan confide to you? Does this matter pertain to him? Chapter 160. Unclear relations throughout our interactions. He never acknowledged any connection to this matter. However, from his demeanor, it was evident that he was aware of the situation and likely knew the identity of the person behind it. Yet, he would never disclose such information to us. From the outset, their positions had undergone a transformation. They were never of the same ilk, making it unnecessary for him to assist them. Moreover, from certain perspectives, they could be considered adversaries. At present, the only bond linking them was this identity. Beyond that, they shared no other connection. Therefore, was this situation orchestrated by him behind the scenes? I could not ascertain this, as he was reluctant to speak, and I was unable to sense anything. Nonetheless, this spell was never meant to manifest. Instead of becoming entangled with these individuals, it would be wiser for me to investigate why the items locked away had inexplicably resurfaced. Indeed, they had left some remnants behind, which held a degree of significance for them. However, these were merely fragments, not entirely preserved. Even the spell was only the upper portion. As for the whereabouts of the lower half, they were also in the dark. Yet now, this spell had reappeared in its entirety, which suggested that an internal issue had arisen. Upon hearing this, he found it rather perplexing. Did he truly believe that once I returned, I could emerge again? Li Zi furrowed his brow. His identity in such a place was undeniably unique. Entering would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications, perhaps even resulting in confinement. The opportunity for escape was non-existent. As if sensing an approaching presence outside, the man turned and departed after uttering those words. The moment Li Zi turned back, the figure had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Li Jun observed another room where two individuals sat, engaged in lively conversation, seemingly unrelated to her. However, after scrutinizing for a while, Li Jun sensed something peculiar about one of them. Typically reticent, this person seemed unusually loquacious in the company of their own. This was not how it should be. It felt as though they were deliberately performing for his benefit. This was clearly an illusion, and Li Jun's mind quickly arrived at this conclusion. Suddenly, the door to his thoughts was flung open as Liu Yuba boldly appeared before him. What? Unable to sleep at this late hour, peering into my doorway? You don't suspect there is someone in my room, do you? In this space, it is just the two of us. Even if you harbor doubts about me, there is no need to vigilantly watch over me throughout the night. Li Jun merely glanced up briefly before turning his gaze toward him. I was simply passing by. Is it truly necessary to overthink it? Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuba was indeed taken aback, unable to fathom that such a clumsy excuse would be employed. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have been inconceivable to imagine such a revelation about him. Whether he was merely passing by or deliberately observing him, he knew in his heart. Liu Yuba saw no need to expose the truth. After all, in certain matters, they had always turned a blind eye to each other. Allowing each other some leniency helped maintain their relationship, which was not without its merits. I suggested to the two of them, since they seemed so unoccupied, why not descend for some tea? It would not take long, and dawn would soon break. Standing there was merely a waste of time. Xiao Kaishan had been watching for quite a while. While he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he was keenly aware of the dynamics between the two. Given that everyone was so animated and unable to sleep that night, there was no need for such veiled gestures. Gathering together, what had truly transpired was already evident. Meanwhile, in another room, someone was closely monitoring every move they made. This entire scenario, which ideally should not have unfolded so swiftly, found Imolan lingering for just a brief moment. Others from various sects had already joined in, but now, witnessing their involvement made the situation all the more intriguing. It seemed these individuals were racking their brains, yet they might never uncover who the true puppet master was. At this moment, he genuinely contemplated remaining to observe how they would unearth the mastermind behind it all. Boss, we ought to return. They are already dispatching individuals to urge us. If we delay further, the elder will surely be displeased. Let him be angry. Does he think I am unaware of his capriciousness? As if I am merely a pawn at his beck and call. Were it not for his current position, I would not deign to involve myself in these matters. Daily, he dealt with trivialities that he deemed insignificant, yet to others, they appeared monumental. Now, having entangled himself with such a multitude, he was unable to manage the aftermath. Yet they hoped he could resolve the predicament. All eyes were beginning to fixate on him as the object of suspicion, if not for sheer coincidence. Once they discovered his identity and trajectory, it would not be long before many would pursue him relentlessly. Thus, unable to guarantee his safety, Imolan concluded that this house was currently the most perilous place for him, at least with the comings and goings of so many. Not all attention would be directed his way. Though some individuals in this locale were undeniably vexing, certain actions remained unavoidable. Upon hearing these words, those around him displayed expressions of discomfort. Were it not for the urgency of the other's insistence, he too would have preferred to feign ignorance. However, he is merely an inconspicuous pawn. How could this matter ever be resolved completely? Yet, let us not dwell on buts. The truth is, venturing outside is perilous. I have already attracted unwanted attention. It is due to that man who instructed him to seek someone, to provide rudimentary guidance, or, if all else fails, to exert direct control. Such a fool is hardly worth my efforts. Imolan cast a sidelong glance. From the outset, she had entertained certain notions regarding this man. As long as he could be mobilized, he could certainly be exploited to the fullest extent. However, she soon realized that whether attempting to control him or to wholly possess his being, there was little to be gained. Furthermore, within his psyche, he was utterly incapable of resisting these external influences. To those like them, individuals of his ilk bore no utility whatsoever. Essentially, anyone willing could claim him as their own. Chapter 161. Do not attempt to exploit me nevertheless. Regardless of the circumstances, his identity holds a certain value. To approach this matter so directly might be somewhat presumptuous, and it is certain that the elders would not consent. Their agreement or disagreement is of no concern to me. However, if it requires me to invest all my time in this man, that is out of the question. After expressing his thoughts, Imolan dismissed all of his proposals. Do not assume he is unaware. These individuals merely seek to manipulate him to control this person. Although initially, the intent was to leverage this individual to sow discord among them, his utility has diminished to the point of being non-existent in Imolan's eyes. Therefore, he sees no reason to expend so much effort on him. It would be far more productive to find someone else to influence. In this matter, he would never acquiesce to their demands. Yet, master, if I report this, you shall face punishment. What does it matter if it is 1,000 miles away? If they are so keen, let them proceed as they wish. Imolan scoffed. From the very beginning, there was never any intention to let him off easily. Moreover, it is evident that they have already formed a certain conclusion regarding this matter. If they truly wish to capture him, they must wait until he identifies these individuals to ascertain what transpired behind the scenes. Those nearby, upon hearing his words, recognized the pattern. Irrespective of the outcomes and consequences, he harbored no reservations. His body bore numerous wounds, a testament to the commands of the Weikong faction. Imolan was difficult to control, yet he remained the most formidable among them. Thus, they would never contemplate killing him. They would rather keep him alive in a state of suffering. This situation had been ongoing for quite some time, and his internal injuries were indeed more severe than others. The following day, the group observed as the sky outside gradually brightened, yet several individuals remained absent. The little god of wealth sat on a nearby chair, yawning and staring blankly at the two, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. "You two truly possess an abundance of energy. Have you been quarreling for this long?" he remarked. "If that is the case, I shall attend to my own affairs while you amuse yourselves here." The little god of wealth noted that the time was approaching when everyone would learn of his identity. Soon, there would be inquiries about their presence here and their intentions. If he was not mistaken, those individuals would certainly seek them out, for their identities were strikingly similar. "Are you not the least bit curious about what transpired between the two of you?" Zhun turned to him, having observed him for quite some time. "What relevance does this hold for me? If you are curious, you may inquire. I have no inclination to involve myself in the emotional dilemmas of others. Thus far, there remains no resolution between the two. Li Bai, from the very beginning, refrained from disturbing her, yet at this moment, his heart must be more anxious than anyone else's. After all, everyone yearns to know the choices they make." After a moment of reflection, when Shui initially believed herself to be the most diligent. However, to her surprise, upon stepping outside, she found the two of them already seated downstairs. "Brother, surely you did not spend the entire night awake. I thought I was the earliest one here. How come you are both present?" When Shui gazed at them in astonishment, though a tinge of anger simmered within her, she felt they were present merely to ascertain the woman's decision, fearing her silent departure, thus waiting here to confront her. It appeared that this individual held significant importance for them. Otherwise, they would not make such a conspicuous effort. As when Shui spoke, her expression took on a layered meaning, and her tone sounded rather sour. Even if Li Jun was not the most perceptive, he could discern her sentiments. Moreover, Lu Yuba, as an observer, clearly understood the dynamics between the two. It seemed that the burden of affection was not borne solely by him, but also by her. "Dear lady, you have misconstrued his intentions. His purpose here is to monitor my every move. In any case, I cannot fathom what suspicions linger in his mind, but it appears there is much about me that he wishes to uncover." Lu Yuba chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tension. Yet, his words rang true. Indeed. Li Jun's curiosity compelled him to keep a watchful eye. However, regarding what lay behind that curiosity, Li Jun had already formed certain conclusions. After all, some matters cannot escape the scrutiny of his keen gaze, yet there was no opportunity to divulge this insight at present. "Is that so?" When Shui regarded Li Jun with skepticism, he offered no response, nor did he reject her inquiry, tacitly affirming her assumption. This thought lifted a weight from her heart, and a sweet smile blossomed upon her face. The transformation was striking, as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Observing her radiant demeanor, Lu Yuba could only shake his head in resignation, unable to suppress his admiration for the unfolding drama. Indeed, women possess an uncanny ability to shift their affections with astonishing swiftness, leaving others unprepared. Meanwhile, Li Bai merely cracked the window slightly, peering out to observe the movements below. Yet, thus far, he had not received the answers he sought, nor had the other party even approached the door. He remained unaware of how she would ultimately decide on this matter. Once the little fortune teller disseminated the news, he grew weary of exchanging glances with those below. As he opened the door, he beheld a figure resembling a statue of longing, head bowed in a state of resignation. He could hardly fathom what actions the woman had taken to evoke such profound curiosity. "I must inquire, have you truly never encountered a woman in your life? How is it that you seem to fall for everyone you meet? The last time I beheld that expression on your face, it was directed at Li Zi. Today, it is bestowed upon another woman, revealing such a tender gaze. You appear to be rather fickle in your affections." While Xiao Kaishan was expressing his thoughts, he did not consider that the relationship of that individual might deviate from their assumptions. In truth, he had not contemplated the notion of uniting the two individuals in question. Li Bai refrained from elucidating the matter, yet the words spoken indeed left him bewildered. He had previously thought his actions were not conspicuous. Yet it seemed to him that this situation appeared rather peculiar. "What nonsense are you uttering now? I am merely connected to that woman. Do you truly wish for an unidentified figure to emerge in this context?" Chapter 162. Utilizing identity thus, you harbor a certain degree of skepticism towards him, believing that his words are dubious, do you not? If that is the case, why did you refrain from voicing your concerns last night? Since he broached the subject, you ought not to have concealed your thoughts. He sat in a chair, leisurely pouring tea, his mind perplexed by the matter at hand. Typically, one would never question the veracity of his statements. However, in this instance, he has conjured such a preposterous excuse. Does he truly believe that no one would harbor doubts? Upon hearing this, Li Bai chose to ignore him entirely. Were it anyone else, he might not feel compelled to provide such extensive explanations. Yet, due to the profound bond between them, each of his actions is readily discernible. Unlike others who remain oblivious, he perceives the underlying truths with clarity. Were it not for their close relationship, Li Bai would never allow such familiarity from someone in this moment. It is likely he would have already met his demise. After a prolonged silence, Li Zichen sat there, lost in thought throughout the night, ultimately arriving at a resolution in her heart. Although uncertain whether she could locate him in this matter, she recognized that as long as a glimmer of hope remained, she ought not to halt her pursuit. Furthermore, even if she were unable to join them, she would not refuse anyone in this endeavor. Ultimately, they would converge over some shared circumstance. Thus, rather than squander time, it would be more prudent to acquiesce to them. In doing so, she would find herself relieved of burdensome troubles. With her decision made, Li Zichen promptly descended the stairs. Yet to avoid raising suspicions, she did not revert to her original visage. She continued to don her current appearance. As she glanced at Wen Shui, she offered a faint smile towards Li Zhuan. Now, is this my answer? May I remain? Of course, it is your choice. I have no grounds to refuse. Li Zhuan replied, observing that their group was nearly complete. It would not be long before the identities of these individuals would naturally come to light. For now, all eyes were on Xiaokai. Boss, over the past few days, I have scrutinized the newcomers, and it appears they possess considerable backgrounds. One is an overlooked prince, while the other two are sons of renowned local merchants, and their families are well acquainted. After sharing his findings, those present realized that these three individuals were indeed formidable and not easily dealt with. Moreover, the aura of spiritual energy they emanated was rather subdued, suggesting that engaging them would be a waste of time and could potentially lead to dire repercussions. Therefore, under such circumstances, it would be prudent for them not to act against these individuals. But what of the fourth person? Are there not four in total? If the other three are so formidable, surely the fourth must surpass them in strength? The man before me sat on a chair to the side, rhythmically tapping the table while incessantly shaking a teacup in his hand. His gaze, at times elusive, wandered over the individuals seated below him, regarding the woman before him. He harbored no particular thoughts. However, another man had definitely piqued his interest. Thus far, there had been no information concerning him, and it was rumored that suspicions surrounded his potential ties to the demonic clan. This individual had been expelled from the mountains, accused of having ambiguous relations with the beasts of the wild, leading to his forced descent. Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately registered surprise. Was this assertion true? Indeed, it was beyond doubt. If only one or two individuals were aware of this, it could be dismissed, but now many knew of their expulsion. Although these individuals held respectable status, their lack of spiritual prowess rendered them inconsequential. Moreover, the suspicion of their connections to the demonic clan made their situation untenable, particularly for those from the celestial families, who had previously used various pretexts to cast them down. Were it not for such circumstances, they would not have suffered the fate they currently endured. Their willingness to align with others stemmed from a desire to prove themselves, to demonstrate that they were not inferior to anyone. Given this context, these individuals could indeed be strategically utilized. After all, they likely harbored considerable resentment towards us. Should they choose to ally with us, it would be immensely advantageous. With their support, it would be as though we controlled half the territory. Not only would we gain wealth and power, but their involvement might also attract more participants, making the endeavor seamless. The leader pondered, what shall we do now? Should we engage them in conversation, or? Patience is key. Let us observe for now. These individuals may share our objectives, until we have conducted thorough investigations. We must refrain from hasty actions, especially considering their identities hold significant value for us. He nodded in agreement. While there were indeed matters in this situation that could be overlooked, he was not naive. Having been deceived once, he would not fall for the same trick again. Thus, he resolved to refrain from any impulsive actions until safety was assured. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response, the group reluctantly decided to withdraw for the moment. I have discovered that this man is named Long Hai, a local authority in this region, who was once among the cultivators of the celestial families. However, the reasons for his expulsion remain unclear, leading to his current plight. Little Wealth, having gathered information, revealed the true identity of this individual. Yet, the identities of the others remained shrouded in mystery, with only his circumstances clear, leaving us to ponder the reasons behind it all. Curiously, it is evident that someone is aware of the situation, and that person is indeed him. Yet, to this very day, no action has been taken, and he claims to have mastered certain spells capable of withstanding attacks for a time. It is said that at that moment, his academic performance was on par with the best. Upon hearing such revelations, I found myself engulfed in doubt. How could someone of such potential inexplicably descend into despair? If he was indeed exceptional, why engage in such actions? A promising individual like him, with a bright future ahead. How could he have so suddenly transformed into his current state? Are there any other rumors? None. But I have heard that the population in several nearby areas has inexplicably increased, and there are those who have returned from being missing, albeit altered, some appearing rather foolish. Should we investigate this matter? Zhun furrowed his brow. Currently, the only thing they have yet to uncover is the whereabouts of those who have returned. Given that some have indeed come back, it is only natural to look into it. However, for them, the timing is not yet right. Chapter 163. I shall join you. Let this matter be entrusted to you. Barring unforeseen circumstances, you should arrive at a commendable conclusion, Zhun remarked, casting her gaze upon Li Zi. If one truly sought immediate information regarding their situation, there was no one more suitable than her. Very well. Li Zi did not refuse this task. On the sidelines, when Shui observed the palpable tension between the two and felt a twinge of jealousy. In that case, I shall accompany you. She was eager to discern the true nature of this woman and to understand why their interactions appeared so effortless. Zhun, inherently cautious and not one to easily trust others, recognized the necessity of uncovering the full context of this situation. While others might disregard her presence and lineage, she could not afford to overlook the safety of her team. She must ensure that every individual within their ranks was of unblemished character. Above all, it was imperative that they faced no imminent danger, and she had already set her sights on this woman as one of her objectives. Upon hearing Wen Shui's declaration, Zhun did not object. Their personal matters could indeed be resolved privately. This would also afford her the opportunity to clarify her identity without raising suspicions among those present. Very well, then, you two shall proceed together while the rest of us will occupy ourselves as we see fit. With that, Zhun ushered them out of the room. The two women departed at that moment. Little Wealth God surveyed the surroundings and pulled Lai Bai to sit in the hall downstairs, ordering a pot of wine and several small dishes. After just a couple of drinks, he began to voice his grievances. I've told you before, these individuals have always looked down upon us merchants, claiming we lack spiritual prowess. It is clear they themselves are merely inept in their craft and cannot impart knowledge to us. Yet, they concocted this baseless pretext to expel us. Isn't it peculiar? Little Wealth God lamented, inadvertently revealing the rationale behind their expulsion. When Shui had resided on this mountain for over a decade and had never descended lightly. This occasion marked her first departure, and many did not recognize her, mistaking her for just another attendant among them. They were indifferent to the whereabouts of the two women. However, the words being exchanged were closely monitored by Long Hai, who was ever vigilant. Even so, is it truly necessary to be so incensed? Besides, people like us ought not to be in this place at all. Were it not for their leniency, we might have perished long ago. Wait, what is your issue? Do you simply believe everything they say? How could individuals like us possibly have any dealings with the demonic faction? Furthermore, do I appear to you as one of their kind? Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that they are unjustly accusing us, each one of them driven solely by self-interest. Upon hearing these words, the little deity's emotions surged with fervor. Lai Bai, observing the man before him, recognized his exceptional talent for theatrics, and soon found himself equally incensed. Regardless of the circumstances, if you believe you have been wronged, then accompany me to the mountain and clarify the matter. Since none of us can accept this situation, they must provide us with an explanation. Can it truly be that such esteemed sects and families can act with impunity? Why not? Is this not precisely the predicament we now face? The little deity felt a blaze of anger ignite within him upon hearing this. Had it not been for the inappropriate events that transpired here, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. If we could still return, we certainly would not have been so easily expelled. Those individuals merely display a fa, each one solely intent on their own desires. Well said. Before the two could fully comprehend, the individual from above had already descended, and by coincidence, he was their intended target, Long Hai. Indeed, he was so eager to engage. Who are you? The little deity's face contorted into a look of disdain upon seeing the man, especially regarding this matter. After mingling here for so long, it was best to ignore such individuals, as that would pique their interest. You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, I find your reasoning to be quite sound. Those who consider themselves righteous are truly laughable. Long Hai refrained from revealing his identity, yet he shared the same sentiment regarding the situation. The little deity, upon hearing this, instantly refused to engage further. I say, you are quite peculiar. To eavesdrop on others is one thing, but to be so rude is another. I care not for their character. In this lifetime, I shall have no dealings with such people. And you do not strike me as a good person either." After casting a disdainful glance, the little deity motioned for the waiter to bring more wine, disregarding him entirely. It was Long Hai's first experience of being so completely ignored, which sparked his interest in these individuals. Although he understood that he should not act too hastily in this matter, failing to retain them would be a significant loss for him. "I say, young brother, one cannot speak in such a manner. We are all brothers in this vast world. When venturing forth, one must have someone to rely on. Furthermore, making another friend is never a detriment. What I say holds merit, does it not?" Seeing that the two remained unresponsive, Long Hai, feeling quite at home, directly addressed them and, after speaking, settled himself beside them. The little deity glanced over before returning to his drink. "Your words suggest that you believe you can assist me in seeking vengeance. I find myself here, grappling with my own frustrations after enduring such humiliation. It would be wise for you to refrain from making a fool of yourself. While I may lack magical prowess, my fighting skills are certainly on par with anyone else's. Best not to provoke me." Upon hearing this, Long Hai erupted into laughter. However, he did not respond immediately. He understood that this matter required careful deliberation. In this moment, observing the interactions between the two, it was evident that within merely half an hour, one had taken the initiative to approach the other. This indicated that these two individuals indeed possessed some utility. It appeared that he held capabilities beyond my imagination. Had it not been for him, I would never have conceived such a method to capture his attention. Liu Yuba, watching the events unfold below, was graced with a gentle smile. After all, it is said that those who navigate the underbelly of society for so long often possess a unique understanding of what others truly think. Chapter 164. No need for me, are they formidable? I can certainly discern that, yet I believe that after their departure, you ought not to remain here. In other words, you should actively safeguard that woman. Zhun regarded the individual beside him, who remained stationary, finding it peculiar, albeit seemingly within reasonable expectation. After all, to clear one's name, if one were to choose to depart, it would undoubtedly solidify his identity. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuba shrugged and seated himself on a nearby chair. He understood the implication, but if the intention was merely to protect those two women, there was no need for him to intervene. Such a course of action would seem rather superfluous. To ensure their safety, it sufficed for his attendants to attend to the matter, especially considering that no peril was anticipated along this journey. Zhun was somewhat astonished by his decision to remain, but seizing the opportunity with everyone else absent, he indeed had certain matters he wished to inquire about privately. If that is the case, it certainly affirms that this moment is exclusively ours. At present, I am solely interested in the identity of one individual, Immortality. I find it hard to believe that having lived in your realm for so many years, you have never heard his name. Liu Yuba, intrigued by his initiative, particularly regarding this name, was momentarily taken aback. He had originally assumed that such a name would unlikely pass through Zhun's lips. Strictly speaking, there should have been no interaction between them. However, it appeared that Zhun had been aware of this individual from the moment he appeared. Who informed you? Was it her, or did you seek out the information yourself? Liu Yuba merely ventured a tentative inquiry. This identity is a secret for many, especially among those of the demon clan. Regardless of the location, this name is never to be uttered lightly. Although everyone knows of this individual's identity, what instills greater fear are his methods. Thus, Immortality has always been a solitary figure, beyond the control of anyone. However, should the current events unfold as they are, it seems the narrative must indeed be reconsidered. Is this significant? I have merely come to learn of this individual's identity. Is it truly a secret among you? If that is the case, his brazen presence here leads me to question whether this matter is inextricably linked to you. Zhun propped his chin on one hand. Merely one person, he had not anticipated that this individual would hold such importance for them. Liu Yuba did not directly respond to his inquiry. Instead, he posed a few inconsequential questions. It was evident that the identity of this person was indeed surprising. It is a secret, but that pertains to others. Should you wish to know, I can divulge it. However, I suspect that upon hearing it, you might consider eliminating him at our next encounter. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, curiosity piqued within me. I wonder what manner of person could possibly elicit such a loss of self-control. Zhun found amusement in this notion. Yet he acknowledged the potential for such an occurrence. Liu Yuba was acutely aware that disbelief would reign supreme. For individuals of their ilk, such matters were utterly unacceptable. What then of his own standing? In the realm of demons, complexity abounds. It is not merely a singular lineage but a tapestry of branches. Much like the imperial family, where there exist brothers and siblings beyond the emperor himself, these two belong to one of those branches. Liu Yuba recounted the events that had transpired, and it was evident that no issues had arisen on this front. They adhered strictly to their principles, with most dilemmas stemming from the various offshoots. Anyone possessing even a trace of that bloodline could claim kinship. However, the governance over such individuals did not extend to the entirety of the demon clan, leading to clandestine actions that could incite outrage among both mortals and deities. To prevent these branches from uniting against them and usurping the dominant position of the clan, the common approach is to turn a blind eye. The actions he undertook often involved siphoning spiritual energy from various mystical companions, typically orchestrated by unseen forces. What you seek to uncover likely extends beyond just him, reaching into the shadows that manipulate this entire affair. Once Liu Yuba concluded his narrative, an air of confidence enveloped him as his words painted a vivid picture. What Li Jun truly yearned to discern was whether this individual bore any connection to the matter at hand, or if those behind him were complicit. Yet, this enigma remained unsolvable for him, as he himself was uncertain of its origins. Li Jun persisted in his intent, emerging unreservedly and without pretext, harboring no intentions of further elucidation. Since you are already aware, I am curious to see, from your perspective, is this even feasible? I cannot say. Perhaps he alone could not accomplish such feats, but he has always been a solitary figure. If it is indeed the puppeteers behind him that compel his actions, he would never brazenly present himself here for you to uncover. The current conduct he exhibits is entirely uncharacteristic of him. His sudden and inexplicable appearance, allowing for discovery, seems almost deliberate. It serves to signal that the denizens of the demon realm have begun to intervene. Should it be proven that this matter bears no relation to their clan, the myriad celestial sects will find themselves in dire straits. What then is the purpose of his presence here? What is his true objective? In the hearts of many, there seems to exist a singular purpose: to vindicate oneself and to demonstrate that all events bear no relation to the demonic clan. However, under such circumstances, those individuals may find themselves facing dire consequences. After Liu Yuba finished speaking, he reclined with his hands behind his head, wearing a countenance of resignation. Remarkably, he held no apprehension regarding the matter at hand. The underlying issues, once substantiated, would undeniably implicate those associated with the demonic tribe. Such sorcery exists solely within their grasp, and its inexplicable widespread application is troubling. Moreover, each individual who has employed this enchantment seems to have savored its allure, losing all ability to restrain their actions. Only this force could yield such a result. Therefore, regardless of who orchestrates this affair, it holds little significance for them. Upon hearing these words, Li Jun remained skeptical, caught between belief and doubt. Chapter 165. His identity. Although Mo Lan had merely caught a distant glimpse, Li Jun was far from convinced that he was a person brimming with a sense of justice. They shared a common objective, devoid of pretense. Yet, Li Jun's intentions extended beyond merely uncovering the individuals orchestrating events behind the scenes. He aspired to possess his own influence over these figures. As time elapsed, their circumstances rendered them utterly speechless. Should the current situation remain unbridled, the practitioners of cultivation would undoubtedly face relentless scorn. This scenario was likely the very outcome they yearned to witness. Why is it that you harbor no doubt regarding this person's identity? If one possesses the ability to create spirit pets, would capturing a person pose any challenge? Li Jun retorted. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuba could not suppress a hearty laugh. If matters were truly this straightforward, he would have undertaken the task himself. After all, who would not relish a means of expeditious ascent? If such an opportunity were genuinely available, he would certainly embrace it, as it represented an immense temptation, particularly when it involved others. Thus, irrespective of the individual responsible, this person could not possibly be Mo Lan. At most, he would merely follow orders, never acting independently to harm anyone. Gazing intently at the man before him, Li Jun noted the flicker of anger on his face as he mentioned this name. Nevertheless, the words spoken conveyed an unwavering belief in the matter at hand, suggesting that their relationship was far from ordinary. They appeared to be quite acquainted. So, do you know him well? Liu Yuba paused his actions, hesitating for a moment before nodding. There was no aspect of his life that could remain concealed from him, nor was there a need for subterfuge. Yes, we are indeed acquainted. To put it differently, our relationship is quite close. However, we are not aligned on the same front, which often prevents him from taking action, just as it does for me. Certain orders compel individuals like us to confront these matters. Yet, in such instances, Li Jun refrained from causing anyone distress. It seems your relationship is indeed quite solid. Otherwise, you would not vigilantly defend Mo Lan's character. I urge you to reflect carefully. Since he was capable of personally slaying the first individual, how many others might you become? Li Jun sensed, albeit vaguely, that someone had been trailing him of late. Yet, each time he turned to look, he found only emptiness. Nevertheless, he was certain that his instincts were correct. Li Jun pondered deeply, genuinely desiring to uncover the identity of the one who persistently shadowed him. From the moment until now, I have followed him all the way, and he is exceptionally adept at concealing his traces. In just a brief span of time, I memorized all his routes. Following him is not particularly daunting, but I am apprehensive that he may not align with my expectations. Should he discover our plans, he could become an insurmountable obstacle in our endeavors. Therefore, apart from exercising caution, Li Jun must also identify this individual. Currently, the only person he suspects is Lan, for no one else has a compelling reason to trail him. An uncherished prince holds little significance for them. I comprehend the implications of your words. However, if he truly intends to take my life, I have no grounds to resist, as his magical prowess far surpasses mine. He belongs to an organization of the Demon Clan, where its members are all formidable experts. Lu Yuba shrugged. In comparison, while the two of them may be evenly matched in some respects, in terms of power, they could never surpass him. Moreover, his current status is merely that of an obedient servant, each serving their own master. This does not constitute a challenge to one another's authority, and thus, they should not encounter any issues in this matter. Yet, if that individual were to face fate apart from him, Lan would not even contemplate whether they are of the same kin. In his eyes, only the commands issued by those individuals matter. I must ask, was your earlier performance a tad excessive? Are you certain others will genuinely believe you? If disbelief abounds, why should I, a man, trust you? Have you not noticed that this person's behavior seems rather peculiar? Little Fortune God was somewhat dissatisfied with his earlier display. Yet during their interaction, he could vaguely sense that Long Hai was not as formidable as they had presumed. In this regard, his strength appeared rather ordinary. Someone of such caliber should not struggle to maintain control over his subordinates. Furthermore, how could one engage in the same endeavor for an extended period without experiencing any growth in spiritual power? His abilities seemed truly mediocre. I cannot even defeat him. How could such a person possibly command so many followers? Moreover, why do I feel that the information I have received is erroneous? He is far from being the preeminent figure. He is clearly at a level attainable by the average person. How could he possibly be so powerful? Upon hearing his inquiries, Li Bai also sensed that the individual's capabilities were indeed lacking. Nevertheless, based on his appearance and demeanor, the person they sought was unequivocally him. Furthermore, in this place, no one else possesses such a face and name. Yet, the information they had acquired was indeed worlds apart from this individual. They were not the same person at all. Upon hearing this, I was suddenly reminded that some individuals possess spiritual energy that, at the outset, allows them to effortlessly surpass their peers. However, due to improper usage or inherent physical conditions, they find themselves unable to harness their own power. After Reibu articulated his thoughts, he engaged in deep contemplation, recalling a similar issue he had encountered in a medical text. For them, it manifests as an affliction, yet for this particular group, it represents a state of extreme fluctuations. Those with a positive mindset naturally embrace this reality, whereas individuals with a more negative disposition are bound to stray from the path. Undoubtedly, Long Hai epitomizes the one who chooses to deviate. How could this be? Throughout my life, I have never experienced such a condition. How could it truly come to pass? Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth displayed evident disbelief. How could anyone be unable to control their own spiritual energy, and furthermore, have it potentially diminish with age or physical constitution? Is this not akin to a cruel jest from the heavens? Chapter 166. Within the plan, what a torment this is, masquerading as a talent. Were he in the same situation, he might not have been able to endure it. And how could he possibly cast doubt on others who tread such unconventional paths? Furthermore, the heavens have played a grand jest upon him. Typically, one would endeavor to prove oneself in their own manner. He is capable. Upon hearing the exchange between the two, those within the room exchanged glances, deliberately avoiding discussion of prior matters. However, they were all aware of this particular issue. Indeed, such individuals do exist. Some possess immense talent, while others are limited to a mere smattering of time. Over time, their spiritual energy fails to replenish. In medical terms, they are referred to as rootless beings, entities incapable of cultivating any spells or ascending in rank, and, to exaggerate slightly, they are even inferior to ordinary humans. Upon seeing the two individuals, Lu Yuba took the initiative to elucidate this matter. Perhaps his recollection was not entirely clear, yet similar individuals do exist within the demon clan. However, due to bloodline constraints, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. This contrasts starkly with the present time, and it remains unclear where such information has recently proliferated. This method seeks to compensate for their inherent deficiencies, yet it is unknown how they might seize another's spiritual root to bear their own. This is a perilous approach. With a single misstep, one might succeed, but typically, the burden is too great to endure, leading ultimately to a tragic end. The little fortune god, seated nearby, could accurately articulate these points. This only serves to indicate that such events have indeed transpired, yet one wonders why those present, despite being in the same locale, possess such extensive knowledge. He felt rather foolish in contrast. Pray tell, what is the matter with you all? It appears that each of you is informed, while I seem like a simpleton, out of sync with your understanding. Thus, when advised to read more, he had been reluctant. Yet now he comprehends the significance of knowledge. Wisdom often reveals itself in due course. Bai observed his companion's irritation and shook his head in resignation. After all, this issue stems from inherent deficiency, necessitating diligent effort. If he is unwilling, who can force such insights into his mind? The little fortune god snorted derisively, reclining with an air of nonchalance. Although he rarely indulged in reading, he had acquired knowledge of social dynamics outside. In fact, these three were less astute than he. Well, did he utter anything else? Nothing at all. He merely echoed our sentiments. As for his stance on this matter, I believe he shall adopt a wait-and-see approach. And whether he will later reach out to us remains to be seen. After Bai concluded, he gestured for the two to observe the nonchalant little fortune god. Perhaps it is within this matter that he harbors some confidence. Rest assured, it will not be long before that individual seeks us out. At that moment, it is imperative that no one engages with him. After several attempts at probing, he will inevitably lower his guard. As long as we maintain our roles, he will fall into our trap without doubt. The little fortune teller leisurely sips his tea, entirely confident in this matter, convinced that Long Hai will inevitably be ensnared by our ruse. Here lies something he ardently desires. Thus, he will not allow them to escape easily. Meanwhile, Wen Shui has been closely following her, and Li Zi has not uttered a single word. She regards this situation merely as one of her tasks, perhaps due to her inherently aloof demeanor. The two of them share strikingly similar temperaments. However, Wen Shui is somewhat impatient to uncover her true identity. Surely you can reveal to me who you are now? Yesterday, you mentioned that by staying, I would learn your identity, yet you still have not disclosed it. Upon hearing this, Li Zi initially believed that she was not so eager to know. After all this time, it turned out that she had misjudged. Miss One, do you truly not remember me? I ventured into the demon realm alongside him solely to rescue you. Is it you? Wen Shui's eyes flickered with hesitation upon hearing this revelation. She could hardly believe her eyes, recognizing someone she thought she would never see again. Although her recollection was vague, she was certain it was not this face. But at that time, it was merely a disguise, a means to facilitate our endeavors. For individuals like us, employing the same visage for an extended period could invite peril. Thus, there is no need for you to perceive me as an adversary. After finishing her words, Li Zi halted, gazing at the thatched cottage before them. Even before entering, they could hear the cacophony of frantic cries emanating from within. Soon, a disheveled man burst forth, pursued relentlessly by a woman who was weeping profusely. "Do not kill me! Do not kill me!" he shouted, while the woman chased after him. No one could ascertain the circumstances surrounding the man, but in his current state, even if they wished to inquire, he would be incapable of providing any answers. He had evidently devolved into a state of folly and madness, significantly affecting his family. Should we proceed? Li Zi hesitated at the sight. Wen Shui contemplated for a long moment before nodding. Yes, perhaps I might be able to assist in some capacity, though it may not prove effective. The medical knowledge she acquired on the mountain included relevant content, yet ultimately, she could not restore someone to normalcy. Regardless of the circumstances, success seemed unattainable. Thus, Wen Shui could only hope to prevent him from remaining in such a wretched state. "Miss, I am uncertain of the nature of your relationship with this individual. He is my brother. What brings you here?" Upon encountering the figure before her, the woman felt an immediate surge of trepidation. She was unaware of the circumstances that had transpired in his life, yet it was similar strangers who had once taken him away. Upon his return, he had transformed into this state. He had reclaimed a life, yet many from the neighboring village had merely received a lifeless corpse. If that were indeed the case, this family would prefer to have only a cold body, as it would allow them to bring closure to this matter. Yet, it was he alone who had returned alive. I mean no harm. I simply wish to ascertain the condition he is in, as it appears he has been deeply frightened. Wen Shui, observing the wariness in his gaze, hastily clarified their purpose for being there, fearful of being misunderstood. A loud outcry would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of those around them. Chapter 167. A fruitless return. Are you a doctor? The girl gazed at the woman before her disbelief palpable. In her mind, physicians were either bearded or of advanced age. It was inconceivable that a woman could occupy such a role. If you find it hard to believe, allow me to examine him. I do not seek your money. I am merely a wandering physician. Since you seem at a loss, entrusting him to me may be a viable option. Wouldn't you agree? When Shui spoke with a gentle gaze and a soft tone, embodying nothing more than a fragile woman, exuding no sense of danger whatsoever. Upon hearing these words, the little girl turned to look at her erratic brother. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Given their lack of alternatives, they had no choice but to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Thus, in such circumstances, why not take a chance on something free? But you must not harm him, she insisted. When Shui nodded in agreement, the little girl then pushed aside a barrier. And when Shui merely waved her hand, revealing an illusion in an instant. In her vision, she observed as the man was being treated, yet in truth, when Shui had already commenced her magical healing. After a thorough examination, it became evident that there were no ailments afflicting him, save for the absence of his spiritual roots. Under these circumstances, he had suffered no harm and remained intact. However, his current state seemed merely a reaction to an impending fright, resulting in this predicament. Have you discerned any issues? Li Zi inquired, stepping forward upon witnessing the scene. As when Shui retracted her magic, the man gradually regained his composure and quietude. No, aside from the missing element, there are no wounds on him, and his internal condition appears unaffected, she replied. This is puzzling. If he were to endure everything, he ought to have been tormented, Li Zi mused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. Although they had previously received some information indicating that those who could endure would not be adversely affected, it had never been stated that such internal complications would not arise. Now, it seemed their earlier conclusions diverged from the present reality. What did you do to render him so tranquil? Li Zi pressed. Me? When Shui pointed to herself, producing a few pills from her hand before responding, what could I accomplish? Merely employing my magic to erase the terrifying memories from his mind. Without those memories, he naturally calms down. However, for us, this leaves us with no clues. In taking such matters into her own hands, when Shui not only severed their leads, but also risked causing him 100-fold more pain should they attempt to forcibly unlock those fearful memories. Perhaps the wounds endured in the past may resurface, and this time, one may not withstand the repercussions. However, it matters not, for in him, there lies no value to exploit. His transformation into the person he is today has, in a way, salvaged the family. Li Zi perceives all of this with a certain clarity. Who wouldn't he wish for the comfort of a secure home? Thank you. The little girl, witnessing her brother's full recovery, albeit with a newfound tranquility, felt that this occurrence was worthy of profound gratitude from the entire family. When Shui merely smiled gently, saying nothing, before turning and departing. They returned to the inn during this process. With no leads regarding the matter, there was no need to seek others. Observing your demeanor, it seems this endeavor has yielded no results. Brother Zhun, since you possess this knowledge, why did you send us? Knowing full well that no clues could be gleaned from this individual, was it not a futile journey? Upon entering, when Shui overheard him deducing the situation's intricacies, instantly, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. It felt as though he was intentionally diverting them. Yet, in this matter, she had no tangible evidence. Li Jun seemed capable of effortlessly predicting the trajectory of all subsequent events. Thus it was undoubtedly within his realm of judgment, aware that no outcome would arise. Yet still compelling them to undertake a pointless journey only served to indicate that he harbored secrets from them. My musings are merely conjectures, ultimately requiring verification. Additionally, as both of you are women, no one else would provoke suspicion in this matter. None are more suited than you two. Li Jun would not divulge that his intention was indeed to distract them, driven by a desire to uncover that person's identity. Although this endeavor appeared to be in vain. After all, before any thorough investigation could be conducted, two individuals had barged in. To this day, he remained uncertain whether these interlopers had overheard their conversation. Were they feigning ignorance, or had they genuinely not heard? These two were far more adept at theatrics than he had anticipated. If they truly pretended not to hear, it would only signify that they had begun to distrust him. Listening to his response, when Shui, though reluctant to accept it, found herself compelled, for it was he who spoke. As long as it was his words, she chose to believe. Brother Zhun, these fruits are rather stale. Considering my errand today, shouldn't you provide me with some fresh ones? Glancing at the fruits laid out on the table, her appetite waned, but thinking of the nearby temporary fruit vendor, she knew he could procure any fruit she desired, ensuring its absolute freshness. At this moment, if not utilized, when shall it be? Upon hearing this, Li Jun couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes brimming with affection. "Are you planning to consume the last remnants of my soul stock?" As he spoke, an array of fresh fruits appeared on the table, their appearance unique and nearly unattainable in this establishment. "Brother Zhun, must you be so stingy? Moreover, after being left untouched for so long, do you intend to let them spoil?" She continued, "And do not presume I am unaware. The cultivation of these fruits requires but a fleeting moment, regardless of the season. Is it not a trivial task?" Upon finishing her remarks, when Shui embraced a nearby cherry blossom and began to indulge, not forgetting to add a few playful jabs, Li Jun could only shake his head in resigned amusement, for he found himself utterly unable to contest her words. Indeed, there was no fault to be found in her assertions. Chapter 168. They must be persuaded to join boss, given their current demeanor. It seems unlikely they will join us, especially since I've heard they plan to depart in 2 days. How do you know this? Long Hai had just returned, still brooding over the recent events. He had not anticipated their sudden eagerness to leave. He had hoped to persuade them to stay, recognizing the immense value individuals like them could bring. Thus, he resolved to ensure that these two would not leave prematurely. "I overheard them during our meal. They expressed that they had lingered here far too long and needed to return swiftly. Furthermore, what did that fourth prince say? His family hasn't harvested anything. How could a prince stoop to farming?" Upon hearing these words, those nearby were immediately filled with doubt. If they had not heard it with their own ears, how could they believe that a prince, regardless of his standing, would choose such a fate? Even if he were out of favor, he ought to have attendants and servants. How could he have fallen to the level of tilling the land? Long Hai's eyes glimmered with a strange intensity at this revelation. Initially, he thought these were mere rumors, idle chatter. However, hearing it firsthand today made him realize that the words spoken were not fabrications. This situation was indeed grounded in reality. It appeared that Li Jun was not well regarded among the royal family, especially concerning this matter. This individual seemed to have diminished utility, yet Long Hai still wished to exploit his status. After all, he was the fourth prince of the realm. Should he fall into the hands of those righteous individuals, their days of prosperity would be irrevocably shattered. Regardless of his identity, if they truly intended to leave, he would immediately act against those surrounding them. He was eager to witness whether, at such a critical juncture, they would abandon their companions and flee. While Long Hai's focus was on these few individuals, he also harbored intentions towards another nearby person. The allure of that individual's spiritual power was too tempting. On several occasions, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to strike. Yet, he sensed the vast disparity in their capabilities. Acting recklessly without proper preparation would undoubtedly invite catastrophe upon himself. Meanwhile, within the confines of a nearby room, those eavesdropping on the conspiratorial exchange initially deemed the individual a potential asset. However, after hearing such foolishness, they concluded he was nothing but a simpleton. Truly a fool. He did not even comprehend the gravity of his own standing and dared to act so rashly. Did he truly believe others were so easily fooled? Emolan, upon hearing this, ground his teeth in vexation, contemplating these individuals who, after all, possess certain ties to the demonic realm. One would expect their actions to bear a semblance of intelligence. However, the schemes they devised moments ago were utterly ludicrous. If these few truly wished to escape, even if he released all those under his command, they would scarcely grasp their intentions. "My lord, shall we intervene?" one inquired. "If he proves incapable, we might as well entrust this matter to our own, to act under his very nose. Do you seek to hasten your demise, or do you consider me devoid of valor? Li Jun is a figure of considerable stature. Need I elaborate further? Others may remain oblivious to his true nature, merely recognizing him as a humble farmer, a favored prince who has been intertwined with the land since his youth. Yet the recent turn of events has unveiled that his identity transcends this simplistic role. He is neither the fool nor the recluse that some describe. When it comes to manipulating hearts and minds, it is unlikely anyone present could rival his prowess. In truth, an individual of his caliber would find Li Fengji a mere child, easily controlled. Yet, to subdue Li Jun demands significant effort, and perhaps, in the end, the outcome may yield little satisfaction. If this is the case, shall we simply stand idly by as this person departs? Moreover, had we not previously agreed to assist in eliminating him, thereby reclaiming the world for our own? The guards nearby reiterated the earlier command, hoping that this individual would forever remember their purpose here, not merely to wander or chase after a girl, but to end a life. Once he is dead, controlling Li Fengji will render any adversary insignificant. They shall be met with divine wrath. Ultimately, the world will heed their command. Your thoughts are rather simplistic. Have you considered why a novice garners such attention from those seasoned individuals? Even the elders on the mountain hold him in high regard, entrusting him with this task. Do you not grasp the implication? Mo Longwang, upon witnessing the aura he exudes, is astounded. In comparison to his cultivation, none here can rival him. Even if that person were to perceive this, he may not stand a chance. Furthermore, with so many spiritual companions by his side, the meager resources at our disposal are utterly futile. Let us set this matter aside for now and observe their actions. As for Li Fengji, controlling him should not pose a significant challenge, correct? He has already been subdued, though signs of resistance linger. If we truly possess the means, substantial progress will surely follow in a matter of days. Mo Lan nodded in agreement. That may be true, but the man's utility is exceedingly low, merely resting on the emperor's favor. Thus, while he exerts his influence outwardly, he is, in truth, the least capable among the three. If this is the case, then one must regard him with caution. Should such a person easily escape from your grasp, it would indeed testify to your incompetence, rendering your existence unnecessary. After Mo Lan finished speaking, he smiled and departed. His purpose for coming here was merely to seek enjoyment. Today, with a deliberate intention to stir trouble, he knew he must first assess the situation before reaching a conclusion. As for Li Fengji, dealing with a man of his caliber would not take much time. Do you see? I mentioned earlier that someone was trailing us. Now you finally comprehend who that individual is. Li Zhun, observing the quietly departing Mo Lan, felt a realization dawning upon him. It was indeed him who had been following all along. Lu Yuba furrowed his brow. Why would he follow you? Could it possibly be an intent to eliminate you? Chapter 169. Shifting blame kill me? What purpose would it serve for an uncherished prince? I can't help but feel that he is aiming for you. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhun found it utterly implausible that such a person would go to such lengths to orchestrate his demise. After all, his life or death held little significance for these individuals. What truly mattered was their underlying motives. How could that be? Do not cast blame upon me recklessly. He does not even know who I am, so why would he target me? Lu Yuba listened to this dialogue and, without a doubt, directed his accusations towards him, immediately shaking his head in refusal. Given the limited interactions they had shared, it was inconceivable that he could deduce that the individual in question was him. Perhaps he was not even aware of his identity. How could he possibly venture so far merely to kill him? Though I am unaware of the intentions that lie behind your actions, I surmise he seeks to follow certain leads to locate someone. Whether that person is you or her, I believe I need not elaborate. Li Zhun found himself perplexed. Yet, he harbored a lingering conviction that this person would not take his life, at least. Not at this juncture, for it seemed this matter held considerable importance for him, rendering him unlikely to act so rashly. Your words suggest that you possess an understanding of all matters. If that is indeed the case, why then would you traverse such distance? Perhaps you could acquire what you desire from me, thus negating the need for this endeavor. What, then, is the intention behind your actions? In an instant, Lu Yuba found himself unable to comprehend the motivations of the figure beside him. While he may lack certain attributes when it came to combat, his mastery of spells and spiritual energy was remarkable. Coupled with his cultivation, acquiring new knowledge would merely take him a few days. Hence, these individuals were no match for him, and there was no cause for his urgency. If Mo Lan truly sought to eliminate him, he could have acted during the time of the demon clan, without the necessity of following him on this journey. Numerous opportunities had arisen along the way. How could he possibly choose this particular moment? Your inquiry piques my curiosity. What monumental secret does your demon clan harbor? Setting aside direct lineage, is there truly no oversight of the collateral branches? After years of uneasy tranquility, why have these individuals suddenly re-emerged, merely to instigate discord in this newfound peace? They aim to establish the foundation they have long desired, yet as the heads of the family, they could not simply allow such chaos to unfold. However, thus far, they have taken no action, making it difficult not to suspect their involvement. Lu Yuba shrugged. Even if someone wished to intervene, it would only be a matter of good intentions without the means to act. For instance, if someone were to attempt to kill you, would your father intervene? The answer is clearly no. To him, you are a source of shame, and in this matter, he would conceal nothing. If there were indeed individuals intent on taking his life, one could hardly expect even the royal family, let alone those from the mountains, to take the initiative. Thus, the sole entity he could rely upon for his safety was himself. Ultimately, it was inconceivable to entrust his fate to another. Furthermore, to speak candidly, despite the passage of years, we have not uncovered any substantial evidence. Rather, we sense the absence of something significant, though it pertained to inconsequential spirit beasts. Moreover, the act of hunting spirit beasts was not explicitly forbidden, and within the myriad of celestial sects, who could claim to be free of such actions? Therefore, we found ourselves unrestrained in this regard. Lu Yuba, recalling the events that transpired there, deemed them cruel. Yet, such occurrences were utterly commonplace, merely perceived as merciless in one's youth. However, upon reflection, they bore no influence on him now, and during this interval, he encountered no issues. Li Jun scoffed, recognizing the lack of explicit regulations surrounding this matter, and acknowledged that those spirit beasts were merely subject to their own capabilities. Whether they lived or perished was their own fate. If Li Jun could scarcely care for himself, how could he possibly expend energy on the lives of others? Furthermore, in the eyes of others, slaying them was akin to the slaughter of chickens or pigs. If, after receiving an answer here, would you still wish to return? Do you truly harbor no aspirations for the throne? Being born into royalty, he found it hard to believe that one could possess no thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing this, Li Jun suddenly recalled that during his time here, he had never contemplated a coup to claim kingship or ascend to the highest position. He had never entertained such thoughts until this moment, prompted by the mention of it. Were I to assert that I did not, would you believe me? Yes. One like you seems ill-suited for such ambitions, being overly soft-hearted. A tender-hearted individual is unlikely to achieve great deeds. Even if you were to attain that exalted position, stability would elude you. It is perhaps best to lack such aspirations. Liu Yuba sighed and took a seat in silence. Beyond these two matters, there was little else for them to discuss. Li Jun's curiosity was hindered by his station, preventing Liu Yuba from divulging all he knew as freely as Lai Bai might. After all, this was a matter of great significance, intertwined with the secrets of their demonic clan over the years. Such revelations were utterly unthinkable. Meanwhile, the little fortune god perched by the window, listening to the intermittent conversation between the two, found the situation rather peculiar, yet the discourse held little utility. If he truly cared about this matter, the outcome might have been different. One must wonder how these two, engaged daily in trivial discussions, could be so indifferent to this pressing issue. Were they not concerned that the so-called Long Hai might not be easily deceived? If they do not fall for it, are we to take direct action? Lai Bai sat nearby, perusing a book while listening, voicing his grievances. There was nothing inherently worrisome about the matter. Since it was discovered that they were responsible, the ultimate outcome could only be death, merely a distinction between dying sooner or later. In truth, there was little difference, as both individuals were destined to perish. Given that death was inevitable, does the manner of demise truly hold significance for you? If so, why not simply eliminate him outright and spare me the trouble of this endeavor? He inquired. Lai Bai chuckled, then returned to his reading. Meanwhile, the little fortune god, observing the visibly distressed Hua Qingyan, hesitated for a moment before dismissing the thought. Provoking him at this juncture would be akin to offering oneself as a punching bag. He lacked the inclination for such self-destructive tendencies. Why would he willingly present himself as a target? Chapter 170. Evading enemies. Li Zi gazed at the man in white who had suddenly appeared on the second floor, accompanied by a girl clad in a pink dress. From their adornments, it was evident that they belonged to the Wang family. What an unexpected encounter. The little deity, upon raising his head, promptly recoiled. He never anticipated that fate would lead them to cross paths in such a manner. What are you doing? Li Zi questioned, noticing the little deity's deliberate attempt to conceal himself, a wave of curiosity washing over him. Having always witnessed his brazen demeanor, he was bewildered to see him behaving so furtively. Lai Bai, observing this peculiar display, couldn't help but chuckle. After all, it was no surprise that the little deity had offended someone during a previous visit. Otherwise, would he have embarked on such a lengthy journey merely to practice cultivation here? His intention was simply to avoid those individuals, yet he had not anticipated encountering them in this very place. The little deity initially sought refuge here to evade calamities, using the pretext of preventing conflict between the two families. Consequently, the Wang family had been unable to find an opportunity against him. His presence here for cultivation was merely one aspect. In truth, he sought to preserve his life. Li Zi found this revelation intriguing. Is it serious? Surely it wouldn't endanger his life, would it? If that were the case, when had he ever seen him in such a precarious situation? The individual standing beside him was her brother, the foremost expert of the Wang family, and a disciple of a renowned master from Beihai. Should he choose to act, the chances of survival would be grim. Lai Bai regarded the two individuals below. He indeed recognized the woman, having crossed paths with her on a few occasions. It was this very woman who had instigated the discord between their families. However, her brother had remained in Beihai, only appearing under dire circumstances to deter those who stirred trouble. As time passed, tales of their exploits circulated throughout the martial world, and his reputation grew ever more formidable. The Wang family was renowned in Beihai, largely due to the prowess of this extraordinary son. Yet today, by sheer coincidence, they found themselves in the same vicinity. Tell me, If a confrontation were to ensue between them, who would stand a better chance? The answer seemed glaringly obvious. Nevertheless, it appeared unlikely that they would resort to violence. Li Bai discerned that the man hardly regarded him as a threat. Their purposes for being here were likely aligned. Given that this matter had evolved into one of the most challenging dilemmas within the realm of immortals, whosoever emerged victorious would undoubtedly earn elevated status among the sections. This situation had drawn many eager contenders, and individuals like him would not easily relinquish their opportunities. His arrival here was anticipated, yet he had not expected to be accompanied by his sister. How fares his sister? From my observations, she appears to possess little skill, seemingly lacking any foundational aptitude for transcending to immortality. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zi discerned that there was indeed nothing remarkable about that individual. She seemed merely an ordinary woman. However, if her brother were endowed with such talent, it would be implausible for her to be entirely bereft of any gifts. My understanding of this situation is limited, but over the years, it has generally been her brother who ventures outside, while this sister, indulged to the point of recklessness, typically remains within the confines of their estate, rarely stepping out. Lai Bui is not particularly well versed in this matter and lacks the authority to comment on it. The only one privy to the intricacies of the situation is the little fortune god, who is currently devising ways to evade them. In this entire affair, he is, after all, an outsider. Upon hearing his words, Li Zi appeared somewhat taken aback, yet it seemed he was well informed about the circumstances. I cannot help but feel that there is likely nothing in this world that could truly challenge you. You seem to possess thorough knowledge. If that is the case, why not inform him in advance to spare him such absurdity? Li Zi furrowed his brow, observing the little fortune god, who resembled a frightened animal, darting about in search of a suitable refuge. The terror etched upon his face was evidently genuine, not feigned. As soon as the little fortune god lifted his gaze, he found himself under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes. While he recognized the absurdity of his actions, he felt it unnecessary for them to continue their relentless stare. After all, did he not deserve a measure of dignity? Why do you persist in staring at me? If it were not for that individual below, who could end my life with ease, I would not be reduced to such a state. Besides, I am still quite young. Is it wrong to value my life? Li Zi, witnessing his current predicament, was astonished that he could still engage in such banter. It appeared that the fear he had displayed moments ago was all a fade. His true nature remained unchanged. Deep down, he remained fixated on the matter at hand. And what I desired still lingered here. Li Zi retreated to his chamber while Lai Bui sighed, observing him crouched on the floor. You surely do not overestimate your own significance, do you? After all, this was an incident from a year ago. If he truly wished to eliminate you, would he have waited so long? What a jest! A year ago, had I not secured my place within the immortal sect, and had he not feared the Northern Sea, I would have met my demise long ago. It was precisely this circumstance that granted him the chance to preserve his life, but now, should he learn that he has been ousted from above, who knows how this situation will unfold? Upon hearing this, Lai Bui suddenly recalled that they had indeed been directly expelled from above. Therefore, he no longer needed to regard the Northern Sea's reputation, and could, without hesitation, end his life. In light of this, is it not true that the little fortune god is now in genuine peril? Are you certain that seeking refuge behind a formidable ally serves any purpose at this moment? It is easy for you to suggest a powerful protector. Yet in this desolate place, where might one find such support? As the little fortune god finished speaking, he suddenly turned to gaze at Li Jun, who was propping his head with his hand. Li Jun, sensing the weight of an unsettling stare, opened his eyes and glanced at him. Upon surveying the surrounding individuals, he turned back, his expression sharpening with intensity. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This person was indeed fixated upon him. You cannot possibly think that individual. Besides yourself, who else here possesses such capability? The little fortune god rose abruptly, interrupting his words. Li Jun raised an eyebrow, not due to a lack of willingness to assist, but because the strength of Beihai was not inferior to that of the immortal sect. Chapter 171. A reluctant move. I do not wish to deny your request. Yet you must understand that my current status is that of a person devoid of spiritual power. If the ally you seek happens to be me, then our carefully orchestrated performance would be rendered futile. With a single utterance from Li Jun, the thoughts of those around were immediately dispelled. Previously, the two of them could have been considered evenly matched, such that it would be implausible for either to inflict any harm upon the other. However, as their act reached a critical juncture, any unforeseen errors could undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the onlookers. Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth concurred, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Yet, without his assistance, the resolution of this matter remained elusive. Among their group, Liu Yuba stood as the most formidable figure, leaving little god of wealth with no alternative but to focus on him. Master Liu, he chuckled, fixing his gaze intently upon Liu Yuba. After evaluating the situation, Liu Yuba felt a wave of unease wash over him. Beihai, he was still trying to evade trouble. How could he possibly walk willingly into it? No, what on earth is happening here? He is merely someone slightly more adept. Surely, with your prowess, you need not fear to this extent. Moreover, even if I do not approach them, should they discover us, would you not be equally ensnared? Seeing the reluctance of those who were unwilling to assist him, little god of wealth pondered when his connections had become so tenuous. Regardless, in this affair, they were all inextricably linked. Should one falter, they would all share in the consequences. You speak rightly. However, given the gravity of the situation, I suspect his intention in coming here is to seek trouble with him. Thus, for the time being, he likely will not regard you as a priority. Yet, should he decide to act, it is evident that matters will not be so straightforward. From the exchange between the two, Jun discerned that they held others in utter contempt. Their purpose in coming here was directed toward Longhai, and for the immediate future, they would not see this group as a threat, unless Longhai took the initiative to confront them directly. This would only serve to indicate that little god of wealth was indeed at grave risk of falling victim to the situation. Young Master Lai, my superior wishes to invite you all for a discussion. Suddenly, Jun contemplated something, as an unexpected presence appeared at the door. The four individuals within the room exchanged glances before Lai Bai responded with a smile. Inform your master that I shall come shortly. However, my friend is unwell, and thus, he may not have the opportunity today. Our departure will also be delayed by a couple of days. Upon hearing the response from within, the individuals outside nodded and departed promptly. Turning around, he promptly conveyed the matter to Longhai, whose purpose for being here was solely to prevent them from departing at this particular moment. But as fate would have it, the timing was fortuitous. This situation precisely aligned with their intentions, and fortunately, they had ample time to facilitate understanding. The entourage was utterly oblivious to the presence of the man and woman seated behind them. Brother, is the person we seek truly him? Inquired the sister. However, we currently lack evidence. Confronting him without it may be overly presumptuous. Sister, when I arrived here, I expressed my desire not to involve you. However, now that you have chosen to accompany me, it is imperative that you refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, I shall arrange for your immediate return. After casting a glance at her, the man disregarded her further, becoming increasingly curious about the identity of the individual they wished to meet. It appeared they were unlikely to leave prematurely, and the other side could not afford to keep them waiting indefinitely. To avert suspicion, they could manage today's encounters. But one must ponder what tomorrow may hold. Having concluded his words to the little god of wealth, Lai Bai turned and departed. Exiting the room effectively signaled to everyone that the person Longhai sought was indeed him. Today, to avoid drawing attention, Lai Bai could only claim to be unwell. Yet, this excuse would not suffice for long, as they needed to vacate this place swiftly. Moreover, with the passage of time, even if the little god of wealth wished to evade the individual inside, discovery was inevitable. Thus, they must devise a strategy for this predicament. His assertion was correct. They could either confront them directly now or risk being perpetually perceived as ill, which would inevitably raise suspicions, an outcome detrimental to both him and her. What folly is this? You expect me to present myself to him in my current state? Do you truly believe I stand a chance? Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth recoiled several steps, realizing that if he exited today, he might never see the sun again. Liu Yuba found his fear peculiar, beginning to question what transgression could provoke such animosity. Your fright piques my curiosity. What exactly have you done? Surely, you haven't wronged the lady in some unforgivable way, or else why would she be pursuing you so relentlessly? What nonsense! How could I possibly be that sort of person? I merely rejected a marriage proposal. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Chong'an sprang from his chair. Initially, he thought there might be some misunderstanding between them that had led to such dire consequences. But he never anticipated the severity of the misunderstanding. Who were the Wang family? They had been renowned far and wide over a decade ago. Although the little god of wealth's family was also well off, the relationship between the two families was quite amicable. In Beihai, the match could be deemed socially appropriate. By all accounts, this marriage seemed reasonable, and the young lady from the Wang family was indeed quite charming. What could have prompted the little fortune god to suddenly reject such an opportunity? Is it not peculiar to refuse a marriage proposal? Moreover, we have never even laid eyes on each other. How could one possibly wed a woman they have yet to meet? Furthermore, this arrangement was orchestrated by my father, and I harbored no intention of such a union, thus the refusal. As a result, The Wang family's reputation was tarnished, and as for you, being pursued is quite deserved. After all, they belong to a prestigious lineage, and you were, at best, a suitable match. By turning them down, are you not inviting danger upon yourself? Wu Zhongyan shook his head in disbelief. How could such a fortunate opportunity not fall into his lap? Were he to have such luck, he would awaken from dreams with a smile, unable to fathom rejecting it. Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, the little fortune god felt an equal measure of frustration. Please do not look at me like that. I truly have no intention of marrying. Moreover, how could a cultivator possibly entertain the idea of such earthly ties? Chapter 172. The desire to escape. Upon hearing these words, the three individuals present acknowledged that there was a semblance of rationale behind this matter. However, it appeared that he did not genuinely aspire to cultivate immortality. Rather, he had merely concocted such an excuse to decline the marriage proposal. Moreover, historically, those who pursue the path of immortality seldom possess spouses, and it is uncertain whether one could truly attain the realm of the divine in this lifetime. At best, one might achieve a higher status. Yet there exists no explicit decree forbidding the possession of a wife. By employing such reasoning, it was evident to all that he was merely attempting to evade the situation. I perceive that your haste to arrive here is primarily driven by your desire to escape this marriage, is it not? You believe that by seeking refuge in the sect of immortals, you can secure your life. At the very least, the Wang family would not dare to brazenly come forth to claim you, nor could they afford to offend. Liu Yubao, observing his stammering demeanor, quickly discerned his thoughts. Setting aside other matters, he could comprehend this particular sentiment, reminiscent of his own past experiences. Unfortunately, unlike the present case, his intentions had not stemmed from a sincere desire to flee from matrimony, but rather from a wish to openly pursue a relationship with him. Though their circumstances bore striking similarities, that individual ultimately did not have the opportunity. What nonsense are you spouting? If you are aware of such matters, refrain from voicing them. Furthermore, if you truly desire it, you may seek a marriage proposal now. They would not refuse. The little god of wealth regarded his thoughts, openly expressed without shame, and found that this rationale constituted his sole purpose for being there. Upon hearing this, when Shui lifted her gaze to a woman among the crowd, the woman possessed a commendable appearance and an admirable figure, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture. She seemed well suited to him in every regard. Why then would he harbor such thoughts of refusal? I do not quite understand. She is quite attractive. Why would you reject her? Moreover, if you could indeed strengthen your family's ties with the Wang family, would that not be advantageous? I am not an object to be bartered or traded. Such a notion is unacceptable. I must encounter someone who appreciates me. Otherwise, shall I simply heed my parents' wishes and marry any woman at random? How could I find joy in such a life? Though the little god of wealth struggled with academic pursuits, he possessed a profound understanding of the intricacies of human relationships, particularly in matters of love. Even if he were to marry by parental decree in a matchmaker's arrangement, he would undoubtedly seek someone worthy of his affection. However, he currently harbored no intentions of settling down and did not wish to expend his life on such matters. While he could not reject the proposition outright, he also could not acquiesce to it. This declaration garnered Li Zhuan's renewed respect. He had presumed that individuals of their ilk would simply adhere to their parents' wishes, and it seemed implausible that they would easily escape such obligations. In the present day, it becomes evident that this individual has undergone little transformation. Ultimately, their thoughts remain unchanged. I must admit, I underestimated you. However, how can you ascertain that there exists no affinity between the two of you? In my view, in such a vast expanse, the mere fact that you encountered each other here suggests a significant connection. When Shui observed that this place is indeed expansive, and it is not merely here where similar events transpire, it is rather fortuitous that they crossed paths in this very location. If it were true that there was no destiny between these two individuals, then how does one explain this occurrence? Upon hearing these words, the little wealth god displayed a faintly bitter smile, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Indeed, while your statement holds validity, I would prefer not to encounter them. Had I not acquired certain survival skills during my time on the mountain, I might very well have perished by now. He had indeed learned a few techniques for self-preservation on a whim, but in comparison to him, these were merely trivial tricks, inconsequential enough that he wouldn't even spare them a glance. Such a connection seems hardly worth pursuing. Young Master Lai, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A minor incident occurred, causing a slight delay. I have heard that your friend is unwell. Is it serious? Would you like me to summon a doctor? Lai Bai had merely been in his room for a short while, initially thinking he would take longer. Yet, at that moment, he appeared before him, his clothing stained with blood. It was evident that he had engaged in some disreputable activity. There's no need for alarm, Dragon Lord. It was merely a minor altercation. The doctor has already examined me and advised rest, hence I am unable to visit today. You do not mind, do you? Such words are unnecessary. Illness certainly warrants an explanation. However, do you truly possess no ulterior motives? Dragon High met his gaze with a smile, while Lai Bai merely returned a slight grin. Did he truly believe he could harbor such thoughts? This individual had already fallen into a trap. The only thing left for him was to ensure that his intentions were made clear. Brother, they have emerged. The onlookers downstairs observed the two departing sequentially. Noticing the gazes below, Lai Bai glanced upward before retreating to his room. The spectators, while silent, could discern that there was an acquaintance between the two. How does it stand? This matter should be resolvable, correct? The little wealth god stepped forward promptly. Lai Bai nodded. If your curiosity persists, you may inquire upon your return. However, if the individual below truly recognizes you, would that not spell your doom? The little wealth god cast a cautious glance, fully aware of the potential danger of being discovered by those below. Upon witnessing the profound fear etched upon his face, Lai Bai could not help but smile, yet ultimately shook his head in resignation. At this juncture, how could the Wang family possibly regard him with any significance? If you were to suggest that I inquire of him now, you might as well end my life. In that state, how could he possibly reveal the truth to me? If you possess such knowledge, do share. Little Fortune gazed at the expressions of the two individuals beside him, noting that none bore a pleasant countenance. Moreover, given the nature of their relationship, he could surely discern some truths. Since Long Hai was destined for demise, there was little reason to keep him alive if the intention was to extract clues from him. Indeed, this course of action was simply not feasible. Do you truly wish to understand why? Although Long Hai may not be particularly formidable, he possesses considerable utility, and it is imperative that this individual does not perish at our hands. Hence, the emergence of the individual below is fortuitous, serving that very purpose. Chapter 173. Do you wish to harm me? So, by your implication, you wish for him to fall victim to this individual? If that is the case, he must inevitably lay eyes upon me. Upon hearing his tone, the little deity felt a surge of alarm within. It was not merely the fear of death that troubled him. Rather, he realized that upon his demise, all that his family possessed would likely fall into the hands of the Wang clan. Should he perish, how could the Wang family possibly spare his kin? As long as he remained here, he could at least temper their animosity. Do you truly believe that you can linger in this place for an extended period? Even if we were inclined to allow it, Wang Long would undoubtedly perceive the underlying intricacies of this matter. Lai Bai, however, saw no issue with him hiding within these walls. Yet, they had previously conspired, and thus could certainly keep him concealed. Now, however, Wang Long not only knew their identities, but was also acutely aware of their purpose for being here. As time progressed, suspicion would inevitably arise, especially when his name was mentioned in the presence of all. How could I not recognize a member of the Wang family? The little deity pondered, growing increasingly frustrated by the convoluted circumstances. Must he truly resign himself to waiting for his demise? Li Zhun held little curiosity regarding the enmity between the two, recognizing that it was a consequence of his own actions. If such a fate awaited him, it was not without justification. Rest assured, Wang Jia's immediate concern is to navigate this current predicament, hence he would not regard you with any significance. Should he desire your death, it would only follow the resolution of this affair. I observed a fleeting exchange of glances between you two. Has he already discerned your identity? Lai Bai turned to him and nodded. If my conjecture holds true, their identities have indeed been unveiled. The exchange of glances earlier suggested he might have realized that the little deity was in close proximity. Perhaps he had merely evaded detection due to prior awareness. Nonetheless, thus far, this remains conjecture. Until I confront this individual, the matter cannot be resolved. My identity is not a secret by any means. It merely holds less significance to the residents here. However, despite the Wang family's wealth and influence, they pale in comparison to our two families. Should his formidable son be the product of their lineage, how could the Wang family ever hope to rise? In terms of financial power, the Wang family is indeed confined to the top 10, but there are numerous families that surpass them. The only aspect in which they cannot be outdone is their precious son. Wang Xionghe's prowess has eclipsed that of all his contemporaries. Furthermore, their fathers have little interest in the realm of cultivation, particularly in martial arts and spells, which they do not permit to be approached at all. Had it not been for the overwhelming power possessed by the other party, they likely would not have had the opportunity to engage in this matter at all. Therefore, in such circumstances, an outcome is inevitable. Moreover, from the glance I received moments ago, it was evident that he was aware of the presence of the little god of wealth by my side. After all, the two of us are inseparable, a fact that has become somewhat notorious. not to mention that our families share a long-standing friendship. Thus, there seems to be little reason to conceal the truth in this affair. Upon hearing this, the crowd recognized the validity of his words, as the identities of these two individuals are indeed well known. Only they possess the wealth and audacity to conduct themselves in such a manner in this locale. Consequently, it is rather easy to deduce the situation at hand. But what shall be done? Are we truly to stand idly by as he walks to his demise? Li was indeed taken aback. It was astonishing that merely by virtue of his appearance, the man's identity could be discerned. Clearly, he possesses considerable skill. Yet if he were to come here solely for the purpose of vengeance, would it not spell doom for the little god of wealth? Long Hai is certainly not his match, and eliminating him would merely take a moment. Thus, the resolution of this matter hinges on the little god of wealth. Li, regardless of his cultivation and spiritual prowess, is above him. Safeguarding the little god of wealth should not pose a significant challenge, should it? Li Bai waved his fan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This situation is neither trivial nor overly difficult for them. Therefore, the crux of the matter lies with Li Jun. Should Long Hai indeed be slain by him, their identities would no longer require concealment. Thus, intervening to protect her would naturally become a straightforward obligation. Li Jun must understand this issue. It should not be voiced, lest it fall upon his shoulders. This affair was never intended to consume such an extensive amount of time. Nor was there any thought of making their identities so conspicuous. Such a course would hinder his advancement. However, if the little god of wealth truly has no chance of survival, he would have no choice but to intervene. Very well, let us observe further, yet. From what is apparent, his primary focus does not seem to be on him, nor will he take his life directly. Li Jun gazed through the window at the individuals seated below. Brother, he said, it appears there may be more than two people in that room, and someone seems to be watching us. Have they already discovered our identities? Wang Lanlan noticed that after Li Bai returned to his room, someone had been standing by the window, observing them. Moreover, the figure appeared to differ from the one previously seen, suggesting it was not the same person. Wang Xionghe glanced up and dismissed them casually, saying, if you are curious, you may take a look, there. Perhaps you will see not only him, but also the little god of wealth. If that is indeed the case, I shall eliminate him immediately. Wang Xionghe spoke with resolution. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lanlan felt a flicker of emotion stir within her. She had never contemplated the notion of taking this man's life, nor had she ever considered that the forced marriage she had imposed upon him was not met with his acquiescence or resignation, but rather an unwavering refusal, even to the point of preferring death over wedlock with her. Wang Lanlan was at a loss as to what transgression she had committed to evoke such profound disdain from him. Brother, did we not agree when we arrived here to disregard him and henceforth treat each other as strangers? Why must we resort to murder over this matter? He was the one who subjected you to humiliation. And even now, you are the subject of ridicule in Beihai. You have become the laughingstock of all, and the architect of this misery is none other than him. Thus he deserves to die. Yet you promised me you would not take his life. This situation bears no direct consequence upon him. It was my obstinate insistence that led to this outcome. Was it not you who first warned me of such repercussions? Chapter 174. No such opportunity. Wang Lanlan, reflecting upon this matter, found it somewhat amusing. Initially, it was merely a fleeting encounter, yet upon discovering his true identity, she believed that if both families could indeed clarify their standings, it would foster a favorable development in the eyes of the world. The power dynamics were undeniable. Seizing upon this notion, she was confident that her family would not refuse her aspirations. Thus, in her resolute determination, she set her heart on marrying him. And indeed she achieved her goal. However, she had not anticipated that shortly thereafter, upon learning of this development, he would withdraw from their engagement for a myriad of reasons. Ultimately, under unavoidable circumstances, he entered the immortal sect, rejecting her with the pretext of pursuing cultivation. Cultivators, of course, were well aware of the implications. If there truly existed a chance for transcendence or to become an esteemed figure beyond this realm, it was evident that a wife would have no place by his side. Wang Lanlan was fully cognizant of this rationale for his refusal to wed her. Despite her relentless efforts to compel him into matrimony, she found herself ultimately grasping at straws. Now, she stood before the ridicule of all, a fate of her own making. Wang Xionghe had broached this topic on numerous occasions, cautioning her that such an outcome would yield no benefits for him. Yet, she had disregarded his counsel, leading to this regrettable conclusion. Who could she blame for this misfortune? Was she not the architect of her own downfall? Wang Xionghe observed how she consistently bore all the blame upon her shoulders, whether in public or private, after this incident. She had never expressed her anger, nor had she even uttered a harsh word against him. Instead, she devoted herself to shouldering all the burden. allowing the world to believe that the consequences were entirely her own machinations. In the eyes of others, it appeared that all that had transpired was a result of her own folly. Do you truly hold such affection for him? Even now, he would rather pursue cultivation than marry you. Such a humiliation, and yet you possess not a trace of fortune? You are so unlike my sister. How have you become this way? After expressing his frustrations, Wang Xionghe turned away, angrily leaving the room. Yet, upon ascending the stairs, he regretted the weight of his words. Wang Lanlan had been cherished and nurtured by him, never subjected to indignity. Whatever she desired would be granted without question, including the marriage she longed for. It was unfortunate that due to a momentary oversight, this matter had devolved into a farce. Wang Lanlan merely lowered her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that his promise to bring her here was intended to provide solace, to shield her from the nonsensical chatter of others. Here, she could find a semblance of tranquility, a reprieve from the tumult of past events. In this matter, she harbored a sense of gratitude, yet she never anticipated encountering him here. Over the past few years, the one she yearned to see the most was him. Even a distant glimpse would have sufficed to satisfy her heart. However, to this day, the little fortune god still evaded her presence. Could he truly harbor such disdain for her? Wang Lanlan gazed longingly at his door, feeling a bittersweet reluctance. If only that fleeting moment had been shared with him, it might have fulfilled her desires. Yet, from the very beginning until his departure, the little fortune god had never once appeared. Are you certain this woman is the spoiled, willful young lady you describe? For in observing her every move, I discern not only sorrow but also tenderness. Have you perhaps misjudged her? Li Zi, standing to the side, had been attentive for quite some time, especially upon noticing the sadness reflected in her eyes. She found herself feeling a pang of sympathy for this woman, for her gaze bore a striking resemblance to her own. Once, she too had harbored such thoughts, and even now, she found herself empathizing with this woman. Such clarity in her eyes could only stem from love. How could one resort to such means merely to compel a marriage? If he truly was unwilling, how could she possibly act in such a manner? Do not be deceived by his exterior. This woman is inherently spoiled and domineering. Should you doubt this, inquire among the people of Beihai, who does not know her. Upon hearing this, the little fortune god surely anticipated skepticism. Her visage indeed exudes a gentle demeanor, yet none can fathom the true nature lurking behind such softness. This face can undoubtedly enchant all, leading them to believe she is merely a gentle heiress, untouched by the world. Yet she is precisely the type to engage in everything, be it with men or women. A person of such disposition, the little fortune god felt he could never harbor affection for her. Upon hearing this, Li Zi could not help but feel a sense of regret for him, and after much contemplation, she sighed. However, it is evident that she truly harbors feelings for you. How do you perceive that? To put it plainly, this marks our third encounter. Prior to this, we had no connection whatsoever, to the extent that even my father believed we were worlds apart. Yet for some inexplicable reason, an engagement has arisen between us. The little fortune god scoffed. Even he could not comprehend how this situation unfolded, nor could he ascertain whether this woman's feelings were born of love. Initially, it was merely a consideration of their desire for power and influence that led to the unconditional acceptance of this engagement. On the surface, it appeared as though they had struck a fortunate deal, yet in truth, it was a maneuver to manipulate him, marrying off their daughter to achieve their ends. Logically speaking, in Beihai, they could act with complete disregard for others, never needing to contemplate anyone's opinions. However, after they had put forth all their unreasonable demands, the other party did not refuse. This undoubtedly harbored significant pitfalls, and thus he certainly could not leap into it. Li Zi could only shake his head in resignation. How could he know? Perhaps it was from that fleeting glance just now, which only she could decipher. What thoughts resided in her heart to elicit such a gaze? Ultimately, one's eyes cannot lie when it comes to affection. If it were merely about cash, why was it that she happened to be here, directing such a look toward them? Thus, all of this is genuine, though he simply fails to comprehend it. Lu Yuba observed the evolving dynamics between the two, finding their relationship increasingly intricate. Initially, he had thought they were here to venture into the world, yet before it had even begun, they were already entangled in romantic sentiments. Indeed, it seems only he, a solitary wanderer, is truly suited for the adventures of the world. Chapter 175. The cause of my affliction. It is indeed rather absurd that each of them is ensnared by love. When Shui gazed with wide eyes, unable to fully comprehend, yet she could sense the essence of their discourse. In her heart, she harbored nothing but admiration for the person before her. Yet, inexplicably, the sight of him with another woman stirred a discomfort within her. Could it be the scheming they spoke of? Upon hearing such sentiments, when Shui felt incredulous, If affection truly manifested such selfishness, perhaps she would never possess the opportunity to experience it. Thus far, she believed that all her endeavors were solely for Li Zhun, devoid of any ulterior motives, and she had no assurance that he reciprocated her feelings. A person of his caliber was destined to ascend to greatness, inevitably attracting numerous women and accolades. That individual might never belong to her. When Shui remained uncertain about the nature of her feelings for him. However, in this matter, she was undeniably capable of experiencing emotions, albeit Li Zhun had no obligation to respond. Although he did not cast his gaze in her direction, he could sense the presence of someone observing him intently at all times. This person, aside from Wen Shui, was likely irreplaceable. While the girl typically displayed warmth only towards him, her eyes reflected an unwavering admiration. Li Zhun had no inclination to entertain other thoughts. Now was not the time for such matters. If that were the case, he believed they ought to harbor no ulterior motives. This issue could not remain concealed for long, especially with Long Hai's future at stake, necessitating a facade of authenticity. Li Bai observed that each individual, merely due to one person, had drawn parallels to their own circumstances. The atmosphere was palpably somber, and although he too wished for clarity, if no one awakened to the reality of the situation, it would indeed become dire. In that very moment, within the same room, half of the authority in this inn rested in his hands. The reason for his absence was merely to create the illusion that the inn lacked a guiding force. In truth, this inn was their most formidable weapon. Once one crossed that threshold, regardless of who it was, they could perceive the spiritual energy radiating from them, yet could not discern their identities. If among them there existed anyone capable of concealment, they might remain undetected. Boss, what shall we do now? The implication was clear. He was unwilling to acquiesce to their demands and deemed their sincerity insufficient. Insufficient sincerity? Long Hai scoffed. It was indeed the first time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. He had already compromised considerably in his attempts to persuade them to join, teetering on the brink of revealing everything. However, in this instance, he still retained a sliver of rationality. The identities of these individuals are undoubtedly significant, yet at this moment, a multitude of unwelcome guests has arrived. If they perceive our sincerity as insufficient, let us inquire what precisely they wish to know. As long as it does not pertain to sensitive matters, anything may be discussed. Members of the Wang family seize an opportunity to deal with this situation. I have never encountered such navet. Their unyielding belief in what their eyes perceive is astonishing. Long Hai scoffed. Anyone possessing even a modicum of spiritual power could discern that his abilities are mediocre, perhaps even inferior to others. In truth, all his expressions since mastering this spell have been mere illusions to mislead his adversaries, designed to lower their guard. In reality, his prowess may not be inferior to that of anyone present. The reason Long Hai adopts such a facade is that he has been prompted by someone at this juncture. Otherwise, he would indeed become, as he stated, a caged bird. To secure his place here after years of effort, he cannot afford to provide others with an opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities. Boss, the Wang family's presence here may not be directed at us. I have heard that there is animosity between him and the little god of wealth. Furthermore, he has positioned many observers here. Perhaps he has come seeking trouble due to this conflict. What could possibly transpire between the two? Upon hearing this, Long Hai suddenly found himself intrigued. Had it not been for this unexpected mention of their grievances, he would have remained unaware of their history. The woman accompanying him is his sister, who was once to wed the little god of wealth. The latter, unwilling to enter into the marriage, concocted some excuse regarding cultivation, thus rejecting the union. Consequently, she became a subject of ridicule throughout Beihai, and to this day, no one dares to propose to her. How could the Wang family not harbor resentment? Upon hearing this statement, those nearby expressed their regret. This woman possesses a certain beauty, and with the backing of her family's influence, many would vie for the opportunity to ally with her. Yet he, in his folly, found ways to reject the marriage, incurring the ire of the entire Wang family. Now, even his own clan struggles for survival, let alone the prospect of others hearing this command. The possibility of coming here to eliminate him is not out of the question. Long Hai, upon hearing this, found the situation increasingly intriguing. Indeed, he had not anticipated that such a person would spurn such a significant temptation. Truly, he deserves commendation for recognizing that the Wang family is inherently untrustworthy. Rejecting the proposal was not a misstep. Regardless of their motives, it is prudent to eliminate them at the first opportunity, ensuring they leave no chance to retaliate. Should the situation escalate to that point, he may indeed exert all his strength and still not prevail against them. Currently, the objective is to find an opportunity, ensuring they do not survive. Moreover, he kept a vulnerability close at hand. making them even more inclined to take action than before. One might wonder whether the Wang family struck first, or whether he was the one to slay members of the Wang clan. Wang Xionghe indeed possesses a certain arrogance, maintaining a sister of mediocre talent by his side, as if deliberately providing others with a handle to grasp. Those who are aware may feel protected by him, yet those who are unaware might perceive his intentions as sinister, using her as bait. This sister, perhaps, holds little significance after all. Li Bai sat nearby, observing the maneuvers of the opposing faction, unable to discern any advantages this situation might afford them. However, Wang Lanlan would undoubtedly become the fulcrum for both sides, for no one relishes the burden of an encumbrance upon themselves. Wang Xionghe was acutely aware that this venture would likely result in injury or perilous danger. His decision to keep her close stemmed not from a sense of pride, but rather from a lack of compassion for the woman in question. Chapter 176. This is impossible. Are you not even a little curious? After all, there was a connection between you two at one point. If this elder brother were truly to use his sister as bait, would you not lend a hand? Li Bai turned to glance at the little fortune god lounging on the soft couch, nonchalantly crossing his legs, and suddenly, a pot of grapes appeared in his hand. It seemed he had not regarded this matter with any seriousness, nor did he seem particularly concerned about this person. It appeared that it was not of great significance. Do not attempt to beguile me. This scenario is utterly implausible. It is common knowledge how dearly this elder brother cherishes his sister. Must he perform a demonstration for you? How could he possibly consider her as bait? The little fortune god found the words he had just spoken utterly absurd. Wang Xionghe had once stormed into their home for the sake of his beloved sister. If she truly meant little to him, he would merely offer a few jests, and the matter would be settled. For the sake of familial honor, he could have simply let the matter rest without drawing his sword and coming to their home. Had it not been for his swift escape at that time, his head would have rolled long ago. With such deep affection for his sister, how could he ever treat her as bait, especially in such a perilous place? If he truly could not protect her, he would never allow her to be here. Do you think I jest? Reflect upon it. Is this matter truly impossible? Li Bai listened to his words, aware that the truth of the situation was known by all. However, the veracity of this matter remained unproven, as no one had witnessed it firsthand. To judge the depth of their relationship based on a single action or event seems rather hasty. Furthermore, if it were truly for his benefit, there would be no need to bring him here during such a dangerous time. Wang Xionghe was certainly aware that if Long Hai discovered he was the target, he would undoubtedly use this woman as a point of breach. She would inevitably become endangered by this situation, and with the slightest misstep, she could become a casualty. Such an outcome was evident even to them. How could he be so clever and yet remain oblivious? It is impossible. The little fortune god abruptly rose from the couch, grasping the pot of grapes and gazing at the unfolding scene below. He remained convinced that this scenario was impossible. In another's case, such a possibility might exist, but in this instance, it seemed utterly far-fetched. Although he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he had heard tales throughout his life of the exemplary bond between these siblings. Were it not for this, he would not have fled so swiftly. It was precisely because she had such a formidable brother who would not permit anyone to harm her. Today, the presence of two individuals here is undoubtedly mere coincidence, devoid of any unexpectedness. Until you ascertain the truth of this matter, all conclusions drawn are mere conjectures, regardless of whether you are right or I am wrong. If you genuinely wish to protect this woman, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Otherwise, responding on the spot could lead to dire consequences. Upon concluding his statement, one could sense that this individual was not entirely indifferent. His feelings toward this woman were not entirely absent, even if only due to the slightest connection between them. In this circumstance, he could hardly remain a passive observer. Whether Wang Xionghe harbors such thoughts remains unknown to anyone. However, if it truly comes to sacrificing his sister for the sake of the Wang family's glory, one can only conclude that they are willing to go to great lengths. I had initially believed that those who consider themselves righteous would refrain from such absurd actions, yet after hearing his words, it is evident that such a day may indeed come to pass. To sacrifice one's own kin merely to attain some inexplicable fame, the hollow glory perceived by others. Such a mindset likely arises from their demonic kin, who have always been devoid of familial ties. As long as those individuals can assist in achieving their desired goals, they are typically unscrupulous in their methods. Yet, it was unexpected to witness such a mentality in this context. What utterance is this? Upon hearing these words, Li Zhun found the situation quite amusing. How could one draw conclusions without witnessing the events firsthand? I implore you, can you not refrain from such premature judgments? Once it transpires, I will remain silent as you engage in your sardonic remarks. However, How can you assert that the outcome will align with your expectations before anything has even occurred? Upon hearing this, Liu Yuba smiled and glanced at the person beside him, then rested his chin on his hand. He did not possess absolute certainty, yet this woman undoubtedly represented a viable point of breakthrough. Thus, if they genuinely desired to ensure a peaceful resolution, Wang Lanlan must encounter some form of trouble. Otherwise, they would find themselves in an impasse. Since his arrival, your plans have become utterly unfeasible. It is either him who perishes or another who falls victim. Weighing the pros and cons, the only potential avenue lies with this woman. Regardless of whether her brother consents or not, the outcome has already been determined, has it not? Li Zhun, being decidedly more astute than those around him, could easily discern the actions of these individuals. Until he possesses certainty, he would never hastily draw conclusions. Yet, should he utter such words, Wang Xionghe, given their relationship, would unlikely acquiesce to the conditions proposed. Naturally, cooperation would be out of the question, thus sealing the fate of this matter. Unless he intervenes, it is inevitable that one of the two shall perish while the other sustains injury. On ordinary days, one might not perceive your sharp discernment and decisiveness. But today I have finally come to understand the true nature of the heart that lies beneath your exterior. Li Jun let out a cold laugh. Liu Yuba, with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, refrained from offering any explanation in the face of his adversary. Regardless of his words, in the eyes of these individuals, he would always carry an air of peculiarity. Furthermore, from the very beginning, he had never claimed that he would refrain from taking action here. He merely stated that he would not inflict harm upon them, yet others were not included in that assurance. Thus, while their lives may be spared, those who obstructed his path had only two fates, death or demise. Why provoke his wrath? Suddenly, the voice of Li Zi echoed from behind him. Liu Yuba glanced back momentarily before turning his attention to the tea leaves in his cup, which floated incessantly upon the surface of the water. Chapter 177. Merely to eliminate future troubles, there is nothing to explain. All of this requires no justification. Do you not find it amusing to provoke him? Otherwise, how dull would this mundane existence be? I dare say the truly tedious individual here is you. He places his trust in you. Yet why do you exploit that trust? Between the two of you, even if there is indeed a transaction, some matters should not have escalated to this extent. Li Zi sat quietly in a nearby chair, observing. It was evident that the two had indeed struck some agreements, yet those agreements pertained solely to these individuals. Li Zhun had completely fallen into his trap, oblivious to the words spoken in the past. And what of it? I merely vowed not to harm him. I never stated that I would refrain from eliminating those who obstruct my path. One Wang Xionghu is already troublesome enough, and now, inexplicably, a woman has appeared as well. Should I resort to violence, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. There is no need for you to kill them. Li Zi firmly believed that his gaze should not be fixated on a single individual. Moreover, the Wang family had no intrinsic connection to them. This return bore no direct implications. Only this son, in recent years, had recklessly carved out a space for himself, once a nameless pawn long ago. Indeed, it is unnecessary to expend such effort on this matter. If I do not slay him, shall I simply await his attempt to eliminate me? Liu Yuba, regardless, could discern with the corner of his eye that today's events were not of his own volition. Nevertheless, he could not afford to remain indifferent. Any occurrence that would elevate the Wang family's reputation, whether good or ill, would compel him to take action if it benefited Wang Jia. Thus, should any issues arise with the demon clan in the future, this man would undoubtedly rally many to confront it. Rather than allowing him to amass power to an uncontrollable degree, it would be prudent to eliminate him here and now, thereby eradicating a future threat. This would indeed neutralize a potential hazard. After all, if this man were to continue ascending, the members of the demon clan, apart from a few ancient figures, would likely find themselves incapable of contending with him. Although you currently have no ties to this entire family, do not forget that your roots lie here. You may wish to forget, but how long can one truly forget? You shall remember clearly throughout your life. If something were to transpire, could you genuinely remain a mere bystander? Do you not wish for that individual to be aware of it? Li Zi furrowed his brow. This situation was inherently perplexing. Ever since that person departed, neither here nor within the demon clan had anyone been able to obtain news of him. It was as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The demon clan had privately dispatched individuals to search numerous times, yet ultimately, they had yielded nothing. Merely based on his years of presence here, does he truly believe he can uncover clues with just a semblance of possibility? Beyond that singular command, has he not remained unseen until now? If that is the case, it seems unnecessary to mention him at this juncture. In light of such an event, his absence is glaring. Do you still expect him to emerge after the demon clan encounters difficulties? I find myself genuinely curious about your intentions. Li Zi's gaze sharpened, fixated intently on Liu Yuba. The two were childhood companions, so closely intertwined that they nearly mirrored one another, each intimately familiar with the other's habits. Were it not for the distinctiveness of their appearances, one might easily mistake them for the same individual. Since that time, Liu Yuba had remained by his side, while he operated in the shadows, orchestrating everything. The current situation is no different. Few have glimpsed his visage, save for those within the demon palace. The count of those who have seen him is minimal. Up until now, this individual has merely heeded his commands, suggesting that all outcomes were set in motion long ago. Yet, in their youth, such matters were overlooked. Now, upon reflection, it feels as though she stands upon the very chessboard they have laid, poised to perceive the truth in an instant. Yet, as a mere pawn, perhaps she lacks the opportunity to do so. Thus, I am eager to discern what you are truly engaged in. Is this matter connected to him, or is it his doing? Li Zi should not harbor such doubts regarding her. After all, no one knows him better than she. Yet now, as all others surface, he remains concealed within the crowd. If this affair bears no direct relation to him, it is still inexcusable to overlook his involvement. The nature of their relationship has shifted so dramatically that tangible evidence must be presented to vindicate his innocence. Are you asking me this question out of a lack of conversation, or is it genuinely how you feel? Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuba perceived a change within the woman before him. It seemed as though everyone harbored suspicions regarding his connection to these events, yet she alone must not. Is it unreasonable to question? Li Zi countered. Liu Yuba regarded her, noting the absence of hesitation or sorrow in her eyes, and he shook his head in disbelief. I once believed that in this world, others would possess the opportunity to doubt him, even to question his actions. You should not be among them. Or at least I thought you would not entertain such thoughts. Yet, I have clearly overestimated you, as has he. He shook his head in resignation, feeling that all of this was unworthy of him. To place the weight of everything upon this woman, only to face her suspicions in return, how tragically absurd this sentiment is. Devoid of any trust upon his countenance, Li Zi had no intention of wasting time on this matter. She had never doubted the connection this situation had with him. However, to uncover the identity and leads regarding this individual, she felt compelled to express it in such a manner. Yet, the person before her offered no clues about the man in question, save for a cold smirk and a sense of regret. Moreover, their communication had been severed long ago. Nevertheless, Liu Yuba seemed to be methodically pursuing his agenda without a hint of surprise at the man's disappearance, nor did he harbor even the slightest suspicion. His departure had not impeded Liu Yuba's subsequent endeavors. Li Zi sensed an undeniable connection between the two. Or perhaps the task Liu Yuba was currently engaged in was a directive issued by that individual prior to his departure. Thus, although Liu Yuba was unaware of his whereabouts, the disappearance posed no threat to him. He remained entirely untroubled. Chapter 178. They harbor secrets, my lord. It seems that these two individuals are conspiring about something. Do you not wish to know? So you heard it? Li Zhun stood in the corridor, not particularly curious about the matters within. Yet, suddenly, a voice reached his ears, suggesting that this situation might not be as straightforward as he presumed. Indeed, I heard it clearly. They suspect that this matter was orchestrated by someone, though they did not disclose the identity of that individual. However, it appears that this person shares a close relationship with the two of them. Zhun Long lay in the space, consuming fruit, feeling bored, and thus eavesdropped. Moreover, their voices were raised, making it impossible not to overhear their conversation. As he listened, he found the situation they discussed to be quite astonishing. There must be a direct connection between these two and the person in question. Yet, who could this person be? Upon hearing this, Li Zhun smirked. Who else could it be? The answer had long been settled in his mind, yet that name existed solely in the memories of others. No one had truly encountered him, leaving them without any tangible leads. Pardon my intrusion, my lord, but although this individual may not harbor malevolent intentions, the denizens of the demon realm are fundamentally different from us. Prolonged exposure to them can alter one's essence. So it would be wise for you to limit your interactions with this person. Zhun Long had no intention of being vigilant regarding this matter. After all, the conversation he had overheard indicated that their focus lay elsewhere, and for the time being, he posed no threat to him. However, uncertainty lingered regarding this individual's true allegiance. He was not on the same side as them, and was not in the same boat. There was a significant risk that, should he become displeased, he might capsize the vessel entirely. Such a scenario would lead them to perdition. With your presence, must I still be concerned about this issue? If you find yourself unoccupied, refrain from frequent conversations with me. Instead, venture outside for a stroll or some amusement. Yet, do not leave any traces. For this place is far more perilous than you can imagine. Li Zhun was not worried about him encountering trouble. Rather, he feared that a careless misstep might inadvertently harm others, leading them to trace back to him. How could the play continue under such circumstances? Young Masterly, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Shall we converse? Perhaps we could establish a partnership regarding certain matters. The sudden voice interrupted their dialogue. Li Zhun turned to face Wang Xiongha, clad in a dark robe, accompanied by a fine sword. If memory serves, this should be their first meeting. Have you met me? How do you know my identity? If my memory serves me correctly, this marks our first encounter, and I am unaware of your identity. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiongao could not help but smile, pausing his actions. Young Masterly, there is no need for us to feign ignorance here. We both understand who we are. Although this may be our first meeting, are we not already well aware of each other's backgrounds? Moreover, your reputation precedes you. Who could be unaware of it? He articulated his thoughts with remarkable candor, lacking any superfluous explanations. Such directness. Should Li Zhun continue to play coy, it would only render him insipid. With a smile, Li Zhun made a gesture of invitation, following Wang Xiongao into his chamber. Inside, apart from Wang, one could also find his sister, Wang Lanlan. Without commenting on her appearance, she undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary grace, indeed a beauty, albeit one of average talent among many. Only the aura that she emanated from the mountains was striking. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me? Li Zhun inquired with a slight nod. Wang Xiongao merely glanced at Wang Lanlan from the corner of his eye, prompting her to exit immediately. As Li Zhun sipped his tea, he observed the dynamics between the two, choosing to feign ignorance regarding their interactions. Once it was just the two of them, Wang Xiongao ceased to mask the truth. Young Masterly, you are here for the same matter, are you not? Alas, this is not a matter for you to intervene. You? Li Zhun found amusement in this statement. Observing the man before him, it was evident that he was already aware of their movements. While he could not ascertain the exact number of individuals present, he was certain that one among them was indeed there. Am I mistaken? Do you have no connection with them? If that were the case, why do you frequently enter and exit his chamber? That would be an affront to reason, and I am not easily deceived. Wang Xiongao, perceiving Li Zhun's intent to maintain pretense, directly exposed his facade. Through keen observation over the past few days, it was clear that their relationship was anything but ordinary. It seemed that nearly every day they either entered his room or he traversed back and forth. If there were no connection, how could such frequency be explained? Not just him, but throughout the inn, many eyes were likely watching their movements. Although some aspects were concealed, it did not imply that no one was aware. Li Zhun chuckled. You are correct. The relationship is indeed extraordinary. Therefore, if you intend to eliminate him, you shall find no opportunity. However, should your aim be directed at someone else, I might refrain from intervening. The little fortune bringer must not perish, and I shall not stand idly by as he meets his end. Upon concluding his statement, a cold glint flickered in his gaze. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiongao burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, he harbored a strong desire to eliminate this man, to avenge the humiliation he had suffered on that fateful day. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of both the time and the inclination to focus entirely on this individual. The purpose of summoning him here was not solely for this matter. To put it bluntly, young Masterly, should I wish to take his life, you would likely be powerless to intervene. Even if you can safeguard him now, how can you assure that you will be able to protect him for all eternity? As long as I draw breath, this man is destined to meet his demise at my hands. For someone of such mediocre talent, it would be effortless for me to act against him, had it not been for his presence on this mountain, where he sought to avoid disrupting the delicate relations between our families. He would have met his end countless times already. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, he has the audacity to trouble me. Does he truly consider himself of such significance? If that is the case, then I am left with no choice but to eliminate you to prevent future repercussions. Chapter 179. Negotiating terms that depends on whether you possess the capability. Moreover, I did not summon you to involve you in my affairs. I merely hope you do not become an impediment. This man is destined to meet his demise at my hands. Wang Xiongao expressed this to encourage them to turn a blind eye to the matter at hand, maintaining a distance from him, for it would make the act of eliminating him far more effortless. Li Zhun understood the implications of his words. Should he take all the credit for this endeavor alone, neither the Wang family nor anyone else within this realm would dare utter a word against him. However, if others were to become involved, including himself, then all accolades would become detached from him. In fact, there would be those who might even cast aspersions, seeking to tarnish the Wang family's reputation. To prevent anyone from wielding such leverage against him, he must handle this affair with meticulous precision, safeguarding the family's honor. You cannot be serious, Li Jun countered. Even if you could thwart us, how many among the myriad sects could you truly stop? Let us not forget that every action you take now is but a folly, even should she be granted this opportunity. Her solitary strength may not suffice to eradicate the problem entirely. Furthermore, it is not as if no one else might rush to the fore in this matter. That man appears far more complex than he seems. Everything is merely surface level. If one lacks a true understanding of him, it is likely they will be the ones to suffer. I am also curious, if this situation is so perilous, why do you keep your sister by your side? Are you so confident in your ability to protect her? It seems you intend to use her as a pawn. After Li Jun articulated his thoughts, he observed the fleeting change in Wang Xianggo's gaze. Though it was but a moment, it did not escape his notice. This indicated that his suspicions had indeed been correct. In that instant, Wang Xianggo's demeanor turned cold, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, albeit briefly. It was clear to him that his innermost thoughts had been laid bare before another, in his very presence. Such a revelation was undoubtedly humiliating. Wang Xianggo had never been so underestimated before. Since this individual could articulate the situation with such precision, there was no reason for him to remain in his company. What? Do you intend to obstruct me? Her life and death are solely at my discretion and have nothing to do with you. Indeed, you are correct. If that is the case, why did you summon me? It would be better for us to rely solely on our own abilities, rather than you seeking assistance here. Li Jun had little interest in the trivial matters of their family, particularly regarding the true nature of their relationship. To outsiders, they appeared very close. Yet the reality was far different. He certainly does not have the luxury of time to protect so many individuals. Life and death are dictated by one's fate. Are you, then, refusing my proposition? Is the answer not glaringly evident? Li Jun spread his hands, and in that moment, his gaze turned rather frivolous. Since we are negotiating terms, it is best to forego discussions in the absence of absolute fairness. To him, such conditions felt more like an affront, as if he were entirely bereft of opportunity. What would killing him accomplish? Others would employ the same methods, ultimately merely exchanging one master for another. This brutish behavior was beneath his contempt. Wang Xianggo observed Li Jun's increasingly brazen demeanor, which incensed him beyond measure. Gripping his sword, he was poised to strike. Witnessing the fury emanating from Wang Xianggo, Li Jun could not help but acknowledge the man's intimidating presence. Yet, regrettably, it bore no weight upon him, for Wang did not dare to act. You must think carefully. Knowing my identity, you should realize that killing me would yield no benefit for you or the Wang family you seek to protect. You might even incur a collective punishment, suffering the dire consequences of a massacre. Li Jun held his cup of tea, not even casting a glance his way. However, he could sense that the man before him lacked the courage to strike. He had no opportunity to do so. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xianggo indeed released his grip and set down his sword, returning to his seat. Were it not for the conspicuous nature of Li Jun's identity, no one would dare to speak such words in his presence and live. The purpose of summoning him was to negotiate this matter, hoping he would refrain from violence. Yet this man had outright rejected him, showing him no regard whatsoever. What right does a disregarded prince have to speak to me in such a manner? You ought to be superior to other princes. Otherwise, would my act of killing you truly lead to the consequences you describe? Li Jun, upon hearing this, clearly spoke provocatively. Yet, his countenance bore no trace of anger. Instead, he smiled at the absurdity of the situation. This was not the first time someone had uttered such words to him, nor the first time he faced mockery regarding his lineage. If he were to become enraged every time someone spoke a word, it would indeed be a tremendous waste of time, and he was far too entertained for such trivialities. If you are so eager to discover the truth, why not kill me and see if such consequences indeed follow? Regardless of my lack of favor, I am still the well-known fourth prince. Even he, for the sake of his own reputation, under the pressure of civil and military officials, would you believe your Wang family could evade such scrutiny? Having concluded his words, Li Jun opened the door to depart. As he did, he transformed into a woman, smiling as she faced him and offered a respectful bow. He merely returned a slight smile and acknowledgement. You possess a greater understanding than your brother, for you are well versed in the intricacies of propriety. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Perhaps you may encounter the person you long to see. He is not intentionally evading you. Rather, it is your brother who, quite frankly, is rather intimidating. Upon hearing this, Wang Lanlan observed the furious Wang Xiongha, whose anger seemed to ignite the very air around him. This was the first instance of someone provoking him to such a degree. It is likely that only he possesses the ability to elicit such a reaction. Were it anyone else, they would have met a far grimmer fate, having been swiftly incapacitated, bloodshed inevitable. You jest, my lord. My brother seldom loses his temper. This is merely a consequence of an unfortunate exchange between the two of them, Wang Lanlan remarked before retreating indoors. Although the proposition she had just presented was indeed enticing to her, and she genuinely wished to explore it, the individual within did not acquiesce, leaving her without the opportunity. Chapter 180. Why agree to you? It is evident that the discussions between the two individuals were far from pleasant, leading to an inevitable cessation of any further contact. If she were to run in his direction even once or twice due to this singular encounter, it would undoubtedly invite misunderstandings from others, who might even perceive a clandestine alliance between them. Under such circumstances, it would be prudent to act with caution. For Long Hai is no fool. Witnessing such a scene and choosing to remain would be tantamount to courting doom. Should he opt to depart at this juncture, their subsequent efforts to reconnect would be rendered all the more arduous. This entire situation traces back to him, the instigator of the events. Although the identity of the person behind the scenes remains shrouded in mystery, it is imperative that this individual meets their demise. Ding. Gained Wang Lanlan's favorability, 050. Li Jun had scarcely taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. Instinctively, he halted, turning to gaze at the now-closed door. At that moment, he felt as though this system was deliberately tormenting him. Had it not been for the necessity of his tasks, he would unequivocally choose to disable it, for it was clearly testing his patience. Moreover, given their unfamiliarity, there was no conceivable relationship between them. This woman appeared to be emotionally attached to another. How could she possibly focus her thoughts on him? Regardless of his actions, he would elicit no interest in her eyes. How could he be expected to garner favor at such a time? Was this a game to him? How absurd. Are you serious? I suspect there is a malfunction in your system. You are simply creating trouble for me. Upon hearing these words, Jin Long erupted into laughter. Although the circumstances were somewhat unscrupulous, they had arisen at an opportune moment. The woman had no intention of developing any emotional entanglements. Even the slightest assistance would surely earn her goodwill. It need not necessarily imply affection. The complexities of male-female interactions were beyond his comprehension. Yet, he could discern the nuances of human emotions to some extent. Master, all you require is to extend a helping hand or perform an act that she perceives as beneficial to her. It is not impossible. Furthermore, considering her heart is already claimed, would not extending such assistance be exceedingly simple for you? If she were to genuinely take an interest in you, that would indeed pose a true dilemma. From his perspective, this matter seemed remarkably straightforward. Striving to cultivate their relationship or instigate even a modicum of change in their feelings was not without potential outcome. Moreover, achieving a favorability score of 50 appeared to be quite feasible. Upon hearing him articulate this so casually, Li Jun could not help but roll his eyes, convinced that they were colluding to mock him. If this matter were truly so easily resolved, would it even fall to him? Moreover, he has been single for half his life. When has he ever played matchmaker? During his time there, he was nothing more than a solitary figure, having merely brushed a woman's hand, without ever sharing a kiss. How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of their emotional entanglements? Li Jun pondered deeply, lowering his gaze in contemplation, realizing the complexity of the situation. Yet, it was not entirely insurmountable. Upon returning to his room, he sat by the window, mulling over the problem for an extended period. After much deliberation, he found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. However, if one could truly grasp the nuances of love between men and women in an instant, the only person who might possess such insight, aside from Li Zi, would likely be no one else. Furthermore, it was evident from her every word and action that her return these past few days was motivated by someone specific, perhaps the very individual they had been discussing. Brother Jun, what's the matter? When Shui called from outside, having knocked on the door for quite some time without receiving a response. It's time for lunch. Everyone is waiting for you. Are you troubled? You seem rather downcast. When Shui insisted that he had merely gone to Wang Xionghe's place, yet upon his return, he appeared to be a changed man, withdrawn and reclusive. He had locked himself away in his room until now. To an outsider, it might seem as if they had exchanged words that ought not to have been spoken, leading to this awkwardness in their relationship. She reflected that the other party had not altered in any significant way, leaving her perplexed by his sudden transformation. Upon seeing her, Li Jun instinctively spoke up. Shui, do you know how to make a woman perceive you positively? It's not merely about romantic feelings. It's about establishing trust. She should feel that you will stand by her unconditionally, just as you do now. Li Jun seemed to cling to her hand as if it were a lifeline. When Shui, taken aback by his fervent gesture, felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. She wished to clarify her feelings, but realized that her admiration for him had evolved beyond mere admiration into something deeper over this recent period. To make someone regard you favorably, beyond your capabilities, you must also have experiences that inspire confidence in others. If you can accomplish that, admiration will naturally follow. Just as it does for me now. Your prowess is indelibly etched in my mind. That should not be too difficult, right? Although when Shui did not fully grasp the implications of his words, it was clear that this situation had influenced the shift in their dynamic. Yet, she remained uncertain as to whom Li Jun wished to impress. If it were another person, there would be no need for such deliberate effort. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Li Jun's eyes. I see. Li Jun, lost in thought once more, found himself in a reverie. On the sidelines, when Shui observed him, unable to tolerate his demeanor any longer and succumbing to curiosity. What could possibly motivate his actions? With great caution, she tugged at his sleeve, her face adorned with a hint of grievance as she gazed at him. Brother Jun, whom do you wish to impress? She inquired. Could it be that in just a few days, you have already found someone special? Is it Li Zi or perhaps the suddenly appeared young lady from the Wang family? Upon finishing her words, when Shui pouted, a shadow of discontent crossing her features. In comparison to those two, she felt acutely aware of her own shortcomings. She lacked their grace and femininity, and in contrast to their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, her proficiency with swords and martial arts seemed to render her unworthy of standing beside him. When Li Jun finally emerged from his reverie and lifted his gaze to meet hers, he immediately noticed the expression of innocence and grievance upon her face, prompting him to offer an explanation. Chapter 181. Unraveling the Heart's Knot. It is not as you perceive. I have already explained that it is not a matter of romantic feelings between men and women. I merely wish to earn her trust, which is why I sought your counsel. Upon hearing this, when Shui's face brightened with joy. Really? It's not due to romantic feelings? Li Jun gently tousled her hair and smiled indulgently. Of course not. Come, let us go downstairs for a meal. All right. With this assurance, when Shui felt a sense of relief settle within her. I thought you had no intention of coming down. What exactly transpired between the two of you? You returned and immediately locked yourself in your room for so long without uttering a word or permitting anyone to disturb you. I was beginning to think he had disheartened you. Upon seeing the two descend, Xiao Kaishan couldn't help but feel curious about the situation. Wang Xionghe was indeed a man of considerable skill, a fact that was evident to nearly all. If this matter was the cause for concern, there was truly no need to dwell on it. After all, their statuses were vastly different. If Wang Xionghe intended to threaten him, he would need to contemplate the forces backing him. Even a prince of little favor would not be doubted as long as his identity was known. Yet, Li Jun was inherently more formidable than that man, and in any contest, he would never concede. Nothing this man did could possibly pose a threat to him. He had always been cunning. When had he ever truly obeyed orders? It's nothing. Even if I explained, you would not comprehend. However, this matter does bear a slight relevance to you, and your assistance may indeed be required in due course. Upon finishing this statement, a mischievous grin appeared on Li Jun's face. If he truly wished for that woman to harbor even a modicum of affection for him, he would undoubtedly need to navigate through the presence of the man before him. Should he falter in this endeavor, he might find himself at an impasse, and the task could very well remain unfulfilled. What do you mean by that? Are you discussing matters with him and planning to sell me out? Or is he resolute in his intent to eliminate me, intending to barter me for your safety? Xiao Kaishan recalled the smile that graced Li Jun's face, reminiscent of the time at the mountain. Whenever he wore such an expression, misfortune seemed to follow. Last time, he had suffered a loss of 200 taels of silver and lost a considerable number of weapons, all due to that very smile. Now, with the same smile reappearing, it was evident that this situation was anything but ordinary. He must have engaged in something quite inappropriate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be behaving this way. Hearing this, Li Jun turned to the side, regarding Wu Chong'an with a look of confusion. Am I that obvious? Wu Chong'an, upon hearing this, simply chuckled, neither nodding nor shaking his head. However, the expression on his face was undeniably evident. With Wu Zhong avoiding the question, Li Jun had already discerned the answer. Indeed, he bore some semblance of a cunning merchant, yet in this matter, it was inconceivable that he would truly betray him. It was merely due to certain circumstances that required his assistance. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person, nor would I ever allow you to perish. To some individuals, you are of significant importance. As for me, I have my own motives, primarily seeking to garner goodwill through your involvement. So I hope you will not refuse this meal. Once Li Jun concluded his statement, he offered no further clarification. Faced with his skepticism, he was at a loss as to how to alleviate his doubts. At the very least, clarity would only come after the event had transpired. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. He turned to the side to glance at Li Bai. What did he mean? Was he selling me out or not? In whose eyes am I deemed significant? Apart from you lot, who else would care? Moreover, you all seem rather indifferent. If one were to go missing on this road, I doubt anyone would even notice. The little god of wealth snorted coldly, though the words sounded pleasant. They were ultimately devoid of substance. After all, within this group, he truly held no value and might even be considered a burden. Lai Bai was about to respond. Yet before he could utter a word, he was outright dismissed. Moreover, he was fully aware of the truth, yet inexplicably ventured to inquire about it. Was this not self-degradation? Lai Bai, disinterested in further explanation, continued to lower his head and eat. Regardless, if such a situation were to arise, they would eventually comprehend the reality. Perhaps to others, he was not particularly significant. However, in the eyes of certain women, he was indeed a coveted prize, unbeknownst to him, who thought it all impossible. After the meal, shortly after Li Jun returned to his chamber, Lai Bai entered unannounced. There was truly no need to know what transpired between them, for this person would hardly divulge anything. Nonetheless, the little god of wealth was crucial to him, and thus, this matter must remain undisclosed to anyone. Yet, he needed to know. Brotherly. Upon hearing the voice, Li Jun opened his eyes from the soft couch and observed that only Lai Bai had come. Without needing to speak, he understood the question at hand. Are you worried that I might truly betray him, even hand him over to others, allowing him to perish by another's blade? Lai Bai, already somewhat apprehensive, found the directness of the query rather uncomfortable. He had not contemplated how to broach the subject before arriving, and now it seemed unnecessary, as this person already grasped his thoughts. Indeed, though I am aware that such inquiries may be deemed inappropriate, this individual holds considerable significance in my life. If you truly intend to sacrifice him for Wang Xiango, I cannot acquiesce to such an arrangement, for you are not oblivious to his intentions. Li Jun nodded, and upon hearing these words, he poured himself a cup of tea, observing the vessel brimming with the fragrant brew before extending it forth. However, I previously elucidated that this matter is non-existent. Your presence here is rooted in your lack of trust in me. It is true that you wish to spare him, yet it is equally true that there are unspoken matters between you, particularly concerning him. Therefore, I must ascertain your true intentions regarding his utilization. While he may remain indifferent to various matters, he cannot afford to overlook the little god of wealth. This promise was made to his father prior to our departure, to ensure his safety at all costs, and thus, complications are bound to arise in this regard. It is merely a question of resolving Wang Lanlin's inner turmoil. Chapter 182. Of importance to me, is this woman truly so significant? Lai Bai clearly harbored doubts regarding this response. There was no trace of spiritual energy within her, nor any indication of cultivation. By all accounts, she appeared to be an ordinary person, and the fact that he cared so deeply implied that her identity was anything but mundane. Not important, yet I must pursue this course of action. Even if I were to articulate it, you would not comprehend. For you, it is inconsequential, but for me, it serves a purpose I desire. Li Jun found himself at a loss for how to elucidate this matter. The woman's identity or background indeed bore some intrinsic value to her existence. Coupled with her utter ordinariness, he felt an inexplicable urge to win her favor. Such behavior, to an outside observer, would unmistakably appear as a deliberate attempt to gain something. No matter how capable the Wang family might be, they paled in comparison to the Huang family. If one sought to extract something of worth from them, it would be far more expedient to choose one of the two families. Would this course of action truly not bring him harm? Have I ever disappointed you with my words? When I say it shall not happen, it shall not. Moreover, there is no need to place his life at stake merely to seek the affection of a woman. Li Jun indeed struggled to fathom why his thoughts wandered so erratically. Perhaps due to the manner in which he had expressed himself earlier. Or perhaps the dynamics between these two individuals were not as straightforward as they appeared. Should his brother catch wind of this, he would undoubtedly intervene, suggesting that the level of danger posed by this individual was not as easily surmised as he imagined. Your anxiety and concern for him. Could this matter truly be as simple as marriage? Otherwise, you would not have sought me out. Upon realizing he had been inadvertently exposed, Lai Bai felt a twinge of regret. Had he understood the implications of his words, there would have been no need for his hasty arrival. Ultimately, secrets cannot be kept forever. Attempting to conceal them is akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. It is indeed about the marriage, but not merely the surface of this issue. The little god of wealth's refusal stemmed from the manipulation of the Wang family regarding his own lineage. In this place, no one would willingly pursue such a course. And while he bore no ill will towards the woman, the ulterior motives at play rendered action impossible. Lai Bai shrugged. Had he not received the news in such a perplexing manner prior to seeking clarification, the little god of wealth would not have suddenly backtracked at the critical moment. It was precisely because these individuals harbored impure intentions that he resolutely opposed the affair, even if it meant plunging his entire family into irreversible ruin. Li Zhun furrowed his brow. The intricacies of this situation were not entirely clear to him, yet recent inquiries had shed some light on the matter. It is understood that the two families are, in fact, evenly matched. However, it is merely due to the emergence of a son from the fray that those surrounding them have elevated their status. In truth, when compared directly, there exists no significant disparity between them. Should the two families genuinely desire to clash, it would surely result in mutual destruction. Why, then, was his escape so tumultuous? If memory serves correctly, with such comparable strengths, why the retreat? Upon hearing this, Li Bai could not help but chuckle. Indeed, to others, they all appear alike. This statement holds some truth, though it is not entirely accurate. The family of the little god of wealth has never engaged in deceit or even murderous dealings. Under such circumstances, how could their schemes possibly rival those of the Wang family? If the two families were to truly engage in conflict, a stalemate leading to mutual ruin would be implausible. For this reason, to avert a potential catastrophe, he had to be allowed to depart. Once he leaves, regardless of how the opposing family plots trouble, they cannot harm him, ensuring that their own lineage remains resilient. Li Zhun nodded in understanding. This remark had already hinted at the events that were to unfold. It was evident that in terms of their handling of matters, the strengths of the two families were not as equal as presumed. It seemed that the opposing side was at a disadvantage, and thus, retreat was the wisest course of action. However, he did not expect such a fortuitous encounter in this very place. If this were the case, why not remain atop the mountain? Such an important matter would certainly lead to valuable insights, and upon returning, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. Why accompany me to this locale? That said, one must recognize that he is not one to remain idle. Moreover, he had never anticipated encountering him here. In such a multitude of places, yet this particular spot was chosen. Can one be certain that he harbors no ulterior motives? Li Bai smiled subtly, articulating the underlying mystery. Places where such occurrences transpire are numerous, perhaps a dozen or more. If I am not mistaken, Beihai should be no exception. Yet, he has traversed thousands of miles to reach this location. If there were no personal motives involved in this matter, how could that be justified? Furthermore, his duty is solely to protect Beihai. When did this area fall within his responsibilities? Li Zhun raised an eyebrow, for this statement indeed served as a reminder. Earlier, during their negotiations, there was no mention of this individual. It was evident that his intent was to eliminate him. However, he is currently too preoccupied to act on it. He merely suggested a temporary reprieve, without indicating whether he would resort to violence after leaving this place. Should a confrontation arise between the two, it would undoubtedly create considerable turmoil. Yet, his immediate priority remains to secure his sister, ensuring that no unexpected developments arise in this situation. Let us set aside this matter for the moment. If he intends to take action, he must first go through you, thus making it unlikely that he would act rashly. Moreover, he had previously informed me that his objective lies in Longhai. As for why he has traveled such a great distance to this place, it is likely not solely for himself. Perhaps it is also for the sake of his sister. After Li Zhun finished speaking, he fell into silence. This situation lacks any semblance of coincidence. Yet this woman willingly followed him to this location, presumably sharing a similar purpose. Witnessing this, Li Bai chose to refrain from further comment. As long as this individual before him guarantees that he will not encounter any unforeseen circumstances, he is certain to keep his word. However, regarding the intentions of others, Li Bai would never allow them to succeed so easily. At this moment, in the room, the man, holding a long sword, sat down upon seeing the woman enter, only to place it back down again. Wang Lanlan noticed that he had already risen and drawn his sword, suggesting that the two had likely engaged in a very cordial exchange. Otherwise, it would not have provoked him to such an extent. Chapter 183. Kill him? Do you wish to take his life? Wang Lanlan inquired. Why not? Wang Xiango replied with a cold gaze. For him, the act of extinguishing this man's life would be a trivial matter. His hesitation stemmed solely from the implications of his own status. After all, the Wang family was hardly a match for the imperial lineage at present. If he were to acquire the strength in the future, what would it mean to eliminate a prince? Then why have you not acted? Wang Lanlan posed the question without restraint, striking at his vulnerabilities. Now that you have drawn your sword, would it not be simpler to act? Yet he had departed from that place unscathed. The reasons for his restraint were abundantly clear. Are you here to mock me? Do not forget, you are my sister. My misfortune brings you no advantage. Indeed, you cannot kill him now, nor will you be able to in the future. If you were truly wise, brother, you would recognize that making an enemy of this man serves no purpose. She had only encountered him twice, and both times had been devoid of any dialogue. To receive such a response after such brief interactions was beyond Wang Xiangou's comprehension. In the eyes of others, they considered his sister to be utterly inept. Yet, unbeknownst to them, none could rival her cunning. How is it that after merely 2 encounters, you have already discerned the answer? He scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Devoid of any sincerity, he perceived this man as not only foolish but also one who often judged by appearances. If he believed that the words spoken had cast doubt upon his intentions, he ought to understand the complexity of the situation. This man was far from simple. Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. I have said my piece. He must not die, at least not by your hand. With that, Wang Lanlan turned to leave. Her purpose here was to caution him against impulsive actions, to prevent a fleeting thought from plunging the Wang family into irreparable ruin. There was a very real possibility that such an act could cost them dearly. How could one who could not even safeguard his own life hope to protect Beihai? In a fit of rage, Wang Xiangou smashed the cup he held onto the ground. He had not anticipated that even a mere girl would dare to admonish him so boldly. Though he might be foolish, he was not unaware of this man's status. He could not afford to offend him. However, today's humiliation would undoubtedly be repaid in kind. He would not allow this man to escape unscathed. While he proclaimed that the man must not die, he did not rule out the possibility of causing trouble in the meantime. Wang Lanlan gazed at the picturesque scenery outside the inn, finding it somewhat appealing. After much hesitation, she ultimately stepped out alone. Zhun, having witnessed this scene, promptly followed her. After walking for a considerable distance, Wang Lanlan finally stumbled upon a breathtaking view and paused, realizing that Miss Wang was likely no stranger to this locale. Otherwise, how could she have discovered such a splendid spot so effortlessly? Upon hearing a sound behind her, she immediately turned around, relieved to see him approaching. You are indeed correct. This is not my first visit, she replied. You have been shadowing me throughout this journey. Surely, your intentions extend beyond mere admiration of the scenery? Indeed, that is not the case. However, without following you, I would not have encountered such beauty. Shall we strike a deal? Zhun proposed after a moment of contemplation. Wang Lanlan, intrigued by his proposition, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Her formidable brother held little allure for him. What could a woman of her limited capabilities offer? Moreover, if negotiations were to take place, surely it should involve someone of greater significance than herself. Are you jesting with me, sir? If my brother does not interest you, why would you approach me for a bargain? Zhun retreated to a nearby pavilion, idly toying with a jade pendant as he spoke with a casual demeanor. Your brother's terms do not appeal to me, nor do I appreciate his tone. Furthermore, he possesses nothing of my desire, while you do. Therefore, this transaction is feasible. Given the current circumstances, the arrangement would pose no issues for either party. In this exchange, both individuals could achieve their respective goals. Upon hearing this, Wang Lanlan's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to uncover what understanding could compel her to unconditionally agree to such a deal. Though you refrain from revealing your identity, given your current status, you can obtain whatever you wish without needing to negotiate with someone like me. After all, I am merely an ordinary woman. I do not believe I possess anything of value to you. She was acutely aware of her own identity and standing. In Beihai, perhaps there existed opportunities. But in this place, she felt insignificant. Indeed, many individuals within the inn could match her on equal footing. Thus, she concluded that she was of no use to him. Zhun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would speak with such precision. Not only did she include others in her assessment, but she also deftly conveyed that this endeavor might not succeed with her. Her cunning surpassed his expectations. Miss Wang's profound lack of self-confidence is hardly surprising, given that the relationship between the two of you has reached this impasse. Had you been able to transpose the sentiments of that day into the present, the outcome might have been altogether different. Moreover, it is evident to me that you harbor feelings for him. Your pursuit alongside your brother seems primarily aimed at thwarting his demise. While he may be oblivious to many matters, it is incomprehensible that he fails to grasp this straightforward situation, especially after having witnessed the events unfold and having reaped their consequences. If he is unwilling, I shall not impose my will upon him. I once believed that genuine affection would win his heart, yet I did not foresee his reluctance in this matter. Given this reality, why should I impose further hardship upon myself? It appears that our connection is one of fate unfulfilled. Is that not so? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to this story. Perhaps you remain unaware of the secrets that lie beneath the surface. Why did he choose to part ways with you on the very day of his nuptials? Was it truly merely an act of sincere humiliation directed at you? Chapter 184. The meaning of these words. What do you mean by that statement? Are you suggesting that he does not intend to act accordingly? Upon learning of this matter, Wang Lanlan felt as though she had stumbled upon a profound secret. At the time of this incident, she believed that all his calculations were merely underestimated in his eyes. The truly formidable individual was, in fact, he. Thus, over the years, despite harboring significant resentment towards this man, she remained reluctant to inflict harm upon him. After all, deep within her heart, she still held some feelings for him. Upon discovering that he was coming here, she had been contemplating following him, solely to prevent such an occurrence. Wang Lanlan was almost inseparable from her brother, driven by the desire to ensure his safety when necessary. Li Zhun observed her astonishment, clearly indicating disbelief in this matter. It seemed she was unaware of the myriad events transpiring behind the scenes. You have always believed that your schemes were unparalleled. Indeed, you have employed many tactics. However, in the eyes of others, these maneuvers merely appeared as a means to marry him. Have you any inkling of the stratagems your family has employed against us? After Li Zhun spoke of this matter with a smile, he was not entirely confident in his assessment. Yet he understood that the relationship between their families was fraught with complications. To use marriage as a pretext for fostering closer ties between the two families generally required substantial financial incentives to entice them. Furthermore, from the outset, the little fortune god had not harbored a strong aversion towards this woman. It was only upon discovering certain truths that he chose to evade. Under such circumstances, it was difficult not to sense that issues had arisen between these two families, or perhaps he had unearthed some revelations. Are you conveying this to make me question them? That is implausible. How could I, so cherished within this household, ever become their pawn? Upon hearing these words, Wang Lanlan felt a surge of doubt, unwilling to accept the veracity of his claims. Within the Wang family, she had almost everything she desired, and no one was disinclined to grant her wishes. She was, after all, the cherished jewel of the entire clan. Even her brother showered her with extreme affection. How could it be that she was merely a pawn in their game? Thus, I assert that you, dear lady, are somewhat pitiable. Are you truly unaware of your own standing? Do you comprehend that your brother intends to use you as bait solely to draw that individual out? Does your life truly hold such significance in his eyes? If memory serves, before arriving here, Li Zhun had encountered numerous unfamiliar faces along the way. Moreover, there were indeed many lurking in the shadows. And had it not been for his timely arrival, this woman would have long since become their prey, a tool to confront Wang Xiongha. Everyone was acutely aware of her identity, how favored she was, and within the household, nearly no one opposed her. It is precisely due to such an identity that one finds it easier to manipulate others. Yet, everything is evidently a trap set by others. I cannot bring myself to believe your words. If that were indeed the case, why must you reveal this to me only now? Do you truly think that their kindness towards me over the years was solely for this moment? How is that even conceivable? How could anyone possibly foresee today? Wang Lanlan shook her head repeatedly, retreating. No matter the explanation, she seemed entirely devoid of understanding regarding this matter. She was acutely aware of her own prowess, perhaps more than anyone else. Even if she could scheme against everyone, it could not be for the purpose of orchestrating events to this day. Who could possibly predict what would transpire today? This is a mystery that remains unknown to all. How could they possess such extraordinary capabilities? Li Zhun was also reluctant to believe it. Yet some individuals indeed possess such talents. From birth, they have existed as living pawns. Every word and action meticulously controlled to ensure that this person follows the path they desire. After all these years, she has finally grasped this truth. Everything spoken now has long been orchestrated by those individuals, the only unforeseen factor being that Wang Lanlan has developed her own thoughts and, in this regard, surpassed them. The little fortune teller was merely an accident. What they truly desired was the royal family. Thus, it is perhaps understandable that Wang Lanlan contemplated marrying someone she was instantly enamored with before this directive emerged. Power has always been a coveted asset. It is merely that you have underestimated yourself in them. Had you not employed your own cunning to marry him, I suspect that the person your father or your kin truly desired would have been someone from the royal family. In the entire Beihai family, only the Wang clan possesses an unforgettable legacy. Under such immense power, they surely sought a formidable ally. And the only suitable one was a member of the royal family who could help them achieve their aims. However, what was unforeseen was that Wang Lanlan herself arranged a marriage, thus bringing great disgrace upon Wang Jia. Currently, they cannot scheme against the little fortune teller's family, as the disparity in strength between the two families is glaring. Therefore, they have placed all their hopes upon this son. Meanwhile, she, the daughter who once brought glory to the family, has long since lost her value. Even now, as a pawn, no one would utter a word in her favor. In fact, they would prefer her to vanish quickly, which would be beneficial for those players. Wang Lanlan cannot deny the truth in his words. nor can she refute that there are indeed those within her family who harbor such thoughts. Yet, she is unwilling to acknowledge that these sentiments arise from her own relatives. She has strived to improve her reputation, endeavoring to restore the Wang Jinan name from the shadows of past events. After all that has transpired, why have they remained steadfast in their beliefs until now? Is it solely due to her being a daughter that this matter is deemed insignificant? Must she be cast aside by everyone? Why have you chosen this moment to confide in me? Do you believe that by revealing this, I will conspire against my brother? Do not harbor such notions. Even if your words ring true, I could never return home with my ire directed at the Wang family. How could Yang Yuzhen simply forget? After a prolonged period of contemplation, it seemed as though she had arrived at an answer. Regarding the events that unfolded, she refrained from making further decisions. Perhaps genuinely able to accept everything as it is. Though it is cruel, she finds herself incapable of enacting vengeance. Nor could she possibly, as he suggested, focus all her intentions upon the Wang family. Chapter 185. Apology. Ultimately, the consequences stemmed from her own mistakes. If this admission could indeed restore Wang Jia to his former self, why not embrace it? When Li Jun heard these words, he sensed that the woman before him had misconstrued his intentions. He revealed this matter not to incite animosity between them, nor to dictate Wang Jia's choices. Those decisions were his to make. The agreement between them was not rooted in this incident, but rather in his willingness to assist her in meeting the person she longed to see. You seem to have misunderstood my intentions. I share these thoughts not to foster enmity between you two, but out of compassion for the thought of you recklessly courting danger. The manner in which you choose to depart is yours to decide, and should not be dictated by the machinations of others. What is it that you truly desire? If you are unwilling, you need not disclose anything. Yet now that you have spoken, you assert it is not related to this matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Lanlan could not help but laugh. There were indeed numerous avenues available, yet she had chosen the most foolish one. What benefit would revealing the entire truth bring me? Initially, I was reluctant to enter into this transaction, and now that reluctance has only intensified. The person before me is unfathomable. Thus there is no necessity for me to acquiesce. It is because you have harbored a knot in your heart for so many years that I can assist you in unraveling it, revealing your significance to him. If my conjecture is correct, your previous scheming was born out of your feelings for him. A woman who meticulously seeks to marry a man indicates the presence of affection between them. Should he merely wish to evade responsibilities that rightfully belong to him through such means, it can only be deemed foolish. Alternatively, if his motivations stem from a desire for revenge, perhaps he has known all along. Thus, the true unfortunate one is the little fortune god. What do you mean? Can you not recall my existence? Does he harbor any feelings for me? When have I ever claimed to possess feelings for him? Such matters require no utterance from you. From the moment you arrived, aware of his presence, every gaze would gravitate towards his door whenever he was available. Even a fool could discern this, could they not? If he remains oblivious to such a simple truth, it would indeed be a lamentable waste of years. The clarity of this situation is evident to all who possess sight. Their relationship is anything but ordinary. Therefore, her actions hold little significance for him. Wang Lanlan, confronted with the exposure of her thoughts, felt a pang of embarrassment. She had endeavored to refrain from interfering. Yet the obviousness of it all had led him to seize upon her weakness. I believe you may have misunderstood. I am merely observing, without any ulterior motives. Is that so? If this is the case, it is indeed unfortunate, for the little fortune god had intended to facilitate a conversation between you two. After all, she is a woman as well, and your actions should be underpinned by a reason. However, since she lacks one, let us depart. Upon concluding his words, a figure emerged from the woods behind them. As anticipated, it was he, the little fortune god. Listening to the exchange between the two, a profound sense of shame washed over his countenance. The reason for his departure in the first place was to prevent her from harboring resentment towards the family. He had never offered an explanation, largely due to the absence of opportunity. Moreover, after committing such an act, it was unlikely anyone would be receptive, nor would they heed his words. The little fortune god felt a pang of remorse, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, so many years had elapsed since this incident, and he had never considered providing an explanation. He even believed that there was no way for them to sit down calmly together. It was merely due to the presence of his brother, who perpetually sought his demise, that he instinctively fled at the sight of his reaction. How could one possibly apologize or elucidate the reasons behind such actions? Were it not for Li Jun, they might not have even crossed paths today. I shall leave the rest to you. I will take a moment to appreciate the scenery nearby, as it is rather pleasing. Upon finishing his statement, Li Jun exited the pavilion, gazing at the setting sun beside him. Had it not been for this, the matter would not have necessitated such urgency today. This might be their only opportunity for a private encounter, and it is doubtful a more suitable moment will arise. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the pavilion grew palpably awkward for the two individuals. This marked their first meeting in a long time, and also their inaugural conversation. Neither knew what to say. The little fortune god, typically a lively conversationalist, found himself utterly at a loss for words in this instance. The awkwardness was so palpable one could almost mold it into a structure. Miss Wang, the words he spoke earlier, though somewhat brusque and overly candid, were uttered with your best interests at heart. As for the matters between you and me, it is indeed as he stated. I am deeply ashamed and apologize for the burdens of public scrutiny you have endured for so many years. The little fortune god reflected on how he had abandoned all responsibilities, leaving everything for a woman. At the time, he deemed her far from virtuous. Convinced she was merely a spy placed by his father, he believed all the gossip and subsequent events were of her own making. Had it not been for hearing these matters today, or for knowing the entire truth back then, he could not possibly feel such a sense of shame. Nor would he experience the same sorrow as before regarding this matter. Wang Lanlan had waited so long for an apology, and at last, she heard it uttered by him. Perhaps there has never been a moment in his life more joyous than this, to the point where the person before her feels almost unrecognizable. It was as if she were ensnared in a dream. Was the reason for his departure truly? Yes, the little fortune god nodded. In such circumstances, he had no choice but to leave, with not even a moment to explain, nor the opportunity for a lingering farewell. All of this was fraught with peril. After receiving this response, Wang Lanlan suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness, as even his answer seemed somewhat feeble. Yet, she yearned to know more. If, at that time, such events had not transpired, would they have not become the way they are now? Chapter 186. His life. What if, at that moment, you were unaware of everything, or if certain events had never transpired? Would our relationship resemble what it is now? Upon hearing this question, the little god of wealth wore a smile and chose to confront the matter with composure. No, perhaps by now, we might have already had children. Or we could have departed from that place, wandering the mountains and rivers as we do now. I enjoy exploring, as you well know, he chuckled joyfully. Yet, all these explanations are ultimately insipid. The events have unfolded, and thus, they cannot revert to the past, nor can they amend what has already occurred. However, upon hearing his response, Wang Lanlan exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had initially thought that such an answer would illuminate her heart, yet now she found herself compelled to acknowledge her resentment. It was their greed that had led her to sacrifice everything, leaving her without the desired outcome. What benefit does such a family hold for her? Moreover, in their eyes, she seemed to be someone of great significance. Do not overthink it, he said. The reason for my words is not to incite your resentment, but to clarify the emotional entanglement between us. Since this week has brought forth understanding, we can become friends. But you must accept me as your elder brother. Surely, you would not find such a notion agreeable? The little god of wealth forced a smile. He chose to articulate his thoughts clearly. He had indeed contemplated that had he accepted all arrangements back then, he might not have harbored disdain for the woman before him, and perhaps they would be leading a blissful life together. Alas, all of this exists solely as a figment of his imagination, never to materialize in reality. Inevitably, one of them must perish, either he or his brother. In such circumstances, how could happiness ever be attainable? In the end, the resolution could only culminate in tragedy. Indeed, he would find a way to eliminate you, for in his eyes, you are the one who has brought shame upon the Wang family. Were it not for you, he would not be enduring such hardship. Wang Lanlan sighed as she gazed at Li Zhun in the distance. Undeniably, today's conversation had helped her untangle her hard-ass knots. Yet, how would she confront the ensuing events? Wang Lanlan's affinity level, 10. Li Zhun, upon hearing the voice in his mind, instinctively turned around and caught sight of their interaction, glancing in their direction. He casually waved a hand in greeting. The little god of wealth nodded in acknowledgement. I have told you, his actions are for our benefit. Regardless of what transpires in the future, do not harm him. He is an exceptionally formidable individual. You would do well to inform your brother of this matter, lest he recklessly endanger himself. And the one to suffer would inevitably be him. He has never believed what I say. Moreover, everything he does now is solely his own choice, leaving me powerless to intervene. Speaking of this matter seems effortless, yet in practice, it proves to be exceedingly challenging. Wang Xionghe has always despised others dictating his actions. The words she just uttered took immense courage. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to speak up. Her decision to step forward was driven by concern for him. Now that she has expressed herself so clearly, if he still chooses this path, she finds herself devoid of reasons to obstruct him. Do you truly wish for his demise? Furthermore, Longhai is not as straightforward as it appears. Consider this a gesture to compensate for the years of neglect I have shown you. I hope it serves you well." The little deity realized that no amount of words could convey more than a letter, so he handed her the missive directly, believing its contents might alter their original perceptions. After all, Longhai is far from a simple character. The little deity refrained from further explanation and instead approached Li Zhun. This letter was originally intended for him, containing information he sought. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only entrust it to Wang Lanlan, as they were in greater need of its contents. "It seems you two have already arrived at some understanding. You must be aware, correct?" "What?" the little deity queried, perplexed. Li Zhun observed her from a distance. Holding the letter, "You cannot possibly be unaware of the contents within that letter." "Oh, that? I know. It contains all the clues regarding Longhai, as well as his identity and background. I reviewed it and then handed it to her. She needs it more than you do." Li Zhun raised an eyebrow, surprised that the person who previously avoided meeting him was now so eager to share information. Moreover, he had never witnessed such generosity without any monetary exchange. "When did you become so magnanimous?" "Initially, for something like this, you would have demanded 200 taels of silver. The value contained within must be worth several times that." "What do you mean? Are you planning to give it to me?" The little deity, taken aback by this remark, gazed at him in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "You must be dreaming. Why would I give you something that I received?" "It wasn't my gift to offer," Li Zhun scoffed. Upon hearing this, the little deity felt deflated, realizing that someone like him could never be generous. They belonged to the same category of individuals, both having become ensnared in the pursuit of wealth. How could they ever willingly part with their money? Furthermore, this situation was one he had chosen for himself, and it had nothing to do with him. Indeed, you may choose to withhold, but if you desire to uncover the secrets contained within, a mere 200 taels of silver shall grant you the knowledge. Young master, I possess an extraordinary memory, and I can recount to you in meticulous detail what lies within. The little fortune god, with a tone of pride, seems to have grasped some arcane wisdom. It is evident that if this individual before me yearns to learn the contents, he will undoubtedly yield. Seeing this arrogant demeanor, Li Zhun smiled. "Since you have stated it so boldly, I shall relinquish you to the whims of fate. Your life is of no concern to me. After all, does your survival impact me in any way?" Upon finishing his words, he turned away with a smile. The little fortune god stood frozen in place for a considerable time, realizing that his fate still lay firmly within his own grasp. Until all dangers had been averted, he must rely on the man before him. Otherwise, he could meet his untimely demise at any moment, unaware of where his end might occur. How pitiable that would be. Chapter 187. You cannot treat me this way, no. No, how can this be? To put it bluntly, I do not wish to perish here. Moreover, should I meet my demise in this place, the loss you would incur would be substantial, not to mention the financial burden you would bear. Would you not agree? Upon witnessing his departure, the little god of wealth promptly followed suit. Trading 200 taels of silver for his own life was undeniably a worthwhile exchange. Were it not for his current subservient position, he would not have wasted so much time. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhun's face brightened with a smile as he paused to await further explanation. "Pray tell, what peculiarities does this individual possess?" "Peculiarities?" The little god of wealth shook his head. In truth, there was nothing particularly strange about him. Perhaps you are unaware, but he is one of the foremost experts in Green Jade Mountain. Ironically, this very distinction has rendered him the target of fate's mockery, for he possesses no spiritual roots. As he recounted this tale, a look of deep regret crossed his face. After all, in those days, he held a prominent position, known throughout the region. Moreover, he was not known by the name he bears now, which leaves many unfamiliar with it. However, if one were to mention his name from those times, it would undoubtedly evoke recognition. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhun halted abruptly, his expression one of astonishment. He had never anticipated that fate had indeed played a cruel trick on him, achieving great heights only to plummet unexpectedly one day. Such an occurrence is something no one could accept. He is indeed the rootless individual you discussed that day, having reached the pinnacle of his potential during his childhood and adolescence. For reasons unknown, as he aged, his spiritual power gradually waned. His family treated him as if he were invisible, and had it not been for this, he would not find himself in this predicament. After the little god of wealth concluded his account, he could only conclude that this situation was a jest by the heavens. To have someone who once occupied a high position suddenly cast down from their pedestal is an ordeal no one can fathom. Even more so, no one would truly comprehend it. His decision to take an unconventional path is entirely understandable, yet the harm inflicted upon others inevitably leads to repercussions. He has become a figure everyone seeks to eliminate. Moreover, Prior to his fall, he was not known as Long Hai, but rather Long Haixing. After being cast down from the mountain, he adopted a new name, symbolizing a transformation of his life, a renunciation of his former self, and the emergence of the individual he is today. He is not as simple as he may appear on the surface. Long Hai, whether in his own right or in the eyes of outsiders, seems like an ordinary person, perhaps slightly more formidable than others, yet when compared to them, he stands no chance. However, what remains unknown to all is that there are those far more powerful lurking behind the scenes. Long Hai can indeed harness the spiritual energy he possesses and transform it into his own, surpassing all those around him in mere moments. However, under such circumstances, it requires a period of adaptation. One cannot alter everything instantaneously. Thus, you imply that he has not only mastered the art of absorbing other spiritual energy, but can also swiftly claim it as his own. Indeed, when compared to those under his command, he is significantly more formidable. Yet, adaptation will take a few hours at most. For him, just a couple of hours will suffice. Would you not agree that this is impressive? If this had been suggested long ago, no one would have believed it possible. The notion of merging one's spiritual energy with that of others would be deemed sorcery in the eyes of many. Typically, individuals such as this do not survive long, often meeting their demise at the hands of others or being extinguished in their infancy. Yet, unexpectedly, during this gradual progression, Long Hai has accumulated considerable power. The reason he has not taken a stand is merely to project an image of utter ineptitude, prompting others to subconsciously seek out his benefactor. Who would suspect that such an individual could effortlessly amass their spiritual energy? If your assertion holds true, does that mean Wang Xiango is in danger? Li Zhun furrowed his brow. If that is indeed the case, then all of Long Hai's endeavors are merely a fade. Should the two engage in conflict, would it not spell significant trouble for Wang Xiango? As they walked, both were lost in contemplation. The minor deity pondered this matter carefully for quite some time. Surely, it cannot be so. Wang Xiango, after all, is a prodigy, endowed with extraordinary talent, and must have encountered numerous life-threatening challenges. If he lacked such prowess, he would not dare venture into this realm. Should they confront each other, the most likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Long Hai cannot easily triumph over him. In terms of their comparative strengths, he still leans towards supporting Wang Xiango. Despite this individual's singular focus on his demise, seemingly indifferent to every action taken against him, Wang Xiango remains a gifted genius in the entire Northern Sea. If he were to fall so easily, how deeply would his confidence be shattered? Perhaps it is only Wang Lanlan who would suffer as a result of such an incident. Seeing Li Zhun's unwavering confidence in his future brother-in-law, a smile crept onto his face. Have you ever considered why he traveled such a great distance to this place? Is it truly just to find him? What do you mean? Surely you do not believe that those who conveyed the message to him were genuine? He has come here with the intent to kill me? How could he possibly know I would descend? Upon witnessing the cunning smile upon his face, the little fortune god immediately recoiled, utterly incredulous. Initially, he believed that the words exchanged between the two were merely intended to intimidate her, and that the situation did not present the opportunity for such actions. What purpose would it serve him if he remained on the mountain, never descending? Yet, what if fortune smiled upon him? Wasn't he a chance already at hand? Since he could not ascend the mountain to eliminate you, how could he possibly allow such a golden opportunity to slip away? Li Zhun continued to speak. The true intentions of this individual eluded him, yet the little fortune god was undoubtedly one of the objectives for his presence here, albeit in a sequential manner. Do not frighten me. I have laid everything bare, he asserted. Surely, he would not harbor such a profound hatred towards me. Moreover, regarding the incident from long ago, it was not solely my fault. After all these years, how can his desire for vengeance remain unquenched? Chapter 188. For you upon hearing these words. The little god of wealth was taken aback, as if struck by a sudden revelation. He felt that the situation did not warrant such drastic measures. Time had passed, and the Wang family's reputation had gradually been restored through persistent efforts. Surely, one could not harbor such profound animosity towards him. Moreover, he had rendered significant assistance. Even Wang Xiongha, with all his righteous indignation, ought to discern right from wrong. You must understand, in his lifetime, he had finally received an opportunity to rise, with the family placing all their hopes and past burdens upon him. Under immense pressure, he had contributed to the current standing of the Wang family. Yet, due to your impulsive actions, the players he had painstakingly nurtured were reduced to their current predicament. If one could not harbor resentment, how could one possibly justify the situation? If this matter could truly be resolved through violence alone, Wang Xiongha would not have had to traverse far and wide over the years, seeking to vanquish the demons that tarnished his player's reputation. Ultimately, The misdeeds committed between the two of them remained a source of public scorn. His beloved sister continued to be the subject of ridicule, unable to find a suitor even to this day. The events of that day had led to the myriad troubles of the present, and it appeared that aside from him, she could not connect with anyone else. Do you realize? The woman behind you has remained unmarried since your departure, not out of reluctance, but because no one dares approach her. In the entirety of Beihai, suspicions surround her, which is why you fled on the day of the grand wedding. How could her brother not resent you? A woman reduced to such a fate. And to this day, none dare take action. Who can ascertain how to remedy this situation? Thus, apart from him, no one else possesses the opportunity or possibility to intervene. Upon hearing this, the little god of wealth was plunged into deep remorse. It was not from unwillingness, but rather due to the peculiar circumstances at that time. He could only leave on the day of the wedding. He had evaded this situation, yet little did he realize that she would ultimately bear the consequences. What am I to do now? Should I have remained a pawn in their game? Not to mention the absence of feelings between us, even if there were. I could never compromise in matters of family interest. The origins and developments of this situation meant he could never allow his family to fall under the control of the Wang family. His father was a despicable man, utterly indifferent to the thoughts and feelings of his children. He was solely focused on ensuring his son gained notoriety within the realm of cultivation, endlessly boasting of it. This transformed a once simple cultivator into someone filled with righteous indignation. Regardless of how formidable his abilities may be, the ultimate outcome remained the same, a fall from grace. What merit could such a conclusion possibly hold? Wang Xionghu understood better than anyone that if things continued in this manner, his fate was all but sealed. Yet, he showed no signs of retreating. He never discerned the good from the bad in the matters at hand. To him, demons were simply demons, and evil was unequivocally evil, with no shades of distinction. When confronted, his response was invariably one of annihilation. If this persisted, the Wang family would inevitably find themselves besieged by the entirety of the demon realm. It is not merely my observation that these two siblings harbor no ill intentions. However, their father is of a different nature. Should he succumb to darkness due to this affair, would there still be a glimmer of hope? After a moment's hesitation, the little god of wealth voiced the thoughts that had lingered in his mind throughout their days together. He sought clarity, yet no one could provide him with the answers he sought. Li Zhun felt similarly. I am not of the demon clan. What purpose would it serve to consult me? He remarked. You may not be, but others are. Despite my seemingly carefree demeanor and naivety, I am perceptive enough to see the truth. I am not a fool. It is merely that my position renders me unable to inquire further. Such a blatant reality could likely only deceive those on the outside. Having cohabited under the same roof for an extended period, the distinctions were evident long ago, were it not for the desire to avoid entangling one another. And given that this individual had committed no grievous wrongs, there would be no justification for such treatment. Nevertheless, a demon is inherently a demon. In juxtaposition, should any inappropriate events transpire in the future, he would undoubtedly direct his sword towards him. Even if they shared a bond of brotherhood, he would not transgress the bounds of morality. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhuan's countenance remained unchanged, as stoic as ever. Had another been privy to such a declaration, astonishment would surely have ensued. Within their circle, it was likely only he who could evoke such admiration from others. However, while Li Zhuan could not fully comprehend the complexities around him, he recognized that those in his vicinity were far from ordinary, particularly the seemingly indifferent little god of wealth, who had managed to establish the foremost intelligence agency across the realm. Without a measure of cunning, could one truly attain such a pinnacle? Since you are aware, why did you not expose him at the outset? I assumed, in your eyes, that the demon clan would be unforgivable, yet it seems there are exceptions. He questioned. You can discern right from wrong. Am I incapable of the same? Regardless of his past actions, during our interactions, he has committed no transgressions. If he has done nothing wrong, how does he differ from an ordinary person? I am not so consumed by a fierce hatred of evil. Moreover, he is, after all, a normal individual, not like those who exhibited madness before him. That is indeed true. That individual, upon being revealed as a demon, indiscriminately slaughtered them without hesitation. Such a person could hardly aspire to become a cultivator. At most, he merely transitioned from the path of cultivation to the realm of demonic practices, which renders him not fundamentally different from them. Given your awareness of this matter, I believe it is imperative for you to elucidate this proof clearly. Moreover, I harbor no intention of concealing anything from you. Presently, not only am I privy to this knowledge, but he is as well. And this matter cannot remain hidden for long. Although I do not comprehend the actions you have undertaken regarding him, it is evident that this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Ever since the little fortune teller descended from the mountain, he has harbored concerns about the potential exposure of his identity. That incident was indeed a minor mishap. They were entirely unaware that, under such circumstances, eavesdroppers were present. Had it not been for their discussions at that time, the complications would not have arisen to this extent. He might have successfully concealed himself for several more years. However, in light of past experiences, it is clear that those on the mountain harbor intentions towards them, despite the fact that all these individuals are primarily focused on Li Zhun. Chapter 189. You should be aware, although the majority of individuals are drawn to you, it is prudent that those in your vicinity possess no incriminating evidence against them. Otherwise, the repercussions may extend beyond yourself, placing even the women in danger due to the men. In the absence of others, the little god of wealth articulated his thoughts candidly. However, prior to this, he had received another letter, which contained explicit details regarding all of them, including himself. Had this letter surfaced long ago, he might not have hesitated. Yet after spending considerable time with this individual, he gradually began to trust him, rendering the contents of the letter insufficient to compel him to abandon his friends. The little god of wealth found himself unable to disregard the letter, as if it had never existed. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhun was incredulous. He could not fathom that such actions were within his capability. If it had been someone like Li Bai delivering such heartfelt counsel, it would have been comprehensible. However, he was not that person. The sudden shift in the little god of wealth left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. You have inexplicably shared so much with me at this moment, and I find it unsettling. Nevertheless, I have absorbed your words. Yet, it would be wise for you to forget them, for I cannot predict what I might do then. Perhaps, as the letter suggests, I am not so easily defined, Li Zhun stated before smiling and walking ahead of him. The little god of wealth stood frozen, unsure if he had truly read the letter or if the words spoken had merely been a coincidence, or if he had indeed been aware of its contents, as they mirrored the letter perfectly. The letter explicitly warned him, Li Zhun cannot be trusted. At least for now, everything he had done was questionable, as no one knew his true inclinations. Even if he were to release all those under his influence, no one would discern his true intentions. In such a treacherous environment, how could one act selflessly for others without ulterior motives? Especially someone who had grown up amidst scorn, devoid of resentment towards them, and able to communicate effectively. The current Li Zhun truly seemed to be an individual biding his time, merely awaiting an opportunity to rise. Softening, Wang Lanlan watched their retreating figures, preparing to tidy up, when an unexpected presence emerged from the shadows. Even the tone of voice carried an icy edge. Without needing to turn, she recognized who it was. In this place, clearer than anyone else, she understood that even a simple outing could not escape his watchful gaze. Wang Xiango has always been a constant presence by her side, and he even witnessed their departure one after the other. In light of such circumstances, how could he possibly let this pass? If I am not mistaken, Wang Xiango may even perceive that a certain arrangement has been established between them. Meanwhile, she has become the one who betrays the Wang family. Brother, if I were to claim that I have never wronged the Wang family, would you believe me? And what do you think I should believe? What have the two of you discussed? I did not catch all the words, but how could he unconditionally permit you to meet with him? If this individual truly harbors intentions, he would not need to rely on anyone else. So, do you think your words merit my trust? Behind Wang Lanlan, Wang Xiango's gaze was filled with suspicion. To avoid being discovered, he maintained a considerable distance, only able to observe the conversation among the three from afar. Yet, he could not discern what they were saying, which only deepened his mistrust of the woman before him. After all, her purpose for being here was to prevent him from being harmed. Otherwise, she would not have traveled such a great distance to this perilous place, risking her life in the process. Wang Xiango truly could not fathom what merit someone so inept in both literary and martial pursuits possessed to warrant her concern. I cannot find the words to explain, but there is indeed no transaction between them and me. He merely wished to see me because this person desired a meeting, and my current aim is to prevent you from killing him. Wang Lanlan turned to face Wang Xiango directly. Her gaze bore no hesitation, nor did it betray the slightest hint of panic. If, under such circumstances, he still chose to doubt her, she would ultimately have to resign herself to fate. At worst, she would meet her end at his hands, thus fulfilling her purpose for coming here. Wang Lanlan, regardless of whether your words are true or false, you are my sister. He has subjected you to years of humiliation, and such transgressions cannot be easily explained away. They are hardly deserving of your forgiveness. Do you think a mere letter can restore peace to your family? What is it that you truly seek? I have heard of these matters, and it was not solely due to him that they came to be. Is there not also you and father to account for? Why did you both vehemently refuse to agree to matters in the past, only to inexplicably acquiesce now? Must I articulate it all? After hearing this response, Wang Xianggo's icy demeanor shifted. The expressions on her face led him to believe that her words were indeed rooted in the earlier conversation. Moreover, Wang Lanlan seemed unwavering in her conviction regarding this matter, harboring no doubts whatsoever. So, after living in this household for so many years, you would rather place your trust in the words of others than in the actions I have taken for you? Do you believe everything they say? Do you not realize that such behavior only serves to sow discord between us? Wang Xianggo's expression suddenly shifted to one of urgency. Undoubtedly, this matter, which had been concealed for so many years, has now been inexplicably unveiled. How could he possibly be devoid of concern? This incident had transpired long ago, and he had originally believed that the day of revelation would never arrive. Yet, he did not anticipate that the man's decision to call off the wedding was rooted in this very issue. He had foreseen the truth, which prompted him to flee on the day of the wedding, thereby preventing anyone from having the opportunity to uncover it. Thus, throughout the years, not only has he remained on the road or chosen to stay on this mountain, but his reluctance to return is also born of fear. Beihai is not exceedingly distant from here, yet it is not as close as one might imagine. Brother, I yearn to place my trust in you, but each time you deceive or are exposed, your tone inexplicably escalates, and even your gaze is fraught with panic. How can I possibly believe you when I dare not even meet your eyes? Chapter 190. Is it not because of you? Wang Lanlan smiled faintly. Initially, when she first heard of the matter, she deemed it mere gossip. She truly believed that this situation should not have unfolded in such a manner. The bond between the two of them was not meant to be like this. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing him, she felt an irresistible urge to test the waters. With a single action, the truth could be unveiled. She had entered this endeavor with high hopes, only to be met with utter disappointment in the end. Indeed, everything she desired was intricately linked to them. Had it not been for them, this predicament would not have arisen. How can you place the blame on me? She questioned. His unwillingness to marry you has nothing to do with me. Even if that were the case, if he truly desired it, he would not have remained silent for all these years. Wang Xionghe, witnessing the unfolding events, recognized that there was no longer any reason to conceal the truth. He had no intention of continuing the charade. Perhaps it was time to clarify the situation. Yet, the dynamics between the two of them had no bearing on him whatsoever. Upon hearing his words, Wang Lanlan merely managed a strained smile, refraining from voicing her thoughts on his response. Is that so? If you were to marry the daughter of your enemy, would you be willing? Even if you shared a profound affection, knowing she is the offspring of your father's murderer, would you still consent? A person like my brother would never tolerate such a thing. After delivering her statement, Wang Lanlan placed the letter she held upon the table, pausing momentarily in silence before turning to leave. Wang Xionghe gazed at her departing figure for an extended moment before returning his attention to the letter on the table. The insignia upon it was unmistakable. Individuals of their wealth often acquired information in this locality. It was likely not the first or second time he had done so. Yet he could not fathom how the little fortune god could be so benevolent as to offer this information to him without charge. Moreover, it was perplexing that they would simply gift it to him. Such action seemed illogical for one so entrenched in the pursuit of wealth. Or perhaps, a certain transaction had already been established between them, and this was merely a component of that agreement. Wang Lanlan set aside the sword she had been holding and opened the letter. Upon reading its contents, a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. Were it not for the familiar insignia on the envelope, the provenance of the letter alone would render its contents dubious. However, under the current circumstances, there was no opportunity for forgery. Thus, the information contained within was undoubtedly authentic. The man was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Should the two of them come to blows, the outcome would not merely result in mutual destruction. It was highly probable that he would meet his demise at the hands of this man. At this moment, the two individuals returned to the inn, one following closely behind the other. Inside the room, a group awaited their arrival, having settled in long before. Though the occupants were unaware of their whereabouts, they could surmise the nature of their activities. I remarked that it was uncommon to see the pair venture out together. It must have been for the woman across the way, otherwise, they would hardly have walked side by side. For whom? The answer is not for you to know. This is a matter for you to contemplate after perusing what I present. The little fortune god, uninterested in the banter, hastily revealed the information they had gathered, placing it before them. This matter was indeed of utmost urgency. If unresolved, they might find themselves at an impasse, unable to progress further, and even the identity of those behind them would remain shrouded in mystery. Li Bai regarded them with a knowing gaze for a lengthy moment before directing his attention to the paper in his hand. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, though the sounds were not distinctly audible, the presence of spiritual energy was palpable to the two individuals within. It was already apparent to me that this person's identity was extraordinary. Did you truly believe that you had gleaned nothing from him? Were you to consider whether you were the hunter or the hunted? Have you come to clarity on that matter? Who exactly are you? Long Hai inquired, gazing at the masked man clad in black, his features obscured. The aura emanating from him instilled a sense of trepidation in Long Hai. Had it not been for years of rigorous training, he would not have encountered someone of such caliber here. Should a confrontation arise, he doubted he would emerge victorious. Am I truly so significant? I am merely conveying the harsh truth. If you wish to depart, now is your moment. Should they join forces, you will surely meet your end. Mo Lan gestured, compelling Long Hai to confront the reality of the earlier events. The man before him, he was reluctant to allow to remain, for only by departing could the true identity of those behind this be uncovered. Such a person could not have conjured these spells from thin air. On that mountain, no such profound magic existed. These artifacts had always been the province of the demon clan and celestial sect. Individuals like him could never hope to access them. Therefore, it was evident that someone had bestowed these powers upon them. Otherwise, how could they have mastered such skills? Upon hearing this, Long Hai found himself besieged by doubt. No matter how one regarded it, this area fell within his domain, granting him some measure of capability to evade them. Yet, should he find himself in unfamiliar territory, not only would he have to acclimate to his surroundings, but some might find it intolerable. In such circumstances, he would be caught between foes, and it would be wiser to remain within the confines of the inn. However, in the present day, he has become a thorn in the flesh and an eyesore to others. Continuing in this manner can lead to no favorable conclusion. I fail to comprehend why you would choose to assist me when there is no relation between us. After becoming aware of my actions, would you not, like the others, be eager to eliminate me? What compels you to extend your hand in help? Surely, your intentions must transcend mere assistance. Indeed, you possess remarkable intelligence, which prompts my curiosity about the person orchestrating this behind the scenes and how you acquired such knowledge. Upon hearing Mo Lan's words, Long Hai erupted into hearty laughter. It appears that everyone here shares a common aim, each believing there exists someone manipulating events from behind the curtain. Yet, in truth, even he remains oblivious to the identity of that individual. These matters are merely set to unfold at a predetermined time and placed in a designated location. Chapter 191. He does not exist. If I assert that this individual does not exist, would you believe me? This is impossible. Mo Lan immediately retorted upon hearing such words. How could that be? If this person truly did not exist, from whence would they have acquired these spells? Moreover, how could they be executed with such precision? Even the individual from earlier lacked such methods in this regard, yet now each of them has nearly reached a level of mastery. I anticipated that you would not believe me. Thus, I must convey to you that indeed, this person does not exist. I am entirely unfamiliar with the individual you speak of. These elements were merely given to me by someone in the past. After which we engaged in a transaction where I retained half of the spiritual energy and placed the remainder in a designated location. I have never encountered him, nor has he ever troubled me. Long Hai pondered carefully, reflecting on the myriad of events that had transpired over the years. It appeared that the two of them had always maintained a respectful distance, with no means of communication beyond that specified location. Even after all these years, he remained oblivious to whether this person was male or female, human or specter. How could he possibly discern if the individual behind this and the person they sought were one and the same? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that all these years, there has been no intersection between you? You do not even know if he is a man or a woman. Indeed, not only that, but even after I received these powers, I never delivered them to him. He has never caused me any trouble, and we have consistently adhered to our separate paths. Long Hai nodded. It had always been like this. He was even uncertain of this person's existence. If not for the fact that the spiritual energy he sent vanished without a trace, he might have thought that this individual did not exist at all. Yet, sometimes he forgot about this matter or neglected to act. He initially believed that this person would inevitably confront him, but to his surprise, that individual seemed utterly indifferent. Upon learning all of this, Mo Lan was unwilling to accept it. After searching for so long, the answer turned out to be nothing. It seemed that everything might have to start anew. Then tell me, where did you place this spiritual energy? As long as you disclose that, I can assist you in leaving this place. There is a tree hollow within the woods ahead, always there, but you will not find it. I have attempted several times, waiting for long intervals, but he never appeared. When I returned to check, everything had long since vanished. Long Hai was perplexed by his agitation regarding this matter and did not grasp the significance of this individual to him. However, even for someone he could not locate, the outcome would remain unchanged should he venture forth. He simply could not ascertain who this person truly was. All his efforts would be in vain. Can one truly find him? It remains to be seen. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. I can facilitate your departure from this place at any moment. You truly do not intend to kill me? Longhai observed his departing figure and promptly spoke up. Given that he was now privy to all the truths, it would stand to reason that he should become a victim beneath his blade. However, to his astonishment, the individual indeed contemplated sparing him. Imolan let out a cold laugh. Your affairs hold no significance for me. On the contrary, preserving your existence may lead me to that person. It is not my nature to take your life, but whether others wish to grant you clemency is beyond my concern, and I shall not lift a finger to assist you. After uttering this, Imolan vanished from the room. He soon arrived at this so-called tree hollow. Upon his first visit, he found the place somewhat peculiar, yet did not dwell on it. He merely mistook the unusual appearance of the tree hollow, unaware that it harbored a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Imolan lingered beside the tree for an extended period, and aside from sensing the residual spiritual energy, he could not ascertain who had extracted it. Yet, to accomplish such a feat unnoticed undoubtedly required a formidable individual. Apart from himself, it was unlikely anyone else could be found in this location. If these matters were indeed connected to the demon clan, did this not imply that the individual was engaged in similar pursuits? Having followed me for so long, do you intend to confront me? Imolan crouched down, and the woman in white stepped forth. He turned his head, a playful expression adorning his face, and then sat on the ground, dismissing the purpose of her presence entirely. Throughout this journey, it was evident that he had not spoken much, as one could easily surmise. Do you truly follow me without fear of my potential to end your life? Others may cherish beauty, but I am not of that ilk. You would do well to comprehend your current standing. Lingering with someone like me might lead others to perceive you as a traitor. Why do you think I have been shadowing you along this path? Lizzie chuckled softly. Her intimate knowledge of his movements was certainly not due to his own prowess, but rather because certain individuals had seized control and compelled her to act in such a manner. Even if someone were to witness the two of them together, they would not dare utter a word. After all, Zhun was the true instigator of these events. If anyone were to be labeled a traitor, it would not fall upon him. Imolan smiled self-deprecatingly. To avoid detection, he had skillfully concealed his traces, yet ultimately, it resembled a jest, as he found himself ensnared in their trap. Thus, everything he had done along this journey was known to them with clarity. I am genuinely curious as to how someone like you is accepted by him. Shouldn't he, someone of your ilk, be swiftly dealt with in his eyes? Upon recognizing your true identity, one harbors no suspicion, but rather extends unwavering trust towards you. This individual is indeed not to be underestimated. However, caution is paramount to avoid inadvertently causing one's own downfall. Such incidents have transpired in the past, where two individuals appeared to share a strong bond, only to find themselves betrayed by the very companion they deemed trustworthy. Even in death, the victim's eyes remained wide open, a testament to their lingering disbelief. He fervently wishes to avert a recurrence of such a fate, for that would be a dire miscalculation. The demise of that individual stemmed from an overabundance of trust, a reflection of his own flawed judgment. To unconditionally place faith in another with such poor discernment is truly a recipe for disaster. One might ponder whether the present self is truly any wiser than in those days. Are circumstances not strikingly similar? Chapter 192. People like us. After Imolan finished speaking, she rose from the ground and dusted off her clothing. For individuals like us, associating with those of their kind necessitates a vigilant heart, for their words cannot be trusted. This skepticism does not stem solely from past events that yielded such a conclusion. Rather, it arises from a discernment based on their identities, suggesting an inherent relationship between the two. How could such people genuinely accept them? The current situation mirrors the past, driven by the value they possess for exploitation, resulting in this outcome. Once that value dissipates, they will be discarded like refuse, left to their own fates. What truly matters is my desire to understand your presence here. Is there something extraordinary about this place? Lizzie could not clearly comprehend the conversation between them, but observed his hurried arrival. She lingered beside the tree for an extended period, circling it several times, yet failed to uncover the desired answers. She could not sense anything unusual about this location. However, there was a faint aura of spiritual energy that was barely perceptible, not overtly evident. Have you not already arrived? If so, you must have some sensation, mustn't you? What I have discovered lies within this place. It is merely a matter of whether you can discern it. Imolan had no intention of revealing everything directly, yet her presence here had indeed awakened familiar energies, indicating a direct connection to this person. Lizzie, aside from finding the tree peculiar, sensed nothing out of the ordinary. Even his words seemed to be mere distractions, lacking genuine concern for the matter at hand. If nothing is amiss, then I shall take my leave. Seeing that she had been absent for quite some time, Lizzie felt compelled to return, for the others would surely grow anxious. She could always return later with someone to investigate, which would provide clarity on the situation. Why are you so willing to be with them? Am I not permitted to do the same? Do individuals like me lack the right to belong? After all these years, have you truly felt nothing for me? Immortality, realizing her intention to depart, promptly obstructed her path. Despite the passage of years and any prior unpleasantness, including having pushed her into the abyss, he had earnestly attempted to pull her back. Without him, she could not have easily escaped that fate. Yet, in this identical circumstance, she harbored gratitude for him, while her gaze towards himself was forever filled with disdain, never once acknowledging his efforts. Clearly, they were the ones who truly understood each other. How could she possibly exhibit such indifference? Upon hearing these words, Lizzie halted her steps. Do you not find it utterly absurd to speak such things to me at this moment? What of the past? You saved me, so what? It was you who thrust me into that situation. Had it not been for you, would I be in this state now? Lizzie scoffed, her disappointment in him profound. What reason could she possibly have to harbor any gratitude towards such a man? He possessed no merit and could gain nothing from her. The fact that she had not ended his life was the greatest act of kindness she had ever performed. In earlier times, she would have undoubtedly taken his life with her own hands. You should be grateful for your continued existence. Indeed, I cannot kill you now, but should the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to make you pay for what you have done to me. How could your actions be so easily dismissed? Immortality, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily stunned. The situation had not been as complex as he had once imagined. He had merely believed that under the tutelage of these individuals, he would surely thrive. He had not contemplated the consequences and had simply allowed himself to be taken along. It was only later that he realized these people were intent on creating mere puppets, obedient to their every command. No matter the orders given, rebellion was not permitted. Even if they were to eradicate the bloodline of the demon clan, individuals like him were not allowed to question. Lizzie, however, genuinely wished to grow strong, but not through the senseless slaughter of innocents. Were it not for her mistakes, she would never have been cast out from that place, and she would not currently enjoy the safety she now possessed. She had thought that all of this would be forgotten in due time, yet unexpectedly. It lingered in his heart for so long that it became an indelible part of her life. It is evident how grievous that action was at the time, fostering a hatred that would last a lifetime. Their relationship could never return to its former state. Immortality scoffed. All of this could have been avoided had it not been for those individuals. Our relationship would not have deteriorated so. Well, do you now possess the answers? The little god of wealth regarded Libai. This information was fundamentally for his protection and thus could be discreetly procured. It was ultimately prudent for them to be aware of the woman's identity, even if he had not perused the contents. Nevertheless, it was unacceptable to allow such an individual to participate without just cause. Have you seen it? Libai countered. The little god of wealth shook his head. Once the item was delivered, I handed it straight to you. I have not seen the contents. What does it say? Nothing of consequence. Merely that his identity raises some suspicion, yet this person harbors no ill intent. Upon hearing this, Libai promptly incinerated all the information. Even the very letter paper left no trace behind. The little fortune god had intended to take a glimpse, yet he was utterly unprepared for the swiftness with which it was reduced to ashes. However, the more he pondered, the greater his curiosity grew regarding the contents that elicited such a strong reaction from him. What words were exchanged between you two? Ever since you both engaged in that entanglement, her expression has transformed from one of gloom to a more placid demeanor, suggesting that clarity has been achieved in your discourse. Libai, upon noticing the woman emerging before him, promptly shifted the topic. He was at a loss for how to respond to his inquiry. Yet given her intent to conceal her identity, it was prudent for him to remain silent on the matter. Upon hearing this, the little fortune god glanced over, shrugged, and wore an expression of resignation. Our conversation was indeed clear, but his elder brother may not grasp it fully. While the issue has been resolved, the threat remains, and he would show no mercy in that regard. Chapter 193. You shall not perish. He merely endeavored to test the events that transpired between the two of them. However, the disgrace that befell the Wang family was indeed his doing. Wang Xiongou swore to take his life, yet he found no justification for such a resolution. Thus, he had no choice but to accept the possibility that, should that day arrive, he would face death with a calm demeanor. What other recourse remained? As long as he was present, one would not perish, yet it might entail considerable hardship, perhaps for a lifetime devoid of a return to Beihai, and possibly never to see his father's face again. Libai spread his hands, asserting that as long as they remained in this place, a return to Beihai was impossible. This man had nearly no chance. Yet, typically in such circumstances, separation was inevitable, even if his father were to pass away. He would never have the opportunity to return to Beihai. As long as he did not return, his life would be preserved. However, if he were to reconsider, Lai Bai found himself at a loss on how to dissuade him. Upon hearing these words, the little god of wealth offered no reply, but instead found himself lost in memories. Initially, he had left without preparation, their homes scattered across the land. The location mattered little to him. It was merely a route that tethered him, and ultimately, they would have to return. Yet, in doing so, he could not share the burden with his father, and perhaps these two souls would never meet again in this lifetime. He had indeed become the unfilial son of legend. Yet all this was beyond his control. So, was this question posed to me by him, or do you wish to know as well? Will Wang Xianggo meet his end at my hands? Lu Yuba gazed through the window at the woman in the distance, listening to the words of the individual behind him. He understood that these two had discerned his identity. Their lack of murderous intent stemmed from a profound understanding. At least for now, such events would not unfold, allowing them both to safeguard themselves. However, Wang Xianggo now possessed this opportunity. If he truly sought to depart from before him, it would not be without sacrifice, an arm severed, or a leg broken. In essence, something must be relinquished to escape from this place. Li Jun stood behind him, sipping tea, and upon hearing the tone, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Wang Xianggo indeed found himself on the blacklist of their demonic clan, even if it was merely for this single encounter. He wished to see him dead. Yet, at present, Lu Yuba was no match for him. How could he leave with anything? Thus, it could be said that this man must be eliminated. Lu Yuba turned back, closed the window, and settled opposite Li Jun, savoring the tea in his hands. Had he not encountered him here, he would not have been struck by such an impulse to travel great distances solely to take his life. In the eyes of their demonic clan, Wang Xianggo had yet to earn the privilege of warranting such an arduous journey merely for the purpose of silencing him. However, the circumstances have now shifted. This opportunity has presented itself to him on a silver platter, and to neglect it would be a grievous waste. Over the years, he has slain countless members of the demon race, displaying an uncanny precision, indiscriminately striking down any demon that crosses his path. This individual has long been marked by the demon clan, yet he has not encountered the chance that warrants such a fate. Nonetheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. Li Jun nodded. Upon reflection, his words were indeed cogent, leaving no room for reproach or doubt. This rare opportunity is truly a once-in-a-lifetime affair. Yet his sights are not currently set upon them. If this man were truly as formidable as rumored, he would have sensed the difference in atmosphere upon entering this room. However, to this point, he has taken no action, which only serves to affirm that they are not his targets. Thus, in this matter, it seems prudent to turn a blind eye. Should he choose to confront them, it would be akin to walking into a trap. You have yet to answer my question, he urged. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuba furrowed his brow and set down his cup. Indeed, a person of his caliber could easily succumb to darkness. Yet, the tragedy lies in the fact that even the most corrupted among them differ fundamentally from those like us. Individuals such as he cannot fully integrate into the demon clan. Their existence serves as a testament to this very truth. Beyond their innate bloodlines, most demons have fallen into darkness due to various circumstances. However, those who harbor such thoughts lack the true bloodline of the demon race. To facilitate control, the demon clan has established certain acceptable norms, yet integration remains unattainable. If what you say holds true, would the demons truly pursue him if he were to embrace his dark nature? While he might face death at the hands of a few bold individuals, lesser leaders or those of average strength would find themselves utterly outmatched by someone already enveloped in darkness. In such a case, his identity could serve as a shield. A demon, once transformed, is considered part of their kind, yet the animosity cultivated over the years cannot simply be overlooked. Ultimately, Wang Xionghu surpasses many demons in this regard. Had he been of mediocre status, he would have been relegated to a defeated foe. Whether he lives or dies rests solely upon his own fate. The possibility of restoring him to his former self is utterly implausible. Such opportunities are non-existent. Involuntary change is an impossibility. After delivering this statement, Lu Yuba drained his tea, providing him with the clearest of answers. No one can compel another to transcend their limitations. It is solely a matter of personal willingness. To willingly engage in one's pursuits signifies a relinquishment of all past honors. In such circumstances, the prospect of returning to former glories is utterly unattainable. While no remedy exists for this predicament, should someone intervene now, perhaps dissuading him from his vehement disdain for malevolence, there might still be a glimmer of hope for transformation. However, individuals of his ilk are often beyond the reach of such influence. Lu Yuba spread his hands, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. Were this person to be a friend, he might have been able to extend his assistance. Alas, This individual shares no bond with him, and instead, Liu Yuba finds himself yearning more than ever for his descent into darkness. Should that come to pass, he would have the opportunity to eliminate him, slaying a member of the demonic clan without arousing suspicion among the outside world. This act could even pave the way for his own fortunate reputation. Chapter 194. You have a visitor. Such a situation is truly a twofold benefit. She has returned. I believe you have matters to discuss with her, so I shall not delay you. As Liu Yuba's words fell, he promptly exited the room. Shortly after his departure, Li Zi appeared in his chamber at the appointed time. Observing the empty cup upon the table, Li Zi furrowed her brow. You have a guest? He has already left. Speak, how did it go? Li Zhun adjusted the cup and poured another serving of tea, placing it before her. Once seated, Li Zi shook her head. He merely ventured into a grove where a peculiar tree stood, emanating faint ripples of spiritual energy. As you mentioned, a transaction indeed took place. However, he shall not aid in preserving his life. On what grounds do you base this? Li Zhun was unfamiliar with the individual in question. Yet, she sensed a connection between them. It was improbable for them to appear in the same location on multiple occasions without some underlying relationship. Were it not for this, the events would not have unfolded in such a manner. He merely consented to assist in departing from this place. Yet if Wang Xiango were to attempt to take his life, he would not intervene. Perhaps Li Zi was truly too well acquainted with this man, and thus his conditions seemed merely a game of semantics to her. To remove his corpse from this location could be construed as aiding his departure. What more could she possibly fail to comprehend about such a person? Do you believe he would kill him? Li Zhun countered. Li Zi shook her head. Unlikely. After all, he is the most proficient among all in the study of spells, indeed the most formidable of them all. Consequently, many perceive a connection between the two, yet in truth, it appears otherwise. She tightly grasped the teacup, reflecting on the events she had witnessed that day. Certain aspects struck her as peculiar, though she could not discern the source of the anomaly. However, if there truly existed a direct link between the two, there must be an opportunity within this matter. Yet, after spending so much time in his presence, they had failed to uncover any trace of the individual, leaving them utterly perplexed as to the nature of their connection. And what of you? Do you believe these occurrences to be genuine? Or rather, do you feel in your heart that this matter pertains to him? I am aware of your purpose in coming here, which is why I refrained from exposing your identity, solely for your convenience in conducting your affairs. Li Zhun rose, and in a swift motion, placed a stone upon the table. At that moment, the barrier around them remained unsuspected by outsiders, eluding the notice of anyone, including those who had begun to eavesdrop on their conversation. What does this mean? Li Zi found herself perplexed by such an action. At this moment, he chose to activate the barrier, seemingly unafraid that those outside might discern his true identity. Do you not consider this action perilous? If I perceive danger, I would not have acted thus. My very decision to do so indicates my confidence that no one will uncover my identity. I am aware of your purpose for being here. Li Zhun confronted him with a smile, locking eyes directly with him. In those eyes, it appeared as though he could see through everything. Among this crowd, perhaps only one other person shared knowledge of his intent. There existed a connection between the two. Yet for so long, they had merely feigned ignorance, believing that those outside would remain oblivious to their clandestine affairs. Consequently, this matter had become common knowledge. So, what do you truly mean by this? Do you wish for me to depart from here, or to remain? Given that you are aware of my purpose for being here, you ought to eliminate me. Li Zi was unwilling to have her innermost thoughts laid bare. Such words felt akin to striking a sensitive chord within her. Had it not been for the vast disparity in their powers, she would have already dispatched him. Since killing him was not an option, it seemed she was destined to perish at his hands. However, she would never disclose this matter to anyone. Li Zhun observed her resolute demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of death, and had never intended to act upon such thoughts. Intruding upon others' secrets was not his desire. He merely sought to ascertain whether this matter bore any direct relevance to him. Such a trivial concern hardly warranted such a strong reaction. Must you react this way? My intention in asking was merely to seek your opinion. Why the agitation over whether there is a connection between you two? I harbor no curiosity regarding your affairs. Upon hearing this, Li Zi was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the smiling man before her, she hesitated, then lowered her guard and shook her head. At that moment, her eyes were filled with sorrow, for she lacked certainty regarding this issue. However, if he were indeed seeking her opinion, she could only conclude that this matter bore no relation to him. No, he is not that kind of person. His emergence from within was solely to find evidence that the demon clan shares the same intentions. How could he possibly engage in such heinous acts? Li Zhun nodded, spreading his hands as he settled onto a nearby couch. This assertion seemed reasonable, yet if doubts lingered, it could not definitively prove that there was no connection. Very well, Since you insist, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. Let us hope you do not disappoint me. After speaking, Jun retrieved the stone, restoring everything to its original state. Meanwhile, when Shui had stood at the door for quite some time, hearing nothing at all, as though she had listened to a profound silence, despite the lengthy conversation between the two. Yet she heard not a single word. Despite knowing full well that there was no bond between the two, the moment she witnessed their solitary interactions, when Shui found herself utterly unable to rein in her emotions. It was as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. This was no longer the renowned icy goddess of the mountain. She resembled a jealous young bride. Observing the object of her affection spending prolonged moments with another woman in a room, sharing whispered intimacies, the flames of her indignation surged uncontrollably, far from the calm demeanor exhibited by other women who might discuss such matters with composure. Her concern stemmed not only from her feelings, but also from the apprehension that accompanied the individual in question, whose status was anything but ordinary. Should any complications arise, the situation would undoubtedly prove far more intricate than their imagination suggested. He might indeed become the very soul beneath her blade. The reason this woman had managed to maintain her position here for so long, without detection, undoubtedly lay in her own motives. Chapter 195. Not just for him, however, this does not provide a valid reason for them to unconditionally trust her. Li Zi seemed to sense the unusual movements of the person outside and finally understood why he had removed the stone. It was to ensure that the conversation between the two of them remained unheard by anyone, including this woman. Do you truly distrust her? Are you unable to perceive the feelings she harbors for you? It is not a matter of distrust. Rather, there are certain things that are inconvenient for her to know. The more she is aware, the greater the potential for harm, and thus I wish to shield her from danger in this matter. Every action they undertake now could potentially cost them their lives. Perhaps, in the next moment, they may not even witness the sun of tomorrow, as long as they can ensure her safety in this situation. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Li Zi's face. His eyes revealed his concern. Yet the two of them maintained a deliberately aloof demeanor in their interactions. This might stem from his inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would not have become so. Very well. I will explain this matter, but sometimes it is essential to articulate things clearly to alleviate her worries. Li Zi had repeatedly clarified to her that there was nothing between them. Yet, it seemed that such explanations held no weight in her presence. The things that should matter still did, particularly in moments like this. She was acutely aware that there was no possibility between them and that her heart already belonged to another. Yet, on this issue, no woman could pretend to be oblivious. It was not out of pettiness, but rather fear and concern. Jun shrugged. Whether to explain this matter was entirely up to her. His actions were not solely for the purpose of guarding against her. Aside from Wen Shui, many others had their ears pricked up in this situation. Of course, this elaborate caution was to guard against others, yet she could have graciously allowed her to enter. However, if Wen Shui were to act in such a way, she would cease to be Wen Shui. The title of the aloof senior sister, the Snow Maiden, was not bestowed without reason. It was due to her inherently cold nature and disinterest in anyone that she earned such a moniker. As Li Zi stepped out, he unexpectedly encountered Wen Shui, who was leaning against the door. Miss Wen, what are you doing? Upon seeing him, Wen Shui quickly composed herself and explained. I came to ask Brother Zhun what he would like for dinner this evening, but I truly did not anticipate your presence inside. Had I known, I would not have interrupted you. Wen Shui's rapid explanation was an attempt to avert any misunderstanding. Hearing this, Li Zi took her hand and led her downstairs. As for what transpired between the two women on their way, only they were privy to the conversation. As men, they had no interest in the private exchanges between two women. Under ordinary circumstances, such words would undoubtedly carry a negative connotation. Jun reclined on the soft cushion, indulging in a platter of fruit while reflecting intently on the recent events. Those around him had strayed from the path he had indicated, each acting unpredictably, seemingly convinced that such behavior was the safest course. Yet, they failed to realize that their actions were steering them toward an entirely different abyss. My lord, a messenger conveyed. The third prince has undergone a remarkable transformation. He no longer resembles the tyrant he once was, but rather has developed an unexpectedly volatile temperament. Is this not concerning? Although Wu Chong'an was unaware of the precise circumstances, it was evident that this transformation was no mere coincidence. The abrupt shift in a person's demeanor is not something anyone would readily accept. Jun furrowed his brow. After spending so many days here, he had indeed forgotten about this particular matter. Upon hearing this news, Jinlong immediately grasped the underlying implications. If the prince had inexplicably changed, it was likely due to the emergence of another host within him. His brother was, after all, rather susceptible to possession. Previously, it had been a haphazard assortment of influences. This time, One could only wonder what had taken hold of him. In any case, prolonged exposure would undoubtedly have significant repercussions on his original self. If this continued, the true Li Fengji would vanish without a trace. Upon hearing this, Li Jun was uncertain whether to scoff or to take the matter seriously. He managed a bitter smile, relieved that the individual in question had no immediate plans for action. At least, as long as he refrained from confronting anyone, remaining within was not wholly detrimental. Perhaps it could even foster a transformation of his inherent traits. What shall we do about this situation? I cannot say, Jinlong replied. After all, it has been quite some time since I last observed him. It is not as frequent as it is now, where we encounter him every few days. He is perhaps the individual I have seen the most throughout my life, yet he still seems capable of withstanding their influence. This merely attests to the resilience of his physique. However, over time, the toll on his body will not align with their intentions. If he ultimately finds himself without a host, it would signify that his fate has reached its conclusion. At that point, what could they possibly change? Is there truly no way forward? There is none, Jinlong concluded. Unless his own willpower remains resolute, there is no alternative. Reclining casually on the bed with his legs crossed, Jinlong mused that the crux of such matters lies in one's own mindset. If he has already begun to relinquish hope, who could possibly assist him in breaking free from this predicament? Moreover, a person of his ilk, even if Jinlong possessed the means, would never willingly extend a helping hand. After all, this individual is destined for demise. His multitude of misdeeds renders him utterly deserving of his fate. Li Jun furrowed his brow. Wu Zhong, listening to his words, though unable to discern the responses from the other side, understood he was undoubtedly conversing with Jinlong naturally. He refrained from interrupting. However, in this matter, neither they nor the spirit beasts possessed any solution. The only recourse lay within themselves. Master, I truly believe there is no way forward in this situation, and moreover, spells cannot provide protection. Furthermore, given how he torments you, his demise would not be a misfortune. I, too, am a being of considerable malevolence. Wu Zhong reflected on the events he had witnessed previously, unwilling to accept the reality. Yet, what could be done now? He could not perish, not at least for the time being. Chapter 196. He cannot die, yet Li Jun immediately dismissed their response. Nearly everyone was aware that the emperor's two sons were studying sorcery and cultivating immortality on this mountain. If Li Fengji were to inexplicably perish, the palace denizens would undoubtedly direct their ire towards the two of them, either little 13 or himself. Even if, by some stroke of fortune, they succeeded in their studies and returned home, they would find no place for themselves. Especially for him, returning to the palace would likely mean a certain death. Therefore, as of now, this individual must not die, at least not until the matter is resolved. He must remain alive. My lord, one said, if he were to meet with misfortune, all blame would inevitably fall upon you. Being so far away, how could you possibly commit such an act unseen? Is this not sheer nonsense? Wu Chong'an, regardless of how he pondered, found the notion utterly absurd. How could such a thing even occur? Upon hearing these words, Li Jun merely smiled gently. It was evident that the speaker had never been in such an environment and thus lacked understanding of the intricacies of their rhetoric. Even the absence of a single curse could be interpreted as an affront. Should these civil and military officials fail to secure their desired positions, the outcome for that individual would be one of scornful reproach, a fate from which they may never rise. Moreover, little 13 was merely a child. If Li Fengji were to truly die, he would be the prime suspect, as he stood to gain the most from this entire affair. Hence, those with ulterior motives would naturally direct all suspicion towards him. You do not grasp the depths of their vile tactics. They can indeed orchestrate a demise without leaving a trace. Thus, it is imperative that he does not perish, and that he remains unharmed. Wu Chong'an nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, he currently possessed no means to ensure that outcome. Not only him, but even the divine beasts had no opportunity to intervene. Ultimately, the only one who could guarantee his survival was himself. If the situation were truly so simple, it would have been resolved already. Indeed, there was no necessity for such a dilemma. My lord, he continued, though my words may seem harsh, I believe that even if this individual were to die, it would not be of great consequence. With your current abilities, those people would dare not act against you. Furthermore, even if you were to never ascend to that position, as a wandering knight, you could easily trample them beneath your feet. There is no need to fear anyone. Upon hearing this, Jinlong immediately gave a thumbs up. For him, regardless of the identity he assumed, there was no need to concern himself with those outside. It was, in essence, not a significant issue, and no one would dare to act against him. Those individuals were merely attempting to pit a fragile egg against a rock. If this individual were truly deceased, he would merely attract suspicion, devoid of any substantial evidence to substantiate such claims. Although this young man often appears rather foolish, his assertion indeed holds merit. Given your current capabilities, there is no necessity to regard these individuals with concern, unless you desire to avoid drawing attention. However, do not forget that the master can no longer revert to being merely a farmer in the fields. Upon the utterance of such words by the golden dragon, Li Zhun felt an inexplicable jolt within, causing his heartbeat to falter momentarily. His prior curiosity regarding the existence of immortals and the notion of becoming one seemed appealing. Yet, after spending a brief period here, he found himself increasingly enamored with his former life, yearning for a return to that bygone era. Nevertheless, having taken this step forward implies that all opportunities have dissipated. Li Zhun could no longer maintain the same low profile as before. He was incapable of transforming into the person he aspired to be. All paths he traversed were, in essence, those meticulously laid out by others for him. Beyond the constraints of the system, his own thoughts were thoroughly governed and restricted. Li Zhun was no longer the same as he once was. He was no longer unthreatening in the eyes of others. Conversely, this evolution instilled greater fear in many, leading to a burgeoning wariness towards him. Had he remained as Farmer Li, the complexity of his situation might have been mitigated, and no one would have turned their gaze upon him. One might ponder, was the decision to emerge from obscurity a correct one? If we adhere to your current standards, does that imply that such an action should never have been undertaken? Perhaps life would now be considerably simpler, devoid of suspicion or the burden of blame upon him. He would not have become a thorn in the side of so many, who have devoted immense effort merely to see him eliminated. Yet to this day, he has received no opportunity, unable even to anticipate their next moves, oblivious to what may transpire in the next moment. In such circumstances, should he advance or retreat? Despite possessing a lifetime of spiritual energy, he is, in essence, no different from others, merely endowed with higher spiritual prowess. Ultimately, he remains an individual lacking understanding, relying solely on the two spirit beasts by his side to achieve his current state. Absent these elements, he would likely confront either death or myriad humiliations. Upon hearing this self-reflective monologue from Li Zhun, the golden dragon fell into silence. Initially drawn to him by his character, the lack of exposure was partly due to the system, which concealed the fact that they were not mere chickens and fish. Yet now he had chosen this path, one beyond the control of others. Had he not appeared at that time, or had that group not afforded him such an opportunity, the outcome might have been entirely different. This choice may not even exist. My lord, although I am unsure how to respond to this inquiry, if you do not make such a decision, we would remain oblivious. Indeed, without your presence, the dragon would not have evolved so swiftly. Perhaps this is all a matter of fate. Otherwise, how could such coincidences occur in this world? Wu Zhongyan, standing nearby, joined in the conversation. For some reason, he comprehended this statement distinctly, perhaps to prevent any self-doubt from creeping into his heart. Thus, he was able to hear it and respond in agreement. In such circumstances, this matter will undoubtedly yield greater results than anticipated. All that transpired before may have been influenced by him, yet these events are merely the workings of destiny. Without him, the dragon would remain as it once was. How could it possess such prowess now? This can be viewed as a balance of gains and losses. Chapter 197. You are of no use on the surface. This matter seemed to hold immense significance for him. However, everything that lay beneath was merely a part of someone else's machinations. Little did anyone anticipate that Li Zhun would find himself in such a predicament. Who could have foreseen that the seemingly inconspicuous individual from earlier would now surpass nearly everyone else? He was not someone who could be easily harmed. Although Li Zhun may not have achieved resounding success in this realm, his formidable strength compelled those beneath him to deliberate extensively before making any decisive actions. Only the most reckless dared to confront him directly. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, what more is there to explain about my character? If this individual truly does not warrant death, then let him live. Yet, if he is on the brink of demise, what can we do but resign ourselves to fate? Li Zhun had never taken the initiative to end a life, nor did he harbor any murderous intent based on past grievances. Frankly speaking, his rapid progress was largely due to the opportunities afforded him. If he were to seek vengeance indiscriminately, the only one deserving of his wrath would be the figure seated upon the lofty throne. All the blame rested with that person. Without him, this situation would not exist. However, Master, I understand your compassion, yet not everyone will express gratitude. Moreover, should the third prince encounter no issues this time, the next adversary he faces will undoubtedly be you. Wu Chong'an was acutely aware of the implications of this statement. Yet this predicament was not one he could resolve solely through his own volition. He was reluctant to harm anyone. But that did not mean others would refrain from targeting him. Without the assistance of these individuals, he would find himself outmatched, unable to alter the circumstances. Thus, in this situation, they must take the initiative. Otherwise, their ultimate fate would be one of defeat. Upon hearing these words, Jhun appeared formidable, as if transformed into an entirely different being. Yet, he understood that such statements stemmed from concern. Yet, a person like Li Fengji required no one to worry about him. What intrigued him was the identity of the person orchestrating events behind the scenes. No matter how frail his body might be, he should not repeatedly fall prey to possession, especially by those closely associated with the demonic race. If there were not someone covertly manipulating all of this, he could hardly bring himself to believe it. Let us refrain from discussing this further. Since I have stated that it is of no concern, it shall not bring me harm. How is the individual you have been watching for me faring now? After a moment of hesitation, Wu Chong'an began to explain. There were no issues on his end. After their brief encounter, he had proceeded to the woods, while the other individual returned to the room and had yet to emerge. From his demeanor, it seemed he was aware of their plans. Wu Chong'an kept his unwavering gaze fixed on that door, acutely sensing even the slightest of movements. Yet, nearly a day had passed, and that individual had neither returned nor departed. Longhai appeared lost and disheartened, seemingly aware of something amiss. However, he remained oblivious to the particulars of the conversation between the two. Should he have already discerned the entirety of their plans, it would imply that remaining here posed a considerable danger. Longhai perhaps dared not act recklessly among these individuals, including those from the Wang family. He found himself bereft of opportunity. Yet, should it come down to a confrontation between just the two of them, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. After listening to these words, Li Zhun fell into a contemplative silence. Molin's unexpected meddling truly caught him off guard. He had presumed that someone of his ilk would merely be a passive observer, never anticipating such a direct intervention. In terms of social standing, there existed no connection between them, and it seemed excessive for Molin to target him repeatedly. Having recorded the observations made in the forest, Molin turned and returned to the inn. Upon entering his room, he encountered the man's arrival. Longhai seemed to have anticipated this meeting, displaying no signs of concern. Instead, a faint smile graced his face. So what now? I told you, there are no traces of him to be found there. Until now, no one has laid eyes on him. Do you believe me now? Will you let me go? Where to? Molin furrowed his brows, scrutinizing him for an extended period and detecting no signs of deceit, thus allowing himself to relax. He poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and set it down. If you go out now, you will only meet your demise. Longhai's smile faltered, his face shifting from one of cheer to one of icy dread in an instant. Did you not promise me you would facilitate my departure from here? It is inconceivable that you would allow me to perish in this place. For you believe I hold many secrets, and you need me to find that person. Thus, my death would not serve your purpose. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation, yet he ultimately overestimated Molin. In this realm, no one dared to threaten him, neither now nor in the future. Indeed, he had pledged to help him escape, but if it were merely a corpse that left, his objective would still be achieved. Therefore, whether Longhai lived or died was of little consequence. Do you know? Molin said, just moments ago, your soul utility has been completely exhausted. While I did promise to take you away from here, does it truly matter whether it is your living self or your lifeless body? As Molin set down his teacup and lifted his gaze, a wicked smile graced his lips. Upon witnessing that smile, Longhai seemed to grasp some dreadful truth, his eyes widening in terror. In the next heartbeat, as he attempted to flee, a hand seized his neck with a vice-like grip, and he stared, his pupils dilating in horror. With a mere flick of his hand, Molan had already extinguished Longhai's life, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Molan gazed upon his exquisite handiwork, crouching before the man, whose face, contorted in terror, delighted him immensely. He reached out to gently pat the man's cheek. I have expressed my disdain for threats before, and you ought not to overestimate your position as you do now. I shall escort you from this place, Molan proclaimed. After uttering these words, he unceremoniously cast the corpse from the room, sending it crashing to the first floor. Upon witnessing this scene, astonishment filled the eyes of all present. Yet it was swiftly eclipsed by a profound sense of fear. You killed him? Wang Xionghe exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the target he had pursued for days, who had perished before he could even draw his sword. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Molan looked down upon the questioning man from his elevated stance, arms outstretched. Chapter 198. You killed him, isn't it rather evident? I killed him. Must I inform you of that? Furthermore, is your purpose in coming here not to eliminate him as well? I have no qualms should you wish to attribute the act to yourself. Molan chuckled lightly. As for how this individual met his demise, and at whose hands, he held no particular thoughts. Unlike the person before him, who fixated on his prey solely to fulfill his own ambitions, Imolan found it inconceivable that one would take pleasure in witnessing their quarry perish at another's hands. Yet, he had unconsciously granted this honor to him. Any lingering anger would indeed be unwarranted. Who exactly are you? Wang Xiango regarded the man standing before him, perplexed, as he could not discern his spiritual power or cultivation level. However, if Long Hai were indeed as formidable as they claimed, it was baffling that he had succumbed to such an unassuming individual. This was a matter that defied explanation, unless there existed some form of transaction between the two, which might have lulled him into a false sense of security, leaving him utterly unprepared for his untimely demise. Is it significant? If I divulge it, you might very well slay me. Thus, I shall refrain from speaking. However, should you wish to challenge me, a few more years of practice would serve you well. For as you stand now, you are utterly unqualified. Imolan disdainfully lowered his head to adjust his attire, having inadvertently exerted some force, rendering his clothes somewhat disheveled. In truth, the fabric bore merely a few additional creases. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiango could no longer contain his composure. He seized his sword and charged forward in haste. Yet, he had barely traversed half the distance when he found himself utterly immobilized, suspended in midair, just shy of Imolan. Imolan scoffed, looking at him with evident disdain. I have already declared that you are no match for me. Why do you, and those like you, persist in overestimating your capabilities? You ought to take a lesson from those behind you, each possessing greater spiritual prowess, yet they refrain from acting. Do you not wonder why? Imolan gestured toward Li Zhun, who, after casting a glance, retreated into the chamber. All those present bore witness to this scene, yet none stepped forward to intervene. Little Wealth God observed, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Surely, wouldn't he truly kill him? If so, then. No, if he possessed any sense, he would understand that slaying him would offend the entire Bei Haiwang family. Thus, the family would not act against him, at most. They might simply teach him a lesson. Li Zhun remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea. To him, this unfolding drama appeared merely farcical, devoid of any merit worthy of attention. Nevertheless, the prospect of death was something Li Zhun had never anticipated. If a transaction had indeed been reached between the two individuals beforehand, it stands to reason that Imolan would not have resorted to murder. Yet, now all that remains is a lifeless, cold body, signifying that the sole utility of this individual has been entirely seized by Imolan. There was no need for him to lift a finger. It was remarkably effortless. However, the fact that this utility has so easily fallen into his hands leaves him feeling rather unsettled. What now? This person is deceased, and if we wish to pursue another target, we must vacate this place. However, the elder had warned us before descending that regardless of how events unfold, we must not leave this designated area. Li Bai observes that the only lead here has perished. Should they choose to abandon this location, they would inevitably confront even greater peril. There is simply no opportunity for that. Li Zhun raised an eyebrow. Since this matter has reached its conclusion, we must report the facts as they are. Once they have made a decision, we will reassess. After all, given our current identities, departing from here poses significant danger, not only for him, but even among the few individuals nearby. Their capabilities, though exceptional, would still falter against those who have already met their demise. Such an endeavor would, under no circumstances, succeed. Moreover, the nature of those they might encounter along the way, and whether anyone might be pursuing them, remains utterly unclear, leaving the final outcome shrouded in uncertainty. At the very least, they must wait until they possess sufficient strength. I believe this is acceptable. As for the individuals here. Upon hearing this, Li Bai nodded in agreement. Ultimately, this matter transcends the capabilities of any single sect. Even those from the demonic realm seem restless regarding this situation. If they proceed recklessly, the consequences may be far more dire than they anticipate. Li Zhun regarded the two individuals locked in a stalemate. This issue no longer necessitates their intervention, yet should someone need to be held accountable, these two would be most fitting. However, his identity must remain undisclosed for the time being. This predicament will undoubtedly be resolved by others, at most. It may simply be perceived that their excessive actions inadvertently harmed him, while the rest of the matter remains unrelated to us. Shall we truly allow them to remain in this deadlock? Liu Ba felt no sympathy for Imolan. After all, the abilities possessed by this individual could only be described as extraordinary. In comparison to the two, Imolan undoubtedly held the upper hand. Wang Xianger, engaged in a covert struggle against him, not only expended his spiritual energy, but also found his physical stamina waning. Ultimately, he would merely suffer defeat, leaving him the one to bear the embarrassment. While disgrace may be trivial, should he direct all his animosity towards them, escaping this place would prove far from simple. Otherwise, let us assist him now by directing all his attention towards this man, enabling our departure from this place. Very well. Li Jun nodded in agreement. As Lu Yuba concluded his statement, he swiftly reached out, disrupting the equilibrium that had existed between the two. Wang Xiango, now firmly grounded, glared fiercely at Mo Lan. This was an unparalleled humiliation in his life. Never did he anticipate that he would be reprimanded by such an inexperienced youth. What? Hasn't someone already provided you with an opportunity to retreat? Do you intend to confront me once more? Should you falter then, you would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule for all. Do not unleash your frustrations upon others. Observing the defiance etched on his face, Mo Lan bore a subtle smile. Yet, he was acutely aware of who had instigated the earlier conflict. Chapter 199. You lack the ability, let us depart. Wang Xiango let out a cold snort, leading Wang Lanlan away. He was not a fool. It was evident that the individual responsible for the previous impasse was none other than him. Rather than maintaining his composure on solid ground, he would prefer to fall flat and become the subject of ridicule. He was acutely aware of what was beneficial for him. Nevertheless, the events of today mirrored those from several years ago, a profound humiliation in his life that he would never permit to recur. This man would undoubtedly become his foremost nemesis. Regrettably, until now, he was oblivious to his name or cultivation level, and uncertain if they would cross paths again. However, if that were to transpire, at least their intentions aligned, both driven by this matter. Brother, why not strike? You know well that in the North Sea, you have merely displayed a modicum of prowess. Beyond this realm, you must comprehend the multitude of heroes and valiant figures that exist, Wang Lanlan remarked, matching his hurried pace before abruptly releasing his hand and halting to cast a scornful gaze in his direction. Her intent was to provoke him further, to make him acutely aware of his shortcomings. Indeed, upon hearing her biting words, Wang Xiango positioned his sword against her throat, glaring fiercely. Do not presume that because you are our father's cherished daughter, I would hesitate to end your life. You are my sister, yet I shall not tolerate your mockery like others. I would gladly slay you. Upon witnessing the ire etched on his face, Wang Lanlan felt no need for explanation, nor did she harbor any fear. Even if she were to perish by his hand today, she would harbor no resentment. You may strike, but let me remind you, your prowess is confined to the North Sea. Outside of that, you are not. Do you think I would actually engage in a violent confrontation with my own sister? After all, you are merely a defenseless woman. Is this the impression you wish to leave? I fear for the reputation of the Wang family, which seems to be of little concern to you. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiango immediately lunged at the person behind Wang Lanlan. Lu Yuba, observing the unfolding scenario, merely evaded the attack without confronting it directly. Were it not for the regard he held for Wang Xiango, that man might not have left this place alive. Who are you? If you wish to fight, do so. There is no need for such theatrics. Wang Xiango realized that despite his relentless assaults, the individual before him effortlessly evaded each one, indicating his prowess was not to be underestimated. Lu Yuba, seeing him halt, turned and waved his folding fan dismissively. I refuse to engage in combat with someone so clearly enraged. Should I triumph, I would be accused of winning through dishonorable means, and if I were to lose, you would only become more incensed. Furthermore, I have no intention of losing. Who are you truly? Lu Yuba pointed at him, and it was better that he remained silent. Yet when he spoke, his mind was consumed entirely by rage. His thoughts were wholly overtaken by emotion. Do I hold any significance to you? Were it not for the little fortune god, given your recent actions, had he entertained thoughts of violence, your demise would have been inevitable. Lu Yuba's gaze turned frigid, and even the tone of his voice became markedly more severe. What transpired moments ago? They had all witnessed it, yet despite their tacit understanding, none would dare articulate it aloud. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiango instantly grasped the situation. An external force had disrupted their equilibrium, and that individual was likely him. Why do you wish to save me? Did I not make myself clear? For the sake of the little fortune god, I came here solely to advise you to leave post-haste. Remaining here while your conflict escalates will inevitably lead to you being targeted. You may escape unscathed, but your sister could perish before your very eyes. Lu Yuba directed his gaze toward the woman standing a short distance away. Were it not for the inconvenience presented by certain individuals, he would have no need to heed anyone's orders and deliberately come here. This matter held little significance for him. The loss of a life merely reduces the world's population. Moreover, they had brazenly assigned this task to him. Did they truly expect him to engage in combat with the man before him? He longed to eliminate him at this very moment, yet regrettably, he found himself unable to act. Wang Xiango, after hearing these words, said nothing further and departed with Wang Lanlan, for he recognized the truth in what had been stated. Ultimately, a scapegoat must be found, and that man would undoubtedly refuse to assume such a role. Furthermore, in the realm of martial arts, his name was conspicuously absent, leaving the blame to fall upon him alone. Thus, both of them needed to leave immediately. Liu Yuba observed the two who had hurried in and out, gazing at them for an extended moment. In the instant he turned away, the woman appeared in his life. He smiled and approached her. "What is it? Have you sent someone to monitor me out of distrust? I am not so foolish as to reveal my identity before achieving my objectives. That would be the folly of those fools on the mountain." He meant no such thing. Rather, he was concerned that you might not be able to restrain yourself from striking. Yet, I must admit, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to forego such a splendid opportunity. Li Zi indeed did not heed anyone's orders, but her worry stemmed from the entanglement of this matter. Consequently, she could not return to the mountain, and all she sought to know would vanish into oblivion. Do you truly perceive me as one who lacks foresight? Before undertaking any task, I often contemplate the consequences, unlike some who act on a whim. Liu Yuba feigned a yawn, his tone devoid of reproach. Even jesting as he spoke, though seemingly simple, his words were deliberately aimed at her, intended to instill calmness and curb her impulsiveness. Yet, her purpose for being here transcended this singular matter. She had anticipated uncovering traces of him in this place, only to find nothing at all. Ultimately, she faced an even more daunting predicament. The fact that Imolan had found her signified that she would not escape the repercussions of this situation. The forest, with its carpet of fallen leaves and the lush greenery of the bamboo grove, revealed only the most ordinary of trees as she ventured further. Yet, before them stood a towering tree, entirely beyond their expectations. Chapter 200. No opportunity in terms of the tree's age. It must have existed for several decades. This tree hollow is not a natural formation. Rather, it is an artificial creation, bizarrely shaped to pique curiosity yet devoid of any significant features. It appears to be an ordinary yet peculiar tree. Who would connect it to anything else? Li Jun circled around the tree countless times. But apart from a faint aura of spiritual energy, he felt nothing at all. Even now, the sensation remains unchanged. Li Bai shook his head, stating that he could only perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the tree, but could not discern any clues. He had searched the surrounding area and indeed found no hints. As they had been told, this place was utterly ordinary, lacking even the slightest trace of human presence. Individuals of their caliber could effortlessly take away such things without a second thought. However, given its prolonged existence, there must have been some indication left along this path. Despite his utmost caution, Li Jun discovered nothing. "What about you? Have you found anything?" he inquired. Li Bai also shook his head, equally at a loss. He began to doubt the veracity of Long Hai's claims. How could such a place remain undetected? If all this were merely a fabrication, then Imolan had no reason to hastily eliminate him. There would be no purpose in such an action. Yet, if it were true, he pondered what he could possibly uncover here. Before their arrival, someone else had been here. To glean any information, they would likely need to extract it from that person. Otherwise, even if they racked their brains here, they would find nothing. Imolan. Li Bai instantly deduced the identity of that individual. Besides him, no one else had the opportunity, and given Imolan's urgency, it was improbable that he would harm him. It was evident that he must know something about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to act. Li Jun nodded in agreement, but Li Bai furrowed his brow and, after a prolonged silence, shook his head. He is fundamentally not on our side. If he were to divulge anything, it would only be through a trade. He would never share information freely. However, someone like him would find nothing of value in us, so the secret he holds may remain forever unknown to us. If it were anyone else, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. But with him, it is simply impossible. Their relationship has become not only awkward but also one of inherent antagonism. No individual would willingly choose to assist another unconditionally. It is entirely possible that such actions may lead to conflict between them. His behavior is akin to that of a traitor, incapable of altering the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Jun glanced up at him but refrained from uttering a word. He had never acknowledged the unique identity of this individual, nor had he ever elucidated who he truly was. Yet, in just a few words, Li Bai had conveyed that this person held a significant status and was aware of their enmity. If no one had disclosed this information to him, how could he have known? Li Jun suddenly realized that those around him were indeed far from ordinary. At the very least, Li Bai was certainly more complex than he appeared. He likely possessed even more astonishing facets. Let us depart. It is futile to linger here. We have searched for a considerable time, Li Jun mused after observing for a while. Since there had been no fruitful outcomes, remaining longer would not yield any discoveries. Li Bai, having set aside his own contemplations, followed closely behind him as they left. Upon learning of their intent to return to the mountain, Jinlong distanced himself to avoid detection by those in the marketplace. Nevertheless, he must remain within sight of them. Indeed, Li Fengji was as he had indicated. He must not perish, but rather remain here. In the Xian sect, the elders remained in their chambers, observing the unfolding events outside. Although they were not physically present, they were keenly aware of what transpired. These few individuals had not caused them any significant trouble. However, the incident at the inn would inevitably stir some discourse. Despite having no direct connection to the matter, the treatment of Wang Jia on their territory could not be overlooked. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not simply stand idly by. The people from Beihai would also be unable to ignore this situation. I insist, this matter has already resulted in a death, indicating that no one dares to act so brazenly on our territory. Yet, similar occurrences persist elsewhere. Are we truly not inclined to intervene? Elder B, he is not one to instigate chaos merely for the sake of it. Rather, his concerns stem from the implications of this event. Should the instigator be directly eliminated, similar actions would undoubtedly be mirrored in other locations. However, such an approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Killing this individual would only lead to the emergence of another in due time. Thus, this cycle continues, and they would be perceived as ruthless, gaining an unwarranted reputation in the eyes of others. Furthermore, had it not been for this individual's emergence, the secrets surrounding Long Hai would have likely been unveiled. Yet, before they could pose any inquiries, that person met an untimely demise, and the other individual would never divulge the truth. This investigation signifies a failure to uncover any relevant findings, rendering their efforts utterly fruitless. Ultimately, this venture resulted in complete futility, as they returned empty-handed. Moreover, so much time has been squandered. After hearing these words, Yi Jin, though reluctant to concede, acknowledges the truth of the matter. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that individual, the outcome would not have been so dire. What recourse do we have now? Our domain is, after all, under our stewardship. However, if the sole purpose is to uncover the truth of this matter, venturing into unfamiliar territory poses a significant risk. Furthermore, given that these individuals are merely novices, how can we be certain that their inquiries will not provoke discontent in other realms? Their current concern is not about the potential developments of this situation, but rather the peril of these individuals recklessly entering domains beyond their control. At that juncture, they would not only have to confront the truth of the matter, but also face those who perceive them as adversaries. With their rudimentary skills, they are simply not on par with those formidable opponents. Chapter 201. Returning, he was not entirely mistaken. The pressing matter at hand was to train them into formidable experts. Otherwise, once they left this place and faced the onslaught of adversaries, the skills they had previously acquired would render them utterly unqualified. The elder pondered this matter carefully, realizing that they could not proceed blindly. After all, over the years, their sect had amassed numerous enemies. Other factions refrained from engaging in disputes or dealings with the royal family, relying solely on their own capabilities. Although this held true here, to outsiders, their ties with the Guang family were perceived as overly intimate. Under such circumstances, many believed that this place had long been corrupted, and those who had accepted it were merely fools. Moreover, this time, they had taken in two princes simultaneously, an unprecedented occurrence. Within the myriad sects, how could there possibly be no dissent regarding this affair? Elder B and the two individuals he represented were fortunate to share a similar viewpoint in this matter, leading to their acquiescence. Then let us bring them back. After all, remaining at the foot of the mountain is unsafe, he concluded, nodding at Yi Jinjin. Upon hearing this response, Yi Jinjin promptly dispatched a pigeon to summon them back to the sect. Meanwhile, Li Haojue had been atop the mountain for an extended period, vigilant of their movements, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. After those individuals departed, it seemed as though the inhabitants of the mountain harbored great disdain for him. They regarded him as a foe, and some even instinctively bullied him. Li Haojue was utterly perplexed by this hostility. Hey, little brat, your brother returned empty-handed. What right do you have to stand here? Were it not for your status, they would hardly acknowledge you, an inconspicuous little child. Upon learning of their imminent return, Li Haojue immediately positioned himself at the entrance. Yet before he could take a single step inside, he was halted by those before him. Some around him even picked up stones to hurl at him. Feeling the sting of pain, Li Haojue, though aggrieved, refrained from retaliating. In this place, no conflict was permitted, even if his qualifications were indeed questionable or deemed insignificant in the eyes of others. However, the established rules must be upheld, since they had been set. He ought to abide by them. Furthermore, he was disinclined to invite trouble for himself. Should he retaliate here, it would undoubtedly lead to complications once he departed. Li Zhun would inevitably encounter issues, and the situation would only escalate. Li Haojue wished to avoid burdening Li Zhun further. The previous troubles had already plagued him long enough. Now that he was absent, it was imperative for him to learn to protect himself. I do not understand what you mean. Even if they returned empty-handed, they are still far superior to someone like you. Are you not merely hiding away here? If you are truly so formidable, then why did you not accompany him back then? Although Li Haojue claimed not to resist, his outward demeanor belied an inner turmoil. He would not easily forgive the verbal assaults directed at him, particularly when they involved Li Zhun. In their eyes, such a remarkable individual should not be dismissed as insignificant. These individuals merely expressed their frustration over unattainable desires. It appears you have indeed learned to retort. Perhaps you feel protected now that they have returned. Even if he stands here, I must declare that you are a mere waste, and he is no better. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Li Zhun immediately stepped forth from the crowd. The man before him had crossed his memory once before. He had been one among a group that had accompanied him here. If his memory served him right, he was connected to certain individuals, yet the distance between them now seemed insurmountable. Even if he were to deny the words of those individuals, they would merely perceive it as a personal vendetta. Upon hearing the remark, the man promptly rose. Li Haojue, witnessing their safe return, hastened to his side. Fourth brother, this man has not only been spreading demoralizing words in recent days, but has also gone about declaring you a waste, allowing others to bully me. His youthful voice faltered as he pointed to those surrounding them. Upon seeing him, the faces of those individuals turned ashen, and they collectively lowered their heads. Li Zhun cast a fleeting glance at them, showing no interest, yet he was intrigued by the audacity of the one who dared to speak so boldly before him. I have arrived. Why do you not repeat what you just said? Did you not claim that even in my presence you would dare? To show fear now would be rather uninteresting, for a man's dignity is paramount. Would you truly allow yourself to lose face before so many peers? With that, he surveyed the crowd, their expressions riddled with disdain, some even stifling laughter at his expense. The sting of pride surged within him, and what had once been fear transformed into a defiant posture before Li Zhun. What? Am I mistaken? If you are indeed so powerful, why have you achieved nothing this time? Is it erroneous for me to label you a waste? If you cannot even protect one person, what else could you be? Li Zhun chuckled softly. Little Kaishan stood aside, arms crossed and whistling, a look of pity dancing in his eyes. Had this been in the past, he might have remained passive. Yet after enduring so much, it was astonishing that anyone would still regard him with such disdain, especially when even they dared not speak so boldly. Having been together for such an extended period, I have never uttered a single disparaging word about him. His temperament is as capricious as the weather. Moreover, to insult him in front of so many witnesses, branding him as a worthless being, if he were not to react with anger, it would indeed be astonishing. One might wonder how long it would take for him to acknowledge his faults. Surely, he would not be so obstinate compared to others. Li Bai shrugged, pondering the uncertainty. After all, within any group, there invariably exists someone unafraid of peril. Otherwise, how could one muster such audacity to provoke him? Li Zhun merely cast a cold glance and slightly raised his hand. Yet in the next moment, the man before him found himself kneeling in submission. The man struggled relentlessly, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. Li Zhun smiled at him, stating, logically, I ought to address you as senior brother, considering your tenure in this path surpasses mine. However, it appears that opportunity may have eluded us. Chapter 202. Different identities. If my conjecture holds true, my presence here is not merely to serve as a disciple. Rather, in due course, you shall pay your respects to me with utmost reverence. How marvelous would that be? Li Zhun merely lowered his head, offering no punitive response. Even those surrounding them were bewildered, unable to comprehend why he had inexplicably knelt. Nevertheless, it was palpable that had he not covertly manipulated the situation, this individual would not have acted in such a manner. Upon voicing this sentiment, it was evident that the onlookers were skeptical. However, as the three elders emerged in unison, it became clear that had they not wished to avoid embarrassment, the scenario would not have escalated to this point. He was indeed correct. The reason for summoning him to the mountain was not to take on the role of a disciple, but rather to appoint him as the fifth elder. After much contemplation, Yi Jinjin resolved to clarify the matter today. Previous events had indeed led to some misunderstandings, but it was imperative to elucidate his identity. His purpose for being here was not solely to serve as their disciple. Rather, the initial invitation was to establish him as the fifth elder. This was their true intention, which had not yet been articulated. Unexpectedly, he had already surmised it. What? How can this be? The man kneeling could not conceal his disbelief upon hearing this. Those who had sought to trouble him were equally perplexed by the suddenness of this decision. Clearly, he had gained nothing from this situation, not even the slightest hint of advantage. How could he ascend to the rank of elder? Such a notion seemed preposterous, even if his abilities surpassed ours. His age and experience were incomparable to that of his seniors. How could he be accepted as an elder? Indeed, we cannot acquiesce. Furthermore, apart from his martial prowess, he possesses little of value to impart. What could someone like him possibly teach? Jin observed the swift emergence of dissent from so many individuals merely upon revealing this decision. Each person appeared as if they had conspired, harboring an innate disdain for this individual. They were not about to let this matter pass easily. We shall have the final say. What can he teach? You shall soon find out. However, should you continue to defy orders and show him disrespect, you will be expelled from this mountain at once. Individuals of your ilk are unwelcome here. Following Jin's declaration, those clamoring for clarity were swiftly silenced. They had exerted considerable effort to gain entry to this place, and the thought of being expelled over such a matter was utterly humiliating. Moreover, venturing elsewhere would yield no recognition of their cultivation. This would clearly be a waste of their endeavors. Futility reigns. Having lingered here for such an extended period, the kneeling individuals observe one another, paralyzed by fear over a singular issue. Yet, he remains undaunted. I refuse to accept this. What qualifies a mere mortal like him? Are our credentials not superior to his? If he is permitted to act thus, does it not imply that we, too, are capable? He has endured enough from these people, since he has already committed himself today. He is determined to extract an answer from this matter, refusing to allow them to evade accountability so effortlessly. Jin and Elder Bia fixate on the man before them. The events of recent days upon this mountain are intrinsically linked to him. They had initially believed that his tenure here would yield fruitful results in due course. They had consistently urged him to temper his actions, yet he dismissed their counsel as inconsequential. Instead of exhibiting restraint, his subordinates have grown increasingly audacious, brazenly bullying their own junior disciple. If such behavior goes unpunished, how shall they maintain their standing among these individuals? In their eyes, they are merely elders. What dignity do they possess in the face of numerous disciples on this mountain? Whether or not they possess the qualifications to judge, I cannot say. However, you have lost your right to claim such status. From this moment forth, you are no longer a member of the immortal sect. Inciting discord is one matter, but to not only refuse to support your junior disciple, but also to allow a multitude to humiliate and harm him renders your presence here superfluous. Upon concluding his statement, Jin observed that none around dared to voice a question. This situation had transcended their realm of understanding, and the man was taken aback that it had culminated in his expulsion. What sin had he committed? Why must he endure such treatment? It is unjust. Why should his superior spiritual power and cultivation grant him the right to occupy this position? His brother is nothing but an incompetent fool, inferior even to myself. Why must everyone defer to him simply because of his connection? My actions were intended to facilitate his growth. What fault lies in that? The man seemed to break free from his constraints, standing defiantly against all present, particularly the three elders. Throughout this time, he had been subject to their veneration, not solely due to their capabilities, but more so because their prowess placed them above the rest. To be defeated under their tutelage is an opportunity many could only dream of. Thus, every action was undertaken with utmost caution. Yet now, everything has been shattered by their presence, and he perceives no wrongdoing in his current actions. His intent is to support him. Li Hao inherently requires guidance, even if that guidance is perceived as bullying. Upon hearing these words, Jun found himself at a loss, caught between amusement and incredulity as he gazed at the speaker. It was his first encounter with such an unabashed articulation of bullying, delivered with an almost ethereal nonchalance, devoid of any hint of remorse. The audacity with which this individual spoke of the matter, as if he had committed no wrongdoing, left Jun astounded. The elder observing nearby seemed to believe that as long as the individual complied with the punishment, the incident would be laid to rest. It was indeed surprising that he could still express such brazen confidence, convinced of his own innocence in the matter. One could hardly fathom how, under their tutelage, such a morally ambiguous character could arise. After years of selecting talent, it became evident that many strayed from the righteous path. Do you think we are oblivious to your actions? We have subtly cautioned you on numerous occasions, yet you chose to feign ignorance. Leaving this place was your own doing, and it bears no relation to anyone here. Chapter 203. You cannot do anything to me. After the elder concluded his words, his gaze turned cold, and with a swift motion, he cast the man out from this place. From this moment forth, that individual would no longer have any opportunity to return. I hope you all regard today's events as a cautionary tale. In this locale, There has never been any lesson taught through oppression. Should you continue to harbor such intentions in private, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Some individuals are well aware of their own circumstances. It would be wise for them to act accordingly. Having spoken, the elder swept away his sleeves and departed. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, gradually retreated. Yet, it was not merely he who exited. Many others had their names expunged from the sect. Zhun observed the farce, finally coming to an end, and turned to gently ruffle Li Haojue's hair. Are you all right? Why did you not retaliate just now? With your capabilities, would it not have been more than sufficient to teach them a lesson? Li Haojue, with a silly grin, shook his head. Fourth brother, I am fine. Do not worry. The reason I refrained from striking back is due to the rules here, which prohibit fighting. Had this occurred outside, I would have already brought them to the ground. How could I allow them to bully me? Upon hearing this, a faint smile remained on Li Zhun's face. Li Haojue, in all matters, was always considerate of others' feelings. Even when he had suffered indignities, he would not act against the so-called rules. He simply did not wish to cause trouble for others, hence his restraint. Come with me. Jin finally broke the silence between the two after much hesitation. They departed in single file, leaving behind several observers who, though uncertain, understood the general nature of their discussion. It was indeed unexpected. Merely stepping outside had resulted in a seismic shift in status and identity. In the future, individuals like them would have to bow respectfully upon encountering him, which, in their eyes, felt rather awkward. I mean, has he struck it lucky or what? From now on, we must show him respect. Why do we not receive such treatment? Could it be that his purpose in ascending the mountain was to become an elder? The little god of wealth, watching the two depart, felt the stark difference in fate. Engaging in the same actions, yet their outcomes were so dissimilar. At the very least, they had put forth some effort in this matter and deserved a modicum of praise. However, to their astonishment, the three elders regarded only Li Zhun, completely overlooking the others. Lai Bai, observing his friend's crestfallen demeanor, promptly gave him a slap on the back. If you envy him, you too can aspire to possess his abilities and cultivation. Perhaps then, the tides of fortune might truly change. Forget it. Even if I were to devote a lifetime, I would likely never encounter an opportunity like this. Individuals like him transcend the standards of all, and they are scarcely human. How could mere mortals ever compare? Upon hearing such lamentations, Lai Bai smiled and departed with Li Haojue. It was indeed unexpected that in just a few days' absence, he would endure so much. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Haojue remains merely a child in this place. How could these individuals dare to act against him? Being the youngest disciple in history and of exceptional status, do they not fear retribution for their actions? Are you all right? While we were away, were you frequently bullied? Why did you not inform the elders? Lai Bai gazed at the child-like Li Haojue, who seemed incapable of harming even a chicken. Typically, he is their source of joy, often caring for their spirits. Yet, it had never crossed their minds that Li Haojue might be subjected to bullying here. One would expect that his unique status would invoke fear in others. But who would have thought that this was merely superficial? Their audacity surpassed all expectations. Oh, I am fine. They haven't really bullied me. At most, they merely gossip in my presence and isolate me during meals. I never played with them anyway, so it has no impact on me. Li Haojue replied with a naive smile. The antics they engaged in were nothing but childish play. Individuals like him, both now and in the future, would not permit such behavior and would have few friends. It seems that upon growing up, he would find himself devoid of such freedoms. Thus, everything that transpires here, he believes, is trivial. It is simply that their actions and words today were excessively outrageous. Moreover, the events occurring in this place do not require him to report anything. These people are already well aware of the situation. They had privately cautioned him numerous times, yet he chose not to restrain his behavior. The consequences he faces are thus of his own making. With a smile, Lai Bai embraced him and made their way to the courtyard they had previously occupied. Li Zhun and Jin arrived at a bamboo grove. Though enveloped in verdant hues, a pathway could be discerned with a keen eye. It was not immediately obvious, but a diligent observer could uncover the winding paths that connected to form a small road. Elder, have you brought me here for a specific purpose? I must sincerely apologize for today's incident involving the fourth prince. This disciple has lingered here for quite some time, and indeed, we have offered reminders in private. Yet he treated them as mere whispers in the wind. This presents an opportunity to expel him from here. However, we acknowledge our prior negligence regarding those matters. If you are angered, please feel free to express your grievances. In bringing him here alone, it was to prevent his wrath from unduly influencing those around him, rendering them incapable of maintaining their dignity. His appointment as an elder was a natural progression, yet in the eyes of many, he remained merely a mundane individual. lacking the requisite abilities. However, these individuals were not all celestial beings. They merely possessed slightly greater cultivation and lived longer than the average person. Ultimately, they were still human. In essence, there was little distinction between the two of them. Upon hearing this, Zhun furrowed his brow. I have no authority to speak on this matter. Whether or not to forgive you or them is a question for Xiao. As his elder brother, my only recourse is to feel anger. I cannot extend forgiveness on his behalf. Zhun offered a faint smile. Moreover, he has already expressed his anger. After all, this place is, in any case, the domain of the three of them. Some matters need not be taken to extremes, if he were to be as meticulous as others in this situation. Chapter 204. All lost. These three individuals must truly regret having invited him up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Jin could only force a smile. The perspectives of the young are inherently different, yet it seems such matters might not be entirely just for them. They merely expelled the troublemakers, while the instigator remains here. Should anything arise in the future, this situation will inevitably reflect their lack of supervision. If the fourth prince expresses such sentiments, I can find solace in that. The elder must have brought me here for reasons beyond merely discussing this matter. Zhun observed his hands fidgeting restlessly, clearly revealing signs of anxiety and preoccupation. He seemed to wish to inquire about something, yet struggled to find the right words. When Jin was exposed, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Indeed, deeper within the bamboo grove lies a small valley, containing fields, a courtyard, and the mountain behind the bamboo, along with some timber. What does this mean? Zhun felt a wave of confusion wash over him upon hearing these words. Jin bowed his head. From this day forth, you shall assume the role of the fifth elder here. All that exists in this small valley belongs to you. Whether this bamboo grove requires your presence hinges entirely on the fourth prince's decision. After hearing this, and observing Jin's respectful demeanor, Zhun suddenly found himself engulfed in uncertainty. If his elevation to elder necessitates residing here, it is indeed justifiable. Moreover, being situated away from the village and far from any shops would certainly cater to his desire for solitude. However, he could never allow himself to be bullied in his absence without his consent. How would he know promptly if something were to occur? Though this place is rarely trodden, which he appreciates, he is not entirely alone. Jin, your actions may affect my brother and the others. The 13th prince can certainly reside with the 4th prince, yet others are bound by rules that cannot be transgressed. Jin promptly responded to him. Zhun recognized that he was already pushing the limits of what was feasible. To voice any further unreasonable demands at this juncture would leave their future disciples with no opportunity for proper management. Thus, it would be best to retain this bamboo grove. A small path will suffice. If they wish to seek me out, it should pose no difficulty, correct? That is indeed the case, Jin affirmed. Once the two had deliberated and reached a consensus on this matter, they swiftly took action. However, following this, they must ultimately return to the core issues at hand. They still needed to unravel the threads of recent occurrences. With someone as astute as him, having interacted with so many, how could he possibly lack any information? Zhun is unlike any ordinary individual. The issues that others overlook are bound to yield answers in his presence. As the 4th prince descends the mountain, one wonders whether he possesses the answers sought. What manner of revelation does Elder yearn for? Should I inform you that it bears no connection to you, or that it pertains to certain others? Zhun settled upon a stone bench, gazing intently at the figure before him. This, perhaps, was the true purpose of his summons. If my conjecture holds true, their companions must be pondering the same inquiries, for their curiosity surpasses that of anyone else regarding the occurrences that transpired. Elder Yi's concern stems from the possibility that the orchestrator of these events is linked to their circle, even if merely one among them. Such a connection would bring disgrace upon their sect, undoubtedly granting the demonic clan an opportunity to regain their footing. The 4th prince should grasp the essence of my words. Zhun nodded. Very well, I shall convey this to the elder. He poured himself a cup of tea, contemplating the liquid within for an extended moment. As the elder surmised, reports indicate that among these individuals, a number are practitioners of cultivation, predominantly those with unstable spiritual roots. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, thus far, we have learned that there is no connection to the demonic clan. This was the extent of Zhun's straightforward statement. Elder Yi collapsed into his chair, realizing that their fears had indeed manifested. The trio had spent days atop the mountain fretting that the individual behind this turmoil was not of the demonic clan. Should this information circulate, the sects would undoubtedly face humiliation, and even their own sect's reputation would be at risk. A similar incident had occurred in the past, and by that time, he had already succumbed to darkness. Thus, in any case, that individual had severed ties with them. Now, To witness the recurrence of events from years past, mirroring the same process and yielding identical answers, perhaps this was no mere coincidence. Elder, you need not harbor such dread. Although the current intelligence indeed suggests no connection to the demonic clan, if memory serves, such spells have always been preserved within their ranks. My intent in sharing this is not to incite you to confront anyone, but merely to alleviate your concerns. Li Jun's reminder was solely to prevent them from becoming disoriented amidst this turmoil. In this world, no faction exists that is entirely unblemished. It is implausible that the entire affair lacks any direct ties to them. If not for collusion between both parties, how could this spell have been so readily accessed? Moreover, in such circumstances, how could so many individuals have mastered it? If this is indeed the case, it may have little to do with moral conduct, for such spells exist in this realm as well. After a prolonged silence, Elder E ultimately decided to voice his thoughts on the matter. The identical utterance is not exclusive to the realm of the demonic. Initially, for the sake of fairness, a copy was also placed here. However, the number of individuals privy to this information is quite limited. As of now, apart from a select few, no one is aware of this revelation. Furthermore, just a few days prior, he had investigated and confirmed that the contents had indeed gone missing. How could this be? Why was this matter not disclosed earlier? Upon hearing Li Jun's words, he was taken aback. He had originally assumed that such a spell would certainly be present here, at least for the purpose of equity. Other locations would undoubtedly lack it. Yet, to his surprise, the information received indicated that it had been transmitted from the demonic realm. He had not contemplated this matter deeply. Today, however, he found himself confronted with such an astonishing response. The items had vanished. Jin lowered his head. His eyes filled with remorse for the carelessness displayed in this affair. Chapter 205. The purpose. None of the individuals involved regarded this matter with any seriousness, believing that no one was aware of its intricate details. Thus, such an approach should not have manifested in their minds. The rare tomes they had glimpsed could not possibly have reached this level, nor was there any opportunity for direct engagement with them. Consequently, the three of them paid little heed to the situation. It was only after the incident occurred and they conducted a self-examination that they discovered the contents had long since been depleted. They were even oblivious to where these items had now drifted. Initially, the trio harbored great concern over this affair, eager to retrieve the items at the earliest opportunity. However, their current capabilities did not permit them to depart from this place. Yet, I received news that the demon clan indeed faced complications. They had lost knowledge of such spells. What? How is this possible? Jin exclaimed in astonishment. If this were simultaneous, then why would those individuals act in such a manner? Merely possessing one of the tomes in their hands would have sufficed for their learning. Copying these texts would inevitably allow them to reach others. There was no need to remove books from both parties. What, then, was the true purpose behind such actions? Li Jun found himself engulfed in self-doubt, questioning the authenticity of this information. But if it were false, the demon clan, upon learning of the events transpiring outside, would undoubtedly address everything promptly. This opportunity was precisely their chance to validate themselves, and they would not squander it. Yet thus far, they had not heard a single word nor seen anyone emerge to assert that this matter bore no relation to them. Mo Land's appearance was likely also connected to this situation. They probably remained unaware that the celestial sect's spells had been lost. Hence, they lacked the audacity to act. How many were privy to this affair? Only the few elders, and you were aware of it, Jin mused, furrowing his brow. He sensed that something peculiar had transpired. This individual's intent did not appear to be the dissemination of the spell to anyone. Rather, it seemed aimed at exploiting this situation to further entrench the stalemate between the two sides. It was akin to the past when they had threatened to engage in fierce conflict, yet the outcome was merely mutual destruction. Over the decades, the Celestial Gates and the Demon Clan had not retained their former luster. Only they understood the extent of the unsavory machinations occurring behind the scenes. Li Jun shook his head. He was uncertain how these individuals would proceed. If this were conducted offline, the matter would have already been loudly proclaimed. Yet, it remained surprisingly quiet to this day. It appeared both parties were eager to uncover the identity of the shadowy figure pulling the strings. Unlike decades prior when they had been led by the nose. Do you know about the Wang family, Eldery? Li Jun retorted. Jin nodded in acknowledgement. In the past decade, the Wang family has indeed shone brightly, becoming a pivotal force in the entirety of Beihai. Although their financial resources may not rival those of the other two families, the presence of such a son has instilled a sense of security among the people of Beihai, thus establishing the Wang family as the foremost clan in the city. Despite his long tenure in this position, he has long harbored insights regarding the occurrences beyond his immediate surroundings. He is acutely aware of the transformations that have unfolded over these years. As a cultivator, one would typically remain indifferent to worldly affairs, a stance that serves to preserve one's tranquil state of mind, which in turn aids in his own pursuits. Yet, he does not view himself solely as a practitioner of the arcane. He bears a significant responsibility here. Understanding the events transpiring in the outside world is essential for safeguarding his disciples. Is it merely due to Wang Xionghu that such concern arises? That seems rather implausible. Li Zhun has indeed witnessed his remarkable capabilities, but to rely on such abilities alone to protect an entire city seems a gross overestimation. Even with years of effort, it might not yield the desired outcome. Yi Jin smiled knowingly. It is not solely because of Wang Xionghu. Rather, it is the backing of the Beihai immortal sect that he represents, with the individual serving merely as a conduit to bridge relationships. If anything were to happen to him, would they truly remain unaffected? The answer is, of course, negative. To preserve their own reputations and given the high expectations placed upon them, they would ensure that he remains unharmed and that no misfortune befalls him. Ultimately, it is the immortal sect of Beihai that seeks to secure its interests. And what if the small deity and Lai Bai were to return here after gaining knowledge? What implications would that hold? Li Zhun found some merit in this line of reasoning. However, if it were truly so simple, why then are there already two individuals present? Would their return not lead to chaos? If you were to pose such a question to me, I fear my response would be that nothing could be altered. Although their abilities are indeed exceptional, the distance between heaven and earth remains vast. We are but a distant remedy for their immediate troubles, rendering our efforts futile. Even with the aid of spells, traversing thousands of miles in an instant is no small feat. To suggest that the mere presence of these two individuals could instigate change in Beihai seems utterly far-fetched. It is not merely the presence of power that can alter the course of events. They merely seek a formidable ally. Unless the immortal sect were to establish itself within Beihai, it would inevitably lead to turmoil. Yet, at such a distance, few would come forth to offer flattery. In the eyes of those individuals, the immortal sect ultimately exists for the royal family, and all actions taken will naturally be under royal authority. Such a condition is certainly not one that could be readily accepted. What does the fourth prince mean by this? Could it be that he harbors an interest in the matters within the Northern Sea? Li Zhun shook his head. Not at all. He was merely somewhat curious. Elder Yi has, in a sense, provided answers to my inquiries today, for which I am grateful. Indeed, there is no need for thanks. However, I must advise the fourth prince to maintain some distance from the Northern Sea. It is more beneficial to preserve a favorable relationship. Although you two have met on this occasion, the underlying tension is palpable, and it would undoubtedly serve your interests. Yi Jin smiled, and, with a swift turn, departed from the scene. As Li Zhun gazed at his retreating figure, he felt a surge of confusion. Did he perhaps misunderstand the implications of the earlier remark? He had never contemplated surpassing anyone or held any interest in the affairs of the world. Chapter 206. Not so ambitious, surely. One would not presume that his earlier words were merely preparatory for the conquest of the world. Li Zhun found himself mulling over the same question repeatedly in his mind, yet ultimately failing to arrive at an answer. He simply shook his head and proceeded towards the bamboo grove. Along this narrow path, nothing had seemingly changed. However, the ambience felt notably different from when he had first arrived. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had unraveled the restrictions that bound this place, granting him a sense of ease. Deep within the bamboo thicket stood a modest wooden cabin, accompanied by a small pond in front, where resided rare herbs that were indeed a rarity on this mountain. The water appeared to be somewhat problematic. For how else could such lifeless water nurture these precious herbs so vibrantly? Behind the cabin loomed a towering mountain, reminiscent of the scenes he had witnessed in the palace, yet ultimately lacking the grandeur of that setting. Although the natural beauty there was unparalleled, this site bore too many traces of human intervention, and the spiritual energy here was decidedly less abundant. Were it not for the necessity of remaining in this location, he would have no reason to linger. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast expanse of farmland, where vegetables were cultivated. This was likely the sustenance for the entire sect, but his own dwelling was merely situated behind the cabin. In contrast, it was undeniably more picturesque and comfortable. Brother Zhun, did you ever imagine that this place would bear similarities to where you once resided? Had it not been for all that transpired previously, you would have moved in long ago, came the sudden voice of Wen Shui from behind him. Li Zhun turned to see her, and she leapt into his embrace, to which he responded with a tender smile. What is it? Your words suggest that you were aware of this from the very beginning. Of course, I simply forgot to inform you when the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Do you like it, Brother Zhun? If not, you could always return to your previous little courtyard. But did the elder not say that living together with them is against the rules? If I were to go back, where would they go? Li Zhun had truly not perceived any difference between this place and his former abode. Ultimately, they were merely facades, and having grown accustomed to their previous surroundings, it seemed implausible to uproot them based on such circumstances. To do so would render him rather ineffectual. That is true, but if you remain here alone, would it not feel rather desolate? Moreover, now that you have become an elder, do you not worry that this status might create a distance between you and them? When Shue's concerns deepened as she contemplated the matter. Previously, when he was known as Crown, he had been all alone, with only a steward and a maid by his side, devoid of any true friends. Now, having finally had the opportunity to forge friendships, it seemed that circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. This situation did not seem to align with his desires, no matter how one looked at it. The purpose of coming here was to hope that he could make a few more friends, rather than keeping everything to himself. However, upon closer inspection, not only has a distance formed between them, but their relationship regarding this matter has also undergone a complete transformation. If those three individuals find his identity inappropriate for their company, they would naturally distance themselves from him. Is Li Zhun not reverting to his former self? Sister One, I believe you need not worry about this issue. Even if he were to ascend immediately, he would still remain our friend. The little fortune god, standing behind, promptly interrupted their conversation. Such concerns are entirely unnecessary. If they were to distance themselves solely based on identity or ability, that would not be the behavior of gentlemen. Moreover, they are unlikely to be so petty. They genuinely feel happy for him in this matter, having been fellow disciples for such a long time. This also constitutes a form of special care. Why are you all here? Wasn't it said that without a summons, one cannot enter? When Shui gazed in surprise at the few individuals suddenly standing behind her, and upon observing them, she could not conceal the smile on her face. It seemed that the time spent together had completely transformed this person. The little fortune god placed the bundle he was holding on a nearby table. Of course, we couldn't come, but the elder instructed us to bring Xiao Shisan's belongings, so here we are. Are you trying to showcase how beautiful this place is? Hoping he will forget us the moment he turns around? After finishing his remark, he began to wander around, clearly finding this place far superior to their courtyard. At the very least, it was much quieter here, allowing them to engage in their activities without the fear of being overheard or suspected. In such a serene environment, quietude was likely his favorite aspect. Lai Bai observed the surroundings, which indeed aligned with her current preferences. The elders had catered to all his likes and had shown him exceptional care. Elderly, might we be able to explore your place more in the future? Of course, but if you insist on calling me that, none of you are allowed to come. Li Zhun did not mind the title. Yet he felt somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner by these three individuals. This notion felt almost like a mockery directed at him. Liu Yuba silently placed the items on the table and took a seat nearby. From the moment he entered, he had surveyed everything here and found nothing particularly special. It was merely that the spiritual energy in this place was indeed more abundant, which could indeed assist in one's cultivation. All right, you decide. What about your brother? We have safely entrusted him to your care. He insisted on joining us and only agreed to come after much persuasion. Li Zhun looked at Li Haojue in confusion. Why? Li Haojue, with his mouth closed, remained silent, appearing somewhat sulky. Li Zhun raised his gaze towards Lai Bai, who smiled in response. He merely felt that such actions were akin to providing him with special treatment, allowing him to circumvent the norms. The members of the immortal sect had already expressed considerable dissent regarding his admission. Thus, this behavior only served to further diminish his standing among his fellow disciples, leaving him in a state of frustration. Upon hearing these words, Li Zhun suddenly smiled. Was he truly sulking over such a trivial matter? Fourth brother, please speak to the elders and allow me to return with my brothers. This cannot be permitted. However, this situation was not born of my own volition. It stemmed from the elders' concern for you, an attempt to make amends for their previous inaction when you were wronged. If you desire the respect of others, it is unnecessary to seek validation in every instance. Simply enhance your abilities, and others will naturally fall silent. Chapter 207. Your doubts about me at that moment. Li Zhun truly did not anticipate that at such a tender age, he would be so fixated on the matters of victory and defeat. Throughout these days, had it not been for his own inadequacies, he would not have suffered at the hands of others, nor would so many have remained silent in indignation. His placement in this environment was indeed intended to facilitate a rapid breakthrough in his current cultivation. While one might argue that this arrangement could be viewed as a form of special treatment, it remains an undeniable fact. Yet, who could have foreseen the burden of having such an elder brother? Upon hearing this, Li Haojue felt a flicker of hesitation within his heart, even a sense of concern. However, even with these sentiments, he pondered whether he should conform to the others and express his thoughts within this courtyard. Upon careful reflection, He discerned that such circumstances were inherently unfair to those outside. Even if he were to genuinely achieve ascendance and strength, it might only serve to fuel the belief among outsiders that he was merely receiving individualized instruction. To those on the outside, this would be utterly unjust. Naturally, they would not hesitate to voice even harsher criticisms. The individuals nearby, observing this young boy with such a stubborn disposition, were taken aback by his capacity for deep contemplation. He was perpetually attuned to the perceptions of those outside. The events of recent days had undoubtedly left a profound impact on him. 13. Why not stay here for a few days, as if to say you miss your brother upon his return? After a few days, if you still wish to return, you may seek the elders' consent, and they would likely acquiesce. Bai realized that allowing the two to remain in a state of stalemate was not a viable solution. Thus, he proposed a compromise that would honor Li Haojue's feelings while preventing gossip from those outside. Such an approach seemed to achieve the best of both worlds. Tilting his head in contemplation, Li Haojue nodded in agreement, consenting to stay. The little fortune god then led him to select a room, while the others settled in the courtyard. In recent days, you may have been unaware of what truly transpired. Living alone in that courtyard, absent of our company, he was frequently subjected to whispers at the door, filled with doubt about his qualifications and abilities. Such disparagement must have severely undermined his confidence, which undoubtedly explains his heightened sensitivity. This matter was no trivial concern. Initially, it was not spoken of to avoid inciting trouble upon his return. The individuals below were inherently resistant to his identity and actions. If this situation persisted, his opportunities to remain here would continue to diminish. Even with the protection of 3 elders, ultimately, one cannot contend against the overwhelming force of the majority. With so many opposing voices, Zhun could not afford to remain indifferent atop this mountain. Upon hearing these words, it seemed he had already formed a resolution within his heart. He had no desire for revenge. However, should he continue to overhear the same sentiments or clandestine discussions thereafter, it would weigh heavily upon him. He could not possibly remain indifferent as he does now, with his left ear and right ear attuned to different things. He would certainly ensure that these individuals reap the consequences of their actions. If he must return after spending so many days here, let him accompany you back, as regaining his self-confidence will ultimately depend on himself. It seems the words I just spoke were rather misguided. Zhun gazed at the open door, reflecting on his earlier remarks, which indeed lacked a proper perspective. He had not considered the issue from his point of view, and his current feelings were not as apparent as they should be. Bai chuckled softly. This younger brother bore a striking resemblance to his elder sibling, sharing the same unwavering determination in their decisions. In this matter, there was no semblance of restraint. This is for you. Upon your return, each of you shall take one, and your spiritual energy will gradually recover. All right, Bai nodded. Lu Yuba observed silently, his eyes betraying his thoughts despite his silence. In this regard, he had indeed not consumed any medication, yet he still desired another of the previous pills. May we speak privately? Lu Yuba ultimately could not contain himself and spoke up in front of the others. Zhun seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts and nodded. Very well. The two then proceeded deeper into the courtyard, arriving at the fields behind. The scenery here was indeed much cleaner than that of their own courtyard. This place must be what you have long desired. It appears they truly do not intend to disappoint you. Indeed. So did you seek me merely to express your sentiments? Zhun inquired, puzzled. Certainly not. Lu Yuba turned to face him. I simply wish for you to provide me with another of those previous pills. Zhun frowned. Did I not inform you that the efficacy of this medication can sustain your stay here? Taking another will be of no benefit. It is not for me. Someone else is in need. You need only give it to me, Lu Yuba clarified, fully aware of his previous statements. However, he had companions who could not endure until that time. Without these pills, they would be unable to progress further, and he alone lacked the capability to achieve their intentions. Zhun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the urgency in Lu Yuba's expression. He seemed to understand who that individual was. If it were not someone he trusted, it was unlikely they would seek assistance from him. Very well, but under the current circumstances, with so many eyes upon us, I must find a secluded place for you. You may come by tonight, but ensure no one discovers it. Understood. Upon his agreement, Lu Yuba felt a sense of relief. With these pills in hand, they could navigate this place without fear of being discovered, and the truths they sought would soon reveal themselves. His purpose for coming here could be deemed a fulfillment of his mission. However, had he been discovered prior to this moment, perhaps they would have been reduced to mere ashes. Have you ever contemplated the perilous nature of your current actions? If you persist in this manner, discovery is inevitable. Moreover, have you ever encountered those spells? You are well aware of what I am alluding to. Do not attempt to obfuscate the matter. Zhun stood facing the towering mountains. gazing upon the verdant expanse, and indeed, his heart was remarkably tranquil. Yet, such words might provoke agitation in those nearby. What do you mean by that statement? Are you casting doubt upon me, implying that I am somehow implicated in this affair, or suggesting that I once tampered with those things? You know in your heart whether you have engaged with them, or if not, consider those around you. Have they taken anything? Or witnessed something? Shouldn't you inquire of them? If you ask me, what answers could I possibly provide? If you perceive this as suspicion, then so be it. Jun had nothing left to elucidate. He had always been aware of where these individuals had ventured. Perhaps they truly possessed knowledge of certain matters. Chapter 208. It cannot be him. No, I understand your inquiry. But the truth remains, there is nothing to it. He is my confidant, lacking the audacity, and it is improbable he would ever possess such boldness. Liu Yuba, confronted with his half-hearted insinuation, appeared genuinely vexed. Nevertheless, it was evident that he did not harbor genuine doubts. Rather, he sought to extract some clues from this exchange. If he truly suspected anything, he would not resort to such a manner of questioning. Do you trust him so implicitly? Who else could I possibly place my trust in? This individual has been by my side since childhood. Why would he betray me? Our bond resembles the unwavering trust you bestow upon your two cherished companions. If he were to falter, it would signify my own downfall as well. This person has shared countless years with Liu Yuba. They are the most familiar with one another. If he had indeed committed any treachery, it would be unmistakable at first glance. Moreover, he lacks the temerity to undertake such actions behind my back. Thus the origins of this affair must be entirely unrelated to him. Li Zhun nodded. Given your perspective, I comprehend, since this bears no connection to us. I merely wish to ascertain if there are any distinctions upon entry. Is the method of entry particularly challenging? You refer to that dilapidated attic? For someone with even a modicum of spiritual prowess, gaining access to such a place would likely be quite effortless. Initially, I presumed that such a location would be more complex, yet upon entry, I discovered that apart from a few mechanisms, there were no spells governing the area. Conversely, it seemed this place held little significance for them. Liu Yuba was perplexed as to why he had arrived at such a conclusion so abruptly. Typically, one would expect that such locations are among the most vigilantly guarded within any sect. While not necessarily fortified with a heavy military presence, one would anticipate formidable spells securing the premises. Even a single additional barrier would lend an air of authority. Yet, here, there was nothing at all. Do you not find this peculiar? Should you visit once, you would likely uncover the reason behind it. Do they truly care about the contents within? Why does it seem to me that their actions contradict this notion? Li Zhun furrowed his brow. He had previously heard that the spiritual energy of these three individuals was under some form of restraint, rendering them incapable of departing from this place. However, if the very essence sustaining the attic were absent, it would indeed be rather strange. Their spiritual energy should not deplete at such a rapid pace due to this circumstance. Not at all. Is it particularly difficult to access such a place of the demon clan? It is challenging, yet for one of my standing, it is relatively straightforward. However, under normal circumstances, the uppermost levels are inaccessible. Should anyone intrude, immediate action would ensue. After all, the items placed in that location pertain either to the secrets of the modules or to the lifeblood of the demon race. How could they possibly be so easily taken by others? And how could one come and go freely? In comparison, this place is decidedly more accessible. Otherwise, why would we have been able to enter and exit continuously? The uppermost level, having been visited once, revealed a plethora of items that would take considerable time to search through. Liu Yuba pondered carefully, realizing that the books he had observed on the top floor were largely disorganized. They were either haphazardly strewn across the floor or scattered everywhere. The shelves were completely filled, yet the arrangement was chaotic and devoid of any discernible order. Thus, to retrieve what they sought from within would undoubtedly entail an exceedingly time-consuming process. Li Zhun furrowed his brow. Given your assertion, it seems we are unlikely to find the books we desire in the short term, suggesting that someone must have spent a considerable duration here without ever being detected upon leaving or transferring the items to another. Is that plausible? It is not entirely impossible, but the time available for interaction with others in this place is strictly limited to the officially designated opening hours. Furthermore, only individuals like us, dispatched on tasks, are permitted to venture out. The rest must remain atop this mountain. Considering this time frame, if that individual intended to hand over the items they possessed, it could only be accomplished within such opportunities. At any other moment, should they step outside or vanish, they would be quickly discovered. Thus, this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Li Zhun reflected, finding it curious that the more conspicuous the situation, the more difficult it becomes to uncover these activities. It is conceivable that the individual seized the opportunity to transfer everything while under the watchful gaze of others, yet the timing of this discovery is regrettably delayed, with the items having been lost for quite some time. Now, the search would only prove more troublesome, leaving no chance for recovery. Forget it. I initially intended merely to inquire whether you had noticed anything unusual inside. Since you claim there is nothing out of the ordinary, I might as well venture in myself. Given his current status, entering the premises would be entirely legitimate, and no one would obstruct him. Even if someone were to notice at the entrance, it would hardly raise any suspicion. Unless, of course, this situation was a trap devised from the outset, in which case his entry would signify a descent into a snare. That would indeed alter the circumstances significantly. You wish to enter? Upon hearing this, Liu Yuba felt a surge of anxiety. What? Are you suggesting that if you can enter? I cannot. It was not merely a matter of spending too much time within those walls on previous occasions. Several times they had been discovered. Now it seemed, the situation had grown increasingly serious. Liu Yuba, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. This matter was not one he had initially withheld, but at that time, they had indeed been overly complacent, believing that the inhabitants of this place did not value the library, and thus, they rummaged about recklessly. However, later on, someone unexpectedly entered, startling them, yet they managed to remain hidden. Nevertheless, judging by that person's gaze, it was clear they had begun to suspect an intrusion. Are you suggesting someone has been inside? Indeed, although it was quite late, that individual seemed to have an inkling of someone's presence. In a hurried manner, they departed with some object. I did not get a clear look at them, Liu Yuba replied with a nod. Zhun chuckled softly, realizing that this situation had indeed become ever more intriguing. He had initially thought that by merely entering, he might uncover something significant. If that individual truly was the one, perhaps, before others could take notice, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, they might return what was taken. Chapter 209. It cannot be him given the circumstances. I am indeed compelled to witness the nature of this scene. What manner of arrangement exists within? My curiosity does not stem from a profound interest in the contents themselves, but rather a slight intrigue towards the so-called principles of organization. If it is truly as chaotic as he claims, how is it that he can so effortlessly locate what he seeks? It is evident that he must have discerned the underlying order of these placements. Thus, he must have formulated some notion regarding this matter, albeit merely by happenstance after them. Very well, should you wish to enter, I cannot hinder you. After all, your current status here allows you to navigate freely, rendering you impervious to opposition. Previously, these few individuals had formidable rivals. However, now that he has assumed a different identity, even if that person harbors intentions, they must first consider his present standing. Otherwise, he no longer possesses the qualifications. A considerable chasm has formed between them. As for Su Sheng, Liu Yuba countered, he had been previously concerned that the two were vying for the same position. Yet, it appears that the other has already seized the opportunity and taken the lead. This individual must surely be infuriated by now. Do you truly believe that with my current identity, he would still seek to trouble me? He is not that foolish. Zhun chuckled and turned to retrace his steps. The initial animosity directed towards him was due to that woman and the potential threat he posed to his position, which led to a lingering resentment. Attempting to scheme against him was one thing, but none of those attempts had ever succeeded, even if he were not particularly astute. He understood the stark contrast in their current standings. To overtly confront him would likely mean he no longer wished to remain upon this mountain. I ask you, have you contemplated the situation? Are you truly waiting for that individual to set his sights upon you? There seems to be no need for such apprehension. With your present identity, are you not concerned he might divert your attention? Upon receiving this news, Wang Long was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Having previously offended him, he now occupied a high position. If he intended to exploit this status for personal gain by ousting them from here, it would be a mere matter of lifting a finger for him. Moreover, those under his command would inevitably comply with his wishes. This had always been clear from the outset. Although Su Sheng has managed to retain his position, he has become increasingly perilous. Having spent nearly half a lifetime here, he has sacrificed so much for this role. Now he faces the imminent threat of being expelled from this place. How could he not be anxious? Upon hearing this news, Su Sheng's countenance turned ashen. His current emotional state was beyond description. It is akin to a ceaseless oscillation between the heavens and the earth. What do you expect me to do? What do you wish for me to do at this moment? Had I known his true identity from the outset, I would not have foolishly attempted to scheme against him. If he intends to expel me, I shall accept that fate. Su Sheng felt a growing agitation, and a sense of regret washed over him. Should there be any possibility for redress in this matter, he would certainly strive to pursue it. Although his previous actions left no incriminating evidence, suspicion inevitably fell upon him, particularly from Li Jun. If, at this juncture, he were to bear the brunt of all accusations, even with a genuine desire to explain himself, he would ultimately be unable to withstand the authority of the elders. Moreover, he possessed the power to dismiss anyone, especially those who had previously troubled him or bore him ill will. Purging dissenters seemed to be his rightful course of action. Surrender? Su Shan would not concede. Does one truly believe submission is as simple as that? After investing a considerable portion of one's life, what is the ultimate purpose? Is it merely to await the day when a classmate is cast aside? After exerting so much effort, to simply be ousted and ridiculed by others? That is you, not me. Wang Long seemed to have been struck by a sudden impulse and immediately departed from the scene. Regardless of past events or future schemes, Li Jun could leverage even a single incident to compel their departure. Yet he would not leave so easily. He had exerted great effort to gain entry here. Having finally succeeded, who would willingly depart? Su Shang watched Wang Long's retreating figure, and his previously troubled expression vanished, replaced by a subtle smile. Wang Long, you can hardly blame me for this. Inevitably, one of us must depart, and that person can only be you. However, he had already devised a series of plans. This man would become the final sacrificial pawn in this affair. What have you two been discussing? After such an extended conversation, it appears nothing has been clarified. Surely, you are not harboring secrets from us. The little deity observed the two individuals at a distance, finally indicating a desire to return. Though he could not discern the content of their earlier dialogue, their facial expressions conveyed much. For a time, Liu Yuba exhibited some irritation, but the atmosphere soon softened. It seemed that their previous words were mere jest, yet Li Jun was not the type to engage in frivolous banter. If you wish to know, you may inquire with him. Li Jun shrugged and turned to regard the person who had followed him. The little deity cast a glance. This individual only spoke freely in his presence, but was otherwise terse with the others. After that, there is truly nothing more to discuss. If this individual could genuinely respond to their inquiries, it would indeed be a remarkable occurrence. Nevertheless, it seems he merely engages in extensive conversation with you, while remaining taciturn with us. Perhaps he refrains from speaking due to a belief that excessive words may lead to missteps. It is essential to recognize that his current elevation is rather unique for anyone here. Should he be discovered during a conversation or if doubts arise about him, the consequences could be dire, abruptly halting his path in this place. Li Jun nodded in agreement. This statement holds truth. Perhaps he contemplates it in such a manner. Yet, it may also be that he perceives a lack of common ground with them. A person who speaks little is naturally less likely to attract the affections of those around him. Chapter 210. No need for such complications. There would be no one to proactively seek evidence against him. Thus, at most, this could be deemed a means of self-preservation. The family has already delivered you safely. We shall take our leave now. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Li Bai observed the surroundings, noting that everything was nearly in order, and the individuals had been seen off. Naturally, they could not linger here any longer. Otherwise, the onlookers outside would surely begin to gossip, speculating about the nature of their relationships. Such rumors, while inconsequential to them, would weigh heavily on the child involved, who might take these matters to heart and suffer psychologically. Thank you kindly, Li Jun said, as he and Li Haojue stood at the door, watching them depart. Although Li Haojue understood that the distance was not particularly great, the thought of having shared such a long time together, now reduced to just the two of them, left him feeling somewhat forlorn. Fourth brother, why can't they stay here with us? There are plenty of rooms available, and if you are willing, surely no one would oppose. However, the rules here do not permit such arrangements. If you wish to see them, you may venture out to find them. You are merely residing here. You can spend your time there as well, Li Jun replied. Li Haojue nodded in understanding. Wu Chong'en, standing nearby, comprehended the child's sentiments. After all, his own little dragon had once been a child too, clinging to him with an innocent and naive longing. Now, grown, though still attached, there was a subtle shift in her demeanor, less talkative, as if she had transformed in some way. He yearned to inquire but feared the return of her former self, which felt both familiar and strangely foreign. Shaoan, your room is right next to mine. There is a hot spring outside, during your leisure moments. Feel free to indulge in its warmth. Aim for an hour each day, and if time is scarce, half an hour will suffice. Understood, Wu Chong'en nodded. He had noticed the hot spring upon his arrival, but could not discern its benefits. Compared to the mountains behind the palace, it had its merits. Yet in terms of efficacy, it paled in comparison. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Li Jun's words. Fourth brother, may I go? If you wish to visit, you may, but limit your time to half an hour. Your constitution differs from his, and given your tender age, prolonged exposure could lead to dizziness. Very well. Li Haojue, though somewhat bewildered, found wisdom in his words and felt inclined to agree with Li Zhuan's insights. Even before their arrival, Li Zhuan had infused the hot spring with medicinal herbs, rendering it a veritable healing pool. Thus, whether for him or others, spending 2 hours immersed would yield noticeable transformations. However, the subsequent possibilities may unfold at a slower pace than previously anticipated. Li Zhuan can only make selections based on their constitution. If the speed is excessively rapid, it becomes unsustainable. Therefore, there is no need to squander efforts on this matter. Meanwhile, the 3 elders await Li Zhuan in the hall. Under normal circumstances, this matter could have been settled through their deliberation alone. However, with the addition of another individual, it becomes imperative to involve him before discussions of the subsequent affairs can commence. Though he is merely a mortal, he is not easily harmed, for his lifetime of cultivation has rendered him a paragon in this realm. All others remain unattainable, merely gazing in awe without any means to counteract the situation. One might ponder what exactly is transpiring. According to the intelligence they have gathered, what are these individuals truly engaged in? If their intent was merely to incite discord between the 2 factions, the information should have been disseminated immediately. Yet, it has now become a closely guarded secret. Unbeknownst to many, the elders initially deemed the situation trivial, believing they could retrieve the individual swiftly. However, upon reflection, the dissemination of this information poses a threat to them. While for the demonic faction, it would incite a united retaliation, whether for themselves or the entire celestial sect. A solution that satisfies both parties must be devised, otherwise, the only recourse would be to eliminate all who possess knowledge of the matter. Initially, they assumed that locating the object would not be so straightforward. Yet, upon revisiting the site the day after the incident, everything had vanished without a trace. Zhen, reflecting on the events of their recent excursion, has pondered for an extended period but remains perplexed. Why is this occurring? It appears that the demonic faction is also in pursuit of these individuals, likely intent on identifying the puppeteer behind the scenes and reclaiming the object. Otherwise, Imolan would not have resorted to such drastic measures as silencing witnesses. This reluctance to allow information regarding the demonic faction to leak suggests that the individual in question harbors ulterior motives, potentially harboring vengeance. Thus, what is the ultimate purpose of these actions? Is it merely to collect spirits? Such intentions seem overly simplistic, if that were the case. They could operate covertly without drawing such extensive attention, allowing the entire celestial sect to become aware of the situation, essentially inviting trouble upon themselves. Rather than seeking to instigate suspicion among all, it seems more aimed at inducing panic within their ranks. Although the individual from years past has long since departed, the unfolding events and processes bear a striking resemblance to those of yore. Furthermore, the identity of the orchestrator remains shrouded in mystery. If this were indeed the case, the truths fervently concealed by these individuals would likely be laid bare for all to see. Such people, once exposed, would render the entire celestial sect a mere laughingstock. The demon clan would undoubtedly seize upon this matter, and at that juncture, who would genuinely regard them with any esteem? This is, after all, a family disgrace that ought not to be broadcasted. The initial decision to conceal these truths was made to prevent those under their command from discovering them. And due to the folly of one individual, all grievances were unjustly directed at the entire celestial sect. Cultivation itself is beyond reproach. Yet a few individuals have tarnished its reputation. While it is entirely normal for such incidents to occur, the missteps of that individual, who strayed from the righteous path and acted inappropriately, are unequivocally intolerable within the celestial sect. He should have been grateful for having survived, yet unexpectedly, his abilities allowed him to surpass nearly half of his peers at that time. Chapter 211. These secrets. How many tremble in fear before such a powerful individual? In his heart, he must know better than anyone else. Being inherently solitary, one ought to suppress their brilliance and adopt the guise of an ordinary person, perhaps leaving a sliver of hope. Yet this individual not only reveals his prowess to all, but also leads others to mistakenly believe that such an approach would spare them harm. They may even bolster their own spiritual strength, an act that is inconceivable by the laws of nature. Moreover, among these factions, there exist those who consider themselves righteous, eager to eradicate someone like him to validate their own judgments. The emergence of both factions once incited a tempest of bloodshed. In the end, none emerged unscathed. Now, this tragedy threatens to unfold anew. As elders, they naturally cannot allow such a scene to repeat. However, they cannot pursue total annihilation either. Even if they were to slay these individuals, who could predict whether another would rise in their place? Is this not the very retribution of that time? What are you pondering? So lost in thought, Did you not hear what we were discussing? The elder beside us has spoken at length. Yet Jin has not only refrained from voicing his opinion, but his gaze has also grown vacant and unfocused. It is evident that his thoughts have drifted far away. The only event capable of inducing such a state must be the incident from years past. Otherwise, he would not be so consumed by fear. Do you still believe that all of this stems from the remnants of that past? Do you think this person is connected to him, seeking vengeance? Or do you reckon that total eradication was a mistake? Yet you must understand, that incident was not orchestrated by us. How should we contemplate this matter? What form will it take? They cannot dictate nor foresee it. That event was merely an inevitable consequence for them. Furthermore, the true perpetrator was not of their making. Nor did that individual perish by their hand. If vengeance is to be sought, it should not be directed at them. Should it not be the people of the North Sea who are truly to blame? Those self-righteous old fools insist on others believing in their methods. Should anyone surpass them, they would lament that all is misguided, leading others to accept their beliefs as truth. Yet those who have sacrificed are indeed the ones who stray from the righteous path. Had it not been for their discovery of certain flaws, that individual might not have ultimately faced death at the hands of all the sections. Although we did not strike, were we not also complicit by our inaction? At that time, we may not have been the assassins, but we were certainly accessories to the crime. Jin smiled bitterly. They are unwilling. Yet they too are but insignificant voices. Had they chosen to side with him back then, perhaps the fallen would have included all three of them. Ultimately, it is their fear of mortality that has led to their recent choice of indifference, turning a blind eye to the matter at hand. In the end, they bear a lifelong burden of guilt that can never be fully absolved. No amount of self-deception, no matter how many accolades are shifted onto others, can erase the profound sense of remorse that lingers within them. Were it not for the resurgence of this issue, they might never have broached the subject at all. Indeed, we are not the perpetrators, yet we are complicit. In such circumstances, who would dare to speak out? Perhaps he genuinely harbors resentment towards us. Upon hearing this, the elder could only sigh helplessly. No matter the circumstances that transpired, those who remain can never offer a direct apology to the deceased, who will never again grace their presence. They must carry this weight of guilt throughout their lives, and perhaps, after a century has passed, they may catch a glimpse of his essence not far from them. At that time, it may still be possible to express their apologies. I remarked to the two of them that I had believed I was the sole one burdened by this matter, only to discover that they shared my sentiments. He spoke truthfully. However, I maintain that this affair bears no connection to him, as it appears orchestrated by someone seeking to draw attention in this manner. Elder Bieha regarded the two with a heavy heart, feeling deeply affected by the situation. Yet, this is merely a smokescreen crafted by others. A deceased individual, even if transformed into a spirit or a demon, cannot vanish without a trace beneath their very noses. Clearly, there are unseen forces at play, and it is no surprise that such coincidences do not occur in this world. This is but one of the many truths known to those who were privy to the events of the past. Recently, I have heard whispers of the old geezers in Beihai, who, on the surface, appear to be engrossed in secluded cultivation, yet reports indicate they have left Beihai, heading in various directions. As of now, the veracity of these claims remains uncertain, but if they were unfounded, how could rumors arise from nothing? They were in the wrong when they took a life, repeatedly placing the blame squarely upon that individual. What was once a promising soul has been besmirched time and again, leaving no one willing to believe in their innocence. Thus, they chose a misguided path, straying ever further from the truth, with the fruits of their cultivation becoming utterly unattainable. While publicly denouncing such practices as heretical, behind closed doors, those old codgers all yearn for the very things they condemn. Who among them would willingly choose to endure tribulations or sever their ambitions when there exists an easier path to transcendence? To them, it merely serves as a means to assert their own dominance and produce anomalies. How could you possibly know? From such a distance, your clarity seems exaggerated. Do you not have any informants? Moreover, are you truly convinced that there are no spies among us? To the outside world, this celestial sect appears amicable, yet within, who is not ensnared in deceit and intrigue? They aspire to claim the foremost position, and it is unlikely that they would willingly wait for us to relinquish our standing. Thus, it is imperative that you take some action. The speed at which events unfold will inevitably become more tumultuous. When that moment arrives, who will still care about who once held the title of first? Who among us is genuinely formidable? Ultimately, what everyone seeks is merely the prestige associated with that title. The notion of being the best in the world is often spoken of lightly. Even an ordinary person emerging from the foremost sect would wear that distinction with pride. Especially in a situation where both sides are merely a step apart, no one would willingly choose to concede. Chapter 212. More than just a grudge over the years. There have been numerous overt and covert struggles among these individuals. They have chosen to turn a blind eye to many matters. However, it was unexpected that someone would become inexplicably fervent about this issue, insisting on a contest of superiority. Have they not created enough troubles for themselves over the years? Yet, if this matter is indeed related to them, it may not be as straightforward as it seems. The three elders summoned me. Did they have something to convey? Zhun had already overheard much from outside the door, including matters unknown to others. Surprisingly, despite the vast distance, the animosity between these two families runs deeper than it appears. It was assumed that such a distance would prevent any conflict. Yet it turns out to be the two most formidable families. Their intentions are quite apparent. They seem dissatisfied with the Wang family's influence. If, at this juncture, they entangle themselves with the royal family, they could wield significant power. Regrettably, in terms of capability, that man could hardly choose the distant Beihai family. Ultimately, he would opt for the celestial sect that could offer him immediate refuge. Having eavesdropped for so long at the door, there is no need to feign ignorance now. Besides, since you currently hold the position of elder, you indeed have the right to be privy to certain matters, though it is sufficient to keep them to yourself without further elaboration. Upon hearing Zhen's words, the two individuals nearby burst into laughter. If this were the case with someone else, perhaps it would not be so easily discerned. However, the aura emanating from him is too conspicuous. Even if he wished to remain unnoticed, they could easily detect it. After all, on this mountain, finding someone with a similar aura and cultivation level is no simple task. Even the three of them combined might not have such an opportunity. Zhun, realizing he had been exposed without a fight, felt no embarrassment. He had no intention of eavesdropping. He simply hesitated outside after overhearing their discussions. Since Elder he had made such a statement, he saw no reason to explain himself. This is who I am, and naturally, I would not divulge this to outsiders. However, I was completely unaware that there was a connection between the celestial sect and the Beihai family. Why is there such a relationship across such a vast distance? Hearing this, the elder waved his hand, inviting him to sit. In truth, it is not merely hatred. The celestial sect has long nurtured talent for the royal family, a fact well known to all. Coupled with interactions over the years, historically, any royal prince with cultivation abilities has emerged from here. Over time, jealousy has inevitably arisen. And in recent decades, there have been many who aspired to usurp that position, with Beihai being the most prominent. Thus, the relationship between these two families has inevitably become somewhat awkward. Moreover, there are two individuals who have traveled a great distance solely for the celestial sect, not having chosen Beihai at all. This matter has already incited considerable anger, leaving no room for leniency. Over the years, numerous individuals have flocked here in pursuit of knowledge. A towering tree attracts the wind, inevitably stirring jealousy among some. Zhun nodded, wearing an expression of understanding. Indeed, he had never anticipated such developments occurring here. He had believed that the pursuit of education was inherently voluntary. However, he had not foreseen the competition for students. Drawn by the allure of being the best in the world, an aspiration that should be universally cherished, as entry is not granted to just anyone. Does this incident truly bear no relation to them? If one were to consider it solely from this perspective, it would seem unrelated. For no one would willingly wager their reputation on such matters. Such a notion is fundamentally inconceivable. The elder pondered this carefully, sensing that the likelihood was not as apparent as it seemed. Even if they have departed from the North Sea, to question them solely on that basis appears rather short-sighted. In the absence of evidence, these individuals are not deserving of suspicion. Yet, obtaining proof within a short time frame may indeed prove challenging. We summoned you not for any particular reason, but rather because we have just received news that Long Hai's body has been taken away. Moreover, the inn you recently visited belongs to him, and he has since fled, leaving no one daring to linger. The body has been taken? Zhun expressed his confusion. Long Hai was merely a local leader. Even if he was formidable, what use could a dead man's remains hold for them? Indeed, even if he returned, it would have been only a brief moment before his corpse vanished. The people there seemed to be in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions, leaving the inn at the foot of the mountain in disarray. Zhen frowned. This situation eludes their understanding. With a person's death, all that they possess inevitably vanishes. Be it spiritual power or cultivation, these attributes cannot remain within a lifeless body. The removal of the corpse holds little significance for them, unless the individual truly did not perish. Did you witness his death with your own eyes? Not exactly. I merely saw him being thrown down from the upper floor, after which there were no further signs. Logically, one should not die from a fall from the second floor. Yet the blood he bled bore no resemblance to that of someone unscathed. Zhun shook his head. The scene he had witnessed resembled that of an individual who had jumped from a height, meeting the ground in fatality, blood spilling forth. How could such a person possibly still be alive? Even if there were a glimmer of hope, it would require immediate intervention. The two had been at an impasse for so long. Any chance of survival for the individual had long since vanished due to their actions. How could he still be living? Blood may not necessarily have originated from the head. Perhaps at that moment, your primary concern was identifying who had struck him down, completely overlooking the individual already lying on the ground. It is conceivable that some form of deception was at play during that time. So he is not dead? Upon hearing this, Jun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, few had focused their attention on him at the time. After all, what actions could a deceased person possibly take? It would be nearly impossible for them to evade the watchful eyes of so many. However, the body has now vanished. Whether he is alive or dead remains a mystery to all. Yet, this is not entirely implausible. Perhaps all of this is mere speculation. A living person cannot simply disappear without a trace. He must exhibit some form of behavior in due course. We shall see, and the truth will eventually reveal itself. Nevertheless, if this is solely about the missing body, it suggests that there may be something about him that remains unknown to us. Chapter 213. Doubt him moreover. I have heard that you have had direct contact with individuals from the demonic clan. Is this true? Elder he fixed his gaze upon Jun, who, in turn, met the curious stares of the others. Yes, but I wouldn't call it contact. It's merely that we share the same roof. Why? He was unfazed by the matter, considering it of little significance. However, such occurrences were inevitably unavoidable. It's nothing. We simply received news that this individual is a trained assassin. He has appeared by your side once or twice, and we suspect his target is you. Me? Jun inquired, a perplexed smile escaping his lips. How could that possibly be? Even if that were the case, I hold no value for them. To them, I am merely a worthless pawn, even now, residing atop this mountain. What could the death of a powerless, unprivileged individual change? If that were true, their target should be Li Fengji, not me. This cannot be. You must be mistaken. How could it be me? The three exchanged glances, nodding in unison. How then do you explain his repeated appearances by your side? Is there something about you that ignites his interest? If not you, then who else could it possibly be? Besides, given your current status and strength, I dare say it is common knowledge throughout the realm. Indeed, Jun did not wish to suspect any connection between the two. Yet, the persistent appearances of this individual indicated that if he was not the target, then it must be those around him. At last, Jun grasped their implication. Ostensibly, they had summoned him to discuss prior events, but in truth, the person they truly cared about was likely Imolan. They were undoubtedly curious about what clues had been discovered regarding that individual and why he, as an assassin, had found himself in Jun's vicinity. Moreover, this was not the first time. Did this imply that they had already uncovered some aspect of their activities? These three, residing upon the mountain, appeared to be cut off from the world below, yet they possessed an unexpected clarity regarding the events transpiring down there. If there were no spies among his associates, then perhaps these individuals had cast some enchantment upon them. Otherwise, how could they possibly be privy to such information? While Jun comprehended their intentions, he had no intention of divulging the truth. The presence of two individuals closely tied to him was the reason this assassin continued to appear. This was a secret to him, and indeed, the only means of protection for those within this enclave. If you are truly so curious, you might consider capturing him for questioning. However, given your inability to leave this place, I could remain here, using my spiritual energy to substitute for one of you. Should that not pose a problem? Jun lowered his head in contemplation before suddenly raising it to gaze at them, a smile gracing his face. At this moment, he had resolved all their concerns. If they merely wished to depart from this place, he could effortlessly manage everything by his own power. Given their current mistrust, there was no need for him to proceed with the tasks ahead. Upon hearing his words, the three individuals felt an overwhelming sense of shame, and they began to chuckle as they attempted to clarify their intentions. They were not implying what he thought. Their late presence was indeed due to some peculiar circumstances surrounding a birthday celebration. After all, the appearance of that individual was never mere coincidence. Please do not misunderstand our intentions. We are not questioning this matter. We simply wish to ascertain whether this situation has any connection to the forces of the demonic realm. Jin interjected with a cheerful demeanor as he urged him to take a seat. Among them, he acted as a mediator, though in reality, he merely sought to prevent any awkwardness in the gathering. It was their first visit to this place, and it was understandable that they might be uncertain about certain matters. However, it was crucial not to hastily dismiss the connection between this incident and the demonic entities based solely on spells. Such assumptions could lead to significant repercussions for their sections. The elders expressed their views. implying that I should state unequivocally that this issue cannot be divorced from the influence of the demonic realm. If this was merely the folly of self-righteous cultivators, why must they involve someone as a scapegoat? Jun furrowed his brows, his expression growing increasingly troubled, finding the entire situation utterly perplexing. The truth was evident. What was there to deny? Must they cast doubts upon another simply because of differing practices? Were those who practiced different arts inevitably deemed misguided, walking a path of heresy? Suddenly, Jun found himself questioning the validity of the path that these cultivators defined as correct. Although the three felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing his words, they recognized that he seemed to lean toward the demonic side. Such thoughts from an individual of his caliber would not sit well with outsiders, especially given his profound spiritual prowess. To them, it was nothing short of sacrilege. While it was acceptable for him to express such views in their presence, after all, they understood that he could distinguish right from wrong. Should these sentiments reach the public ear, he would be branded as affiliated with the demonic realm. Once such a label was affixed, it would be nearly impossible to shed, rendering his words untrustworthy. The elder side. Among the younger generation, it was rare to find someone who could maintain their convictions, steadfastly perceiving the truth without succumbing to external influences. The ability to discern right from wrong was, indeed, a precious rarity. However, such words could likely only be uttered in their presence. Should they escape into the world, his adversaries would transform from mere demons to the myriad celestial sections. Such fallacies, how many in this place would be willing to acknowledge them? Indeed, some might even choose to eliminate him swiftly. Jun, however, remained oblivious to this. Regrettably, he currently believes that those individuals lack the capability to bring about his demise. I dare to assert that I am unconcerned with others' perceptions of me. If my mere utterance of such a statement warrants my execution, they must first demonstrate their ability to do so. Yet, I must reiterate, this matter is but a suspicion, devoid of evidence. Upon receiving his response, the expressions on the faces of the three grew somewhat awkward, yet internally, they could not help but concede. After all, he is a formidable figure. A strong individual naturally does not fear the inexplicably weak who approach him, especially with two divine companions by his side. Even an ordinary person, or one of slightly higher cultivation, would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Chapter 214. Investigate on your own. Indeed, fortune smiles upon these individuals, yet in this lifetime, they remain untouched by luck. Very well, if that is the case, let us conclude today's discussions here. We shall revisit this matter once we have something tangible to consider. The elder, observing the current situation, understands that it cannot continue in this manner. Should we persist in this fruitless discourse, it is certain to lead to complications among them. The relationship between these three individuals has only just begun. If at this juncture one were to harbor feelings of disdain, it would only serve to complicate matters further. Once Zhun makes his choice to depart, he will inevitably accrue numerous adversaries. At that point, even divine intervention may prove futile in his rescue. Should his current thoughts ever be divulged, would he still be able to navigate this world as he does now? Thus, was it not a timely reminder? A man of his intellect would naturally avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Yet one must acknowledge that had we possessed his insight at that time, many circumstances could have been altered. The elder smiled as he watched Zhun's departing figure, yet his eyes were filled with sorrow. A person who chooses not to flow with the tide will always be perceived as an outlier among the masses. Such an outlier may either endure scorn or find themselves forced into mutual harm, ultimately compelling them to acknowledge the prevailing thoughts and choose the established path. The extent of Zhun's capabilities remains a mystery to them all, especially under such circumstances. Will he truly surrender and join the crowd? The evolution and conclusion of this situation remain beyond their grasp. They can only observe. Perhaps the intricacies are not as convoluted as they seem. But to avoid any issues from arising, such measures must be taken. Upon exiting, Zhun stood in the corridor, gazing into the distance. Before him lay a stunning landscape, flourishing with beauty. How could anyone desire to incite chaos within such a realm? If this serene scene were to descend into turmoil, who would bear the blame? Brotherly, it appears you have new reflections, remarked Lai Bai. Yet, has Wang Lanlan truly changed? Upon hearing of the three elders convening early to discuss matters, Lai Bai surmised their suspicions regarding him, though he had no right to intrude. He understood that the truth of the situation could not remain concealed forever. Eventually, it would be unearthed. Having that person linger by his side offered him no advantage. I do not know, Zhun replied with a shake of the head. He was perplexed. Though the woman had departed, the mission had neither failed nor succeeded. It lingered in his mind, as if they were destined to meet again. The system seemed to have predetermined the outcome of this affair, for after her departure, It did not swiftly declare his failure as it had before. This implies that they will indeed encounter each other again. Perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but I have just received word that the two individuals have not returned. Instead, they have opted for another destination with the same intent. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Jun immediately turned to gaze at Bai. Bai grasped the railing, tapping it twice with a lowered brow. Wang Xianggo, having been held in high esteem throughout his life, could never willingly allow himself to be trampled upon by others. At present, he is no match for that person. Yet he must undertake some action to salvage his dignity before returning. What do you mean by that? Jun was taken aback. Is he still intent on killing? Indeed. Not only is he bent on murder, but he has also nearly eradicated all spirit beasts, regardless of their nature. If this continues, will he not succumb to madness? After finishing, Bai's eyes were filled with despondency. Yet, he did not look at Jun. Instead, he remained in the same spot, staring at the same vista. To him, it was truly a magnificent landscape, but he was unaware that once this matter commenced, everything here would inevitably become a mere spectacle for eager students. It was simply invisible, yet beneath this beautiful scenery, no one knew what truly transpired. Jun pondered deeply. Wang Xianggo's obsession was indeed more profound than they had anticipated. How could one care so much about face? Did you share this with me seeking my assistance, or is there another intention? I have no such agenda. I merely wish to caution you that the Wang family, regardless of the pretext or identity, be it male or female, should ultimately not be trusted. So, is it because of Wang Lanlan? Have you come here for her, thinking that since I mentioned her name previously, I harbor some feelings for her? Bai looked up. Jun smirked, his lips curling into a smile, though his gaze remained downcast. He was at a loss as to how to respond to this question. At times, he found this individual exceedingly astute, yet at other moments, quite foolish regarding this matter. Were it not for the sudden emergence of the task, he would have no thoughts about this woman whatsoever. He was merely fulfilling his purpose. If Wang Lanlan were truly sincere in her desire to assist them, she could undoubtedly prove useful in the future. However, if all of this were merely part of her design, they would ultimately be reduced to mere pawns in her game. At worst, they might perish at her hands. But how could any woman, no matter how formidable, effortlessly orchestrate such utter annihilation? Although I am uncertain how to elucidate this to you, I assure you that this incident was indeed an accident. I harbor no intentions towards her, as I am simply accomplishing what is necessary. Very well. Bai listened to the same reasoning, employing the same pretext. Undeniably, this conversation bore no fruit. He harbored profound skepticism regarding the nature of the object within his mouth. Yet, given his reluctance to heed the counsel offered, it was prudent for him to remain silent on the matter. However, another issue loomed. Jun was ultimately compelled to arrive at a decision. The presence of that individual by his side was, in fact, not a fortuitous circumstance, and the ripple effects of this relationship were all too evident. In such a scenario, this course of action seemed most judicious. As for the other person, was their visit today not prompted by the suspicions held by those within? If that were the case, could it not be the opportune moment to sever ties with him? Upon hearing Bai's assertion, Jun's expression transformed into one of cold indifference and sharp intensity. Do you not think you are meddling excessively? He retorted. How I choose to conduct my affairs is my own concern. What relevance does it have to you? Although we have indeed forged a friendship in recent days, your intentions may be well-meaning, but should he depart from my life and his identity be exposed, what benefit would it yield you? Chapter 215. There is no justification. In other words, what capabilities do they possess to secure their existence? Instead of worrying about our identities here, why not reflect on the nature of your relationship with him? If this matter were to be exposed directly, what could I possibly do? Bai remained unfazed by the anger etched on his face and the cold indifference in his eyes, entirely disregarding the situation. If he were truly afraid, he would not bring it up at this moment. The individuals within clearly harbored suspicions regarding the identities of the two of them. If he could not find a suitable reason or excuse, the focus would inevitably shift to them. At that point, how could the concealment of their identities possibly endure? Such is the reality of the world. It remains so even now. You doubt me so thoroughly, yet I possess confidence. Do you not comprehend this yet? What of it if you regard me in a certain light? What significance does it hold? The truth of this person's identity will eventually be revealed. I merely hope that before this transpires, we are not swayed by any external influences. In a crowd, establishing one's stance is far from an easy endeavor. Bai shook his head. His current concerns lay not with this matter, but rather with the nature of their prior relationship. The presence of Mo Lan there likely stemmed not solely from that individual, but perhaps also due to him or Li Zi. The three of them shared a commonality. They were all of the demonic lineage. Should anyone uncover the connection among the three, the implications would be unacceptable, regardless of who bore the brunt of it. Rather than discerning right from wrong, individuals like them are more preoccupied with the current rumors. Do you truly think I am compelled to act for no reason? Is it solely due to the relationship between the two of you? Or is it because of the troubles surrounding that individual? If no one were present to oversee matters at this juncture, what significance would it hold? Up to this point, Zhun remains oblivious to the fact that their identities have already been established. One should recognize that this situation is not a trivial matter for them. Without the power to restrain one another, their actions here become increasingly uncontrollable. Thus, Zhun employed such means. Driven by a desire to uncover the secrets harbored by that individual, this matter is of great importance to him. Li Bai could not fathom why, among these people, it had to be him. Moreover, having just spoken a series of words favoring their position, did he truly believe that his interactions were unaffected by that individual? In the eyes of others, demons ought not to exist, particularly in a place such as this, where the entry of anyone associated with the demonic lineage is strictly forbidden. Even he, now in a position of power, would face expulsion should this fact come to light. From this point onward, one must bear the weight of scorn for the sake of a singular event, thus sacrificing everything without perceiving such actions as the most regrettable of all. Zhun has always harbored other identities and yearns to uncover the true purpose of his presence here. The little god of wealth has come to evade persecution, and as a friend, it is his duty to protect him. However, he cannot so easily acquiesce to this request. If you genuinely wish for me to distance myself from them, should you not set an example? Should one with secrets like yours not also reveal them to me? Only then can I ascertain whether to remain or to depart. Upon hearing these words, Li Bai's expression transformed, revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhun, who often feigned indifference, would care so deeply about his identity. In his eyes, do those actions truly possess purpose? Is this matter so overtly conspicuous? Thus, you suspect my motives for being here, yearning to discern my true intentions? It cannot be solely you. All of you are here with ulterior motives. While the little god of wealth is primarily seeking to survive, his true aim must also pertain to you. After Zhun finished speaking, he cast a glance aside. In this matter, he had no intention of coercing anyone, for such a situation necessitates voluntary participation. Coercion ultimately fails to resolve all issues. Moreover, if there truly exist unspeakable secrets among these individuals, knowing them would only invite peril upon oneself. If you insist on this notion, then I may not divulge anything to you. Since you wish to barter with this matter, I must decline, and consider my previous words mere folly. After a moment of silence, Li Bai turned and departed. His purpose for being here today was rooted solely in concern. Yet, he had not anticipated that, in the eyes of this individual, everything was transactional, and these exchanges appeared rather equitable. To uncover another's secret, one must exchange their own. The one who feels triumphant in such dealings can only be himself. Zhun smiled and walked away in the opposite direction, knowing that this approach would surely dissuade him. From the moment this person appeared, it was evident he harbored unspoken burdens, making him unlikely to engage in such transactions readily. A secret that cannot be revealed to anyone is indeed of little value for trade. Shortly after Li Bai departed, on his way back to his room, he noticed Lu Yuba seated in the courtyard, sipping tea. The glint in his eyes held profound meaning, and a subtle smile graced his lips, as though his every gesture revealed the depths of his actions. Li Bai initially intended to depart nonchalantly, yet after a moment's hesitation, he chose to return. What? I thought you would not come. It seems I have misjudged once again. Do you know what I was just doing? Of course, it is hardly a secret. It was merely a straightforward endeavor, one so simple that it hardly merits discussion. You believe I would harm him, and thus you sought to distance him from me, ensuring your own safety, which in turn would protect him. Lu Yuba shrugged. As he articulated these words, there was no trace of anger. Rather, he perceived the entire situation as a most natural progression. Comparatively, their decision to refrain from betrayal was what truly astonished him. Perhaps it was a testament to their discernment of right and wrong, or perhaps this course of action merely served as a means of self-preservation. You are aware. Yet why are you not angry? Li Bai furrowed his brow. Such a matter, regardless of who it pertains to, would hardly be so easily forgiven, would it?